Inside the classroom, Yi He jolted awake without warning, his expression twisting like he had just bitten into something unbearably bitter. For a few seconds, his thoughts were empty, his eyes unfocused as he stared ahead in confusion. Then reality crashed down on him all at once. He had actually gone back in time, returned to Jaya Nation, only 25 days before the college entrance exams. And this was not some random place he had landed in, either. Yi He found himself back at an A City No. 1 high school, sitting in third-year Class 7, the very same classroom where his life had once begun to spiral completely out of control. Around him, every classmate was bent over their desk with tense shoulders and lowered heads, buried in stacks of papers, textbooks, and practice questions. The classroom was so quiet that the soft scratching of pens against paper seemed to fill every corner. Then, out of nowhere, Yi He sprang up from his chair and let out a scream so piercing it felt like it might punch straight through the ceiling. He clutched his messy hair with both hands, looking as if his mind had completely snapped, and cursed his rotten luck with everything he had. If fate was really going to give him a second life, why could it not send him back to after the exams? Why throw him into high school again, right before the single most important test of his entire future? Whoever had decided to toy with his destiny must have been laughing behind the scenes. What kind of absurd protagonist treatment was this supposed to be? The world he had returned to was known as Blue Star, a place where humanity had been tormented for years by a disaster that never truly came to an end, the invasion of secret realms. These mysterious realms were like unstable gateways connected to other worlds, and those worlds were crawling with terrifying monsters. From time to time, the creatures inside would tear through the rifts and pour into human territory. Some of them were so weak, they barely mattered. But there were others whose power was horrifying enough to trample entire nations into ruins. Those monsters were not just dangerous enemies, they were an existential threat to all of humanity. In order to fight back, humans eventually created the beast gene system. By injecting beast genes into their bodies, people could awaken monster templates and obtain extraordinary genetic talents far beyond normal human limits. Anyone who survived that process and successfully awakened became a gene warrior, standing as the last line of defense between ordinary civilians and complete annihilation. Because of that, gene warriors were respected, feared, and treated almost like a privileged noble class wherever they went. In a world built on that kind of danger, strength was the only rule that truly mattered. Without power, a person was little more than an extra in the background, waiting helplessly to be swept away when disaster came. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed inside Yi He's mind. It announced that world traversal had been completed, that he had been selected as the host, and that memory implantation was now beginning. Yi He's head was still spinning from the shock, as though every thought inside him had been thrown into a violent storm. He pressed both hands firmly against his head, trying to keep himself steady while waves of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. Piece by piece, he forced himself to sort through them, even as his thoughts felt like they were being torn apart and stitched back together. The students sitting nearby could not hold back anymore and immediately burst into laughter. And the one who reacted the loudest was, of course, Huang Tongtong, the famous beauty of the class. She turned her sharp gaze toward Yi He, scoffed with open disdain, and coldly asked whether someone like him seriously believed he still had the right to take the college entrance exams. With the corners of her lips curling into a mocking smile, Huang Tongtong continued to look him up and down, wondering aloud why he had not simply dropped out already. In her eyes, someone like him should have gone off long ago to find some hopeless dead-end job instead of wasting space here. Yi. He met her stare calmly, without even the slightest trace of panic on his face. Of course this would happen. Every bullied main character always seemed to have that one girl in the room who simply could not resist stepping forward to make his life even harder. It was painfully clear that the original owner of this body had never been well liked. Back in second year, his parents had gotten into an accident, and from that moment on, his entire life had fallen apart. His grades had dropped, his training had stopped, and his performance had sunk lower and lower until he was even dragging down the class average. Now, everyone treated him like useless trash. When Huang Tongtong noticed Yi He looking in her direction, her brows tightened and irritation flashed across her pretty face. This was a martial arts class, she warned him sharply. Was he trying to cause trouble?
He was left completely speechless. He had only drifted into thought for a brief moment. So how had that somehow turned into him picking a fight? Not only had he been thrown into the body of a weakling, but he was also expected to clean up the ruins left behind by someone else's failures. Once again, he could not help wondering what kind of lunatic had grabbed his fate, rewritten it, and dumped him into this mess.
At that moment, the teacher stepped to the front and told everyone to prepare themselves. The injections of genetic modification serum were about to begin. This was the moment every student had trained for during 3 long years of school. Their physical conditioning, martial energy, sweat, discipline, and endless hours of preparation had all been leading toward this one awakening ceremony. As for the students who had never taken their training seriously, the teacher did not even bother finishing the warning out loud. He simply adjusted the worn glasses sitting on his nose, then sent one very obvious pointed glare straight in Yi Hei's direction. He merely gave a faint smile and acted as if he had not noticed anything at all. Seriously, what was with that look? He was not the one who had spent years slacking off. That blame belonged entirely to the original Yi Hei, while he was just the unlucky person left behind to suffer through the consequences. Fine, then. Since this broken, miserable life had somehow fallen into his hands, Yi Hei decided he might as well take responsibility for it and repair it properly from this point forward. Before long, the students were led into the gene injection hall, where the entire class gathered for the genetic awakening ceremony they had all been waiting for. The atmosphere inside was restless and loud, buzzing with nervous excitement from every direction. Students whispered among themselves about the powers they hoped to awaken. Some proudly said they wanted a Tier 3 mountain splitter. Others dreamed even bigger, aiming for a Tier 4 sea bridge dragon. One student even laughed and joked about awakening a Tier 1 brute beast. In the middle of all that excited chatter, a gigantic machine suddenly rumbled to life, letting out a deep, metallic roar that instantly pulled everyone's attention toward it. A wave of cold air rolled out as the heavy doors slid open, revealing row after row of neatly arranged test tubes inside. Each tube contained a glowing serum that pulsed faintly under the light. These were not ordinary injections. Every dose held the primal essence of magical beasts, collected, refined, and preserved through the efforts of generations of elite warriors. Once that serum entered a student's body, they would randomly establish a connection with one of those beast genes. And as everyone already understood, the stronger a person's body was, the greater their chances of awakening a truly powerful monster template. Their exhausted-looking homeroom teacher came forward again and reminded the students not to panic once the serum started taking effect. They needed to stay calm, he said, and allow the power to flow naturally through their bodies. Of course, that was much easier said than done. Not long after, names began to be called out one after another. One by one, the students stepped forward, received their injections, and almost immediately broke into sharp screams that echoed throughout the entire hall. Whether those cries came from unbearable pain or from some strange burst of excitement, Yi Hei honestly could not tell. To his ears, it sounded like a chaotic mixture of both. He stood there watching the scene unfold in front of him, and although he was not exactly eager for his own turn, he did not retreat either. When his name was finally called, Yi Hei picked up the injector, pressed the device firmly against his arm, and drove the needle in without hesitation. He braced himself for whatever madness was supposed to follow. But after all that tension, nothing happened. His eyes widened slightly as he remained frozen in place, waiting for some kind of reaction from his body. Yet no matter how long he stood there, that expected change simply never came. There was no violent surge of power flooding through his veins, no scream being ripped from his throat, no monstrous transformation tearing through his body. There was only a dead, awkward silence hanging around him. The teacher walked over with a confused expression and examined him carefully, saying that Yi Hei did not seem to have changed at all. Yi Hei could only shrug helplessly and mutter that maybe the school had handed him a fake dose. Naturally, this was exactly the moment Huang Tongtong chose to stroll over, laughing as though she had been waiting all day to see him embarrass himself. She sneered at Yi Hei and said he really had failed to awaken anything after all. It made sense, she said. A loser like him becoming a warrior? To her, that idea was nothing more than a ridiculous joke. Huang Tongtong even reached out and poked at his face, mocking him with absolutely no restraint. She called him a bird without wings, completely useless, and said that this was probably where his path ended. He tightened his jaw as his patience began wearing dangerously thin. This girl really never knew when to stop. Among all the bullies, she was always the loudest and most irritating voice. But in the very next instant, something deep inside he suddenly snapped loose. A strange force began swelling from within his body, rising like a wild emotion that had broken free without any warning. The system's voice sounded inside his mind again. Template identified, infinite monster. At the same time, a full status panel appeared before Yi Hei's eyes, displaying his host information, physique grade, and martial skills. Listed among them were the 9th student Basic Chi Technique, Blocking Palm, and Iron Body Technique. Huang Tongtong narrowed her eyes when she noticed Yi Hei standing there in that strange silence. She mocked him again, asking what ridiculous pose he thought he was making and whether he was still pretending he had awakened something impressive. Yi Hei warned her to step back, but she completely ignored his words. What an absolute blockhead. Huang Tongtong never listened when it actually mattered, and now that she had refused to move, it was already too late to avoid what was coming. He's body suddenly jerked as if a bolt of lightning had struck straight through him. His eyes flared with a fierce glow, blazing with raw, untamed power so intense that no one in the hall could possibly ignore it. Then the force erupted all at once. Power exploded outward from Yi He like a chained wild beast, finally breaking free, sweeping across the room in a violent wave. Huang Tongtong had been standing much too close, and she was instantly blasted off her feet, sent flying backward like a rag doll. And Huang Tongtong was not the only one caught in the impact. Although she took the strongest hit, the students nearby were also thrown back by the terrifying pressure pouring out of Yi He. The entire hall seemed to tremble beneath that sudden eruption, and there was no possible way such a shocking display could go unnoticed. Two elite awakeners, Miss Liu and Lin Wan, immediately turned toward the center of the commotion. Their gazes locked onto Yi He at once, their full attention drawn to the source of that violent outburst. The system's voice rang out once more. Awakening complete. Template, Mad Flame, Demora E-Rank abilities unlocked, Scorching Breath, Molten Pulse, and Spore Absorption. Advanced form, Flame Lord Demora, currently locked. 100% compatibility required. Current compatibility, 3%. As Yi He stared at the information flashing in front of him and tried to process every line, one thought slowly rose in his mind. Could this be it? Was this the golden finger power the system had granted him after his rebirth? Whatever the real answer was, the atmosphere inside the hall changed in an instant. The class loser everyone had mocked and looked down on was now radiating a frightening aura, one powerful enough to silence the entire room and make even the most arrogant students instinctively step away from him. As for Huang Tongtong, who had just awakened a Tier 2 beast template known as the Flaming Lizard, she was now lying unconscious on the floor. She had been knocked out completely, with drool slipping embarrassingly from the corner of her mouth. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly and apologized, saying that he might have gotten just a little too carried away. He tried to explain that he had already warned everyone to keep their distance, but honestly, who could have predicted that he would awaken something this terrifying? In only a few seconds, the entire class dynamic had been flipped on its head. The same students who once ignored him or laughed at him were now staring in shock, almost as if they were ready to lower their heads before him. That shocking moment did not last very long. The public announcement system suddenly buzzed overhead, and a clear order echoed through the hall, telling all awakened third-year students to proceed to the testing facility for magical beast classification and martial level detection. Soon after, everyone began making their way toward the testing center. Each student moved with nervous excitement, eager to find out exactly how their newly awakened power would be ranked. Above the hall, a massive holographic screen lit up, displaying the results in real time for everyone to see. The first name appeared clearly, Li Xinyuan Awakened Beast Template, Swift Spine Bug, Tier 3. Several students immediately began whispering in surprise. Li Xinyuan had always seemed fairly average and had never drawn much attention before, but with a bloodline like that, he was probably strong enough now to rank among the top 3 in the entire class. Someone murmured quietly that powerful bloodlines really were unfair. Next came Chu Zhou, the recognized prodigy of the class, and his results shocked absolutely no one. His martial level was Martial Apprentice 9, and his beast template was the Ice Demon Dragon, placed at the very peak of Tier 3. A wave of murmurs quickly spread through the room, with many students already believing he was almost guaranteed to become N-City's champion. Then Lu Qingzhu's results appeared as well. She was also a level 9 Martial Apprentice, but her awakened template was even rarer, Nether Sparrow, Stage 4. Gasps broke out all around the hall. A Stage 4 template was terrifying beyond measure. If a beast like that ever appeared in its complete form, it could easily flatten an entire city, and only grandmasters would have any hope of stopping it. As Yi He stood there watching the results continue to appear one after another, a quiet uneasiness formed in his mind. Everyone else's templates were clearly labeled by stages, Stage 3, Stage 4, and so on, but his own template was different. It only displayed a rank, and that strange difference made him wonder what it truly meant. Before He could spend any more time turning that strange difference over in his mind, his own name suddenly echoed from the testing area. He raised his head, shifted his gaze toward the enormous testing device ahead, and under the watchful eyes of the entire crowd, calmly stepped forward. The instant he walked into the testing chamber, the noisy crowd seemed to freeze in place. It was as if everyone had quietly held their breath at the same time, pair after pair of eyes fixed on him, filled with curiosity, disbelief, and a new kind of admiration. Some of the girls who had looked down on him earlier were now staring at him with flushed cheeks, their thoughts already racing far beyond reality, some imagining marriage, others at least dreaming of having a child with someone that powerful. Only in that moment did Yi He truly understand how deeply this world worshipped martial strength. Once power revealed itself, respect, attention, and desire all came rushing in right behind it. Surrounded by that sudden wave of attention, He unconsciously straightened his back. Then, with a confidence he had never shown before, he strode into the tube-shaped testing chamber. Behind him, the cheers and excited shouts kept rising higher and higher, crashing together like a wave, as though the entire class had suddenly become a crowd of fans screaming for their favorite idol. After seeing that terrifying aura explode from Yi Hei's body earlier, almost everyone in the hall had reached the same conclusion. His test results were bound to be outrageous. Maybe he would shatter the school record on the spot, or maybe he would reveal a rank so rare that nobody in N-City had ever witnessed it before. Li Xinyuan, who had once been regarded as one of the brighter stars in the class, stood silently among the crowd and watched Yi He with rare seriousness in his eyes. For the first time, he realized that Yi He was no longer someone he could casually overlook. But then, just as everyone waited for a miracle, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. When Yi Hei's data appeared on the holographic screen, the result was shockingly plain. Stage 3 Awakening. Beast Bloodline, Unknown. For one frozen moment, the entire hall sank into complete silence. Everyone stared blankly at the display, blinking again and again, as if their eyes had made some kind of mistake. Then, little by little, the expectation on their faces faded, and disappointment began spreading through the crowd. A few boys immediately burst into loud, mocking laughter, acting as though this whole scene had turned into the funniest joke they had heard all day. And the girls, who had been looking at Yi He with dreamy, admiring eyes only moments earlier, quickly pulled back in embarrassment. Their expressions changed almost instantly, and now they looked at him with disgust, as if they wanted to distance themselves from him completely. He, however, did not show even the slightest reaction. His expression remained calm as he stepped out of the testing chamber, looking as though this so-called disappointing result had already been within his expectations from the very beginning. He understood better than anyone that his martial ability and bloodline were not operating according to this world's usual rules. The testing machine had failed to recognize his real template, but the system inside him had already given him the answer clearly enough. The infinite monster template had awakened inside him. This power was not simply rare or unusual. It existed completely outside the normal ranking system that everyone else relied on. As long as Yi He satisfied the right conditions, he would be able to unlock new monster forms over and over again, and from what he could tell, there was no obvious limit waiting at the end of that path. In that quiet moment, Yi He silently raised his sights toward an almost impossible goal. If this path truly had no ceiling, then he would walk it to the end and become the king of monsters. Later that day, the awakening ceremony finally came to a close. The school day ended soon after, and one by one the students were dismissed and began leaving the campus. Inside the teacher's office, the old homeroom teacher lifted one eyebrow as he looked Yi He up and down. Yi He wanted to take a break from regular classes, study on his own, and only return when the college entrance exam arrived. The teacher clearly did not believe him for even a second. He asked bluntly whether Yi He really expected him to believe that someone like him would go home and study seriously. But Yi He's expression did not waver. He admitted plainly that he had already fallen far behind the rest of the class, and because of that he needed special training. If he kept following the same pace as everyone else, there was no way he would catch up before the exam. The teacher stared at him for a while before speaking in a flat but serious voice. If Yi He truly wanted to become a real warrior, then entering college was the only proper road forward. Imperial Capital University was not a place someone could simply dream their way into. Even though Yi He had awakened a bloodline, his foundation was still far too weak. Unless he was prepared to fail and repeat the year, his chances were painfully low.
He shook his head without the slightest hesitation and said there was no time left for him to repeat anything. He knew this request sounded reckless, but he genuinely wanted to learn, and he needed this opportunity. Then he asked the teacher to look directly into his eyes and judge for himself whether he was serious. The old teacher paused. The eyes staring back at him no longer looked like those of a lazy student who had already given up. They were sharp, steady, and burning with determination. In the end, the teacher let out a sigh and agreed, but he warned Yi He that if he failed, he would have to come back and repeat the year without making a single excuse.
Not long after that, Yi He arrived at the N-City Warrior Center. He stood before the building, looking up at the place where real warriors gathered, traded resources, and prepared for the dangers beyond ordinary life. He already knew that his family home had been mortgaged for 600,000 yuan. After his parents' accident, the compensation had brought the total funds to more than 1 million. With that money in hand, he finally had enough to aim for the capital. But before thinking about anything that far ahead, he first had to become stronger. Now that his power had awakened, 2 roads were open in front of him. He could follow the traditional warrior path and slowly raise his level step by step, or he could focus on improving his compatibility with the Demora template. According to the information provided by the Infinite Monster template, every newly unlocked template should normally begin with only 1 point of compatibility. But Demora had started at 3% right away. That clearly did not line up with the rules, so where exactly had those extra 2 points come from? After thinking it over carefully, Yi He found only one explanation that truly made sense. Demora must have absorbed energy from the Gene Awakening Serum, and that absorbed energy had directly increased its compatibility. That realization was enormous. It meant those expensive serums were not only useful for awakening powers in the first place, they could also strengthen the template itself afterward. If that was true, then endlessly grinding along the ordinary warrior path might not be the smartest option for him. Pouring money directly into compatibility upgrades could be a much faster route. And honestly, that kind of straightforward plan suited Yi He perfectly. Without wasting another moment, he decided to head straight to the shop and buy genetic enhancement medicine. But the moment Yi He passed through the ID checkpoint and officially stepped into the Warrior Center, his jaw almost dropped right there on the spot. His eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene before him, staring at the massive hall as if he had just entered a completely different world. All around the hall stood real warriors, and every single one of them carried a silent pressure that seemed to make the very air around them feel heavier. Their awakened bloodlines were incredibly intense. Even though no one was making a move, the presence of those beast powers was so strong that Yi He could not possibly ignore it. The entire space felt alive with dense, surging energy. But that alone was not what shocked Yi He the most. Ever since awakening Mad Flame Demora, he had gained a special sensory ability known as the magnetic field of life. Through that power, Demora could detect living beings by sensing their vital energy. And now, Yi He could feel everything with startling clarity. The warriors around him were blazing with life force, their chi and blood burning inside their bodies like hidden furnaces. He could almost sense the faint roars of the beast bloodlines sleeping within them, each one carrying strength, pressure, and a raw instinct to dominate. That sensation stirred something deep within Yi He's own blood. Mad Flame Demora was never a creature meant to stay quiet. In its original world, that monster was a conqueror born to rule over others. But for the moment, Yi He was still far too weak to let that desire burst free. He could only force it down and endure it. Even so, he made a silent promise to himself. Once he became strong enough, this world would come to understand what it meant to stand before the King of Beasts. Just then, a hand suddenly landed on Yi He's shoulder, breaking through his intense focus without warning. Startled, He turned around and found a young woman standing right behind him. Her tone was casual as she warned him not to stare at people like that. If he kept looking at warriors with such intense eyes, others might misunderstand and think he was trying to provoke a fight. Yeah, he blinked, feeling a little embarrassed, and quickly apologized, saying he had not meant it that way. The young woman laughed softly and told him it was fine. He had probably only just awakened, so it was normal for him to have trouble controlling those instincts at first. Then she tilted her head and asked what had brought him to the Warrior Center. Yeah, he explained that he had come to buy genetic medicine, but the place was huge and he had no idea where he should go. She smiled and offered to lead the way, then asked why he was looking for gene medicine so soon after awakening. Yeah, he glanced at her and asked whether there was something wrong with that. The young woman gave a small shrug and said it was not exactly wrong. The problem was that gene medicine was extremely expensive, and if a warrior used it too early, the body could develop resistance before the effects were truly worth the cost. Most warriors, she explained, preferred to wait until they reached a bottleneck before using that kind of medicine, because that was how they squeezed the greatest value out of it. Her words made Yi He pause for a moment. He asked how much one dose actually cost. At his current level, she told him he could only use the basic solitaire potion, and even that would cost around 400,000 yuan. He nearly choked right then and there. 400,000 for a single dose? For someone aiming to become the King of Beasts, that price was enough to almost make him faint. Even with all the money he had, he would not be able to buy many doses. But no matter how painful the cost was, he still needed the potion. Hoping he could save at least a little, he casually asked the young woman whether she knew anyone who could help him buy gene medicine at a discount. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be kinder than he had imagined. She handed Yi He a business card and told him it was a referral from a veteran warrior. If everything went smoothly, that card should help him secure a decent discount when buying the medicine. He thanked her, sincerely, accepted the card, and then left in a hurry. Maybe, if fate allowed it, the two of them would cross paths again someday. After nearly draining his account dry, Yi He headed straight to a warrior equipment shop and purchased the essential items he needed. By the time he finished spending money as if it were flowing water, The sky outside had already darkened. When Yi finally returned to his apartment, he did not waste even a moment. He immediately began preparing for his first real upgrade. He arranged the injections in front of him and started using them one after another. The pain slammed into him like a speeding truck. His entire body shook violently, his bones cracked under the pressure, and his blood felt as though it were boiling inside his veins. Even so, the compatibility percentage kept climbing, rising from 3% to 4%, and then all the way to 7%. At the same time, his physical stats surged as well, first increasing from 8 to 10, and then from 10 to 15. Just like that, Yi officially reached armed rank 7. When the process finally came to an end, Yi collapsed onto the floor, drenched in sweat and gasping heavily for breath. So this was what leveling up felt like. Every gene injection had strengthened his body, but by the final dose, the improvement had already begun slowing down. Clearly, as his body continued to evolve, basic mutations would become harder and harder to trigger. Even so, the result was already astonishing. What others needed 3 full years of exhausting effort to achieve, Yi had completed in only a few minutes, and he had done it without even drawing on Demora's true power. If he actually tapped into the strength of Demora's bloodline, then maybe, just maybe, dominating the college entrance exam was not some impossible dream. A faint grin tugged at Yi's lips as he muttered that if cheat mode could not crush a few geniuses, then it hardly deserved to be called a cheat at all. Now it was time for the next step, entering a secret realm. These secret realms were ranked from E-class all the way up to S-class, and the higher the rank, the more terrifying the beasts hidden inside became. S-class realms were disasters in their purest form, nightmare zones so dangerous that ordinary people could not even imagine walking inside and surviving. If an S-class realm ever spilled over into the real world, the result would be nothing less than total apocalypse. Fortunately, Yi was not reckless enough to charge into something like that. His destination was only an E-class rift located at a third-rate site in N City. When he arrived, the place was almost deserted, which made perfect sense. The realm had existed for a long time, and anything truly valuable inside had already been picked clean. Only weaker beasts remained, turning the place into a training ground for rookies. At the checkpoint, Yi walked up to the front desk and asked about his reservation for the E-class realm. The woman behind the counter did not even tear her eyes away from the TV show she was watching. She simply pushed a death waiver and an entry ticket across the desk. Yi did not hesitate for even a second. He signed the waiver, picked up the entry ticket, and headed straight toward the rift. The closer he got to the portal, the stronger the excitement inside him became, to anyone else. This might have looked like a low-level dungeon meant for practice. But to Yi it was the first true step on his road toward becoming the king of beasts. Yi suddenly broke into a run, launched himself into the air and dove headfirst through the portal. The moment he landed on the other side, he dropped into a dramatic superhero pose, looking as though he had planned that entrance from the very beginning. After all, why should he not make a memorable entrance? Once Yi raised his head, the secret realm spread out before his eyes. High above the realm, 3 stars drifted across the unfamiliar sky: Kong Lin Star, and Wei Star, and Tai Yin Star. Each one shone with a strange light that felt completely unlike anything from the real world. Yi had read about scenery like this in textbooks countless times, but seeing it in person was an entirely different experience. The secret realm stretched endlessly before him like a separate world that had been hidden beyond the portal, vast, mysterious, and breathtaking in a way no classroom lesson could ever truly describe. Then, without the slightest warning, a new threat began creeping toward Yi from the shadows, the air around him suddenly thickening with danger. From behind, a mutated rabbit slinked forward, its body pressed low to the ground, eyes glinting with predatory intent as it prepared to launch a sudden strike. This was a first-rank beast, known as the Blade Fang Rabbit. Every muscle in its compact body tensed, radiating the lethal energy of a predator mere seconds from attacking. With terrifying speed, the rabbit lunged from the shadows, aiming for a swift ambush. But Yi had already sensed its presence, his instincts sharp and primed long before it made its move. The moment the Blade Fang Rabbit sprang into the air, Yi reacted with lightning reflexes. Calmly, he reached behind him, grabbed the creature by both ears mid-leap, and plucked it from the air as if it weighed nothing at all. A slow, unnerving smile crept across Yi's face as he looked down at the struggling rabbit. Seriously? It had really thought it could sneak up on him unnoticed? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi activated his life magnetic field, letting the invisible currents of energy spread from him like an unseen net. In a heartbeat, his fingers tightened, and with a single, almost casual squeeze, he crushed the rabbit's skull. Just like that, Yi claimed his first kill inside the dungeon. The creature dropped a modest beast core, glowing faintly, a few thousand yen worth at most. For only minutes of work, it was already a promising start. Most ordinary people spent an entire month earning only a few multiples of that sum, yet Yi He had made it in mere minutes. That he realized was the terrifying difference that power could bring. Still, he had bigger ambitions. Low-level prey would never satisfy him. To grow, he needed stronger targets. At the very least, a second-rank beast awaited him, and almost as if the secret realm had sensed his intentions, a new enemy soon emerged from the shadows. This time, it was a second-rank beast. The corpse demon bug. The grotesque creature dragged itself directly into Yi Hei's path, almost as though it had come to be slain. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse such a conveniently positioned target. He drew his short sword and charged forward without a trace of hesitation, slashing sharply toward the creature's vulnerable lower abdomen. Years of reading monster encyclopedias had taught him the trick. While the bug's back was as tough as steel armor, its underside was soft and far more easily cut. The corpse demon bug curled into a tight spiral and spun toward him like a living drill packed with lethal force, a deadly cyclone of muscle and exoskeleton. He braced himself, planting his feet firmly and driving his sword into the ground for stability before activating hyperbeam. A blazing torrent of energy shot forward like a fiery cannon, slamming squarely into the bug's stomach. Yet even this scorching impact was not enough to finish the fight. In the next instant, the beast countered, opening its grotesque mouth and launching multiple spinning disc-like blades directly at him. His eyes went wide in surprise. Wait, what? This thing could shoot projectiles too? He shifted his stance in an instant, moving quickly and lightly to dodge through the barrage by mere fractions of an inch. Unfortunately, his clothes weren't so lucky. One razor-sharp disc tore right through his outfit, leaving Yi He staring at the damage with a mix of outrage and disbelief. Did the monster even realize how expensive these clothes were? Once the irritation subsided, Yi He quickly assessed the real problem. His martial arts level was still far too low. Even though his chi and blood energy surged powerfully, without proper techniques to channel them, he could barely unlock half of his potential. And, of course, this limitation was all because the previous owner of this body had been such a hopeless bookworm. Fine, if ordinary methods were insufficient, it was time to cheat. He activated Mad Demora's bloodline. Instantly, his physique surged violently from level 15 to 21. His arms twisted and transformed, growing beast-like in shape, terrifyingly muscular and covered with layered armored skin, each hand tipped with razor-sharp claws. The corpse demon bug lunged at him again, its massive jaws opening wide, inner rows of jagged teeth gleaming like serrated daggers under the dim light. But Yi did not flinch. Rather than retreating, he charged directly into the monster's gaping mouth. Inside, he tore mercilessly through flesh, bone, and sinew, ripping the beast apart from within with brutal, unstoppable force. The creature emitted one last violent shriek before Yi burst through its lower abdomen, leaving no doubt that the corpse demon bug had been utterly destroyed. Victory was complete. With his body boosted to level 21, Yi had crushed a second-rank monster almost effortlessly. But the aftermath of the bloodline activation left him burning with excess heat, as if his body had become a walking furnace, hot enough to sear the ground beneath him, and the short sword he had just purchased, completely ruined. The bug's venom had corroded it into useless scrap, a weapon worth 250,000 yen destroyed in a single encounter with a Tier 2 monster. Yi stared at the melted remains in disbelief, muttering, "Garbage quality, total scam. Whoever had sold him this deserved at least a 1-star review." As if that weren't enough, his stomach began to growl. The fierce energy expended in his first real monster fight leaving him ravenous, and he had brought no food with him at all. Then, faintly, a scent wafted through the air. Sweet, delicate, and strangely alluring. Yi's gaze drifted down to the green core nestled within the remains of the corpse demon bug. It shimmered softly, giving off that tantalizing aroma. Dangerous? Probably. Tempting? Absolutely. He stared at it, then muttered that caution could go straight to hell. With a bold motion, Yi opened his mouth and swallowed the large green core in a single daring gulp. Almost instantly he felt the core dissolve inside him, its energy flooding through his body at incredible speed. A new system prompt appeared, notifying him that his compatibility had risen from 7% to 7.3%. He froze. What? He had spent hundreds of thousands on gene potions just to increase his compatibility by a single percent. And yet one single green core had boosted it by 0.3% on its own. Doing the math, he realized that just 3 or 4 of these cores equaled an entire potion. Even the white cores from Bladefang rabbits should still be worth at least 0.1%. Nearly tearful, he admitted to himself that he had gone full pay to win and failed miserably, but there was no use crying over wasted money now. He channeled that frustration into determination. He raised 2 fingers to his forehead and activated the life magnetic field once more. A magnetic pulse spread outward from him, rippling across the surroundings as it scanned for signs of life in every direction. From that moment on, He hunted relentlessly through the night, moving with the precision and focus of a predator. By the following afternoon, his compatibility had climbed to 9%, and his physique had increased to 15.8. But after crossing the 9% threshold, the white magic cores ceased to have any effect. They no longer boosted compatibility, leaving him only with a full stomach and a modest pile of extra cash. He gathered his spoils, 20 white magic cores and 4 green magic cores. At the checkpoint, he casually dropped the cores onto the desk. The receptionist's eyes went wide in disbelief. A high school student had brought back this many? According to government regulations, martial artists were required to turn over 1/10 of their gains. For each green core, He also had to hand over 5 white ones. After all the calculations, he still walked away with 200,000 Sea Kingdom credits. For a rookie, that was impressive, but time was relentless. Only 9 days remained until the college entrance exams. Meanwhile, in another D-class secret realm, a team of 6 warriors prepared to set out on a mission. Near the entrance, the squad gathered for a brief briefing. The driver asked Captain Lin whether they could finally complete the Blood Jade Flower mission this time. Captain Lin, a Tier 2 martial artist, replied calmly that they had already located the general area during the last attempt. The problem had been Old Shen's injury, which left the team 1 member short. A young woman frowned, questioning how they could proceed with only 5 people. Another teammate reminded them that D-class realms required 6 participants, so there was no room to bend the rules. Captain Lin nodded towards someone behind him and reassured the team, saying that he had already contacted an agency to provide a new member. Everyone turned to look and saw He standing there casually, picking his nose as if there were nothing at stake. He greeted them lazily with a sup and introduced himself as Dadsla, a level 9 martial disciple. Since He was still technically a student and didn't meet the official requirements to enter a D-class secret realm, he had been forced to take an underground route. A shady agency had forged a fake identity for him, costing 100,000 credits. A total scam. Captain Lin gave him a skeptical look. Dadsla? That sounded odd. He simply rolled his eyes and explained that using his real name would have violated copyright laws, leaving him no choice. Captain Lin sighed and decided not to argue over a code name. Fine, whatever the name was, it was just a placeholder. Still, he issued a clear warning. At the level of a rank 9 martial disciple, he was not truly qualified for a D-class realm mission. He needed to stay vigilant, avoid slowing the team down, and follow instructions. He nodded immediately, agreeing without complaint. Better to set boundaries now than face disaster halfway through the mission. Once the team was fully assembled, they climbed into the vehicle and set off straight for the portal. According to their tracker, the Blood Jade Flower grew at an oasis just ahead. The only obstacle? The area was guarded by a Tier 2 beast possessing a general-level bloodline. He leaned close to the vehicle window and looked out across the passing scenery, his eyes slowly sweeping over the world beyond the glass. Only a short while ago, thick rainforest had crowded around them from every direction, yet now the landscape had completely changed into a dry, blazing desert that stretched into the distance. Clearly, these secret realms were not bound by a single climate, a single ecosystem, or perhaps even a single world. All at once, the driver's gaze flicked up toward the rearview mirror, and his face immediately grew sharp. Something was following them. A swarm of earth demon rats was racing after the vehicle from behind, and judging from how fiercely they were closing in, the beasts had already locked onto the team's scent. Captain Lin turned his head slightly toward the back seat, his voice steady as he gave the order without a trace of hesitation. Hu De was to take care of them. The moment Hu De heard that, the corner of his mouth lifted into a confident grin. Understood, Hu De answered cleanly and moved at once. He reached down, drew out a pair of throwing daggers, and with a sharp snap of both wrists, sent the blades slicing through the air toward the horde charging after their vehicle. The instant those daggers struck their targets, the earth demon rats exploded apart in bursts of dirt, dust, and smoke. To the rest of the team, this seemed like nothing more than a normal response to a minor threat. The vehicle did not even slow down, and everyone continued forward as though that attack had barely been worth noticing. He, however, kept his eyes on Hu De with clear interest. That man had poured martial energy into the throwing daggers, turning each blade into something like a tiny explosive. The method was ruthless, precise, and brutally efficient, the kind of attack that ended things before the enemy even had time to struggle. After the team traveled for a while longer through the harsh terrain, they finally arrived near the area where their target was located. From here on, continuing by vehicle was no longer an option. As the group moved deeper into the desert on foot, Yi He followed along with the others, his gaze drifting over the uneven ground, the dry air, and the rough landscape surrounding them. Still unfamiliar with missions like this, Yi He asked casually why they did not simply drive the rest of the way. Captain Lin answered without even looking back, explaining that the beasts near the oasis were extremely sensitive. If they approached with an engine running, the noise alone would expose them instantly. Hearing that, Yi He understood the reason right away. While they walked, Captain Lin began assigning each role in a calm, practiced voice. Xiao Jie would throw the stun grenade and draw the beast out. Xiao Wu and Hu Dei would prepare the traps. Old Lu would stay behind and provide suppressive fire from the rear. As for Captain Lin himself, he would stand at the front and take on the beast directly. Then Captain Lin glanced in Yi He's direction and told Dadsla that his job was simple: stay back and watch. For Yi He, that arrangement was perfectly acceptable. Yi He merely shrugged, already looking slightly bored, as though being told to sit out of the fight did not bother him in the least. The plan went into motion right away. The stun grenade had been loaded with high-level monster pheromones, powerful enough to trick nearby beasts into believing that another creature had invaded their territory. Sure enough, only moments later, a Tier 2 Earth Dragon burst into view, roaring furiously as it charged toward them like a beast driven mad. Captain Lin quickly turned toward Yi He and warned him to stay alert. The monster was rushing straight in his direction. Meanwhile, back at the place where Hu Di had destroyed the Earth Demon rats, a shadowy figure slowly crouched among the scattered remains left behind in the dirt. The figure extended a hand and picked up one of Hu Dei's fallen daggers from the ground, holding the blade up as if examining some precious clue. Then he slowly dragged his tongue across the blade, and a twisted, sickening smile spread over his face, making the scene feel even more disturbing. Back at the oasis, Captain Lin raised his sword and poured martial energy into the blade until it gleamed with power. With a single, clean, precise strike, he cut through the air and decapitated the Earth Dragon while it was still mid-leap. As Captain Lin landed, Xiao A and Xiao Wu immediately rushed to his side. Their expressions were tight with concern as they quickly asked whether he had been hurt. Captain Lin calmly slid his sword back into its sheath and told them he was fine. There was no need for panic, he said, and the team would continue moving according to the original plan. But just as everyone's tension began to ease, a massive paw suddenly came crashing down from above, aiming straight for Captain Lin's back. Someone shouted in alarm, warning him that danger was coming from behind. It was already almost too late. The dying Earth Dragon had hidden one final desperate attack, trying to drag Captain Lin down with it before its last breath faded. But before that strike could land, Yi He shot forward. Power surged through his legs as he launched himself into the air, his eyes fixed firmly on the beast. While still airborne, Yi He released a blazing hyper beam that blasted straight into the Earth Dragon's body. If the monster had not been fully dead before, it was absolutely finished now. The force of the impact left everyone around him frozen in stunned silence. This was supposed to be a martial novice, someone who was not even officially qualified to enter a D-class secret realm. Yet, right before their eyes, he had just blasted apart a Tier 2 beast as if it were nothing. Xiao Wu, Xiao Jia, and even Captain Lin stared at Yi He in disbelief. Xiao Jia muttered that the sight was insane, while Xiao Wu could not stop himself from praising the terrifying power behind that attack. Soon, the team was surrounding Yi He with compliments, but Yi He simply stood there calmly, accepting the attention as if it were no big deal. Captain Lin then walked over and offered him a rare, sincere thanks for saving his life. Not long after that, Old Lu extracted a glowing orb from the remains of the Earth Dragon and called for Captain Lin to come over and take a look. Everyone gathered around the shining object in Old Lu's hand. The soul essence gave off a bright glow, almost like a large fruit filled to the brim with concentrated energy. Xiao Wu blinked in surprise and asked if something like that was really worth so much. Captain Lin nodded seriously and explained that a soul essence this pure could greatly strengthen a warrior's bloodline. The situation had been dangerous, but now that they had obtained this soul essence and with the blood jade flowers still waiting ahead, the team's luck finally seemed as though it was beginning to turn in their favor. Then, without the slightest warning, a blade stabbed into Captain Lin's lower abdomen from behind. The entire team froze in shock. It was Hu Dei, his face twisted into a sneer as he told Captain Lin that he would not be going anywhere. The captain would die right here and the rest of the team would soon follow him. The group stared at Hu Dei in disbelief, unable to process what had just happened. But in the next moment, their shock quickly turned into fury as they realized the truth. Hu Dei had betrayed them. Captain Lin forced himself to swing his sword backward in desperation, trying to cut down the traitors standing behind him. But Hu Day had already begun moving before the counterattack could reach him. Hu Day jumped back lightly, creating distance in an instant, and landed beside a bulky figure who was slowly stepping out from the shadows.
Huang Tong Tong, the team gasped almost at the same time the moment they recognized the man.
Huang Tong Tong, Xiao Wu growled through clenched teeth, his voice filled with hatred. He glanced toward the others and asked if they knew him. Xiao Ye nodded grimly and explained that Huang Tong Tong specialized in robbing martial artists and targeting dungeon teams. Rumors had already spread that he had been watching their group for quite some time. Old Lu rushed to Captain Lin's side to support him, only to discover that Hu Day's blade had been coated with poison. He cursed the traitor under his breath, but another question immediately pressed down on everyone. How had Huang Tong Tong known the exact location of the oasis? Even the full team had not known that information before entering the secret realm. That was when everything clicked in Yi Hei's mind. Hu Day's exploding daggers had not only been infused with martial energy, they had also been carrying information. Those daggers had been used to send out the coordinates. Hu Day grinned at Yi Hei, clearly satisfied that the kid had managed to figure it out. He admitted that Yi Hei was pretty sharp, then mocked him by saying that with the college entrance exams so close, he should have stayed safely in school instead of walking straight into his own death. He smiled back without the slightest trace of fear. He was still planning to become the top scorer. And as for walking hand in hand with death, he slowly cracked his knuckles and said that was something he would decide for himself. Hu hurled another dagger straight at him and sneered, calling Yi Hei nothing more than a cocky fool who had no idea where he truly stood. But he did not even flinch. He caught the incoming blade neatly between two fingers, his eyes turning cold as he looked back at Hu Day, a bald freak, barking at him like that. Now that was real arrogance. Was Hu Day so eager to die that he had completely lost his mind? The chaos around them only grew heavier. But he simply swept his gaze across the battlefield and spoke in an eerily calm voice. It was time to clean up the garbage, and from his tone alone, there was no doubt he was talking about Hu Day and Huang Tong Tong. Huang Tong Tong only let out a low chuckle, showing no fear at all. If anything, Yi Hei's attitude seemed to amuse him. He smirked, called Yi Hei rather interesting, and then turned his attention toward his subordinate. Hudi, Huang Tong Tong ordered coldly, his voice carrying a cruel edge, "Go bring me his head." Without hesitation, Hu Di, now fully exposed as Hudi, pulled out an entire stack of throwing daggers and launched them all at once. These blades were not merely sharp, each one was packed with explosive force. But before they had the chance to detonate, Yi Hei let out a fierce roar, and the shockwave alone shattered the incoming daggers in midair. But Hudi was nowhere near finished, and that first attack had only been the beginning. In the blink of an eye, Hudi vanished from Yi Hei's line of sight, then reappeared directly above him. Someone shouted for Yi Hei to watch out, but Yi Hei remained perfectly calm. With Hudi's mountain splitter technique locking down on him from overhead, Yi Hei simply raised two fingers to his forehead. Perfect timing, Yi. He muttered under his breath that this was exactly the right moment to test it out. In the next split second, a beam of energy erupted from Yi Hei's fingers and shot straight upward. It tore through Hudi's defenses without slowing down and pierced clean through his chest. One strike was all it took. Gasps rang out across the battlefield as Hudi's body came crashing to the ground with a lifeless thud. Everyone stared at the scene in disbelief. Could someone like this really still be called a martial novice? He casually blew away the thin smoke curling from his fingertips, looking as if he had only finished some tiny chore. Another one was down. Across from him, Huang Tong Tong's expression darkened, and for the first time, genuine shock flickered across his face. Huang Tong Tong narrowed his eyes as he stared Yi Hei down, his gaze locked tightly onto that strange gene technique Yi Hei had just used. His expression grew heavier, and his voice sank into a low, suspicious tone as he demanded to know exactly which clan Yi Hei belonged to. Hei's eyes darkened a little, but instead of shrinking back, he leaned forward slightly with a faint, dangerous smile tugging at his lips. Since Huang Tong Tong wanted to know so badly, then fine, he claimed he came from the Deandra clan. Then he tilted his head, looked at him with open mockery, and asked whether Huang Tong Tong was already thinking about begging for mercy. Huang Tong Tong answered with a low, angry growl, clearly refusing to let Yi Hei's words shake him. Even if Yi Hei really possessed some kind of gene technique, he insisted that a mere rookie still had no chance of crossing the massive gap between their levels. With a thunderous roar that shook the air around him, Huang Tong Tong unleashed the full might of his bloodline power tyrant terror Black Bear. His body expanded at a frightening speed, muscles swelling, bones stretching, and his entire frame growing larger and larger until he loomed over the battlefield like a living mountain. Then, without giving Yi He time to breathe, Huang Tongtong followed up with his peak shaker technique, pouring even more savage force into the attack as his aura pressed down like a crushing weight. Yi He did not flinch for even a second. He lowered his center of gravity, aimed with sharp precision at Huang Tongtong's lower body, and fired another hyper beam straight at his legs. The blast slammed into him hard, forcing the massive man to let out a painful scream as his huge body staggered from the impact. But Huang Tongtong still showed no intention of backing off. He raised one enormous fist high above Yi Hei's head, then brought it crashing down with enough brutal power to make the ground beneath them tremble.
Yi He had already kicked off the ground before the blow could land. His body shot into the air, cleanly avoiding the crushing strike as it smashed down where he had been standing only a moment earlier.
So this was the durability of a second-tier martial artist. Yi He muttered that even his atomic beam had failed to break Huang Tongtong's ankle bone. At nearly the same instant, Huang Tongtong sprang upward after him, raising both huge hands on either side of Yi He, preparing to clap him into a bloody mess in midair. The shockwave from that monstrous clap looked powerful enough to flatten a whole building. But just before those massive hands could close around him, Yi He disappeared from between them. In the next heartbeat, Yi He reappeared behind Huang Tongtong, his voice calm, cold, and almost casual as he said it was his turn now. Huang Tongtong's eyes widened in shock as he realized Yi He had slipped past him. Yi He immediately activated another technique, core-fused mountain-crushing fist. His hands rapidly expanded as martial energy surged around them, wrapping his fists in a heavy, oppressive glow. Then, Yi He raised both fists and brought them down with terrifying force. The attacks fell like a violent storm. Again and again, Yi He hammered Huang Tongtong without the slightest pause, each punch landing with bone-crushing impact. Huang Tongtong could not even put up a proper defense before the next blow smashed into him. When the dust finally began to clear, Yi He stood tall with steam curling up from his fists. At his feet lay what was left of Huang Tongtong, his entire body covered in brutal injuries from the relentless barrage. Even his face had been beaten so badly that it was almost impossible to recognize him. The others could only stand there and stare, frozen in stunned silence, completely unable to believe the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes. From the cracked ground, Huang Tongtong groaned weakly, forcing words out through the pain. He accused Yi Hei's gene technique of releasing toxic gas, coughing as he called him despicable, and swore that Yi He would pay for this sooner or later. Then, driven by pure rage, Huang Tongtong's aura surged one final time as he hurled another core-fused mountain-crushing fist straight toward Yi He. But Yi He did not flinch at all. People could curse him from every direction and every angle, and it still would not mean anything. Their hatred would only keep piling up, and if Huang Tongtong wanted to join that line, then so be it. Yi He looked at him with a cold gaze and muttered for him to say it again. Who exactly was he supposed to be? And with that, the scene faded away. 9 days passed in what felt like the blink of an eye. The long-awaited college entrance exams had officially begun, and an City's Central Sports Stadium was packed with noise, excitement, and restless anticipation. This was not just an ordinary competition. It marked the opening of this year's General Martial Arts School enrollment. Standing on the stage, the host greeted the crowd warmly, paying special attention to the students who had come here to fight for their futures. After wishing every candidate good luck, he announced the beginning of the competition. The entrance exam would use a knockout format, with students facing one another in one-on-one battles. Only the winners could continue forward. The entire event would last 3 days, with the first 2 days dedicated to qualifying rounds, and each student required to complete 3 matches. Only the candidates who successfully pushed through those qualifying battles would earn the right to stand on the final stage and compete for the title of this year's top scorer. The host swept his gaze across the stadium and declared that every candidate standing there represented a possible future for humanity. Because of that, they had to give everything they had, not just for themselves, but for the world waiting beyond the arena. With those words ringing through the stadium, the exam officially began. At Arena 1, 2 male fighters stepped into position, faced each other across the ring, and immediately began their match. Over at Arena 4, a male and female contestant were already locked in a heated showdown, their movements drawing cheers from the surrounding crowd. But at Arena 6, the situation looked obviously wrong. Only one student stood inside the ring, while the other contestant was nowhere to be seen. The host checked the roster and saw that Arena 6 was supposed to feature a match between Huang Tongtong and Yi He, both from an N-City No. 1 middle school. But Yi He had not appeared at all. According to the rules, if he failed to arrive before the match officially began, he would be judged as having forfeited. Huang Tongtong stood in the arena with her arms crossed, a smug look on her face and a bitter smile curling at the corner of her lips. The humiliation she had suffered at the Gene conference still burned inside her like an old wound. She had planned to take revenge today, using her flaming lizard to put Yi Hei firmly back in his place. But now that coward had not even dared to show up. How pathetic. Whispers quickly rippled through the crowd. Some people could not believe Yi Hei had actually run away from the match. Others sneered that he must have gotten scared. A few mocked him openly, saying that cowards like him did not belong in high school at all and should just go sweep the streets instead. The referee raised the whistle to his lips and blew it sharply. Time was up, and he began announcing that candidate Yi Hei from Annan City No. 1 Middle School had failed to appear. But suddenly, a powerful aura sliced across the stadium like a blade cutting through the air. Everyone froze in place, and countless heads snapped upward toward the sky at the same time. Something was falling from above at terrifying speed, blazing straight toward Arena 6 like a meteor crashing down from the heavens. The crowd gasped as they realized what they were looking at. Wait a second, was that actually a person? How could anyone possibly come flying through the air like that? The figure slammed into the arena with explosive force, landing so violently that the entire ring seemed to burst beneath him. The platform shook hard from the impact as dust, broken stone, and debris shot into the air. Huang Tongtong narrowed her eyes, confused and tense, unable to clearly see what had just landed through the thick cloud. Before she could react, a foot suddenly came tearing straight through the dust, flying directly toward her face. With a heavy boom, Huang Tongtong was kicked off the arena like a rag doll, her body flying out of the ring before she was knocked unconscious in an instant. Yai? He stepped forward from the settling dust, casually brushing dirt from his clothes as if nothing dramatic had happened. Looking at Huang Tongtong's crumpled body outside the ring, he clicked his tongue and muttered that it had been way too close. He had almost failed to make it in time. Then he told her to come back next year. As Huang Tongtong lay unconscious outside the arena, the host did not waste even a second. He loudly announced Yi Hei as the winner. Yi Hei scoffed to himself. So this was the same girl who used to bully him. What a joke. The crowd instantly erupted into wild cheers. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. One kick, and the match was already over, and that entrance from the sky had been even more ridiculous. Someone in the audience shouted that it had to be a heavenly kick. At that moment, the system updated Yi Hei's stats. His total physique had reached 22.6, and his compatibility had risen all the way to 20%. Not bad at all. A smug grin slowly spread across Yi Hei's face. This huge leap in strength was all thanks to Captain Lin and that blood jade fruit. Sure, refining it had taken him some time, but now the benefits were finally showing clearly, and Yi Hei could sit back and enjoy the ride. With Huang Tongtong defeated, Yi Hei's momentum showed no sign of slowing. He continued forward and steamrolled through his next opponents just as easily. First came Long Dao from an City No. 4 middle school, and after him came another contestant from that very same school. 3 matches, 3 victories. And every single one of them ended the exact same way. With just one kick, the audience went completely wild. Before long, they had already given Yi Hei a brand new nickname that spread through the stands like wildfire, One Kick Superman. The host confirmed the result in a booming voice that carried through the stadium. Yi Hei from an City No. 1 middle school had advanced to the 3rd round with 3 straight wins, and every battle had been finished in a single strike. Back in the stands, people quickly swarmed around Yi Hei from every direction. Some wanted his contact information. Others asked about his future plans. A few even tried to recruit him on the spot. Reporters pushed microphones toward his face, and one of them asked which university he dreamed of entering. Yai He's smile slowly shifted into something proud, confident, and just slightly unsettling, as though he had been waiting for someone to ask that exact question. Huadu University. The moment Yi Hei said those words, the entire crowd fell into a strange silence. Then, one after another, people began backing away and scattering, muttering that Yi Hei was far too arrogant. Yi Hei let out a quiet sigh, though he could not really blame them for reacting that way. Huadu University was the top martial arts school in the Xia Kingdom and ranked among the top 5 in the entire world. For most students from City, it was a dream so distant they could barely even imagine reaching it. Yi Hei, however, only let a faint smile tug at the corner of his mouth, looking completely unbothered by all the noise around him. In the end, strength would always drown out rumors, mockery, and cheap laughter. They could ridicule him as much as they wanted right now, because in his mind he was already picturing the moment he stood above everyone else, claimed first place with his own hands, and watched every one of those smirking faces freeze in disbelief. Just as that thought settled in his head, a group of examiners approached him from the side, their expressions far more serious than before. One examiner stepped out in front of the others, keeping his tone courteous, but there was no mistaking the firmness behind his words. "Excuse us, we'd like to test your current martial level again." The scan ended almost immediately, but the number that appeared left one of the examiners staring blankly, his eyes wide and his mouth nearly hanging open. Only half a month earlier, Yi He had been nothing more than a level 3 martial disciple, and yet now he had already climbed all the way to level 9. When they dug deeper into his recent activity, they discovered that he had been secretly entering Atir's secret realms after school. One examiner's brows pulled tight as he looked at Yi He and asked, "Why would you take that kind of risk right before the exams?" He merely gave a small shrug, as though the danger they were talking about had never been worth fearing in the first place. "To find myself," his voice dipped slightly, and for a brief moment the atmosphere around him seemed to grow heavier. "Before my father died, he left me a message. If I want to surpass humanity, then I can't keep fearing death. I have to become brave, and I have to become strong." Those words were already enough to make the examiners fall silent, but what truly rattled them was something even more shocking. He had also been breaking through his genetic locks. The examiners all froze where they stood, their earlier surprise quickly turning into grave concern. This was no longer a simple exam matter, and it definitely was not something they could brush aside or handle on their own. With a situation this serious, they had no choice but to report it to the higher-ups immediately. As the examiners hurried off, Yi He stayed behind in the same spot, quietly watching their figures disappear into the distance. For some reason, a strange feeling lingered in his chest. From this moment forward, he sensed that countless eyes would begin turning toward him, and whether that attention brought him chances or danger, there was no avoiding it anymore. Inside the waiting room, He pulled out his phone and began tapping through the broadcast channels. One livestream window after another popped up across the screen, each one filled with interviews of classmates, friends, and family members, shouting encouragement and cheering passionately for the examinees they supported. He continued scrolling through the feeds, his thumb moving slowly and almost absent-mindedly over the screen. But no matter how many broadcasts he opened, no one was there for him. Not a single familiar face appeared. Not one person smiled into the camera and called out his name. For Yi He, that kind of emptiness was not some new wound. He had already grown used to standing alone as an orphan, used to being the person people forgot, the one no one looked for, and no one cared enough to cheer on. At least, that was what he quietly believed in that moment. What He did not realize was that back at home, his class teacher was sitting right in front of the broadcast screen. Both of his fists were clenched tightly, his gaze locked on Yi He without blinking, and in his own quiet way he was cheering for him with every bit of strength he had. Back in the arena, Yi walked out onto the field for his next match, his steps steady and unhurried. His posture looked loose, almost casual, and his expression barely changed at all, as if he were not entering an official match, but simply heading into another ordinary training round. Across the field stood Luo Xuan, a level 8 martial disciple from the city's 3rd high school. He came from a warrior family, carried the bloodline of a rare second-tier beast, and by every normal standard written on paper, he should have been the type of opponent no one could afford to underestimate. Yet, he hardly bothered to lift his gaze fully toward him. He only raised one hand in a loose, almost lazy motion, then spoke in a calm voice that sounded far too relaxed for the occasion. "Go ahead, you start." That casual tone hit Luo Xuan like an open slap across the face. In front of the entire arena, Yi He's relaxed indifference felt even more humiliating than a direct insult, as if he had already decided Luo Xuan was not worth taking seriously. Luo Xuan's face tightened with anger, his expression twisting as the humiliation sank in. A low snarl rumbled from his throat, and without wasting even a single second, he unleashed the hidden power sleeping inside his bloodline. Dashing lightning claw. Luo Xuan's body shot forward like a streak of light, tearing across the arena at terrifying speed. His heartbeat thundered like a high-powered engine, sparks scattering in his wake as the force of his martial technique ripped through the air and even broke past the sound barrier. His clawed attack drove straight toward Yi He's throat, sharp and vicious, with no hesitation in its path. If a blow like that landed cleanly, even an ordinary level 9 martial disciple could be dropped right there on the spot. But Luo Xuan's attack never reached its target. Just as his arm closed in, Yi He lifted his hand with calm precision and caught it in midair, stopping all that explosive momentum as if he were holding back something weightless. "Not bad," Yi He said in a flat voice. "You're fast, but compared to Huang Tongtong, you're still far behind." In that single instant, Luo Xuan's confidence shattered completely. Cold sweat poured down his face, and the anger burning in his eyes vanished as fear took its place. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he forced out a desperate plea. "Please have mercy." He gave no verbal reply. His face remained calm, almost frighteningly still, as he slowly raised one palm. The movement was simple and unadorned, but because of how direct and decisive it was, it carried a terrifying pressure. Then Yi He's palm came crashing down onto Luo Xuan's head with thunderous force. Just one strike was enough to end it completely. The cold finality of that blow seemed to drain the sound from the arena, leaving the entire place feeling a little quieter. Yi! He slowly swept his gaze across the surrounding arena and let out a faint scoff. Is this all? Is there really no one here who can fight? Almost immediately, the host's amplified voice echoed through the stadium. Another victory for Yi. Hey, once again he wins with a single strike, and this time his opponent was the seeded contestant Luo Xuan. In an instant, dozens of cameras snapped toward Yi He, capturing his figure from every possible angle and broadcasting his overwhelming dominance to everyone watching. The live stream comments erupted like a flood. He had made the entire match look effortless. Luo Xuan was clearly powerful, but Yi He had not even broken a sweat, proving that his strength was simply in a completely different realm. Even the women in the audience could not hold themselves back anymore, screaming Yi He's name at the top of their lungs. Some were so swept up in the excitement that they even joked wildly that they would have his baby right there if he asked them to. Within the crowd, Shen Guan stood watching in silence as the medics rushed onto the field and carried Luo Xuan away. The defeated fighter's body hung limp after that single crushing blow, making the result look even more brutal. But there was not the slightest trace of fear in Shen Guan's eyes. Instead, his gaze burned brighter, filled with an even stronger fighting spirit than before. "He's the one I've been waiting for," Shen Guan whispered under his breath. "When we meet in the finals, I'll crush him." Elsewhere, in the admissions office of Huadu University, the head of enrollment had been watching Yi He's performance with intense focus from the beginning. The moment the match came to an end, he snapped his fingers sharply and gave an order without any hesitation. "Get me every piece of information on this student. I want it within 30 minutes. Meanwhile, the second group of qualifiers had already started, and the atmosphere in the arena shifted again. This match was far more dazzling and intense, with two top-tier female fighters facing each other beneath the bright arena lights, while the crowd watched every tiny movement with complete attention. One of them was Kei Shaoling from Anqing Second High. She had a petite figure, striking curves and golden twin ponytails that bounced sharply when she tossed her head with attitude. Her eyes narrowed as she stared straight at her opponent, Liu Qingzhu, her voice dripping with irritation. "I really can't stand that deadpan face of yours." Liu Qingzhu showed no reaction to the insult. She simply bowed, politely, her face calm, composed, and almost impossible to read. She did not need to fire back with words, because that quiet, unshaken composure already felt like the clearest answer she could give. Then the whistle sounded, slicing sharply through the roaring noise of the arena and signaling the start of the match. In the very next instant, Kei Shaoling made her move. As a level 9 martial disciple, she exploded forward with frightening speed and launched a sweeping kick straight toward Liu Qingzhu's neck, the kind of sudden attack that could knock most fighters down before they even realized what had happened. Liu Qingzhu did not even blink in response. She simply raised her hand and gave a light wave, and the air around her seemed to twist strangely, becoming heavy, still, and distorted. The space near her body thickened until it felt dense and sticky, almost like a swamp had formed around her. Her martial technique had activated silently, slowing down anything that dared to enter its range. Kei Shaoling's fierce kick, sharp enough to cut through reinforced steel, slammed directly into that dense field. But the moment it touched the warped space around Liu Qingzhu, all of its deadly force seemed to sink away, as though the attack had plunged into soft layers of cotton. Even the high-speed cameras struggled to keep up with the sudden change. To the audience watching from the stands and through the broadcast, Kei Shaoling's leg looked as if it had slowed to a crawl in midair, completely robbed of its original speed. Kei Shaoling's irritation only grew stronger when she saw Liu Qingzhu remain so calm and unmoved. She wrapped her body in martial energy, slicing away the resistance of the air, and her entire figure blurred into a fast-moving shadow. Circling around Liu Qingzhu, she searched carefully for even the smallest gap in that seemingly flawless defense. The instant Kei Shaoling believed she had found an opening, she attacked without hesitation, driving her palm toward Liu Qingzhu's side. But just when her hand was only 3 inches away from landing, it stopped abruptly, frozen in place, as if an invisible force had seized it. Only then did Kei Shaoling realize that she had walked straight into Liu Qingzhu's trap. A powerful suction force erupted from the air surrounding Liu Qingzhu, dragging at Kei Shaoling with a crushing pressure so strong that escaping suddenly felt almost impossible. Kei Shaoling tried to pull back, but by then it was already too late. At that exact moment, Liu Qingzhu finally made her move. Her fingers stretched forward with elegant precision, glowing with a pale jade light. Viewers watching the broadcast instantly sat up in shock and cried out, "The Xuanhuang Jade Finger." It was a technique from the legendary Xuanhuang martial inheritance, and seeing it appear here was almost unbelievable. For a student who was still preparing for the high school entrance exams to perform such an advanced move was far beyond ordinary talent. This was the kind of genius that could secure Lu Qingju a place at Huadu University even if she never took the exam at all. Kei Shaoling was standing within arm's reach, close enough to feel the deadly energy gathering at Lu Qingju's fingertip. She did not dare waste even a heartbeat. If she still wanted any chance of turning the match around, this was the final moment to gamble, so she unleashed her bloodline power, the Shadow Tiger King. A brutal shockwave burst out from Kei Shaoling's body, twisting the surrounding space with violent force. But Lu Qingju did not try to meet that power head-on. Instead, she lightly tapped one foot against the ground and glided backward more than a dozen meters, keeping the distance between them under perfect control. Up in the stands, the examiners leaned forward in astonishment. A king-level bloodline like the Shadow Tiger King was not only incredibly rare, but also extremely difficult to control, and Kei Shaoling's body was already trembling from the strain. Kei Shaoling exhaled a breath of scorching air, sweat sliding down from her brow as her eyes locked firmly onto Lu Qingju. "Show me your Phantom Crow bloodline," she demanded. For the first time, Lu Qingju finally opened her mouth, her voice still calm, clear and crisp. "This is enough." Those few words instantly set off Kei Shaoling's fury. Her eyes sharpened, her expression darkened, and the blood energy surging around her body grew even more intense. "You think anyone beneath the warrior level can actually challenge me?" With a roar, Kei Shaoling charged forward again. Her blood energy spun around her like a raging torrent, and every movement of her body carried the fierce pressure of a tiger closing in on its prey. Her palms sliced through the air as she attacked Lu Qingju head-on, pressing forward with all that violent momentum. But Lu Qingju did not attempt to crush her with raw strength. Instead, her hands moved in a smooth and precise rhythm, almost like she was playing an invisible instrument in front of her. Each motion unraveled Kei Shaoling's momentum little by little, peeling it apart strand by strand until the force behind the attack faded away completely. Kei Shaoling's strike had failed, but she had no intention of retreating. Clenching her teeth, she drove her blood energy to its limit and finally tore through the subtle threads of Lu Qingju's defense. While still in midair, Kei Shaoling twisted her small body sharply, turning the remaining momentum into another devastating kick. This time, she aimed to smash through Lu Qingju's guard with one decisive blow and force the match open. Lu Qingju reacted without the slightest delay. The pale jade glow gathered once again at the tip of her finger, condensing into a sharp and elegant point of power as she unleashed the Xuanhuang jade finger. The glowing jade fingertip collided directly with Kei Shaoling's strike, meeting it head-on at the center of the arena. In that instant, two powerful forces pressed against each other, neither side giving way. The moment the two attacks clashed, a violent boom exploded beneath their feet. The specially reinforced arena floor split open under the impact, cracks racing outward in every direction as a deafening blast shook the entire stadium and thick clouds of dust swallowed the battlefield. All across the stadium, tens of thousands of spectators seemed to fall silent at once, as if the entire crowd had forgotten how to breathe. Every pair of eyes was locked on Arena 6, staring into the dust and wreckage, waiting to see which fighter would still be standing after that terrifying collision. As the heavy cloud of dust slowly thinned, the first figure finally emerged from the haze. Kei Shaoling staggered forward unsteadily, her body battered from head to toe, covered in scratches, dirt, and the marks of that brutal clash. She forced herself to take a few shaky steps, but her strength had already been completely drained. In the next moment, her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, unable to move any further. Then behind Kei Shaoling, another silhouette appeared within the fading dust. Lu Qingju stepped out slowly, walking at a calm and unhurried pace, as if the battle had barely disturbed her at all. She looked almost completely untouched, other than a few strands of hair that had been stirred loose by the shockwave. Lu Qingju still stood straight and composed, like a dreamlike figure calmly emerging from smoke. Her grace felt effortless, and her expression remained just as quiet as before. She had defeated another level 9 martial disciple, and not just any opponent, but someone carrying a king-level bloodline using only technique, timing, and frightening precision. The livestream exploded instantly. Comments flooded across the screen, filled with disbelief, praise, and shock. Who exactly was this girl? Was she Anqing's top scorer? Rumors spread almost at once that Lu Qingju had awakened the Phantom Crow, a fourth-tier bloodline so rare that even many experienced warriors would have trouble facing it. After witnessing a match like that, everything else suddenly felt dimmer by comparison, but no matter how stunned the crowd was, the tournament still had to continue. After several more elimination rounds played out one after another, the final 8 contestants were officially confirmed. And City First High had 3 names among them: Yi He, Liu Qingju, and Shen Guan. Another 2 finalists came from Anqing Second High, while the last 3 remaining spots were taken by students representing Qingfeng Private High. With the quarterfinal matches about to begin, he walked forward alongside the other finalists. Under the eyes of the crowd, he reached out calmly and drew the lot that would decide his next opponent. The card E he pulled from the draw was marked with the word Lede. Not far from him, a tall, powerfully built fighter glanced over after seeing the result. Then he raised his own card with a faint smile, revealing the exact same mark. "Looks like we're matched," he said in a steady voice. This was Shen Guan from Qingfeng Private High. The two of them exchanged a brief nod, then stepped aside together to wait for their turn. "We're in the second match," Shen Guan said casually, his tone relaxed and even. "Let's watch the first one together." Even though his frame was large and imposing, there was no arrogant pressure coming from him. Instead, he gave off a grounded, straightforward feeling as he pointed toward the huge screen suspended above the arena. The first quarterfinal match appeared on the giant screen. Lu Shi from Qingfeng Private High against Shen Guan from an City First High. As they watched, Shen Guan spoke in an easy, conversational tone. "Lu Shi isn't weak. He has real talent, and he chose to repeat this year just so he could get into Huadu University. He's also gained pretty solid control over his bloodline." Then he turned his eyes toward Yi He and added, "Shen Guan is from your school, right? You probably know him better than I do." But before he even had the chance to respond, the host's amplified voice suddenly rolled through the arena like thunder. "The winner of the first quarterfinal match, Shen Guan from City First High." Up in the spectator stands, the principal of Qingfeng Private High slammed his fist violently against the railing. His face twisted with anger and frustration as he snapped, "Damn it! The first round of the quarterfinals and we're already out!" Shen Guan looked toward the arena and gave a faint smile, as if the result had not surprised him at all. "Lu Shi was the president of our martial arts club. When it comes to pure fighting skill, even two of my classmates teaming up still wouldn't be enough to match him." Then Shen Guan turned his head and looked directly into Yi He's eyes. The relaxed air around him sharpened slightly, and a hint of interest appeared in his expression. "But you? I have a feeling you're not the same."
"You carry a kind of pressure," Shen Guan continued, his voice dropping lower, yet growing more excited with each word. "It feels like a volcano that hasn't erupted yet, like a beast crouched somewhere in the dark, just waiting for the right moment to break free."
Then he lifted his hand and pointed toward the stage, anticipation burning brighter in his eyes. "Our turn." With that, Yi He and Shen Guan stepped into the ring side by side. The moment they entered the stage, the noise from the crowd swelled around them, and the host's voice rang out across the stadium once again. Second quarterfinal match. Shen Guan from Qingfeng Private High versus Yi He from City First High. Before either fighter had even made a move, the space between them seemed to tighten. The air grew heavy with tension, and the entire arena felt as if it were humming, waiting for the first strike to break the silence. The battle for a place in the top four began in a single, explosive instant. Both fighters launched forward at the same time, closing the distance without hesitation, and their fists smashed together head-on with a devastating boom. The force of the collision blasted broken chunks of the platform high into the air. Beneath their feet, the solid arena floor split apart, caving in to form a deep crater at the center of the stage. A violent shockwave swept outward through the stadium, forcing countless spectators to lift their arms and shield their eyes from the blinding surge of impact. In the middle of that chaos, Shen Guan's mouth curled into an excited sneer. The instant Yi He struck back, Shen Guan understood it clearly. Yi He's strength was either on the same level as his own, or perhaps even greater. A thin line of blood trickled from Shen Guan's nose, but instead of fear, frustration, or anger, his face lit up with wild delight. At last he had found a real fight. This was not pain to him. It was the joy of finally meeting someone who could clash with him directly in raw power. But very quickly, Shen Guan realized that the nosebleed had not been caused by the impact alone. It must have come from Yi He's bloodline, some strange ability that attacked the cellular structure itself. It was subtle, dangerous, and incredibly difficult to notice. But now that he had figured out the trick, Shen Guan knew exactly how to respond. Shen Guan's eyes narrowed, and his focus tightened in an instant. Martial energy surged across his entire body, wrapping around him like a thin protective layer, just strong enough to block out the mysterious radiation constantly radiating from Yi He. With a wicked grin on his face, Shen Guan gave Yi He a small nod of approval. "You really are a monster. That martial art of yours is incredible." But now, Shen Guan had no intention of holding anything back either. It was his turn to reveal what he was capable of and to display the power that had been passed down through the Shen family for generations. In the next instant, Shen Guan burst forward and activated the Shape Wolf Fist, a fighting style that was both feral and frighteningly precise. Without pausing for even half a breath, he immediately followed it up with Deer Peak. The double attack shot out with lightning speed. One motion was swift, slippery, and unpredictable like a snake cutting through grass, while the other was sharp and piercing like the antlers of a charging stag driving straight toward its target. He barely had time to react before the attacks were already upon him. The blows slammed hard into his lower abdomen and tore straight through his defense before he could fully evade. The force sent Yi-Hei sliding backward across the stage, his feet scraping harshly over the shattered ground. Blood coughed from his mouth as one of his hands instinctively pressed against his stomach, trying to steady himself against the pain. For the first time since earning the name of the one-kick Superman, Yi-Hei had taken a truly serious hit in front of the entire crowd. Before Yi could completely regain his balance, Shen Guan was already charging in again with even more force than before. Bear crash. But this attack was not just some simple burst of brute strength. Shen Guan had driven martial energy into every inch of his body, strengthening himself from within. His muscles, bones, arms, and legs had all become living weapons, reinforced and ready to strike with terrifying power. Now, every attack he launched carried twice the force behind it. None of Yi-Hei's previous opponents had ever pressured him like this, and even Yi had not expected Shen Guan's intensity to climb so sharply in such a short time. He quickly raised both arms, trying to block the attack coming straight at him. But in the next instant, Shen Guan's limbs suddenly stretched and softened in a strange, unnatural way, becoming flexible and coiling like thick ropes. Before Yi could break away, they wrapped around his body and dragged him into a crushing hold. Only then did Yi understand that he had seen only half of Shen Guan's martial arts. Yes, Shen Guan could pour martial energy into his body to strengthen it, but the true danger of the technique was something else entirely. It could also lock down the opponent's energy flow. Yi-Hei's power could no longer circulate properly, and just like that, he was trapped. Then Shen Guan launched his next move, a pearl technique. With a violent twist of his body, he hurled Yi through the air like a rag doll, sending him flying across the arena. While Yi was still suspended in midair, Shen Guan changed styles again without missing a single beat. Tiger pounce. A vicious uppercut erupted upward from below and smashed into Yi-Hei's body. And before that force could even finish carrying him upward, Shen Guan immediately linked into another technique, eagle dive. As Yi began to fall back toward the ground, Shen Guan dropped after him like a meteor crashing from the sky, both fists driving downward with terrifying weight and momentum. Boom! The instant they slammed into the ground, the arena shattered again. Stone fragments and broken debris exploded outward in every direction as the impact tore yet another crater into the already ruined stage. From the rubble, Shen Guan slowly stood up, crossed his arms, and gave a quiet laugh to himself. That's it. It's over. He was completely certain of it. After taking that relentless chain of attacks head-on, there was no possible way Yi could stand back up. No one could. Even the medics waiting just outside the ring had already started preparing to rush in. That shape-wolf fist combination carried enough power to kill a trained martial artist if every strike landed cleanly. As the dust slowly began to clear, the crowd held its breath, and even the host stood frozen in place, confused and unsure of what to announce next. Just as that decorative host was about to declare Shen Guan the winner, a sudden chill swept across the arena. Shen Guan's entire body stiffened. Something was behind him, a monstrous presence pressed against his back, heavy, suffocating, and overwhelming. He turned around, and the sight before him nearly stopped his heart. From within the thinning dust, a massive, scaled paw stepped forward first. Its surface was covered in armor-like plates that looked nearly impossible to pierce, while its claws gleamed with a cold blade-like sharpness. The aura rolling off that figure was enormous, far beyond anything that should have belonged to an ordinary martial disciple. It filled the ruined stage like the pressure of some terrifying creature finally revealing itself. Then a voice sounded from inside the dust, cool, steady, and filled with quiet dominance. "You're strong, Shen Guan, but you are unlucky. You just happened to be matched against me." Yi stepped forward, but his appearance was no longer entirely human. This was his true form, the Demora bloodline, the awakening of wild traces. Shen Guan's eyes widened as sweat streamed down his face. For a brief moment, he could not even force his body to move. The being standing in front of him no longer felt like a human opponent at all. It felt ancient, primal, and terrifying beyond reason. Whispers spread rapidly through the audience like wildfire. A magical beast embodiment from a high school student. That achievement alone was enough to earn direct admission into Huidu University without even needing to take the exams. Even the host had gone speechless. First, there was Liu Qingju, and now Yi as well. Two freak-level geniuses had appeared in a small city like An City. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the examiners were thrown into complete disorder. Each of them wore an earpiece connected to the monitoring system, allowing them to track every candidate's data in real time as the match unfolded. But when they pulled up Yi He's bloodline metrics, the white-bearded old examiner nearly choked right then and there. The nuclear radiation value on the screen showed 999,999. His eyes bulged so wide that they looked as if they might pop out of his skull. At this point, they had no choice. In just a few seconds, the entire arena was locked down beneath layer after layer of martial energy. The examiners reacted with frightening speed, sealing and reinforcing the battlefield from every side so that even the slightest trace of radiation would stay trapped inside the ring. They knew exactly how dangerous this could become. If that power leaked into the packed stadium, the entire exam ground could turn into a disaster zone filled with casualties. Out in the audience, the silence shattered almost immediately, and the spectators burst into frantic discussion. Everyone was talking about Yi, his bloodline, some calling it unbelievably cool, while others kept asking what kind of bloodline could possibly create a form like that. But when people checked the official records from City First High, they found absolutely nothing. No awakened bloodline listed, no special registration, not even the smallest clue. So what was going on? Was Yi He never properly documented, or had he been hiding this terrifying talent from everyone all along? The truth was, Yi, he could hear every single word. With his senses now enhanced, even the low murmurs from the stands reached his ears clearly without him needing to focus. But none of their confusion surprised him. After all, there was no creature like Demora anywhere on Blue Star, so of course the people of this world had no way of recognizing what they were looking at. Back inside the ring, Shen Guan's nose started bleeding again, the red streak cutting down his face as his expression tightened. The martial energy shield wrapped around his body could no longer keep him safe. Yi, his radiation had already pierced through it. In that instant, Shen Guan understood one thing very clearly. He could not allow this fight to drag on any longer. If he wanted any chance of winning, he had to end it fast. Clenching his teeth, Shen Guan finally unleashed his own bloodline, the Golden Star Ape Demon. His body swelled with sudden power, his muscles expanding beneath his skin as golden energy surged around him in violent waves. In that moment, his strength, his speed, and even his physical toughness all rose sharply at the same time. Then Shen Guan moved straight into one of his fiercest formula techniques, Snake Strike. It was a swift, precise, high-speed attack, the kind designed to pierce through an opening and decide the outcome of a battle in a single flash. But Yi He had already seen it coming. He did not dodge backward or try to slip away. Instead, he stepped into the attack head-on and answered Shen Guan with an equally brutal counterstrike of his own. Mountain-arresting fist. Yi He's punch roared forward like an earthquake breaking through the ground, carrying the force of his evolved hyperbeam technique inside it. All of that destructive energy gathered into one condensed earth-splitting blow. The impact struck so hard that Shen Guan's entire left arm was disabled in an instant. If Shen Guan had not released his own power at the very last possible moment, that arm would have been completely ruined. Breathing heavily, he could only let out a bitter laugh in his heart, so this was what it looked like when Yi He finally stopped holding back. And now, Yi He truly was not holding back anymore. His eyes sharpened, and a terrifying pressure poured from his transformed body as he looked at Shen Guan with calm, unwavering focus. Then he spoke in a clear voice, steady enough to cut through the noise. "You're impressive, but unfortunately, this is where it ends for you." At that moment, the result already seemed almost decided. No matter what Shen Guan attempted next, turning the situation around looked nearly impossible. Meanwhile, the host was practically bursting with excitement over the level of talent appearing in this year's exam. His voice boomed across the entire arena. In the second match of this year's top 8 qualifiers, a third-order king bloodline has appeared, and not only that, his opponent possesses a mysterious magical beast bloodline never seen before. This is truly an incredibly rare showdown. But Shen Guan understood better than anyone that the crowd's excitement meant nothing once you were standing inside the ring. He slowly breathed out, forcing his racing thoughts to settle. Charging straight at Yi, he was no longer something he could afford to do. After Yi He's bloodline awakened, his power had become impossible to judge. Meeting him head-on now would be no different from throwing himself into death. Shen Guan needed to change his rhythm, adjust his tactics, and wait for the one opening that might still exist. As Yi He moved forward, Shen Guan suddenly kicked off the broken ground and retreated, creating distance between them with a controlled and deliberate withdrawal. But that retreat was never meant to be simple escape. It was only a cover because in the very next breath, Shen Guan struck back again. He activated Snake Strike once more. His arms shot outward like living serpents, twisting through the air in flexible arcs, before wrapping tightly around Yi his left hand and locking it in place. Even if only for a brief instant. Yi, he blinked, caught off guard for the smallest fraction of a second. But in a fight between monsters at this level, even that tiny pause was more than enough for Shen Guan to make his move. Shen Guan dashed behind Yi He in a blur, his voice calm as he revealed the trap he had been setting. "I never planned to take you head-on. This was my goal from the very beginning." Then, without leaving Yi He any time to answer or turn around properly, Shen Guan launched himself high into the air and came crashing down with a savage stomp. That falling strike carried a terrifying amount of weight, as if 1,000 tons were being pressed down from the sky in one brutal instant. Against anyone else, that stomp would have crushed them where they stood. But Yi He simply shifted aside, avoiding it as though the attack barely mattered. Shen Guan immediately sprang backward again, retreating one more step and forcing distance between them before Yi He could counter. Then Shen Guan lifted his gaze, and in that moment his entire body went still. He had not even moved from where he stood. His arms were crossed over his chest, his eyes locked directly on Shen Guan, and the terrifying aura around his transformed body had not weakened for even a single second. Then He finally spoke, his voice low, calm, and heavy with pressure. "My turn." As those words landed, he slowly raised his right foot. In the next instant, Yi He appeared right in front of Shen Guan, closing the distance so quickly it looked like he had simply vanished and reappeared. At the same time, another devastating mountain-arresting fist gathered in his hand, ready to crash down. But just before Yi He's blow could land, Shen Guan suddenly dropped straight down onto his knees. "I surrender," Shen Guan said, clearly, his voice still steady despite the damage he had taken. Yi He's strike stopped in midair, and for a brief moment even he looked stunned by the sudden ending. "Huh?" He stood there with his fist still charged, battle energy still surging through his body. He had been completely ready to continue the fight, yet Shen Guan had chosen to surrender right at the most critical moment. "Damn it," Yi He muttered, his fists clenching with obvious frustration. "I was ready." That feeling was so uncomfortable that Yi He almost wanted to shout out loud. All that power had been built up inside him, sharpened and aimed for release, and now there was nowhere for it to go. To him, that was almost worse than taking a direct hit. Honestly, having to hold back that much violent energy at the very last second was the most irritating part of the entire fight. But the rules were absolute. Once a fighter admitted defeat, the match was officially finished. The host immediately raised his voice again, letting the result thunder through the roaring stadium. "He is the winner." The crowd exploded all at once. Deafening cheers surged across the arena like rolling thunder, shaking the air from every direction as the spectators reacted to Yi He's victory. Online, the comment sections erupted just as fiercely. Viewers flooded the streams with praise, calling Yi He cool, insane, terrifying, and even the future of martial arts. Clips from the fight spread across the internet like wildfire. The battle between Yi He and Shen Guan shot directly to the top of the trending lists on multiple platforms, and Yi He's number of fans began growing by the second. Someone even created a fan group called Big Brother, filling it with full match recordings, slow-motion breakdowns, and endless praise. Inside that group, almost everyone agreed on one thing. Yi He was definitely this year's top scorer. In their eyes, not even Chu Zhou or Lu Qingzhu could compare to him. Back at Qingfeng Private High, the principal sat there trembling with rage, his face dark with disbelief. His first choice, Liu Shi, had already been eliminated, and now Shen Guan, the final hope he had been holding on to, had also fallen. The moment Shen Guan appeared in front of him again, the principal of Qingfeng Private High immediately unleashed all of his fury. "You surrendered? Do you have any idea how much money we spent training you? You ungrateful brat." He threw out one threat after another, demanding repayment right on the spot. "Don't even think about going to college unless you pay back every bit of that debt." But Shen Guan did not flinch or argue right away. He simply walked up to the principal with a calm expression. Then, with the same bloodied hand still stained from the battle, he placed it directly on the principal's shoulder. The principal's body stiffened at once. "What are you doing?" he asked, clearly shaken. Shen Guan stared straight into his eyes and spoke without hesitation. "I couldn't take that punch from Yi He. I surrendered so I wouldn't cripple myself." Then he leaned in slightly, and his tone grew colder. "Or were you planning to take that hit for me?" The old man's face twisted at those words. "As for the support the school gave me," Shen Guan continued, "I'll pay it back, slowly, in my own time. But next time, don't threaten someone who's obviously stronger than you." The meaning behind his words was painfully clear. The principal froze completely, sweat quickly spreading across his skin as his lips trembled. After a long, awkward silence, he could only force out a weak mutter. Fair point. Elsewhere, after the dust of the battles had finally settled, the top 4 contestants of this year's college entrance exam were officially confirmed: Yi Hei, Liu Qingju, Shen Guan, and one extra contestant so forgettable that almost no one even bothered to remember his name. Meanwhile, over at an in-city First High, the principal was practically glowing with happiness. He grinned so widely that he almost looked suspicious, fanning himself with smug satisfaction as he muttered, "Old Leo has been working himself to the bone for years. This time, that promotion is finally his." Soon after that, the semi-final draw began, and Yi Hei stepped forward to pull the first slot. Then, almost as if fate itself wanted to stir up the entire arena, Liu Qingju also drew the other first slot. The crowd immediately burst into excited noise. The first semi-final would be a direct clash between the 2 biggest names from an city First High, an internal showdown that instantly became the most anticipated battle in the history of an city's exam. On one side stood the cold goddess, Liu Qingju. On the other stood the so-called one-kick Superman, Yi Hei. Before the match even began, fans were already arguing non-stop over which of them would come out on top. Some people were completely convinced that Liu Qingju had the advantage. After all, she had already defeated Kai Shaoling, a fighter carrying a third-order king bloodline, and during that battle she had also displayed mastery over not just 1 but 2 royal-level martial techniques. And according to the rumors spreading through the crowd, Liu Qingju still had something far more frightening hidden in reserve: her 4th-level Phantom Crow bloodline, which she had not fully revealed yet. Yes, Yi Hei's Demora bloodline looked absolutely monstrous, but based on what people had seen so far, most of them guessed it was also around the 4th level. When it came to martial arts foundation and personal background, many still believed Liu Qingju stood above him. Even Shen Guan, who possessed a third-order king bloodline himself, had been forced to awaken his bloodline just to continue fighting against Yi Hei. That comparison alone made the upcoming semi-final feel even more intense and impossible to predict. At last, the moment everyone had been waiting for finally arrived. The semi-final match began, and the entire arena erupted into cheers so loud that the stands seemed to tremble beneath the crowd's excitement. Yi Hei and Liu Qingju stepped onto the platform from opposite sides, moving toward the center while facing each other in silence as the noise around them continued to rise. The referee wasted no time at all. With one sharp command, he signaled the start of the match. "Begin!" The instant that word fell, a thick cloud of dust and steam suddenly erupted around Yi Hei, swirling violently outward across the platform until it began swallowing the entire stage. The cloud was so dense that the audience could barely make out anything inside it. Within moments, both fighters had completely disappeared behind the churning haze, leaving the crowd staring into the fog, unable to see what was happening. Liu Qingju's eyes narrowed the instant the steam swallowed the battlefield. Her vision was completely cut off, every direction around her turning into a thick, choking white haze that blurred the stage and hid Yi Hei's position. She stayed calm, sweeping her gaze through the fog with controlled focus, and then she saw it straight ahead, a tall, motionless silhouette standing deep within the mist, radiating an almost suffocating pressure. So that was where Yi Hei was hiding. Liu Qingju steadied her breathing, tightened her focus, and silently prepared herself. If he was going to attack, then she wanted him to come at her with more force than anyone she had faced before. From the audience's point of view, the match had suddenly become nearly impossible to follow. Yi Hei had completely vanished inside the rolling steam, while Liu Qingju could only be seen as a faint, blurry outline shifting somewhere within the haze. No one in the stands could tell what was actually happening on the platform, so the entire stadium instinctively turned its attention toward the one person who was supposed to explain the fight for them. The host reacted quickly, letting his voice carry across the tense arena as the pressure of the unseen battle weighed on everyone watching. While the crowd held its breath, he pushed the atmosphere higher by asking the question that was already burning in every spectator's mind. How would Liu Qingju, the prodigy of the Liu family, respond to Yi Hei, the dark horse who had shaken this entire entrance exam? And with that storm-like steam swirling around him, had Yi Hei awakened his bloodline once again? For now the truth remained hidden inside the fog. But the reality was that Yi Hei had already entered a state of blood awakening. This time, though, he was not using it merely to make his next attack stronger. He was spreading mist across the entire battlefield, deliberately cutting off Liu Qingju's vision and forcing the fight into uncertainty. What Yi Hei needed most was just a small handful of precious seconds, enough time to watch, think, calculate, and adjust his plan. After all, he had never expected Liu Qingju to make the first move. That simply was not the way she usually fought.
He had studied Liu Qingju's battle against Kai Shaoling with extreme care, and everything he planned now came from what he had seen in that match. He understood very clearly that her martial arts were far more refined than his own. No matter how much raw strength he had, brute force by itself would never be enough to land a clean blow on someone like Lu Qingzhu. She was a true combat genius, calm under pressure, sharp in judgment, and terrifyingly quick to adapt. The longer this match dragged on, the more the advantage would shift into her hands. If Yi He wanted to win, he had to take control of the fight immediately.
With a thunderous boom, Yi He suddenly burst out through the fog and launched mountain-arresting fist. The entire platform trembled beneath the force of his charge as he drove straight toward Liu Qingzhu, his fist shining with condensed power like a missile already locked onto its target. Liu Qingzhu did not panic at all. Her face remained calm and focused as she raised both arms, guiding the air in front of her into a smooth, flowing shield. She was ready to receive the incoming blow, confident that if Yi He chose to throw the first punch, she could block it cleanly and then respond with perfect precision. But Yi He's real intention was never that straightforward. At the final instant before the two sides collided, Yi He suddenly pivoted, cutting off mountain-arresting fist midway through its motion. His waist and hips twisted together in one smooth, deceptive movement as he slipped closer, and behind him a phantom tail formed from Demora's martial energy. Thick, heavy, and powerful like a steel whip, it tore through the air and lashed low toward Liu Qingzhu's side. Liu Qingzhu's eyes shifted with sudden surprise. Yi He had fooled her. In all her previous battles, she had rarely faced someone who could commit so convincingly to one attack, only to reverse the entire rhythm at the last possible moment. That unexpected change broke her timing. Liu Qingzhu flipped backward twice in rapid succession, retreating quickly to reclaim control of the distance between them. But Yi He had already chased in again, refusing to give her even a breath of space. He pressed forward with relentless force, using his overwhelming physical strength to keep her off balance and trap her inside a defensive rhythm. The moment Liu Qingzhu tried to plant her feet and steady herself, Yi He was already right in front of her again. Meanwhile, the livestream audience completely lost control. Watching Liu Qingzhu get baited by such a clever feint sent the entire internet into a frenzy. Some viewers shouted that Yi He's move was too sneaky and underhanded, while others immediately argued back that this was a real fight, not a polite sparring match. In battle, there was no reason for Yi He to hold back or play fair just to look good. Yi He's attacks rained down like a meteor shower, fast, heavy, and completely merciless. Liu Qingzhu's rhythm had already been thrown off, and Yi He clearly had no intention of allowing her even one clean moment to recover. At one point, Liu Qingzhu managed to gather just enough martial energy to shake Yi He away and slip out from beneath his pressure. For one brief instant, she believed she had finally opened a little space between them. But Yi He had absolutely no intention of letting her escape that easily. In the blink of an eye, Yi He's right hand changed shape, transforming into a terrifying beast-like claw, sharp, vicious, and filled with lethal intent. Martial energy pulsed through that claw in powerful waves, causing every jagged edge to glow with a dangerous, razor-sharp force. Then Yi He slashed forward at frightening speed. The claw tore through the air with a ripping sound, as if even the space in front of him was being shredded apart. Liu Qingzhu sensed the danger just in time. She twisted her body in midair, turning sideways in a graceful horizontal flip, and narrowly avoiding the incoming strike by the smallest margin. The energy-filled claws swept past her body and slammed into the ground behind her, detonating the instant Liu Qingzhu landed. But even after dodging that attack, Liu Qingzhu still had no chance to breathe. Yi He was already rushing toward her again, relentless and unyielding, dragging the entire fight right back into his own violent pace. He kept the offensive pressure going, unleashing an endless storm of punches, while Liu Qingzhu dodged, slipped, and weaved through the narrow gaps between them. His fists blurred with speed, leaving after-images in the air as he sealed off her escape routes from every direction. Even Liu Qingzhu began to wonder how he still was not tired. His stamina felt unreal, and worse than that, his strength had not dropped in the slightest. Liu Qingzhu still had two powerful hidden cards she had not used yet, both ancient martial arts inherited through royal bloodlines. One was the Liu family's secret defensive technique, Floating Shadow. The other was Xuanhuang Jade Finger, a direct offensive technique meant to overwhelm an enemy head-on. If she could gain even one clean second to activate either move properly, she might still be able to reverse the situation. But Yi He refused to give her even that tiny opening. The danger around Liu Qingzhu was growing sharper by the second. Under this suffocating pressure, she knew she would not be able to hold on much longer. If Yi He forced her back any further, she would be driven off the platform completely. One wrong step, and the match would be over. On the surface, Liu Qingzhu's face remained calm, elegant, and unreadable. But deep inside, a thin thread of anxiety had finally begun to tighten. She was being cornered, and in that moment she made her decision. It was time for Liu Qingzhu to reveal her true trump card. He immediately sensed that something had changed. The shift in Liu Qingju's aura was sudden, sharp, and impossible for him to ignore. Liu Qingju had awakened her bloodline. The phantom crow had finally descended. Just as Yi He prepared to strike again, he pulled himself back at once. Dark purple sparks burst from Liu Qingju's body, flashing across the arena like eerie lightning, and a high, piercing cry rang through the air, strange, sharp, and otherworldly. Before anyone could fully react, Liu Qingju rose into the air, lifted by the force of her awakening. Inside Yi Hei's chest, Demora's blood began surging violently, as if some ancient instinct within him had recognized the arrival of a rival creature, a higher life form now standing before him. Then Yi He saw them clearly, dark purple wings gleaming beneath the arena lights. Liu Qingju's wings shimmered with a brilliant, multicolored glow, and she did not even need to flap them. The wind itself seemed to lift her upward, as if the sky had belonged to her from the beginning. High above the stage, her amethyst eyes fixed on Yi Hei's shadowed figure below, and the air between them seemed to tremble beneath the collision of their wills. The host's voice thundered through the arena, barely able to contain his excitement. She hasn't mastered the full form yet, but Liu Qingju has already manifested the core of her bloodline. The wings of the Phantom Crow. Everyone behold the first true reveal of the Phantom Crow, and it belongs to none other than our brilliant rising star, Liu Qingju. The livestream platform erupted instantly, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave. As her transformation fully stabilized, Liu Qingju raised one hand, her slender jade-like finger pointing directly at Yi He. A cold shimmer flowed over her fingertips, turning them translucent, elegant, and terrifyingly sharp with chilling power. From above the arena, Liu Qingju's calm voice rang clearly across the battlefield. Yi He, you'd better be careful. In this form, I still can't fully control my power. But Yi He was not frightened in the slightest. Standing below her, he grinned with open excitement, as if the danger only made his blood burn hotter. Glad to hear that, he called back, because so far I've only been using about 50% of my strength. Looks like it's time for me to cut loose too. Don't let me down. A sudden gust of wind swept across the arena, shaking the stage, and in the very next flash, Liu Qingju vanished from sight. Before He could fully register her movement, Liu Qingju had already appeared behind him. A faint trace of fragrance brushed past his senses, light and fleeting, arriving just before the attack itself. Without warning, she unleashed one of her strongest royal techniques, Xuanhuang Jade Finger. He spun around instantly and activated his own signature move, Atomic Blast Fist, a brilliant crystal blue glow wrapped around his hand, created by fusing Demora's atomic reaction power together with his martial skill. Then the two attacks crashed together. Liu Qingju's radiant jade strike collided head-on with Yi Hei's glowing blue fist, and a terrifying surge of energy burst outward from the point where their powers met. The moment those forces made contact, the entire arena erupted. Blinding light and scorching heat exploded in every direction, sending violent winds ripping through the stadium and forcing the audience to raise their arms and shield their faces. Both Yi He and Liu Qingju were hurled backward at the same time by the force of the shockwave. But Liu Qingju recovered almost instantly. Her dark purple wings spread wide, gathering the surrounding wind around her like a protective shield. Using that momentum, she sliced through the swirling dust and broken debris, charging straight toward Yi He as if she intended to end the fight right there. But just as Liu Qingju closed the distance, her eyes suddenly widened. Something was wrong. A chilling pressure swept across her entire body, and her pupils tightened as every instinct she had screamed danger. Across the arena, something horrifying was happening to Yi He. His back had changed. One after another, protruding vertebrae rose along his spine, each segment lighting up in a blinding sequence. Every glowing section marked another atomic reaction coming alive. But this time, that deadly energy was not spilling outward in a random, uncontrolled way like before. It was being focused, restrained, and gathered with terrifying purpose. All of that power was concentrating toward one single point, Yi He's mouth. The air around him crackled with blue lightning as atomic energy surged along his spine like a living current, washing the stadium in an eerie electric glow. Liu Qingju froze beneath the suffocating pressure. This was not an ordinary attack. It was something far beyond that. There was nowhere safe for her to run. Getting close would be suicide, because the radiation around Yi He had spiked so high that even the air near him felt untouchable. But if she flew too far upward, she would leave the arena and lose automatically. In the stands, the audience watched in tense, breathless silence. The host's voice cut through the heavy atmosphere. Everyone, it looks like Yi He is entering his magical beast form. That spine structure is channeling all of his atomic energy straight toward his mouth. He's charging something massive. One after another, the vertebrae along Yi He's back flared with blue light. Then his mouth opened wide, glowing and crackling with destructive energy. A swirling breath of pure nuclear power formed deep in his throat. This was Demora's atomic breath, and in the next instant, a searing blue beam erupted from Yi He's mouth.
A monstrous torrent of energy blasted across the arena, swallowing everything in its path, and Liu Qingju stood directly in the line of fire. But even while facing that overwhelming force head-on, she did not retreat. Instead, she braced herself and made a choice no one in the stadium expected.
Liu Qingju folded her wings tightly around her body, wrapping herself inside them like a shield, her posture filled with unshakable resolve. In that instant, she triggered a deeper, hidden awakening, one connected to the ancient bloodline flowing through her veins. The phantom crow answered her. As death rushed straight toward her, Liu Qingju's blood surged violently through her body, igniting the dormant power buried deep within her lineage. Liu Qingju's wings burst open in a breathtaking flash, every dark purple feather catching the arena lights like polished crystal blades. This was the netherbird's feather deflection at work. The enormous blue atomic beam roared straight toward her, carrying enough force to swallow the stage, but instead of piercing through her, it crashed violently against the feather shield wrapped around her body. Then, right before everyone's eyes, something almost impossible happened. That deadly blast did not break through Liu Qingju's defense. Instead, it bent, twisted, and fractured apart. Like sunlight striking a prism, the atomic energy split into dozens of smaller beams, scattering wildly in every direction. The thick, concentrated core of the attack curved around the protective feathers, while shattered rays exploded outward across the arena. Liu Qingju's entire body glowed from within, like a dark, ethereal sun burning in the center of the battlefield, giving off a terrifying aura that felt completely otherworldly. The refracted beams streaked across the sky above the stadium, jagged lines of light slicing through the air at impossible angles. The examiners immediately sprang into action, trying to intercept them and protect the audience, but the beams had already scattered too fast. They were everywhere at once, chaotic, brilliant, and nearly impossible to stop. Terrified screams erupted throughout the stands as the deadly rays curved toward the audience. Spectators threw up their arms, ducked down, and cried out in panic, convinced that nothing could possibly save them from the incoming barrage. Then, just when the danger was about to reach them, a golden wave of martial energy swept across the arena like a divine tide, spreading out and forming an invisible protective barrier. Every stray beam that struck the golden shield disappeared instantly, swallowed by the shimmering barrier before it could touch a single person in the crowd. In the span of a heartbeat, the disaster passed, leaving behind only stunned silence, trembling relief, and awe. That divine shield had come from one man alone, Mayor Huangqing of Incity. Calm, powerful, and watching from the shadows, he had stepped in at the very last second, quietly neutralizing the catastrophe before it could take even one life. The crowd began turning toward him, ready to shout their thanks, but Mayor Huang silenced them with one commanding glance. His eyes remained fixed on the arena as he spoke in a firm, steady voice. "Watch carefully. Today, the greatest champion in the history of Incity will be born." The host immediately seized that moment, his voice booming through the stadium with renewed excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching history happen right before your eyes, and with Mayor Huang personally overseeing the arena, we can guarantee there won't be another surprise like that one." Meanwhile, Yi, his atomic breath finally began to fade. After almost 15 full seconds, the attack sputtered and came to a stop. Smoke and leftover energy hissed from his mouth and along his spine like a living furnace slowly cooling down, but his eyes stayed locked on Liu Qingju's figure in front of him. Liu Qingju was still standing, but only barely. Her body trembled violently, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The dark purple wings that had shielded her from the blast were now scorched, melted, and torn, pushed to their absolute limit after absorbing that atomic onslaught. If she had not summoned vanity and shadow at the very last moment to swallow the final surge of power, she would have been completely erased by the blast. Even so, she had survived, but her strength was still incomplete. She had not yet fully awakened the core abilities of the Netherbird, and that limitation left her exposed. If she had complete control over her bloodline, an attack like that would barely have been able to touch her. From the day she was born, the Liu family had placed every bit of their hope on her shoulders. As the eldest daughter, Liu Qingju had gone through battle after battle, not because she craved glory, but because she was carrying her family's expectations. Everyone called her a genius, a rising star, someone destined to stand above others. But the truth was much quieter than that. She had never truly cared about those titles, the trophies, or the praise that followed her everywhere. Fighting had never been about ambition or recognition for her. She fought because her mother demanded it of her, and because she rarely explained herself, outsiders mistook her quietness for coldness, distance, and an untouchable kind of pride. But in reality, Liu Qingju was simply socially anxious. That expressionless, stoic face everyone admired or feared was really just her shield, a mask she wore so she could survive in a world that never gave her enough room to breathe. Deep inside, both her body and her mind were already exhausted, pushed all the way to the edge of what she could endure. And yet, even after all of that, this battle was still far from over. This might be it, Liu Qingju thought to herself. If she handled this correctly, no one would question her defeat. Against someone as terrifying as Yi He, losing would be understandable. In fact, it might even be expected. That became the plan forming quietly in her mind. She silently steadied herself, preparing to pretend she was making one final push before surrendering. A few more carefully measured exchanges would be enough, and then she could concede in a way that looked convincing. Stepping forward, Liu Qingju lightly pressed her palm against Yi He's chest, silently offering him the chance to take the victory. Surely, she believed, he would understand the opening she was giving him. But to her surprise, Yi He did not move back at all. He stood firm, accepting the contact without dodging, without countering, and without the slightest reaction. Confusion flickered across Liu Qingju's face, widening her eyes for a moment. Why was he not dodging? Why was he not striking back? He lowered his gaze toward her calmly, his expression unreadable. "You've been distracted this whole time," he said in a flat voice. "Where is your fighting spirit?" Every word was cold, direct, and sharp enough to cut. Liu Qingju had not expected Yi He to reject her silent surrender so bluntly, and for a moment the meaning of his words seemed to strike harder than an attack. "Liu Qingju," Yi He continued, his tone growing sharper, "have you ever truly looked at me? If you had, even once, you'd have understood. I have always intended to win this title the right way." Without any warning, Yi He's fist came crashing down, packed with surging martial energy and heavy enough to make the air tremble. The space around them screamed under the force, wind twisting violently as the punch tore through the air. Liu Qingju immediately raised her arms to protect her face, twisting the surrounding air in a desperate attempt to weaken the impact. But it was useless. Her control shattered almost instantly beneath Yi He's overwhelming power, and even though she tried to guard herself, the punch still landed squarely against her lower jaw.
Yi! His voice cut through the chaos again, cold and completely unyielding. "If you want to save face, stop holding back."
Then he surged forward, giving her no chance to recover, and unleashed blow after blow in a relentless storm. Each strike came harder, faster, and more merciless than the one before it. Liu Qingju could only curl into a defensive posture, both arms raised tightly over her face. Humiliation surged through her chest. She had never experienced anything like this before. Never once had someone struck her this way in her entire life. And now, in front of hundreds of thousands of live viewers, Yi He's fists were hammering down on her head, while she had only been trying to let him win with dignity. Why was he doing this? She just wanted to end the fight cleanly, but he was dragging her straight into the storm. Everyone had a breaking point, and Liu Qingju had finally reached hers. The next punch, flying toward her, triggered a full eruption of power. With a scream that sounded like a phoenix being reborn from fire, Liu Qingju released a violent surge of raw martial energy. "You," she shouted, her voice echoing across the arena. "You actually hit a girl in the face." Her eyes glowed red as the burst of energy blasted Yi He backward several steps. The camera cut sharply to Yi He, and there it was on his face, a smug, deeply satisfied grin. "That's more like it," he murmured. His eyes burned with excitement, wild and untamed, filled with the pure thrill of battle. "If the eldest daughter of the Liu family doesn't want to get hit again," he said darkly, "she better fight like she means it." The fire in Yi He's gaze was impossible to miss. It was the look of a born conqueror, a monster who lived to challenge other monsters and force them to reveal everything they had. To him, this was no longer just a match. It was a declaration that no matter how strong anyone else might be, they would all fall beneath his power. Liu Qingju's eyes blazed in response as her energy surged violently. She had activated the Liu family's forbidden technique, blood ignition, a dangerous art used only in extreme situations. It forcefully purified her bloodline in one furious burst, releasing every trace of latent power hidden inside her body. But the price of using it was terrible. The side effects were severe, making it a last resort technique meant only for moments when survival was on the line. And now Liu Qingju was fighting as if her life truly depended on it. Ash swirled through the arena as a colossal pair of dark purple wings unfurled from her back, whipping up a violent storm around her. Strange glowing patterns spread across her face, while her tail feathers swept behind her like the mantle of a royal creature. All around the battlefield, the piercing, chilling cry of the nether bird echoed again and again, absolute and unrelenting. Liu Qingju had fully stepped into her awakened form. This was the true Phantom Crow. Hovering high above the arena, radiant, fierce, and completely resolved, Liu Qingju fixed her gaze on Yi He below. "Classmate, Yi He," she said clearly, her voice cutting through the roaring wind, "I will defeat you with everything I have." At last, every trace of pretense had disappeared. Both warriors had thrown away all restraint. Every hidden motive, every unspoken limit, and every quiet hesitation vanished in that moment. Liu Qingju no longer cared about her family's expectations, her status as the eldest daughter, or her ranking in the entrance exams. None of those things mattered anymore. Her only purpose now was simple, direct, and absolute: defeat Yi He. Below her, Yi He stood there grinning, finally satisfied with what he had forced out of her. He had achieved exactly what he wanted. Liu Qingju was finally fighting with her full strength. Seeing her now in her fully awakened magical beast form, the glorious and formidable Phantom Crow filled him with an excitement that almost overflowed. The real battle had finally begun. Yi He was no longer holding anything back either. Martial energy surged through his entire body, blending seamlessly with Demora's atomic reaction. Thunder sparked around him, and blue fire roared along his frame. Thick glowing scales covered his body, pulsing with radioactive power. This was his ultimate form, the nuclear light combat body. It was a terrifying fusion of Demora's monstrous bloodline power and Yi He's own martial cultivation, a form that felt both unstoppable and impossibly dangerous. With a deafening boom, the ground beneath Yi He cracked and shattered apart. The explosive force launched him into the air like a missile, aimed straight toward Liu Qingju. But Liu Qingju remained perfectly still in the sky, her eyes unblinking, and her focus completely absolute. Then she swept her wings outward, and the wind around her erupted. In an instant, it twisted into a monstrous cyclone. This was not an ordinary gust of air. It was a tearing hurricane infused with netherworld energy, a force that did not merely destroy whatever it touched, but seemed to consume it completely. The hurricane ripped into the arena floor, shredding the foundations and tearing stone apart. But Yi He did not slow down at all. He dove headfirst into the storm like a living warhead. To anyone watching, it looked like complete madness. Most martial artists would have been shredded instantly, their bodies torn apart by energy that devoured both flesh and spirit. But Yi He was not an ordinary fighter. As he pierced through the heart of the hurricane, he unleashed Atomic Blast Fist. Boom! A massive surge of blue energy tore through the storm, carving a clean path through the deadly winds. The blast drove forward without stopping, heading straight for Liu Qingju. Liu Qingju responded without hesitation. She drew on the deepest reserves of her netherworld bloodline, pulling up its raw and explosive force from within. Then she activated the cry of the nether bird. The strange markings across her face flared in red and purple, burning against her skin like molten iron. Clenching her jaw against the pain, Liu Qingju opened her mouth and released a devastating sonic wave. The air twisted and cracked visibly as the force of that sound barreled toward Yi He. The shockwave tore straight through him, making the atomic energy inside his body flicker violently, like a candle struggling to stay lit in the middle of a storm. If Yi He's Demora bloodline had been even a little weaker, that roar would have shredded his organs in an instant. The raw power of the netherbird's cry was fully capable of killing him, and yet Yi He, still unshaken, only let out a low chuckle. "You think you're the only one who can scream?" His eyes gleamed with dangerous amusement, charged with atomic energy and burning with the thrill of the clash. Then Yi He answered with a roar of his own. One after another, the vertebrae along his back ignited in blinding blue light. Atomic energy surged through his body like wildfire, the reactions climbing toward their peak as the atmosphere itself warped beneath the pressure. With that much power building inside him, there was only one possible outcome: Demora's atomic breath. But this time it was not a restrained blast. It was full power, maximum output, and even Liu Qingju, in all her awakened glory, felt the crushing weight of the attack about to descend. But Liu Qingju did not hesitate, not even for the briefest instant. This time, her reaction was completely different from before. There was no fear in her eyes, no wavering step backward, and no desperate attempt to hide behind her strongest defense. Instead, her gaze burned with a sharp, almost blazing determination, as if she had finally decided to face the danger directly. In that split second, she seemed to understand something clearly. There were moments when protecting yourself did not mean retreating, but striking back with even greater power. She raised her hand, pressed her middle and index fingers tightly against the center of her forehead, and at her fingertips, a brilliant jade radiance began to gather and pulse. This was no ordinary attack. It was the Liu family's strongest hidden technique. The Liu family martial technique, Xuanhuan Jade Finger, had now fused together with the deadly force buried deep within Liu Qingju's nether sparrow bloodline. The jade light that once looked clean, graceful, and almost sacred had completely changed. Now, it was wrapped in a dark, murderous aura, as if something cold and fatal had seeped into its core. What formed at her fingertips was no longer the original elegant technique of her family. It had transformed into something far more dangerous, far more sinister than Netherworld Bloodthorn. And almost at that very same instant, Yi He launched his own attack as well. From his body, a massive stream of atomic energy suddenly burst forward, burning in a deep, terrifying nuclear blue. It tore through the air like a pillar of destructive light, as if a blazing beam had pierced straight across the sky itself. Lu Qingzhu's eyes locked firmly onto Yi He. Without the slightest pause, she extended her fingers toward him, aimed at the center of his attack, and released her strike head-on. The purple-red power compressed at Liu Qingzhu's fingertips suddenly erupted, shining like a fierce, burning star. Behind her, the pair of dark wings beat with tremendous force, pushing her entire body forward and pouring even more terrifying momentum into that single, desperate attack. The two monstrous forces collided violently at the center of the arena. On one side was Yi He's atomic destruction, fierce and overwhelming, while on the other was Liu Qingzhu's netherworld fury, sharp and deadly. The moment they crashed together, the entire battlefield shook beneath the impact, and for one terrifying breath, it felt as though the very sky above the stage had been ripped apart. Outside the arena, the audience froze all at once, as if every person had forgotten how to breathe. Over the earth-shaking roar of the collision, the host shouted in alarm, warning that this impact had already gone far beyond the control of the fighters themselves. The examiners reacted immediately. One after another, they leapt into position around the stage and poured their martial energy into the protective barrier. They reinforced the shield with everything they had, forcing it to hold at its absolute limit. And yet, even with all of them working together, no one could guarantee that it would be enough. High up in the stands, Mayor Huangqing watched the terrifying scene unfold, his brows drawn tightly together. He was not pleased with Liu Qingzhu's choice. To answer Yi He's atomic breath with a direct offensive strike was far too reckless, and the danger was beyond ordinary imagination. If either of these two young prodigies died here, it would not merely be a loss for an city, it would be a heavy, painful loss for the entire Xia kingdom. Mayor Huangqing could never allow something like that to happen, so at that moment he acted not to change the winner of the match, but to make absolutely sure that both of them lived through it. Mayor Huangqing stomped heavily, and with that single motion, he activated his signature technique, Divine Leyline Wall. The ground beneath the stadium let out a deep groan, trembling as if something ancient had awakened below. Then, around the arena, 3 gigantic walls of glowing stone suddenly surged upward. Their surfaces were carved with ancient runes, and bright leyline energy flowed through them like living veins. Backed by Mayor Huangqing's own martial power, the 3 barriers rose like solid mountains around the battlefield. In the next instant, the 3 divine leyline walls stood directly in the path of the collision. Yi He's atomic breath and Liu Qingzhu's netherworld bloodthorn slammed into those stone barriers with a force that defied imagination. But even those massive walls could not hold out for long. A thunderous cracking sound rang out as the first wall bent and split, then the second, then the third, each one shattering under the impossible pressure. Immediately afterward, light flooded everything, blinding, brilliant, chaotic, and far too intense to stare at directly. A storm of multicolored energy swallowed the entire arena, devouring the battlefield in waves. The protective shields maintained by the examiners broke apart layer by layer, crushed beneath the relentless force of both attacks. Dust, shattered stone, and broken debris then surged through the stadium like a violent tide, burying the stage beneath a thick, choking cloud. For a short while, the entire stadium sank into complete and absolute silence. Only in that quiet aftermath did everyone finally realize how close they had come to a true catastrophe. If Mayor Huangqing had not made his move at that exact moment, the arena would not have been the only thing reduced to ruins. The audience themselves might have been swept away along with it. Mayor Huangqing stayed exactly where he was, staring into the smoke-covered battlefield with an expression far darker than usual. Although he had summoned 3 divine leyline walls, they had not been created at their full strength. There had simply been no time for that. Because of this, the combined force of Yi He and Liu Qingzhu's strongest techniques had torn through the barriers one after another, allowing their attacks to collide in the end without anything truly softening the blow. If either of those 2 young geniuses had been seriously injured because of this, then no apology, no resignation, and no excuse would have protected the mayor from public outrage. In the eyes of the people, a martial arts prodigy was a treasure every bit as precious as a national icon. Back inside the ruined arena, a single hand slowly broke through the drifting smoke. It was slender and shaking, its skin stained with blood, while crimson drops slid from the fingers and fell steadily onto the cracked stage below. That hand belonged to Liu Qingzhu. She was still alive, but only barely. Her left arm had been burned terribly, the skin scorched and damaged, and her body remained crouched low against the shattered surface of the arena. The dark wings that had once spread from her back were completely gone, burned away in the violent clash. Even the final traces of her magical beast transformation had faded from her body. Her energy had been drained almost to nothing, and for the moment there was no possible way for her to transform again. Even after all of that, Liu Qingju still refused to give in. Her body trembled from pain and exhaustion, but she clenched her will and tried to force herself back up from the broken ground. But before Liu Qingju could fully stand, a figure slowly emerged from the haze of smoke and stepped into view above her. It was Yi He. He stood over her with a calm, grounded presence, his posture steady from head to toe, as if the terrifying collision had failed to shake him at all. He lowered his gaze to Liu Qingju and spoke in a blunt, serious tone. He warned her that if she did not remove the nuclear radiation from her body immediately, the damage would stay with her forever, and she would be crippled for the rest of her life. For a moment, Liu Qingju did not respond. Her thoughts were still trapped in that final exchange, replaying the instant her attack had landed. She remembered it clearly. Her last strike had definitely hit Yi He. So why was he still standing there in front of her? Why had her strongest attack failed to affect him the way it should have? Still crouched amid the broken stage, Liu Qingju slowly lifted her eyes toward Yi He. At last she asked the question that had been weighing on her heart. Why had he pushed her to this point? She had never wanted to fight this way. She had already been ready to give up and step away. So why had Yi He forced her until she had no choice but to unleash everything she had?
He lowered himself beside Liu Qingju and looked directly into her eyes. He asked her whether she was truly certain she had not wanted to fight, or whether she had simply been too stubborn to admit what she really felt deep down. Then, in a calm but firm voice, he continued. When she attacked him earlier, he had sensed it clearly. In that moment, Liu Qingju had not been fighting half-heartedly. She had been fighting because she wanted to win.
Liu Qingju froze where she was. Completely stunned by his words, for a long second she could not find even a single sentence to answer him. Her mind began drifting back through the battle, replaying every clash, every choice, and every moment when she could have stopped but did not. Then the truth struck her all at once. He was right. Somewhere in the middle of that fight she had stopped holding back. She had truly poured everything into the battle, not because anyone had forced her, but because she herself had wanted to keep going. Even when her body screamed from pain, even when surrender would have been the wiser decision, she had still pushed forward. It had not been for the Liu family, not for reputation, and not for some empty status. She had fought for herself. But why? Had Liu Qingju not always believed that she hated fighting? That was the truth she had carried with her for so long. And yet, when she unleashed all of her power just now, something about it had felt completely different. It had felt genuine. For the first time, the battle had not been about proving her worth to her family, to the audience, or to anyone else. It had simply been her, standing inside the fight with her own will burning brighter than ever before. Her thoughts were suddenly broken by the warmth of a hand resting softly on her shoulder. Liu Qingju stiffened at once, startled by the touch. It was Yi He, and the moment she became aware of how close he was, heat rushed straight to her face. A deep crimson blush spread across her cheeks almost instantly, as if her entire expression had been set on fire. He leaned a little closer and quietly explained why she had lost, his tone gentle but still direct. She had carried too many distracting thoughts into the fight. Against a truly strong opponent, even one moment of hesitation could be enough to put her behind. Then, without adding anything unnecessary, Yi He reached out and began drawing the lingering nuclear radiation out of Liu Qingju's body. Almost immediately, the energy around Liu Qingju began to change. She stared in stunned silence as the terrible injuries on her arm slowly faded, the scorched flesh healing right before her eyes. For several moments she could only look down at it, unable to fully believe that the damage was disappearing so quickly. Then he left her with one final thought. Even after everything that had happened, he told her that she was still the strongest opponent he had ever faced. So the next time fate brought them together on the battlefield, Yi He wanted Liu Qingju to face him seriously from the very start, without hesitation and without holding anything back. Liu Qingju's face flushed an even deeper red. That simple sentence, carrying both honest respect and quiet recognition, changed something in the way she looked at Yi He. At that moment, Liu Qingju saw Yi He in a completely different light, and just then the dust and smoke hanging over the arena finally began to thin. Every pair of eyes in the stadium, along with every broadcast camera focused on the match, turned toward the center of the battlefield. Under the bright stadium lights and beneath the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, Yi He stood tall, proud, and utterly unshaken. The referee waited for a short moment, carefully confirming Liu Qingju's condition. Once it became clear that she could no longer continue the match, he lifted his voice and announced the result to the entire stadium. The winner was Yi He. With that declaration, the first semi-final battle officially reached its end. As for the next match, there was barely any suspense left to speak of. Chuzhou stepped onto the stage and claimed his victory quickly, securing his place in the final as well. And just like that, the grand finale of Ant City's college entrance examination was finally set. The final battle, the true peak of the tournament, would be Yi Hei, the dark horse from In City No. 1 Middle School, against Chuzhou, the polished top-tier talent from that very same school. It had turned into a full Ant City showdown. And without any doubt, the biggest winner of all was In City No. 1 Middle School itself, because both fighters standing at the end of the competition were its own students. The live broadcast's popularity exploded even further. At first, there had only been hundreds of thousands of viewers watching, but now the number had surged wildly, climbing into the tens of millions. Even though the upcoming final did not have quite the same explosive tension as Yi Hei's brutal clash with Lu Qingzhu, the excitement around it had not faded at all. This was not because Chuzhou lacked power, talent, or presence. It was simply because Yi Hei had already shown everyone just how overwhelming he was. He had defeated Lu Qingzhu, the prodigy that countless people had once believed could not be touched. Because of that, almost nobody thought Chuzhou had a real chance of winning. But Chuzhou did not care. He was not shaken by the odds, the pressure, or the fact that most of the attention had already shifted toward Yi Hei. From the very beginning, Chuzhou had always been a pure warrior. When his power first awakened, people praised him as a genius, but those words never clouded his judgment. Now, even with Yi Hei standing across from him as the obvious favorite, Chuzhou remained calm and steady. Deep in his heart, his will did not tremble. He believed, no, he knew that in terms of mental strength, he stood above Lu Qingzhu, and that belief alone gave him the confidence to stand face-to-face with Yi Hei. Then the referee raised his hand, and the final match officially began. He broke into a wide, excited grin, his teeth showing as his eyes lit up with anticipation. He looked straight at Chuzhou and told him to come forward with everything he had. Even after overpowering Lu Qingzhu, Yi Hei had no intention of underestimating Chuzhou. If anything, he held even more respect for him. Based on everything Yi Hei had seen throughout the tournament, Chuzhou's battle intelligence might very well be the highest among all the fighters this year. Chuzhou responded with calm confidence, asking Yi Hei to enlighten him. Then he pressed his hands together before slowly pulling them apart. Between his palms, a sword began to form, its shape sharpening out of cold mist and icy light. It was no ordinary weapon. It was a gleaming ice sword created directly from his bloodline ability, ice sculpture. Frost crawled across Chuzhou's body as a thin layer of glacial martial energy wrapped around him like a suit of armor. That icy barrier had clearly been prepared to resist Yi Hei's nuclear radiation. Chuzhou had obviously studied Yi Hei's fighting style in careful detail, and he had not stepped into this final unprepared. With his eyes fixed firmly on Yi Hei, Chuzhou shifted into the 7-star steps. In an instant, his figure split into countless after-images, darting and zigzagging across the battlefield in unpredictable patterns. Then came a sharp rush of movement, followed by a deafening sweep through the air. Hundreds of icy blades rained down toward Yi Hei from every direction at once. Chuzhou's after-images surged forward together, surrounding Yi Hei like a swarm of cold phantoms. But Yi Hei did not move. He stood there with a relaxed, almost lazy posture, as if the entire assault barely interested him. He had no intention of wasting time trying to guess which after-image was the real Chuzhou. He had a much simpler way to rip through every illusion at once. He inhaled deeply and clenched both fists. The muscles along his arms swelled and tightened, becoming firm and powerful, like steel being forged under pressure. A crystal blue radiance then pulsed across his skin, and the veins beneath began to glow beneath the terrifying weight of his atomic power and martial energy. Then Yi Hei attacked. With explosive strength, he drove his fist straight down into the ground. A thunderous boom roared across the stage as a nuclear shockwave erupted outward in every direction. The floor around him split open instantly, blue energy swallowing everything within a 10-meter radius, and the entire arena shook as if a barrage of artillery had just struck it. Chuzhou was forced to retreat immediately, pulling back before the shockwave could consume him. He stared at the ground before him, now ripped apart and cratered as if it had been blasted by cannon fire. What kind of monster was Yi Hei? Chuzhou understood the answer almost immediately. Meeting him head-on was impossible. Even Shen Guan, the powerhouse from Qingfeng Private High who was famous for overwhelming physical strength, had chosen to surrender once Yi Hei's awakened bloodline entered the battle. That fact alone made the situation painfully clear. Chuzhou knew exactly what he had to do next. Close combat was no different from throwing his life away. If he wanted even the slightest chance of victory, then he had to keep his distance and attack from afar. Chuzhou took a deep breath, steadied himself, and activated his bloodline awakening. From deep within his body, a surge of ice element dragon energy burst outward. cold and powerful. Crystalline dragon scales began spreading across Chuzhou's skin, glimmering with a chilling light. His eyes turned golden and narrowed into beast-like slits, while two black horns curved upward from his head, smooth and dark like polished obsidian. The temperature inside the arena plunged sharply. Chuzhou's power rose with frightening speed, and along with that surge came his next technique, Ice Pulse. A freezing wind screamed across the battlefield, sweeping over the stage like winter itself had opened its jaws and exhaled. Enormous ice spikes burst from the ground, one after another, gathering and rising until they formed a towering frozen tsunami dozens of meters high. The massive wave charged straight toward Yi He with unstoppable momentum. The audience gasped in shock, and even the examiners could not hide their stunned reactions. The ice dragon might only be a third-tier magical beast, ranked below king-level bloodlines like the Shadowclaw Tiger King or the Venus Ape Demon, but in Chuzhou's hands it unleashed devastating power. It looked even stronger than Kai Sholing's bloodline and even more threatening than Xung Wan's. The freezing wave crashed across the arena, burying the entire battlefield beneath a blinding expanse of white. The scorching summer heat inside the stadium dropped below freezing in only a few seconds. The live-stream chat, which had been overflowing with praise for Yi He just moments earlier, suddenly fell quiet. Then, little by little, a different kind of voice began to rise, the haters. Chuzhou was too cool. Yi He was finished. That devil had finally met his end. Chuzhou released a slow breath, and the instant it met the frozen air around him, it turned into a pale cloud of white mist. That massive burst of power had consumed far more of his energy than he had anticipated, yet his stance did not loosen for even a second. His guard remained firm, his eyes stayed sharp, and every muscle in his body was still ready to react. He was not foolish enough to assume that Yi He would be taken down by an attack like that, and just as he expected, his caution proved completely right. Then, without warning, the live-stream comments exploded all over again. The enormous ice mass that had sealed Yi He inside began melting from within, as if some terrifying heat source had awakened at its core. Deep in the frozen block, a faint blue radiance appeared, then grew brighter and more intense with every passing second. And from inside that prison of ice, Yi He opened his mouth wide while a dreadful atomic glow ignited in his throat. In the very next moment, a thunderous explosion ripped across the arena. A blazing blue beam blasted straight out from inside the ice, punching through the frozen wall like it was nothing but a sheet of paper. Without slowing down at all, that beam tore through the air and shot directly toward Chuzhou. Chuzhou's eyes widened in shock, disbelief flashing across his face. How was Yi He still capable of attacking from inside that frozen cage? But there was no time to think about the answer, no time to question what he had just seen, and absolutely no space left for hesitation. Chuzhou threw his body backward at once, retreating while forcing the frozen ground beneath him to respond to his will. A massive icicle erupted upward in front of him, thick with condensed martial energy, forming a desperate last-second shield between his body and the incoming atomic blast. The blue beam struck the ice barrier head-on. For one brief instant, a sharp cracking sound split through the air. Then the entire defense detonated with a deafening boom, bursting apart under the pressure. The impact shook the surrounding stage, but fortunately, Yi He had only released his atomic breath at the precise moment he needed it. Compared with the terrifying blast he had used before, this attack was not nearly as powerful. Its true purpose had never been to finish Chuzhou off, it was simply meant to break open the iceberg, trapping him. Even so, the scene was horrifying enough to make everyone's scalp go numb. Radiation, nuclear explosions, atomic beams, Yi He's abilities were so absurdly destructive that the spectators could not help wondering whether this was really a power a high school student should possess. Around him, the ice evaporated almost instantly beneath the scorching energy pouring out of his body.
Wrapped in that familiar nuclear blue glow, Yi He stepped forward from the fading ice and mist. The reactions inside his body grew even more violent, and brilliant blue flames clung to him like a living aura, burning so fiercely that every trace of cold vapor within 5 meters simply vanished. As he walked straight toward Chuzhou, each step made the ground hiss and sizzle beneath his feet. Then Yi He spoke with calm honesty, admitting that he had been holding back more than he should have.
Chuzhou immediately unleashed every ice technique he could force out, pushing his awakened bloodline power to its absolute limit. But nothing he threw out could truly stop Yi He's advance. Waves of frost were swallowed, ice spikes were smashed apart, and razor-sharp frozen blades shattered before they could make a real difference. The gap between them was simply far too wide. Up until now, only Liu Qingju had managed to confront Yi He head-on in this state. Even Shen Guan, with all his famous brute strength, had surrendered rather than directly challenge him. Even so, Chuzhou still refused to back down. His golden dragon eyes remained fixed on Yi He, steady, cold, and completely unshaken. Then, in a low voice, he said that this would be his final move, a technique he had originally been saving for his battle against Liu Qingzhu. Chu Zhou slowly closed his eyes, shutting out the noise of the arena and cutting away every distraction around him. One by one, his senses seemed to withdraw inward, then he lifted his ice sword toward the sky. Frost spread over his body like a second layer of armor, while the crystalline dragon scales covering him began to shine brighter than they ever had before. At that moment, all the power of his bloodline was gathered into one final strike soul-cutting sword intent. The first person to react was Mayor Huangqing. His expression shifted into open shock, as if he had just witnessed something almost impossible. Sword intent at Chu Zhou's age? That kind of comprehension was already close enough to stand beside the legendary Xuanhuan techniques Liu Qingzhu had displayed earlier. As that realization settled in, a bone-piercing wind swept across the entire arena. Then came the roar. Dragon power and sword force fused together into one deafening surge, shaking the air around the stage. Chu Zhou's final strike fell from above, cutting down with everything he had left inside him. Drops of burning blood slipped from Yi Hei's hand and fell to the ground, sizzling the instant they touched the floor and burning tiny holes into the surface. Across his hand was a clean sword wound, undeniable proof that Chu Zhou's attack had truly reached him. But even that cut began to twist, knit together, and close almost immediately, glowing faintly with that eerie blue light. Yi Hei looked at Chu Zhou with calm eyes and said that next time he would need a better sword. Maybe then he might actually be able to break Yi Hei's skin properly. Chu Zhou stood frozen in place, staring silently at the broken remains of the ice sword in his hand. There was no need for anyone to explain the result. The truth was already right in front of him. He had lost, and there was no way to deny it. But even after accepting defeat, Chu Zhou still needed to know one thing. He slowly lifted his gaze from the shattered blade and looked toward Yi Hei, asking how close he had actually been. He gave him a smirk, that familiar sharp-tongued confidence returning to his face. Then he answered in his usual merciless style, saying Chu Zhou had done a little better than begging like a dog. Chu Zhou quietly let out a breath, as if releasing the last bit of tension in his chest. Then, without trying to struggle any further, he raised his hand toward the referee and calmly announced his surrender. And with Chu Zhou's surrender, the final result was settled. Yi Hei was officially declared the champion of City's college entrance examination finals. The stadium erupted instantly. Cheers thundered from every direction, the sound rolling through the stands like a storm. Live streams were flooded with reactions at the same time, and across the city, social media exploded as news of Yi Hei's victory spread at unbelievable speed. The so-called dark horse of the year had smashed through every prediction placed in his path. Step by step, battle after battle, Yi Hei had fought his way to the very end, overturning every doubt and proving every skeptic wrong. Now Yi Hei's name and face were everywhere. His image appeared on billboards, flashed through news reports, filled livestream pages, and dominated nearly every online discussion. In a single night, he had become a legend. The entire city was ready to celebrate the rise of its newest champion. By now, everyone understood that this year's City College entrance examination had reached a level far beyond anything in the past. And standing above all the others was Yi Hei, not only the strongest student of this generation, but also the highest scorer in the entire history of the exam. He had become a record-breaking monster, the kind of talent people might not see again for a very long time. Back inside the stadium, the crowd still had not calmed down. They kept shouting Yi Hei's name again and again, their voices rising in powerful waves beneath the bright stadium lights. Mayor Huangqing stepped onto the stage and stood beside Yi Hei, while the host hurried after them, practically unable to hide the excitement on his face. Facing both the roaring crowd in the stadium and the countless viewers watching through the broadcast, the host announced in a powerful voice that after 3 full days of fierce battles, City's college entrance examination had finally crowned its champion. City's #1 scorer, Yi Hei from City #1 middle school. Then the host turned toward Yi Hei with a bright, polished smile. He said that everyone had heard Yi Hei's strength came from years of perseverance and steady effort, and now that he had taken the top position, he asked whether Yi Hei had anything he wanted to share with the audience. Yi Hei was briefly stunned. This host really knew how to dress up a story. Somehow, he had even managed to make Yi Hei's cheating sound poetic, inspirational, and completely respectable. He quickly regained his composure and began to speak. First, he said he wanted to thank his teacher. Even during the lowest point of his journey, when things had looked bleak, his teacher had never given up on him. That support, Yi Hei said, had given him the strength to continue fighting. Somewhere else, Yi Hei's teacher was watching the speech through the livestream, and by this point, the man was already in tears. Deep down, he felt completely unworthy of that praise. After all, he had not even realized what kind of monstrous student Yi He truly was until the exams were practically about to begin. Just as Yi He was about to continue speaking, a thin, middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly began waving at him with all his strength. He stretched his arm high and moved frantically, trying desperately to catch Yi He's attention from among the packed audience. When Yi He did not react, the man quickly raised both hands into the air and made an extremely obvious gesture with 2 fingers. 2 million! He silently mouthed the words from the crowd. This man was none other than the principal of an in-city, #1 middle school, and his intention could not have been clearer. He wanted Yi He to slip in a shout-out and help promote the school, and the reward he was offering was a 2 million yuan scholarship. For Yi He, that amount was more than enough to become very persuasive. The moment money entered the conversation, Yi He's attitude shifted almost instantly. With a smooth and natural expression, he added that, of course, he also wanted to thank his alma mater and the principal, whose wise leadership had guided them to this proud moment today. At first, Yi He had not known what else he should say on stage, but the principal's painfully obvious signal solved that problem for him immediately. Finally, Yi He said that he wanted to thank himself. Without his own hard work, unmatched brilliance, and outstanding talent, he would never be standing there in that glorious position. He delivered the line with a completely straight face, without even the slightest trace of shame, not even a hint. The crowd might have interpreted it as confidence, but anyone who truly understood Yi, he would know exactly what kind of shamelessness they were hearing. And right at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed inside Yi He's mind. The system congratulated him for earning the title of champion, then announced that he would now receive a random template ability as a reward. Yi He's eyes widened just a little. So this template system actually had an achievement reward function too. He wanted to check the newly awarded ability immediately, but with tens of thousands of people staring at him from every direction, there was absolutely no way he could do something like that here. He would have to hold back for now. Not long after, Mayor Huang Qing stepped forward and brought the ceremony toward its close, praising the smooth completion of the entire examination before officially announcing that the event had ended. But the moment Yi He left the arena and headed through the corridor toward the exit, a swarm of reporters suddenly burst through the doors like starving hyenas catching the scent of prey. Cameras, microphones, and phones were shoved toward him from every angle. The instant he appeared, questions started flying one after another without pause. Did Yi He feel pressure now that he had become champion? How had he improved so quickly in only 6 months? Was he planning to apply to Huadu University? The reporters packed around him tightly and bombarded him so fiercely that he could barely move. Yi He tried shouting for them to move aside because he seriously needed to pee, but not a single one of them showed any intention of backing off. Then, out of nowhere, a sleazy-looking guy squeezed up beside Yi He and pushed a phone only a few inches from his face, wearing a smug grin the whole time. He asked an absolutely ridiculous question between Lu Qingju and Sai Shaoling. Who did Yi He think was prettier? Or maybe Yi He preferred Shen Guan, or perhaps even Chu Zhou. Yi He did not answer a single word. Instead, Yi He immediately turned and ran even faster. He had no time whatsoever for whatever bizarre fan service nonsense that conversation was clearly about to turn into. After finally throwing off the media mob, Yi He slipped away into an empty basketball court, where the surroundings were quiet and there did not seem to be anyone else nearby. Now that he was finally alone, Yi He could barely hold back his excitement. This new discovery about the system was far beyond anything he had expected. It turned out he was not permanently locked into a single template. Through rewards, he could actually draw additional abilities. That possibility was almost insane, opening up far more potential than he had ever imagined before. Just as Yi He was thinking through all the possibilities, someone suddenly appeared and interrupted him. A man wearing a black windbreaker approached from nearby and calmly congratulated student Yi He on taking first place. Yi He turned in surprise, his eyes narrowing slightly as he wondered whether this was yet another reporter who had somehow managed to track him down. But the man removed his hat with a polite smile and told Yi He to relax, saying he was not part of the press. He said he had come from the imperial capital. Then he leaned in slightly, lowering the atmosphere between them, and suggested they discuss something a little more classified, something like genetic locks. The moment Yi He heard those words, his entire body stiffened almost instinctively. Genetic locks? He had no real understanding of that term at all. Every bit of power Yi He possessed came from the monster template system. So why had this man suddenly mentioned genetic locks? Did he know something he was not supposed to know? And even more importantly, who exactly was this person standing in front of him? Noticing the hesitation in Yi He's reaction, the man asked in a casual tone whether Yi He's father had ever mentioned the phrase genetic lock to him before. He kept his face calm and gave a small nod. According to the original host's memories, that term had indeed appeared once, only once, and strangely enough, it had come from his seemingly ordinary father. The man then reached into his bag, took out an envelope, and handed it to Yi-hei. He asked whether Yi-hei had never been curious about how an ordinary taxi driver could possibly know a term like that. No matter how anyone looked at it, something about that simply did not add up. Yi-hei's eyes narrowed slightly as a deeper suspicion began rising in his heart. Could there really be more hidden behind all of this than he had realized? Was his father not the ordinary man he had always appeared to be? The man continued, explaining that because Yi-hei's situation was rather unique, the imperial capital had authorized access to a restricted file. And this file, he said, had been prepared specifically for Yi-hei. He opened the envelope. The instant his eyes scanned across the information inside, his pupils widened sharply in shock. Project Prometheus. It had once been a major power in Blue Star's world of genetic research, a leading institute that stood at the front of the field. But after a serious incident, it was blacklisted and hunted by nations all over the world. Since then, its top researchers had disappeared, vanishing into hiding, and among Prometheus's greatest breakthroughs was a technology known as genetic locks. As he kept reading, his expression slowly turned colder. So this was what the man believed. Yi-hei's supposedly ordinary father had actually been a top researcher from Prometheus, and Yi-hei himself was not simply a student who had gotten lucky during the examination. In their eyes, he was a living, breathing secret result of one of Prometheus's experiments. The man in the black windbreaker quickly tried to reassure him. He told Yi-hei not to worry, because the country had no intention of causing trouble for him. He had only come to tell Yi-hei the truth. As the person directly involved, Yi-hei had the right to know what was happening. Clearly, the man was worried that Yi-hei might lose control and do something reckless. He said nothing for a while. His eyes stayed fixed on the man in the black windbreaker, but his face barely showed a reaction, almost as if his mind had gone completely blank. If he told people that he was actually calmer than this man right now, would anyone believe him? Probably not. Still, deep inside, something had quietly changed. A strange weight settled over him, heavy and unavoidable, like responsibility had suddenly been dropped onto his shoulders. For the first time in several days, Yi-hei no longer felt like just a student who had accidentally stumbled into fame and fortune. Instead, he felt more like someone being pushed toward the hopes of an entire nation's cultivation future. Then Yi-hei lowered his voice and muttered under his breath, the corner of his mouth curling into a smug little grin. Being famous and important these days really was troublesome. After all, fame always brought attention, and attention always dragged trouble right behind it. In the end, society really did seem to turn around status and influence. The man in the windbreaker eventually left the basketball court, and the solemn mask he had been wearing vanished almost the moment he stepped out of sight. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining with barely hidden ambition. Money, fame, and power, somehow, he had gathered all of it in just a few short days. There was the 2 million yuan promised by the principal, the 800,000 in bonus rewards, and now even the chance to draw a brand new template ability. The odds of getting another god-tier template like Madflame Demora were probably tiny, but just having that opportunity was enough to make his heart pound. He could hardly wait to see what the system would give him next. He did not waste even a single second. The moment he was ready, he immediately activated the system. A swirling vortex of deep purple suddenly ripped open in front of him. From within that dark spiral came the echoing roars of ancient beasts, low and terrifying, as if the portal itself was a cursed gate holding monsters that had vanished from history long ago. His jaw dropped slightly, and for a moment he stood rooted in place, staring at the scene in pure awe. A few moments later, the system finally began showing him the results of the draw. The heavy sound of countless footsteps seemed to thunder through the air, each step shaking the space around him as the shape of a new template slowly gathered and became clear. The result revealed itself as a D-rank Colossus-type humanoid. Its bloodline ability was Gigantomachia. The creature stood 60 meters tall, its massive body giving off waves of intense heat and rising steam. Its evolution path was locked in place as a fixed humanoid behemoth, and its current compatibility with he was only 1%. He stared at the information with an expression that could only be described as unimpressed. Compared with Demora's terrifying I-rank power, this giant template felt a little underwhelming, almost like something that did not belong in the same conversation. But then, a thought suddenly struck him. His eyes widened slightly as the idea began turning in his mind. What if template abilities were not meant to be used separately? What if he could stack them together, combining the Titan's monstrous physical strength with Demora's devastating I-rank powers? That realization hit him like lightning. The potential was almost impossible to measure. This was not just about becoming strong in one direction, it was the foundation for creating a hybrid king of monsters, an apex existence that could gather the strengths of every template he obtained. If that was truly possible, then the power waiting ahead of him was beyond ridiculous. Elsewhere, inside a dimly lit villa filled with a strange and haunting elegance, a massive man sat silently at a carved redwood table. Hualong's fingers tapped against the wooden surface in a slow rhythm as he spoke briefly into a phone about private matters. Then, in a controlled voice, he said to cancel everything before ending the call with a long, restrained exhale. The room around him was almost completely silent, with only the faint hum of a TV broadcast running in the background. Every time Hualong's finger landed on the table, it left behind a shallow dent in the redwood. The rhythm was steady and deliberate, as if each tap carried the weight of his thoughts. Hualong's younger brother had already been missing for more than 2 full weeks. The search team had returned with nothing useful. There was no body, no trail, and no clear trace of what had happened, only a faint residue at the location where his brother's device had last sent a signal. The test results showed just a small hint of nuclear radiation. But for Hualong, that was already enough. As a veteran hunter who had survived Forbidden Realms, he did not need complete reports, detailed explanations, or perfect evidence. He understood. His brother was dead, and whoever had killed him had wiped the scene clean. No blood, no careless mistakes, and no clues left for anyone to follow.
Hualong's gaze remained locked on the television screen. The footage continued replaying Yi Hei's battle with Liu Qingyu, especially the moment when atomic breath scorched across the battlefield. Hualong did not need anyone else to confirm it for him. His instincts were already screaming the answer. In this world, only Yi Hei had shown the ability to release nuclear radiation. Only Yi Hei could have been responsible.
He slowly closed his eyes, and sorrow mixed with guilt pressed down on him like a crushing weight. Hualong had warned his brother again and again to leave the underground world behind, but the boy had refused to listen before their mother passed away. Hualong had promised her that he would protect his younger brother no matter what happened, and now that promise had been broken. When Hualong opened his eyes again, something about him had completely changed. His aura turned cold and terrifying, almost grotesque in how intense it became. He stared at the screen, watching Yi Hei stand as the victorious champion, praised as N-City's rarest genius. Huadu University would surely fight with everything they had to recruit him, but Hualong no longer cared about that. In his mind, Yi Hei would never get the chance to enroll, not if Hualong's plan succeeded. Early the next morning, Yi Hei prepared for a secret realm expedition, eager to test both his new template and several theories he had been thinking about. Before he could head out, a courier arrived and handed him a letter. The letter was handwritten, which was already a rare sight in this modern age. It had come from Chuzhou. According to the message, the Huadu Central Research Bureau had detected a secret realm rift that was expected to open at 3 in the afternoon that same day in N-City's Redwood Mountains. The estimated threat level was C rank, possibly even higher. Chuzhou planned to join the exploration team and invited Yi Hei to team up with him. Yi! He blinked as he looked over the letter. Strangely enough, his first thought was not about the secret realm at all. Instead, he could not help wondering why Chuzhou was sending handwritten letters in this day and age. Was this guy secretly a time traveler too? At 3 in the afternoon, Redwood Mountain was no longer the quiet, rarely visited place it used to be. The entire area had become crowded and restless. Thousands of people had gathered there, warriors, mercenaries, veterans, and experts from powerful organizations. Some had come on foot, while others had arrived directly by helicopter. Military forces had already built temporary bases nearby to keep order under control. Secret realms were dangerous, but to many people they were also golden opportunities, places where one lucky find could bring wealth, power, or a sudden rise in status. At the base, he finally met up with Chuzhou, who now had a sword strapped neatly at his side. Chuzhou glanced at him and raised an eyebrow, saying that Yi Hei had gotten stronger again. Yi Hei flinched slightly at that sharp, knowing smile. Chuzhou's eyes were truly impressive. He had actually noticed that Yi Hei had spent part of his prize money on gene serums, raising his compatibility with the colossal humanoid template to 35%. Sometimes, speed mattered more than pure power. The two of them continued chatting casually while waiting for the rift to fully open. After a while, Yi Hei grew curious and asked Chuzhou which university he had applied to. Chuzhou's expression changed for just a brief moment before he answered that it was Huadu University. Yi Hei noticed the subtle shift on his face, but he did not press further. Maybe before long, the two of them would actually become classmates. Just then, the crowd suddenly erupted into noise. The secret realm rift had begun to open, splitting wide before everyone's eyes into a glowing chasm several dozen meters across. On the mountainside of Redwood Mountain, the rift shimmered into existence, swirling like liquid stardust suspended in the air. Then a sharp, piercing screech rang out, slicing through the noise of the crowd. From within the glowing gap, a massive three-headed bird forced itself halfway out. Its dark feathers were streaked with deep purple, marking it as a high-tier beast that clearly intended to assert dominance by being the first to break through. But it had badly misjudged the situation. Waiting outside were thousands of armed warriors. The instant they saw the creature appear, they roared together, the sound so overwhelming that it seemed to shake the entire mountainside. The three-headed bird froze in panic, and worse still, it found itself jammed halfway through the rift, unable to move forward or retreat. Before the beast could even flap its wings again, the warriors crashed into it like a human tidal wave. They slammed it down with brutal force, smashing the creature into the ground. Within seconds, it had been reduced to a pulpy mess of torn feathers and shattered core fragments. Yi, He, and Chuzhou followed the charge, stepping through the rift and entering the secret realm themselves. By the time they made it inside, the remains of that three-headed beast had already been hacked into pieces. For a creature that had tried to make such a dramatic entrance, its ending was both pitiful and brutally quick. Inside the Redwood Mountain's secret realm, the scenery was unlike anything in the outside world. Towering trees shimmered with rainbow-colored hues, stretching more than 100 meters into the sky. Each trunk was so massive that it would take a dozen people linking arms just to surround one. Beneath those enormous trees, the warriors looked tiny, almost like ants crawling through a forest built for giants. Against such colossal plants, even powerful humans seemed strangely insignificant. The air itself was heavy and unpleasant, thick with the metallic scent of blood and the lingering smell of battle. Up ahead, a small-scale beast tide had already gathered, blocking the path deeper into the realm. The entrance had turned into the first battlefield, where incoming warriors clashed with the monsters defending their territory. Without any hesitation, the warriors charged forward, their battle cries merging into a single deafening roar. Exploration had its own strict rules. If a warrior ignored a monster and allowed it to escape into the real world, leading to civilian deaths, that warrior could lose their title and be dragged before a military tribunal for judgment. On Blue Star, power was never free. The stronger a person became, the heavier the consequences they had to bear. Yi, He, and Chuzhou did not hesitate either. Side by side, they rushed straight into the front line of the battlefield. Chuzhou immediately released his bloodline power, sending waves of ice sweeping across the ground to freeze the monster's feet in place. The ice did not last long and quickly began to crack apart, but even a short delay was enough. That brief opening allowed the warriors around him to strike hard and strike decisively. Then, without warning, a beast lunged at Chuzhou from behind, its claws cutting through the air toward his back. In the next instant, the creature was completely destroyed. Yi, his atomic fist, smashed through it before it could even land, vaporizing the beast in a flash of brutal power. Chuzhou turned his head toward Yi He and gave him a small nod of appreciation. Yi He simply looked back, completely calm, and dryly reminded him to watch his back. Then Yi He added, in a bored tone, that none of these monsters were even worth fighting. And honestly, he was not wrong. Behind him, a long trail of beasts lay motionless, their bodies charred, twisted, and still smoking. Chuzhou could only stand there for a moment, stunned by what he was seeing. The scale of destruction was almost unbelievable. While other warriors struggled just to hold the line, Yi had cleared wave after wave of monsters with terrifying ease and precise efficiency. At that point, the true horror of nuclear radiation became impossible to ignore. It was silent, relentless, and almost impossible to escape. The frightening part was not only the visible destruction, it was the way it attacked life itself, tearing things apart at a cellular level. The battlefield had already become contaminated, and at the very center of that devastation stood Yi He, radiating nuclear death in every direction. Monsters tried to leap at him, only for their flesh to peel away and their bones to dissolve before they even reached him. The few that managed to get close were crushed by his atomic fists or erased from the air by his atomic breath. Some died instantly, while others suffered a slower and more agonizing end, but the result never changed. Yi He moved through the battlefield like a living god of death, with life fading wherever his shadow passed. Even the other warriors felt a deep instinctive fear toward him, and at the same time they were grateful that someone like him was standing on their side.
Yi He, meanwhile, was not thinking about how terrifying he looked to everyone else. His attention was fixed on the pouches of harvested magic cores hanging at his side. He grinned with the satisfaction of a farmer looking over a rich harvest after a long season. That calm, pleased smile made the nearby warriors shiver for reasons they could not quite explain. The truth was, he did not even need to use his full set of atomic techniques here. His nuclear field alone was enough to make most fighters seriously rethink the idea of ever standing against him.
Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, several warriors were still being battered by wave after wave of charging beasts. As they struggled to hold their position, a few of them glanced back in confusion. Behind them, another large group of fighters had somehow already stopped fighting, and from the looks of it, they were practically taking a break. One warrior frowned, cursed under his breath, and wondered why things had gone quiet so quickly on that side. Had some high-level expert stepped in to help them? A nearby fighter answered almost casually, saying that they had an in-city's top scorer from the entrance exams over there. The warrior froze on the spot. The top scorer? A student. What was a student doing in a brutal war zone like this? Since he had not watched the exams, he had assumed they were just a bunch of high schoolers sparring for points, but the reply that came next was sharp and merciless. That so-called student could take down 10 warriors like him without even getting tired. And a beast tide was never just a mindless swarm. At the center of it, Lord-level monsters were always commanding the horde. Kill those leaders, and the entire tide would start to fall apart. At that very moment, a 10-person squad made up of top-tier warriors had already pushed far into the heart of the monster swarm. Their mission was to hunt down those Lord-level beasts and cut off the command structure driving the tide forward. But even though the remaining monsters were weaker on their own, their numbers seemed endless, pouring toward the battlefield in wave after wave without giving anyone time to breathe. As the fight stretched on, the ordinary warriors began to show clear signs of exhaustion. Their breathing grew rough, their arms slowed, and the pressure from the never-ending monsters kept pressing down harder and harder. Then, in the middle of that chaos, someone suddenly came up with a strange but brilliant idea. Why not drive the beasts straight toward their nuclear ace? No one could say who suggested it first, but before long, the entire front line began adjusting around that plan. The warriors coordinated with one another, redirecting more and more monsters toward Yi He and treating his radiation zone like a living fortress. Even high-tier magical beasts were gradually forced closer to his position. Yi He hardly had to move at all. With the others blocking direct attacks for him, he only needed to stand there, steady and calm, while death poured silently into the air around him. Waves of lethal nuclear radiation spread across the battlefield again and again, turning the beast tide into a radioactive graveyard, and whenever stray radiation slipped past the martial energy shields of nearby warriors, Yi He simply absorbed it back into himself, as if it were nothing. With Yi He serving as the heart of the formation, the warriors naturally gathered around him, forming a moving defensive line that steadily pushed back against the monsters. Some of the smarter beasts seemed to sense that something was wrong. They understood how dangerous Yi He was, but since they could not get near him themselves, they could only command even more monsters to charge forward, hoping to bury him under sheer numbers. The battle became more savage with every passing moment. Roars, screams, explosions, and the clash of weapons filled the secret realm until no one could tell how long the slaughter had lasted. Then, without warning, a flare shot into the sky. That was the signal. The decapitation mission had succeeded. Deep inside the beast tide, the Lord-level monsters had been killed. Across the battlefield, exhausted warriors drenched in blood lifted their heads, and the dim light in their eyes suddenly returned. The tide was collapsing. They had won.
On another side of the battlefield, Chu Zhou, who had nearly reached the point of collapse only moments earlier, finally wiped the sweat from his brow. He released a long breath, and relief spread through his exhausted body. The first beast wave inside the Redwood Mountain's secret realm had finally been defeated. But this victory had come with a brutal cost. Of the thousands of warriors who had entered, only a little over 800 were still standing. Many of those who had fallen were already dead, while others had been injured so badly that their path as warriors had ended forever. That was the fate of warriors, forever standing on the thin line between glory and death, never knowing which one would reach them first. Through the smoke, blood, and shattered earth, Yi He walked over to Chu Zhou with several large sacks slung across his back, compared with the exhausted fighters all around him. He looked far too relaxed, almost as if he had just returned from a casual afternoon walk. He asked Chu Zhou in an almost helpless tone whether he had any idea how to carry all of this stuff back. As it turned out, while the beast tide was retreating, Yi He had been wandering across the battlefield, harvesting the magic cores from every monster that had died under his radiation. One by one, he had collected them without the slightest fear. Other warriors were too wary to even approach monster corpses contaminated by nuclear energy, but Yi He had looted the battlefield as naturally as if he were picking fruit. With a helpless look on his face, he dropped the heavy sacks right at Chu Zhou's feet. Chu Zhou did not say a word. He simply reached out and handed Yi He a silver-black ring. It was a space ring. His eyes lit up almost instantly. Space rings were worth tens of millions, yet Chu Zhou had handed one over as casually as if it were an ordinary accessory. Yi He broke into a grin and joked that he had never realized Chu Zhou was carrying that kind of hidden wealth. Before the two of them could continue their conversation, a sudden commotion rippled through the crowd behind them. The growing buzz of voices pulled their attention away from the ring at once. When they looked up, they saw a large group of warriors parting to both sides like a wave. From the middle of that opening, a tall man stepped forward with calm, deliberate strides. His name was Wu Sen, and he walked straight toward Yi He. This was the same man who had led the elite squad deep into the beast tide to kill the monsters commanding it.
He was also the leader of the famous Silver Wolf martial arts group, one of the most powerful organizations in all of Anin City. Wu Sen stopped in front of Yi He and said he had already heard about his performance from the team. Then he asked directly whether Yi He had any interest in joining them. Without waiting too long, Wu Sen added that becoming a member of Silver Wolf would not interfere with Yi He's university studies in the slightest. In fact, joining Silver Wolf would come with all kinds of benefits: subsidies, cultivation resources, training support, and even protection from the group. And to make the offer even more shocking, Wu Sen directly offered Yi He an S-rank group contract right there in front of everyone. The warriors gathered nearby could barely hide the envy in their eyes. On Blue Star, very few opportunities could compare to what had just been placed in Yi He's hands. Registering with a martial arts group meant gaining access to an entirely different world of resources. Sponsorships from major companies could become funding, equipment, medicine, and practical benefits for members. Without the backing of a powerful martial arts group, even a skilled warrior could be crushed beneath the endless costs of training, weapons, treatment, and missions. That was exactly why the Silver Wolf martial arts group had such influence. They were one of the largest organizations in the entire CI Kingdom. Even top students from the prestigious Imperial Capital University rarely qualified for S-level contracts. So Wu Sen offering one to Yi He on the spot was not simple favoritism. It was proof of just how highly he valued Yi He's future potential. Just then, the crowd stirred once again. From between the warriors stepped a majestic tiger with fur that shimmered like polished obsidian. It was not a wild monster, but a genetically engineered beast produced by one of the leading biotech companies. Sitting cross-legged on the tiger's back was a woman with a sharp and commanding presence. She glanced at Wu Sen with an amused look and said that now she understood why he had vanished the moment the core of the beast tide was destroyed. He had clearly rushed over here to poach a rising star before anyone else could. After that, the woman turned her gaze toward Yi He. She introduced herself as a representative of the Chengda Martial Arts Group. Their organization might not be as large as Silver Wolf, she admitted, but there was one thing she could promise him. If Yi He joined Chengda, he would receive 15% of their monthly training resources. Gasps immediately broke out from the surrounding warriors. 15% was not merely generous. It was practically an all-in investment in Yi He's future. The warriors exchanged stunned looks, suddenly realizing they had still underestimated his value. These martial arts groups were no longer just recruiting him. They were practically competing to claim him first. The other group leaders stayed silent for the moment. They wanted Yi He as well, of course, but the offers from Silver Wolf and Chengda were already so extravagant that they had to seriously consider whether they could even afford to compete. Yi He, however, did not seem tempted. He smiled politely and turned both offers down, saying that for now he had no plans to join any martial arts group. Neither Wu Sen nor the woman from Chengda seemed especially surprised by his answer. With Yi He's level of talent, he did not need anyone's backing in order to stand out. For them, this was not really about forcing him to sign a contract immediately. It was about leaving behind a connection for the future. After that, several more leaders stepped forward, one after another, exchanged a few friendly words with Yi He, and left satisfied as long as he remembered their names. Interestingly enough, even Chu Zhou received an S-level offer from Wu Sen himself. And just like Yi He, Chu Zhou rejected the offer as well. With the crisis now resolved and the beast tide completely broken, the warriors began spreading out into the next phase of the expedition, free exploration. Yi He suggested that he and Chu Zhou climb up to the treetops so they could get a clearer view of the surrounding terrain. Since this secret realm was a vast forest filled with towering trees, observing it from above was the most practical way to understand where they were. Chu Zhou agreed without objection. The two of them used completely different methods to climb. Chu Zhou bent his knees, gathered power into his legs, and launched himself upward with a powerful leap. Whenever his upward momentum began to fade, he controlled the moisture in the air and formed a small ice platform beneath his feet, giving himself just enough footing to jump higher again. Yi He's method, on the other hand, was far more direct. He activated his nuclear light combat mode, gathered energy beneath his feet, and blasted upward like a missile, shooting toward the canopy in just a few seconds. He reached the top of the giant tree first, landing near the canopy, and Chu Zhou arrived shortly after him. The sight spread out before them made Chu Zhou's jaw drop. He stared into the far distance, unable to hide his shock, and blurted out what in the world they were even looking at. Far away across the forest floor, a group of black humanoid creatures was slowly moving through the secret realm. They were enormous, like living mountains walking between the trees, so tall that they could still be seen clearly from the treetops despite the incredible distance. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, their scale was staggering. Each one had to be more than 1,000 meters tall, so massive that the mind almost struggled to accept what the eyes were seeing. Yi He, however, reacted with casual indifference. In his eyes, those creatures probably were not even fully grown yet. He said that if they were given a few more years, maybe they would become strong enough to take them down and uncover whatever secrets were hidden in this place. Chu Zhou turned his head and looked at him, falling into silence. Deep down, Chu Zhou understood that if he had been facing creatures that huge and unknown, the first feeling in his heart would have been fear. But Yi He was different. Yi He was already thinking about defeating them. That was the gap between them. It was not merely a difference in battle technique or raw strength. Yi He possessed an unshakable will, a fearless drive that marked the heart of a true warrior. For a brief moment, Chu Zhou could not help feeling small in comparison. Meanwhile, Yi He had absolutely no idea that his casual remark had triggered such a storm of self-reflection inside Chu Zhou's mind. In Chu Zhou's eyes, Yi He was practically turning into a life coach without even trying. But Yi He had not climbed all the way up here just to admire the scenery. As he scanned the vast landscape from the treetop, Yi He also maintained his life magnetic field, quietly sensing the distribution of living creatures spread throughout the secret realm. That was when Yi He suddenly noticed something strange. There was a lake in the distance, but when Yi He's senses swept across that area, it registered as completely blank. There were no life signatures, no movement, and no sign of activity at all. It was as if someone had carved a dead zone right into the middle of a living ecosystem. That was definitely not normal. In a place like this, an empty signal usually meant that something big was hidden there. Where there was smoke, there was fire, and inside a secret realm, the stranger a mystery seemed, the greater the possible reward. Yi He pointed toward the southeast and told Chu Zhou that there was a lake in that direction. They should go over and take a look. Without wasting time, the two of them moved through the towering forest and soon reached the edge of the lake. When they arrived, 3 other people were already there. To Yi He's surprise, one of them was someone he recognized, Huang Yuli. When Huang Yuli spotted him, she chuckled and teasingly called him an city's top scorer. Clearly, she had never expected that the high schooler she had helped just a few weeks earlier would turn out to be this powerful. Back then, she had only given him a discounted warrior business card. It had not been some enormous favor, but Yi He had still remembered it. One of her teammates, a bald man covered in tattoos, smirked and asked whether she actually knew this little top scorer from City, urging her to introduce them. The third teammate, a man wearing glasses, added that Yi He had been incredible during the Beast Tide earlier and that Huang Yuli really knew how to spot promising people. Huang Yuli briefly explained how she had first met Yi He at the Warrior Center, and the story left her teammates amazed at how casually fate had worked. A random encounter from 2 weeks ago had somehow connected her to one of the most talked-about young warriors in the entire city. Curious about the situation, Yi He asked how long they had been waiting by the lake. Huang Yuli replied that they had not been there for very long. 2 of her teammates had already gone diving below the surface to scout things out. Before Huang Yuli could finish explaining, a figure suddenly burst up from the water. He gasped for air, his body trembling with excitement. It was Yu Yang, one of Huang Yuli's teammates. Yu Yang shouted that they had hit the jackpot and were about to get rich. Huang Yuli's eyes immediately brightened, and she told him to slow down and explain properly. Yu Yang grinned so widely that he could barely contain himself. There was a ruin hidden beneath the lake. The instant those words were spoken, the entire team buzzed with excitement. Everyone's faces lit up at once, and even the air around them seemed to tighten with the thrill of discovering something valuable. Everyone, that is, except Yi He, who simply blinked in confusion. He leaned a little closer to Chu Zhou, nudged him, and quietly asked what was so amazing about finding a ruin, and what kind of ruin they were even talking about. In mysterious realms like this, ancient structures sometimes appeared across the landscape, remnants believed to have been left behind by a lost civilization, hidden deep within the secret worlds. Scholars and experts had come to refer to them simply as ruins, but these ruins were far more than abandoned buildings. They often contained advanced technologies, strange artifacts, and pieces of ancient knowledge. Some even believed that modern martial arts techniques and parts of present-day gene technology could be traced back to discoveries from places like these. Chu Zhou paused briefly, then added that many fighting methods and genetic advancements used today had roots in those ruin excavations. Yu Yang, still caught up in his excitement, had blurted all of this out in front of his teammates and had completely forgotten to check who else was listening. The moment Yu Yang realized that Yi He and Chu Zhou, 2 outsiders, had heard every single word, his expression immediately tightened. Regret flashed across Yu Yang's face almost instantly. His gaze turned sharp and his hands slowly drifted toward the sword at his waist. Chu Zhou noticed the change at once. In places like this, where treasures might be hidden, people were willing to kill for far less. Bloodshed around ruins was not rare at all. Greed could turn humans into monsters faster than any beast tide. Just as Yu Yang seemed ready to make a move, Huang Yuli stepped forward and shouted for him to stop. Yi, he leaned casually against Chu Zhou's shoulder, and the two of them stared Yu Yang down with amused expressions, looking more entertained than threatened. Huang Yuli quickly explained that these two were not ordinary outsiders. Yi, He, and Chu Zhou had ranked first and second in city's college entrance exams. Their strength was far beyond that of regular warriors. If anything, having them here was not a danger, it was luck. That explanation immediately changed the atmosphere around the lake. Yu Yang hesitated for a moment before asking how they were supposed to divide the gains if they all worked together. Huang Yuli answered calmly and without overcomplicating it. Yi, He, and Chu Zhou would receive a share based on how much they contributed. The more effort they put in, the more they would get.
Yu Yang's eyes flickered slightly, but the rest of the team nodded in agreement. Seeing that, he finally chose to remain silent. His future still had promise, and he was not foolish enough to create unnecessary enemies in a place like this.
After that, Yu Yang took the lead as the group entered the lake. Relying on their enhanced lung capacity, all 6 of them dove deep beneath the surface, descending nearly 30 meters into the cold water. At the bottom of the lake, Yu Yang quickly found a familiar marker he had left behind earlier. Using it as a guide, he led everyone toward a submerged cave. Hidden inside that cave was a narrow tunnel that sloped deeper underground. When the group finally emerged from the water, they found themselves inside a vast underground cavern. Yu Yang climbed onto the shore first, but as soon as he looked around, his brows tightened. Something was wrong. He muttered that Li Wei should have been waiting there to keep watch. The tattooed man's expression darkened at once, and he guessed that maybe Li Wei had found something valuable and slipped away on his own. Yu Yang pulled out a walkie-talkie and tried contacting Li Wei. But no answer came back. Only static crackled from the device. The silence weighed heavily on everyone, and the longer it stretched on, the clearer it became that something here was deeply wrong. Huang Yuli remained calm and asked whether Yu Yang had checked for monster activity when they first came down. Yu Yang admitted that he had not found anything suspicious. He and Li Wei had even dropped all of their monster bait bombs, but nothing had appeared. Not a single sign of movement had been drawn out. One of the female teammates looked uneasy as she glanced deeper into the cave. The entire place gave off a bad feeling, and now that Li Wei had vanished without a word, it seemed more and more like they might be walking into something far worse than they had expected. Yu Yang snapped back that they had to go in. If they turned around every time something became dangerous, then they would stay nobodies forever. Anyone who was scared, he said, could leave right then and there. No one moved. Even the teammate who had looked hesitant remained silent. Then Yu Yang said the one thing none of them could really deny. If a mountain of gold was sitting right in front of them, then refusing to reach for it would go against human nature. With that decision made, the group continued forward. Yu Yang walked in front. But the air around them was thick with tension. Li Wei's sudden disappearance had put everyone on edge, and each step deeper into the cavern made them more alert to whatever danger might be hiding ahead. Yu Yang switched on an ultraviolet flashlight and swept the beam carefully across the ground. Under the ultraviolet light, faint marks began to glow on the ground, traces that Yu Yang and Li Wei had left behind earlier. The group followed that trail deeper into the cave, moving cautiously as the passage ahead slowly narrowed until only one person could pass through at a time. As the group moved deeper through the narrow tunnel, every step became more cautious than the last. Yu Yang kept his body slightly lowered, his eyes sweeping constantly from side to side, checking every dark corner, every crack in the stone, and every shadow that looked even slightly unnatural, as if danger might leap out at any second. Then Yu Yang glanced back toward Chu Zhou. Their eyes met for one short, tense moment, and without making a sound, Yu Yang mouthed a warning to him. Something was wrong. Chu Zhou's face turned grim, and he gave the faintest nod in response. The timing of all this simply did not make sense. Both of them were thinking the same thing. According to Huang Yuli, their team had only reached the lake a little while ago, 10 minutes at most. But somehow, in that tiny window of time, Yu Yang and Li Wei had already discovered this underwater cave, found the hidden entrance beneath the lake, and even managed to scout far into the underground passage before everyone else arrived. No matter how they looked at it, it felt far too deliberate, almost as if someone had handed them a small map of the entire place in advance. Maybe the thought of hidden treasure had dulled everyone's instincts, or maybe because Yi He and Chu Zhou were outsiders, they were able to notice suspicious details that the others had overlooked. Even experienced warriors like Yu Yang had failed to catch the scent of danger. Chu Zhou leaned slightly closer to Yi He, keeping his voice low as he murmured that this whole place smelled like a setup. Then he asked whether they should warn their temporary allies and retreat before it was too late. Yai. He calmly shook his head, his expression still steady as he looked ahead into the darkness. There was no need to panic, he said. He already had something planned. Chu Zhou did not ask any more questions after that. If Yi He sounded that confident, then for him, that was enough. At last, the cramped passage opened up, and the group stepped out into a vast underground chamber. The size of it was almost unreal, wide enough to rival an entire football stadium. Thick, dark green vines crawled across every surface, wrapping around the walls, ceiling, and floor, their tangled shapes giving the unsettling impression that the cavern itself was alive. Among those dense vines, dull and drained magic cores were scattered everywhere. Around them lay the skeletal remains of magical beasts, picked clean until almost nothing was left, silently revealing that terrible slaughter had already happened here before they arrived. One of the teammates muttered under his breath as his gaze swept across the chamber. So that was why they had not seen any monsters on the way down. They had all been eaten, or perhaps even worse, turned into nourishment for something far more dangerous hiding in this place. Then, without warning, a piercing scream tore through the heavy silence. One of the teammates raised a trembling hand and pointed upward, their face twisted with horror. High above them, suspended in midair by thick, spear-like vines, hung a shriveled corpse. Its body had been dried out almost completely, but the torn clothing still made its identity unmistakable. It was Li Wei. Yu Yang and the female teammate froze where they stood. The color drained from their faces. Their eyes widened in pure terror, and for a moment, neither of them could make a sound. Then Yu Yang's strength seemed to leave him all at once. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head with both hands as his voice cracked into broken, incoherent rambling. He muttered nonsense about Li Wei dying, about vines chasing him, about trying to run, his words tumbling out in fragments as fear completely overtook him. And then, without the slightest warning, Yu Yang's head began to swell in a grotesque and unnatural way. Thick veins bulged beneath his skin, his face stretched horribly, and in the next shocking instant, his skull burst open. Blood sprayed outward in a sickening arc, almost like some twisted, horrifying fireworks display. From the shattered remains of his head, several twitching, vine-like tendrils lashed out, wriggling in the air like the feelers of a demonic parasite. But before those monstrous vines could fully spread, a brilliant blue beam of atomic energy flashed across the cavern. Yi He fired without hesitation, and the beam sliced cleanly through Yu Yang's torso. The demonic vines withered in an instant, burned away by that pure nuclear force until their movements stopped completely. No one had expected it to happen like this. The monster hidden in the cavern was far more intelligent than any of them had imagined. After feeding on two warriors, it had not merely devoured their bodies. It had seized control of Yu Yang's mind and turned him into living bait, using him to lure even more prey into its nest. Yi He's gaze swept coldly across the chamber, landing on the vines that were now slowly writhing along the walls, floor, and ceiling. His expression turned sharp and calculating. Then, with a thunderous crash, a massive boulder wrapped in a twisting mass of vines broke loose from above. It fell like a meteor behind them, slamming into the ground with brutal force and sealing off their only path back. Chu Zhou stared at the monstrous vines crawling through the cavern, and suddenly a memory flashed through his mind. He had read about this creature before in an obscure monster compendium. It was a second-order, king-class magical beast, the ghost demon vine. The moment Chu Zhou spoke that name aloud, Yu Yang's remaining teammate and the female warrior froze in place, paralyzed by fear. King-class blood beasts were not simply stronger than ordinary monsters. They existed on a completely different level. For first-level warriors like them, this thing might as well have been a god. But Chu Zhou only grinned, his teeth flashing in the dim cavern light. It did not matter what level the creature was, he muttered under his breath. All they needed to do was watch him tear it apart. He was just about to activate his colossal titan mode when a deafening explosion suddenly erupted behind them. The rock wall they had thought completely sealed and impassable was blasted apart in an instant. Through the swirling dust and flying debris, a mysterious figure stepped forward, carrying a suffocating pressure with every movement. His blood energy warped the air around him, leaving thick trails of crimson smoke behind each step. Only one kind of warrior could release such an oppressive presence, an 8th-level fighter. His name was Holong. The ironic thing was, Holong had not originally planned to enter the Redwood Mountain's secret realm at all. But the moment he heard that someone inside the realm had held back the beast tide using nuclear radiation, he immediately knew who it had to be. A person with that kind of power would inevitably leave faint traces of radiation behind in the realm. Tiny, lingering marks that only someone like Holong could track. So when he emerged from the lake, Holong had already found his target. From a safe distance, he watched everything unfold. When the others mentioned ruins, he held his breath and stayed hidden in the shadows as Yi He and the group dove beneath the water. He did not rush in. It was better to let them uncover whatever treasures were buried below first. In this lawless world between warriors, murder was rarely investigated with much effort, evidence was hard to obtain, and the authorities seldom interfered unless things became too obvious. For Ho Long, this was the perfect chance for revenge. The person who had killed his brother was right in front of him, and there might even be relics here that could enrich him or help him escape the Sea Kingdom altogether. He followed silently, suppressing his blood flow and even stopping his breathing to avoid detection. But when the group collapsed the tunnel behind them, a sudden unease struck him. Had he been discovered? He was certain he had erased all traces of his presence, yet something about Yi He made him nervous. He could feel that danger even without seeing him directly. As for Yi he was just as confused. Where had this 8th-level monster come from, and why was he chasing him? One moment they were exploring what looked like hidden ruins, and the next some terrifying warrior had bulldozed through explosions, dust, and blood-colored smoke like a living nightmare. Ho Long muttered strange words under his breath, his voice low and distorted, as if he believed there was some twisted connection between himself and Yi He. He frowned slightly. None of what the man said made sense. Yet for one brief instant he felt as if that mysterious warrior's glare was aimed directly at him, burning with hatred. No, maybe that was just his imagination. Then Ho Long's blood energy surged violently around him. With 8th-level power roaring through his body, he burst forward and bulldozed through the collapsed tunnel as if it were made of paper, his voice thundering through the cavern as he shouted for Yi He to prepare to die. Ho Long charged straight toward Yi He, his momentum terrifying. But before he could reach him, his attack was suddenly stopped. Something was wrong. The so-called ruins in front of them were not ruins at all. This place was a monster's nest. The ghost demon vine did not hunt at random. It targeted the strongest life force it could sense, and right now, Ho Long's blazing blood aura shone brighter than anything else inside the cavern. A deep rumble rolled through the underground chamber. The ground groaned as if it were about to split apart. Vines erupted from the walls and floor, whipping toward Ho Long from every direction. His eyes widened, and he cursed as he turned toward Yi He, asking if this was Yi He's trap. But there was no way forward anymore. Vines blocked every path of escape, forcing Ho Long to fight. They lashed at him again, and Ho Long answered with fists like cannonballs and kicks powerful enough to shatter the air. Every collision sent vines flying, splattering strange fluids across the cavern floor. But the longer the battle continued, the worse the situation became. The ghost demon vine was adapting. It drained his chi, absorbed his martial power, and injected him with neurotoxins through its attacks. Ho Long was undeniably powerful, but the beast was growing more dangerous with every passing second, and the entire cave began shaking violently under the strain of their clash. Huang Yuli's face changed as panic broke through her composure. Over the chaos, she shouted that the cave was about to collapse. Before she could even finish speaking, Yi He stepped forward and barked a single command for everyone to move. Dark blue armor-like plating began spreading over Yi He's body, streaked with glowing crystal blue veins. Along his back, each vertebra lit up one after another, making him look less like an ordinary human and more like a living reactor overflowing with raw power. Then Yi He opened his mouth, and with a deafening roar, a massive wave of atomic breath erupted outward. The terrifying torrent blasted straight through the cave ceiling above them, tearing open a wide passage all the way up toward the lake's surface. In the next instant, lake water came crashing down through the newly opened hole, flooding into the cavern in a sudden, violent rush. He turned toward Yuli and the others, his voice sharp and urgent as he told them to go now. They did not hesitate. Every one of them understood that if Yi He was not staying behind to cover their escape, none of them would make it out alive. But Ho Long had no intention of letting things end there. He roared that Yi He was not getting away, and martial energy erupted from every pore of his body. A violent shockwave tore through the cavern, disintegrating the vines across a wide radius. The ground cracked beneath Ho Long's feet as he launched himself forward like a missile, aiming straight for Yi He. But his charge would not go unanswered. Chu Zhou, who had already been prepared, stepped into his path. His sword flashed as his bloodline power flared around him, and a freezing aura surged outward, whipping the air into a spinning vortex. The blade in his hand, forged from rare, cold-attributed materials with an 82% martial energy transfer rate, hummed with lethal intent. Then Chu Zhou unleashed his soul-cutting sword strike. A vacuum-like slash ripped through the air, and wherever that icy energy passed, thick frost instantly crystallized, coating everything it touched in a gleaming layer of ice. Ho Long met the attack directly. His fists blazed with red-hot flames, each movement carrying the violent pulse of his blood energy. The fire burned a deep crimson, fierce and alive with searing power. In the next instant, ice and flame collided in a violent, dazzling clash. The impact exploded into a storm of steam, frost, and mist that billowed through the cavern. Chu Zhou understood immediately that his sword alone would not be enough. The gap in power between him and Ho Long was simply far too large. So Yi He did not stop. He charged straight through the cloud of mist and emerged like a phantom from the haze, his combat body blazing with power. Nuclear light gathered around his fist as the core of his energy flared violently to life. Atomic force surged outward, turning the entire underground cavern into a blinding ocean of blue light. With no room left to dodge, Ho Long took the full force of Yi He's atomic explosive punch head-on. The impact sent him flying backward like a cannonball, smashing him into the stone wall with a deafening crash. Blood sprayed through the air, but even after that brutal hit, Ho Long was still standing. Even after enduring Chu Zhou's strongest sword strike and Yi He's devastating blow, Ho Long continued to radiate raw, oppressive power. His skin had been scorched by the attack, but his presence remained overwhelmingly dangerous. High-level warriors were not ordinary humans. Their bodies, bones, muscles, and organs had all been reforged through relentless training until they became living weapons. Ho Long turned his gaze toward Chu Zhou, his voice still steady despite the attacks he had just taken. He told Chu Zhou that he was in the way and ordered him to leave. Chu Zhou, already exhausted from the clash, understood the situation immediately. If he stayed, he would only slow Yi He down. Without another word, he retreated, and he moved just in time because the cavern finally began collapsing for real. Chunks of stone rained down from above, and behind the broken rubble, even more monstrous ghost vines writhed and twisted into view. Meanwhile, Yuli and the others had reached the edge of the lake, but they stood frozen there, staring in horror. The water churned violently, filled with debris and rising bubbles as the entire lake bed trembled beneath them. Deep below, the ghost demon vine had gone completely berserk. At last, Chu Zhou burst up through the surface of the lake, drenched from head to toe and sucking in air like he had been trapped under there forever. Water poured down his hair and across his face in streams, but before he could even steady his breathing, Huang Yuli had already rushed over to him. Her eyes swept over his soaked body, then immediately darted past his shoulder toward the violently rippling lake, her expression tightening with obvious fear. "Where's Yi He?" Chu Zhou did not give her an answer right away. He just stood there on the shore, chest rising and falling heavily, lake water dripping from his clothes as his gaze stayed locked on that dark, restless surface. It was as though the words she wanted to hear were still buried somewhere deep below the water, beyond his reach. Then, in the very next second, a terrifying flash ripped across the lake. Dazzling blue lightning burst outward in every direction, crawling over the surface in sharp, twisted branches, illuminating the entire area so fiercely that for one brief moment the darkness seemed to be torn apart and replaced by daylight. Far beneath the lake's surface, Yi He suddenly bit down hard into his own palm. The instant his teeth broke, the skin and blood welled out. Violent strands of electric blue energy erupted from the wound and began crawling wildly across his entire body. Ho Long felt the danger almost the moment it appeared. Every instinct in him screamed that something was wrong, and he threw himself forward with all his remaining strength, trying desperately to stop Yi He before that power could fully detonate. But his reaction was still one step too slow. A thunderous sphere of light exploded from Yi He's body, and countless bolts of lightning blasted outward like a storm breaking loose underwater, engulfing Huo Long completely inside a raging field of pure destructive energy. The moment that blue lightning struck Huo Long, his alloy-like muscles began burning black, charring and carbonizing under the unbearable force as if his entire body were being scorched from the inside out. The scene almost resembled those legendary Titan transformations from old stories, where someone bit their palm and triggered an overwhelming burst of power, usually with lightning crashing around them in every direction. But the colossal Titan was never just about a dramatic entrance. Its transformation itself was a weapon, a strategic explosion, something closer to a living nuclear detonation. And now, from the center of the lake, Yi He let out a roar as his whole body flared into a blazing sphere of electric blue light. The explosion that followed swallowed the entire underwater cave in one devastating instant, burying everything beneath roaring thunder, blinding radiance, and a horrifying wave of force that felt almost like radiation spreading through the water. From the shore, Chu Zhou and the others could do nothing but stare in frozen shock as the entire lake erupted with a blinding surge of atomic blue light. The water at the center blasted upward with terrifying power, and everyone instinctively scrambled backward, trying to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the violent aftermath. Thick white steam hissed into the air, rolling upward in heavy clouds, while the fierce blue lightning slowly began to fade. By the time the storm finally quieted, nearly half of the lake had vanished into vapor. Then, as the mist gradually thinned, something seemed to move inside it. A gigantic shadow shifted behind the fog, massive and towering, but before anyone could get a clear look, it disappeared as if it had never been there at all. "Did you see that?" someone asked in disbelief, but no one could tell whether they had truly seen something or whether the blast had simply tricked their eyes. A short while later, a figure came sprinting out through the lingering haze and straight toward the shore. It was Yi He, completely naked, running forward with the casual confidence of someone who saw nothing strange about the situation whatsoever. Without even a trace of shame on his face, he shouted directly at Chu Zhou, "Clothes." Chu Zhou said nothing. He simply reached into his space ring, pulled out a pair of dark leather pants along with a tank top, and tossed them over to Yi He. After Yi He put them on and straightened himself out, Chu Zhou stepped closer, though his eyes still kept drifting toward the steaming lake behind him. "What was that blast just now?" he asked. Yi He exhaled calmly, his expression so composed that it was almost suspicious. That guy was carrying a plasma bomb. He dragged the ghost demon vine down with him. Chu Zhou blinked once. "A plasma bomb? That's military-grade gear. It's completely illegal. Who would even be able to get their hands on something like that?" He paused, narrowing his eyes a little as he remembered what he had seen. And no offense, but that really didn't look like a plasma bomb, that lightning storm and that huge silhouette. Before Chu Zhou could finish that sentence, Yi had cut him off with a flat, unwavering look. "You saw it wrong. It was just a plasma bomb." Chu Zhou stared at him in silence for several seconds, studying his face, then slowly gave a small nod as though he had accepted the explanation. "Right, I must have been mistaken." Of course, deep down, he knew perfectly well that his eyes had not fooled him. But Chu Zhou understood exactly what Yi He was telling him without saying it outright. Everyone carried secrets, and if Yi He wanted this particular secret to stay buried beneath that lake, Chu Zhou had no intention of prying it open. After all, he was not exactly a man without secrets of his own. Even so, there was no denying that Yi He had taken things a little too far this time. Huolong's body had been completely destroyed, blasted away so thoroughly that not even a trace remained. Fortunately, the ghost demon vine's magic core had still been recovered, so at the very least, the mission had not ended in complete failure. Meanwhile, after everything they had been through, Huang Yuli and her team were completely exhausted, and in the end, they decided it was finally time to leave. Huang Yuli turned toward Yi He with an embarrassed expression, her voice carrying both gratitude and guilt. "Sorry, we followed you all the way here, but in the end, we still had to rely on you to save us. Once we get out of this place, we'll definitely find a way to repay you." Yi He only lifted a hand and waved it off casually, as if the whole thing was not worth mentioning. "No need. Just treat it as me returning the favor you did for me." Huang Yuli smiled softly when she heard that. "But if I repay you again, doesn't that mean you'll owe me another favor?" With a light laugh and one last wave, she turned around and left together with her teammates. Over the next 2 days, Yi He and Chu Zhou continued moving through the Redwood Mountain secret realm, searching the area from place to place. With Yi He's life magnetic field perception guiding them, the two of them were able to detect and collect all kinds of valuable spiritual herbs hidden among the mountains, forests, and uneven terrain. They did not come across another treasure as rare as the blood jade fruit, but even without that kind of miracle find, their overall harvest was still rich enough to count as a major gain. By the 3rd day, both Yi He and Chu Zhou felt that they had already collected more than enough. Staying any longer would only mean taking unnecessary risks. So, after weighing things for a moment, they finally made the decision to leave the Redwood Mountain's secret realm behind. But the instant they stepped out through the rift and returned to the outside world, both Yi He and Chu Zhou stopped dead in their tracks. The two of them stared ahead in complete disbelief, almost unable to connect the sight before them with the place they remembered. The Redwood Mountain they had known was gone. The barren wilderness that had once surrounded the secret realm had been cleared and reshaped into a massive fortress of modern civilization. Trees and rocks had disappeared, replaced by a sprawling steel jungle of towers, reinforced structures, and constantly operating facilities. There was already a hospital, an auction house, an armory, and even a hot spring hotel. Farther away, a temporary airport was already buzzing with movement. When night came, artificial lights covered the entire mountain in a brilliant glow, spreading across the landscape so brightly that it almost felt like the place could be seen from orbit. The sheer speed of Yeje Nation's infrastructure development left both Yi He and Chu Zhou speechless. All they could do was stand there and marvel at how completely the area had transformed in just a few short days. Not long afterward, Yi He headed to the Secret Realm Appraisal Office to have his spoils evaluated. According to the rules, he needed to hand over 1/10 of everything he had collected as tax. Without thinking too much about it, he reached into his space ring, pulled out a large sack, and dropped it heavily onto the table with a loud thud. The staff members behind the counter immediately flinched. One of them glared at him and snapped, "Careful, if you damage anything here, you're paying for it." Yi, he scratched the back of his head, wearing a slightly awkward smile as he looked at the irritated staff. "Sorry about that. I just brought back quite a lot of things. I figured I should hurry and take them all out now, otherwise you might not even finish counting everything before noon." The staff member gave him a cold, unimpressed look, clearly not buying his casual attitude. Still, she raised one hand and motioned for him to continue, as if telling him to get it over with. This time, Yi He was a little more careful. He pulled out a second sack and placed it beside the first. Then came a third sack. After that, a fourth, then a fifth. One after another, each heavy bag appeared from his space ring and landed on the counter like another solid hit against the staff's already thinning patience. By the time the sixth sack appeared, the woman behind the counter had already gone pale. Was this man seriously trying to empty out the entire Redwood Mountain's secret realm all by himself? After nearly 3 straight minutes of watching Yi Hei pull bag after bag out of his space ring, she finally reached the limit of what she could calmly endure.
"Are you done?" she asked. And by now, even her voice sounded strained, as if she was barely holding herself together.
Yi. He gave her a small, harmless-looking smile. With the sacks? Yeah. The woman immediately let out a relieved breath, thinking the nightmare was finally over. But then Yi Hei added, in the same casual tone someone might use when talking about vegetables at the market, "I still have a bunch of spiritual medicine, though." In that instant, the look on her face made it seem like her soul had almost left her body. She immediately transferred Yi Hei over to the Spiritual Medicine Appraisal Center. Compared with magic cores, identifying rare herbs, elixirs, and medicinal materials required far more time, precision, and expertise. And now, because of Yi Hei's absurd harvest, her entire department had basically been handed a mountain of overtime work. When Yi Hei arrived at the appraisal center, the appraisers stood around the table in stunned silence, staring at the spiritual medicine spread out before them. This did not look like a normal adventurer's harvest at all. It looked more like someone had overturned an entire wholesale market full of rare herbs right in front of their eyes. One of the appraisers could not stop himself from muttering, "Since when were rare elixirs sold like cabbages?" With so many high-grade items appearing all at once, the entire appraisal team immediately dropped their other work and prioritized Yi Hei's haul. And while everyone around him was nearly losing their minds over the pile of treasures, Yi Hei himself remained unbelievably calm. He barely seemed interested in most of it. The green and white quality magic cores were no longer useful to him at his current level, so he had already made up his mind to sell every one of them without the slightest hesitation. However, the 5 blue magic cores from third-level monsters that he had picked up during the Beast Tide were different. The same was true for the emerald green core streaked with golden veins from the ghost demon vine. Those were valuable enough for Yi Hei to keep for himself. By the time he finally walked out of the magic core recycling station, his bank account had expanded dramatically, rising to more than 27 million in GA currency. And yet, when Yi Hei looked at that long string of zeros sitting in his account, he felt almost no excitement at all. Maybe the number had become so huge that it no longer felt real, or maybe his perspective had already changed without him noticing. At this point, if he could increase his template compatibility by another 10%, he would happily trade away every bit of that money without even blinking. Just as Yi Hei was heading back to collect the fully assessed elixirs from the appraisal center, a sleek luxury business car glided over and came to a smooth stop right beside him. The car door opened, and a well-dressed middle-aged man stepped out with a practiced, friendly smile on his face. He greeted Yi Hei warmly and introduced himself without hesitation. "Li Yutian," he said, his tone polite but direct. "Owner of Pinghei Pharmacy. I've heard quite a bit about you." Yi Hei had only just emerged from the secret realm with a massive haul of spiritual medicines, but clearly news of it had already spread. He had just been wondering how he should sell off all those spiritual medicines when Li Yutian's smooth voice broke into his thoughts. The owner of Pinghei Pharmacy took a step forward with that same confident smile and did not bother wasting time with small talk. "I heard you brought back quite a collection from Redwood Mountain. Would you be willing to sell them to me?" He went straight to the point and offered to buy everything at a price 1 point higher than the market rate. He did not answer immediately. He simply looked at the man in front of him. So much for keeping things private. As expected, those old foxes at the appraisal center had already leaked the details of his harvest. Still, Yi Hei was not especially bothered by it. If anything, this saved him the trouble of finding buyers on his own. Since someone had taken the initiative to come to him with money ready, he had no real reason to complain. The transaction went through quickly and smoothly. In fact, Li Yutian looked almost like he was the one begging to finalize the purchase, and honestly, that was not far from the truth. Even though he was clearly taking a financial loss by offering such a generous price, Li Yutian still smiled from ear to ear as he handed over the contract. The reason was simple. As a businessman, he knew valuable potential when it was standing right in front of him. He had collected more high-grade elixirs in a single trip than most teams might find in an entire year. To Li Yutian, this was not merely a business deal. It was an investment in a relationship, and one generous offer today might give him exclusive access to Yi Hei's future harvests. When the money finally arrived in his account, Yi Hei glanced at the balance once again. Another massive mountain of cash had appeared, but it still failed to stir any real excitement in him. No amount of money could compare to increasing his own strength by even 10%. The frustrating truth was that basic genetic potions, white magic cores, and green magic cores were all becoming useless to him now. None of them could push his template compatibility any further. Yay, he released a quiet sigh. In the end, his template's appetite was even pickier than his own. What he truly needed now was high-tier genetic medicine, but resources like that were not things ordinary people could simply buy with cash. Access to them was blocked by status, privilege, and official channels, and right now, he did not have enough of any of those things. Money by itself was no longer enough to get him what he needed. That meant, for the time being, there was only one other practical path left for him to improve himself: martial arts techniques. During the entrance exam, Yi He had completely crushed Lu Qingzhu and the others, but he understood very clearly that his victory had not come from superior technique. It was entirely because the Demora template had given him overwhelming raw power. If the comparison was based purely on martial arts skill, he was still far behind those fighters who had trained seriously for years. Now that he had recognized that weakness, he immediately knew who he needed to look for: someone with connections, someone who might actually be able to help him obtain real high-level martial techniques. Principal Old Deng. As soon as that name flashed through Yi He's mind, he wasted no time at all. He turned around and sprinted straight toward Annan City's #1 middle school. When Yi He arrived at the school, Principal Old Deng welcomed him with the warmth of an elder, seeing a favorite child return home after making him proud. Old Deng personally poured Yi He a cup of hot tea, then even reached over and gave his shoulders a friendly squeeze while laughing. I didn't expect our top scorer to come back and visit his old school. But with the old principal's years of experience, he could tell at a glance that Yi He had not come here simply to reminisce. This boy had clearly shown up because he needed help with something. With a knowing chuckle, Old Deng brought out a bottle of white medicinal wine. Suspended gently inside the clear liquid was a rare ginseng elixir, its roots floating like delicate threads. "I got this just recently," he said with obvious pride, "from none other than Li Yutian, the boss of Pinghe Pharmacy. And really, who could refuse such a gift? A bottle like this could strengthen the body, improve circulation, and restore vitality, especially when it had been infused with such a rare medicinal ginseng." The moment Principal Old Deng saw it, his eyes practically began to shine. "Well, well," he said with a broad grin, "our top scorer isn't just talented and capable, he even knows how to respect his elders. He smiled modestly, his voice sounding perfectly sincere. "I'm only doing what I should. Respecting teachers and elders is a traditional virtue of Jie Nation, after all." Moved by the gesture, Principal Old Deng stopped putting on an overly polite act. The gift had already been accepted, so naturally, it was time to talk about why Yi He had really come. Yi He leaned forward and spoke directly. "I want to learn real martial arts." Principal Old Deng's expression gradually became more serious as he listened. He explained that although the market was full of so-called martial arts techniques, most of them were low-tier imitations with very limited value. True high-level martial skills were rare, precious, and heavily protected. In reality, there were only two proper ways to obtain them. The first was through university, where students could earn access to top-tier techniques by using contribution points. The second was through inheritance, passed down by elite warrior families who protected their secret arts through their bloodlines. The Lu family's signature martial style was one of those examples, something that only core family members or specially recognized outsiders could learn. That was also why top talents like Lu Qingzhu, Chu Zhou, and even Yi He himself, despite already reaching the peak of the martial apprentice level, had not broken through to warrior rank yet. It was not because they lacked talent or physical strength, it was because they lacked legal access to the proper methods. All official advancement knowledge for becoming a warrior was restricted to university students, and the government did not allow ordinary civilians to possess or practice that kind of material outside the education system. That was exactly why Yi He had come to Principal Old Deng, a man with enough connections to open doors that were usually locked. Old Deng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why not just wait? You've already applied to Wadu University. Getting accepted is basically guaranteed." Yi He looked back at him with his most serious and determined expression. "I can't wait," Yi He said in a firm voice. "I need to improve now." Seeing the intensity burning in the boy's eyes, Old Deng could only sigh inwardly. This child really was different from ordinary students. Fine, he thought, a talent like this should not be trapped inside ordinary rules. As an educator, was it not his responsibility to teach each student according to their actual needs? "Rules are for rigid people," Yi He added, flashing a cheeky little smile. "Not for people like us, right?" That one line struck Old Deng exactly where it needed to. The old principal immediately looked pleased, practically glowing with satisfaction as the flattery lifted him halfway to cloud 9. "You're lucky the education system still has open-minded teachers like me," he said with a proud chuckle. The very next day, not long after noon, Yi He had just finished his training and stepped out of the shower when his communicator suddenly buzzed. The caller was Principal Old Deng. "I've arranged everything," the old man said over the line. "You can head over now." Yi He thanked him right away, then casually asked which martial family had agreed to train him. The answer made Yi He freeze where he stood, the Lu family. He stared at the communicator screen, stunned for a moment. The Lu family? They were actually willing to teach him their sacred martial arts. It sounded incredible, but at the same time it felt far too suspicious. Why would they suddenly be willing to hand over their most closely guarded techniques, especially after what had happened to their prized prodigy, Lu Qingju? Yi He could not remove the doubt from his heart. After all, he had publicly humiliated Lu Qingju, the pride of their family, in front of hundreds of thousands of spectators. And now that same Lu family was supposed to teach him their secret martial techniques? Was this truly legitimate, or had Principal Old Deng somehow pushed him straight into a trap? Yi He had plenty of doubts, but he still went. The Lu family estate stood on the outskirts of the city, occupying a vast piece of land that had clearly been passed down through generations. It was not just a home, it was a statement of power. At the same time, on a road not far from the estate, a black customized motorcycle tore down the street with a roar like a jet engine. The machine alone cost more than 2 million yuan, and its engine power was comparable to that of a supercar. The rider Lu wore dark sunglasses and a leather jacket, giving off the full image of a wealthy young master enjoying his moment. A blonde girl clung tightly around his waist from behind, her hair whipping wildly in the rushing wind as the speed forced her to press closer against him, praising him between breathless bursts of excitement. Lu smirked beneath his sunglasses, clearly enjoying both the speed and the admiration behind him. In that moment, he looked as if he believed the entire road belonged to him. But just as Lu was about to show off even more, something suddenly startled him. A figure had somehow appeared right beside his speeding motorcycle, without warning. It was Yi He, casually pedaling a yellow shared bike, looking as relaxed as if he were simply taking an afternoon ride through the city. Yi He glanced sideways at him and said in an even voice, "You might want to keep your eyes on the road. If you drive recklessly, the ones who cry won't be you. It'll be the people who actually care about you." Lu almost lost control of the motorcycle right then and there. Was this guy seriously lecturing him about road safety while riding a rented shared bike beside him? His expression tightened instantly, and his hand clenched hard around the throttle. The steel beast beneath him responded at once, its engine roaring with furious power. The motorcycle exploded forward with a savage roar, kicking up a thick stream of exhaust smoke and leaving Yi He behind on the road. Liu even lifted one hand from the handlebar and threw him a middle finger as he sped off, his face full of open arrogance. So what if Yi He had some fame? In Liu's mind, someone pedaling a shared bike through the street had no business being compared to a person like Lu Qingju. Behind him, the blonde girl squealed again, wrapping her arms even tighter around his waist while breathlessly praising how cool and dominant he was. Underneath his sunglasses, Lu's grin stretched wider and wider. For that brief moment, he felt as if he had completely crushed Yi He, not only in speed but in presence, style, and status. The taste of victory was sweet enough to make him feel untouchable. Unfortunately for him, that smug little moment did not last for long. A strange humming noise suddenly began rising from behind them. At first, it was so faint that it almost blended into the wind, but within just a few seconds, the sound sharpened and grew louder, until it was actually cutting through the thunderous roar of Liu's motorcycle engine. Lu glanced over his shoulder, and the moment he saw what was coming, his eyes nearly bulged out of his head. A dazzling streak of blue light was tearing down the road behind him at terrifying speed. It was Yi He, still sitting on that tiny yellow shared bike, except now both of his legs were glowing like a pair of rocket engines. He had activated his nuclear-like combat body, but only through his legs. Brilliant blue energy flared around him like jet flames, wrapping the lower half of his body in a fierce glow. With every single pedal, that poor little bicycle surged forward at a speed that should have been impossible, and in the blink of an eye, Yi He shot past the motorcycle like a blue meteor flashing across the road. Liu and the blonde girl both stared after him, their mouths hanging open as every word seemed to die in their throats. That cheap, unremarkable shared bike kept racing farther and farther ahead, no longer looking like a bicycle at all, but more like an F-22 fighter jet carving through the street. Neither of them said a thing. The only thing left between them was a hot, suffocating wave of embarrassment. By the time Lu finally managed to understand what had just happened, Yi He had already reached the gates of the Lu family manor. He rolled the little bike to a smooth, effortless stop, looking as calm as if the entire ridiculous race had taken no energy from him at all. He raised his head and looked at the castle-like estate in front of him, and honestly, the sight did not surprise him too much. This was exactly the kind of place one would expect from an old-money martial arts family. The manor spread outward like a private kingdom, arranged in elegant layers around the grand central castle. Carefully maintained gardens filled the grounds, hedges were trimmed into the shapes of animals, bronze statues stood between the pathways, and graceful fountains flowed quietly beneath the light. The castle itself rose with a heavy, solemn presence, built from gray stone walls, sharp spires, and grand old-world architecture that made anyone standing before it instinctively straighten their back. He could not help thinking that this was what true legacy looked like. It was completely different from the loud, flashy showiness of newly rich families. Then Hei's expression slowly settled. Without making any obvious movement, he quietly activated his life magnetic field. His perception spread through the manor like an invisible tide, and almost immediately several powerful auras appeared within his senses. They were strong, steady, and filled with vitality, moving somewhere deep inside the estate, making the entire manor feel as if it were silently watching him in return. Just then, the manor gates opened from the inside. From a distance, a figure dressed in white walked toward him with calm and graceful steps. Her dress swayed gently as she moved, and the air around her seemed to carry a colder, quieter feeling than the world around them. It was Liu Qingju. She pressed down the nervousness hidden in her heart and covered it with her usual frosty expression as she came forward to welcome her classmate. Seeing the way she reacted, He gave a light chuckle and teased her. "What's wrong? Not happy to see me?" Liu Qingju quickly lowered her head, her voice quiet as she replied, "That's not it." Hei's amusement grew even stronger. "Oh, so you're happy to see me?" He had not expected that this usually cold and distant young lady would be so easy to tease. Liu Qingju immediately became flustered and tried to explain herself. "My mother asked me to come out and greet you." She avoided meeting his eyes, then turned around and began walking ahead to lead the way. He did not continue teasing her this time. He simply followed behind her at a relaxed pace, letting his gaze move across the scenery of the Liu family estate as they gradually went deeper inside. At the main entrance, two neatly dressed maids were already waiting. They bowed with perfect etiquette, respectfully acknowledged Liu Qingju, and then opened the grand doors for them. He stepped onto the luxurious carpet and entered a spacious hall filled with restrained elegance. The ceiling rose high overhead, and tall arched windows let soft light spill across the room, revealing the refined details of the interior. On the far wall, portraits of past Liu family heads hung in dignified rows, each one carrying a proud and solemn presence, as if generations of the family's history were silently looking down from above. Liu Qingju lifted her head and called out to her mother, announcing that He had arrived. Almost immediately, the crisp sound of high heels began echoing across the marble floor. He raised his gaze toward the staircase, and there, descending from above, was the woman he had come to meet. A stunning woman walked down the stairs with unhurried grace. Every step she took carried both elegance and authority, as though beauty and power had been wrapped together into one calm, commanding figure. Age had not diminished her charm in the slightest. Instead, time seemed to have refined her beauty like fine wine, giving it more depth, maturity, and dignity. Grace surrounded her as naturally as breathing, and a calm, noble presence followed her like an invisible cloak. For a brief moment, even Hei's breath caught in his chest. So this was Qinlan, Liu Qingju's mother. The moment he saw her, Hei's thoughts could not help drifting back to what had happened after the college entrance exam.
After Liu Qingju returned home that day, she had already prepared herself for a harsh scolding from her famously strict mother. But instead of criticizing her, Qinlan had simply called her into the study to drink tea. Qinlan brewed it personally, and every movement she made was precise, refined, and flawless, as though even the simple act of pouring tea had been polished into an art.
Liu Qingju stood there tensely, already preparing to apologize for her defeat. But before she could say anything, her mother gently raised one hand and stopped her. In a soft, calm voice, Qinlan said, "There's no need to be nervous." "I watched the live broadcast of your match against that boy," Qinlan continued. "You did well. Exceptionally well." She paused for a brief moment, then added with clear and steady judgment, "His strength is extraordinary. Even if he had taken the Imperial Capital University exam, he still would have stood out. You have nothing to feel ashamed of." Even after hearing that, Liu Qingju did not immediately relax. She remained silent, standing quietly with her head lowered. She did not dare to sit down, and she did not even reach for the tea that had been placed in front of her. Qinlan allowed that silence to linger for a moment before speaking again. "Among your generation, you are the only one capable of carrying the weight of the Liu family. Your brother simply does not have that ability." Then Qinlan gently raised her hand, lifted her daughter's chin, and looked at her with a softness that was also complicated. "But you are still a girl," she said, her voice lowering slightly, "and a beautiful one." She let out a quiet sigh, and the mood in the study seemed to grow heavier with it. Your father passed away far too early, and now there is no one standing behind us to support the family from the shadows. Over these years, our influence has already been forced to shrink back into this small ant city. If a major family steps forward and proposes a marriage alliance, we may not have enough strength to refuse." Her words became even heavier. And if that day comes, everything the Liu family has built over the past century may end up falling into someone else's hands. From beginning to end, Qin Lan's voice remained composed and steady. But every word she spoke carried a weight that sank deep into Liu Qingju's heart, pressing down on her more heavily than any scolding could have. "That boy seems good," Qin Lan continued. "He has talent, his background is clean, and his future is bright. From what I can tell, he does not appear to be the sort of person who chases power purely for power's sake." She looked steadily at Liu Qingju, her gaze sharp and unreadable. "I want to see the two of you get closer. What do you think?" Liu Qingju's eyes widened at the sudden words, but before she could respond, Qin Lan's phoenix-like gaze locked firmly onto hers. "You do not need to answer me right now," Qin Lan added. "Just try getting to know Yi He." Back in the present, Qin Lan reached the final step with effortless elegance and formally welcomed Yi He into the Liu family. Yi He returned the greeting with proper respect, his tone controlled and polite, though he had to work hard to push aside the distracting impression left by Qin Lan's striking beauty and powerful presence. He presented the gift he had brought with him, but Qin Lan barely spared it a glance. Instead, her eyes remained fixed on him as she spoke calmly. "I heard from Principal Deng that you are interested in learning advanced martial arts." He answered without the slightest hesitation. "Yes," Qin Lan was just as direct in return. "My daughter will guide you." He blinked, genuinely caught off guard by how straightforward she was. He had expected at least some negotiation, perhaps a few conditions, or maybe even a test of his character first. What he had not expected was for the Liu family to show this much generosity right from the beginning. Only then did Qin Lan accept the gift, though she still did not seem particularly concerned about what was inside. She continued in the same calm tone. "Qingju will take you to the Liu family's martial arts pavilion. You may train there, but nothing inside is allowed to leave the premises. You have one day." After saying that, she paused briefly, as if allowing him to understand the weight of the opportunity. "There are 3 Xuanhuan martial arts techniques stored inside the pavilion," Qin Lan said. "Whether you can comprehend them, or whether you can gain anything from them at all, will depend entirely on your own ability." He was stunned again. He had originally thought that at most, he might be allowed to look through a few slightly higher-level martial techniques. He had never imagined that the Liu family would actually grant him access to something as valuable and elite as Xuanhuan-level martial arts. He could not tell whether Principal Deng had secretly pulled serious strings behind the scenes, or whether Qin Lan was intentionally making an investment in him. But no matter which possibility was true, the chance was now right in front of him. Whether it was a genuine gift or some hidden trap no longer mattered. He had to take it. "Understood, madam," He said respectfully. "Please thank the Liu family on my behalf." He deliberately thanked the Liu family, not Qin Lan personally. Qin Lan noticed that detail immediately. It meant Yi He was not simply accepting this as a personal favor from her. He was offering a promise in return. If the Liu family ever needed him one day, he would respond. Qin Lan's expression softened just a little. The more she observed Yi He, the more she appreciated his sense of proportion and understanding. Yi He, on the other hand, suddenly had the strange feeling that he had just passed some invisible test without even realizing it. After they parted from Qin Lan, Liu Qingju led Yi He out of the main hall. The two of them walked side by side through a long corridor, their footsteps carrying softly as they headed toward the Liu family's martial arts pavilion. Once they were alone again, the atmosphere between them quietly changed. Liu Qingju could not stop thinking about the meaningful look her mother had given her earlier. Yi He, completely unaware of the thoughts turning over in her mind, noticed something else instead. Glancing at her profile, he asked, "Liu Qingju, why do I feel like you're avoiding me?" "I'm not," she answered quickly, but her eyes immediately flicked away before they could meet his. But when he suddenly stepped closer, closing the space between them and catching her gaze directly, Liu Qingju flinched almost instinctively before she could control herself. Like a startled deer, she stumbled back half a step. Liu Qingju had never been this close to a boy before. For that brief instant, she could even feel the warmth of Yi He's breath brushing against her right cheek. Color rushed into her face almost at once, and the cold, untouchable aura of the high mountain flower collapsed in an instant. She quickly retreated, trying to recover her composure as she asked in a flustered voice, "Why are you standing so close?" He did not answer her question. He simply followed her farther into the depths of the manor, and before long, the two of them arrived in front of a hidden underground chamber. A massive stone door stood before them, ancient, rough, and obviously made from no ordinary material. Yi, his curiosity was immediately drawn to it. Liu Qingju noticed the interest in his eyes and explained, "This door is made from power transformation stone. It was mined from a secret realm. Even a strike from a Xuanhuan-level master would not be able to break it. Instead, it absorbs the energy of attacks." Yi He looked at the door with sudden seriousness and asked, "Can I punch it?" Liu Qingju blinked, clearly caught off guard by that question. Most people would have been amazed by such a rare material, not immediately wonder whether they were allowed to smash it. Still, after pausing for a brief moment, she nodded and gave him permission. "Go ahead." Yi He stepped forward and slowly clenched his fist. Power surged through his body, and that familiar blazing blue light began gathering around his hand, wrapping his fist in a fierce glow like a comet moments away from crashing down. The instant Liu Qingju saw that light, her expression changed. The faint smile that had been on her face disappeared almost completely. That glow reminded her of something she did not want to think about. Without saying a word, she quietly turned her face away. With a thunderous boom, Yi, his fist, tore through the air and smashed heavily into the stone door. The force of the punch sent a gust blasting through the underground chamber, strong enough to lift the hem of Liu Qingju's white skirt. But the strike did not explode outward the way Yi had expected. Instead, the instant his power touched the door, it disappeared as if it had been swallowed whole. Gentle ripples spread across the stone surface, moving softly like circles across a calm pond. Yi He stood there in stunned silence. That had been his strongest punch, yet the moment it landed, it felt as if his fist had sunk into water, soft, quiet, and completely smothered. More than 90% of the impact had been absorbed. It was rare to see Yi He fail at anything, and Liu Qingju found the sight strangely amusing. She lifted a hand to cover her mouth, trying to hide the smile that had appeared before she could stop it. Then she stepped forward, opened the stone door, and gestured for him to go inside. Beyond the door was the Liu family's martial arts pavilion. Rows of shelves stretched across the chamber, filled with technique scrolls and manuals arranged in neat, orderly categories. The entire place looked solemn, organized, and deeply impressive. "All the martial arts stored here are copies," Liu Qingju explained. "They are divided by type: movement techniques, defense techniques, internal force methods, swordsmanship, and many others. If you want to study something, just swipe this." She handed Yi He a sleek black and gold card. Yi He accepted it, then immediately asked, "What about the Xuanhuan techniques?" "They are kept farther inside in a smaller stone chamber," Liu Qingzu answered. "You will need that card to access them too. But even if you enter, you will not be able to fully master anything in just one day. At most, you might be able to understand a little of the basics." She paused for a moment, then pointed toward a nearby shelf. "Honestly, I do not necessarily think my mother giving you access to Xuanhuan martial arts is a good thing. I can recommend a few techniques that are one tier lower instead, and they may actually suit your current situation much better." He glanced over at Liu Qingju, a faint amusement appearing in his eyes as the corner of his mouth lifted. "Are you worried about me?" There it was again, that deliberately teasing tone that instantly made Liu Qingju want to turn around and walk away. Her expression cooled, and with clear annoyance she turned her face aside, deciding not to argue with him any further for now. Yi He raised both hands like he was surrendering. All right, I get it. You don't need to worry about me." Liu Qingju tilted her head slightly, still wearing that distant expression, but she said nothing else. By this point, she could already see that Yi He had made up his mind. If he was going to learn, then naturally he would aim directly for the strongest technique available. That was exactly the kind of person he was. With Xuanhuan martial arts placed right in front of him, if he did not even have the courage to reach for them, then he might as well turn around and focus only on raising his template compatibility. Besides, Qin Lan had personally opened this path for him. It was a rare opportunity, but also a quiet test. If Yi He backed away now, or failed to prove himself worthy, then the Liu family's inner circle might never open its doors to him again. Seeing the firm determination in Yi He's eyes, Liu Qingju finally stopped trying to persuade him. Without another word, she turned and led him farther into the pavilion, heading toward the chamber where the Xuanhuan techniques were sealed away, a place that was clearly guarded and reinforced far more heavily than the rest of the martial arts collection. The chamber itself had been constructed from black power transformation stone, an incredibly rare material that was almost impossible to destroy by ordinary means. As they approached, Liu Qingju explained that her great-grandfather's generation had started gathering this stone long ago, preserving every piece for something truly important. It was the first time she had spoken so many words all at once, and although her voice was still calm and restrained, the pride hidden beneath it was impossible to ignore. This was not simple boasting. It was pride in the Liu family's long legacy and in the heavy history sealed inside this place. With a deep grinding rumble, the black stone vault slowly opened in front of them. As the heavy door moved aside, 3 heavily protected safes appeared inside, each one thick, solid, and intimidating, built with enough strength to withstand even a direct strike from a tank.
Lu Qingzhu warned Yi He in a serious tone that if the wrong password was entered 5 times, the Xuanhuan martial art sealed inside would immediately self-destruct, vanishing forever with no chance of recovery. Yi He's gaze moved across the names displayed before him. 2 of them, Floating Shadow and Xuanhuan Jade Finger, were already familiar to him. They were the exact techniques Lu Qingzhu had used during their fight. But the third name was completely unfamiliar, Paralyzing Demon in the Flesh. He had never seen Lu Qingzhu use that one before. Lu Qingzhu then explained that Xuanhuan martial arts were not techniques that could be mastered just by reading words written in a manual. They had to be felt. Their creators had infused their own martial rhythm into each inheritance, and unless the learner could resonate with that rhythm, or unless their attributes matched the technique, they would not even be able to truly begin. In other words, Xuanhuan martial arts were not dead manuals. Waiting quietly for someone to study them, they were almost alive. It was not only a question of whether Yi He chose the technique also had to choose him.
At that moment, Yi He suddenly understood why Lu Qingzhu had never used the third technique in battle. It was not because her talent was lacking, and it was not because she had ignored it. The technique simply did not match her nature. After all, how could someone as refined, graceful, and coldly elegant as Lu Qingzhu possibly resonate with a brutal and savage martial art carrying a name like Paralyzing Demon in the Flesh? But Yi He was different. For someone with his kind of fighting style and temperament, this technique sounded almost tailor-made. Without hesitating for even a second, he looked straight at it and said with complete confidence, "I'll take that one." Lu Qingzhu entered the code, and the safe opened with a crisp, metallic click. But what appeared inside was not a scroll, and it was not a book either. Sitting in silence within the safe was a bronze statue. It showed a towering, muscular figure frozen in a fierce battle stance, every inch of its body radiating raw and violent power. The muscles were carved with lifelike detail, and in the deep grooves between them were twisted, ghostly faces, screaming, struggling, and writhing as though they had been trapped beneath the warrior's skin in endless torment. This was the true form of the technique. A warrior so terrifyingly fierce that evil spirits seemed to have been crushed and sealed directly into his flesh. The killing intent rolling off the bronze statue was suffocating, so heavy that the air itself seemed harder to breathe. Standing before it, Yi He could almost hear the cries of the damned echoing from somewhere deep within the metal. So this was what Xuanhuan martial arts truly looked like. Lu Qingzhu spoke again from beside him, her voice low and soft, but carrying a faint trace of reverence. Not every martial technique is preserved in the form of a book or a scroll. They can appear as statues, paintings, weapons, or almost any other kind of object, she continued. That is one of the reasons true martial masters are so terrifying. They can seal their martial rhythm into physical things and use those objects to pass their legacy down to later generations. Lu Qingzhu looked up at the bronze statue, quiet awe showing faintly in her eyes. Only real martial masters are capable of condensing their rhythm like this. This is how their art survives even after they are gone. Then her expression became more serious. If a martial technique does not resonate with the person trying to learn it, then it will not just be useless in actual combat, it may even cause hidden injuries that stay with them for life. That is exactly why Xuanhuan martial arts forged by grandmasters can reach such frightening levels. The higher the threshold, the more terrifying the power hidden behind it. After she finished explaining, Lu Qingzhu quietly stepped out of the chamber, leaving Yi He alone to face the bronze statue by himself. Yi He stood there for a moment, staring at it with a rare trace of uncertainty. He did not even know how someone was supposed to sense a thing like martial rhythm. With no better option available, he called out toward Lu Qingzhu and asked her for help. Her reply came from outside the chamber, cool, short, and completely lacking any extra guidance. "If it's your fate, you'll feel it." And with that single sentence, she gave him nothing more. He frowned slightly, his eyes still fixed on the bronze statue in front of him. It almost felt as if Lu Qingzhu was deliberately holding back, as though refusing to explain anything was her own quiet little way of getting revenge for his teasing earlier. Still, if destiny was supposedly the key, then fine. Yi He decided he would wait for it. And how did he choose to wait? Instead of meditating, chanting, or doing anything profound, he simply lay down right where he was and went to sleep. Watching him through the surveillance camera, Lu Qingzhu was stunned into complete silence. She had expected Yi He to try something dramatic, perhaps sit down in deep meditation, cut his hand, use blood as a trigger, or perform some strange ritual to awaken the martial rhythm. But this, sleeping? After a long pause, she could only mutter helplessly. Well, technically, sleeping beside a martial rhythm carrier is also one method. Even though she said that, the speechless look on her face made it clear she had not expected this at all. When he opened his eyes again, the world around him had completely changed. He found himself standing inside a ruined old temple where dust covered the floor and tangled cobwebs clung to the corners. The wooden boards beneath his feet creaked faintly, and up ahead, an angry-faced Buddha statue loomed over the altar in the dim light, one of its arms broken clean off. Was this the martial rhythm? Apparently it was. He had entered the inner world of the third Xuanhuan technique, but something immediately felt wrong. He could not sense any martial energy at all. Even the familiar atomic power of his Demora template refused to activate. His body felt ordinary now, human, fragile, and strangely weak. Fortunately, his monster system template was still functioning. It quickly recognized that his consciousness had entered a special spiritual space and activated a protection function, shielding his mind from death while it was exposed in this dangerous realm. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rolled down from above, deep, rough, and filled with untamed wildness. "Only a real man can inherit my martial arts. If not, I would rather let it rot in the dirt forever." That voice moved closer, and with it came a fierce pressure that seemed to fill the entire ruined temple. "Boy," it growled, "prove to me that you're made of iron." He snapped his head upward. There, seated casually on the broken arm of the angry-faced bodhisattva, was a hulking figure as large as a bear. His wild, unblinking eyes stared straight into his soul, and his powerful body looked exactly like the bronze statue had seen inside the chamber. The man grinned like a wolf baring its teeth. "When the storm arrives, 100 ghosts will wander through the darkness. You must guard this temple. Do not allow them to defile that Buddha." His voice sank into a colder growl. "If you survive until the end, I will grant you the power to protect what matters. But if you fail," his tone darkened instantly, thick with threat, "they will tear your spirit apart. You will lose your mind, and from that day forward you will never cultivate martial arts again." He leaned forward slightly, his gaze burning with challenge. "If you're a coward, now is your chance to run." A cold drop of rain slipped through a crack in the temple's ceiling and landed against Yi's cheek. The trial had begun, and by the time he realized it, the hulking man had already vanished without leaving a single trace behind. Outside the ruined temple, the storm descended in full force. Rain poured down harder and harder, drumming against the broken roof and shattered ground, while the sky turned pitch black as though the entire world had been swallowed whole by night. The wind screamed through the broken walls like a pack of wolves rushing through the dark, and he could clearly feel that something was hiding beyond the curtain of rain. Countless unseen eyes seemed to be watching him from within the darkness, cold, hungry, and patient, waiting for the perfect moment to rush forward. He quickly swept his gaze across the inside of the temple, searching for anything useful. Before long, he noticed something lying behind the altar, a rusty, broken sword half buried beneath dust and debris. He reached down and grabbed the sword, and the moment its weight settled into his hands, a strange sense of familiarity passed through him. Then he raised the battered blade and walked to the ruined entrance of the temple, standing alone there as the storm raged outside. Lightning tore across the sky, throwing harsh white light over his face for an instant. That thunder was not merely weather. It was the signal. The world beyond the temple roared awake, and the night parade of 100 demons began. From within the shadows, a dark figure suddenly sprang toward him. He did not hesitate for even half a heartbeat. He lifted the rusty sword and slashed straight toward the creature's head. The instant the damaged blade struck its target, brilliant golden light burst from the sword's surface. The ghost released a piercing shriek, and in the next moment, its entire body disintegrated into ash right where it stood. So it really was true. This trial was not going to leave him completely helpless. The sword was not some useless piece of scrap metal after all. There were hidden tools placed inside this test. He felt his blood surge with excitement, and in that instant, he no longer felt any need to hide safely inside the ruined temple. Instead of staying back and guarding the doorway, he rushed straight out into the darkness. The rusty sword rose high in his hand, slicing through the pouring rain as he charged forward into the storm without the slightest hesitation. Unseen in the background, the hulking man appeared once again on the broken arm of the statue and watched everything unfold. His eyes narrowed with open scorn. This brat actually ran out of the temple with a sword. Is he trying to get himself killed? He scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest. These spirits were all born from my evil energy. A little martial artist dares to challenge them head-on? Another fool. He shook his head, disappointment written across his face. Martial artists these days really do become more pathetic with every generation. The hulking man sighed and prepared himself to retrieve what he assumed would soon be Hei's shattered spirit. But in the very next moment, he suddenly froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? Why aren't the ghosts touching him? He clearly knew almost nothing about proper swordsmanship. His movements had no refined form, no elegance, and no polished technique, just wild and clumsy swings. But every time a ghost came close, he slashed at it, and the creature vanished in a burst of golden light. There was no stance, no defense, and no strategy at all. Yet somehow, every single attack landed. One ghost let out a shrill scream as it lunged toward Yi He with its claws stretched forward, but when the attack reached him, it passed straight through his body as though Yi He was not even standing there. He turned around calmly, without showing even the slightest trace of panic, and swung the rusty blade down, cutting the creature cleanly in half. By that point, the truth was already obvious. He's system was still active, even inside this spiritual realm, and the protection it had triggered was granting him complete immunity. Inside this trial, He was untouchable, as though he had been given an invincible golden body that no ghost could harm. With a grin spreading across his face, He kept moving through the storm, swinging the battered sword awkwardly in his hands. Even though his technique was amateurish at best, the ghosts still fell one after another, cut down like weeds before a violent wind. The hulking man watching from above was left completely speechless. Since when had this trial become so easy? Rain lashed against the ruined temple, and the wind howled as if the spirits themselves were crying out in rage. Yet Yi stood tall in the middle of the chaos, drenched from head to toe, but utterly unshaken, while the once ferocious ghosts began retreating from him like frightened sheep. Unable to keep watching from the shadows any longer, the wild man finally descended from above, and appeared directly in front of Yi He. He stared at Yi He with disbelief written clearly across his rugged face. How are you unaffected by my martial rhythm? He only shrugged, his expression perfectly casual, as if nothing strange had happened at all. Just hard work and practice, that's all. The man froze for a second, as though he had not expected such a shamelessly convenient answer. Then, all at once, he burst into loud laughter. Ridiculous as it was, rules were still rules, and he had already made his promise. You subdued the ghosts, the man said at last, his voice becoming heavier and more formal. As promised, I will pass the technique down to you. Whether you can endure it, though, is another matter entirely. Just then, the angry-faced bodhisattva behind them began to crumble. Its massive body cracked apart and collapsed into dust, revealing a deep, dark well hidden beneath the altar. Cold air surged upward from the depths, carrying with it an oppressive dread that seemed to press directly against the soul. That well contains the essence of every evil spirit I crushed during my life, the man explained. The technique, paralyzing demon in the flesh, is hidden within it. If you can refine it, but before he could even finish his sentence, He had already moved.
He jumped straight into the well without the slightest hesitation. There was no fear in his movement, no pause to think, and not even a single second of doubt.
The hulking man blinked, clearly surprised by Yi's sudden dive into the darkness. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his rugged face. Now I'm curious to see just how far this kid can go. Good, that's excellent. From somewhere deep within the darkness, the fierce man's voice rang out again, but this time the roughness in it carried unmistakable approval. I've never seen a young man with a temperament like yours. When this man had still walked the world alive, he had been a true legend, one of those rare warriors powerful enough to conquer an S-level secret realm and leave his name behind in history. His life had been built around the technique paralyzing demon in the flesh, and in the end, that same technique had also become the reason for his death. As the years dragged on, his vitality began to fade, and the overwhelming strength he once relied on slowly weakened. The evil spirits he had suppressed and sealed inside his own body took that chance to rebel, corrupted by their resentment and swallowed by their endless malice. He eventually lost control of himself and slaughtered the people around him without mercy. In order to stop himself from sinking completely into madness, he made the final choice to end his own life. But before his last breath left him, he fused his soul, the vile spirits he had spent his life suppressing, and the martial art itself into that bronze statue, turning it into a vessel that could carry his legacy into the future. Although a full 100 years had already passed, and much of that sinister energy had weakened with time, the power left behind was still far too violent for an ordinary martial artist to endure. But if Yi could conquer that evil, if he could stand against the darkness that even the Creator himself had failed to fully defeat, then he would surpass the very man who had created paralyzing demon in the flesh. Back in the observation room, Qin Lan had already arrived beside Lu Qingzhu, and was now standing in front of the surveillance monitors with her. Together, mother and daughter watched Yi lying asleep inside the martial rhythm space, his real body completely motionless on the cold floor of the chamber. Lu Qingzhu stared tightly at the screen, her brows drawing together as worry slowly gathered in her eyes. Then, without warning, she gasped, "Mother, what's happening to him?" On the chamber floor, Yi Hei's body suddenly jerked. His previously calm face shifted, and even though he was still unconscious, a smug little smile actually appeared on his lips, as if he were having some strangely pleasant dream. But in the next instant, the ghost-suppressing statue began to crack. Goosebumps rose across Yi Hei's skin, and his body shook violently. Thin lines of blood started leaking out from his pores, as though countless invisible needles were stabbing him from the inside. Liu Qingzhu panicked on the spot. Qin Lan, however, did not show the slightest sign of alarm. She calmly took a slow drag from her cigarette, and pale smoke curled upward in front of her face, while her eyes, half hidden beneath long dark lashes, glimmered with an unreadable light. "That third Xuan Huan martial art," she said quietly, "was discovered by your grandfather in his later years. He once attempted to practice it." She paused briefly before continuing in a measured voice. Even with his Grand Master-level cultivation, the technique rejected him completely and injured him internally on the spot. From that day onward, no one in the Liu family dared to try it again. Her voice turned colder as her gaze remained fixed on the monitor. "It is not merely a powerful technique. It is a punishing one, and power of that level never comes without a cost. If Yi Hei wants to claim it, then he must bear the pain that comes with it." Qin Lan leaned slightly closer to the screen, her voice soft, but edged like a blade. "If he truly wants to wear the crown, then he has to carry its weight." But in the very next second, Qin Lan suddenly went still. For the first time, the confidence in her eyes trembled, and her expression shifted with genuine surprise. What? Yai, he was awake. Not only had he woken up, he was stretching lazily on the chamber floor, looking calm and relaxed, as if he had just finished the most peaceful and comfortable nap of his life. Liu Qingzhu glanced carefully toward her mother, and a nervous little smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. "Mother, maybe Yi Hei's trial wasn't quite as terrifying as you described." Both of them immediately looked back at the screen. The once majestic statue, which had been radiating suffocating pressure only moments before, was now dim, quiet, and lifeless. The craftsmanship was still exquisite, but the spirit inside it, that terrifying presence that had weighed down the entire chamber, had completely disappeared. Because now, that power had entered Yi Hei. He stood up slowly, straightened himself in front of the statue, and gave it a solemn bow of gratitude. The fierce man's final words still echoed clearly inside Yi Hei's mind. "Boy, you're the most talented person I've ever seen. Perhaps you will be the one to uncover the truth behind the secret realms, the mission none of us could ever complete. I'll leave it to your generation now." Yi Hei could only answer inwardly with a faint smirk. "Senior, you've misunderstood. I was basically cheating. Compared to some grand mission about uncovering ancient truths and carrying the future of humanity, the raw, solid power now coursing through his body felt much more real to him." He clenched both fists, and a confident grin slowly spread across his face, flesh and blood binding the devil. This body was like Asura brought into the world. His system panel had not displayed any direct increase in stats, but deep inside, Yi Hei could clearly feel the difference. His strength had at least doubled. That was the terrifying change brought by truly mastering a Xuanhuan martial art. Just then, the heavy stone door creaked open. Qin Lan entered first, the sharp clicking of her heels echoing across the floor as she stepped inside. Her usual calm elegance had been replaced by a visible sense of urgency. "He?" she asked immediately, her eyes locked on him. "Did you master it?" "Yai," he turned toward her with a smile, his white teeth flashing with sharp, confident ease. "Yeah," he said simply, as if it were nothing worth making a fuss over. "I did." Liu Qingzhu followed closely behind her mother, and the moment those words reached her ears, she froze in place. Did she hear him correctly? Her thoughts began racing. For so long, the title of genius had belonged to her. But now, standing in front of Yi Hei, she felt a strange heat rise to her cheeks. So this was what a true genius looked like. Qin Lan also fell silent, her gaze studying Yi Hei carefully. Even with Liu Qingzhu's talent, she would need at least a full week of meditation to resonate with a technique at that level. Yet this boy had done what? Slept through it? In a single hour? Had he really just taken a nap and understood everything? He noticed the disbelief in both of their eyes almost immediately, as clear as if they had said it out loud. Since simple words were obviously not going to convince them, Yi Hei had no choice but to demonstrate it with his own actions. He began circulating his martial energy, guiding it steadily from his dantian into the center of his palm. Under normal circumstances, martial energy could not be seen with the naked eye, but the power gathering in Yi Hei's hand pulsed with a deep crimson glow. It was the evil spirit energy he had absorbed from the martial rhythm world. If he had to describe it, it was almost like a game buff, a special enhancement that added explosive lethality to every attack. He took a deep breath, then unleashed his technique, mountain-blocking fist, his back curved like a drawn bow, his power rooted deep in his core, and then his fist shot forward. That punch tore through the air, wrapped in murderous red and black light. The impact thundered through the chamber, and immediately afterward came a chilling, ghostly wail, as though 100 vengeful spirits had screamed at the same time. Liu Qingzu's pupils tightened sharply. The energy flow, the precision of the strike, and the pressure contained inside that punch were all flawless, and she heard it too, that eerie cry woven into the attack itself. There was no mistaking it. That had to be the evil spirit energy Yi He had obtained from the technique. Qin Lan, meanwhile, stared at Yi He with an expression that was difficult to read. She had already admired this young man before, but even she had never expected him to shock her to this extent. He happened to meet Qin Lan's gaze, and the instant he did, he regretted looking over. Her eyes were intense, far too intense. "Madam, your daughter is standing right here. Could we please calm down a little?" He really did not want to get called the Prime Minister's classmate again. As if Qin Lan herself noticed that the atmosphere had become slightly strange, she cleared her throat and smoothly guided the conversation back onto safer ground. Qin Lan said, her tone returning to its usual composure. "Since you have already mastered one Xuanhuan technique, would you be interested in learning the other two as well? You still have time left today." Liu Qingzhu stood quietly beside her, saying nothing. She was not overthinking Yi He's performance, not really. Maybe just a little. At most, she felt defeated because no matter how she looked at it, she seemed to be falling behind Yi He in every possible way. Even so, Liu Qingzhu's heart remained pure, and she simply listened in silence to her mother's offer. Qin Lan closed her eyes for a moment and rubbed her temples. Was her daughter really this dense, or was she pretending not to understand? Qin Lan had clearly said she did not want anything with Yi He to move too quickly. So why did it now feel as though she was personally handing the entire Liu family fortune straight to him? Yes, she had intended to invest in Yi He. She had even considered the possibility that he might become her son-in-law one day. But that was supposed to happen after careful planning, not after throwing every major family resource at someone who was not even part of the Liu family yet. Thinking back to her earlier words with Yi He, Qin Lan felt a headache coming. Letting him learn any martial art in a single day? What exactly had she been thinking? She had completely underestimated him. Meanwhile, Yi He politely turned down Qin Lan's offer. "One Xuanhuan technique is already more than enough for now," he said calmly. "I'll need time to properly digest everything I gained today." Then he faced Qin Lan and gave her a slight bow. "I should head home first. There are still a few things I need to deal with." "All right," Qin Lan replied casually. "My daughter will see you out." Then she paused, lightly tapping her chin as if another thought had suddenly come to mind. "Right. The housekeeper mentioned that you came here on a shared bike. Do you know how to drive? If you do, choose something from the garage for the ride back. It will be more convenient." "Yi!" he blinked. Was she giving him a car now? At this point, every conversation with the Liu family seemed to come with some unexpected bonus. First martial arts, and now transportation too? Then he remembered the sleek black motorcycle he had seen earlier, the one young Master Liu had been riding while carrying that blonde girl. It had looked cool, flashy, and honestly very much his style. "Do you have any motorcycles?" "Yi?" he asked. Qin Lan answered smoothly, without even hesitating. "Of course. So, student Yi He likes motorcycles? It seems you share that hobby with my troublesome son. If only he were half as capable as you." With that, she immediately made a call to the housekeeper. "Bring out the best motorcycle from young Master Liu's collection." At that exact moment, young Master Liu was strolling through the garden when Aunt Hong approached him and spoke in a casual tone. "Your mother invited a future son-in-law over today." Young Master Liu's eyes widened immediately. His sister was a once-in-a-century beauty, intelligent, talented, and untouchable. In his mind, there was no ordinary man in the world who could possibly be worthy of her. Then a certain memory suddenly flashed through young Master Liu's mind. That guy, the one who had ruined his mood earlier and even scared away the blonde girl. His expression darkened on the spot. It had better not be him. Then, with a violent vroom, something tore through the garden path at lightning speed. Young Master Liu blinked, then recognized the rider almost instantly. It was that guy, the one who had arrived earlier on a shared bike. His eyes widened in complete disbelief. What the hell was Yi He doing riding his motorcycle? Back at Yi He's apartment, the room lights were dim and the windows had fogged over from the heat building up inside. He picked up a glowing monster core and carefully dipped it into sauce. The last time he had eaten one raw, the taste had been so awful that it had left a deep impression on him. This time, he absolutely refused to make that same mistake again. If he had no choice but to eat monster cores, then at the very least, he was going to add some flavor first. He popped the core into his mouth and swallowed it down. Almost immediately, a wave of heat surged through his veins. Power exploded through his limbs and bones, spreading so quickly through his body that he could feel the effects taking hold right away. Then Yi summoned his system panel. Back inside the Redwood Mountain's secret realm, he had activated the superimposed giant anthropomorphic template together with the legendary Demora template. After absorbing several magic cores, their compatibility rates had now risen to 85% and 21% respectively. It had been his first time using the supergiant humanoid form. At 50 meters tall, it was already enormous by normal standards. But in Redwood Mountain, where certain beasts moved through the landscape like living mountains, even that massive size had still felt a little small. Even so, he understood that he had only just begun. He was far from satisfied. If the world around him was going to keep producing monsters of that scale, then he would need to become even bigger in order to stand above them. He poured every available point he had into the colossal Titan template. Then he picked up a glowing green magic core marked with golden patterns. Just like before, he dipped it into sauce, tossed it into his mouth, and swallowed without hesitation. This one was meant to strengthen the Demora template, a special enhancement he had been saving until this moment. The instant that core entered his system, a violent surge of energy erupted inside Yi's body. Lightning crackled across him from head to toe, wrapping him in a blinding storm of both pain and power. But just as the agony reached its highest point, something completely unexpected happened. A prompt suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Warning. After absorbing the genetic sequence of a rare plant-based life form, the Demora template is showing signs of mutation. Do you wish to allow the mutation to proceed? He froze where he stood, staring at the prompt in surprise. A mutation? That meant the template might evolve, but the question was, into what? If it gained new abilities, then that would be perfect. But if it shifted into something weaker, stranger, or incompatible with his current path, then it could turn into a negative evolution instead. The risk was very real. Still, after thinking it over for a moment, he clenched his teeth and made his decision. Yes, he was going to gamble on it. And this time, luck stood on his side. Template mutation successful. S-rank nuclear Demora template unlocked. His eyes widened instantly. S-rank. For a brief moment, the shock hit him so hard that he could not even find the words to speak. Then another notification appeared in front of him. When the Wild Traces Demora template reaches 100% compatibility, there is a 2% chance of evolving into Star Universe Demora. Yi's heart gave a heavy jolt the moment he saw that name, Star Universe Demora. Just hearing it was enough to make it feel far beyond the level of ordinary monsters, like some terrifying existence that belonged on a cosmic battlefield. But if he wanted even the smallest chance of reaching that evolution, his current Demora template first had to reach full compatibility, and from this moment on, he needed to push it there as fast as possible. He slowly clenched his fist, and a fierce, almost hungry light burned in his eyes. He had to upgrade this template. Not someday, not after more preparation. He needed to do it now. But just as Yi's thoughts were being pulled deeper and deeper into that possibility, a sudden wave of noise outside yanked him back to reality. Shouts echoed through the night, sirens screamed sharply in the distance, and the messy sound of frightened people spread through the area. Something was clearly going wrong near his apartment complex. He frowned slightly, and his attention sharpened in an instant. What was happening now? With that much noise and panic outside, it almost sounded like some kind of terrorist attack. Outside Yi's apartment complex, the streets had already fallen into chaos. A thunderous roar swept through the area as armed units rushed in from every direction. Dozens of police cars screeched to a stop one after another, their sirens blaring as officers formed a tight perimeter and began hurriedly evacuating the terrified crowd. Back inside the apartment, a sudden knock struck the door, sharp and clear, cutting straight through the noise from outside and instantly dragging Yi's focus toward the entrance. He went fully alert at once. His eyes narrowed, and his instincts immediately warned him that something was wrong. The original owner of this apartment had been a loner, the kind of person who almost never had visitors, especially not at an hour like this. He had not ordered anything either. No deliveries, no guests, no reason for anyone to be standing outside his door. In that moment, every nerve in his body tightened. Before he even took a step toward the door, his gaze shifted toward the open window behind him. The air there shimmered faintly, bending in a strange way as if something invisible had disturbed the space. He calmly spoke toward the empty air, asking the hidden intruder whether she already knew who he was. The atmosphere pulsed softly. A second later, a figure appeared out of nowhere. She stood there with absolute confidence, her sleek white nano battlesuit clinging tightly to her body and outlining every curve. A black reflective mask covered her face, hiding every trace of her identity. Even so, her surprise was obvious. Yi was clearly not some random resident. Her original plan had been simple: hide something inside his apartment, erase his memory, and vanish without leaving a trace. It should have been a clean and effortless job. But now that Yi-hei had pierced through her illusion, the entire situation had changed, and she seemed fully prepared to make him pay for noticing her. Yi-hei, however, did not look frightened at all. His voice lowered slightly as he asked who she was and why she had broken into his apartment. The masked woman gave him no answer. Instead, the shadow beneath their feet suddenly twisted, crackling with strange energy as it slithered toward Yi-hei like a venomous serpent. In that instant, Yi-hei understood that his body had been restrained. The space around him had been locked down. Fine then, let it burn. He had enough money saved anyway. If this apartment ended up destroyed, he would just buy another one. The masked intruder paused, clearly confused by his reaction, and asked what nonsense he was suddenly talking about.
Yi. He let the silence hang there for a moment, as if deliberately making the atmosphere heavier. Then he stared her down and calmly told her that she was already a dead woman walking.
Meanwhile, down on the streets below, a brutal battle had already erupted. Dozens of elite fighters wearing tactical training gear had surrounded one man, Zhou Yi. Even badly outnumbered, Zhou Yi stood his ground, striking back with ruthless precision and refusing to collapse under the pressure. But then, for just a split second, his rhythm faltered. One of the special operatives immediately seized that opening and drove a heavy strike straight into Zhou Yi's abdomen. The impact pushed martial energy deep into his core, sending waves of pain tearing through his body. Clutching his side, Zhou Yi staggered backward. "Don't let up!" one officer shouted. "Wait for an opening, then take him down." The operatives moved with perfect coordination, trained to fight like a single unit. The moment Zhou Yi revealed even the slightest weakness, they pressed in hard, forcing him to retreat step by step. But this was exactly what Zhou Yi had wanted from the beginning. He was not fighting because he expected to win here. His real goal was to buy time for Yao Yimei to escape safely with the golden gene. Once Zhou Yi realized that his distraction was working, he threw his head back and burst into a mad, triumphant laugh. Then he activated the forbidden blood-burning technique. Flames erupted around his body, casting a hellish light across the street as he fought like a man possessed, forcing his body beyond its limits against the storm of armored police closing in around him. Then, just as the battle reached its most dangerous point, a bright burst of blue light tore across the sky overhead. A dark figure dropped from above and slammed into the pavement beside Zhou Yi with earth-shaking force, cracking the ground beneath them. Zhou Yi turned sharply and recognized the figure at once. Yao Yimei had arrived. Her silhouette was unmistakable, but had her nano-battlesuit not been pure white just a short while ago? Now it looked completely black, scorched like charcoal from head to toe. Zhou Yi had risked everything to help her escape with the item, so why had she come back here? Yao Yimei pulled herself out of the shallow crater, still visibly shaken from what had just happened. She had not expected Yi-hei to be that powerful. The beam he had fired directly from his throat had struck her head on, and if her nano-battlesuit had not protected her, she would have been torn apart on the spot. Leaning close to Zhou Yi, she whispered that the package had already been secured and hidden away. Now it was time for the two of them to disappear. Relief flashed across Zhou Yi's face, but the armed police around them quickly realized what was going on. Once the officers understood that Zhou Yi and Yao Yimei were accomplices, they immediately tried to tighten the encirclement. But then, with a sharp bang, a high-grade smoke bomb exploded between them, pouring dense fog across the battlefield. This was no ordinary smoke. It could even block the sharpened perception of martial warriors. The police reacted at once, channeling martial energy to whip up gusts of wind and clear the haze as quickly as possible. By the time the smoke finally began to thin, Zhou Yi and Yao Yimei had already escaped into the sewer system. 30 minutes later, the two of them emerged from a distant alley, far away from the chaos. Sirens still echoed faintly through the streets behind them, but for the moment they had managed to shake off pursuit. Zhou Yi exhaled heavily, finally able to catch his breath after the desperate escape. Just as he was admiring how quickly Yao Yimei's nano-battlesuit had repaired itself, a chilling voice suddenly sliced through the quiet night. "You still haven't explained why you broke into my home." Yao Yimei froze instantly, her eyes widening in shock behind the mask. She had made a massive mistake. Choosing a random apartment had seemed like the perfect plan at the time, but somehow out of everyone in the entire city, she had picked the final boss hiding in plain sight. And now, Yi-hei clearly had no intention of letting the matter slide. Zhou Yi's eyes burned with anger as he glared at Yi-hei from the alley. "How the hell did you find us when even the cops couldn't?"
He did not bother answering him. There was no reason to explain that Yao Yimei had unknowingly been marked, traced by the faint nuclear radiation left behind by his own energy.
He was always quiet when he made his move. Boom. A small blast erupted beneath his feet, and in the next instant his body shot forward like a rocket, the air hissing from the recoil. His fist flashed through the darkness, driving straight toward Zhou Yi. But this was no ordinary punch. Dark red energy and malevolent spiritual force wrapped around his arm, while a violent cellular reaction surged through his body. His mountain-blocking fist exploded forward with full power. Zhou Yi immediately crossed both arms in front of his body to defend, but against the force rushing toward him, that guard was almost meaningless. Yi He's punch smashed straight through Zhou Yi's defense, and the moment it landed, the violent energy detonated against him. To Zhou Yi, it did not feel like being struck by a person at all. It felt like taking a freight train head-on. His entire body was blasted backward by the impact. Zhou Yi slammed into a concrete wall with a deafening crack, and dust, gravel, and broken fragments exploded into the air around him. Yeo Yimei gasped in disbelief. A 6th-rank martial warrior had actually been knocked down with a single strike, and not by some famous powerhouse either, but by a boy whose martial energy barely seemed stronger than an apprentice's. Who exactly was this kid? Zhou Yi, barely able to move through the pain, looked up and forced out a grin. "I'm a disciple of Emperor Guangla." Yao Yimei's expression twisted with disbelief. She had never even heard that name before. Since when did a small place like a city hide monsters like this?
Before Yao Yimei could fully process what she had just heard, Zhou Yi spoke again, his voice weak, but still sharp. "Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. I just went through hell in that fight. I used a forbidden technique and burned away half my blood." Zhou Yi could feel it clearly. His blood was thinning, and his strength was slipping. After the earlier battle, and after burning through part of his life force, he was probably only at about 70% of his normal power. But even weakened and exhausted, he still refused to treat Yihei, a mere martial apprentice, as a real threat. He did not care what legendary master Yihei had supposedly studied under. Geniuses always died young, arrogant, reckless, and convinced that nothing in the world could touch them.
Zhou Yi stomped forward heavily and activated his 5-step formation, his soles crushed against the cold pavement as he advanced, each step landing louder and heavier than the last. With every stride, his momentum climbed higher and faster. The air behind him began to twist and shimmer, while blood and energy mixed together, rising into a cloud of red smoke. Under the dim night sky, Zhou Yi's skin gradually took on a metallic shine. A silver hue spread across his body like living armor coating his flesh, and from his forehead, a thick, brutal horn forced its way outward. This was his true form, the iron-crowned rhino bloodline, fully awakened. Seeing Zhou Yi prepare himself for a final collision, Yi, his lips curled into a sharp, excited grin. Deep inside Yi He's body, his cells sparked with atomic fusion. This was exactly the kind of fight that made his blood run hot, but just as the pressure between them tightened to its limit, Yao Yimei suddenly made her move. Believing that she was the true threat lurking in the shadows, she activated the stealth mode of her nano-battlesuit and vanished into the air. Then she lunged at Yi He from behind, fully confident that he would never detect her. She was wrong. Without even turning his head, he fired a concentrated atomic beam straight behind him. The blast caught Yao Yimei in midair and struck her squarely in the abdomen. Yao Yimei was sent flying backward, crashing hard into the side wall, while Yi calmly warned her, "Stay out of this." Zhou Yi watched the failed ambush unfold, fury burning fiercely in his eyes. His own sister had not even managed to land a sneak attack. Driven by rage, Zhou Yi exploded forward. Power burst from his legs, launching his transformed body toward Yi He like a missile. Their fists collided violently in midair. The impact twisted the surrounding air into visible ripples, shaking the space around them. Lightning crackled out from Yi He's strike and spread across Zhou Yi's body, but the silver skin of the iron-crowned rhino held firm. Only dark scorch marks were left behind. There were no real wounds. Yea. His eyes narrowed slightly. After transforming, Zhou Yi's defense had clearly skyrocketed to a completely different level. And the grin on Zhou Yi's face said everything. In this beast form, his body could withstand even tank fire. What could Yi He possibly do to break through armor like that? But it was not only Zhou Yi's defense that had improved, his offensive power had risen along with it. He tried to leap backward and create some distance between them, but Zhou Yi did not give him even a single second to breathe. Zhou Yi was on him again almost instantly, closing the gap and throwing punch after punch with unstoppable aggression. Madness gleamed in his eyes, and the thrill of crushing a so-called prodigy seemed to ignite something inside him. Even so, Zhou Yi had not forgotten that blast, the single blue beam that had nearly taken Yao Yimei out. While attacking fiercely, a trace of caution still remained in the back of his mind. Then, just as Zhou Yi's punch was about to land, Yi He vanished. There was no flash of light, no warning, and not even an afterimage left behind. He simply disappeared from the spot where he had been standing. Zhou Yi blinked in shock. What had just happened? No matter how arrogant Yi He looked, he clearly understood that he could not keep clashing head-on with the iron-crowned rhino forever. But Yi He was not dead. Zhou Yi had not felt his attack connect with anything. It was not that he had missed because of bad aim. Yi He had moved, then, without the slightest warning, the night behind Zhou Yi erupted with a deafening boom. A massive storm of blue lightning burst outward, flooding the ruined street with violent flashes. Zhou Yi spun around at once, and through the smoke, dust, and shattered darkness, something impossibly huge was already rising. A giant figure, half hidden inside the rolling mist, towered close to 30 meters into the air. Plasma crawled and flickered all over its body, making its outline blur like a nightmare in motion, but its eyes were impossible to miss. Those deep blue pupils burned in the haze, fixed directly on Zhou Yi with a cold, unnatural focus. In that moment, Zhou Yi felt a terrible pressure slam into his chest. It was not ordinary fear, it was something more ancient, more instinctive, a primal terror that made every nerve in his body scream danger, and he was standing far too close to it. There was no distance to create, no opening to use, and no time left to retreat. The blue sparks flared again, swelling in every direction, and the entire area was instantly swallowed by a storm of raging plasma. The explosion tore across dozens of meters, vaporizing broken debris, ripping through damaged foundations, and drowning the entire street in a blinding ocean of blue light.
Luckily, the battle had already been forced into one of the city's half-abandoned districts, a desolate stretch packed with unfinished buildings, exposed steel frames, and construction sites that looked as if they had been left to decay for years. Because of that, there were almost no civilians anywhere near the blast. At the very center of the scorched impact zone, thick white vapor hissed upward in heavy waves, twisting and curling into the night sky. That unbearable feeling of being watched pressed even harder against Zhou Yi's nerves, and his eyes snapped back toward the gigantic shadow standing before him. The giant had barely shifted from where it stood. It remained there in silence, huge and terrifying, while mist slid around its colossal body. In several places, its flesh looked stripped away, almost skinless, revealing raw muscle beneath the surface. A faint blue glow pulsed from inside it, and thick muscular veins throbbed with luminous blue blood. The more Zhou Yi looked at it, the less it felt like a normal living creature. It was more like a nightmare that had been given a body and forced into the real world.
Zhou Yi stared up at the monster in front of him, his thoughts turning over at a frantic speed. What in the world was this thing supposed to be? Was it some kind of summoned beast? A hidden creature Yi He had been keeping as a trump card? No, that explanation did not sit right with him at all. Then a much colder possibility struck him, and his expression tightened at once. Could it be that this enormous monster was actually that brat himself, transformed into something completely inhuman? Almost as if the giant had sensed the question flashing through Zhou Yi's mind, its massive body suddenly began to move. One enormous arm pushed forward through the layers of drifting fog, and the exposed, skinless muscles beneath the surface gleamed wetly under the blue plasma light. Its huge hand stretched out toward Zhou Yi, fingers opening as though it intended to snatch him off the ground like a tiny insect. Zhou Yi reacted before his mind had even finished processing the danger. His body moved entirely on combat instinct, and he launched himself backward in a sharp, desperate retreat. After years spent fighting, killing, and surviving one deadly encounter after another, that reaction had already been carved deep into his bones. He did not need to think. His body knew he had to get away. But the giant's other fist was already there, waiting for the direction of his escape. It exploded out of the fog like a cannonball, ripping through the air with a speed that looked impossible for something that huge. Zhou Yi had no room to twist away and no chance to dodge. Still hanging in midair, he clenched his teeth and forced himself to ignite the forbidden blood-burning technique once more. His body screamed under the strain as he squeezed out the last scraps of remaining life force, causing that silver radiance to flare across his skin again. Then, with a thunderous boom, the punch landed directly on him. The ground beneath the impact split open in an instant. A violent shockwave blasted outward from the point of collision, and Zhou Yi was hammered deep into the earth, hard enough to shake the entire block around them. Wind roared across the ruined street, flinging chunks of concrete and rubble in every direction. And that was only the beginning. The giant raised both fists again, then smashed them down one after another, pounding the ground with the force of a meteor storm. Each blow drove the crater deeper and deeper, crushing Zhou Yi over and over beneath unimaginable force. He no longer had any chance to strike back. He could only grit his teeth and endure the punishment. His armor was terrifyingly durable, but even it could not erase the impact completely. Every shockwave punched straight through the protective layer and drove into his body. He could feel bones beginning to crack. He could feel his organs twisting and compressing beneath the pressure. Even his soul seemed to shake inside him, as if the next impact might tear it loose from his body entirely. Then one clear, chilling thought flashed through his mind. If this continued even a little longer, he was going to die here. At that same moment, Yi Hei's system panel suddenly lit up in front of him. Lines of real-time information raced across his field of vision, updating rapidly as the battle unfolded. Among all the shifting data, one entry surged to the top and pulsed with brutal clarity. Colossal giant, physical power, 23. Not far away, Yao Yimei struggled to brace herself and push her body up from the ground. Her limbs trembled as she forced herself to look down toward the battlefield, and the scene before her made her blood turn cold. Zhou Yi, her powerful and prideful sixth-ranked brother, the person she had always believed could stand above most opponents, was being smashed into the earth like a helpless practice dummy. He was completely suppressed beneath that monstrous figure, a terrifying creature that somehow carried Yi Hei's presence. The moment Yao Yimei realized what she was seeing, regret pierced so deeply into her chest that it nearly crushed her breathing. Why had she ever provoked this freak? Why had she dragged herself into this nightmare in the first place? At this point, even running away no longer had any meaning. He had already found them once. If she turned and fled now, he would only track her down again sooner or later. And beyond that, leaving Zhou Yi behind in this state was something she simply could not bring herself to do. With escape already cut off and her brother clearly standing at the edge of death, Yao Yimei understood that only one possible chance remained. Clenching her teeth until her jaw tightened, Yao Yimei made her choice. She turned sharply, pushed off the broken ground, and sprinted toward the nearest high-rise with everything she had left. Her figure rushed into the building, climbing upward through it at desperate speed, as though every second might decide whether Zhou Yi lived or died. When Yao Yimei finally reached the rooftop edge, she did not give herself even a heartbeat to hesitate. She launched herself straight into the air, diving down toward the giant below. In her hand, a razor-thin yellow thread gleamed faintly, drawn from the material of her nanosuit. It was a molecular-grade filament, terrifyingly sharp, capable of cutting through high-tier alloy as smoothly as a blade sliding through softened butter. As she dropped closer and closer, her eyes locked onto the giant's throat. If this thing truly was Yi Hei, then no matter how monstrous and distorted he looked now, his vital points should still follow the basic structure of a human body. Yao Yimei snapped the thread out with practiced precision, whipping it around the giant's neck and looping it again and again in rapid succession. The filament tightened almost instantly. Then she pulled with every bit of strength she could force from her body. A bright spray of red burst upward into the air. Shock slammed through Yao Yimei so violently that, for a brief moment, she almost forgot how to breathe. Her eyes widened and her body froze in place as the result of her attack unfolded right in front of her. The giant had not tried to resist at all. Its throat split open beneath the cutting thread, and scorching blue blood erupted from the wound like a fountain. The spray blasted wildly into the night air, fierce, hot, and seemingly endless. That glowing blood poured down across the ruined street, bathing the wreckage around them in a terrifying blue radiance. Beneath Yao Yimei's feet, a small pool of blood slowly began to spread. It gathered over the broken ground, steaming as it widened around her shoes, making the air feel even hotter and more suffocating. Yao Yimei slowly straightened her back, her chest rising and falling as she fought to calm her breathing. For one fragile second she allowed herself to believe that it might finally be over, but then she raised her head and met the giant's gaze. Its enormous dark blue pupils stared down at her, each one as huge and bright as a lantern in the mist. Yet something in those eyes made her heart sink instead of relax. There was no pain in them, no fear. If anything, they looked almost amused, as if the giant was silently mocking her attempt. Then the giant opened its mouth. Deep inside its throat, a glow of blue light began to form, swirling inward as it condensed into a blinding core. A low, heavy hum rolled out through the air, vibrating through the nearby buildings and rattling the ruined structures around them. With every passing second, that sound grew deeper, louder, and far more terrifying. Yao Yimei's eyes widened in pure horror as the realization struck her. She understood exactly what was about to happen. But by then, there was no time left for her to escape. In the final instant before the world turned white, the only thing Yao Yimei could see was an overwhelming wall of brilliant blue light surging straight toward her. Then came the boom. The atomic breath swallowed her completely, erasing her figure inside the blast. Her body vanished in an instant, vaporized by the terrifying force and hurled through the side of a nearby building as the beam continued carving forward. A glowing trail of destruction tore across the skyline, slicing through concrete as though it were nothing more than paper and leaving a burning luminous scar across the night. When the last remnants of that devastating exhale finally faded into the distance, the giant was still standing in place. Its entire body glowed like a furnace after the attack, heat rippling off its exposed muscle and torn flesh. Steam poured from it in thick waves. Then, little by little, its enormous body began to evaporate, breaking apart under the rising heat and dissolving into the surrounding air. And from inside the giant's fading skull, he calmly stepped out. Threads of blood and muscle still clung to his body, and waves of hot vapor rolled off him as if he had just emerged from the core of a furnace. Yet his hands were resting casually in his pockets, and his expression remained calm, almost bored. It looked less like he had just walked out of the remains of a monster, and more like he had simply stepped through an ordinary doorway. He lowered his gaze and looked down toward Zhou Yi, or rather toward what was left of Zhou Yi after being beaten so brutally into the ground. Zhou Yi lay in the crater, drenched in blood and barely clinging to breath. His body twitched weakly as he struggled to lift his head from the broken earth. With the last scraps of strength he could gather, he coughed hard, spat a mouthful of blood in Yehi's direction, and forced out a hoarse, broken sentence. "You really are a monster." He only gave a small, indifferent shrug, his expression barely changing at all in the face of the insult. "Anyone who chooses to kill," he said in a calm voice, "should be ready to die." Far off in the distance, police sirens began to wail through the night. The sound grew sharper and louder with every second, cutting through the silence of the ruined district as the authorities rapidly closed in on the scene. After the level of destruction Yi had just unleashed, there was no possible way the authorities could have missed what happened here. As Yi prepared to end things completely, Zhou Yi suddenly twisted his blood-covered face into a crooked, mocking smirk. "You think this is over?" he rasped. "That woman you killed, she hid something in your apartment. It's called the Golden Gene, and now it belongs to you." Zhou Yi wheezed heavily, and fresh blood slipped from the corner of his mouth as he forced himself to keep speaking. "And all the enemies that come with it belong to you too. You'd better run, kid, because they'll keep coming. I'll be waiting for you in hell." His brow tightened slightly. Even with death already gripping him by the throat, this man still insisted on dragging out one final threat. He did not answer him. He simply raised his foot and brought it down with cold, decisive force. Zhou Yi's head cracked against the concrete, and the ruined street fell back into a heavy silence. As for running, that had never been Yi's style. By now, the sirens were almost right on top of him, echoing through the broken district from every direction. But Yi showed no sign of panic. He dealt with Zhou Yi's body quickly and cleanly, leaving nothing behind that needed to remain, then turned on his heel and disappeared into the deepest shadows of the night. By the time the police finally arrived in the area, the entire street had already been reduced to a scene from a nightmare. The pavement was scorched completely black. One building had been torn apart, its structure left mangled and exposed. A massive hole gaped through solid concrete where the atomic breath had blasted clean through it. The place no longer looked like an ordinary city block. It looked like the aftermath of a full-scale battlefield. Later that same night, after leaving the chaos behind him, he finally returned home. His movements were calm and controlled, without the slightest trace of panic. The first thing he did after getting back was take out his phone and send a message to Aunt Qin. How did the police questioning go? Aunt Qin replied not long after, telling him that everything had gone smoothly. Things had indeed been tense recently, but at least for now, the situation was still under control. She reminded Yi to keep a low profile until Wadu University reopened. Yi, in return, reassured Ansin and told her there was no need to worry. After all, wasn't he the most well-behaved person she knew? Looking back, it was fortunate that he had warned Aunt Qin ahead of time. With an explosion on that scale, there was absolutely no way the authorities would have simply ignored it. If he had not prepared in advance, the aftermath would have been much harder to clean up. After ending the conversation, he let his gaze sweep calmly across the room. It did not take him long to find exactly what he was looking for. The golden gene was right there, placed exactly where Zhou Yi had claimed it would be. The object was sealed inside a silver cylindrical container. On its side was a black emblem, showing an eagle spreading its wings wide, but those wings were not made of feathers or flesh. They were nothing but bare bone, stark and unsettling against the metal surface. Yi recognized that symbol immediately. Laserbird, one of the most powerful and well-known names in the entire biotech industry. From what Yi knew, the golden gene was not some ordinary research product. It was considered a miracle of genetic engineering, a project created inside Laserbird's laboratories after the company inherited fragments of Prometheus's biological legacy. Yi stared silently at the container in his hand. Of all the dangerous things that could have ended up falling into his possession, it just had to be this one, and what annoyed him the most was not only the danger attached to it, it was how absurdly stupid the entire chain of events had been. The security team that Laserbird had hired to guard such a priceless project had turned out to be nothing but frauds. They stole it, tried to escape with it, got hunted down for their trouble, and somehow managed to dump the whole disaster right onto Yi's doorstep. He tried twisting open the lid of the silver canister, but the container refused to move. The seal was locked tight. With a weary sigh, Yi He tossed it aside for the time being. There were other problems in front of him that were much more immediate, for example, the current condition of his apartment, or more accurately, the crater where his living room used to be. He stood there, glanced over the rubble and damage for a moment, then muttered under his breath, "Yeah, time to find a hotel." 1 month later, the focus of everything shifted to Swan Lake, the only B-level secret realm located within all of In City. Deep within the inner region of Swan Lake, a fierce battle was just reaching its end. A powerful team of martial warriors, each member at least 5th rank or higher, had worked together to surround and kill a ferocious third-class blood-eyed sin wolf. The beast's body lay collapsed before them, finally still after the struggle. Just as the team leader carved open the monster's belly and pulled out its magic core, a deep rumbling sound rolled across the forest like thunder echoing from far away. Every member of the squad froze at the same time. A red-haired woman among them suddenly went pale, her voice trembling as she called out to the captain. Then she raised a shaking hand and pointed toward the distance ahead. Something was very wrong. Far off, in the direction she pointed, trees began toppling one after another, crashing down as if some unseen force were snapping them like dry branches. Countless footsteps pounded against the earth, blending together into a roar that sounded like rolling thunder. Beneath the team's boots, the ground itself began to tremble. Then the source of that terrifying sound finally came into view. A monstrous tide of beasts was surging, straight toward them, spreading across the horizon from one side to the other. It looked endless. A vast ocean of claws, fangs, muscle, and bloodthirsty bodies trampled everything in its path as it rushed forward with unstoppable momentum. And at the very center of that beast tide was something even more horrifying than the swarm itself. Standing atop a crocodilian behemoth so enormous it seemed to rise higher than the surrounding mountains, there was a throne made completely out of bones. But those were not the bones of ordinary beasts. They were the remains of human martial warriors. Skulls had been stacked together in intricate layers, forming the base of the throne like some grotesque monument to slaughter. Each empty eye socket seemed to silently testify to a life that had once fought, lost, and been crushed beneath the power of the creatures sitting above them. Lounging casually on top of that bone throne was a massive black ape. Its legs were crossed in a strangely human posture, and its eyes were half closed, giving it the lazy expression of a creature that was almost dozing. Yet that relaxed pose only made it feel more frightening because it carried the confidence of something that had never needed to fear anyone. Above the black ape's head, the sky itself seemed to twist and distort. Dark clouds spiraled together overhead. Lightning crackled violently through the gloom, and thunder rolled across Swan Lake in deep, echoing waves. It felt as though the entire secret realm was announcing the arrival of something catastrophic. The instant that creature revealed itself, even the heavens seemed to shudder in response. Although its eyes remained half-lidded, giving it the sleepy look of something barely awake, the pressure rolling from its body was powerful enough to disturb the natural order around it. This was not some ordinary monster hiding deep within the secret realm. This was an overlord-class beast. Only a creature that had reached such a terrifying level could trigger a phenomenon like this, forcing even the sky to twist beneath the weight of its presence. The warrior team did not dare waste even half a second standing there. They turned and fled immediately, leaving behind the magic core they had risked their lives to obtain as if it no longer mattered at all. Behind them, the captain's voice tore through the chaos, strained, breathless, and filled with unmistakable panic. "Notify the army! Now an overlord-class monster is leading a beast tide, and it's heading straight for the city." Every warrior there understood the meaning behind those words. This was not just a dangerous encounter anymore. This was the opening of a disaster that could wipe everything out. Against a monster of that level, only grandmasters and senior grandmasters had even the faintest hope of holding their ground. The captain's face darkened as he cursed under his breath. Creatures like this almost never abandoned their own territory. That was the very reason Swan Lake had remained stable for so long. So why now? Why had this monster suddenly crossed the boundary? Because when an overlord-class beast finally chooses to move, it is never just searching for prey or wandering outside its domain. It marks the beginning of a full-scale catastrophe, the kind of disaster powerful enough to wipe an entire city clean off the map. And if its overwhelming strength alone was not terrifying enough, Overlord-class monsters possessed another ability that made them even more horrifying. They could release a special sound wave, a signal completely beyond the range of human hearing, yet utterly impossible for magical beasts to resist. That invisible sound wave seized control of every creature beneath the sovereign level, stripping wild monsters of their freedom and turning them into obedient slaves. Around an overlord-class magical beast, weaker creatures would naturally gather, pulled toward it like iron filings drawn to a magnet. But gathering was only the beginning. Once they fell under that influence, their bodies began to change. Even the weakest monsters in the horde would be forced into mutation. Their flesh and bones pushed to grow stronger under the command of the Overlord's will. Given enough time, new Lord-class beasts would inevitably begin to emerge from within that monstrous army. And once this fifth-tier, sovereign-level creature led such a horde into a city, the fight would no longer be a defense battle. It would become a slaughter. The entire city would collapse beneath the tide, and millions of people would be buried under claws, teeth, and blood. High above the rushing sea of monsters, the blood-eyed black ape remained seated on its grim throne made from the bones of human warriors. Then, with slow and deliberate movement, it opened its glowing scarlet eyes. Those eyes were cold, arrogant, and filled with a chilling contempt. Its gaze swept across the fleeing squad of human warriors below, looking at them as though they were nothing more than tiny insects crawling across the dirt. The blood-eyed black ape did not need to speak a single word. Beneath the throne, the crocodilian behemoth suddenly stirred. Its vertical pupils flashed with a violent gleam, as if it had already understood and accepted its master's command. The crocodilian behemoth opened its enormous jaws and released a low, soundless chant. But this was not a sound meant to be heard by human ears. Instead, brilliant sonic ripples burst outward from its mouth, spreading through the forest in huge, multicolored waves that swept across the land like a tsunami. Mud, stones, and chunks of earth were ripped violently from the ground, spinning upward into the air as if caught inside an invisible vortex. In only a few seconds, the churning mass compressed into a massive stone cone nearly 10 meters long, its sharp tip aimed forward like a missile. Then, with a brutal surge of pressure, it shot across the sky. Boom! An entire mountaintop was blown apart, pierced clean through by the terrifying attack. The warrior team had no time to dodge, no time even to scream. A rain of stone cones came crashing down from above, swallowing them beneath a storm of destruction. It looked as though the sky itself had transformed into a meteor shower. The land shook under the bombardment. When the dust finally drifted down and the battlefield fell silent, only a single severed hand remained among the ruins, still clutching a radio communicator in a death grip. But the message had already gone through. An Overlord-level incursion had been detected. Above the carnage, the blood-eyed black ape finally rose from its bone throne. For the first time, it spoke, and its voice came out in fluent, bone-chilling human language. Advance. Full speed. The monster horde answered with a thunderous roar, their howls rolling outward like a tidal wave of bloodlust. Then the ground trembled again as the entire beast tide surged forward. At that very same moment, outside the Swan Lake's secret realm, alarm sirens began screaming across the city. Piercing, high-pitched warnings echoed through street after street, spreading across every district with terrifying clarity. A beast tide was coming. All across the city, people froze in place. Many of them had seen reports of such disasters on the news before. They had heard stories about beast invasions tearing through distant nations, distant cities, and distant lives. But those tragedies had always felt far away, like nightmares happening in places that had nothing to do with them. Not here. Not in their own home. Now reality crashed over them like freezing water. Some people stood rooted to the spot, faces blank with disbelief, wondering if this was all some terrible dream. Then the citywide broadcast system crackled to life, and the mayor's voice rang out over the city. Attention, all citizens. A large-scale beast tide has erupted from the Swan Lake secret realm and is expected to breach the city's defenses within 20 minutes. The army has already been mobilized. All warriors in the city are called to action immediately. That announcement shattered the last fragile layer of calm. In an instant, chaos spread through the entire city. People poured into the streets, desperate to get away before the monsters arrived. Highways were packed bumper to bumper with vehicles. Train stations were crushed under overflowing crowds. Everywhere, people scrambled for any possible road out. Cars jammed every major road. Trains were overloaded far beyond capacity. Plane tickets vanished in seconds as flights sold out almost instantly. The whole city seemed to buckle under the weight of panic. Armed police were deployed across the streets to restrain the chaos, while government forces worked frantically to keep order from collapsing completely. Alerts flashed across every screen, and emergency warnings blared from every radio. Among all those emergency messages, one order stood out above everything else. Evacuation priority would be given to children and students. They represented the future. If a city truly fell beneath the beast tide, then they would be the ones left to remember what had happened here. They would be the ones who might one day rebuild from the ashes, carry forward the legacy of the city, and avenge the countless people who would never escape. Inside City Hall, Mayor Huang Qing was drowning beneath one urgent call after another. Each line rang before the previous conversation had even ended. He was doing everything in his power to buy the city, even a few more precious minutes, trying to slow the disaster that was rushing straight toward them. His secretary burst through the door with new emergency updates. Without wasting even a second, Mayor Huang Qing looked up sharply and asked, "Have the reinforcement requests been sent? Which cities have responded? Which cities are willing to send help?" His voice was tight with urgency, but the secretary hesitated. Her expression was heavy and grim. "It's not just us," she said in a low voice. "Beast invasions have been reported in multiple regions across the country. Most cities are already overwhelmed." As for the few cities that had not yet been attacked, they were no longer capable of sending support either. They had already started strengthening their own defenses, bracing themselves for the possibility that the same nightmare would arrive at their gates next. Mayor Huang Qing's shoulders stiffened under the weight of the answer. Then he asked again, his voice carrying the last trace of desperate hope. "What about the imperial capital? Even one Grand Master would be enough. Just one, but even that tiny hope was already far more than City could afford to ask for." The secretary's next words dropped into the room like a stone. "An S-level secret realm has appeared in Guangchang City, right next to the capital. Every top-tier warrior from the imperial capital has already been deployed there to contain it." Mayor Huang Qing slowly sank back into his chair, the crushing reality of the report pressing down on him. But beneath that pressure, his instincts were shouting a truth that was even more terrifying than the official information. This was not a coincidence. This was not some random string of outbreaks. The entire Jia nation had been caught in something much larger, a trap, a carefully arranged national-scale beast tide. But there was no time left to sit there and think about it. Mayor Huang Qing pushed himself up from his chair again, standing straighter than before. Though he was already nearing 50, the fire of his younger years seemed to flare to life inside his eyes once more. There would be no reinforcements, no outside help, no safety net waiting to catch them. And City had only itself, and the defense of City had already begun. Meanwhile, at the Chu family's private training grounds, the sharp sounds of fists cutting through the air rang out again and again, breaking the tense silence around the yard. Yi Yi and Chu Zhou were locked in the middle of an intense sparring session. By this point, Chu Zhou had already learned one thing very clearly. Trying to test Yi Yi with words or provoke him into taking a fight seriously was completely pointless. If Chu Zhou wanted Yi Yi to show even a little real effort, he had to attack with everything he had, and even then, everything he had still fell short. He drove a heavy punch straight toward Chu Zhou's chest. Chu Zhou reacted immediately, summoning a layer of ice armor around his body. In the blink of an eye, a thick shell of frost wrapped over him, forming a cold defensive barrier meant to absorb the blow. But the moment Yi Hei's fist crashed into it, the entire armor shattered apart. Yi's punch ripped through the ice with frightening ease. Around his fist, jagged magical fangs, formed from dark, sinister energy, had fused directly into the attack. Those fangs tore through Chu Zhou's frozen defense like it was thin paper, making the armor completely useless. Chu Zhou was knocked backward, his feet scraping across the training ground as he slid several steps before finally steadying himself. Yet instead of looking furious or humiliated, he actually let out a faint smile. "Didn't think you'd land that cleanly." He could feel it clearly now, that strange dark power lingering around Yi Hei's body like a shadow clinging to his skin. This was not martial arts in the way Chu Zhou understood it. It felt like something deeper than technique, and far more twisted than any normal style. "What style is that?" "Tortoise martial arts," Yi Hei answered with a casual shrug. "Yeah, I picked it up about a month ago. Still working on the details. But the name itself was not the important part. What truly mattered was that Yi Hei had already grasped the heart of that power, the demon in the flesh technique. This was a style that fed on evil spirits. Every time Yi Hei survived a brutal battle, every time he killed an enemy, the evil spirit inside him absorbed something from the fallen. It imitated them, learned from them, and continued to grow stronger. Before the two of them could collide again, a piercing alarm suddenly tore through the quiet of the training ground. Beast invasion. Yi Hei and Chu Zhou both froze at the same instant, their instincts snapping alert as the warning echoed around them. A moment later, both of their phones vibrated with an emergency alert. Every college prep student in City was being ordered to evacuate immediately. Flights B521 and B753 had been scheduled at the city's main airport, while high-speed train A423 was also being prepared for departure. Students were being given priority. He lifted his eyes toward Chu Zhou, his expression steady and unreadable. "Are you going?" Chu Zhou looked back at him and fell silent for a moment. Then, in a low voice, he said, "With your talent, maybe you should leave. Let the others handle the defense. You have too much to lose." But Chu Zhou still did not understand Yi Hei well enough. That smile had already begun to spread across Yi Hei's face, the same strange, eerie grin he always wore right before killing someone. Was he excited? Yes, without question he was. He smirked and gave him a blunt answer. "You talk too much. Since when did you get so sentimental?" He cracked his knuckles, the sharp sounds snapping through the air between them. If I'm staying, then you don't have any reason to run either." At that moment, the path ahead of them had already become clear. There was only one thing left to focus on. At the Liu family manor, another tense confrontation was unfolding under the weight of the citywide emergency. Just as Lu Jingju was about to walk out through the door, she found Qin Lan standing directly in her way. Lu Jingju's intention was obvious. She was ready to fight, ready to join the front lines and face the beast tide alongside the other warriors of An City. But Qin Lan had only one thing on her mind, keeping her daughter alive. "If you go," Qin Lan said, her voice low but steady, "how confident are you that you'll come back alive, or even come back in one piece?" Lu Jingju did not answer. Qin Lan continued, her gaze fixed on her daughter. "There are around 30,000 warriors in An City. Even if you include retired veterans, the sick and volunteers, maybe that number reaches 50,000, but against this beast tide, that is nothing. It is a single drop of water facing a tidal wave." Qin Lan's voice remained controlled, but a faint tremble slipped through despite her calm expression. "And as for the Overlord-class monsters, those are not enemies we can face. Not here. Only Grandmasters have even a chance of surviving against them, and even that chance is barely worth mentioning." In Qin Lan's eyes, Lu Qingju's life was not something that belonged only to Lu Qingju herself. She was the lifeline of the entire Liu family, the one person the family absolutely could not afford to lose. But even after hearing all of that, Lu Qingju did not stop. She did not argue with her mother, and she did not try to defend her decision with words. She simply walked past Qin Lan and continued forward. That silence carried more meaning than any speech could have. To Liu Qingju, if a warrior family could not step forward to defend humanity from monsters, then what meaning did that family's name even have? Qin Lan did not chase after her daughter. She did not shout, and she did not call her back. She only stood there and listened as the door closed behind Lu Qingju with a deep, echoing thud. As the latch clicked into place, another figure quietly stepped out from the shadows. It was Aunt Hong. Qin Lan calmly lit a slender cigarette, half of her face hidden behind the curtain of her long hair. She did not need to give a direct order out loud. Aunt Hong already understood exactly what had to be done. Liu Qingju was not to leave the manor. Even so, Aunt Hong could not help asking one more question. What about that boy, Yi He? Is he leaving the city too? Qin Lan slowly exhaled a thin stream of smoke, her voice quiet but carrying a firm weight. "Send him a message. Let him decide for himself." Meanwhile, inside the Swan Lake secret realm, tens of thousands of warriors had already crossed through the rift. Within that otherworldly land, where starry blue light washed across the terrain, they formed a solid iron formation against the approaching darkness. 60% of An City's total military force had entered the realm, along with every high-level warrior above martial artist rank. Together, they were known as the Vanguard Unit, and their mission was brutally simple: scout the enemy, determine the scale of the beast tide, the strength of the monsters, and the abilities of the force advancing toward humanity. They had to identify the Lord-class beasts, and if possible, gather even the smallest piece of information about the Overlord itself. Then they had to stay alive long enough to deliver that information back. As they faced the endless beast tide ahead, many soldiers drew in sharp, trembling breaths. This was it. Most of them understood what they really were being sent in as cannon fodder. But even with that knowledge weighing on them, they charged forward anyway. Their battle cries and final roars echoed through the mountains, blending together into a blood-soaked symphony of courage, fury, and resolve that shook the forest around them. Outside the rift, a temporary military base had already been heavily fortified. Tanks, anti-air guns, rows of Gatling cannons, and massive machine guns had all been locked into position, forming a dense wall of metal barrels and firepower. The plan was simple and merciless. Any monster that emerged from the rift would be torn apart by bullets and artillery before it could gain a foothold. Fortunately, the rift itself was not unlimited in size. Only a certain number of monsters could pass through the spatial tier at the same time. That meant one of the beast tide's most terrifying advantages: its endless numbers had temporarily been restricted. If they could hold this line, if they could prevent the horde from breaking out into the open city, then perhaps, just perhaps, An City still had a chance to survive. This was Mayor Huangqing's final hope. Everything now depended on the battlefield at the mouth of the rift. Suddenly, his serious gaze snapped upward, and shock flashed across his face, and he was not the only one who noticed something changing. Every pair of eyes turned toward the rift as a blood-soaked warrior staggered out from the spatial tier. One of his arms hung limply at his side, clearly broken beyond use, while his entire body was covered in torn armor, deep gashes, and layers of dried blood. He stumbled forward only 2 steps before his strength finally gave out. The warrior dropped heavily to the ground like a lifeless sack of flesh, gasping desperately for air as he clung to the last thread of life. Mayor Huang, medics rushed toward him at once.
Mayor Huang Qing had already moved to his side, but a single glance was enough for him to understand. This man did not have much time left. Using the final bit of strength left in his body, the warrior raised a trembling hand. Clenched tightly in his fist was a USB flash drive, carrying the battle data gathered by the Vanguard unit. Mayor Huang Qing took the drive immediately, his expression turning sharp with urgent dread. "Where are the others?" he demanded. The warrior's face twisted under the pain, his lips trembling as he forced himself to answer. "They're gone. All of them are gone." His voice cracked and rasped like a broken drum as he struggled to continue speaking, forcing each word out through blood, pain, and the last fading breath in his chest. Then, just as his life was fading, the dying warrior's eyes suddenly snapped open wide. Rage and terror flooded into his stare at the same time, twisting his face into something almost unrecognizable. His voice came out, cracked, hoarse, and trembling, as if every word was being dragged from the bottom of his chest. "Watch out for that black ape. It's not just strong. It planned everything. It set us up. If not for that thing, at least a few thousand of us might have made it out alive." Old Zhang immediately leaned closer, desperate to squeeze out even one more detail before the man's strength gave out. But before he could ask anything else, a thunderous boom exploded from the direction of the rift. A massive stone cone burst out of the spatial tier, spinning violently through the air like an enormous drill-shaped missile. The stone cone screamed across the battlefield and slammed into a building in the distance. In the next instant, the structure was blown apart, collapsing into a roaring cloud of rubble, dust, and broken concrete. Crack! Boom! Another stone cone shot out of the rift, and then another followed right behind it. The newly built defenses surrounding the rift barely had time to react before taking the full force of the impacts, shattering apart almost instantly beneath the bombardment. The hidden landmines buried around the defense zone detonated one after another, triggering a violent chain reaction across the battlefield. The ground trembled under the relentless blasts, and waves of shock rippled outward as fire and dirt erupted into the air. And the truly terrifying part was that the beast tide itself had not even begun to pour out yet. These first attacks were not random shots fired in confusion. They were clearing the battlefield in advance, tearing open the path before the real assault began. Old Zhang's eyes widened as the realization struck him. This opening wave was not some mindless barrage from savage monsters. It was organized, it was deliberate. Every single stone cone had been aimed with chilling precision, striking directly at the hidden landmines buried throughout the city's defensive grid. The monsters were calmly and systematically removing in city's traps before even setting foot on the battlefield. Old Zhang cursed under his breath, his face tightening with anger. "Open fire! Target everything at the rift! Now!" Tanks roared as their cannons thundered to life. Anti-air guns flashed, heavy machine guns spat fire, and a storm of shells and bullets poured toward the rift through waves of smoke. But the stone cones kept coming, tearing through steel, dirt, and concrete as if the human barrage barely existed. Old Zhang's expression grew even darker. These monsters, they're using long-range suppression tactics. They were not charging forward blindly like ordinary beasts. They were weakening the battlefield first, striking with the patience and precision of veteran tacticians. Since when did magical beasts know how to fight with strategies this close to human warfare? The dying warrior's warning echoed again in Old Zhang's mind. The black ape planned it all. This was a trap. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles nearly cracked, and he ground his teeth as he muttered, "Damn that black ape!" Just then, another stone cone punched through the defense line. This time, it slammed directly into the ground. Soldiers nearby jumped back at once, weapons raised and nerves pulled tight. A strange sound followed from inside the broken debris. It was a sharp, eerie chittering, high-pitched, and deeply unsettling as it echoed through the shattered stone. One soldier turned toward the noise, his eyes narrowing, but he was already too late. A grotesque giant rat burst out of the rubble, its membranous wings snapping open as its dagger-like fangs caught the light. It lunged before the soldier could react, sinking its teeth into his head and tearing it clean from his body. Blood sprayed across the ground, and the man collapsed without even making a sound. And this was not happening in only one place. All across the battlefield, the same horrifying scene repeated itself. Wherever those stone cones had landed, twisted mutant creatures began crawling out from the shattered wreckage. The cones had never been just weapons. They were drop pods. Nightmarish mutated beasts had hidden inside them, hitching a ride through the rift before being launched straight over the front lines. They had been smuggled past the defenses and deployed directly behind the human army. The monsters had not merely attacked the gate. They were already inside the defensive zone. Panic erupted as the battlefield began to break apart into chaos. Intercept those spikes before they land. Old Zhang barked through the communication channel. Not a single one can hit the ground. The military responded immediately.
Missile systems swung upward, locking onto the incoming stone cones and blasting them apart in midair, but redirecting that firepower came with a brutal price. The artillery pressure on the rift weakened. Tanks were forced to pause and reposition. Infantry squads rushed forward, trying to plug the gaps that were opening across the line. But the monsters that had landed were not trying to win through direct combat. They scattered quickly, slipping into smoke, dust, and broken structures. Their goal was not to fight head-on. It was sabotage. In only a few minutes, key defensive points were destroyed, gunpowder supply routes were severed, and the carefully arranged trap network around the rift was torn apart and rendered useless. Inside the rift, the black ape's blood-red eyes gleamed with a frightening, almost human intelligence. Cold, cruel, and smug, it looked down on the battlefield as the human defenses began to crumble under pressure. Everything was unfolding exactly the way it had intended. Then, in a guttural voice, it gave the next order: flatten them. Leave nothing standing. The ground began to shake violently. From the rift, a white-haired gorilla king charged out, a lord-class beast so massive it towered like a building over the battlefield. Every heavy step it took cracked the earth beneath its knuckles. Its enormous fists slammed into the front lines, smashing through whatever stood in its way. Behind it, the rest of the beast horde surged forward like a living flood. A deafening roar spread across the battlefield as the white-haired ape drew the artillery fire onto itself, turning its body into a living shield for the monsters behind it. Shells struck its massive frame and exploded one after another, filling the area with fire and smoke. But the beast kept pushing forward. Every impact it endured bought time for the other monsters to advance. Dozens at first, then hundreds of magical creatures scattered past the broken defenses, slipping through the chaos. The rift line had finally been breached. High above the destruction on the edge of a crumbling rooftop, he stood in silence. His gaze moved across the battlefield below, taking in the spreading devastation. The beast tide was breaking through. The defense line was collapsing piece by piece. A harsh realization settled over him. Humanity was losing control of the battlefield. His eyes shifted toward the heart of an city, toward the city he had only lived in for a few months, yet had already started to feel like a place he belonged. Its streets, its people, its fragile and imperfect peace, all of it stood on the edge of destruction. He could not let it fall. There was no more time to stand and watch. With a roar that cut through the chaos below, he launched himself off the rooftop. His feet struck the side of the building, and he sprinted downward along the wall like a beast descending from the sky. Halfway down, his skin darkened and hardened, his body shifting as power surged through him. In his Demora form, he charged straight into the battlefield, his stride fearless, heavy, and unwavering. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Luo Xuan's leg crackled with electric energy as he unleashed his thunder kick technique. His foot slammed viciously into the abdomen of a snarling beast, and the force was so brutal that the creature's eyes burst out from their sockets. 5 down already? Nice work, Luo Xuan, another warrior shouted from nearby. Luo Xuan seized the moment without hesitation. He darted forward, carved into the monster's corpse, and dug out its magic core before the beast could begin regenerating. Then he smirked and lifted a hand in a casual wave, acting as though the praise barely mattered.
"Nothing special," he muttered. Then, with a heavy thud, the severed head of a beast rolled down and landed right at his feet. A petite figure stepped forward through the battlefield haze and planted one foot squarely on top of the creature's skull. "Really showing off by taking out small fry," she said with a teasing grin. It was Zhao Shaoling. She tilted her head slightly, her smirk growing sharper as she added, "If you're the #1 at Third High, this city's standards have really gone downhill."
Luo Xuan opened his mouth, clearly ready to fire back, but then he stopped. Annoying as it was, she was not exactly wrong, and if the two of them fought seriously, he might not be able to beat her. So for the moment, he could only swallow his frustration and stew in silence. Just then, a sudden chill swept across the battlefield. Frost began spreading rapidly over the ground, creeping outward in a silent white layer, like a cold veil being drawn across the chaos. From the distance, a calm and composed figure stepped into view. His posture was straight, and even in the middle of the battlefield, his hair remained perfectly in place. Chu Zhou had arrived. Zhao Shaoling's eyes widened when she noticed the blue magic core clutched in his hand. He had actually killed a third-tier beast by himself, but what shocked her even more was the fact that he was here at all. She had not expected him to stay behind instead of evacuating.
Chu Zhou did not bother explaining himself. Showing off a kill meant nothing to him, especially when compared to the things Yi He had done. He only gave a casual shrug, seemingly untouched by the danger raging around them. Life and death appeared to sit lightly on his shoulders. After all, their parents were warriors, and at this very moment, those parents were facing the beast tide head-on. If the older generation was standing and fighting, then their children had no reason to run.
As the three of them exchanged glances amid the chaos, Luo Xuan's fingers suddenly twitched. His hand rose shakily toward the sky, and panic flashed across his face. "Look out!" he shouted. Chu Zhou turned his head, following Luo Xuan's gesture just in time to see a tank falling from above, hurtling toward them like a massive chunk of steel dropped from the sky. All around them, the battlefield had completely descended into chaos. Beasts were surging in from every direction, leaving shattered bodies, torn metal, and broken ground in their wake. Luo Xuan's heart tightened as he stared upward, unable to stop himself from wondering what kind of monster could throw an entire tank as if it were nothing but a toy. The temperature around them dropped once again, and the tension grew heavier with the cold air. In one smooth, practiced motion, Chu Zhou reached for his sword and drew it from its sheath. Then, with a single clean and precise slash, he cut the falling tank straight down the middle. The blade left behind a luminous half-moon arc in the air. A heartbeat later, the two halves of the tank crashed down on opposite sides of them, exploding with twin thunderous blasts that shook the ground. Xiao Shaoling turned sharply, her heart pounding as her wide eyes searched for the source of that attack. At first, she assumed it had to be the lord-level beast that had charged out from the rift earlier. But if that was true, how had it circled around and attacked them from behind so quickly? Not far away, a towering white gorilla nearly 20 meters tall advanced on all fours, each heavy movement making the ground tremble. Xiao Shaoling tried to make sense of the monster in front of her, but Chu Zhou cut in calmly. "That's not a lord. It feels different." Luo Xuan did not waste time debating. "We need to fall back now. Even if it's not a 4th-tier lord, it's at least a 3rd-tier rare beast. We can't handle this." The three of them began retreating cautiously, but by then it was already too late. The beast had already locked onto them. A rumble of excitement rolled from its throat as it swung one enormous fist, a fist large enough to crush a tank in a single blow. If that strike landed, none of them would survive it. Chu Zhou's eyes widened. He clenched his jaw, drew in a deep breath, and tightened every muscle in his body, preparing to throw everything he had into blocking the incoming strike. But before Chu Zhou could move, a streak of blue light suddenly cut across the battlefield. A beam tore through the chaos and struck the gorilla squarely in the head. The monstrous ape was blasted backward by the impact, its massive body flying off its feet before slamming into the ground with a deafening crash. It tried to retaliate almost immediately, lifting its enormous hand to smash the new attacker. But before the blow could fall, its palm was caught in place. Firmly, completely. As if the massive hand had struck an immovable wall. Holding back that gigantic palm was a much smaller hand, gripping it tightly without the slightest sign of being pushed back. The attacker leaned forward, his voice cold and almost mocking. "Open up! Time for your dental check!" It was Yi Hei. The white gorilla's scarlet eyes widened. The murderous glare in them instantly changed, replaced by a flash of grim understanding. In that moment, the beast realized it was already finished. He stomped down onto the monster's lower jaw, forcing its massive mouth open with nothing but raw strength. Then, from deep within his core, he unleashed a searing torrent of blue energy straight into the beast's exposed mouth. Atomic light erupted in a violent blast, pouring through the gorilla's open jaws. Thick black smoke rose instantly, filling the air with the choking stench of burning flesh. The white gorilla thrashed and writhed beneath him, but it could not escape. Within seconds, its head and upper body began to melt away under the unstoppable force of Yi Hei's power. Xiao Shaoling and Luo Xuan stared at the blazing blue glow in stunned silence. Then, almost at the same time, they turned their eyes toward Chu Zhou, their expressions wordlessly asking the same question. Was that really him? Chu Zhou did not look away from the figure standing on top of the gorilla's smoldering remains. His gaze stayed fixed on Yi Hei, steady and unreadable, as the heat and smoke curled around the battlefield before them. With Yi Hei stepping onto the battlefield, a fragile thought rose in the hearts of everyone who saw him. Maybe, just maybe, and City still had a chance to push back. But Yi Hei did not stop to talk with Chu Zhou or the others. There was no time for greetings, no time to explain where he had come from, and no time to celebrate his arrival. Across the battlefield, other defensive fronts were already crumbling, and those places needed him far more urgently. Yi! He triggered an atomic burst directly beneath his feet. His knees dipped only slightly, just enough to gather force, and in the next instant, blue energy detonated under him. His entire body shot upward like a cannon shell fired into the sky, rising above the battlefield with terrifying speed. As he soared high over the battlefield, his gaze swept quickly across the chaos below. Fires burned in scattered patches, monsters surged like dark waves, and the defensive lines flickered weakly, like candles struggling against a storm. He scanned the battlefield with sharp focus, searching for the place where the disaster had grown the most severe.
i.e., he concentrated and activated his life magnetic field. His path shifted in midair, changing direction with a sudden sharp burst of speed. In the next moment, he flashed toward one of the most devastated strongholds near the Swan Lake Secret Realms rift. That defensive line was barely holding together. The outer walls had already collapsed into piles of broken stone and twisted metal. The martial warriors stationed there, including some of the strongest fighters on that front, had been pushed to the edge by exhaustion and injury. But even with their bodies shaking and their breath ragged, not one of them had turned to run. The remaining warriors and ordinary soldiers stood their ground together, side by side. If this line was going to fall, then they would fall with their weapons still raised.
From the distant horizon, a mammoth-like monster came barreling through the storm of artillery fire as though explosions meant absolutely nothing to it. Its gigantic body kept accelerating, smashing straight through the barricades in its path before slamming into the final wall. With one brutal collision, it tore the wall apart like paper. And behind that monstrous body, an endless tide of beasts poured forward through the opening it created. With every other option stripped away, the soldiers lowered their rifles and drew their blades. One by one, they stepped into formation beside the martial warriors, shoulder to shoulder, facing the oncoming horde. Their goal was painfully simple and brutally clear. Hold the line. Stall the monsters. Buy even a few more seconds until a counterattack could arrive. Against a monster that could shrug off bombs and bullets, the warriors had no choice but to abandon distance and throw themselves into close combat. They charged at the mammoth-like beast with raw physical force, rushing it from every side, climbing over one another, and swarming across its enormous body like ants attacking a giant. Even if they were trampled under its feet and crushed into bloody paste, every one of them was determined to leave at least one wound on that monster's body before they died.
On most battlefields, the outcome was decided by clashes between top-tier warriors and elite monsters. One powerful fighter, or one terrifying beast, could shift the entire tide of war in a single moment.
But in this cruel world, ordinary people did not simply drop their weapons and wait for death to arrive. They gripped their blades, steadied their breathing, and planted their feet against the ground. Because standing firm was the only thing left that they could do. All they had to do was endure, just long enough for someone stronger to reach them. Then, as if their desperation had finally been answered, a swarm of shadowy red and black figures suddenly appeared across the battlefield. But instead of tearing into the humans, those strange figures turned their claws, bodies, and killing intent toward the monsters. All across the battlefield, beasts stumbled in confusion as their rhythm was suddenly disrupted. Their charge faltered, and in that brief opening the warriors seized the chance. They rushed forward, blades flashing as they cut down one stunned creature after another. None of them knew where those mysterious shadows had come from, but their arrival had changed the flow of battle. And just as that question began to rise in their minds, a brilliant beam of blue light ripped across the sky and struck the mammoth-like monster head-on. For the first time since it began its charge, the beast that had ignored bombs, bullets, and barricades let out a deep guttural howl of pain. When the atomic breath finally faded, the mammoth-like monster collapsed at last. Its massive body slammed heavily into the earth, shaking the ground beneath everyone nearby. The hide that artillery had failed to even scratch was now split open and burning. A scorched crater had been blasted deep into its chest, the charred wound so severe that white bone could be seen beneath the ruined flesh. All around the area, the remaining low-tier beasts suddenly froze. Their eyes locked onto Yi He, and for one tense moment, they could do nothing but glare at the overwhelming force that had descended onto the battlefield. Then Yi He moved again. He activated a new skill, Thunderfang Cleave. Violent blue energy erupted beneath his feet, and his body shot downward from above like a missile falling from the heavens. The air split apart with a deafening sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, Yi He crashed into the horde below, and the force of his descent exploded outward in every direction. Every monster caught within the blast radius was obliterated before it had even a chance to react. On other parts of the battlefield, warriors defending separate strongholds suddenly paused in the middle of combat, startled by the strange shift unfolding in front of them. The monsters were pulling away from their positions, but they were not fleeing in fear. Instead, they were turning together, redirecting themselves as one, and stampeding toward a single point. "What's going on?" someone shouted over the surrounding chaos. A female warrior answered between heavy breaths, her voice strained from battle but still clear enough to cut through the noise. "It's Yi He, and City's top scorer. He's entered the battlefield." The beasts were all converging on his location. That realization struck the surrounding warriors like a hammer. The monsters were not retreating at all. They were gathering their strength. Every creature in the area was being redirected toward Yi He, all for the same purpose, to bring him down. One man clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. Yes, Yi He was strong, unbelievably strong, but in the end he was still just a kid. And right now, that kid had become their last hope. Without hesitating for even a second, the man turned and sprinted toward Yi Hei's position. "We can't let him fall," he roared. "Not like the others before him, we protect our top scorer no matter what." The battlefield shifted once more as a terrifying beast suddenly unleashed a burst of blue energy from its eyes. The light tore across the front line like a deadly flash, cutting through the smoke and chaos in an instant. The impact was devastating. Some warriors were struck and sent flying backward with severe injuries, their bodies crashing across the ground. Others were killed on the spot before they even had time to scream. The surviving beast immediately sensed the greatest threat on the battlefield. With murderous intent burning through its body, it charged straight toward the source of that blue energy, moving with frightening speed. At that moment, a young warrior rushing in to support Yi Hei suddenly froze in shock. His expression changed at once, and he shouted for everyone to be careful, warning that a Lord-class beast had already locked onto Yi Hei. His voice trembled with fury, growing louder as he roared that if the enemy wanted to reach Yi Hei, then it would have to break through and city's defenders first. And before it reached Yi Hei, it would have to go through him. Beside him, the girl who had come along glanced across the battlefield with tears shining in her eyes. In a trembling voice she muttered that they had to kill the monsters. Hope had finally appeared, and relief mixed painfully with fear in her expression. The young warrior, completely fired up now, raised his voice again and roared that humanity would win, and that the monsters could rot in hell. He urged everyone to hold the line, insisting that reinforcements were almost there. The scene shifted again. Buildings were swallowed by raging flames, and the entire skyline glowed red beneath the light of destruction. From inside a half-collapsed building, a deep voice echoed out, sharply scolding someone nearby. "Old fool, you couldn't even protect the child properly." The speaker's tone was filled with anger. He warned the other man not to wait until he was too busy to provide cover. If he had to unleash everything he had, and the defensive line broke because of it, then every person here would be finished. Without warning, a massive beast charged through the fire-scorched battlefield. Its weight was so immense that every step cracked the ground beneath it, sending broken stones jumping into the air. Flames and violent energy burst around the beast's body as it ran. Its enormous frame tore through the burning haze with terrifying speed, cutting across the battlefield like a moving disaster. Then, from the top of a burning structure, Yi Hei appeared once again. He stood against the glow of the flames, his figure outlined by the firelight as he looked down over the battlefield below. He narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at the chaos spreading beneath him. "Earthwind seals won't stop all the primal beasts," he said in a low, sharp voice. "We need to take down the sovereign if we want to end this beast tide." Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Hei pushed off from the rooftop and launched himself into the air, hurtling straight toward the monstrous creature below. As Yi Hei closed the distance, the beast bared its fangs and prepared to let out a roar, but Yi Hei raised his arm first. His fist clenched tightly, and a brilliant burst of golden mana erupted from his hand, flaring brightly against the burning sky. For one brief instant, it felt as if the entire battlefield had been swallowed by darkness. The surrounding flames seemed to fade from sight, and only the eyes of the two opponents remained visible, glowing through the black like sparks before a fatal collision. Just as the tension between them reached its peak, another gigantic beast burst out from the chaos and lunged toward Yi Hei with terrifying force. He turned sharply toward the new threat and recognized it at once. Mountain-crushing python. 4th tier king species, lord class. His thoughts moved fast. The blood-eyed black ape was powerful, and this mountain-crushing python was its mount. If even the sovereign's own mount had been sent out to stop him, then that damn monkey was clearly starting to get nervous. He landed hard on the scorched battlefield, dropping briefly into a low crouch as the force of his impact cracked the ground beneath him. Around him, damaged buildings continued to crumble, and the earth shook under the weight of the beast charging toward him. Once again, the battlefield seemed to sink into darkness. The flames, smoke, and shattered ruins faded into black, leaving only the glowing eyes of the monstrous threats shining through the gloom. Then one of Yi-Hei's eyes suddenly flared to life. Golden energy pulsed from it, cutting sharply through the darkness like a blade of light. He shot forward with renewed determination, his voice ringing out through the chaos. "You think I don't know you're good with Earth-type attacks? I'm using it for a reason?" Suddenly, multiple glowing eyes appeared from within the darkness, every one of them fixed on Yi Hei, as though the monsters had been waiting for exactly this moment to reveal themselves. He gritted his teeth and gathered power into his palm. His voice dropped into a vicious growl as the energy thickened in his hand. "And you fell for the bait, bitch." With a violent surge of power, Yi Hei thrust the golden energy toward the glowing eyes. In the same instant, one of the monstrous eyes retaliated, firing back a massive beam of golden light. The blast slammed into the ground with terrifying force, triggering a violent earthquake that tore across the battlefield. On another side of the battlefield, a different beast emerged from the chaos, its enormous mouth gaped open, and within its body, metallic machinery could be seen embedded through flesh and bone. Faint light glowed beneath its surface, making it look like a half-mechanical monster born from both living tissue and cold steel. Flames erupted from its joints as it burst through a burning structure, smashing through the wreckage and scattering debris, sparks, and broken stone in every direction. Yet Yi He stood firm in front of it. His body remained braced, his eyes steady and cold, and not even the faintest trace of fear appeared on his face. Fortunately, Yi He already had intelligence on the mountain-crushing python. If he had not reached this battlefield in time, the number of casualties here would have been catastrophic. The mechanical beast lunged toward him, but Yi He did not flinch. He stared it down coldly and spoke with absolute confidence. If you had fully entered the city, I might have had trouble weakening you, but with only your head poking out like this, you're just asking to be slaughtered. With blazing speed, Yi He activated his abilities. Around him, multiple energy-formed hands appeared, each one shining with brilliant golden light as they stretched toward the beast like divine restraints, closing in from every side. Huang Qing charged straight into the heart of the chaos, rushing toward the monstrous beast without the slightest hesitation. Across the creature's heavily armored head, several brilliant eyes suddenly flared to life, each one shining with a cold, eerie glow, like watchful lanterns staring him down through the battlefield. All around them, flames churned and twisted wildly, rolling across the ruined ground like living waves of fire. Huang Qing kicked off with explosive force, launching himself through the burning air, his entire body flying forward as he drove straight toward the massive monster. The creature's appearance alone was enough to make anyone freeze in terror. Jagged horns, brutal stone-like spikes, and razor-sharp protrusions covered almost every inch of its body. But what made it even more frightening was that, despite its huge armored frame, it moved with a speed that seemed completely impossible. Huang Qing tore through the sea of flames and fixed his eyes on the beast before him. As the distance between them closed, he muttered in a low, steady voice, "As expected of a king species beast, even your own body can grow stone spikes, turning flesh into both armor and weapons." But before the first clash could fully settle, another enormous shape suddenly broke out from the surrounding chaos. A second beast emerged through the smoke and fire, its eyes glowing with an ominous red light that seemed to pierce straight through the haze.
Huang Qing's expression tightened instantly. His eyes narrowed, and his gaze became razor-sharp as he carefully measured the newly appeared monster standing in front of him.
Just as Huang Qing was about to launch himself forward again, the beast moved first. It swung its terrifying strength toward him, bringing down a savage attack with enough force to crush everything in its path. The beast released a deep, menacing growl, its voice thick with contempt as it looked down on him. "Foolish human, what do you think you are doing to my mount?" In that single moment, Huang Qing understood the truth. This was the blood-eyed black ape. It had been concealed within those stone spikes from the very beginning, hiding itself inside the monster's defenses while waiting for the perfect moment to reveal its real body.
The red-eyed beast roared with savage pride, its voice booming across the battlefield. "Now let me crush your skull, so every last one of them can witness just how small and meaningless humans are before me."
With a thunderous howl, the blood-eyed black ape lifted both of its massive arms high above its head. In the next instant, a crushing surge of energy burst from its body, spreading outward with overwhelming pressure. The true battle had only just begun. Around them, the city began to fall apart piece by piece. Buildings collapsed one after another, the ground trembled violently beneath the battlefield, and clouds of dust, shattered stone, and broken debris were blasted high into the air. In the center of the destruction, a massive beast raised its paw with a cruel, almost mocking sneer. It coldly claimed that the explosion had ripped through its target's chest in an instant, and now that the city had no powerful martial artists left to defend it, it could slaughter everyone without holding anything back. Beneath the thick dust and scattered wreckage, Huang Qing slowly forced himself back to his feet. The nearby building foundations groaned under the violent pressure, but even as the earth continued shaking beneath him, he kicked off again and launched himself back into the air. His body climbed higher and higher above the ruined city. From that height, Huang Qing lowered his gaze toward the beast below, his eyes cold, sharp, and completely unwavering. When Huang Qing finally reached the height he needed, he began gathering his strength. Golden light surged around his body, condensing with terrifying intensity before rushing toward the enemy below. But this was not just an ordinary blast of energy. Within that brilliant golden radiance, Huang Qing summoned the shape of a colossal beast formed entirely from energy. Its shining body towered over the battlefield, looming even larger than the monster it was about to strike. The beast below only scoffed at the sight, its voice dripping with disdain. It declared that a human's resistance was meaningless, and that Huang Qing was doing nothing more than delaying an outcome that had already been decided. Then an ominous voice suddenly rolled across the entire battlefield. No physical body could be seen, but the pressure carried in that voice was impossible to ignore. It declared that there were no longer any neutral enemies left in this war, and that the entire conflict had become nothing more than a game designed to drown humanity in fear and despair. The speaker sounded almost pleased by the idea of watching the strongest humans fall into hopelessness and terror, and its cruel laughter echoed through the battlefield, chilling every surviving soldier to the bone. While shock and dread spread through the hearts of the survivors, another beast lifted its massive paw into the air, preparing to bring down a deadly strike. But before that attack could crash down, another creature suddenly cut in from the side and intercepted it, driving forward with a powerful punch. The second beast growled toward the first, acknowledging that it had been fast, but still not fast enough. Around them, nearby buildings gave way all at once, collapsing in a thunderous wave of destruction. The first beast immediately tried to retreat from the clash, muttering with frustration that its opponent was indeed powerful, but still too slow to completely stop its escape. At the same time, Huang Qing moved through the collapsing city at incredible speed. He leapt from one crumbling structure to another, crossing the second, then the third, then the fourth, until his body finally shot upward and broke high into the sky. There, Huang Qing hovered above the battlefield and stared down at the beast below. The monster lifted its head and glared back at him with burning red eyes. "I do not tolerate lower creatures looking me in the eye," it snarled. But Huang Qing did not flinch. He simply kept staring straight back at the beast, his expression calm and firm, his gaze sharp enough to feel like a blade drawn in silence. The beast suddenly released a violent burst of sharp energy. The attack detonated with a heavy explosion aimed directly at Huang Qing. He tried to dodge the blast, but the force still caught part of his body and tore through him. Even after taking the hit, Huang Qing refused to collapse. His body trembled from the impact, but his will remained steady and his resolve showed no sign of breaking. The beast's rage only grew more intense. It roared at him in disbelief, unable to understand the calm in his eyes. "Why are you not afraid?" Huang Qing pushed himself up from the shattered ground, dust and broken stone shifting around him. His voice came out rough, but it carried an unshakable strength as he growled back. "You thought you were clever, but in the end, you miscalculated. After all, you are still nothing more than an arrogant beast." In the next instant, the beast shot upward into the sky. Huang Qing followed immediately without even a heartbeat of hesitation, releasing a powerful surge of golden energy that tore through the air toward it. The golden attack struck cleanly, and the beast's power began to fade before their eyes. As its energy scattered, its voice shook with disbelief. "You lured me into a formation you prepared in advance?" Black and golden wisps of smoke began seeping out from the beast's body. They twisted upward through the air, drifting like dark morning mist mixed with fading light. Huang Qing rose once more and stood before the weakened beast. The monster, still clinging to its pride, growled through its fading strength and sneered at him. "So this is your plan? You think you can bury me underground? How naive, human!" The beast fixed its furious, unnatural eyes on Huang Qing and bellowed in rage. "You cannot keep me sealed forever. The moment you falter, I will tear every human here to shreds." But Huang Qing's anger had already settled into something far colder and stronger. Absolute resolve. Without the slightest hesitation, he answered the beast. "This is not some backup plan." Then Huang Qing slowly pulled open his shirt, exposing his chest. There, etched directly over his heart, was a star-shaped symbol. Huang Qing placed his hand over that mark, his palm pressing against his heart as his voice dropped low, heavy with grim determination. "This is a hymn to humanity, a hymn to courage." For the first time, the beast sensed that something was terribly wrong. Panic flashed through its rage, and it shouted at him. "What are you doing?" With unshakable resolve carved across his face, Huang Qing pressed his hand even harder against his chest and answered, "At the beginning of this war, I buried the city's one and only strategic nuclear warhead beneath this battlefield. The trigger is implanted inside my heart. If my heart stops, the warhead detonates." The beast recoiled, stunned by what it had just heard and unwilling to believe it. "You are bluffing. Who the hell would gamble their own life on something like that? Do you really think I would fall for this?" Huang Qing's expression remained completely unchanged. There was no fear, no hesitation, and no regret in his eyes. "I never planned to leave this city alive," he said calmly. "I am Huang Qing, mayor of an ant city." At that moment, memories surged through Huang Qing's mind, pulling him back to the day he stood before the people and made his vow. "I, Huang Qing, offer everything, my duty, my body, and my life, for an city and its people." With his eyes slowly closed, Huang Qing drew one final breath. In the silence of his heart, a quiet thought settled over him. I suppose I have finally done enough. Then, in one final act of defiance, the beast unleashed a massive golden blast. The attack slammed into Huang Qing head-on, sending his body crashing backward into the rubble of a shattered building. A blazing explosion erupted across the sky, swallowing everything in a blinding wave of fire, light, and overwhelming force. Far from the battlefield, a soldier received the message and slowly turned toward the horizon. His eyes widened in disbelief as a towering mushroom cloud rose from the earth like a monument of death. The sky itself looked as if it had been torn open by the blast, while flames spiraled outward into a burning ring that climbed toward the heavens. Every martial artist who had managed to evacuate in time stood in complete silence. One by one, they lowered their heads, watching the burning sky without a single word. Among them, Xiao Shaoling stared toward the distant inferno, his breath trembling as the roaring flames reflected across his eyes. This was not merely the funeral of one man. It was the final farewell to a legend. As the battlefield came back into view, a catastrophic blast crashed down into the earth with terrifying force. In the very next instant, crimson flames burst outward in all directions, spreading like a raging red ocean and swallowing everything nearby in burning destruction. Deep inside that sea of fire, a giant-faced skeleton moved through the inferno like something dragged straight out of a nightmare. It roamed through the flames, roaring and shooting across the battlefield, thrashing wildly as if the ruined land around it had already become its domain. High above that horrifying figure, another skeleton stood with its jaws stretched open in a monstrous gape. Over its head, a strange round object covered in razor-sharp nails spun ominously, giving off the feeling of a weapon waiting to be unleashed. The skeletal figure slowly lifted one hand, then swept it through the smoky air. As it moved, the full length of its pale, bony arm was revealed, and the simple gesture carried the weight of a silent, chilling threat. At that very moment, a beast stared straight at the skeleton, its eyes widening in stunned disbelief. Shock twisted across its face, as if it could hardly accept the terrifying sight standing before it. Even as the beast forced itself to stand tall, pride still clung to its voice. It muttered with cold disdain, refusing to believe that a mere lowly human had actually pushed it so close to defeat. Then its fury finally burst out completely. The beast roared that it would massacre every last person in the city, swearing to torture every human to death in the cruelest and most brutal way it could imagine. After spitting out those vicious words, the beast turned away and began stepping across the dust-covered ground. It declared that, for now, it would withdraw to the sinful realm, recover its blood and qi, and once its strength returned, it would come back to reduce this entire place to ruins. But just as the beast started to leave, a cold voice suddenly cut through the smoke from behind it. The words were calm, but chilling, asking exactly where it thought it was going. A human-like figure appeared out of nowhere, fierce blue energy blazing from both shoulders as a powerful tail swayed behind him. The beast froze where it stood, its eyes stretching wide as recognition struck it like a blow, and it cried out in alarm after realizing this was one of the greatest threats in the entire invasion, a terrifying human prodigy. Yi's sharp eyes burned with a steady, unforgiving determination as he locked his glare onto the beast. His expression tightened with regret, and he said in a low voice that even now, he had still arrived a little too late. In the next instant, blue energy erupted violently around Yi. It burst through the atmosphere like crackling lightning, lighting up the ruined air and making the battlefield around him tremble with power. Countless violent particles scattered through the air, dancing and flashing around him as Yi charged forward with astonishing speed. Behind him, a blazing trail of blue power cut across the battlefield like a streak of lightning. The beast was already struggling with the turmoil tearing through its own body, but it still growled in furious frustration. It shouted at Yi for daring to block its path instead of hiding, then lunged forward with one enormous paw, declaring that this was the perfect chance to kill him. He did not retreat, and he did not flinch. He stared straight back at the beast and calmly said that if it had chosen to run, his mini-nuke probably would not have been able to catch it. But instead, the beast had stayed here, and that meant it had chosen to die. The beast's red eyes flared brighter with rage. It opened its massive jaws wide and let out a furious scream, its anger shaking through the battlefield. Before the beast could make another move, a colossal bolt of blue lightning suddenly dropped from above. The strike came down with overwhelming force and swallowed the creature's huge body in a single blinding impact. He descended from the sky and unleashed a devastating attack, his energy growing fiercer with every passing second. The charged air around him became heavier and more violent, and at the center of that storm stood Yi, a dark, powerful figure surrounded by glowing arms as he released an enormous blast of force. The blue surge ripped through the war-torn city, smashing into buildings and sending huge clouds of smoke and dust rolling through the streets. Nearby civilians were knocked off balance by the shockwave, some hurt by the impact, while others could only look around in panic and confusion. In the middle of that panic, someone shouted in fear, asking if another warhead had just exploded. Another voice quickly followed, wondering aloud whether this was yet another trap left behind by Mayor Huang Qing. Meanwhile, the beast stood in place, dazed and miserable after taking the attack. Brown smoke curled up from its head as it struggled to steady its body and regain its senses. Off to the side, another red-eyed beast watched the scene unfold in silence. Its voice sank into a low, uneasy growl as it uttered just one word, monster. The wounded beast turned its head, opened its enormous jaws, and roared at Yi He with disbelief and anger. You are even more beastly than I am. Even most king-rank beasts do not carry an aura like yours. The furious beast immediately snapped back, refusing the comparison with open contempt. It insisted that it was nothing like those pathetic chimps. Then it slammed its paw heavily into the ground. In response, a violent eruption of blue, black, and red energy burst upward from beneath it, tearing through the battlefield like a storm of mixed power. Wrapped in surging force, Yi He shot from one building to the next. He used the momentum around him to launch himself higher and higher, climbing above the ruined city until he rose into the sky. As Yi He charged straight toward the beast, his voice cut through the chaos with sharp mockery. He shouted that there was no use running anymore, then called it a little monkey. The monkey-like creature dashed away with every bit of speed it could still force from its wounded body. As it fled, it growled back that a sovereign-class being must never be underestimated. He remained completely unfazed. With a powerful sweep of energy, he blasted open a destructive path in front of him, tearing through every obstacle that tried to stand between him and the fleeing beast. Still pressing forward with cold determination, Yi He scoffed at the creature. Even at the very end, it kept clinging to its title as a sovereign-class being, but with its injured body twitching and battered like that, it looked like nothing more than a beaten monkey. He could feel the force of Titan mode surging through every part of his body. His physique had already surpassed 30 points in every category, and yet, even with that level of strength, he still had not fully overwhelmed the beast. Somehow, it had even managed to injure his arm, and Yi He knew this amount of damage still was not enough. On the other side, the battered beast lay against the ground, smoke pouring from its wounded body. It struggled to force out each word, admitting that it had used its full power in that last strike. Yet Yi He had already healed from it. It stared at Yi He in disbelief, its mind sinking into desperation. Quietly, it realized that it could never defeat this genius by running away. But if it stayed and fought head-on, it had no chance of winning either. Driven to the edge, the beast suddenly sprang up and tried to leap away, throwing itself into one last desperate attempt to escape. But Yi He struck again from behind before it could get away. His voice rang out in rage as he roared that a filthy beast like this did not deserve to stain the sacrifice Mayor Huang Qing had made. Then Yi He gathered his strength into one final overwhelming attack. A piercing wave of blue energy tore forward from him, rushing through the air with terrifying force. The strike smashed into the beast's back as it tried to flee, ripping through its body with unstoppable power. As its strength drained away and its massive frame trembled violently, the beast cried out in agony, cursing the human genius one last time. Yi He, still wearing the body of a beast, stood beside the collapsed remains of a shattered building and stared down into the broken earth. Rage roughened his voice as he growled that the filthy monkey had slipped underground to play dead. A ring of glowing energy burst outward from Yi He's body as he declared that playing dead could only mean one thing. It was afraid of being found. And now that the beast was more restricted than ever, Yi He realized this might be his best chance to kill it for good. He muttered, that sovereign-class beasts could completely suppress their life force. Regret burned behind his eyes as he added that if he had discovered that ability sooner, Mayor Huang Qing might still be alive. With heavy killing intent pressing around him, Yi He stepped forward and pressed his clawed paw against the ground. His voice carried deadly certainty as he said the beast was badly wounded now, and even its tricks would not be enough to save it. He vowed to detect even the faintest trace of life. At that moment, a towering humanoid beast appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Its voice thundered out as it shouted that it had found the filthy ape. The giant beast opened his mouth wide, and a blinding stream of fast-moving blue energy erupted from within. The beam struck the hidden creature with brutal precision and blasted it straight up into the air. The monkey beast was hurled skyward before crashing back down into the ground with crushing force. Gritting its teeth in bitter frustration, it cursed, saying it had been so close and could already feel the entrance to the sinful realm just ahead. It blamed Mayor Huangqing for everything that had happened, then struggled with all its remaining strength to break free from the crushing pressure of the giant beast's energy. As the searing energy rushed toward it again and exploded across the battlefield, the giant beast opened his mouth and declared that this was the price for tainting Mayor Huangqing's sacrifice. He promised that he would make the filthy ape beg for death. The monkey beast writhed in agony, its body twisting under the pressure, while it clutched a glowing golden orb tightly in its grasp. Through the pain, it shouted for the giant beast not to push his luck. Lifting the orb in defiance, the monkey beast swore that it would burn away the last remaining power of its core and drag its enemy down into hell along with it. Violent energy suddenly burst from the orb in its hand. With a savage roar, the monkey beast leapt forward, throwing itself into the attack with everything it had left. The impact struck the humanoid beast hard enough to wound him, sending smoke pouring from his body. But the monkey beast still did not stop. It gathered even more power into its fist, then drove forward with a devastating punch. A terrifying surge of blue-black energy tore through the battlefield, like a storm of raw power. The air itself seemed to shudder as the force swept outward, crashing into the monkey beast with such intensity that it staggered violently, its massive frame teetering as if it might topple under the impact. The monkey beast flung itself away from the center of the fray, but the consequences of its final desperate strike were already consuming it. Flames licked hungrily at its body, engulfing it midair as it tried to escape, leaving a trail of scorched air in its wake. Then, without the slightest warning, an enormous jaw gaped open directly ahead, and the monkey beast plunged straight into it with a snarl, shouting that Yi could do nothing now, that his fate was sealed, and that he was already finished. Yi! Yi's body jerked violently, a startled cry ripping from his throat as a wave of confusion slammed into his mind. His thoughts spun chaotically for a brief moment, and a creeping suspicion hit him. Was this some sort of mental attack? Struggling to steady his focus, Yi's sharp eyes caught sight of countless hands reaching from every direction, writhing and stretching toward the monkey beast, lifting and carrying it away toward some mysterious, unseen destination. Through gritted teeth, Yi growled in frustration, his eyes blazing as he barked that the beast shouldn't even think about running. Not a single step would be allowed to slip past him. The instant Yi tried to speak and release another strike, more hands clamped over his jaw, cold and unyielding. Only then did the chilling realization hit him. These strange hands were sprouting directly from his own joints. His body froze instantly. No matter how fiercely he struggled, his limbs refused to obey, stiff and unresponsive as if they had turned to iron. Enraged, Yi roared that no cheap trick could ever halt him. A fierce heat began to pour from his body, climbing from 100 degrees to 1,000 in an instant, radiating unstoppable intensity. The rising heat shattered the hands, restraining him like glass. A massive wave of blue energy erupted outward in all directions, melting, crushing, and incinerating everything in the immediate area as a blazing blast of pure force. The monkey beast glanced back through the searing inferno it had stirred, snarling at its escorts to hurry. It cried out that Yi was closing in fast, and even worse, he was literally burning a path through everything that stood in their way. As the countless hands surged forward, they pried something from the monkey beast's grasp, and Yi charged relentlessly through the fire, refusing to let up for a single moment. When Yi finally glimpsed what lay ahead, his momentum faltered for the briefest fraction of a second. His eyes narrowed as he muttered under his breath, "What is that thing? A beast or some sort of demon?" Yi's gaze sharpened as he observed layered streams of red, blue, and black energy erupting into the sky, twisting together with a pressure so intense that it seemed to destabilize the very atmosphere around him. Gritting his teeth, Yi realized the horrifying truth. If this power truly belonged to a sovereign tool, his life would be over in seconds. The world around him appeared torn apart, buildings collapsing into smoke-choked streets, and chaos pouring through the ruins like a storm of molten stone. Among that destruction, the countless merged hands began to form the outline of a massive face, one palm opening like a monstrous eye, revealing a red and gold circular core layered with lens-like rings. Blue energy spread in all directions, illuminating the half-formed body in the distance. Pressing a hand to his head, Yi murmured that even though he had blocked the hearing of the giant anthropomorphic creature, that eerie scream still reverberated in his mind. From the thick smoke, a massive figure pushed forward, standing like a shadow amid the wreckage. It accused Yi of slaughtering countless lives and still trying to walk away unscathed from the devastation he had wrought. The figure roared that Yi was dreaming if he thought he could escape. Violent energy began coalescing in its hand, and it blasted forward, emerging from the gaping jaw of a giant beast with unstoppable force. A twisted grin stretched across its face as the figure sneered and taunted. "Here's a local specialty from our hometown. A nuke. Hope you enjoy it, bastard." Another burst of searing energy tore across the battlefield, and a strange figure with piercing, unusual eyes appeared amidst the chaos as the attack slammed into the ground at terrifying speed. Nearby, a group of survivors watched the calamity unfold in stunned silence. They realized the rift in the secret realm had exploded. Worried voices speculated whether Mayor Huang Qing's plan had succeeded, while others urged caution so that his ultimate sacrifice would not be wasted. Soon the outcome was confirmed. The blood-eyed black ape's remains had been completely obliterated by the nuclear blast, leaving nothing behind. Aid workers rushed through the destruction, carefully lifting the injured Zhao Shaoling from the battlefield, moving him to safety as chaos still simmered around them. Meanwhile, Chu Zhou sat in quiet contemplation. The siege on Yin City had been won, but the victory had been bought at an unbearable cost. Nearly 8% of the fighters and soldiers were either dead or wounded. The scene shifted, and Yi He found himself lying unconscious inside the Swan Lake secret realm, the air around him heavy and still. When he slowly opened his eyes and pushed himself upright, his mind remained clouded and sluggish. He wondered how long he had been out. He had expended every ounce of his power activating the giant anthropomorphic nuclear template, but the surrounding area, saturated with radiation and residual fission energy, had strangely allowed his body to recuperate simply from lying there. The battle had been far more brutal than Yi He had anticipated. Mayor Huang Qing had sacrificed himself to lure the blood-eyed black ape into the blast zone, giving Yi He the one chance he needed to reverse the tide. With the radiation zone favoring him, Yi He self-destructed repeatedly, obliterating the beast before anyone could intervene. Even when He closed his eyes for a brief moment, he had to acknowledge the truth. His infinite monster template was formidable, but still insufficient to truly contend with an overlord-class beast. This victory had required luck, precise timing, opportunity, and perhaps even a hint of fate. Still, deep in his heart, Yi He believed he could one day reach the pinnacle of martial power in Jia Nation. The secret realm, however, offered no luxury for gradual growth. Chaos ruled every moment, and he had to seize every chance. Standing up, he wondered when another rare template would cross his path. If he could merge with the Cosmic Emperor template, he could ascend faster than ever, but time was short, and speed was everything. He needed to gather plant element magic cores and fuse them with his template. Beyond that, mastering cosmic martial arts was crucial. While his infinite monster template offered some leverage within the martial resonance space, cosmic martial arts came from an entirely separate system, originating from a high-level martial cultivation world. Growth might be slower, but the potential was terrifying. He glanced back at the shattered city. Beyond the broken buildings, the rising sun cast an unusual warmth across the ruins, hinting that perhaps being transported here was no accident, but part of something greater, perhaps even his destiny. 1 month later, a statue was erected in an Yin city. Crowds gathered, taking photos, paying respects, and quietly remembering the lives lost and the victories achieved in the terrible battle. He sat nearby, silently reflecting on everything that had transpired since that catastrophic confrontation. Across Jia Nation, 18 cities had suffered attacks from beast tides, 12 completely sealed off. Guanshan City had become the epicenter of disaster, hosting an S-class secret realm buried beneath impenetrable gray mist. The National Martial Organization, Great Xia Dragon, had dispatched 30 barrier masters and 5 grandmasters led by Du Jingming to investigate. As he scrolled through his phone, his chest tightened. Fu Hongsheng, Xia Nation's strongest guardian martial artist, had personally entered Guanshan City. 8 hours later, Fu Hongsheng barely escaped alive, with only 2 grandmasters surviving alongside him. Following that, Guanshan City was officially declared the 11th life-prohibited zone, and the confirmed global death toll reached 1.8 million. He stared at the screen in disbelief. Was humanity's survival on Blue Star truly hanging by a thread? One thing was certain. He no longer had the luxury of waiting. He immediately contacted Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin assumed He wanted to learn the last 2 cosmic martial arts skills from the Lu family, but he informed her he had a different request. What he needed were high-quality plant element magic cores, preferably blue-grade, and, if possible, the exceedingly rare purple Lord-class ones. Aunt Qin's shock was palpable. Plant-type magic beasts are already rare, she said. Lord-class cores are even more precious. What can you offer in exchange? He explained that during Huadu University's freshman opening, there would be a secret realm exam. He could team up with Liu Qingju to help her seize first place. Aunt Qin sounded unconvinced. She reminded He that prodigies from other provinces would compete, and while Liu Qingju was talented, she had only ranked around the upper middle level among past Imperial Capital University freshmen. He had defeated Liu Qingju in sparring, yet he was still far from a top-tier genius. Still, he smiled and reminded Aunt Qin that she had entrusted the Liu family's revival to him. Then, he laid out his offer. If he and Qingju failed to win first place, he would sign a 10-year contract, serve the Liu family in any way they wished, work wherever assigned, and care for Qingju whenever she grew weary. Aunt Qin planted her feet firmly on the floor and gave Yi a teasing look. Serve and do menial tasks, is that right? Yi nodded, and after a brief pause, Aunt Qin finally agreed. As soon as the call ended, Yi headed straight to the city hospital. Chu Zhou had gone completely battle-crazy, taking 4 stimulants in a single day, and had landed himself in the ICU. The moment Yi arrived on his sleek black bike, a crowd of excited fans, mostly pretty girls, swarmed him for autographs. Even Yi had not expected to be so popular. After signing a few autographs, Yi politely declined the rest and picked up gifts for his injured friend. But the moment he entered Chu Zhou's ward, he froze. Chu Zhou, once a handsome young man, was now wrapped head to toe like a discount mummy. Lying there with a half-embarrassed expression, he still tried to appear calm and dignified, as if he could spring up and fight at any second. Suddenly, the man in the neighboring bed casually called out to Yi, speaking as if they were old brothers. He blinked and asked who he was. The man laughed awkwardly, reminding him of their earlier meeting. He had been Yi's first opponent in that promotion match a few weeks prior. He narrowed his eyes, trying to recall, but then froze suddenly as something strange caught his attention. At a glance, Shen Guan seemed to be in slightly better shape than Chu Zhou, but the real situation was much worse than it looked. One of his legs had been completely destroyed. He stood there in stunned silence for a moment, while Shen Guan forced himself to act relaxed, casually telling him that the leg was not totally useless yet, and even if surgery could not save it, he could always replace it with one of Laserbird's latest high-end combat prosthetics, saying it as if losing a leg was nothing more than changing equipment. He could only stare at him, caught somewhere between admiration and horror. Before this, Shen Guan might have seemed a bit inexperienced, maybe even a little naive, but after seeing him wounded like this, Yi had to admit the truth. This man was no ordinary coward. He had been injured while defending an city with his own body, and that alone was enough to earn real respect. Right at that moment, Yi's phone suddenly vibrated in his hand. The screen lit up, and an unfamiliar number appeared there, flashing without any name attached. He glanced down at the screen, barely gave it a second thought, and assumed it was just another spam call. Without hesitation, he blocked the number and calmly returned to what he had been doing. But not even 10 seconds had passed before his phone rang again, breaking the brief silence with another sudden call. This time, Principal Deng's voice came through the line, and he sounded both anxious and annoyed. He demanded to know why Yi had blocked an important caller from the capital, then immediately told him to unblock that number right away. Only then did Yi realize that he had probably caused a small mess. He quickly pulled up the blocked contact and restored the number without wasting another second. Almost the moment he unblocked it, another call came through. The man on the other end introduced himself as Wang Dao, the head of admissions at Huadu University. He told Yi that Huadu University would be starting 1 month earlier than originally planned, and that in 3 days a special train would arrive to pick him up. Wang Dao then asked whether Yi had any requests or difficulties that needed to be handled, but Yi simply said there were none and agreed to follow the arrangements. Chu Zhou also received a call from Huadu University, although his caller was not Wang Dao. And just like that, inside the 6th ward, 2 out of the 3 students had already been accepted into Huadu, leaving Shen Guan sitting there with his head lowered in an awkward silence. Honestly, the atmosphere made it feel like Shen Guan did not quite belong in that ward anymore, not on the bed, and maybe not even under it. Still, before Yi could leave and officially report to Huadu University, there was one final matter he had to take care of. He said goodbye to Chu Zhou and Shen Guan, then turned and walked out of the hospital. 3 days passed, almost in the blink of an eye, and the scene shifted once again to the nuclear blast zone at Swan Lake. After the explosion, that enormous mushroom cloud had thrown hundreds of tons of ash into the sky, covering the whole area in a false night. Yi He had come here immediately after leaving the hospital, without delaying for even a moment. Guided by the instincts of Demora's bloodline, He searched through the ruined land for the places where radiation and residual energy were most concentrated. The most important point was the exact area where Huang Qing had sealed the blood-eyed black ape and triggered the nuclear strike. He sat cross-legged at the center of the giant crater and activated Demora's template. He began drawing every trace of radiation energy around him into his body. Little by little, his skin turned rough and black, like reef stone hardened by the sea, while thick mist rolled and churned around him. As he inhaled the radioactive clouds, the muscles along his back slowly relaxed, and steam poured from his pores as if his whole body had become a living furnace. Eventually, the dense mist around him began to fade. A ray of morning light broke through the heavy clouds and landed across his body like a spotlight on a silent, ruined stage. The choking ash finally started to scatter, and daylight returned to the scorched wasteland. He opened his eyes, and a sharp streak of blue light flashed across his pupils for an instant. He pulled up his system panel and checked the results of 3 full days of non-stop nuclear absorption. The monster template displayed his newly updated stats, while he could still feel electric arcs and dark red, sinister energy flowing through his body. Those 3 days inside the nuclear zone had greatly strengthened both his martial foundation and his atomic fusion. Just the battle against the blood-eyed black ape alone had raised his Demora synchronization by 1.5%, which was already a massive improvement. Under normal circumstances, even a blue core might not have given him that much progress. Training in this place had been like discovering a hidden treasure mine, pushing him upward by more than 6% in only 3 days. Unfortunately, he could not stay any longer. He bent his knees slightly as atomic energy crackled beneath his feet. Then, with a sudden flash and a thunderous boom, his body shot straight into the sky. Meanwhile, at N-City's high-speed rail station, the speakers were already announcing the final boarding call for the train to Wadu. With only 5 minutes remaining, late passengers hurried through the ticket gates, rushing forward with anxious steps. Chuzhou, however, did not look worried in the slightest. He knew Yihei well enough to believe that there was no way he would truly be late. Right then, a sharp sonic boom ripped through the air above the station. Something or someone was flying straight toward them, and the crowd froze in place as an icy chill crawled across their skin. The pressure descending from the sky felt as though a monster was about to come crashing down from above. But Chuzhou merely smirked, because he already knew exactly who was arriving. When he finally landed, he looked as if he had just stepped straight out of an action movie scene. Dust clung to his clothes, but his expression remained calm and composed. His presence was sharp, steady, and impossible to ignore. The nearby warriors were visibly shaken by the aura they had just felt. That terrifying pressure was something even certain top-tier fighters might not be able to match. And City's golden boy had arrived. Chuzhou let out a quiet laugh, silently realizing that Yihei had become stronger again. Somehow, after everything he had seen, that was not surprising at all. He, meanwhile, slowly turned his head and gave N-City one final look. This was the place where he had first arrived after crossing into this world. And now, at last, he was preparing to leave it behind. A faint bittersweet feeling rose in his chest, but Yihei understood that this was the moment to move forward. Yihei and Chuzhou boarded the train together, and right as the final 5 minutes ran out, the sleek red Huadu University Express slowly pulled away from the station. Once they were inside, Yihei could not help becoming curious about just how powerful the other students on this train really were. He asked Chuzhou about it, and Chuzhou confirmed it without any hesitation. The students riding this train were all the real deal. Even the train itself had been built from top-grade materials, strong enough to withstand impacts of 1,000 tons. On top of that, 5 black tortoise warriors were protecting it, with some standing openly in sight and others hidden in the shadows. There were even grandmasters keeping watch. After all, this train was carrying the finest young talents in the nation, the future guardians of Jia Nation. He gave a faint smile. Using his life magnetic field, he quietly scanned the students around him. Some of them were indeed strong, but among everyone he sensed, only 5 seemed capable of maybe surviving 3 moves against him. Just as he finally sat down and was about to relax, a piercing alarm suddenly blared through the carriage. A Level 1 alert had been issued. The Huadu University train was under attack by an unknown enemy. The professors and faculty members had already started moving to investigate the situation, but every other student was ordered to leave the carriage immediately and avoid engaging the attackers. At first, the entire carriage fell into a stunned silence. Then, in the next instant, it exploded into noise. Some students wondered if this was just a drill, but others immediately understood the danger. Jia Nation was weakened right now. Many top warriors were away, and hostile forces could easily take advantage of that gap. The freshmen began to panic. hesitating between staying where they were and evacuating as ordered. Chuzhou turned toward Yihei and asked what he thought. Yihei had his eyes closed, completely drained after 3 straight days of non-stop training, and all he wanted was a short nap to recover. But now this troublesome interruption had appeared, and Yihei was still practical enough to know it could not be ignored. He opened his eyes. Without wasting time, he immediately stood up and prepared to move. He told Chuzhou that they needed to head toward the front and see for themselves what was really happening. Their carriage was near the very rear of the train, so Yihei and Chuzhou had to pass through several cars before they finally ran into Zhou Jinxian. The freshman looked as if he had barely escaped death, his body covered in blood and his eyes wide with terror. Zhou Jinxian shouted that the first 3 carriages had already been taken. The enemies were using a domain that trapped people inside another space while leaving the real world untouched. The warrior teachers had tried to protect the students, but they had either been killed or badly wounded. Together they had forced Zhou Jinxian out so he could warn everyone else. This was not a drill. Zhou Jinxian's terrified scream made several freshmen stop in their tracks. Fear spread across their faces as they began to reconsider whether they should keep moving toward the front. Just then, Yan Zhengxiong appeared. With his lion-like hair and imposing presence, he immediately drew everyone's attention. He demanded proof, asking where the evidence was if there truly was danger ahead. A teacher's badge? Another injured student? Yan Zhengxiong was still not convinced. He questioned how Zhou Jinxian had managed to escape when even his own close friend, one of the strongest students among them, had failed to make it out. Many of the students began siding with Yan Zhengxiong, their expressions making it clear that they were thinking the same thing. So Yan Zhengxiong simply walked past Zhou Jinxian, leading a group of freshmen toward the front carriages to confirm the truth with their own eyes. Zhou Jinxian froze where he stood, helplessly watching them march toward what might be their deaths, as if there was nothing he could do to stop them. For a moment, Zhou Jinxian looked completely defeated. But then, all at once, he spotted someone he recognized. The instant he saw Zhou Jinxian's eyes lit up with desperate hope. He quickly double-checked Yihei's life magnetic field to make sure it was really him, then gave him a small, urgent nod. At last, Zhou Jinxian had found someone he believed he could trust. He explained that Lu Qingzhu had once shown him a photo of Yihei and asked him to pass along one message. No matter what happened, Yihei must not go near the front carriage. He paused for a brief second, still processing the sudden warning. Then he asked if that was all Lu Qingzhu had said. Zhou Jinxian nodded through his tears and confirmed that this was the entire message. Then Zhou Jinxian forced himself to add one more thing, his voice growing heavier as he spoke. Liu Qingzhu had been badly injured while protecting him, and the wound looked terrifying, like her body had been carved open by a sword. Lu Qingzhu had not been able to stop the others from charging forward like they were throwing themselves into death. But before Zhou Jinxian escaped, she made him swear to one thing. No matter what happened, he had to make sure Yihei survived and got out alive. Zhou Jinxian was clearly overwhelmed as he said it, his voice trembling with emotion and guilt. But before the mood could become too tragic, someone smacked him on the back of the head and snapped at him for acting so dramatic. Seriously, was Zhou Jinxian already treating this like Lu Qingzhu's dying wish? She was injured, not dead. Chuzhou turned his head toward Yihei and asked whether, after hearing all of that, he still planned to enter the front carriage. Yihei did not pause for even a second. Of course he was going. After all, he had already made a promise to Aunt Qin. But just as they were about to move, Zhou Jinxian suddenly stepped right in front of them, blocking the path like some desperate hero making a final stand. He blinked at him, almost wondering if Zhou Jinxian was actually serious. Then, Zhou Jinxian questioned how someone like Yihei had managed to pass Huadu University's entrance exam while carrying such a reckless, loser-like attitude. He simply glanced over at Chuzhou and gave him a small nod. Chuzhou, the top fighter from their school, instantly understood what he meant and acted without the slightest hesitation. Chuzhou drew his sword and casually sent a slash of sword energy straight toward Zhou Jinxian. Zhou Jinxian frowned, clearly caught off guard by how quickly these two had chosen violence. In that moment, he seriously wondered how someone as refined and intelligent as Lu Qingzhu had ever gotten involved with two muscle-brained maniacs like them. But just as Zhou Jinxian started feeling a little proud of himself for holding his ground, a fist suddenly came flying in and slammed directly into his stomach. The impact knocked the air from his lungs, and the wound he had barely managed to stop from bleeding split open all over again. Zhou Jinxian doubled over, coughing violently as he clutched his stomach in pain. While he was still retching, He gave him a quick apology and handed him several blood essence pills. At the very least, Yi He genuinely respected the effort Zhou Jinxian had made to deliver the warning. After that, Yi He and Chu Zhou wasted no more time and rushed away. Liu Qingju was injured, and they needed answers as quickly as possible, so they headed straight toward carriage number 4, where the situation had already fallen into complete disorder. The doorway leading into carriage number 3 was no longer normal. It was wrapped in a strange purple haze, the mist twisting and swirling like a portal into another dimension. He picked up a nearby travel bag and tossed it into the purple haze to test what would happen. But after the bag disappeared inside, not even the faintest sound came back. It was as if the bag had completely vanished the instant it crossed that purple barrier. Even Yi Hei's life magnetic field could not detect anything beyond the haze, and the strangest part was that several freshmen had already entered before them, yet not a single one had come back out. He looked toward Chu Zhou and said that things had just become interesting. Then, without showing the slightest fear, he dove straight into the haze. Naturally, Chu Zhou had no intention of staying behind either. He followed right after him, and the moment their bodies touched the purple mist, they twisted strangely and disappeared into it. The instant He stepped inside, he felt it immediately. Everything around him was wrong. Chu Zhou, who had jumped in right behind him, was nowhere to be found. Instead, He found himself walking alone along a glowing path, surrounded by a deep silence that made the space feel completely empty. At the far end of that path, the light became brighter and brighter, swelling until it was almost painful to stare directly at it. He kept moving forward, and as the glow intensified around him, the blurry space on every side gradually began to clear. But the moment He finally stepped out of the light, he stopped cold. This was no longer the train. It was not even close. Above him stretched a dull gray sky, and all around him stood crumbling buildings like the remains of a dead city after the end of the world. Everything looked shattered beyond saving. His expression turned serious at once. Something was definitely wrong here. His life magnetic field, the ability he always relied on to sense his surroundings, had disappeared, or rather, this place seemed to be interfering with it completely. In that case, he had to fall back on the simplest method. He needed to get higher and look over the entire layout of this strange space.
He lowered his body into a crouch, then suddenly launched himself upward. In one powerful leap, he rose dozens of meters into the air before landing lightly on the roof of a nearby building.
From the rooftop, he swept his gaze across the area. Every building looked almost identical, gray, lifeless, silent, and unnervingly still. It felt as though the entire city had flatlined. Even though his life magnetic field was being blocked, he could still feel a strange, creeping sensation as if something was watching him from the shadows. No, not just watching him, mocking him. And that feeling was starting to irritate him, so he decided to stop holding back. He called up his martial energy and brought his hands together, shaping the power between his palms into a sphere. Unstable atomic force gathered there, crackling and surging like a miniature storm trapped in his grasp. Then, without even a trace of hesitation, He hurled that chaotic ball of energy straight up into the sky. A massive explosion lit up the clouds overhead. Heat and brilliant light ripped through the gloom, tearing apart the gray mist that covered the sky. He was going to illuminate this entire dead zone and announce to everyone inside that he had arrived. As the blast spread through the sky and scattered the gloomy gray clouds, the whole dead city was suddenly bathed in light. For a moment, the ruins looked almost like a strange sci-fi battlefield glowing beneath an artificial sun. Every Huadu University freshman who had been hiding and holding their breath peeked out from their cover, eyes fixed on the glowing sky. They were all wondering the same thing who had made such an outrageous entrance. Most of them assumed it had to be some high-level monster or expert. None of them realized that the so-called expert was actually one of their own. Only Chu Zhou and Liu Qingju recognized that ridiculously flashy energy signature. As for Liu Qingju, she was hidden inside a building somewhere in the dead city. Her face was pale, her body clearly weakened, and she was in no condition to keep fighting. The moment Liu Qingju saw that blue explosion flash through the window, she immediately knew Yi He had arrived. Chu Zhou, unlike her, had no intention of staying in place. With his sword in hand, he was already moving toward the blast zone, fully aware that Yi He had just placed himself at the center of every enemy's attention. Back on Yi He's side, he looked across the now awakened city, fully aware of what he had just done. That attack had called out everyone inside this place, not only his allies, but the enemies as well. Right on cue. Footsteps sounded behind him. Then, in the very next instant, a strange figure appeared out of nowhere. The figure was dressed completely in black, with a creepy white pighead mask covering its face. Behind it dragged a rusty chain, and at the end of that chain hung a long knife, its blade still wet with fresh blood. With a single glance, he could tell this masked freak was nothing but trouble. There was no need for questions or small talk.
Flames exploded beneath Yi Hei's feet, scorching the floor as he launched himself forward with a sharp sonic boom. He went straight for the mask. Drawing back his atomic fist, he aimed directly for the pig-headed weirdo's head, clearly intending to knock it clean off. But the instant Yi Hei's punch connected, the pig-headed freak's long knife stabbed straight into Yi Hei's abdomen. The blade completely bypassed both his martial arts shield and his Demora-enhanced skin, cutting through his defenses as if they were not even there. Even so, Yi Hei's atomic punch burned with temperatures hot enough to melt steel. But strangely, the blow still failed to burn completely through the man's head. Instead, raging blue flames wrapped around the pig mask, swallowing it in scorching fire. The pig-headed man tried to press the advantage, gripping the knife and pushing with all his strength, attempting to cut Yi Hei open. But the blade stopped inside Yi Hei's muscle layer, where the wound was already healing at a terrifying speed. Now it was Yi Hei's turn. He grabbed the rusty chain wrapped around the attacker's arm and yanked him closer. The man's physical strength was not impressive, but that weapon was clearly special. It ignored defenses like some kind of cheat. Yi Hei smirked and asked what the hell this thing was supposed to be. Then Yi Hei seized the pig mask with both hands, forced open the freak's creepy mouth, and grinned right into its face. Time for oral surgery, buddy. What happened next was absolutely brutal. Yi Hei opened his own mouth and fired a beam of blazing blue, high-temperature atomic breath straight into the pig-headed man's mask. The pig-headed man's mouth was burned straight through, and the terrifying heat melted down through his neck. Still gripping the mask, Yi Hei casually said that he was a man of his word. If he said he was going to do it, then he did it. But just then Yi Hei noticed something hidden inside the mask. He reached in and pulled out a green pendant. The moment he saw it, the pieces began falling into place. This had to be part of Huadu University's trial: kill the strange masked enemies, collect the loot, and survive. It was almost like a game-style challenge. At that moment, the blade still lodged in Yi Hei's abdomen crumbled into fragments. Apparently, it had only been temporarily strengthened by some high-level martial energy, and once that energy faded, the weapon turned back into useless scrap. Staring at the pendant in his hand, Yi Hei began piecing the rules together. Was this some kind of battle royale setup? Defeat enemies, collect their pendants, and let the last one standing become the winner? But before Yi Hei could think too deeply about the rules, danger struck again. He suddenly sensed an arrow aimed straight at the back of his head. Before it could reach him, a terrifying evil shadow burst from his body, and several bloody mouths snapped open, biting the arrow apart in mid-air like a creature born from a nightmare. He turned toward the direction the shot had come from and spotted another masked freak standing there, this one holding a pair of crossbows. Already irritated from the fight with the pig-headed attacker, Yi Hei dashed forward without hesitation, ready to crush this new enemy the moment he reached him. But just as Yi Hei moved, a sharp spear suddenly pierced up through the ground in front of him and stabbed straight into his chest. While Yi Hei was momentarily stunned by the sudden strike, the crossbow-wielding enemy immediately seized the opening and fired a volley of arrows straight toward his vital points. He did not even get a single moment to breathe after the brutal fight with the pig-headed freak. In the blink of an eye, killing intent closed in from every direction, surrounding him completely inside the dead city. Even after witnessing all of that, not a single one of them had truly understood Yi Hei's limits. Every last person there had still underestimated him by a terrifying margin. Then Yi Hei let out a furious roar that ripped straight from his chest. He no longer bothered to restrain himself, drawing deep on the power of his monster template as the savage strength of his giant humanoid form flooded through every part of his body. The next instant, blazing flames and clouds of white steam erupted from Yi Hei's body all at once. Around him, enormous burning ribs slowly took form, rising like the skeletal frame of some demonic god, while thick waves of red and black evil energy coiled over his body. The masked crossbow user went completely rigid, frozen in place by pure shock, as a gigantic flaming fist came crashing down from above like a meteor meant to smash him into the earth. Yi Hei's punch did not simply hit his target. It blasted straight through the building around them. The walls split apart, the floors gave way, and the supporting pillars crumbled together, turning the whole structure into a violent storm of stone, dust, and debris with the masked man buried right inside it. Far in the distance, the other freshmen could only stare at the destruction spreading through the ruined city. Their mouths hung open as they watched an entire building disappear from a single strike, and at that point, none of them could even begin to understand what kind of battle was taking place out there. He walked out through the rolling smoke, still holding the spear that had nearly pierced straight through him moments earlier.
His gaze was icy as he looked forward, clearly searching for the attacker bold enough to try and run him through. And almost as though that silent challenge had summoned him, the attacker revealed himself. This masked figure wore a red-eyed rabbit mask and a sleek black suit, and in his hand he was already gripping a completely new spear. Judging from that sight, these strange masked enemies could apparently restore their weapons again and again, so long as their bodies were not fully destroyed. The rabbit-masked man suddenly launched forward like a missile, driving his spear straight toward Yi He's body. Yi He kicked out in midair to stop him, but the man twisted his body at an almost impossible angle, slipping around the strike with shockingly refined martial technique. Even while spinning through the air, he adjusted his path without losing momentum and continued charging right at Yi He. Yi He's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. This rabbit-headed freak was not just recklessly rushing in with a spear, he actually knew genuine martial arts. The spear tip flashed through the air, closing the distance faster and faster until it stopped only a few inches away from Yi He's face. Then, with a deafening boom, a towering wall of ice erupted directly in front of Yi He, rising up like a frozen shield and stopping the spear dead in its tracks. Under the shadows cast by two crumbling buildings, Chuzhou finally stepped into view. With a single strike of his ice power, he sealed the rabbit-headed man inside a massive frozen wall and completely cut off his attack. The masked figure tightened both hands around his spear and quickly scanned the area, clearly trying to find where the attack had come from. But then his instincts suddenly screamed a warning, and he sensed a sharp danger dropping in from above. It was Chuzhou. Chuzhou attacked without even a moment of hesitation, his expression calm as he watched just how narrowly the rabbit had avoided being pierced. The rabbit-masked man barely slipped away in time. Chuzhou's sword stabbed into the ground exactly where he had stood a heartbeat earlier, and the instant the blade struck, countless shards of ice exploded upward. The rabbit sprang free from the frozen trap and, while still in midair, immediately launched a counterattack with his spear. Their weapons collided above the shattered city ruins, sending sharp sparks flying through the dim air. In just a few short breaths, the two had already traded dozens of strikes. The rabbit held the advantage in range, with a spear perfectly suited for long thrusts, but Chuzhou's swordsmanship was so clean, precise, and controlled that the fight remained almost perfectly even. During one especially fierce clash, Chuzhou suddenly poured his ice power directly into the exchange. Frost raced along the weapon and froze the spear right in his opponent's grip. The rabbit-masked man was caught off guard, and for one brief instant his body staggered out of rhythm.
Chuzhou did not let that tiny opening slip away. He stepped in immediately and slammed his open palm hard into the rabbit's chest, blasting the masked man backward through the air.
Even then, the rabbit was not completely overwhelmed. Using the frozen spear still clenched in his hands, he managed to absorb a large part of the impact and kept himself from being crushed outright by the force of the blow. But just as the rabbit tried to break away and retreat, an enormous hand reached out from the darkness and clamped tightly around him. Yi He had already returned to his colossal humanoid form. In the very next instant, a terrifying eruption of martial force mixed with unstable atomic energy burst outward. The explosion ripped through the ruined district, flooding the gray clouds overhead with light and shattering the heavy silence that had covered the area. The nearby buildings could not endure the shockwave at all, and one after another they collapsed beneath its brutal force. Elsewhere in the city, just a little earlier, two freshmen were hiding inside a half-collapsed building. They had formed a temporary alliance just to survive this trial, and one of them carefully peeked outside before quietly wondering whether that guy had already died. The blonde girl beside him stayed surprisingly calm. In her mind, it was probably just another student who had run into the masked monsters. That flashy, noisy entrance from the overly confident freshman had looked like pure arrogance to her. As far as she was concerned, he was likely some lucky student from a small town who had barely managed to scrape his way into Huadu University. By comparison, she pointed out that the real elites from the major cities were already taking action and hunting down the masked enemies. She mentioned Zhong and Yang from Magic City, Jinlu from Deep Blue City, and Ji and Shun from Liuli Island. Even she did not understand how those people had managed to begin tracking the masked ones so quickly. The boy next to her asked if one of those elites might end up becoming the freshman champion, but the blonde girl shook her head, reminding him that the #1 position always belonged to someone from the imperial capital. Against those monsters, no one else truly had a chance. People from the imperial capital had been raised with the best martial resources from the very beginning, while everyone else could only stand to the side and watch. Before she could continue, a massive blue beam suddenly tore across the sky. Both students froze on the spot, their expressions shifting in shock. The light sliced through the gray clouds like a giant blade, and the two of them turned to look at each other in complete confusion.
What the hell was that? One of them finally muttered under their breath. They wondered if it could have been some kind of electromagnetic cannon, but that idea only made the situation feel even more ridiculous. How could a weapon like that possibly exist inside the city?
In another section of the ruined city, Zhang drove his massive broadsword forward and stabbed it straight into the chest of a horse-masked man. Zhang then shifted his gaze towards Zhe, the top scholar from Magic City, as if silently waiting to hear what he thought of the situation. Zhang stood nearby as well, watching the distant burst of light with a guarded, uneasy expression. He voiced his suspicion that the attack did not look like something the masked enemies would use. Zhe agreed with him, because that level of destructive power did not match their usual fighting style at all. After a short pause, he made a careful guess that terrifying attack had most likely come from one of the freshmen. Zhang found that almost impossible to believe. A brand new student had caused that? The thought sounded absurd to him. In his mind, no one outside the imperial capital should have possessed power on that level, but disbelief alone was not enough reason to ignore it, so the two of them decided to head over and investigate personally. By this stage, they had already secured the rat, dog, monkey, and horse pendants. Xin Lu from Deep Blue City most likely had the goat pendant. Zhen Shan from Luoli Island was holding the snake pendant, and Lu Qingzhu, a freshman girl, had reportedly killed Minor and taken the ox pendant. If these enemies really followed the pattern of the Chinese zodiac, then only 5 were still left: the pig, rabbit, chicken, tiger, and dragon. And among those 5 remaining enemies, the dragon was undoubtedly the most dangerous one of all. That would be a boss-level threat, the kind of opponent they absolutely could not expect to defeat in a direct head-on battle. Against something on that level, simply staying alive would already be difficult. The other remaining masked enemies were probably gathered somewhere near the center of that blue beam's impact. Ji also expected Jinlu and Jin Chen to be drawn toward the commotion before long. He turned toward Zheng, his face partly hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. A sharp flicker of ambition flashed in his eyes. The final round had truly begun, and if they wanted any chance of claiming victory, they could no longer afford to simply stand back and watch. Meanwhile, Chu Zhou had already taken possession of the rabbit pendant. The rabbit-headed man had been struck point-blank by Yi He's atomic breath and completely disintegrated, leaving behind nothing but the pendant, which had somehow remained perfectly intact. Chu Zhou picked it up and turned it over in his hand, his brow tightening as he studied it closely. Even after taking an attack like that, the object had survived without being destroyed. He glanced toward Yi He with clear confusion and asked what it meant. Yi He thought for a moment, then explained that he had killed a pig-headed man earlier and recovered a pig-shaped pendant from inside the mask. Judging from that, this entire trial was probably centered around collecting the zodiac pendants hidden within each animal mask. Chu Zhou asked if that meant they needed to hunt down the rest of the masked enemies as well. Yi? He gave him a firm nod, confirming that this was most likely the correct path forward. But before the two of them could decide on their next move, another masked figure suddenly fired an arrow from a nearby rooftop. It seemed the crossbow user had survived the earlier chaos and managed to slip away. However, since Yi had already been struck by his attack, they could now use that remaining trace to track him down. Following that trail through the wrecked and broken streets, Yi He and Chu Zhou soon arrived at a scorched battlefield. The entire area was covered in the marks of an intense fight. Parts of the ground had been melted by extreme heat, and fresh burn scars still cut across the ruined surroundings. Chu Zhou crouched down and pressed his fingers against the earth, checking the traces left behind. After a brief inspection, he realized the enemy had not gone very far. At that exact moment, Chu Zhou's ice demon dragon bloodline suddenly surged inside his body. A dark energy flared through him, and his instincts reacted even before his mind could fully understand where the danger was coming from. With one powerful swing, Chu Zhou slashed toward what appeared to be a completely empty patch of space. A massive wall of ice instantly shot up from the ground, rising high into the sky in one violent freezing burst. A scream rang out from thin air. Then a calm voice followed, with Jinlu openly admitting that her optical camouflage had been detected. Standing beside her was Lan Yusi. With her delicate features and violet-blue eyeshadow, she looked far too innocent to be carrying any kind of malice. But in a trial like this, appearances were never something anyone could safely trust. Even after being caught sneaking around, Lan Yusi did not show the slightest trace of fear. Chu Zhou's ice element had struck directly toward her, yet her expression remained completely composed. His gaze turned cold as he remarked that people who hid in the shadows were rarely planning anything good. Before Lan Yusi could even get a word out, another freshman appeared beside them, as if he had stepped directly out of thin air. He was a sharp-featured young man in finely made clothes, his gray hair parted neatly down the middle, and the moment he arrived, the air around the battlefield grew noticeably hotter. Red flames flickered to life around both of his hands, and with a calm voice that carried an unmistakable sense of authority, Jin Chen told Lan Yusi to step aside. His palms burned with a deep crimson glow, looking almost like metal branding irons heated until they were ready to sear flesh. Then Jin Chen activated his genetic technique, the Flame Demon Battle Body, and placed one blazing hand against the towering wall of ice in front of him. From that single point of contact, fire spread rapidly through the frozen structure, cracking it apart almost instantly. The ice burst into fragments with a violent crash, and a massive cloud of steam surged outward, covering the whole battlefield in a thick white haze. Jin Chen carried himself with a loose, lazy arrogance, like nothing happening in front of him was worth taking seriously. He casually took out a pack of cigarettes, glanced over at Lan Yusi, and mocked her weak optical camouflage as if her little trick had been cheap, obvious, and not even worth praising. Yi He had no interest in polite introductions or empty small talk. His eyes stayed cold as he went straight to the point, asking whether the two of them had been hiding there to ambush him and Chuzhou. But before he could press the question any further, Lan Yusi smoothly cut in, her calm expression never breaking. She insisted this was only a misunderstanding, explaining that they had just defeated someone wearing a chicken mask and had hidden nearby only to lure out any other masked enemies that might show up. Jin Chen did not answer her explanation at all. He simply stood there with his usual calm attitude, raised a cigarette to his lips, and lit it with a tiny flame that bloomed from the tip of his finger. Then, as smoke slowly curled around his face, Jin Chen looked toward Lan Yusi and asked in a casual tone what exactly she was trying to say with all of this. At that very moment, Jin Chen suddenly reached out toward the empty space beside him and caught something that had been hiding there. A woman who looked exactly like Lan Yusi was dragged out of thin air, and without the slightest hesitation, Jin Chen lifted her by the throat until her feet left the ground. As the fake Lan Yusi struggled helplessly, a poisoned dagger slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor. Jin Chen then crushed the clone's neck with terrifying ease, and the real Lan Yusi's face instantly darkened with anger. Jin Chen only smiled with amusement, as though he had never believed for even a second that her sneak attack could actually succeed. If a trick that simple had worked on him, then this whole fight would have been far too boring. After taking the entire cigarette in one long, heavy inhale, Jin Chen finally stepped forward, moving through the drifting steam like he owned the battlefield. His cheeks suddenly swelled in a grotesque and unnatural way. Then he exhaled, blasting a thick cloud of black fog straight toward Chuzhou and Yi He. Chuzhou and Yi He immediately pulled back, slipping away just in time to avoid the first wave of black mist. But neither of them expected Lan Yusi to suddenly unfold a yellow fan covered in glowing runes. Lan Yusi swung the fan with force, and a violent gust roared across the battlefield. The wind shoved the black fog directly toward Chuzhou and Yi He, pushing it over them before they could completely escape its range. Ixin Chen then lifted one hand with casual ease, gathered a huge fireball at his fingertips, and tossed it into the rolling mist, as if he were simply throwing a spark onto dry kindling. The instant the flames made contact with the fog, a violent explosion erupted. The black cloud transformed into a swirling sea of fire, and the surrounding air warped and twisted beneath the sudden blast of heat. Lan Yusi smiled from behind her fan, already convinced that the battle had been decided. Even if their opponents were powerful, she believed there was no way they could withstand both her and Jin Chen working together. From behind the fan, she softly murmured that they were strong, but not strong enough to stop the two of them. But her confidence only lasted for a brief moment. From deep inside the raging firestorm, a thunderous clap suddenly burst outward, and the sheer force of that single sound tore through the flames, snuffing out the entire blaze in an instant. Jinx, 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 shing, jinx, jinx, shing, shing,
Smilly. 2020, 2025, 20. Line. Right.
Before Jin Chen could even fully process his confusion, a fist suddenly appeared right in front of his face. He saw it coming, but by that point, it was already far too late. Against that kind of speed, Jin Chen did not have even a fraction of a second to respond. Yi He had launched himself forward with mountain-blocking fist, closing the distance between them in an instant. The punch landed with monstrous force, twisting half of Jin Chen's face out of shape, and sending him flying backward like a rag doll caught in a violent storm. Lan Yusi stared in complete shock, clearly unprepared for Yi He's speed and raw strength to be this terrifying. The pressure coming from him alone made her feel almost powerless. Most freshmen, including both her and Jin Chen, had not truly entered the warrior rank yet. Their cultivation was still stuck at the martial artist apprentice stage, their strength held back by that invisible membrane they had not broken through. Even with Imperial Capital University's higher standards, freshmen still had a limit, but Yi He was completely different. With his system template, even at level 9, he could continue stacking his physical stats by increasing compatibility. Only then did Lan Yusi fully understand that the person in front of her was not an ordinary freshman at all, but a genuine monster. Even if she teamed up with Jin Chen, Lan Yusi understood that they had no real chance of winning. The pressure from Yi He alone was enough to crush what remained of her will to fight. She instantly turned to escape, but before she could get far, a sudden chill wrapped around her feet. Her body stiffened, and she realized that while all her attention had been locked on Yi He, she had completely forgotten about Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou had silently frozen her feet to the ground with his ice. From behind her, his voice sounded cold and steady as he reminded her that she had forgotten about him. A flash of desperation crossed Lan Yusi's face. She swung her fan with everything she had, unleashing sharp wind blades that sliced into the ice and shattered the frozen restraints around her feet. Using the force from that burst of wind, Lan Yusi quickly lifted herself into the air, trying to break away from the battlefield as fast as possible. But just as her body rose upward, a hand clamped tightly around her ankle. Yi He had already caught her before she could escape. Yi He yanked her down with brutal force and slammed her hard into the ground. The impact carved a shallow crater beneath her body, dust blasted up around her, and the yellow fan slipped from her hand as she hit the earth. Without giving Lan Yusi even a single breath to recover, Yi He raised his fist again, ready to strike. Panic immediately took over. Lan Yusi burned through a large amount of martial energy and released a jade-colored burst that exploded outward from her body. In the next instant, dozens of her clones scattered in every direction, while the real Lan Yusi hid among them, desperately hoping the confusion would give her a chance to escape. But Yi He only grinned, completely unfazed by the trick, his eyes shining with wild and dangerous excitement. He activated his Shun Huang martial arts, combining imprisoning the devil in the flesh with demonic illusions. Dozens of blood-red shadows surged out around him, twisting into terrifying demonic beasts that immediately swarmed toward Lan Yusi's fleeing clones. Lan Yusi's illusions had no way to hold up against an assault like that. Her clones could not suppress so many demonic creatures at once, and she could not even understand what those things truly were. The fear gripping her heart was colder and more suffocating than any ice Chu Zhou could have summoned. "Ye," he laughed, his expression twisting with a dangerous, almost crazed excitement. Lan Yusi could no longer fight back, and she had no path left to run. At that point, all she could do was accept that she had lost. Under Yi's overwhelming pressure, Lan Yusi finally surrendered. No longer daring to resist, she obediently handed over both the sheep pendant and the chicken pendant. When Yi demanded more information, Lan Yusi did not hesitate to sell out her ally. She revealed that Xin Chen had been carrying the snake and tiger pendants, then explained the abilities he had used during the fight. After that, she continued giving extra information and her own guesses about Jie and Zheng from Magic City. Lan Yusi made it clear that if Yi wanted to win the trial, he would have to collect all 12 pendants. She warned him that now that the trial had reached its final stage, the remaining participants would not simply sit still and wait. They would start making their own moves soon, and if Yi did not strike first, others would come after him instead. Since Lan Yusi already knew she had no real chance of winning anymore, she figured she might as well stir the situation into chaos and let both sides tear each other apart. With a bright but sly smile, Lan Yusi even offered to personally lead Yi He and Chu Zhou to Jie and Zheng. Yi He rejected the idea immediately, which did not surprise her at all. After all, only moments earlier, they had still been enemies. It was perfectly natural that Yi would not trust her so easily. But what truly unsettled Lan Yusi was the way he smiled while looking directly at her fan. And when he casually said that he liked it, a very bad feeling slowly crawled down her spine. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Zheng and Jie were heading toward the explosion site they had seen earlier. Along the way, they ran into a group of arrogant freshmen who had gathered together and tried to rob them of their pendants. Those attackers were not especially strong, but cleaning them up still cost some effort. Jie and Zheng guessed that by now, Ji and Shun, along with Lan Yusi, had probably already made their move. Still, neither of them looked worried. Whoever managed to come out on top would only be keeping the pendants temporarily, because Jie and Zheng intended to take them afterward. As Jie spoke with complete confidence, Zheng did not disagree because to him, that outcome sounded perfectly reasonable. Suddenly, Zheng's pupils tightened. He stopped abruptly, raised his hand towards something ahead, and shouted in shock. Jie also stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed as both of them stared toward the horrifying sight lying in the middle of the street. Xin Chen's corpse was sprawled across the road, sliced cleanly in half and thrown aside like a dead dog. His face was still locked in a twisted expression of shock and rage, as if death had reached him so quickly that he had not even had time to feel fear. The sword strike that killed him had been too fast, too clean, and far too decisive. Only a few minutes earlier, Xin Chen had escaped from the clash involving Lan Yusi and Yi He, cursing Yi He's terrifying strength under his breath. He had never imagined that he would run into such a monster before even reaching the imperial capital. Still, he found a little comfort in the fact that he had at least defeated Lan Yusi. But no matter how hard he tried to steady himself, he could not shake the eerie feeling that Yi He had somehow marked him and would eventually come after him. So Xin Chen decided that his safest option was to find Jie and Zheng and form an alliance. That was when he heard it. A sharp, chilling, scraping sound, like a blade being dragged slowly across the pavement behind him. In Chen turned around and saw a figure standing in the distance. The man wore a cold black iron dragon mask and held a long tang sword in his hand. He was over 2 meters tall, his body gaunt yet terrifying, and his ragged gray and black robes swayed faintly in the breeze. But the most horrifying part of him was his eyes. Inside each eye were double pupils, both blood-red and packed together in a way that made his entire face feel disturbingly inhuman. Those eyes radiated a cold, eerie aura, and Xin Chen instinctively understood that this opponent was nothing like the others. It was the first time he had ever seen someone wearing the dragon mask. Unlike the other zodiac-masked figures who felt like lifeless puppets, this man gave off the terrifying sensation of something truly alive. The streetlights flickering between them suddenly began to glitch and dim, as though even the electric current was being disturbed by the dragon-masked man's presence. Xin Chen blinked once, and in that brief instant, the dragon mask had already appeared 10 meters closer. The lights behind him died with a sizzling sound, and for one short moment, the entire street sank into complete darkness. When the lights flickered back on, Xin Chen's body had already been split cleanly into 2 halves. Blood sprayed upward like a fountain as the dragon-masked man seized the snake and tiger pendants. Then, just as quietly and suddenly as he had appeared, he vanished into the dark and empty streets. Back in the present, Zheng stared at Xin Chen's corpse, unable to understand why he had been butchered so ruthlessly in the middle of the street. Zheng knelt beside the body and carefully examined the wound before confirming that the dragon-masked man had been responsible. The slash was clean, merciless, and far too decisive, with no sign that a real fight had even happened. Zheng added that among all 12 zodiac masks, only the dragon mask could have done something like this.
Zheng grew even more confused. Wasn't the dragon mask supposed to be trapped inside the underground parking lot? He and Zhe had first encountered him after killing the dog-masked man. At that time, they had been leading 20 freshmen, and to win those students' loyalty, Zhe had guided the group toward the southern underground garage where the dragon mask was rumored to appear. In the end, only Zhe and Zheng had managed to escape alive.
Jie could still picture that scene with terrifying clarity. The dragon mask had cut down 2 students like they were nothing more than vegetables being chopped on a board. At the time, Jie could barely believe his own eyes, because this was supposed to be a freshman trial, not an actual battlefield where students were killed for real. But the air back then had been thick with the metallic smell of blood, and the pain on those students' faces in their final moments had been far too real to dismiss as some illusion. And now, seeing Xin Chen's corpse sprawled across the street dragged those buried memories right back to the surface, as vivid and suffocating as if they had just happened. It was Zheng's voice that finally pulled Jie out of that dark memory. Xin Chen's pendants had already been taken away, so standing there in shock would not change anything. The only real question left was what they should do next. After thinking it over for a moment, Jie guessed that the dragon mask had probably broken free from whatever restriction had originally kept him trapped. Maybe the defeat of the other zodiac-masked figures had caused the rules of the trial to shift. If that was the case, then the final boss was no longer locked in one location. He could now move freely through the ruined city, hunting down freshmen just like the other masked enemies had done before, and from the look of Jin Chen's corpse, Jie concluded that the dragon mask was now specifically targeting anyone carrying a zodiac pendant. There was absolutely no way they could afford to fight a monster like that head-on. Their only possible path was to move faster than him, track down the remaining pendant holders first, and seize the pendants before the dragon mask reached them. Once his decision was made, Jie immediately activated his Fourth-Order King bloodline awakening, the Golden Winged Dragon. Power surged through his body in a brilliant wave, and radiant golden light burst out around him. Fine feathers began to grow along his cheeks, while a pair of platinum dragon horns slowly curved out from his forehead. Then, from Jie's back, a pair of enormous golden wings unfurled with a majestic sweep, stretching more than 4 meters from end to end. Dragon scales shimmered across the feathers, giving him the presence of a sovereign descending onto a battlefield. With one powerful flap of those massive wings, Jia shot straight into the sky. Golden martial energy carried his voice outward as he released a provocative cry that echoed across the ruined city, openly throwing his challenge down to everyone below. Elsewhere in the shattered city, Liu Qingju, one of the first freshmen dragged into this strange world, was hiding inside a crumbling building, her injuries still far from healed. Earlier, after helping 2 others kill the ox-masked man, they had accidentally entered the underground garage and encountered the dragon mask. One of Liu Qingju's teammates had been killed on the spot. If a group of more than 20 freshmen had not arrived immediately afterward, she would have been the next to die. Even though she managed to survive, the sword aura left behind by the dragon mask had still wounded her badly. Fortunately, Liu Qingju and another survivor later ran into a faculty member from Imperial Capital University. The man claimed that the train had been attacked and that the professors had gone missing. But he also said he had a method to help one person escape and warn the outside world. Liu Qingju chose to stay behind, using her injuries as an excuse, and sent the other freshmen instead. Before that person left, she unexpectedly asked them to warn Yi He not to enter the city, even handing over a photo of him. After that, Liu Qingju kept herself hidden and quietly focused on recovering. But the moment she saw that blue explosion tear across the sky, she immediately understood that Yi He had arrived. That only made the situation worse. In her current condition, she did not have the strength to go searching for him, but she still knew she had to do something. Just then, a series of explosions suddenly rumbled through the nearby buildings, shaking dust loose from the cracked walls around her. A wave of panic struck Liu Qingju's heart. In that instant, she understood exactly what it meant. They had found her. With her injuries, Liu Qingju had no hope of outrunning them for long. Her energy had already been locked onto, and the pursuers were clearly coming for the pendant. She no longer cared about keeping it for herself, but something deep inside told her that Yi He would need it. Since she could not face them directly, she made her choice. She would draw them away. But Liu Qingju had no idea that the nightmare she feared most was already watching her from above. The dragon mask stood silently on the roof of a nearby building, his cold gaze fixed directly on Liu Qingju as she moved below. He remembered noticing her during the college entrance exam, back when she awakened the Ghost Sparrow bloodline, an extremely rare avian-type power, and now, on top of that, she was carrying the ox pendant. Luck seemed to be leaning in his favor. From above, the dragon mask watched Liu Qingju move through the streets and saw through her plan almost immediately. She was trying to lure him back to the dragon's lair beneath the parking garage. To him, that idea was almost laughable. The dragon had already been released, and that underground place was empty now. The dragon mask grinned and stepped away from the roof's edge. He ordered Zheng to remain where he was, saying he was going to retrieve someone. Then, without even a trace of hesitation, he shot off into the distance. A massive burst of power erupted from Ouyang-zhe, spreading outward through the ruined city like a violent wave. High above the broken streets, Ouyang-zhe hovered in the air with his sharp eagle-like wings spread wide, looking down over the chaos below while his fierce eyes remained calm. Then Liu Qingju's voice reached him, declaring that he could not run. Ouyang-zhe's eyes widened in an instant. Sweat slid down his face as his body froze in midair. That voice belonged to the dragon. It made no sense at all. The dragon should have been chasing the others, so why had he come after him instead? But there it was. The red-eyed beast with razor-sharp killing intent staring straight at Ouyang-zhe. Fear crawled up his spine and shock tightened around his chest. Then a terrifying realization struck him. What if the people he had been chasing were never the true targets? What if he was the actual pendant carrier the dragon wanted? Ouyang-zhe's thoughts immediately began spiraling out of control, each possibility more frightening than the last. He was carrying 4 pendants on his body. Now the answer was painfully obvious. The dragon would naturally go after whoever held the largest number of pendants. Ouyang-zhe had been far too confident, and in one cruel turn, the hunter had become the hunted. Panic lit up inside his pupils, and sweat streamed down his face as the true weight of the situation finally settled over him. Ouyang Zhou slowly drifted backward with his wings stretched wide, never taking his eyes off the figure ahead. The dragon was closing in on him. Suspended in midair, Ouyang Zhe narrowed his eyes and quickly understood what was happening around him. This had to be a domain. The dragon could use one as well. Invisible pressure tightened around Ouyang Zhe's chest, making every breath feel heavier. Sweat ran down his neck as he realized the nature of the technique. With just one glance, the dragon could drag his target into a sealed space, and the only way to escape was to defeat the caster. Somehow, without even noticing it happen, Ouyang Zhe had already been pulled inside. Without warning, a monstrous figure lunged toward Ouyang Zhe at blinding speed. Its body was wrapped in flames, and in its hand it held a lightning-infused sword crackling with violent power. Ouyang Zhe pulled his wings tightly around his body like a shield and braced himself, preparing to endure the full force of the incoming strike. Elsewhere in the city, Zheng Zhang raised his sword and intercepted a sharp beam of blue energy. The force behind the attack nearly overwhelmed him, forcing him to release a tremendous surge of power just to push back against it. Faint fumes rose from Zheng Xiong's skin as he stood his ground without retreating. His expression darkened, and he questioned what kind of trick they were playing using the global chat just to provoke them like this. Chu Zhou drew his sword, and raw energy rippled along the blade's edge. In a calm voice, he asked to take this opponent himself, wanting to test how much stronger he had become. Yi He looked at him with a quiet, unreadable gaze. Suddenly, Zheng Xiong charged forward. Yellow energy crackled wildly around his blade as he moved like a thunderstorm tearing across the sky. With a fierce glare, he barked at them, mocking the pride they seemed so desperate to protect. Chu Zhou's expression sharpened at once. He focused his power and activated Ice Vein, his voice turning cold as he declared that he would bury that pride beneath ice. Zheng Xiong's sword surged with violent power and slammed thunderously into Chu Zhou's blade. The impact burst outward in a shockwave, making the air around them tremble. Chu Zhou clenched his jaw, locked his eyes firmly onto Zheng Xiong, and silently vowed that he would not let this opponent escape. Zhong charged again, roaring energy bursting from him with every heavy step. Chu Zhou stepped forward to meet him head-on, and their swords crashed together, grinding violently as both of them poured more force into the clash. Zhe intercepted with a wind-soul blade, stopping the incoming blow as a swirling burst of force spread out from the collision. Chu Zhou's rage burned even hotter. His movement and his sword seemed to merge completely, as if the blade had become a natural extension of his own body. High above them, the dragon hovered in the air as though waiting for the entire battlefield to erupt. He watched everything below in complete silence, intense and unmoving, sensing the energy swelling between the fighters. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiong rushed forward once again, each step carrying heavy, explosive force that shook the broken ground beneath him. He and Chu Zhou collided one more time, pouring strength into every strike until the air between their blades seemed ready to crack apart. He sat nearby with one elbow resting on his knee, watching the battle with an almost lazy calm. To him, this fierce exchange looked less like a life-or-death clash and more like a slow show unfolding right in front of him. Suddenly, Zheng Xiong's body stiffened. Sweat rolled down his face as he sensed Ouyang Zhe's distress signal being broadcast through the city. His expression changed immediately. That signal, it was from Zhe. Chu Zhou's sword blazed forward with immense force. Zheng Xiong barely dodged in time, narrowly avoiding the deadly edge of the blade as it cut past him. "What the hell are you trying to pull?" Zheng Xiong gritted out, throwing out a threat that if he were not busy right now, he would have already broken someone's bones. Chu Zhou only asked whether he was finished talking tough, then coldly reminded him that he had never given him permission to leave. Then Chu Zhou launched forward, wrapped in a surging wave of blue energy. His mystic eyes cut through the air like daggers, and Zheng Xiong froze where he stood, his throat tightening as a single word slipped out in disbelief. Before Yan Zhengxiong could even raise his guard into position, Yi Hei's fists were already raining down on him like a violent storm. Blow after blow smashed into his body without pause, giving him no space to breathe, no time to adjust his stance, and absolutely no opening to strike back. Then one crushing hit landed squarely on Yan Zhengxiong's body, and the force behind it was so heavy that his feet were blasted right off the ground. His entire figure flew backward like a broken kite in a gale, tumbling helplessly through the air under that terrifying impact. Blood trickled from the corner of Yan Zhengxiong's mouth as he staggered and barely managed to keep himself standing. His face twisted with humiliation, and he cursed under his breath, wondering if he had really just been struck by some kind of beast. He glared at Yi He and the others, snarling that they had ambushed him. But Yi He only looked faintly amused. That had not been a beast at all. It had been him. With a small smile, Yi He said Yan Zhengxiong's scream had sounded so miserable that he had accidentally used a bit too much strength. There had been no ambush. Yan Zhengxiong had simply reacted too slowly because Yi He's very first strike had already been faster than his mind could follow. Yan Zhengxiong's eyes burned with furious humiliation. His pride shattered completely by that answer. He clenched his teeth, glared at Yi He with raw hatred, and growled that he was going to kill him. 3 minutes later, Yan Zhengxiong was still on his feet, but only barely. His body had stiffened, blood poured from his wounds, and every part of him looked as if it had been beaten beyond its limit. No matter how hard he tried to move, his limbs refused to obey him properly. Yi He watched him with calm, almost evaluating eyes, as if he were judging the result of a training session. Lasting 3 whole minutes was not bad, he thought. Jin Chen had not even survived 1 hit. Then Yi He casually took Yan Zhengxiong's sword, turned it over in his hand, and examined the blade. It was decent enough, but from Yi He's perspective, it still clearly needed a few upgrades. Chuzhou checked the spatial ring carefully, then quickly reported back that there was no pendant hidden inside it. Even so, they had not gained nothing from the fight. The sword itself was giving off a faint, strange pulse, almost as if some lingering power had been sealed deep within the blade. He narrowed his eyes as he studied it, and a thoughtful smirk slowly appeared on his face. Chuzhou lowered his gaze to the pendant in his hand, watching as the object flickered again and again with an uneasy, restless light. He frowned slightly and said the pendant would not stop flashing, almost as though it was trying to send out some kind of signal. Inside a harsh, shattered domain, jagged blue crystals stabbed up from the ground like frozen flames. Dust coated the broken stones in a thick gray layer, and at the center of that ruined space, Li Xing lay collapsed on the floor, bloodied, battered, and barely holding on. His wings had been burned black by raging fire, and his torn clothing clung raggedly to his wounded body. Above him, Dragon Mask loomed like a nightmare-given form, a massive figure wrapped in shadow and flickering flames. His voice sliced through the smoky air with chilling calm as he stepped closer, saying he had never expected things to end this way. Li Xing's eyelids trembled as he forced them open. His eyes were wide with desperation, and streaks of blood ran down his face, making him look even more broken beneath the dim, oppressive light. Dragon Mask advanced with his sword gripped tightly in one hand. His voice carried a heavy, bitter disappointment as he admitted that he had used every relic he possessed, every powerful artifact forged by human hands, and yet he still had failed to drive the nail straight into Dragon Mask's heart. That strike had missed by no more than 3 finger widths. Li Xing's blood-covered face said everything his mouth could not. He had survived a brutal battle up to this point, but with his strength draining away and his body nearly destroyed, victory now felt completely impossible. All at once, a monstrous figure burst out from the shadows, growing larger and more terrifying with every passing second. Its presence pressed down on Li Xing like a mountain, stripping away what little strength he still had left. From above, Dragon Mask sneered at him and spat with venomous contempt that he had wasted his only chance to defeat Dragon Mask, calling him nothing more than a damn bug. Thick black smoke began to seep through the shattered domain, crawling along the ground and swallowing the broken scenery in darkness. Then, without warning, a sudden flash tore straight through the gloom. A sword sliced cleanly through the smoke and pierced Li Xing's body with brutal precision. A raw scream tore from his throat as pain exploded through every nerve. He clawed at the stone wall beside him, desperately trying to hold himself upright, but his vision blurred, rolled back, and faded into white. The agony swallowed everything, dragging him toward the edge of unconsciousness. Far away from the chaos inside that broken domain, somewhere else in the city, Liu Qingju was climbing the stairs of a tall building. Her steps were slow and unsteady, each one weighed down by fear, but she forced herself to keep moving upward. She knew she was close now. Only a few more flights stood between her and the rooftop where Dragon Mask was waiting. Every step felt heavier than the one before it, and every breath scraped through her chest like its own battle. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to stop the trembling spreading through her body. In her mind, she compared Dragon Mask to that ugly ox-like brute, yet even that savage creature felt far less terrifying than the pressure Dragon Mask gave off. Her heart pounded wildly. She was desperately worried about young Shi, who was still trapped in a fierce fight with the relentless enemy below, and she feared he might not be able to hold on much longer. And now, Dragon Mask's attention was beginning to turn toward her. When Liu Qingju finally reached the rooftop, she squeezed one eye shut. Her other pupil suddenly flashed with a strange purple glow, sharp and eerie against the surrounding darkness. Her thoughts raced as she searched desperately for a way to survive and send out a message before it was too late. She needed to signal Yi He, the one person she believed would come for her. This building was the tallest point in the city, and from this height, Yi He's signal flare would be impossible to overlook. Without wasting another second, Liu Qingju fired her own flare into the dark sky. The light shot upward like a desperate cry for help, burning brightly above the city like a beacon in the night. That signal seemed to awaken something hidden deep within her bloodline. An ominous power stirred beneath her skin, pulsing as though it had been sleeping there all along. The essence of the nether sparrow rippled through her body, and a ghostly purple light flickered across her eyes. Then purple flames burst to life around her, spinning in intense circular patterns like living signals. From her back, wings made of dark, ethereal light erupted outward, shimmering and twisting with raw, unstable power. But that power was far too much for her body to endure. Liu Qingzhu let out a pained grunt and collapsed hard onto the rooftop, gasping as if all the air had been knocked from her lungs. Through clenched teeth, she whispered that it hurt like hell, while desperately hoping Yi He had seen the signal she had sent. Then a strange sensation crawled up her spine, sending a cold shiver through her entire body. Her eyes widened, and their color shifted into a haunting blend of white and glowing purple. Liu Qingzhu leaned over the edge of the rooftop, gripping the ledge tightly with both hands. Her voice dropped into a faint whisper as she murmured that the sound felt familiar. Her gaze cut through the shadows below, searching the darkness beneath the building. Then, suddenly, she froze. Dragon Mask was coming. Panic surged through Liu Qingzhu's veins, cold and sharp enough to steal her breath. She could barely believe he had found her this quickly. Fear clamped around her heart like iron chains, tightening with every passing second. Desperation forced her to move. She had to send another signal, one that was faster, brighter, and impossible for anyone to ignore. Gathering every last bit of strength she still had, Liu Qingzhu forced a new wave of energy to rise from within her body. She twisted that power fiercely, then released 2 brilliant blasts of purple light from the rooftop, sending them exploding into the night sky. The entire building began to hum beneath the force of that raw energy. Purple light blazed across the rooftop, sparks crackled wildly through the air, and an ominous silence settled over the city like a heavy, suffocating blanket. Surrounded by terrifying pressure, Dragon Mask stepped onto the rooftop. He was injured now, with bruises and bleeding cuts across his limbs, and a deep wound torn open across his leg. Even so, the sword in his hand still gleamed with a wicked edge, dripping with lethal intent. Liu Qingzhu's breath caught in her throat as fear wrapped tighter around her heart. Dragon Mask laughed, and that dark, cruel sound echoed against the stone walls around them. He raised his sword high, and violent energy began crackling along the razor-sharp blade. Liu Qingzhu's eyes widened as terror locked her in place. Her gaze fixed on the sword, and for one brief instant, the image of her own death flashed clearly through her mind. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes as she whispered with trembling lips that there was no time left to escape. Then, in a sudden and completely unexpected burst, brilliant blue light exploded from every corner of the building. The glow surged inward, swirling together around the purple energy circle beneath Liu Qingzhu's feet. With a powerful leap, Yi He landed on the rooftop, his sword raised high and blazing with fierce energy. His eyes burned with determination as he declared that he had made a promise, and he was the kind of man who kept his word. Dragon Mask's eyes widened in shock at Yi He's sudden arrival. Liu Qingzhu gasped softly, her cheeks flushing as relief and surprise washed over her all at once. In a low, trembling voice, she called out Yi He's name. Dragon Mask's pupils shrank with fury. Rage burned through his gaze like wildfire, and the air around him seemed to grow even heavier and more oppressive. He let out a wild battle cry, his eyes blazing with power, roaring that Yi He was nothing to him. Dragon Mask charged forward and swung his sword in a deadly arc. He raised his own blade to meet the attack head-on. Both of them tensed at the same moment, and their swords collided with a thunderous roar. Sparks burst outward, while waves of energy pulsed across the rooftop with every furious clash. He's heavy strike blasted, Dragon Mask backward with overwhelming force. Dragon Mask was hurled off the rooftop and sent crashing down along the side of the building, smashing through stone and glass as cracks spread across the structure. A moment later, he slammed hard into the ground below.
He quickly turned toward Liu Qingzhu and spoke in a sharp, urgent tone. The new little brother he had just taken in was waiting in the eastern alley, and she needed to bring him there first. Liu Qingzhu nodded anxiously, but worry tightened her voice as she asked what he planned to do. His expression turned grim as he answered that he had to deal with the guy wearing the dragon mask.
Without saying another word, He shot upward again through the thickening smoke and choking fumes. His sword was ready in his hand, and the energy surrounding him burned like the blazing tail of a comet. Flames crawled along the nearby buildings, licking up the walls as dark smoke curled into the air, making every breath feel heavy and suffocating. He landed firmly on the ground, his feet steady against the broken street. He gripped his sword tightly, his gaze sharp, fierce, and completely focused on the enemy ahead. The man behind Dragon Mask stepped out from the shadows, bare-chested and tense, his muscles flexing as the sword in his hand caught the dim light. He studied Yi He carefully, clearly calculating his next move. Yi He narrowed his eyes and said that the moment he received the distress signal, he knew something about this place was wrong. Then Yi He's gaze shifted downward, landing on a nail embedded deep in the mask-wearer's body. Yai, he frowned, suspicion sharpening in his voice as he wondered aloud if this had been some kind of plan designed specifically to deal with Dragon Mask. But before he could think any further, a violent blast shook the air, and thick smoke surged outward, swallowing everything around them. The masked man suddenly lunged forward with terrifying speed, his sword raised high and ready to cut Yi He down. Steel slammed against steel with a deafening clang. He, and the masked man swung their swords with fierce precision, their blades crossing again and again in a deadly rhythm. Energy erupted from every collision, lighting up the smoke-filled space around them, their eyes locked, cold, sharp, and unyielding. A wild grin spread across Yi He's face as the thrill of battle surged through him, and he said he was really starting to get into this. His heart raced with anticipation, ready for the fight that might change everything. The area around them had already been reduced to ruins by the battles that came before. Broken stone covered the ground, shattered walls leaned dangerously to one side, and deep cracks stretched across every nearby building. But before the dust could even settle, two enormous sword slashes tore straight through the ruined streets. The attacks carved across the battlefield with terrifying force, slicing one of the towers cleanly in half. The tower let out a deep, tortured groan as the entire structure began to shudder from top to bottom. Then, with a thunderous roar, it collapsed in on itself, sending thick clouds of dust and smoke blasting upward like molten lava erupting into the sky. Debris scattered in every direction, and the whole battlefield trembled beneath the sheer force of the destruction. From the center of that smoke-choked chaos, two figures suddenly shot upward like rockets, tearing through the haze with terrifying speed. It was Yi He and Dragon Mask still locked in a brutal head-on collision, their clash so violent that the very air around them seemed to shake. Dragon Mask was not relying on a frightening appearance alone. Every step, every shift of his body, and every swing of his sword carried the sharp precision and savage force of a living beast. The way he fought made one thing painfully clear. He was not an ordinary enemy, and he was not simply pretending to be a dragon. He carried the terror of one. Yea, his jaw tightened, not from anger, but from the weight of the pressure bearing down on him. This fight was pressing against him like a mountain, and he could feel himself being forced backward faster than he had expected. A powerful blow from Dragon Mask's glowing head slammed into Yi He with brutal force, sending him flying through the clouds before he came crashing down toward the ground below. Smoke surged from the crater where he landed, but almost immediately something strange began to stir in the air around him. The smoke started to shimmer with an eerie blue radiance. Streams of wild mana twisted violently through the air, swirling and writhing like untamed serpents moving through the battlefield. High above, Dragon Mask hovered in place, his sharp eyes scanning every flicker of motion below. He watched each shift in the chaotic energy with unblinking focus, refusing to miss even the smallest movement. Then, without the slightest warning, a massive beam of pure blue energy burst out from the glowing smoke, tearing through the sky like a living weapon. The beam carved through several buildings in one devastating line, reducing stone and steel to rubble as flames erupted wherever it passed. Anything caught in its path was instantly obliterated. From inside the crater, Yi He rose again, now completely transformed. Deadly dragon-scale armor covered his body, and a massive tail swung behind him with controlled fury. Along the jagged blades embedded in his arms, energy pulsed and crackled, as if every edge was waiting to tear into his enemy.
Inside Yi He's mind, a voice calmly noted just how overwhelming Dragon Mask's strength really was. This was no ordinary duel anymore. Since arriving in this world, this was the first true test that had pushed Yi He this far, a battle that demanded every bit of skill and power he could bring out.
Even so, backing down was never an option. He launched himself back into the sky, his eyes locked firmly on Dragon Mask as he rushed forward once again without hesitation. Dragon Mask's aura flared even hotter than before. Red energy pulsed around his twisted face like molten lava, building with a violent pressure that looked ready to erupt at any moment. But he only smirked as the thrill of the fight surged through his body. This was exactly the kind of battle he had been waiting for. An opponent as formidable as Dragon Mask would never fall from some simple attack, just like a boss such as Qianlong would never be defeated by one ordinary strike. In the next instant, Dragon Mask vanished from sight and reappeared directly in front of Yi He, closing the gap so quickly that there was almost no time to react. He barely managed to raise his defense before Dragon Mask unleashed a furious chain of attacks. Each strike came faster and sharper than the last, forcing Yi He to block, dodge, and counter with every ounce of strength he could gather. Then a strange realization struck him. Ever since the battlefield had cracked open, Dragon Mask had become even faster. His sword strikes were sharper, his energy felt heavier, and the pressure around him had grown far more overwhelming. Something about this change felt deeply unnatural. When their eyes met, he saw it clearly. Dragon Mask's twin pupils burned with pure, unrestrained rage, filled with a violent desire to destroy everything standing in his way. Then it happened. A brutal swing landed with bone-crushing power, and his sword snapped cleanly in half. In a single instant his last line of defense was gone. A cold shiver ran down his spine as Dragon Mask lifted his weapon again, aiming straight for a fatal blow. The next slash came down in a merciless arc, deadly and precise, heading directly for He's head. But in a moment that almost defied belief, he caught the sword with his mouth. He bit down hard, stopping the deadly blade in its path as sparks burst between steel and teeth. Even under that force, he held firm without wavering. A confident grin spread across He's face as he coolly said that he had seen that attack coming. Without missing even half a beat, He drove his scaled arm forward and slammed a crushing punch into Dragon Mask's face. The strike landed before the enemy could properly respond, and every millisecond of hesitation pushed the advantage further into He's hands. The impact was devastating. Dragon Mask's fearsome mask shattered into pieces, and the force of the blow made his eyes roll back from the shock. But it was nowhere near finished. As Dragon Mask began to fall, had grabbed him in midair and held him in place. Then, with a savage snarl, he slammed him down again with even greater force. In the middle of the chaos, even cracked a quick joke, introducing himself as Technician Number 23, reporting for duty. And now, he said with grim amusement, the real punishment was about to begin. A wild eruption of blue mana exploded from He's body, lighting up the battlefield around him. That raw power surged outward and swallowed Dragon Mask's position, leaving him with no chance to defend himself properly.
He's mind moved with cold precision. He calculated every critical point on the human body, the temples, the throat, the heart, the spleen, the kidneys, and the groin. With Yang Zi's bronze spikes still disrupting Dragon Mask's meridians, the enemy's chi had already been thrown into complete chaos.
Every punch he threw now carried the precision of a surgical strike. Each blow tore deeper into Dragon Mask's body, breaking him down from the inside out instead of simply battering the surface. Bones cracked with sickening clarity, organs shifted violently under the impact, and blood began to pour freely from Dragon Mask's mouth. His grip on the sword weakened, his fingers losing strength, and his knees began to buckle beneath the relentless assault. The fight was draining out of his body. Dragon Mask could barely remain standing, yet even then, he refused to fully collapse, as if falling was still something he would not allow himself to do. He saw that opening clearly, and refused to let Dragon Mask drop just yet. He seized control of the fight completely, keeping the enemy trapped in the rhythm of his attacks. He charged up his strength once more, remarking that he had always known Dragon Mask would not go down without a struggle. That first ambush had been Dragon Mask's best chance, back when neither of them fully understood the other's true strength. Even back then, Dragon Mask's odds of winning had barely reached 30%. But now, after taking so many crushing blows, even the possibility of escape had disappeared. He gathered his power and summoned one final decisive technique. Red mana burst outward from him, spinning rapidly into a violent tornado that wrapped around Dragon Mask in a storm of destructive energy. The pressure alone rattled the sky, tearing through the air like countless razors and leaving the enemy trapped helplessly inside its furious grip. The tornado grew larger and larger until it towered above the surrounding buildings, spinning with terrifying force like a storm powerful enough to rip the sky apart. Dragon Mask's head was caught inside the raging vortex, tossed around helplessly like a bag thrown into a hurricane. From above, he realized that this whirlwind, now infused with his own lethal intent, had become far stronger than when it was first formed by the ground user. But he did not wait for the storm to finish the job. He plunged straight into it, shouting that it was not over yet and calling Dragon Mask a faceless punk. Mana whipped violently around him, dust spun in every direction, and charged his first punch. Thunderous energy gathered in his fist, and when the blow landed, it triggered a massive explosion that tore a chunk straight out of the storm. Dragon Mask was blasted out of the tornado like a rag doll, his body completely defenseless as it flew through the air. He followed him immediately, refusing to give Dragon Mask even the smallest moment to recover. While still in midair, he launched a second punch and declared it the black lash of the mountain-blocking fist. The blow struck Dragon Mask violently, sending shockwaves rippling across the skyline. Still relentless, Yi He kept pressing forward, landing blow after blow, each one heavier and more forceful than the last. Dragon Mask was hammered through building after building, unable to defend himself or escape. The sky became their battlefield, the city below turned into wreckage, and debris rained down from every furious collision. Then, with one final burst of speed, Yi He caught him in midair and slammed him straight into the ground. The impact split the pavement apart, sending a massive cloud of dust shooting upward. Dragon Mask lay there broken, bleeding, and screaming in agony, his strength completely crushed beneath Yi He's assault. Yi He hovered above him, looking down with a mix of scorn and satisfaction. He scoffed, saying this was supposed to be a dragon. He had expected something terrifying and powerful, but what he saw now was nothing more than a pathetic, writhing worm. Yet even in that battered state, Dragon Mask still was not finished. Trembling and barely able to stand, he forced the words through clenched teeth, threatening to kill Yi He. With one last surge of strength, Dragon Mask reached for his sword, trying desperately to lift the weapon again. But before he could make another move, Yi He stepped in without hesitation and drove the blade straight into Dragon Mask's throat. Blood erupted like a fountain, and in the blink of an eye, Dragon Mask's head was severed cleanly, dropping to the ground with a dull, final thud. As the dust and chaos slowly settled around him, Yi He noticed a faint glimmer buried among the rubble. A green pendant lay half hidden beneath the debris. He picked it up, and a small smile curved across his lips. It was the dragon pendant. At last, it was in his hands. Then, in a calm and steady voice, Yi He declared that the game was finally over. Down on the ground below, Ouyang-zi stood completely motionless, his body locked in place like it had been carved from stone. His eyes stayed fixed straight ahead, his lips parted as if he wanted to say something, but no matter how hard he tried, not even a single sound managed to come out. The friends gathered around Ouyang-zi were in the exact same state. One by one they stood frozen where they were, their faces drained of reaction and filled with blank disbelief as though their brains still hadn't caught up with the scene they had just witnessed. For those few seconds, the entire area felt like it had been swallowed whole by pure shock. Not far from them, Liu Qingju finally began to regain consciousness. The moment she forced herself upright, her eyes snapped toward Chu Zhou, and she immediately scolded him, shouting that Yi He should never have been allowed to go off by himself and face that dragon-masked monster alone. But Chu Zhou didn't panic or argue back. He simply turned his calm eyes toward her, his expression steady from beginning to end. Then, in a low and controlled voice, he told her the harsh truth. If anyone else had followed Yi He into that battle, they wouldn't have supported him at all. They would only have become dead weight he needed to protect.
Liu Qingju fell silent immediately, and the anger burning across her face slowly sank into something much heavier. Deep down, she understood that Chu Zhou was right. Her injuries were so serious that even sitting upright took almost all her strength, let alone joining Yi He in a life-or-death fight. If she had stubbornly forced herself to follow him, Yi He would have had to divide his focus between fighting the enemy and shielding her from danger. Her fingers curled tighter and tighter into fists as that painful thought dug into her chest. If only she were stronger, maybe she wouldn't always end up becoming a burden Yi He had to carry.
And right at that moment, without even the slightest warning, Yi He suddenly appeared directly in front of her. Liu Qingju visibly startled, her body jerking in surprise as he leaned in with his usual casual ease and asked what she was thinking about, so seriously, with that faraway look on her face. For one brief instant, Liu Qingju was completely thrown off, clearly not expecting Yi He to pop up in front of her so suddenly. But she quickly covered up that reaction, turning her face to the side and pretending to be irritated instead. Yi He only smiled at her little act, then casually asked if he could borrow her ox pendant for a while.
Liu Qingju gave a small nod and handed the ox pendant over without making a fuss. With that piece added in, Yi He's group now had multiple ox pendants, along with the other zodiac pendants they had gathered along the way. Standing before everyone, Yi He suggested they try placing the pendants in the order of the 12 zodiac signs, starting with the rat and ending with the pig. Then, one by one, he carefully arranged each pendant into position, following the exact zodiac sequence without skipping a single step.
Chu Zhou leaned in a little closer, his eyes narrowing as he studied the pendants carefully. After watching in silence for a moment, he pointed out that nothing seemed to be reacting at all. Then he wondered aloud whether they might have made a mistake somewhere in the order.
Yai, he exhaled in frustration, but before he could respond, Ouyang-zi stepped forward and shared his own guess. According to him, the dragon pendant was probably not a normal hunter pendant like the others. It had been created for an entirely different purpose, a special hunter pendant meant specifically to wipe out the other pendant holders. In other words, from the very beginning, it might never have been designed to help anyone clear the trial.
But just as Ouyang Zi's words settled heavily over the group, the final pendant was placed into position and the air around them shifted in an instant. A soft wave of energy suddenly rippled outward from the pendants, spreading through the area like a silent, invisible pulse. The girl who had just placed the last piece went still, her eyes widening in stunned disbelief. It had actually worked. Everyone nearby stiffened at once, their gazes darting between the pendants and their surroundings, tense and unsure of what would happen next. Had they really just activated something? When they slowly lifted their heads toward the sky, the clouds above them had already started to twist and gather. A thick layer of cloud massed overhead, and right at its center, a brilliant yellow glow began to shine. That strange radiance poured downward little by little, spilling like liquid light across the rooftops of the nearby buildings. He stared up at the sky, his eyes widening as disbelief flashed across his face. Then he raised his voice and called out for everyone to look above them, demanding to know what that bizarre thing in the sky was supposed to be. Right in the center of that yellow light, an enormous eye slowly opened. The instant it appeared, the glow no longer felt like some strange natural phenomenon. It looked alive, watching them from the sky. That single gigantic eye locked onto Yi-Hei almost immediately. Its gaze was sharp, cold, and terrifyingly penetrating, as though it could see straight through his body, pierce into his thoughts, and expose every secret hidden deep inside him. Yi-Hei didn't know what this thing was, but every muscle in his body tightened at once under an instinctive sense of danger. Then, without warning, Yi-Hei's feet suddenly lifted off the ground. Some invisible force wrapped around him like a silent hand and began pulling him upward, slowly dragging his body toward the yellow light, suspended high in the sky. He immediately tried to fight back, forcing his body to resist that terrifying pull with everything he had. But no matter how hard he struggled, it made no difference. Inch by inch, he was lifted higher into the air, helplessly drawn closer and closer to that massive eye. And then, in the very next instant, everything around them changed. Without warning, they were all back inside the university train. Someone looked around in a daze, then shouted that this was the university train they had returned, and they were still alive. Other students quickly began speaking up in confusion as well. One person remembered being trapped in that strange city. Another insisted they had clearly been killed by the dragon mask. More voices followed, each one recalling the same impossible experience from the trial. Soon, uneasy murmurs filled the entire carriage. There was no way something that vivid had been just a dream. But if it wasn't a dream, then how could so many people have lived through the exact same nightmare? Just then, a notification appeared across the entire train, cutting through the growing panic. All students were instructed to remain calm. The message explained that they had been drawn into a magical illusion realm created by an artifact known as the Mirage Eye, and that illusion had served as the freshman trial for Imperial Capital University. It told everyone to relax and take some time to steady their emotions. Then, a special announcement followed. In this year's freshman trial, Yi-Hei, Liu Qingju, Chu Zhou, and their team had successfully gathered all 12 zodiac pendants and secured first place overall. Among all of them, Yi-Hei's performance had been especially outstanding. Because of that, once he officially enrolled at the university, he would receive an additional special reward. The entire train exploded with shocked voices almost immediately. Who exactly was this Yi-Hei? Most of the students had been eliminated early in the trial, so they had no idea what happened after their so-called deaths. Whispers spread from seat to seat in every direction. Why hadn't Ouyang Zi taken first place? Where had Yi-Hei even come from? How had no one heard of someone like him before today? Students began gossiping about the zodiac pendants, trying to figure out how one team had managed to collect all 12 so suddenly. Some even guessed that Yi-Hei had to be an elite martial artist secretly raised by some powerful hidden clan. In only a few moments, everyone on the train had become intensely curious about the mysterious freshman who had suddenly claimed the top spot. Meanwhile, he stood quietly off to the side, his attention focused on something no one else seemed able to see. A brand new screen had appeared in front of him, and he muttered under his breath that it had finally arrived. From the look of it, satisfying certain hidden conditions had unlocked an extra reward for him. A fresh notification flashed before Yi-Hei's eyes, congratulating him for surpassing every other freshman in the Mirage Eye trial and granting him one template draw as a reward. A faint trace of sweat appeared on his face, and his expression turned unusually serious. Without hesitation, he called out to Chu Zhou, saying he needed a wet wipe so he could clean his hands properly. This draw was far too important for him to approach carelessly. A detailed, glowing interface lit up in front of Yi-Hei, humming with energy as blue and purple light flowed and twisted across the screen. Yi-Hei fixed his gaze on it with intense focus, then raised his voice and warned the system that this time there had better be absolutely no dirty tricks. He poured all of his attention into the glowing interface. As the screen shifted, a rough, demonic-looking figure slowly began to emerge before his eyes. Another notification popped up, revealing the result of the draw. What appeared was a D-class template called Vampire Rakud. Its bloodline ability was Corpse Infection, and its skill was Crimson Calamity. Yi-Hei stared at the result, without saying a word, his eyes widening as disbelief slowly spread across his face. For a moment, he looked as though he could barely accept what he was seeing. As the train continued speeding toward Huadu City, Yi-Hei kept grumbling to himself about the Vampire Rakud template. He muttered that this thing was clearly an SR-tier monster with ridiculously broken bloodline stats, no matter what the ranking claimed. Just then, someone approached him and asked whether he was Yi-Hei, the person who had defeated Qianlong. The person who had walked up to him was Ouyang-Ze. One of Ouyang-Ze's friends stood nearby watching the scene nervously, silently, hoping he would keep his temper under control. After all, if Ouyang-Ze decided to start a fight with Yi-Hei right here, it wasn't like this train had a hospital conveniently waiting on board. He turned his head toward Ouyang-Ze and corrected him in a calm, almost effortless tone. He hadn't merely defeated Qianlong, he had killed him. That blunt, ruthless answer instantly made cold sweat break out across Ouyang-Ze's face, and everyone standing nearby felt the pressure in the air sharpen all at once. But instead of retreating, Ouyang-Ze suddenly said something that caught everyone completely off guard. He explained that after entering Huadu, he intended to establish a new student society, one that would stand separate from the student council, and he wanted Yi-Hei to join them. Not as some ordinary member either. Ouyang-Ze was offering Yi-Hei the position of president. He went on to explain that both the title of top freshman and the student council had long been dominated by Huadu locals, but with Yi-Hei's strength, they might finally have a real chance to shatter that old and stubborn tradition. After saying that, Ouyang-Ze stretched his hand out toward Yi-Hei, openly offering his invitation in front of everyone on the train. The entire train immediately buzzed with excitement. Ouyang-Ze, the freshman everyone had treated as untouchable, was personally inviting Yi-Hei to join forces with him. Some students had already begun whispering that this new group might become legendary, but Yi-Hei only shrugged casually and said he had no interest in getting dragged into club wars. To Yi-Hei, the student council was nothing more than a mess of scattered factions fighting over influence and power. He preferred acting on his own instead. With that simple answer, the atmosphere around them shifted instantly. Everyone's rising expectations collapsed in the blink of an eye, and murmurs spread through the crowd as people realized they had just witnessed a historic rejection. Ouyang-Ze, however, didn't look discouraged in the slightest. Instead, Ouyang-Ze calmly took out a card and handed it to Yi-Hei. Even if Yi-Hei wasn't interested right now, he said, there would always be room for cooperation between them in the future. Later, as the sun slowly sank toward the horizon outside the window, Chuzhou looked out at the view and told Yi-Hei that they had finally arrived. He glanced outside, and the scene beyond the window immediately left him stunned. In the distance, Huadu City shone with brilliant lights, spreading across the horizon like a dazzling sea of stars. After the students stepped off the train, an instructor stood waiting ahead and directed them forward, telling everyone to pass through the tunnel and continue on toward the university. The crowd moved forward in an orderly line, but many students couldn't help slowing their steps as they looked around in amazement. All around them were advanced machines, heavy equipment, and powerful weapons, each one looking far beyond anything most of them had ever seen up close. Before long, an enormous aircraft came into view. It towered in front of them like a massive steel beast, its engines rumbling deeply, while thick clouds of smoke puffed out and curled around its frame. A loudspeaker announcement echoed across the boarding area, instructing all students to board the aircraft in order. Everyone was told to use the same seat number they had on the train and to maintain discipline while getting on. In the middle of all that noise, movement, and boarding chaos, Yi-Hei suddenly reached over and playfully smacked Liu Qingju on the backside. Liu Qingju immediately remembered the warning her mother, Qin Lan, had given her. Even though she and Yi-Hei were engaged, they were not married yet, so she had to behave properly in public and absolutely could not let him take advantage of her. Her face turned red almost instantly, and she spun on Yi-Hei, scolding him for doing something like that when so many people were clearly watching. Yi-Hei brushed it off as if nothing had happened at all, saying she must still be half asleep. Then he turned his attention toward the aircraft and asked why they were taking a plane in the first place. Liu Qingju stared at him with a mixture of embarrassment and disbelief, silently wondering how her mother had ever managed to arrange her engagement to someone like him. Only after collecting herself did Liu Qingju finally explain the truth. Huadu was not located on the ground at all. Huadu was in the sky. Hearing that, Yi-Hei slowly lifted his gaze upward, and only then did he begin to understand what was really going on. Huadu was a floating city, suspended high above the earth. Beneath it, Massive engines blasted out rolling clouds of smoke, supporting the enormous city in midair. It looked like a place that defied the rules of the world itself, hanging overhead like some impossible upside-down miracle. As their aircraft entered the zone surrounding Huadu, a powerful electromagnetic grid suddenly activated around them. The barrier opened only enough for the aircraft to pass through, and as they crossed it, a faint but unmistakable pressure seemed to settle over everything. He wondered whether that barrier had been built to prevent magical beasts from entering the floating city. At the same time, he noticed something strange. Inside this zone, even the sensing ability of his life field sensing brain was being suppressed. After the students finally disembarked from the aircraft, the instructor began handing out their student cards one by one, officially marking their arrival at Huadu University. He lowered his eyes to the student card resting in his hand, still taking in the weight of officially becoming part of Huadu University. Outside, the spaceships that had brought them here roared to life once again, their engines blazing as they shot upward into the open sky. Around him, the new students were quickly gathered and guided toward the maglev station, where they would be sent off to their assigned dormitory areas. He slowly lifted his gaze and looked out across the city surrounding him. Towering futuristic buildings stretched high above, their polished surfaces flickering with layers of light, while sleek elevators shot vertically into the air like silver arrows, disappearing upward between the towering structures. The nearby students were so excited they could barely stand still. Some of them shouted in amazement that they had finally arrived at the highest city in the world, their voices filled with pure wonder. But off to the side, a few others simply scoffed, mocking those wide-eyed freshmen for acting like country bumpkins who had never seen anything impressive before. He followed the assigned path all the way up until he reached the 42nd floor. Once he got there, he contacted his friend to check where everyone had been placed. When he asked Chu Zhou about his location, Chu Zhou answered that his own dorm had been arranged on the 45th floor. After that, Yi He entered his assigned room, and the moment he stepped inside and saw the space clearly, he froze in genuine surprise. This was nothing like the cramped dormitory he had imagined. Instead, it was a private room nearly 100 square meters in size. For a freshman dorm, the place was so ridiculously luxurious that Yi He almost felt like Huadu University was determined to spoil its students beyond reason. Then his gaze shifted and landed on the newest model of computer sitting neatly inside the room. For a brief second, Yi He actually felt a wave of sincere gratitude rise in his chest, as if the university had somehow looked straight into his soul and prepared exactly what someone like him needed most. A little later, Yi He wandered into the bathroom as well, and once he saw what was inside, he realized the luxury did not stop with the bedroom. The bathroom came with a full bathtub, spotless fittings, and nearly everything a person could want after surviving a long, exhausting trip. At last, Yi He threw himself onto the soft bed, his body bouncing slightly against the mattress as excitement spread across his face. Lying there and staring up in satisfaction, he couldn't help thinking that this place barely felt like a dormitory at all. It was more like he had checked into a five-star hotel. A grin slowly tugged at Yi He's mouth as he enjoyed the comfort for a moment longer. Then, after letting himself relax just enough, he muttered under his breath that it was finally time to stop playing around and get serious. He got up and immediately began working on maxing out his Vampire Rakud template. After that, he took out his phone, remembering how the student card was supposed to be used. By scanning the barcode printed on the card, he could log into the exclusive city app, which was connected directly to the University City Mall. Everything sold there had to be bought using study coins, the special digital currency used in the floating city. Without hesitating, Yi He emptied out the final 30 million Jia coins in his bank account and converted all of it into study coins. Almost right away, a notification appeared displaying the exact amount he had received. 322.43 study coins. He stared at that number on the screen, and sweat immediately began forming on his face. 100,000 Xia coins for just one study coin? That exchange rate was so outrageous it almost felt like daylight robbery. Even so, Yi He had to admit that the equipment and rare materials in the University City Mall were absolutely legitimate. Many of the things listed there could not be purchased on the outside market, no matter how much money someone threw around. That was one of the hidden advantages of living in Huadu. After browsing through the available options, Yi He chose to focus only on blood-related magic cores. Those should be enough to drive Vampire Rakud's synchronization to the limit. After all, even the huge pseudo-human template he had built before had not taken more than 10 million coins to push past 90% synchronization. Almost as soon as Yi He placed the order, a delivery drone arrived outside his room carrying a sealed box. Yi He looked at it with obvious surprise, genuinely impressed by how absurdly fast the delivery service in this city was. When Yi He opened the box, blue and green magic cores shimmered inside, each one neatly packed in place and glowing faintly with power. He only looked them over for a short moment before making up his mind. There was no need to take it slowly. He would devour every single one of them in one go. The instant he consumed the magic cores, his body began transforming at an alarming speed. A terrifying surge of power spread through him from the inside out, making him feel freakishly stronger than he had been only moments earlier. Right then, a system interface flashed into existence in front of Yi-Hei, its glow cutting across his vision as it announced that a brand new beast had just been unlocked. The name of that newly unlocked beast was Za Warudo, and the host connected to it was none other than Yi-Hei himself. Although Yi-Hei's visible numerical stats still did not look especially overwhelming, his body told him something completely different. The real transformation was far more obvious than anything written on a screen, and he could feel the change pulsing through him with every breath. His fangs had grown dangerously sharp, and a literal blood gauge had appeared across his back. With that kind of change, Yi-Hei understood that if he ever sank his teeth into someone, drawing blood would be as effortless as drinking bubble tea through a straw. Then Yi-Hei watched his hands begin to change. His fingers stretched and warped, sharpening into lethal monster claws that looked powerful enough to rip flesh apart with a single clean swipe. His eyes shifted as well, turning into a deep and eerie shade of red. And in that strange moment, Yi-Hei realized that a reckless idea had suddenly taken shape in his mind. Without even the slightest hesitation, he raised those shark-like claws and drove them straight into his own neck. In the very next second, blood erupted outward in a violent spray. He stood there in the bathroom as blood poured down his body in thick streams. The red liquid spread quickly over his skin, running down his chest and dripping heavily onto the floor beneath him. Before long, the bathroom floor was slick with blood, the crimson puddle spreading beneath his feet. For a brief moment, his vision even began to blur. But then, deep inside his body, something started to stir awake, like a furnace slowly roaring to life. A dense warmth spread through his chest, flowed into his arms, and continued through every limb. In just a few short seconds, the bleeding began to slow down. Yi-Hei watched with shock in his eyes as the terrifying wound across his neck started closing by itself. The torn flesh pulled itself back together bit by bit, sealing cleanly until the wound vanished completely. It was as if that brutal cut had never existed on his body in the first place. He stared at his hand as it gradually shifted back to its normal shape, then muttered to himself that his healing speed had improved far beyond what it used to be. Vampire Rakud's regeneration really was no joke, but Yi-Hei also knew that simple physical recovery was not the most valuable part of this new template. What mattered even more was the strange new power now flowing inside his body. A little later, Yi-Hei entered a special training room, built like a soft, cushioned arena. Glowing lights lined the space, while reinforced walls enclosed him on every side, making the whole room feel like a futuristic dojo designed for extreme combat practice. By now, he already had a rough sense of the strange power carried by his new beast. Its energy felt reversed, twisted, and almost unnatural, but there was no denying how powerful it was. He stood completely still in the center of the training room. Around his body, red energy began to crackle and jump like sparks snapping off a burning wire. When he opened his bright blue eyes, he laughed at the sight in front of him. Standing across the room was the terrifying vampire beast, and just its presence alone seemed to make the air inside the training room grow heavier. He grinned directly at the vampire and told it to come at him with everything it had. He wanted it to hold absolutely nothing back. The demon did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. Its power exploded outward all at once, flooding the training room with a violent wave of heat, crushing pressure, and unmistakable killing intent. Beside the vampire, a strange white figure began to take form. It emerged from the shifting energy little by little, like something crawling out from the depths of a nightmare. Its body twisted in an unnatural motion before fully transforming into another monster, one covered in roses from head to toe. The creature turned toward Yi-Hei with a warped smile that looked strangely elegant and horrifying at the same time. Then the rose-covered monster punched forward. The strike was so fast and violent that the air itself seemed to split apart, as though the blow had sliced through space before Yi-Hei even had time to blink. He reacted instantly and raised both arms in front of himself to guard. There was no time left to dodge, and in that split second, blocking the attack was the only option he had. The punch landed cleanly against Yi-Hei's defense. The force smashed straight into his guard, and in the next instant, one of his arms shattered under the impact. His bones cracked apart with a sharp, brittle sound, almost like glass breaking under unbearable pressure. Yi-Hei's entire body was blasted backward. He crashed hard into the padded wall behind him, and the force of the impact sent a heavy tremor through the reinforced training room. Even after taking that hit, he forced himself back onto his feet. His injured arm hung uselessly at his side, blood trailing down from his body, but a smile still spread across his face. This was exactly the kind of test he wanted, a raw, real confrontation without anything softened or held back.
Yai! He took a slow breath and decided it was time to test the ability he had just awakened. He activated Time Stop and the world around him froze completely. In that moment, his viewpoint shifted, and he saw everything from Zawarudo's perspective. The vampire monster's body was locked in place, unable to move, but its mind remained awake. Yai! He gave the command internally and began counting the seconds inside that frozen world.
1 second passed in the stillness. Then the count reached 2. After that, the frozen count continued forward and reached 3. At 5 seconds, the frozen reality around him began to crack. He immediately understood the limit. The host could only maintain stopped time for 5 seconds. It was not a long window, but he refused to let the test end there. He pushed the ability even further, silently ordering time to stay frozen and not move yet. At 5.3 seconds, the strain finally became visible. His eyes bulged from the pressure, and his breath caught painfully in his throat as the burden of forcing time to remain still pressed down on him. Then the count kept pushing forward, creeping even closer to the true breaking point. At 5.5 seconds, the vampire host suddenly moved again and lunged straight toward Yi-Hei. But almost the instant it regained movement, its body shattered apart, and pieces of the creature scattered through the air like fragments of broken glass. He stood there quietly, thinking through everything he had just discovered. The original limit was 5 seconds. But that restriction belonged to the host. It did not belong to him. By the next morning, the area outside the city was already bustling with activity. Students moved back and forth through the streets, while voices, footsteps, and the bright energy of a new day filled the air. He noticed that the sunlight hitting him felt strangely harsh, almost sharp against his skin, while Chu-Jo beside him did not seem bothered by it in the slightest. After thinking about it for a moment, he understood the reason. Ever since he fused with the Vampire Rakud template, he had begun to dislike sunlight. It was not so extreme that it would burn him alive, but the discomfort was definitely real. Chu-Jo then turned his head toward Yi-Hei and asked if he had already looked through this year's Huadu University Academy reform plan. Yi-Hei answered honestly that he had not even opened it once. After spending the entire night struggling with Zawarudo, his attention had been completely swallowed by that new power, and he had pushed every other matter straight out of his mind. Seeing from Yi-Hei's reaction that he really knew absolutely nothing about the new rules, Chu-Jo patiently explained the arrangement to him. This year, under the small group mentorship system, every student had to select one main mentor to follow for the entire academic year. On top of that, if they felt they needed more guidance, they could also choose additional assistant mentors to support their training. He lifted an eyebrow when he heard that, then asked if this meant they were about to go out and hunt for mentors like picking targets. Chu-Jo calmly corrected him without changing expression, saying it was not exactly they. Chu-Jo himself planned to choose a mentor, but if Yi-Hei had no interest in joining the selection, no one was going to drag him along. But just as Chu-Jo was about to head off, Yi-Hei suddenly called for him to wait. He opened the freshman group chat and pulled up the announcement posted the previous night. The notice clearly stated that because Yi-Hei had gathered all 12 zodiac pendants during the freshman trial, the university had granted him the special privilege of freely choosing any mentor he wanted. Even more ridiculously, whichever mentor he chose would be required to accept him and had no right to refuse. Yi-Hei stared at the public announcement for a moment, then muttered that broadcasting something like this to everyone was honestly a little too flashy. Before long, inside an enormous hall, crowds of new students had already gathered together. The atmosphere was noisy and tense, with everyone preparing for the mentor selection that would decide who would guide them through their first year. He glanced around and noticed that 3 students had already stepped forward to take the test. Around the hall, different mentors were beginning to activate their lights one after another, using those signals to show which students had caught their attention and who they were interested in choosing. He told Chu-Jo to go ahead and take his turn first. As for himself, he planned to wander around for a bit and look things over at his own pace. Since he already had the privilege to choose any mentor he wanted, there was no need for him to rush or care too much about the timing. Once he stepped outside, he thought to himself that this whole mentor selection thing sounded more like a boring obligation than anything exciting. But then, without any warning, a faint scent drifted into his nose, and the moment he caught it, his steps stopped cold. His instincts reacted before his thoughts could even catch up. That smell was blood.
He immediately rushed toward the source of the scent. If it had been ordinary blood, he would not have cared at all, but this smell was clearly different. Hidden inside it was something deep, fierce, and dangerous, like a deadly undercurrent moving beneath a calm surface. Thick killing intent and the heavy stench of sin were buried within it, and it even stirred the painful aura sealed inside Yi his own body. No matter what, he had to find out where that blood scent was coming from.
When he finally reached the source, he stopped in place, visibly caught off guard. Sitting there in front of him was a cute little girl, casually eating something that looked like a taco, acting so relaxed that it was as if nothing strange had happened at all. The area around her was completely empty, and that only made Yi Hei even more confused. His expression tightened slightly as he stared at the little girl. He was almost certain that the terrifying aura had come from her, but the scene in front of him was so strangely harmless that he actually began doubting his own senses. Could he really have mistaken the source? Then the little girl suddenly shifted her gaze toward Yi Hei. She looked him over from head to toe, calm and direct, before saying something he never expected to hear. She told him straight to his face that he had been practicing flesh-binding demon prison. He was instantly startled, and he immediately asked how she could possibly know that. In his mind, he could not help wondering how someone who looked like a child could speak with the attitude of a grumpy old master. Even more absurdly, she had just called him a kid. Still chewing on her food, as if this conversation were perfectly normal, the little girl explained that she had once helped Zhao refine that martial art. The moment he heard the name Zhao, his mood changed at once. The relaxed look on his face disappeared, and his expression darkened. The girl continued speaking casually, as though she were mentioning something completely ordinary, and added that Chen Gu had been her disciple 90 years ago. He blinked in confusion, then muttered under his breath, wondering if she was messing with him on purpose. He reminded himself that powerful martial artists really could live far longer than ordinary people. A grandmaster could still maintain peak physical condition even in their 80s or 90s. But this situation was obviously different. The girl sitting in front of him looked like she had not even reached middle school age, and nothing about that made sense. Then again, Yi had considered another possibility. Maybe certain martial artists had special methods to compress their bones or alter their bodies into a childlike form. Even so, this white-haired girl gave off an aura that felt either so pure it was almost sacred, or so innocent that it became impossible to understand. That natural innocence did not seem like an act at all. Not even an award-winning actor could fake a presence like that. The little girl looked at Yi Hei more seriously now, her eyes settling on him as she asked whether he did not believe what she had just told him. He secretly smirked to himself. At that moment, he felt that he would rather believe he was the emperor himself than believe this tiny girl in front of him was some ancient grandmaster. But just as Yi's thoughts began to wander, a strange sensation struck him like a bolt of lightning. Without warning, an incredibly vivid illusion forced its way into his mind. In that vision, he was being judged like a condemned prisoner, and his neck had already been placed in position for execution. Then, in the very next instant, a sharp blade dropped from above and sliced cleanly through his neck. His vision tilted upward from the perspective of a severed head, and standing above him, looking down as if the execution had already ended, was that very same little girl. He staggered, completely shaken by what had just slammed into his mind. Where had that illusion come from? It had felt terrifyingly real. The killing intent behind it was so pure, dense, and concentrated that it had forced his brain to hallucinate the moment of his own death. His head had never actually been cut off, but every sensation had been convincing enough to make his body believe it had truly happened. Cold sweat instantly broke out across Yi's entire body, and by instinct, he tried to call out to Za Rarudo for help. But before he could even form a single word, the little girl casually popped a lollipop into his mouth. It was strawberry-flavored, her personal favorite. Then she apologized in the most innocent tone imaginable, saying she was sorry and that she must have gone a little too far. She told Yi not to report her to the school, even pitifully adding that she only got 1 or 2 hours of outdoor time each week. The way she said it made her sound almost tragically harmless, like a child who had simply made a tiny mistake. He was still chewing on the candy she had shoved into his mouth when he finally managed to ask who she actually was. The little girl immediately struck a cute pose and introduced herself as Gong Qi, a very powerful grandmaster. Then she leaned in closer like she was sharing some secret nobody else should hear, and added that when Huadu University's president, Shi Jingwen, was still a little kid, she had once made him cry. He was so shocked that he nearly dropped to his knees on the spot. If Gong Qi had truly helped refine that martial art, then she might be the exact person capable of helping him break through his current bottleneck. She was a grandmaster tempered through slaughter, perfectly aligned with the brutal path he was walking. For Yi, the right choice suddenly became painfully obvious. He immediately adjusted his posture into one of extreme respect and declared that he had wandered for years without ever finding a truly worthy teacher. Then he threw away every trace of hesitation and said that he, Yi, wished to become her disciple,
calling her Master Gong with complete sincerity, he earnestly begged her to accept him.
Gong Qi gave a small shrug, her expression making it clear that she had not expected the conversation to take this kind of turn. For a moment, she looked like she was not completely sure how she was supposed to handle him. Meanwhile, inside the gymnasium building, powerful mentors were seated all around the hall, quietly watching the new students. Among the crowd, someone whispered in disbelief that all 5 deans of Huadu University's academies had actually appeared this year to serve as mentors for the freshmen. To those students, becoming the disciple of even one dean would be enough to secure a brilliant future for life. Another student scoffed and told them to stop dreaming so unrealistically. These were the 5 deans, not ordinary instructors, and there was no way people of that level would waste their attention on nameless freshmen. Someone else could not help wondering why the deans had shown up at all if that were true. Were they just there to sightsee? Of course, that was impossible. Another student quickly answered that the real reason had to be Yi He, since he had completed the Zodiac trial. The deans were obviously here because of him. Around the hall, whispers and speculation continued spreading through the crowd. At the same time, the deans were quietly reviewing everything that had happened. What the freshmen did not know was that the entire Zodiac trial had been broadcast live. From the moment the train broadcast began, every teacher at Huadu University had been watching closely. The faculty observed how each student reacted when thrown into a sudden crisis, while the AI system analyzed their micro-expressions, decision-making habits, and instinctive responses. Every student received an evaluation score, and those who rushed carelessly into Zodiac City without any preparation were given poor marks. After the students entered the Illusion City, their performance was judged even more carefully. Their combat awareness, practical technique, and teamwork during battles against the Zodiac Mask enemies were all evaluated. Even if a student failed to land the final blow on an enemy, they could still receive a strong score as long as they showed outstanding ability in any one of those areas. He was the only freshman who received the highest possible score in every category. But even that achievement alone was not enough to truly shock the deans. What stunned them more than anything else was the fact that he had killed a boss who was never supposed to be fought in the first place. The untouchable certain death boss known as Qianlong. One of the deans quietly remarked that He probably did not even understand what kind of existence Qianlong truly was. Qianlong was a combat model created by a national-level supercomputer, trained using data left behind by a national-level martial artist. Some of that martial artist's divine abilities, including his godlike eyes, could not be perfectly recreated inside the Mirage Eye realm. Even so, the model was still based on the strongest martial artist in the history of the Zodiac Kingdom, and perhaps even the strongest in the entire world. His name was Fu Hongsheng, and the records he left behind at the university had remained unbroken for a full 100 years. For He to kill a model based on Fu Hongsheng, even an imperfect version of him, was already enough to prove that He possessed monstrous talent. As long as nothing unexpected knocked him off course, becoming a Grandmaster was practically guaranteed, and he might even have the potential to reach the Archmaster level. Now all the deans were simply waiting to see which mentor He would eventually choose. Then, without warning, a faculty member hurried into the hall carrying bad news. He reported that He had just requested to become the disciple of Gong Ke, the former Imperial Capital University professor and current special personnel. The moment the deans heard Gong Ke's name, every one of them was stunned into silence. Back outside, He was still kneeling in front of Gong Ke, earnestly pleading for her to take him as her disciple. He had even grabbed onto her sleeve, clearly refusing to let this rare opportunity slip away. Gong Ke asked whether he truly wanted her as his teacher, and He answered without hesitation that his mind was already made up. At the same time, he reminded himself that Gong Ke was technically over 100 years old. Otherwise, kneeling before a girl who looked like this in broad daylight would probably get him locked up for at least 3 years. Gong Ke tilted her head slightly, looking almost puzzled, and said she had thought she had already been expelled from Imperial Capital University. He, never the type to miss an opening, immediately grinned and told her that if she was only allowed to go outside for 1 or 2 hours each week, then as long as she accepted him as her disciple, he would find a way to restore her freedom within 2 years. Those words finally made Gong Ke lift her eyes with interest. Without wasting another moment, she accepted him right there on the spot. And just like that, He secured an enormous victory. But at that exact moment, all 5 deans suddenly teleported into the area. Their arrival filled the space with overwhelming pressure, and waves of powerful energy surged around them the instant they appeared. Gong Ke glanced at them casually, looking completely unsurprised by their sudden arrival, and muttered that the busybodies had finally shown up. One of the deans stepped forward and reminded Gong Ke that they had already agreed she was not supposed to make contact with students during her permitted release hours. He also stated directly that her current mental condition was not suitable for mentoring anyone.
Another dean immediately backed him up and told her to return home at once. For the moment, Gong Qi ignored the pressure coming from the 5 deans and turned her attention back to the boy in front of her. She asked him for his name. With absolute respect, Yi He straightened himself before Master Gong and clearly told her exactly who he was. Gong Qi gave a quiet, almost casual nod, then shifted her single-eyed gaze toward the others standing nearby. In a tone so calm it sounded like she was discussing something completely ordinary, she announced that Yi He would be going home with her. Yi He glanced back at the 5 deans one last time, as if checking whether anyone still planned to stop him, and after seeing no real objection, he turned and followed Gong Qi without the slightest hesitation. The scene then shifted to a massive residential building hanging high in the air. Its enormous frame hovered above Huadu University like a floating fortress, the kind of place that looked far too grand and imposing to belong to ordinary students. As Yi He made his way through the university grounds, his eyes kept sweeping from side to side, taking in every unfamiliar detail around him. Gong Qi, however, walked beside him with complete ease, her small figure moving as naturally as if this strange and towering place were simply the road she took home every day. When Gong Qi stepped into the elevator that led to her apartment, Yi He followed her inside. The doors slid shut with a soft mechanical hum, but instead of climbing upward like he expected, the elevator began sinking downward, carrying them steadily toward the hidden underground levels beneath the campus. Yi He looked around the descending elevator and could not help asking if she really lived all the way down here. Gong Qi answered plainly that she did, then explained that for the past several decades she had suffered from certain problems and kept hurting people. So Huadu University had placed her underneath the research institute. Luckily, in recent years, she had finally learned to control herself better, which meant she was now allowed to move around a little more freely. Hearing that, Yi He paused for a moment before asking if that meant he was the first student she had accepted in all those decades. Gong Qi turned her single eye toward him and studied his face for a brief moment. Then she remarked that his way of thinking was pretty strange, in her opinion. After hearing something like that, this was exactly the moment when he should have been getting scared. He instantly played along by putting on a ridiculous, terrified expression. Cold sweat seemed to slide down his face as he stiffened dramatically and asked, in an exaggerated voice, whether she was planning to throw him away down here. He even copied her tone while saying it, making the fear sound half serious and half playful. Before long, the elevator finally reached the 666 RD floor of Huadu University. This level was buried far beneath the campus, deep below any place ordinary students would ever be allowed to approach. He stepped out of the elevator and looked down the corridor ahead, only to find that the hallway was unexpectedly narrow. For a place connected to such a massive research institute, the cramped passage looked strangely out of place, so he immediately questioned why it had been built like this. Gong Qi answered that the corridor had been designed for only one person to pass through. Then she lifted a hand and pointed toward the number displayed on the door. He stared at that number with clear confusion, narrowing his eyes as he tried to understand what he was looking at. Then he asked what it was supposed to mean, and more importantly, why it looked so much like a countdown. The moment he asked that question, Gong Qi suddenly shot toward the far end of the corridor. Her movements turned urgent in an instant, and she muttered that there was no time left while telling him to get inside quickly. His gaze followed her speeding figure, but he still pressed the same question, asking again what that countdown was actually for. While rushing forward, Gong Qi turned just enough to answer him. She explained that every time she left this place, the timer immediately began counting down. If she failed to return before it reached 0, the alarm would be sent directly to President Shi Jingwen's office, and from that moment on, Huadu University would officially begin hunting her down. His expression tightened as he wondered whether she was actually being serious. In the very next instant, He moved without wasting even a breath. He exploded forward with all the speed he could muster, dashing toward the other side of the narrow hallway. Just as the countdown hit 0, the door slammed open with terrifying force. A violent electromagnetic laser swept through the entire corridor, flooding the cramped passage with deadly energy in a blinding instant. He sucked in a sharp breath as the danger passed behind him, realizing just how close that had been. If he had been even one step slower, he might not have escaped with his life. He quickly realized that he had only beaten the timing by instinct and sheer speed. As he steadied himself, he began sensing that something about the space around him felt wrong. A special magnetic field seemed to be suppressing the entire area, interfering with the flow of martial energy. His power could not gather properly outside his body, which meant that any martial artist who depended on external techniques would have their strength sharply weakened in this place. Gong Qi, meanwhile, casually slipped off her jacket as though none of this was unusual at all. Seeing the look on He's face, she confirmed his guess in a relaxed tone, telling him that of course this place was dangerous. After all, this was her confinement cell. In order to keep Gong Qi from escaping whenever she felt like it,
Shi Jingwen and his little group had built this enormous 3-level residence specifically for her. It had nearly everything a person could want, including spacious living areas, entertainment facilities, and training rooms. But beneath all that comfort, the entire residence was layered with high-powered magnetic suppressors, all designed to disrupt martial energy in case she ever got bored enough to try breaking out. And yet, Gong Qi did not look like a prisoner in the slightest. She simply sank onto the sofa and lounged there with total ease, as if this underground cage were nothing more than her own private home. He could not shake the feeling that this place was less like a prison and more like some underground luxury suite. Every necessity had been prepared, every comfort had been provided, and from the way the whole residence was arranged, it almost seemed like Huadu University had enshrined teacher Gong Qi beneath the campus rather than locked her away. The scene returned to Huadu University above ground, where the campus atmosphere remained calm and orderly, completely untouched by what was happening far beneath everyone's feet. President Shi Jingwen soon received a call. The report on the other end informed him that Yi He had officially become Gong Qi's disciple. Shi Jingwen showed no surprise at all. He simply brushed the news aside and told them to leave Yi He alone for the time being. Shi Jingwen understood better than anyone what Huadu University was truly trying to cultivate. Their goal was not to produce a crowd of average talents who would only climb to the middle ranks. What they needed was one person, one extraordinary figure capable of carrying the future of Jia Nation and perhaps even the future of all humanity. When a true genius appeared, their responsibility was to support that person with everything they had and give him the freedom to grow. So for now, Yi He would train under Gong Qi. The special training camp prepared for the local freshmen was nearly complete, and Yi He would become the whetstone used to sharpen those young blades. Shi Jingwen lowered his gaze back to the report in his hand, and noted that Yi He had already entered the confinement zone together with Gong Qi. For the moment, every indicator still remained stable. According to Nua's predictive analysis, Gong Qi, as a special rank combatant, still carried a 5% chance of losing control if she remained confined with another person for an extended period. If that situation occurred, Yi He had a 90% chance of failing to survive until rescue arrived. And even if rescue did reach him in time, there was still a 95% chance that he would not make it. Shi Jingwen calmly explained that special class combatants were not the same as ordinary warriors. Some of them were death row convicts with terrifying strength, while others were martial artists whose power had become uncontrollable because of unusual circumstances. During peaceful times, the state restricted their freedom for the safety of everyone around them. But once Jia Nation faced a true crisis, these people would be sent directly to the front lines as national-level weapons. If Yi He wanted to face someone like Gong Qi, then he needed to be ready to die. Without that kind of resolve, how could he possibly walk the path of slaughter? Jia Nation was already running short on time. The foolishly formed Northern Bryden Federation and the heretical lunatics of the Divine Descent Nation who worshipped secret realm technology were all beginning to grow restless. Shi Jingwen looked down at the raw skeletal frames of the new buildings still under construction, his expression growing heavier. In a low voice, he muttered that this new generation had to mature quickly. Back inside the confinement room in the training hall, Gong Qi told Yi He that it had already been decades since she last taught anyone. Because of that, she wanted to begin with a sparring match. Yi He asked if she planned to suppress her cultivation all the way down to the martial disciple stage before fighting him. Gong Qi nodded and said that was exactly what she would do, as if it were only natural for someone like her. Then Gong Qi let out a light laugh and loosened her body with a few casual stretches. Her posture looked relaxed on the surface, but every small movement carried an unmistakable sense of danger. He steadied himself and faced her directly. With his attention fixed on Gong Qi, he said that he was ready to receive guidance from his teacher. He settled into an excited fighting stance, but deep down, one thought was already flashing through his mind. No matter what happened, he absolutely did not want to experience that terrifying guillotine illusion from earlier ever again. But before he could even fully adjust his breathing, Gong Qi suddenly disappeared forward. She charged straight at him with such absurd speed that the air itself seemed to split apart around her. Yi's pupils tightened the instant he realized her attack was aimed directly at his vital points. In that split second, he could not help wondering what happened to the idea of this being a friendly spar. As Gong Qi's fingers cut toward his throat, he instantly calculated at least 5 possible ways to dodge. But no matter which path he imagined, she would reach him before his body could react. Her single eye seemed to read every tiny movement of his muscles and every intention before it even fully formed. In the end, only one choice remained. He had to take the attack head-on. He immediately shifted into his dragon form, using the transformation to reinforce his body and withstand her strike. At the same time, he raised his arm in front of him, trying to intercept those slicing fingers before they could reach his throat. Gong Qi instantly understood exactly what he was trying to do. He had activated his bloodline awakening to boost his speed, harden his defense, and create a chance to counterattack all in a single move. But Gong Qi judged it as a terrible decision almost immediately. She was still far faster than him. With a smooth, nearly effortless motion, she slipped past his defense, twisted into his space, and turned his own momentum against him. Yi Hei's body was forced to bend in an unnatural way as she wrapped his arm around her own, making it look almost elastic. Then Gong Qi sprang behind him in one clean motion. With a sharp pull, she wrenched Yi Hei's arm so violently that it felt as if she might either tear it apart completely or somehow snap his back into place at the same time. Whatever technique Gong Qi had just used, the pain slammed into Yi Hei like a crushing wave. It tore through his body so suddenly and so fiercely that he let out the loudest scream he had ever made. In the next breath, Gong Qi hopped backward with swift precision, lightly creating distance again. Yi Hei was left standing there covered in blood, his body trembling from the damage she had inflicted. Even so, Yi Hei lifted his head and grinned through the blood on his face. He admitted that his teacher really was not holding back at all, then added that his bloodline awakening had just been beaten all the way back to zero. Gong Qi wiped the blood from her face, and instead of looking displeased, she gave a soft chuckle. After so many quiet years, the taste of blood seemed to awaken something familiar inside her, something almost enjoyable. He drew in a breath and wondered aloud whether he could ever match her through pure physical technique. But deep down, he already knew the answer. Since he could not compete with her that way, he declared that he would use a slightly unfair martial skill next, then politely asked his teacher to guide him. The moment those words left his mouth, Yi Hei's body began to transform. Thunder buzzed and crackled around him, and behind his figure, a colossal skeletal silhouette slowly rose, towering over the training hall like the frame of some ancient giant. He had pushed the giant anthropomorphic template to its maximum level overnight, and at this moment that decision suddenly felt like the one thing that might keep him from being completely crushed. Gong Qi noticed the overwhelming force gathering around him and narrowed her single eye slightly. She questioned whether a monster like this could still be called a mere martial disciple. It seemed she had accepted a truly troublesome student. Then she took her own stance, deciding it was time to show him what a teacher's real skill looked like. With a sharp, slicing motion through the air, Gong Qi unleashed a terrifying pull. Red martial energy ripped up from the floor in violent strips, tearing loose under her power before hurtling straight toward Yi Hei. But by the time Gong Qi's attack came crashing toward him, Yi Hei had already shifted fully into his dragon form, his massive body braced firmly to meet the incoming blow. The instant the blast struck him, a thunderous boom shook the entire training hall. Yet Yi Hei did not move at all. Then he launched himself upward like a gigantic beast, rising above the battlefield as his voice roared down from above. At last, he revealed his celestial anthropomorphic split form, Macabeast Anthropomorph. He hovered high above Gong Qi, his transformed body so massive that it cast a heavy shadow across the training hall below. Power rolled through his enormous frame as he drew his fist back, preparing to smash down with a blow that looked capable of crushing the entire arena. Yet beneath him, Gong Qi simply stood there, calm and unmoving, without even the faintest trace of panic on her face. The very moment Yi Hei's gigantic fist thrust forward, Gong Qi responded with terrifying accuracy. Her slash tore through the air like an unseen blade, meeting his attack directly and cutting into his arm before that devastating punch could fully descend. That one strike carried an unbelievably brutal cutting force. Even Yi Hei's enormous anthropomorphic arm, reinforced by his transformation, failed to endure it. The limb exploded apart under the impact, breaking into scattered fragments as though it had been nothing more than brittle stone. He dropped back to the ground, his thoughts moving fast as he tried to process what had just happened. The armor wrapped around him came from the outer shell of the Cosmic Emperor, so by normal logic, it should have been dozens of times sturdier than an ordinary giant's body. And yet Gong Qi had sliced straight through that impossible defense like it barely existed at all. For a short instant, Yi Hei's eyes widened in genuine disbelief. Shock flashed across his face, but almost immediately after that, a spark of anger appeared as well, as if Gong Qi had not only cut through his arm, but also carved straight into his pride. Just then, Gong Qi lunged toward him again, bluntly accusing him of hiding inside the mouth of his own armor. Yi Hei's heart tightened at those words, because he instantly realized how frightening her senses truly were. Even after he had fully shut down his life functions to conceal his real body, Gong Qi had still pinpointed exactly where he was hiding. Gong Qi slashed toward his arm once more, clearly trying to force him out of that protective shell. Yi Hei reacted immediately, making sharp metallic surfaces extend from the face of his armor.
using those hardened edges to intercept and deflect her relentless cutting strikes.
Gong Qi slid downward with graceful control, her movement light, smooth, and almost effortless as she prepared to launch another attack, but before she could close the distance again, a powerful beam of light suddenly surged toward her, cutting straight through the space between them. Behind the glow of that newly formed defense, he faced Gong Qi with sharp curiosity in his eyes. He challenged her directly, wanting to see whether her terrifying slashes could still cut through even this layer of protection. Deep inside the vessel, Yi He knew perfectly well that the nuclear beam would not be enough to simply melt Gong Qi away. Even so, he watched the scene closely, eager to find out what kind of answer his teacher would give against a defense like this. But before he could properly observe the result, sharp metal chains suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In the space of a single instant, they coiled around him tightly, locking his body in place before he had any chance to tear himself free. In the blink of an eye, Yi He found himself thrown back onto that eerie wooden altar once again, standing right at the edge of death. Above him, the guillotine waited in silence, its cold blade raised high and ready to fall onto his neck. As the blade loosened and prepared to drop, Yi He shouted out and invoked the Crimson Planet's ice-free domain. Beside him, a strange creature appeared, a flower blooming from its head, as it took shape like a twisted vessel born directly from Yi He's own power. He called out to Gong Qi, urging her to force her way through the ice, dragging her into this killing domain. He reminded her that this place was no longer the real world. It was a forced mental illusion shaped purely for slaughter, and if she wanted to break free from it, she would have to withstand the pressure of his spiritual power head-on. Inside that collapsing dimension, the crimson calamity erupted into motion. A violent barrage of punches tore through the unstable space around them, each strike ripping into the illusion as the world itself seemed to fracture. As the illusion shattered piece by piece around him, He finally pulled himself back from the brink of death and regained consciousness. When He opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was Gong Qi standing nearby, casually munching on a lollipop, as though nothing dangerous had happened at all. She even commented in a relaxed tone that the turtle shell he had been hiding inside was ridiculously tough. He glanced around and saw the ruined remains of his anthropomorphic form scattered across the training hall, its once massive body beaten and broken apart. Only then did he understand that Gong Qi had dragged him straight out from the mouth of his own armor and had even smashed through the hardened defensive crystal he had formed around his real body. That kind of destructive power was absolutely not something that should have belonged to the pure martial disciple stage. Feeling both frustrated and amazed, Yi stared straight at Gong Qi and pointed out that she had definitely cheated. Gong Qi answered with total nonchalance, saying that she had beaten him fair and square. With an almost innocent expression on her face, she even asked where exactly the cheating was supposed to be. He looked at her with obvious suspicion, and under that doubtful stare, Gong Qi finally admitted that maybe she had used just a tiny bit more force than planned. After all, she was simply too strong, and controlling her strength perfectly within only 1 or 2 strikes was not exactly easy. He stood there silently, watching her without saying a word. Just when he thought Gong Qi was about to brush the whole thing aside like it was nothing, she suddenly turned back toward him with a rare hint of guilt on her face. Then, before he could react, she grabbed onto him tightly, clinging to him as tears started to gather in her single eye. Gong Qi pleaded with Yi, promising that next time she really would not bend the rules again. Her voice softened as she begged him not to be angry and not to leave her. After spending decades without anyone to play with or teach, she clearly was not willing to lose this new connection so quickly. Seeing Gong Qi crying in front of him like a child afraid of being abandoned, Yi's expression gradually softened. He looked down at her and gently asked her to stop crying.
Gong Qi lifted her face toward him, tears still shining in her eye, while her hands continued gripping him tightly. In a small, uncertain voice, she asked if that meant he was not going to leave.
He broke into a wide grin and told her that he had worked so hard just to become her disciple. After going through all that effort, leaving now had never even been an option for him. Gong Qi immediately straightened herself up, trying to recover her dignity as if the crying from a moment ago had never happened. She casually insisted that she had not been crying at all. He chuckled quietly to himself, honestly impressed by how quickly she could bounce back from an emotional breakdown like that. Gong Qi walked over to the refrigerator and pulled out a few bottles, speaking as if the awkward moment had already passed. She said she now had a fairly good grasp of Yi's current strength. He was still nowhere near her level, but compared with most people, he was unquestionably gifted. With that, she allowed him to begin proper training and asked what he wanted to learn first. He was still thinking about how easily his dragon punch had been destroyed, so he brought up advanced martial techniques. Looking at Gong Qi with intense curiosity, he asked how she had managed to cut through both his lightning and his humanoid arm as if they were nothing. Gong Qi shook the soda can in her hand and explained that slashing was not something a person could master just because someone explained it to them. It was something a fighter only came to understand after cutting through enough things. Yi He's curiosity grew even stronger, and he asked what kind of understanding she meant. Gong Qi looked directly into Yi He's eyes. Then, in a calm voice that carried an unsettling chill, she told him it was the feeling of a lion. She went on to explain that every human body, every magical beast, and every object possessed a precise point of entry, a line where it could be severed cleanly. That invisible path was what she called the kill line. As Yi He pictured what she was describing, he realized that Gong Qi's master-level slashes were fundamentally different from Qianlong's techniques, even though Qianlong had also specialized in cutting attacks. Qianlong's style depended on overwhelming force and razor-like precision, using raw power and accuracy to slice through enemies. Gong Qi's method, however, felt more like a butcher's blade finding the perfect seam, a cut delivered with absolute correctness and flawless technique. Gong Qi then told him that if he truly wanted to learn mastery on that level, the path would not be simple. Her advice was direct. Yi He needed to become a true martial artist first. Without a solid martial foundation, he would not even meet the basic requirement to learn most of her real techniques. Gong Qi glanced at Yi He and asked whether he actually understood the difference between a martial disciple and a martial artist. When Yi He admitted that he did not, Gong Qi explained that the gap was not simply about strengthening the body. The real dividing line was the mind. A martial artist would develop an essential ability called inner vision, allowing their cultivation to shift away from broad, rough movements and toward precise control at the smallest internal level. With inner vision, a martial artist could perceive their own meridians, pressure points, and internal organs, then guide martial energy to strengthen those areas directly. By reinforcing the body from the inside out, they could push their physical limits even further. Gong Qi summed it up simply: the spirit had to become powerful first, and only then could the body truly follow. Yi He could not help admiring how sharp and knowledgeable Gong Qi really was. No wonder she had once held a formal teaching position at Imperial Capital University. Even if she seemed unstable at times, her foundation and expertise were absolutely solid. He also thought back to how his mental clarity had clearly improved ever since he fused with the Vampire Rocket template and awakened his shell. That improvement would definitely give Yi He a major advantage once he reached the martial artist stage. Wanting to understand how advancement methods changed at that level, he looked back to Gong Qi and asked her to explain it in more detail. Gong Qi told him that advancement techniques and martial skills were generally divided into 4 major tiers. Ordinary students from vocational colleges or lower-tier schools usually had access only to unranked advancement techniques, which were the most basic methods available. Those unranked methods were simple and easy to use. As long as a student had enough blood energy and martial power, they could break through more than 80% of common martial barriers with them. But students at Huadu University were different. For them, Xuan Huang tier methods were not some rare privilege. They were only the starting baseline. Hearing that, Yi He immediately started thinking about the legendary Tiangong and Disha tiers, the kinds of techniques people spoke of as if they stood far above ordinary advancement methods. Gong Qi told Yi He that techniques on that level were practically sacred relics. Most had been recovered from hidden realms or ancient ruins, and across the entire world there might not even be 10 of them left. Even Imperial Capital University possessed only one, and with Yi He's current rank and clearance, there was absolutely no chance he would be allowed to touch it. Then Gong Qi suddenly surprised him by saying that there was actually one Disha tier advancement technique he could learn. Its name was the Killer's Bodhi Heart Sutra. It was the very same technique Gong Qi herself had mastered, and even Xiaohu's flesh-blood demon cage had been inspired by the principles hidden within that art. The moment He heard that, his face lit up as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. He immediately begged Gong Qi to teach him the technique. Gong Qi smiled and told him to prepare himself because they would begin right away. What he was about to experience was the killing intent domain she had created specifically for this training. With that, Gong Qi casually tossed a small ball onto the desk, letting it land there with a light sound as the next stage of Yi He's brutal training quietly began. The instant it came crashing down, the atmosphere around them changed in a way that felt almost unreal, as though the entire world had been plunged beneath a vast ocean of blood-red light. He was caught inside it before he could escape, his entire body swallowed by that suffocating domain, and it was exactly the kind of crushing, unavoidable pressure he had always feared being forced to confront directly. From every direction, Gong Qi's laughter drifted through the blood-soaked air, bright, relaxed, and strangely pleased, as she admitted without the slightest hesitation that she absolutely loved this heavy stench of blood surrounding them. Then the scene shifted away from that terrifying blood-colored space, and the story returned once again to the outside grounds of Hwadu University. By the time classes finally came to an end, he was walking along the campus path at a calm, unhurried pace, each step steady and quiet, yet carrying the faint presence of someone who had just walked back from a brutal battlefield. A short distance behind him, Chu-jo followed in silence, watching his back without saying a word. The aura pressing around Yi-hei now was nothing like before. It felt sharper, heavier, and much more dangerous, as if something inside him had been refined into a blade. After observing him for a while, Chu-jo finally hurried closer and asked how his first day had gone, adding that he had heard Yi-hei had become. But before Chu-jo could even finish speaking, Yi-hei's body moved first, reacting faster than his mind had time to understand what was happening. In the next instant, Yi-hei whirled around and drew his sword purely on instinct, the movement clean, lightning fast, and frighteningly precise, as though the entire world had slowed around him. His posture had already shifted into combat, ready to cut down whoever had appeared behind him. Only when he saw clearly that the person behind him was Chu-jo did he slowly lower the blade, his expression still calm, while his voice carried a cold warning as he told Chu-jo to stay alert. Because on a real battlefield, if a blade was drawn even a single breath too late, then that blade would never get the chance to strike at all. Chu-jo stood frozen in place, cold sweat soaking through him as he stared at Yi-hei with widened eyes, barely managing to force out the question of what exactly Yi-hei had gone through that day. Just 10 hours earlier, deep within the illusion realm, Yi-hei had been standing alone in the center of an enormous pool of blood. Around him, countless monsters packed the blood-filled space, ripping into corpses and gnawing on bodies as the water churned red beneath them. In Yi-hei's mind, Gong Qi's warning echoed with absolute clarity. He was forbidden from using martial skills or raw power, and against this endless tide of zombies, he could rely only on the blade in his hand. As the zombies surged toward him from all sides, splashing violently through the blood pool, Yi-hei looked down at the dull knife in his grip and wondered how he was supposed to slaughter every last one of them with something so useless. That was when Gong Qi's voice sounded in his memory again, reminding him that this training was never about power. It was about memory, forcing his body to remember the sensation of slicing through flesh and splitting bone. When the monsters finally piled onto him and dragged him down beneath their weight, Yi-hei still kept his sword raised upright, forcing himself to hold on to the true purpose of this training. It was meant to carve killing instinct into his muscles, so that his body could find the fatal line on its own and strike with speed and accuracy before thought ever had time to interfere. And in that moment, Yi-hei understood. His eyes suddenly sharpened, his fingers locked tighter around the blade, and his whole body seemed ready to begin the slaughter. With one explosive slash, he tore through the monsters clinging to his body, then immediately turned his blade toward the next wave. Again and again, he struck without hesitation, carving through the swarm with a savage force that grew fiercer with every cut. Not far away, Gong Qiu watched him closely, her eyes fixed on every movement he made, and even she could not help but think that this kid had already gone far beyond anything ordinary. A crimson aura began to radiate from Yi-hei's body, as he realized just how dangerous it truly was to practice the killer's Bodhi-Heart Sutra inside an illusion realm. Ordinary martial disciples would not even have the qualifications to attempt something like this. At the same time, Gong Qiu silently understood that if Yi-hei's mental strength had not been so abnormally powerful, the killing intent alone would have swallowed him whole. As Gong Qiu looked at him, a bright, almost burning light rose in her eyes. She finally understood why Shi Jingwen had called him the rising star of Hwadu, and even Gong Qiu herself was beginning to feel genuine anticipation for the future this boy might carve out. The scene then shifted back to Yi-hei's dormitory, where the moment he returned, he practically threw himself straight into the bathtub and collapsed there. While gulping down a drink, Yi-hei muttered that only a single day had passed, yet he already felt exhausted beyond belief. No wonder Hwadu University was known as the best university in all of Great Jaya. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. The instant he saw the caller ID and realized it was Liu Qingzhu, his little shorty, his tired eyes immediately lit up. Back at her apartment, Liu Qingzhu was stretched out comfortably on her bed, wearing that naturally confident look of hers. When Yi-hei greeted her, she told him that her mother had already sent over the item he had asked for, and it was now in her hands. Liu Qingzhu rolled down from the bed and added that her mother also wanted to thank him for helping her win first place in the freshman trial. He immediately responded that in that case, he would come over to her place in a little while and pick it up personally. Liu Qingzhu looked slightly surprised by that and quickly told him there was no need to go through the trouble, since she could simply have it delivered by drone. He accepted that, then casually asked whether she had met her mentor that day and who had taken her in as a student. She told him it was Dean Bai, who had said she possessed excellent potential and had accepted her as a disciple. Yi He congratulated her sincerely, saying that this was a very good thing for her. Then Lu Qingju turned the topic back to him and asked who his own mentor was. He instantly decided it was better not to tell her the truth, that he had rejected the top 5 deans one after another, because if Lu Qingju found out, she probably would not be able to sleep that night. So he vaguely claimed that someone had accepted him and casually blurted out a name. When she did not hear it clearly and asked him to say it again, Yi He immediately pretended the signal was breaking up and ended the call in a hurry. Half a semester passed, almost in the blink of an eye, and as the first term drew close to its end, the freshmen of Huadu University had already experienced quite a turbulent period. At the start of the semester, Ouyang Ze had gathered elite students from various provinces and created the Dragon Blood Society, quickly building up influence among the first-year students. Naturally, once the senior students returned from their summer training camp, conflict with the Dragon Blood Society became unavoidable. As the tension between the two sides grew more intense, duels began breaking out between members of the Dragon Blood Society and the local students, and, of course, the Dragon Blood Society lost more often than it won. Little by little, the momentum and prestige it had built in the beginning started to fade away. At that time, the first-year student everyone talked about the most was Shang Jianhui. More accurately, he might have been the most famous freshman in the entire country. After all, he had ranked first in the university entrance exam, and during the live broadcast, his strength had shocked countless viewers. There were even rumors going around that Fu Hongsheng had personally praised him as someone who could become a future national great warrior. As for Yi He, who had once stood directly beneath the spotlight at the very beginning, almost no one mentioned him anymore. For more than 3 months, he had disappeared from public view as if he had vanished completely. Back in the underground chamber, Gong Qi urged Yi He to move faster while hopping onto his back, and with every movement he made, refined martial energy mixed with her killing intent was driven deeper and deeper into his body. She claimed that this method would help stabilize his recent breakthrough, even teasing him by saying he was lucky enough to experience her delicate little feat. But Yi He was nearly dying from the strain, sweat pouring down his body as he bitterly thought that this had absolutely nothing to do with luck. Gong Kei had sealed away his martial energy, making every push-up feel as heavy as lifting a mountain, while her martial power wriggled through his body and tickled him so badly he could barely endure it. Gong Qi, however, looked completely relaxed as she continued taunting him, asking what was wrong and whether he was already tired, before casually reminding him that he had not even reached 1,000 yet. Her words immediately irritated Yi He. He clenched his teeth and snapped back, demanding to know who she was calling a scrub, then declared that he would show her exactly what he was capable of by speeding up. The moment He forced his strength back up, Gong Qi pressed him even harder, urging him over and over again to move faster, to keep pushing, and to drive himself past his limits. He let out a fierce roar, his entire body surging with raw determination as he pushed forward like a berserk monster, refusing to stop. Then, without the slightest warning, a tremendous boom exploded through the chamber, shaking the entire underground space as though some disaster had just been unleashed. Gong Qi instantly sprang into the air, and when she looked down again, Yi He's body seemed to have been completely shredded apart. He explained that the sudden eruption of body energy had torn apart his old, worn-out muscles and replaced them with brand new ones, every muscle fiber now filled and charged with martial power. Gong Qi tried to turn her eyes away, but she could not help sneaking another glance, because He's rebuilt physique looked far too imposing. Even then, she still mocked him, pointing out that his shirt was gone and asking what exactly was wrong with him. He quickly covered himself and told her that if she was going to cover her eyes, she should at least close her fingers properly instead of peeking through the gaps. Turning away from her, He announced that it was time to end this retreat. Gong Qi asked whether he was really leaving, and He answered that of course he was. After being trapped underground with her for 3 full months, he needed to go outside and see the sun again. The moment Gong Qi heard those words, she suddenly began crying like a child, looking pitiful as she asked whether he would come back. He answered calmly that he would return, but told her to spend the time practicing her video game skills, because honestly, she was terrible at them. Gong Qi immediately brushed him off with an annoyed attitude, asking who had told him to play games with her in the first place. At last, Yi He walked out of that hellish place and raised his eyes toward the enormous building above him, thinking that 3 whole months had already passed since he had last seen the sun. Even though he no longer loved sunlight the way he once had, he still realized he had missed it. As Yi He headed toward a public station, the outside world felt so distant that it was almost as if an entire lifetime had gone by. Still, he reminded himself that he had not ended his retreat, just to stroll around and admire the scenery. There was business waiting for him back at the university. At Huadu University, a student's grades were not determined only by classroom performance or cultivation progress. Campus missions were also an important part of their overall evaluation. Those missions could include hunting down wanted martial arts fugitives, investigating secret realms, assisting with public defense operations, or even confronting criminal organizations and foreign forces. So Yi Hei's first destination was the University Activity Center, where he planned to choose a mission. And while he was there, it was also time to meet an old friend. When he finally saw Chu Zhou, Yi Hei greeted him casually with a simple long time no see. Chu Zhou told him he had been waiting for far too long, then asked how his power-up had gone. Yi Hei replied lightly that he had broken through to the martial artist realm 2 months earlier. Meanwhile, Chu Zhou silently thought to himself that this was the first time he had seen Yi Hei in 3 whole months. On the surface, Yi Hei did not appear to have changed very much at all. But in Chu Zhou's eyes, that lack of visible change was exactly what made him feel even more terrifying, leaving him to wonder just how much Yi Hei's strength had grown during those hidden 3 months. Chu Zhou could still clearly remember what happened just 3 days ago, when he had been invited to watch a private ring match between the freshman genius Xiang Jianhui and Ouyang Zi, the vice chairman of the Dragon Blood Society. And just like everyone had predicted, Ouyang Zi did not last long at all. In less than 10 minutes, he had already been defeated, and from the flow of the battle, Chu Zhou could tell that Xiang Jianhui had not even come close to using his full strength. But now, as Chu Zhou looked at Yi Hei again, a new thought crept into his mind. He started wondering whether Yi Hei could stand against Xiang Jianhui, and even more frightening than that, he began to suspect that Xiang Jianhui might no longer be able to beat Yi Hei at all. Just then, Lu Qingju came rushing over toward them, her steps quick and a little hurried, and with her breath still slightly uneven, she apologized for making both of them wait. He turned his gaze toward Liu Qingju, calmly waiting for her to say whatever she had come to say, but Liu Qingju suddenly stopped where she was, freezing in place, as if she had no idea how she was supposed to behave. At that moment, Qin Lan's earlier words flashed through Liu Qingzu's mind, reminding her that even if she and Yi Hei were already considered a couple, they should at least act openly and naturally like one. A thin layer of sweat gathered at her temples as she stood there awkwardly, her mind racing while she struggled to figure out what the proper move was supposed to be. Then, all of a sudden, Liu Qingju leaned forward as though she was about to kiss Yi Hei right there. But before she could follow through, Yi Hei immediately asked what she was doing, pointing out that they had not seen each other for 3 entire months, yet she had not even given him a proper greeting first. Since Yi Hei did not lean in or return the kiss at all, Liu Qingju's expression instantly darkened with embarrassment and irritation. Her face tightened and she snapped at him that she hated him. A little while later, the scene moved to a large stadium where Yi Hei, Chu Zhou, and Liu Qingju stood side by side, all of them looking up at the huge screen hanging overhead. Across that massive display, Huadu University continuously cycled through the latest trending missions, along with highlight clips showing off some of the most outstanding students on campus. Chu Zhou explained that he and Liu Qingju had already completed 3 missions during the quarter, and the only reason they had come here today was because they wanted to team up with Yi Hei for the next one. Liu Qingju then pointed out the 3 missions she felt suited their group best: the Hengcheng serial killer case, the Liancheng beast-eyed anomaly, and the abnormal incident taking place in Lingshui County. Originally, all 3 of those missions had been classified as Tier 2, but the Lingshui County incident had already been upgraded to Tier 3. Off-campus missions were divided from Tier 1 all the way up to Tier 5, and the higher the tier, the greater the danger. Most first-year students only dared to accept Tier 1 missions, and even the Tier 2 mission Yi Hei had taken before only had a 10% team success rate, so for a 3-person freshman team to get approval for anything above that was extremely rare. At that moment, Yi Hei calmly took out the special card Gong Qi had given him and said there would be no issue, because he had a privilege card. He remembered Gong Qi telling him that he was already capable of dealing with first- and second-tier opponents, and if he wanted to continue growing stronger, he needed missions with more pressure. But she had also warned him very clearly that although this card allowed him to accept missions of any tier, he should avoid Tier 4 and Tier 5 for the time being, because those missions contained far too many unpredictable variables, and even Xuanwu-class warriors had lost their lives in them. Liu Qingju immediately asked where he had gotten such a privilege card, while he felt a cold sweat forming along his back as he worked desperately to keep the real answer from slipping out. Right then, Chu Zhou asked Yi Hei what he thought of the 3 missions, and Yi Hei silently thanked him for cutting in and changing the subject. He then answered that danger and reward always went hand in hand. The first mission was a manhunt, but since even the Criminal Investigation Department had failed to catch the target after several months, the real challenge would be locating the criminal, not killing him. The second mission required them to assist the Dragon Sparrow unit, which most likely meant they would be pushed into minor support work, far away from real combat or valuable intelligence. But the third mission placed almost everything in their own hands, making it the riskiest choice, but also the one with the greatest possible reward. Yai, he then asked, if someone was afraid of danger, why would they choose to become a martial artist in the first place? After saying that, he made it clear that he preferred the third mission. Chu Zhou agreed without any hesitation, and after considering it for a moment, Liu Qingzhu finally nodded as well. But when the three of them walked up to the reception desk, the receptionist immediately rejected the idea, saying this was complete nonsense. She reminded them that a second-year squad had already been wiped out in Lingshui, so for 3 first years to try accepting a Tier 3 mission was nothing but overestimating themselves. Yi, he simply took out his privilege card and showed it to her, but that only seemed to make the receptionist even more annoyed. She accused him on the spot of trying to fool her and said she would call the director right away to expose him. And she really did make the call immediately. But only a few moments later, her entire attitude changed completely. The stern look on her face disappeared, and when she turned back toward the three of them, she was suddenly wearing a bright, polite smile as she wished them victorious fortune. As they left the reception area, Yi He walked slightly ahead of the other two and told them that before they moved on, he needed to go pick something up first. The scene then shifted to the College of Mech and Magatech Foundation, a strange and unusual-looking building that stood apart from the rest of the campus, as if it belonged to a completely different world. Yai, he stopped in front of a door and scanned his identity, standing there as the access system began verifying who he was. Once the door slid open, Yi He stepped inside and entered a highly advanced laboratory packed with top-tier equipment. He walked up to the dean and said he had come to claim his weapon, the reward he earned for placing first in the freshman trial. The dean recognized him immediately and noted that Yi He had given up the disappear skill option and chosen a weapon instead. Then the dean stopped wasting words and directly unveiled an astonishingly powerful sword. He explained that while the weapon did not possess an elemental attribute, it could channel martial energy with 95% efficiency and had been forged from an ultra-tough legendary special alloy. In terms of quality, it surpassed ordinary gold-grade weapons sold in stores and was even comparable to the Great Red Divine Blades. As Yi he drew the weapon out, the dean introduced it as a horse-cutting blade around 1.2 meters in length with a broad body and a flat-edged profile. Its dark surface carried faint patterns that shimmered like distant starlight, while the spine of the blade had been reinforced with dense iron moon material, giving it extra weight and impact so that every swing could release terrifying force. When Yi he gave the blade a test swing, it sliced through the air with almost no resistance at all, and the handle settled into his palm so naturally that it felt like the weapon had been made specifically for his hands. The dean added that the handle was wrapped in anti-slip black leather, and within that wrapping, metal filaments and starfall gold had been woven together to make the flow of martial energy smoother and far more stable. He went on to explain that every slash could create a curtain of wind and a burst of razor-sharp light, capable of killing with precision. Even a simple test swing was enough to stir up a small storm inside the technology lab. Yi he found it rather amusing that this sword had been customized based on his body data from 3 months ago. Yet, even after breaking through in martial arts, it still suited his current strength almost perfectly. Turning slightly, Yi He remarked that the bladesmiths of Imperial Capital University really were the real deal. The dean jokingly replied that when it came to forging, even Senior Gong might have to call him father, though he immediately warned Yi He not to repeat those words in front of Gong Kei. The scene then moved away from the university entirely and arrived in Lingshui County. Yi He, Chu Zhou, and Liu Qingzhu walked together along the road, while Chu Zhou reminded Yi He that in order to keep the mission secret, they were pretending to be ordinary junior students who had come here for an internship. Yi he quietly went over their plan in his mind and began his first sweep using live field sensing, spreading the demon aura templates detection through the members of his team. In theory, that range should have been enough to cover the entire county, but he still worried that their arrival might startle the hidden enemies and force them to hide even deeper. After all, extermination was not difficult because of the killing itself. The truly troublesome part was finding the target in the first place. Chu Zhou suggested that they should head first to the residence Huadu University had arranged for them. As the three of them continued walking down the road, a rider came up to them and offered them a lift, recommending a tricycle as a cheap, convenient, and fast way to get around the county. Yi, his lips curved into a faint smirk as he immediately realized that the mission had already begun. On the ride, the tricycle driver glanced at Xiao Yi and said he looked like a decent kid, then asked which school he went to. Xiao Yi answered smoothly that he was originally from Lingshui County and had brought 2 classmates back to have some fun, adding that he was currently studying in Yinchang. The driver was so surprised that the cigarette in his hand slipped right out. He asked again, as if making sure he had not misheard, and Zhao Yi calmly assured him that he really was from Lingshui. The driver then asked about his family, saying he did not remember seeing Zhao Yi around before. Zhao Yi calmly explained that his grandfather's name had been Yi Shourong, but the old man had passed away several years earlier, and Zhao Yi had moved away after that. The driver immediately realized he was old Yi's grandson. At the same time, Zhao Yi silently felt relieved that he had studied the local Lingshui dialect on the plane and that his cover identity was an actual real person. The driver let out a strange laugh and said Zhao Yi still remembered his roots, which meant he must be living a blessed life. Before long, they arrived at the Wadu mission base, and the three of them began unloading their bags from the tricycle. Just as the driver was about to leave, he mentioned that Lingshui County would be holding its biggest event in 2 days. He added that if Zhao Yi felt embarrassed and did not want to go out alone, he could personally come back and pick him up. Zhao Yi simply thanked him and turned away. As the three entered the base, Chu Zhou looked around at the place and remarked that this house clearly had not been lived in for more than 10 years. It was practically falling apart, and the weeds and mosquitoes had completely taken over. Chu Zhou said that before they could settle in properly, they would have to clean the whole place up first. He stepped forward with calm confidence and said that cleaning just so happened to be one of his specialties. He slammed his force into the ground, and the impact instantly sent a wave of bright light spreading across the overgrown yard. In the very next second, all the wild weeds were burned away at once, leaving the entire area cleared in an instant. When they started inspecting the rooms, Chu Zhou told Yi Hei to put their luggage down first, explaining that he was going to install microcameras around the property for surveillance. At the same time, Liu Qingju said she would head inside and check the condition of the house. Inside one of the rooms, Liu Qingju suddenly called out for Zhao Yi, telling him to come over quickly and take a look at something.
Zhao Yi walked over and asked what she had found that made her stare so intently.
Liu Qingju pointed toward a wooden shard with a piece of red cloth covering its face and said she could not tell who or what it was supposed to be for. Zhao Yi studied it closely, then told her that this object had not originally been in the house. When Liu Qingju asked what he meant by that, Zhao Yi explained that the shard was made of wood. If it had truly been sitting here all along, it should have rotted away years ago. Even though the outside was covered with dust, once the surface was wiped clean, the wood underneath still looked almost brand new. After hearing Zhao Yi's reasoning, Chu Zhou's eyes immediately sharpened, and without wasting even a second, he drew his sword. To him, it was already obvious that someone had deliberately placed this thing inside the abandoned house, and no matter how he looked at the strange statue, it felt completely wrong. So the safest solution in his mind was simple: cut it down before it could cause trouble. Liu Qingju quickly stepped in and stopped him, warning Chu Zhou not to act so impulsively. If someone had gone through the trouble of hiding this object here, then it was very likely an important clue, and if they destroyed it before properly checking it, they might ruin the only lead they had managed to find. Zhao Yi nodded, clearly agreeing with Liu Qingju's judgment. But as a faint blue energy began gathering in his palm, he still shot her a frustrated look, almost as if silently asking why she had suddenly decided to side with a battle maniac like Chu Zhou. Liu Qingju took a tense breath and insisted that, at the very least, they needed to see what was hidden beneath the clay mask first. Only after uncovering what was underneath could they decide whether this thing deserved to be smashed apart. But the moment Liu Qingzu carefully lifted the mask away, a bright eye appeared beneath it, silently staring back at them as though it had been watching every single move they made from the very beginning. A cold sense of danger surged through Zhao Yi almost instantly. He grabbed Liu Qingju's hand and pulled her backward, warning that something was wrong, then shouted for Chu Zhou to cut the statue down right away. Chu Zhou moved without hesitation, stepping forward as his sword erupted with light. In one sharp flash, his blade swept across the strange statue and cleaved it into several broken pieces. But what happened immediately after that made all three of them freeze in place, their expressions turning stiff with shock. The shattered statue actually began to bleed, and from its broken body, a thick black liquid slowly oozed out, sliding downward like something filthy, sticky, and disturbingly alive. Zhao Yi sensed the threat almost the instant it appeared, and without delaying even a heartbeat, he summoned Zawarudo. The minion emerged in a battle-ready stance and struck toward the statue before the black substance could fully burst out. Zawarudo seized the black fluid directly in its grip, pinning it in place and stopping it before it could spread any farther through the room. Then, from inside the black mist, several twisted and grotesque jaws suddenly formed, growling with a horrifying hunger. But before they could lunge at anyone, Zawarudo had already restrained them tightly. Zhao Yi immediately ordered Liu Qingju to seal the foul thing away. Liu Qingju reacted at once, fixing her eyes on the writhing black jaws as she began casting her sealing technique. Even while carrying out the seal, Liu Qingju could not hide the shock in her face. Her voice trembled as she muttered in disbelief, completely unable to understand what kind of twisted abomination they had just uncovered. Xiao Yi placed a steady hand on Lu Qingzu's shoulder and asked if she was all right, quickly realizing that the thing's psychic energy had brushed against her mind. He immediately poured martial energy into her body, helping calm the disturbance inside her until Lu Qingzu finally came back to herself and said she was fine. At the same time, Xiao Yi felt the terror that had surged through him earlier slowly begin to fade, replaced by a spreading warmth that flowed through his body. Looking at the cursed black mist now sealed within the ice, Xiao Yi concluded that the strange incidents in Lingshui County were definitely connected to that clay statue. At last they had taken their first real step into the investigation. He told Chu Zhou and Liu Qingzhu to stay behind and keep watch in case anything changed. As for him, there was still another matter he needed to handle. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yi thought of the tricycle driver he had secretly marked earlier with a radiation trace. If his timing was right, then this was the perfect moment to reel him in. There was no need for Liu Gensheng to come and fetch Xiao Yi, because Xiao Yi was going to him instead. The scene then shifted to Lingshui County's towering Jinshan Buddhist temple, a solemn structure standing high among the mountains, surrounded by dense forest and wrapped in an atmosphere that felt grand, ancient, and strangely oppressive. Strangely enough, the tricycle driver, Liu Gensheng, made his way directly into the temple grounds as if he already knew exactly where he was supposed to go. At the entrance, a monk calmly greeted Liu Gensheng and told him that the Jinshan temple abbot was already waiting for him inside. Liu Gensheng answered casually that he understood, then followed the monk deeper into the temple without showing much hesitation at all. Together, the two of them walked along a strange stone path that stretched deeper into the mountain, and after some distance, the passage finally opened into a massive underground cavern. Inside that cavern stood two enormous Buddha statues, each holding weapons like silent guardians, positioned before a huge gate plated in gold. When they stopped in front of the golden gate, the monk respectfully addressed the Jinshan temple abbot and announced that the man before him was a benefactor named Liu Gensheng, who had already met the requirements to receive blessings. Then the monk added that Liu Gensheng also had something important to report. The Jinshan temple abbot then asked Liu Gensheng why he had come so suddenly and what exactly he intended to report. But at that very moment, the surface of the Buddha suddenly shifted into a sickly green color, as though it had sensed an intruder entering this supposedly sacred place. Within just a few seconds, that figure twisted and transformed into a lizard-like monster, terrifying Liu Gensheng so badly that he dropped to his knees and began shouting in panic, begging as he cried that an immortal had appeared before them. Right then, Xiao Yi's boot came crashing down from above with terrifying force. His foot smashed directly into the lizard monster's head, crushing it into a bloody splatter in less than a heartbeat. As Xiao Yi walked forward, Za Warudo guarded him with a mana barrier, and Xiao Yi silently felt grateful for it. Otherwise, the disgusting blood from that lizard monster would have splashed all over his clothes. Liu Gensheng stared at Xiao Yi with fear and hesitation written all over his face, then cautiously asked whether Xiao Yi truly belonged to the Yi family. But before Xiao Yi even had the chance to answer, the two giant Buddha statues suddenly began to move. Their eyes lit up with eerie, otherworldly energy, and their massive bodies stepped down from their pedestals, raising their weapons and aiming them straight at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was briefly startled when he realized the statues could actually move, but his surprise lasted only for a moment before the giant Buddhas swung their weapons down toward him. In an instant, Xiao Yi summoned Za Warudo, and the minion intercepted the attack head-on. The collision sent violent shockwaves rolling through the cavern, yet Xiao Yi only cracked his neck and stood there calmly, completely unfazed by the impact. Under the force of Xiao Yi's energy, the two Buddha constructs began to tremble, their enormous frames shaking as though they had just been struck by a power far beyond what they expected. Then the constructs pulled their heavy arms back once more, resetting their stance as they prepared to launch another attack. The Buddha statues attacked again, swinging their four weapon-bearing arms from a new angle, trying to crush Xiao Yi from a different direction. Xiao Yi slipped on his glowing blue ring and ordered it to conceal itself through spatial invisibility, making sure the enemy would not be able to detect its presence. With his other hand, Xiao Yi drew the Starfall Cleaver, and the moment the blade left its sheath, it shone with a heavy, overwhelming force. Then he charged forward at blinding speed, and the Starfall Cleaver swept through the statue's weapons and arms in one clean motion, slicing through them as easily as if they were made of butter. Both Buddha statues were instantly disarmed, their severed limbs crashing heavily to the ground. But even after losing their weapons, they still showed no intention of retreating. Instead, blazing beams of light shot from their eyes, lancing straight toward Xiao Yi. He dodged with quick and smooth movements, briefly stunned that things like these could still be called Buddha statues at all. The energy blasts slammed into the cavern floor and tore through the ground, leaving harsh marks behind, but to Xiao Yi, the attacks were still far too slow. With a sudden burst of strength, Xiao Yi leapt high into the air and swung the Starfall Cleaver once again, spinning the blade downward with brutal force. In one sweeping strike, Xiao Yi cut cleanly through both Buddha heads. Their huge bodies collapsed with a heavy crash, and sparks burst from the mechanical cores inside as the constructs short-circuited violently. Lu Gensheng stood there frozen in disbelief, but one of the severed Buddha heads was still firing its laser beam. As the head tumbled downward, the beam swept across the cavern and sliced straight through Lu Gensheng, splitting his body in two. Lu Gensheng collapsed lifelessly beside the ruined machines, his body falling among the wreckage of the shattered Buddha constructs. Xiao Yi studied the remains and murmured that these things had never been alive to begin with. From the very start, his life field sense had not detected any true vitality inside them. What truly puzzled Xiao Yi was how a remote county like Lingshui could possibly have constructs this advanced hidden deep beneath an old mountain temple. Xiao Yi slowly shifted his eyes toward the enormous golden doors standing directly ahead of him, their polished surface reflecting a cold, dim glow in the underground darkness. Since whatever answers he needed were clearly hidden behind those doors, Xiao Yi casually gave Za Warudo the order to handle the entrance. He even joked that, as a university student, he should at least show a little basic courtesy when knocking on someone else's door. Za Warudo clearly had no patience for that kind of polite nonsense. With one vicious blow, it smashed the golden doors apart, and in the same instant, flames burst out from the chamber beyond, while shattered stone and twisted metal flew across the ground. Xiao Yi stepped through the ruined gateway without even slowing down, his gaze sweeping across the enormous underground palace now unfolding in front of him. At the very center of that vast palace stood a colossal Buddha statue, but there was nothing sacred or peaceful about it. Blood was slowly seeping from its head and mouth, turning the entire figure into something horrifying. Xiao Yi raised his voice and openly mocked the hidden master of this place, asking whether the host planned to keep hiding like a frightened mouse even after guests had already come knocking. At that moment, another Buddha-like figure stepped out from the shadows, speaking in a calm and solemn tone. It claimed that Jinshan Temple had no feud with Xiao Yi and asked why he had come here to defile such a sacred place. Xiao Yi looked at the monk-like machine with obvious disgust and sneered that this robot must have gotten far too addicted to dressing up and pretending to be a real monk. Then, without another word, Xiao Yi drew his sword in one smooth motion and sliced the monk straight in half with a single clean slash. But almost immediately after that, another monk appeared behind him, still wearing that same calm, unreadable expression, and said that the benefactor's blood karma was truly heavy. Xiao Yi's patience snapped right then and there. His voice turned cold as he told the monk to shut up and stop repeating that meaningless nonsense. He adjusted his stance and prepared to strike again. But before he could make his move, the floor beneath his feet suddenly gave way and collapsed, swallowing him downward into the darkness. Even so, Xiao Yi never lost his composure for even a second. He dropped into the lower space and landed cleanly on one knee, his balance perfectly steady. As he rose back to his feet, Xiao Yi looked around and saw doorways stretching one after another through the darkness. The strange layout made him mutter that the place looked like some sewer system built with 18 different gates. While he was still wondering whether those openings were some kind of sliding gates, pairs of green eyes began lighting up one by one in the shadows, every single one staring directly at him. In the next instant, countless beasts poured out from behind those gates. Xiao Yi watched the swarm rushing toward him and muttered that there were even more of those lizard things this time, and far too many of them. Each one carried Tier 1 to Tier 2 martial fluctuations, and their life signatures were almost exactly the same. To Xiao Yi, this looked exactly like mass production. These artificial bioandroids were clearly trying to bury him under sheer numbers, flooding the area with weak, disposable units. But the last person who had tried using that kind of tactic against him had already been buried long enough for weeds to grow over the grave. With that thought settling in his mind, Xiao Yi decided there was no need to hold back anymore. It was time to unleash the Yuan Wang blade art. He extended his blade forward, his posture calm and steady, and then executed the first form cut 1,000 leaves. The instant the technique burst out, its killing force swept across the underground space, washing the entire passage in a deep crimson glow. A red trail of impact followed Zhao Yi's slash as it carved through the air, and the monsters charging toward him suddenly froze in place, as though time itself had been stopped around them. Xiao Yi smirked to himself, wondering what kind of proper temple would hide so many filthy monsters beneath its own floor. Even with the remaining beasts roaring around him, Xiao Yi stood firmly atop a pile of their corpses, one hand gripping the twisted, severed head of the monk. The monk's severed head still had tears gathering in its eyes, yet it kept repeating the same sentence again and again, insisting that the benefactor's blood karma was truly heavy. Xiao Yi scoffed at the ridiculous sight. To him, these things were nothing more than brain-dead bio-units, so broken that even after having their heads ripped off, they could only cling to a pre-recorded phrase. Then he wondered whether the puppet master hiding behind the curtain was finally ready to show himself. Just then, a sharp laugh echoed through the chamber, ringing out with a deliberately mocking and provocative edge. The ground began trembling violently as a gigantic Mecha Titan statue slowly came to life before him. Heavy smoke burst from the massive body, spilling out in waves and revealing that the so-called divine statue was actually a machine hidden underneath. Rocket fuel ignited from its arms, driving its movements forward with a speed that felt completely unnatural for something so enormous. The Mecha Titan declared that the benefactor was already beyond salvation. As it stepped forward, Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes because the massive statue was transforming right in front of him. The huge figure lifted 1 foot high over Xiao Yi, trying to crush him flat beneath it while booming that he had to return to the wheel of rebirth. Its engines roared loudly and exhaust blasted in the opposite direction, forcing the descending foot down with even greater pressure until it fell toward Xiao Yi like an entire mountain collapsing. Yet, Xiao Yi stayed exactly where he was, showing no sign of bending or breaking. Mana poured from his eyes, his gaze burned like fire, and his fierce expression made it clear that if the machine wanted to challenge him, it could come right at him. The Mecha Titan slammed its enormous hand down onto Xiao Yi, and a thunderous impact exploded through the chamber as smoke and dust rolled wildly across the floor. But from beneath that colossal palm, a brilliant surge of energy suddenly flared up like a rising sun. Inside the machine, alarms immediately screamed, warning of an energy spike far beyond normal parameters, then reporting that the right arm was overheating, followed by a high-temperature alert. For a brief moment, the machine seemed to freeze in place, almost as if it could not process what kind of opponent it had just struck. Then its massive hand was violently forced back, and from beneath that armored palm a gigantic Godzilla-like monster erupted into view. The monstrous figure chanted, "Namo Amitabha," in a chilling voice as it lashed out with raw, overwhelming force against the Mecha Titan. The Mecha Titan threw a heavy punch in response, but the strike was caught in midair as if it weighed almost nothing. The giant beast gripped the mechanical fist with terrifying ease and held it completely still, refusing to let the machine pull its arm back. Inside that towering monster form, Xiao Yi wore a manic grin, his eyes blazing with wild excitement as he snarled that he was not finished yet. Then he promised the Mecha Titan that it was about to taste his jet-black, iron-hard knee. With brutal power, Xiao Yi drove the monster's knee straight into the Mecha Titan's arm. Metal cracked like stone beneath thunder, and the outer plating burst apart, exposing the complex machinery hidden underneath. The alarms shrieked even louder. A fresh warning confirmed multiple damages in the cranial unit as sparks flew, gears ground violently, and the massive machine staggered backward. Now, deep within the underground palace, the two giants stood facing each other, the Mecha Titan on one side and Xiao Yi's Godzilla-like form on the other. The Buddha machine activated its nanotech systems and fired beams toward the monster, announcing them as prayer bead flow cannons. The summoned cannons opened fire all at once, and their impacts burst across Xiao Yi's monster body, kicking up thick clouds of red smoke. But the Mecha Titan did not stop with that first barrage. It immediately ordered every battery to fire again. Flames roared through the cavern as heavy blasts hammered into Xiao Yi's Godzilla-like body, and a massive wave of smoke swallowed the battlefield. The Mecha Titan laughed mockingly, sneering as it wondered what kind of monster could actually force it to deploy so many weapons just to erase it. But as the smoke slowly began to clear, its eyes suddenly narrowed. Xiao Yi's Godzilla-like form was still standing there, completely intact. From within the beast, Xiao Yi spoke in a cold voice, saying that all those toys were nothing more than hard weapons, and against a true martial artist, they were useless. The Mecha Titan pressed its enormous hands together, its internal systems clearly straining to make sense of the scene in front of it. After taking that much concentrated firepower, Xiao Yi's monster form was still standing, and the machine's confusion quickly sharpened into urgency as it concluded that ordinary attacks were no longer enough. It had no choice but to release an even greater level of power. But before the machine could finish activating its next move, Xiao Yi's Godzilla-like form attacked first. A sharp, meteor-like strike tore forward with brutal speed, ripping straight through the Mecha Titan's armored body as if the massive shell could not stop him at all. Right in front of the Mecha Titan's mouth, Xiao Yi's monstrous form began gathering a terrifying nuclear breath. Blue energy swelled rapidly between its jaws, growing brighter and more unstable as he prepared to unleash the Byakuyan breath. In the very next instant, a blinding blue beam blasted forward, piercing through the Mecha Titan's body and tearing the gigantic machine apart from the inside out. Inside the monster form, Xiao Yi watched the enormous machine being destroyed so completely, and for a moment he almost felt a little pity that something crafted with so much effort had ended up being reduced to wreckage like this. As smoke curled upward and pieces of broken metal settled across the battlefield, Xiao Yi's towering monster body gradually shrank away, and he returned once again to his human form. Xiao Yi lowered his gaze to the shattered ground beneath him and muttered that whenever someone dug a huge hole inside a mountain, it always seemed to be either lizardmen or mecha titans waiting underneath. As he landed, his expression turned cold, and he judged the mastermind behind all this as yet another typical research-crazed mad scientist. Then, facing the massive opening ahead, he noticed it led into a passage beneath the Lotus Dais. Meanwhile, deeper inside the hidden facility, two scientists had been watching everything unfold from the very beginning, starting half an hour earlier. One scientist reported to his superior that Xiao Yi had already destroyed the mechanical Buddha guarding the entrance, but he quickly tried to reassure him, insisting that the newest defensive structure waiting behind the door could never be broken through. Yet, almost at the same moment those words left his mouth, Xiao Yi smashed straight through that defense as well. Even then, the scientist stubbornly claimed it still did not matter, because they had an entire cyborg army under their command. Tens of thousands of bio-units, he said, would be enough to exhaust even a martial master, and using them now would conveniently clear out their surplus stock. But before long, Xiao Yi tore through those bio-units too, turning their so-called army into nothing more than broken bodies and scattered remains across the battlefield. Shaken by what he was seeing, the scientist hurriedly told the doctor that they still had one final trump card left. He explained that the Mecha Buddha combat suit had been designed specifically to counter great beasts, so bringing down one martial artist should have been a simple matter. But even that final weapon was destroyed, crushed apart by Xiao Yi before it could change the outcome in the slightest. The scientist tried one more time to insist that they still had another trump card, but the furious doctor finally lost patience and snapped at him to shut his mouth. The doctor, one of his eyes replaced by a cold mechanical implant, cursed the scientist for constantly saying things that sounded like doomed flags. He warned that Xiao Yi had already reached their doorstep, and the guards above could delay him for only a few minutes at best. Their only choice now was to retreat immediately and activate the base's self-destruct system. They absolutely could not allow any data from this place to leak outside. This old doctor was none other than Dr. Feng, a former member of Prometheus who had later been absorbed into Laserbird. 10 years ago, Laserbird had already turned its attention toward Lingshui County. After secretly replacing the monks inside the temple, they twisted the faith of the locals little by little, slowly brainwashing the entire area through belief and ritual. Under the false promise of blessings, innocent people from the county were lured into human modification and turned into experimental subjects. Their bodies, their data, and all their suffering became fuel for Laserbird's biotechnology. Xiao Yi felt pity for those victims, but he also knew very clearly that a base like this could not be allowed to remain. He smashed the ground with overwhelming force, and a blue beam ripped through the floor, tearing open a direct path downward. With a wide grin spreading across his face, Xiao Yi leapt into the opening and called out toward the fleeing abbot, demanding to know where he thought he was running. The scientists rushed forward to shield Dr. Feng as guards flooded in from every direction. But Xiao Yi cut through them in the blink of an eye, giving them no chance to stop him. In the next moment, Xiao Yi was already standing directly in front of Dr. Feng. The old man trembled where he stood and asked what Xiao Yi wanted, forcing out the words that they could still talk this through. Secretly, Dr. Feng was clutching a self-destruct watch in his hand, a device capable of blowing up the entire base with a single press. Laserbird had also implanted microbombs inside every researcher and manager while keeping their families under surveillance, making sure none of them would dare betray the organization. But before Dr. Feng could press the switch, Xiao Yi seized his hand and stopped him completely. Dr. Feng cried out in helpless panic, but Xiao Yi grabbed him by the jaw and lifted him straight off the ground as though the old man weighed nothing at all. The doctor struggled desperately in Xiao Yi's grip, his eyes rolling back as the pressure around his jaw and throat became more and more unbearable. Then Xiao Yi slammed Dr. Feng hard into the floor, and the impact cracked the ground beneath the old man's body. Leaning down over the doctor, Xiao Yi's expression became deadly serious as he demanded that Dr. Feng confess every single thing he had done in this city. Dr. Feng lay there gasping in terror, his whole body trembling as he stared up at Xiao Yi from the broken floor. Inside the underground laboratory, Xiao Yi demanded to know whether Dr. Feng had murdered the 3 young martial artists, and what exactly Laserbird had been doing beneath Lingshui County all this time. Dr. Feng shouted back in rage that he could not reveal anything about the experiments. A monitor had been implanted inside his brain, and if he spoke even a single forbidden word, the bomb hidden in his body would detonate immediately. As Dr. Feng spoke, Xiao Yi noticed green smoke beginning to rise from the old man's body. The doctor, realizing there was no escape left, said that if he was going to die either way, then he might as well make it quick. Green smoke poured from Dr. Feng's face, and under the effect of the poison, his body began to shrink before Xiao Yi's eyes. Pain twisted Dr. Feng's features as Xiao Yi grabbed hold of him. Xiao Yi felt a trace of pity and muttered that Laserbird really did turn even its own people into death seekers. A poison capsule had been hidden inside the doctor's mouth all along. Suddenly, an alarm blared through the laboratory. Xiao Yi checked Dr. Feng and saw that his heartbeat had already stopped, which meant the automatic self-destruct system had been triggered. Behind Xiao Yi, a dreadful minion rose out of the shadows. Xiao Yi looked down at the dead doctor and said that for someone like him, death itself was far too merciful. Zawarudo's arm pierced into Dr. Feng's body, and a red aura burst outward as the doctor's corpse began to revive. As Dr. Feng started to transform, Xiao Yi explained that vampires could turn corpses into corpseborn. Most of those creations were little more than zombies, unable to regenerate, stripped of most of their intelligence, and left wandering as rotting bodies without any true will of their own. Xiao Yi's power was different. He possessed ancestral humanoid power fused with the gift of the vampire, and because of that, the beings he created were far beyond ordinary corpseborn. Before Dr. Feng could react any further, one of his eyes suddenly burst out from his skull. The revived doctor dropped to his knees and addressed Xiao Yi as his master. As Dr. Feng bowed deeply, his aged body began shifting into the form of a younger man. Xiao Yi declared that he could create retainers who kept their memories and talents intact, feared no sunlight, regenerated endlessly, and obeyed him absolutely in both body and mind. Xiao Yi told Dr. Feng that from now on, he was no longer allowed to die, and with his revival, the self-destruction should be cancelled as well. From this moment forward, the doctor's past no longer mattered. His only name would be Mad Doctor, and his only duty was to serve. Mad Doctor bowed again and swore to serve his lord as master. Xiao Yi then explained that because Mad Doctor had accepted the ancestral power, a mental link now connected them, and the old monitors inside his body could no longer affect him. Mana blazed in Xiao Yi's eyes and surged into Mad Doctor's vision as he commanded him to show exactly when this city had first been infiltrated. Inside Mad Doctor's memories, Xiao Yi saw a scientist crouched nearby, gnawing on a human arm. Mad Doctor called out to the scientist, asking if he was sneaking food before the lunch break again and whether the data comparison had already been completed. The scientist quickly apologized, saying he had simply been too hungry to wait any longer. Mad Doctor also bit into a piece of human flesh and muttered that today's menu was raw meat again, complaining that chewing it with his teeth was a real chore. The scientist answered that these were offerings from the county, 3 young outsiders brought before the Buddha, tender and fresh. The moment Mad Doctor heard that, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Later, Mad Doctor dozed off inside the prayer hall and noticed that other people around him were also falling asleep while still kneeling in prayer. A scientist whispered that this was perfect, because they could move the county residents directly into the laboratory while they were asleep, and storage made the entire process easy. Mad Doctor frowned, feeling confused and increasingly unsettled. These people had come here to pray for blessings, so why had they suddenly lost consciousness? The scientist casually shrugged and said that sleeping was normal, was it not? But Mad Doctor's unease only grew stronger. Mad Doctor looked toward the shrine of divine descent and suddenly noticed strange numbers carved into his own arm. He stared at them in confusion, wondering what they meant and why he had engraved them there. The scientist glanced over and said it looked like some kind of puzzle. The doctor's gaze froze on that bizarre string of numbers, his eyes narrowing as he stared at it in silence. For a few tense seconds it looked meaningless, but then his expression shifted. This was not a random number sequence at all. It was a file code, and the format was so internal, so specific, that only someone who had once belonged inside the system would recognize it. His fingers immediately flew across the keyboard, tapping in the code with quick, practiced movements. The instant the hidden file unlocked on the screen, the information buried inside hit him like a physical blow, and the look on his face changed completely. What the record showed was horrifying. His memories had been altered. His judgment had been distorted, and even the way he recognized reality itself had been quietly tampered with. Trembling with shock and anger, he demanded to know who had done this to him, who had turned him into something no better than a laboratory animal. But the more he read, the colder the answer became. That number code had not been left by an enemy. It had been planted by his own past self before the infiltration began, a desperate warning meant for the version of him who would eventually wake up. At that time, he had already realized his mind would one day be interfered with. Even knowing that, he still believed his curiosity would eventually drag him back toward the truth. The message he left behind was chilling, almost like a prophecy, and every warning pointed toward the same terrifying signs: cannibalism, abnormal sleep, and the worship of false idols. And standing behind every layer of this warped, disgusting conspiracy was the same hidden force, the organization calling itself the Divine Descent Nation. He watched those memories continue to unfold, and with each passing moment, the coldness in his eyes grew deeper. Now, at last, everything connected. The raw meat they had seen earlier was not animal meat at all. It was human flesh, and this so-called Divine Descent Nation had nothing divine about it. Beneath its mask of faith, it was simply a rotten cult covered in filth. The young doctor lowered his voice, as if even speaking the truth made the air heavier. He admitted that this base had originally belonged to Laserbird, but at some point, the cult had slipped inside, hollowed it out from within, and taken control. Then they used that same method on the townspeople, warping their perception of reality until ordinary people became obedient puppets. He then brought up the 3 martial artists who had disappeared. The doctor's head slowly sank, and he could not bring himself to meet his eyes. In a low, guilty voice, he confessed that those 3 had already been eaten as well. His expression instantly darkened, and he cursed under his breath. If the situation had kept going like this, then he and his companions would have ended up the same way, treated as nothing more than high-grade meat waiting to be carved up. The doctor continued, saying that he had been trapped in this place for a full 8 years. Beneath Jinshan Temple, the Bioman conversion program had already been completed. It would not be long before ordinary martial artists were replaced by stronger, colder, and far more efficient machines. As he spoke, bitterness leaked into his voice, and he muttered that Prometheus had been right from the very beginning. He could still remember the earliest signs that something was wrong. His team had flagged the abnormal data in February, then confirmed actual outbreaks in March. After that, they investigated almost every day, chasing every clue they could find. But even with his intelligence, even after he noticed the gaps and briefly forced his mind back into a state of clarity, he still could not completely fight off the slow rewriting of his cognition. The Jinshan Temple laboratory had already sunk too far into the abyss. Once someone stepped past that invisible boundary, there was almost no simple path back. The stages of the anomaly were terrifyingly distinct, each one worse than the last. First cannibalism, then excessive sleep, then idol worship, and finally mass sleepwalking. Eating human flesh was only the first stage of the corruption. By the time that urge appeared, the body had already started to change under the influence of that unknown will. The uncontrollable desire to sleep meant the mind was being dragged even deeper into the pollution. And once idol worship appeared, it proved that the corruption had already reached both flesh and spirit, leaving almost no chance of pulling the victim back. But the moment mass sleepwalking began, the person could no longer truly be called human. At that stage, they were no longer living people in any meaningful sense. They had become food, carefully prepared and waiting to be offered to that will. The doctor admitted that he had once believed illegal human experimentation was the darkest pit humanity could ever fall into. But after seeing what this cult had done, even those horrifying crimes seemed almost restrained by comparison. The cult's true objective was to offer an entire city as nourishment to that unknown will. The doctor explained that the real source of the mental pollution, as well as the draining of life force across Lingshui, was a demon fetus brought out from a secret ruin, and worse than that, it was growing at a terrifying speed.
He silently calculated the remaining time, and his eyes narrowed with cold focus. In just 2 more nights, that thing would fully mature.
Then He suddenly remembered what the tricycle driver in Lingshui had mentioned before. The city's grand celebration, the one held only once every 3 years, was about to begin. In 2 days, the residents would all gather in the same place, and that lively gala would become the perfect stage for the cult's plan. Still standing inside the laboratory, He went through all the memories he had extracted, sorting them piece by piece in his mind. After checking everything, he judged that he had already pulled out every useful clue this doctor could provide. So this face really did belong to Laserbird. That part was now confirmed. But beyond Laserbird, there was still the Divine Descent Nation, and above all, the terrifying demon fetus hidden at the center of the entire Lingshui anomaly. As for the 3 missing martial artists, their fate no longer needed to be guessed. The answer was already painfully clear. In that moment, Yihei even found himself thanking the doctor in his own particular way. Thanks to him, Yihei had uncovered several of Laserbird's secrets, including the rather charming issue of their illegal experiments. For the time being, he did not have the extra energy to deal with Laserbird himself, so he decided to hand that trouble over to Longqueek and let them clean it up. And there was one more unexpected gain. During his life, the doctor had also participated in the underground research and development of the Golden Gene. As for what the Golden Gene could actually do, Yihei decided that could wait until after the Lingshui anomaly had been resolved. Just then, a notification appeared, announcing that the investigation into the Lingshui anomaly had been completed. According to Huadu University's mission rules, once the truth was uncovered, the participating students had the option to end the assignment. But Yihei was not satisfied with simply finishing the task. What he wanted now was the full reward from Huadu University. A wicked smile slowly spread across his face. Since leaving empty-handed would be such a waste, he thought he might as well take the Divine Descent Nation's prize for himself. Then Yihei turned back to the doctor and issued his next order. He would go up to the surface of the Lingshui anomaly and provide his own blood. The doctor's job was to find a way to introduce that blood into the city's water system. Put simply, the plan was brutally direct, spread the infection across as wide an area as possible. The doctor's face stretched into a wide, almost feverish grin. In a low murmur, he called it madness, real, absolute madness. His lord was actually planning to challenge the demon fetus directly and fight it for control over its own believers. As Yihei thought about those pitiful creatures, the doctor kept speaking. By this point, the residents of Lingshui had already been contaminated far beyond the point of return. Converting them was indeed a selfish act, but once everything was over, Yihei would still try to send them back to the lives they used to have. At the very least, if they were under his control, they would no longer become a threat to society. Meanwhile, the focus shifted back to the old house base, where two of Yihei's companions were still resting and waiting for his return. When Yihei came back, his eyes landed on the food, and he immediately understood why the two of them were eating with such extreme caution. It was food from Lingshui. Then his gaze moved to Liu Qingzhu, who looked almost dazed from hunger, and he said calmly that it seemed they had already figured out what food meant in this place. Chu Zhou explained that he and Liu Qingzhu had gone out to investigate as well, and the conclusion they reached was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. The townspeople were eating humans. He looked at Yihei and asked if he had already known about it. Then he added that the truly frightening part was even worse. The cognition of the entire city had been warped, and something was enslaving everyone here. Yihei listened without interrupting, silently thinking that Chu Zhou's instincts were actually quite sharp. His guess had landed almost exactly on the truth. Liu Qingzhu then brought up the illegal laboratory that had supposedly existed in Lingshui for years. If a place like that had been operating here all this time, then how had the entire county still fallen into such a complete disaster? Chu Zhou frowned as he considered it, then said it looked like even a powerful biotech organization had been swallowed by the anomaly. The two of them immediately bombarded Yihei with one question after another. This situation was obviously beyond what a normal Tier 3 danger should look like. Should they contact Huadu University and request backup? Yihei nearly broke out in a cold sweat at the suggestion. Absolutely not. If Huadu University sent people in now, how was he supposed to intercept the prize for himself? So he immediately raised his voice and told them to calm down first. The danger lay in the abnormal parts of the anomaly, not in the areas that still appeared safe for the time being. There was no reason to scare themselves before anything had actually happened, but inside he was thinking that if their first reaction to every problem was to call for reinforcements, then they would never accomplish anything on their own. After that, he softened his tone and said they would stay where they were until nightfall. So far, they had already seen raw human flesh and idol worship, but there was still one stage of the anomaly they had not encountered yet, mass sleepwalking. Then he turned his eyes toward the city outside, which was slowly sinking into darkness. In a low voice, he said that perhaps this twisted place would only reveal its true face after night had fully arrived. At the same time, far away in Shidu, inside the boardroom of Laserbird's headquarters, the atmosphere had become heavy, tense, and cold. A shadowy figure was the first to speak. He said that half an hour earlier, headquarters had received a self-destruct trigger from the Jinshan Temple base in Lingshui. But after only a few dozen seconds, that trigger had suddenly been cancelled. Something was clearly wrong, and now all contact with the base had been cut off. The purpose of this emergency board meeting was to decide how Laserbird should respond. Another person answered without even hesitating, saying the solution was simple. It was better to kill the wrong people than risk leaving witnesses alive. Every researcher's heart bomb should be detonated immediately to make sure no testimony survived, and a special squad should be dispatched to Lingshui at once. The scene then shifted to the central water plant in Lingshui, where the city's hidden network of pipes stretched beneath the facility like veins under the ground. Without any warning, a violent explosion suddenly tore through the pipeline system, shaking the entire structure from the inside. Blood poured from the doctor's chest as he struggled to keep himself standing. His voice was weak and strained, but he still managed to tell Yi Hei that Laserbird had just tried to detonate the bomb hidden inside his body. Fortunately, he had managed to remove it in time before it could kill him. His body was already beginning to recover, but judging by the way Laserbird handled problems, a special squad would almost certainly arrive in Lingshui at any moment. Yi's expression remained completely unchanged. He only said that it did not matter. The doctor's only job was to continue the plan and carry out his orders exactly as instructed. Soon after, the scene opened at the exit of Lingshui train station. A train slowly pulled to a stop beside the strangely empty platform, and a man stepped out of the carriage into the silent station. His name was Catfish. He looked around at the deserted station, then let out a low laugh. This place really was something, he said. He had to admit the company had a sharp eye when it came to choosing black sites. Behind him, a girl carrying a bag stepped down from the train as well. She said headquarters had already confirmed one thing. Great Esha's dragon sparrow had not been involved in the raid on Jinshan Temple. Her name was Ares, and she was carrying a baby while also hauling 2 heavy loads of supplies. She added that whoever attacked the base, it was not exactly surprising. After all, the company had made far too many enemies over the years. Then 2 more figures emerged from the train, one known as Gold Snake and the other as Bluebird. Behind them came a man wearing glasses, and his voice was calm as he ordered the team to strike the base first. That man was Black Lion. His command was cold, clean, and direct. Anything that could be destroyed, whether equipment, files, or research records, had to be wiped out completely. As the squad moved forward, some of the members began complaining that their captain should at least let them find something to eat first. They had been surviving on instant noodles all day, and by now their stomachs were already loudly protesting. One of them then added that they also needed to find a place to nurse the baby. Black Lion answered in the same flat tone as before, telling them to just feed it, because he had no intention of looking. Someone could not help grumbling that, judging by the way they were acting the second they stepped off the train. This squad did not look professional at all. Black Lion did not even bother turning warm. He answered in an icy voice that even the feared king of killers, the captain of Laserbird Squad 3, had once started out as nothing more impressive than an ordinary programmer. At that moment, Black Lion's eyes swept slowly across the team, taking in each of them one by one. Then he said that the truly suspicious ones were always the people dressed head to toe in black suits and sunglasses, posing like they wanted the whole world to notice them. Real professionals knew how to disappear into the crowd, keep their heads down, stay quiet, and leave no impression behind. With that cold reminder, he gave the order for everyone to split up. Black Lion immediately divided the team with no wasted words. Gold Snake and Bluebird were to stay behind in Lingshui, survive the situation there, and collect whatever useful information they could. Meanwhile, he would personally take Catfish and Ares to investigate the Jinshan Temple base. Once the arrangement was made, he did not linger for even a second and simply ordered everyone to move out. That night, the scene shifted away from the station and into the house where Gold Snake and Bluebird had temporarily settled down. Inside the bowl placed in front of them, something revolting was moving. What should have looked like ordinary food was instead covered in monster-like mouths, opening and closing over and over again, making the whole room feel as if it had been soaked in sickness and dread. The 2 of them scanned the inside of the house, and it took only a short while for them to realize that this city was deeply, horribly abnormal. The stale air, the unnatural silence, even the objects casually left around the room, all carried a twisted feeling that made the place seem less like a home and more like a trap. Of course, in a city where people were eating other people, there was no way the atmosphere could ever feel normal. Bluebird's expression tightened, and she said in a serious tone that this mission would not be easy. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward a cupboard, where an idol had been hidden away among a messy pile of clothing. When Bluebird leaned closer and peered into the cupboard, she saw something staring back from the darkness, a huge eye with pink pupils, surrounded by eerie clay idols that seemed to fill the cramped space with silent malice. At that very moment, Gold Snake received a call. Headquarters reported that they had identified the cause of the Jinshan Temple base incident. One powerful martial artist had destroyed the entire base alone. The outer catacombs had been filled with tens of thousands of bioman corpses. A 4th-class combat mecha had been violently torn apart, and not a single survivor had been found inside. However, the base leader, chief researcher Dr. Feng, was still missing, and at least for now, no body had been discovered inside or around Jinshan Temple. But before the report could continue, heavy interference suddenly cut through the signal and severed the call. Gold Snake frowned, confused by the sudden disruption, but when he turned his eyes toward the window, his expression changed instantly. Outside, countless biomen were surging toward the house, and an enormous wave of sleepwalkers was closing in from every direction.
Gold Snake reacted at once, his voice turning sharp as he warned the team that their position had been exposed.
He spun around and ordered Bluebird to move, but before he could even finish the sentence, she suddenly stepped right up to him. In the next instant, a dagger plunged deep into his stomach, and the air inside the room turned cold, dark, and murderous all at once. Bluebird stood over him with a hollow, unnatural look in her eyes, as if the person inside her had been emptied out. Pain tore through Gold Snake's body, but he still forced himself to stare up at her and ask whether something was controlling her. Then his eyes shifted past Bluebird and landed on the nearby shrine idol. From the idol's surface, a strange purple light pulsed again and again, almost like a living heartbeat throbbing in the darkness. Gold Snake's pupils suddenly shrank as recognition struck him. He knew that idol. It had come from the secret realm Ruin, known as Moon Nightmare.
Meanwhile, he stood alone at the top of a tower, his figure silhouetted beneath the night sky as he lifted his gaze toward the enormous moon hanging above the city.
He could sense it clearly now. His life field was being interfered with far too easily, as though some unseen pressure inside Lingshui was pressing against him from every direction at once.
He took out his phone and calmly assigned the first task. He contacted Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu, sent them the location of the crowd, and marked the southeast side of town as the area where the sleepwalkers were beginning to gather.
If these masked sleepwalkers were truly feeding on something, then he wanted to see exactly what that feeding process looked like. Judging by the way the entire city was changing under the night, he guessed they would not need to wait long before the answer revealed itself. At the same time, Gold Snake slowly returned to consciousness, his thoughts still heavy and muddy from the sudden attack. When his eyes finally opened, he found himself tied tightly to a wooden plank. Beside him, Bluebird had been bound in the same helpless position, unable to move. What shocked him even more was the sight below them. Many of the townspeople they had seen earlier had gathered around, moving with stiff, silent motions, like puppets being dragged forward by an invisible hand. Gold Snake struggled against the restraints and tried to wake Bluebird, calling out to her again and again. But she remained unconscious beside him, and even with death pressing closer by the second, she showed no sign of waking up. In desperation, Gold Snake turned his attention to the townspeople below. He shouted down at them, asking whether they belonged to the Divine Descent Nation, saying they could still talk this through, and warning them that the organization behind him was not something they could provoke lightly. But no one responded. His voice simply disappeared into the dead, suffocating silence. Gold Snake cursed under his breath, as the truth settled heavily over him. These people could not be reasoned with anymore. They had been brainwashed so thoroughly that they were no longer truly human, just beasts wearing human skin. No, maybe they were even worse than beasts. At least beasts feared pain and death, but these cultists had already gone completely insane, and nothing seemed capable of frightening them. Suddenly, a deep bell rang out through the night. The sound struck him so hard that his entire body tensed on instinct. Who had hit that bell? Gold Snake lifted his head, and for a moment his breath nearly stopped in his chest. The moon above looked impossibly close, swollen and oppressive, as if it had dropped down from the sky and was now hanging directly over their heads. Below him, one of the townsmen suddenly climbed onto another person's shoulders. Moving slowly and unnaturally, he raised himself higher and reached upward toward Gold Snake. Then more people began to follow. One after another, they climbed onto each other, stacking their bodies into a grotesque human ladder as they pushed upward toward the wooden bridge. The wooden plank continued rising higher and higher, but the horde below showed no sign of stopping. They clawed upward relentlessly, crawling over one another with stiff, jerking movements as they tried to reach him. Elsewhere in the city, Black Lion tried to contact Gold Snake, but there was no answer at all. A heavy feeling immediately settled over him. Something had gone wrong, and he suspected that the person who destroyed Jinshan Temple had already made another move. Whatever the truth behind it was, the balance inside Lingshui had clearly shifted. Black Lion understood that they could not continue reacting one step behind their enemy. If they wanted control of the situation, they had to seize the initiative now. As Black Lion's group moved through the city streets, all of them suddenly stopped at almost the same time, their expressions changing as they sensed something abnormal. Above their heads, the enormous moon loomed far too close to the earth, pressing down on the city with a suffocating, unreal pressure. Ares raised her hand and pointed into the distance. There, cutting through the darkness, a blazing pillar of light shot upward and filled the night with an eerie glow. For a brief moment, it almost looked as though the moon itself was pulling that pillar of light down from the heavens. Black Lion immediately dismissed the thought as absurd, but his eyes still narrowed when he realized the light was landing somewhere inside the city. Only then did Black Lion fully understand that the fall of Jinshan Temple had never been as simple as headquarters had believed. Without the slightest hesitation, the group rushed toward the strange phenomenon, heading straight for the place where the moonlight had struck the city. Meanwhile, somewhere deeper in the darkness, Gold Snake and Bluebird were still trapped, and their exact situation remained unknown. When they entered a silent street, Black Lion's group continued forward cautiously. But after only a short distance, an uneasy sensation spread through them, forcing them to stop in place.
Black Lion caught the presence hiding nearby. Without warning, he raised his weapon and fired an arrow straight into the shadows.
The arrow slammed into a defensive umbrella and was knocked off course, then blasted into the nearby wall with such violent force that the stone surface nearly shattered apart.
Black Lion adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharpening behind the lenses. That defense was Magatech, which meant the person standing in front of them was definitely no ordinary opponent.
The wielder slowly closed the defensive tool, revealing it clearly as an umbrella. Then she rested it over her shoulder and stepped out from the shadows. It was Liu Qingju, and she stared at them with cold eyes as she demanded to know who they were and why they had attacked. Black Lion let out a low chuckle as his eyes moved over her clothes. She was obviously not a local. And in his mind that made the answer simple. The person who had wrecked Jinshan Temple had to be her. His expression turned ruthless in an instant, and he ordered his companions to crush these two pests within 3 seconds. The moment the command left his mouth, they rushed forward without even a trace of hesitation. As the fight erupted, Catfish crashed into Chuzhou with terrifying force. A disgusting grin spread across his face as he mocked him, saying that such a pretty face would be wasted if it simply died, and that he would rather savor the corpse afterward. Chuzhou clenched his teeth and pushed back with everything he had. Every muscle in his body seemed to tighten as he forced out all his strength just to withstand the crushing pressure coming from Catfish. At the same time, Liu Qingju raised an ice wall in front of herself, but Black Lion immediately launched a storm of rapid strikes against it, each blow smashing into the frozen barrier like an exploding shell. Under Black Lion's bare hands, the ice wall burst apart into glittering fragments. Liu Qingju's eyes widened in shock, clearly stunned that her defense had been broken so easily. Black Lion followed up at once with a brutal explosion that swallowed the street in smoke and fire. Using that cover, Chuzhou and Liu Qingju immediately pulled back, both realizing the same frightening truth. These three were not ordinary enemies. They were high-tier martial artists, and facing them head-on would be far too dangerous. But before they could truly escape, Black Lion moved in a flash and appeared behind them as if he had stepped out of thin air. 2 daggers pressed coldly against their throats while he counted down the final second. Then, just as he was about to end it, his attention suddenly snapped upward toward a massive sword crashing down at him. Black Lion pulled back at the very last instant, narrowly avoiding the falling blade as it sliced through the exact space where his neck had been. The attack missed a clean decapitation by only a hair. Black Lion's eyes instantly snapped toward the figure who had just entered the battlefield. For that briefest moment, suspicion flashed across his face as if he was trying to decide whether this newcomer was another ally of Chuzhou and Liu Qingju, but the man who appeared had no intention of hiding his purpose. He had stepped into this fight for one reason, and one reason only, to kill Black Lion. Yet Black Lion did not show even the slightest trace of fear. Instead, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed, the sound sharp and cold in the tense air. In the next instant, the atmosphere around him changed completely as he released the full pressure of his assassination arts. With the technique called 12 Phantom Boldness, Black Lion's body seemed to split apart before their eyes, scattering into multiple afterimages across the battlefield. Every illusion carried the same lethal presence, each one moving from a different angle, and together they formed a deadly chorus, closing in on Yi He, all aiming to finish him with one perfectly coordinated strike. But the person standing in front of Black Lion was not some ordinary opponent who could be overwhelmed by tricks and speed. This stranger was Yi He himself. Crimson power erupted from Yi He's body as he called forth Zawarudo, wrapping him in a violent red glow. Black Lion was undeniably a terrifying martial artist, a top-class bodyguard and assassin whose body was tough enough to withstand even tank shells. But no matter how monstrous his training had made him, he was still flesh, blood, and mortality. Black Lion's phantoms spread all across the battlefield, surrounding Yi He from every possible direction. But Yi He did not pause, hesitate, or even bother looking for the real one. Covered in red energy that crackled around him like living lightning, he charged straight through the illusions, tearing every phantom apart in an instant. When the crimson storm finally swept past, the battlefield had been cleared completely. All those murderous after-images were gone, and only a single figure was left standing. That final survivor was Black Lion, the man known as the King of Killers, whose real name remained hidden behind that infamous title. He raised his weapon without emotion and fired an arrow straight into Black Lion's skull. His voice was cold as he called him nothing more than an unremarkable king of killers. The arrow pierced clean through Black Lion's forehead. His body froze stiffly for a single moment, as though his instincts still wanted to fight, and then he collapsed lifelessly onto the ground.
He reached down, grabbed Black Lion's corpse by the face, and crushed down with terrifying force. Blood burst upward and scattered through the air, while the body rapidly withered beneath his grip, shriveling into a rotten husk. Calmly feeling the power settle inside him, he noted that he had advanced again and reached the 8th stage of martial artist. The raw red essence had been completely absorbed.
Catfish stood trembling where he was, his mind refusing to accept what his eyes had just seen. Their captain had been killed in the blink of an eye. Ares also tensed, her expression tightening as the truth sank in. The enemy in front of them was not merely strong, he was a monster who could drain an opponent dry. He looked down at the ruined remains beneath his hand and declared in a steady voice that this fight was nowhere near finished. Then he summoned the flesh-prison blood-fiend marionette. A giant bloody hand formed from twisted flesh, reaching out like something born from a nightmare, and dragged Black Lion's shattered body back together, reshaping bone, meat, and blood into a grotesque new puppet. Ares stared in horror as her dead captain rose again. No longer a living person, but a puppet made of gore and blood. A deep chill ran through her body as she wondered whether these people could really still be called martial artists. Every single one of them seemed more horrifying than the last. Gritting her teeth, Ares made a desperate decision. Without warning, she hurled the infant in her arms high into the air. In the very next instant, the child's body swelled violently, expanding at a terrifying speed until it transformed into a hulking beast that came crashing down with crushing weight. Ares immediately commanded the creature to hold Yi-Hei back, using it as a shield so she and Catfish could seize the chance to retreat. He narrowed his eyes at the towering monster in front of him, but he quickly shifted his attention away from it. He ordered Chu Zhou and Liu Qingju to join forces with his demon shadow and pin down the bioman. Both of them reacted at once, moving immediately to carry out his command. As for Yi-Hei himself, he made his intention perfectly clear. The other two masters would be his to chase down personally. Then Liu Qingju's power surged outward with violent force, and the awakened form of her ice demon dragon began to reveal itself. Brilliant yellow energy erupted around her, colliding and rolling like a storm as her cold gaze locked straight onto the bioman. With a fierce roar, Liu Qingju launched herself forward, driving straight into the creature's path and meeting its colossal fist head-on. Chu Zhou followed immediately after her, raising his martial prodigy weapon and swinging it down toward the baby monster with every bit of strength he could gather. But the creature responded with nothing but overwhelming brute force. It punched back directly, and the crystal weapon smashed against its hardened body with a heavy, jarring impact. A massive cloud of smoke exploded across the street from the collision. Yet, when the dust began to shift and clear, the baby monster was still standing there, completely unharmed, as if the attack had barely meant anything. However, hidden inside that rushing wave of ice was the true attack. A sharp blade suddenly shot out from within the cold, slicing straight toward the creature's throat. The muscled beast twisted aside at the last possible moment, but even that reaction was not fast enough to escape unscathed. Half of its face froze over, cracked apart, and fell away in pieces, revealing an alloy skull hidden beneath the flesh. Chu Zhou was stunned. A monster that huge should not have been able to move with that kind of speed. This thing really was a bioengineered human. But Chu Zhou was not facing that creature alone. The blood fiend's shadow split apart into 12 crimson phantoms, surrounding the brute in an instant. Blood blades flashed again and again, carving into its body so quickly that even its powerful regeneration could not keep up. Before long, the monster was soaked in its own blood from head to toe. At the same time, Liu Qingju had finished gathering her strength. Huge violet wings spread open from her back, and dark feathers swirled into her hands, compressing tighter and tighter until they formed a dense sphere of burning ash. The ash sphere expanded until it was 5 meters wide, then ignited into a blazing violet sun. Liu Qingju's eyes turned cold and merciless as she unleashed the technique known as the purple nether sunflame. At that exact moment, Chu Zhou froze the brute's legs firmly to the ground, while the blood fiend's shadow locked it down from the front, leaving the monster trapped in place. From above, Liu Qingju hurled the burning violet sun downward, sending it crashing toward the creature with overwhelming force. A massive explosion shook the city as violet flames swallowed the entire monster. Its screams ripped through the night, raw and terrible, but they did not last long before its body was burned completely into ash. After the flames finally faded away, the roaring chaos disappeared with them, and silence settled over the city once more. Catfish fled through the sewers in pure panic, splashing through the dark, filthy tunnels as memories of war-torn battlefields flashed through his mind. It felt just like those times when he had run for his life with death chasing right behind him. Suddenly, a beam of azure light tore through the stone ceiling above him, blasting open the tunnel and flooding the sewer with pale moonlight. Then He's mocking voice echoed down from above, saying that rats really did love hiding underground. Catfish felt no anger at the insult, not even a spark of it. The only thing left inside him was terror, crawling through every inch of his body like ice. Outside, Ares was running with everything she had, her body heavy with exhaustion and desperation as she tried to escape the nightmare closing in behind her. Then Ares saw a massive crescent-shaped blade aura tear upward into the sky. The killing intent wrapped inside that attack was unmistakable, sharp enough to chill her blood. It could only belong to Yi-Hei. Her heart sank at once. Catfish was as good as dead, and Ares knew with terrifying clarity that she would be next. Gold Snake and Bluebird were already gone, and now even Catfish had fallen. She was the only member left, and the same question kept pounding through her mind. Who exactly were those three kids? Ares forced herself to keep moving, repeating the same thought over and over in her head. She could not die here. No matter what it cost, she had to survive this place. But when she lifted her eyes and saw the grotesque human ladder stretching upward toward the moon, dread twisted violently in her stomach. Ares was certain that this had to be the work of the divine descent nation. Her only possible path to escape was to climb that ladder leading toward the moon, even if taking that path meant handing her soul over to a demon. Yet when Ares finally came to a stop in front of it, her entire body froze in horror. The so-called bridge was not made from wood, stone, or any normal material. It was built from naked, writhing human bodies. Yi-Hei's voice sounded from behind her, calm and almost casual, asking whether she really planned to climb up. Ares turned around and saw him standing there, holding Catfish's severed head in one hand and his blade in the other. Fear crushed the last of Ares's hesitation. She scrambled onto the human ladder and began climbing upward, moving faster than she had ever imagined possible. In what felt like only a few moments, Ares found herself standing on the surface of the moon. She stared ahead in disbelief at a grand gate made entirely of white jade. Dazed, trembling, and barely able to steady her breathing, Ares stood before the impossible sight. Then, right in front of her, the white jade gate slowly began to open. Inside the opened gate, Ares seemed to see the figures of her parents waiting beyond the glow, gently waving to her from the other side. The terror on her face slowly melted away, replaced by a soft, relieved smile, as if in that moment she truly believed she had arrived before the bronze gates of heaven. Under that terrifying wash of moonlight, Yi-Hei also stepped forward and passed through the gate, entering the strange realm hidden behind the moon's illusion. Ares kept staring ahead, and Yi-Hei's laughter seemed to echo faintly near her ears. But in the next instant, his figure scattered into empty air like a mirage. He had never actually been there. The moonlight had taken Ares's fear of Yi-Hei, twisted it into a false image, and used that illusion to drive her toward the moon. Far away from the scene, the real Yi-Hei looked up at the moon and quietly understood what had happened. Divine Descent Nation had made a clever move, turning Ares's terror of him into bait and forcing her to ascend through a fake version of his presence. To Yi-Hei, that little trick was honestly rather interesting. When Yi-Hei checked his phone, he noticed that Laserbird had already sent a hit squad into Lingshui. Now that the remaining 3 members had been lost as well, they were probably wishing they had a few more ruthless elites like Black Lion to throw into the situation. He estimated that the people from Divine Descent Nation would arrive by tomorrow. Laserbird had just lost both an important base and an entire squad, so for the moment they would most likely retreat into silence. That meant no more outsiders should interfere. After all the arrangements he had already made, Yi-Hei felt that the real show was finally about to begin. At that moment, the towering streaks of naked human bodies reaching all the way toward the moon suddenly disappeared, and the massive moon that had pressed so close to the earth slowly drifted back into the distant sky. The people who had formed that grotesque human ladder began wandering through the streets again, moving aimlessly without direction. Nearby, Yi-Hei and his companions watched the strange procession in silence, taking in every unnatural movement. Liu Qingzhu looked at the scene in front of them and admitted that this mission had turned out far more bizarre than any of them had imagined. Even so, there was no hesitation in their eyes. None of them had any intention of stopping halfway.
Yi, he told Lu Qingju to relax, his voice calm and steady, as though the situation was still firmly within his control. He reminded her that it was not only the three of them acting in Lingshui. They had a powerful ally helping from the shadows, someone who simply preferred not to reveal himself.
Chu Zhou thought about that mysterious hidden ally, and the more he considered it, the more certain he became that Yi He could not possibly come from the ordinary background written in his file. In the world of martial artists, bloodline and status divided people into completely different worlds. Yi He might be the secret child of some powerful figure, or perhaps the young master of a great clan who had come out in disguise to train, and if that second guess was true, then having a guardian protecting him from behind the scenes would make perfect sense. Dark shadow energy began flowing out from Yi He's body, spreading around him like living smoke. He turned his attention back to his companions and told them that he had an important task for them to handle. The dark energy shot far into the distance, and from within it, multiple shadow minions began taking shape one after another. Yi He instructed Chu Zhou and Lu Qingju to follow those shadow avatars through the city and destroy every clay idol they found. Chu Zhou accepted the order immediately. Without asking any unnecessary questions, he rushed forward together with the shadow avatars as they scattered into the streets. But Liu Qingju remained where she was. For a brief moment, she stood silent and unmoving, as if something in her heart had not yet fully settled. Just as Lu Qingju was finally about to move, Yi He suddenly called out to her from behind. Lu Qingju turned back and asked him why he had stopped her. He looked at her with that same calm expression and gave only a simple answer. He told her to trust him. That blank, unreadable look on Yi He's face made Liu Qingzu feel faintly uneasy for a second, but soon her expression softened, and she smiled as she told him that of course she trusted him. Even so, Yi He reminded Liu Qingju that she also needed to place more trust in their teammates. She did not have to carry everything on her own shoulders, and this time she had to let the others share part of the burden with her. Later, in the county residential area, Yi He met with the Mad Doctor once again. The moment the doctor greeted him, Yi He brushed the formalities aside and directly ordered him to prepare for war as quickly as possible. The Mad Doctor reported that all the artificial humans Yi He had cut down earlier had already been gathered and piled into a pit. When Yi He heard that, a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. That number was more than enough for what he planned to do next. He then activated the power of personification, allowing that strange authority to rise from deep within him. Behind Yi He, a massive skull made from dense mana slowly took shape. At its base, a blood-red heart throbbed violently, pumping out waves of surging crimson blood. That blood poured downward like a roaring torrent from a turbine, crashing directly over the heap of artificial humans below. Under overwhelming pressure, the crimson flood swallowed the twisted biohumans completely, wrapping their broken bodies in thick, living blood. One after another, their eyes began glowing red. In an instant, Yi He revived the bio-augmented corpses through the vampire virus. Drawing on the archetype authority of personification, he declared that they needed even greater strength. When the decisive moment came, these biohumans would become an undying giant legion that served Yi He alone. The Mad Doctor then reported that the bio-mosquitoes had already been released, and by now they were flying toward every corner of the county. He called the progress excellent, clearly satisfied by how smoothly every part of the plan was moving. Each mosquito carried vampiric blood within it. Once they quietly slipped into every household, that blood would spread its strange warmth through the entire population. Once the infection began taking hold, Yi He ordered the Mad Doctor to repair the Mecha Buddha. Even though it had already been smashed into pieces, its weapons could still be stripped out, refitted, and put to use. When Yi He asked whether that was possible, the Mad Doctor answered with absolute confidence that it could be done. Satisfied with the answer, He said that all the pieces were finally moving into place. Now, the only thing left for him to wonder was how many opponents that so-called Divine Descent nation would dare to send against him. The focus then shifted to two buses speeding through the city streets. Divine Descent Nation had originally begun as a doomsday cult during the first eruption of the Secret Realm incursion. A mysterious priest, wielding horrors drawn from that secret realm, had helped the cult expand at a terrifying speed. Their creed was to nurture a demon fetus taken from the secret realm, feeding it flesh and souls until it matured into a proper vessel. Through that vessel, their so-called gods could briefly descend and lead humanity toward what they claimed was the true heaven. At this point, a new enemy appeared, a bishop of Divine Descent Nation. The bishop declared that this land had always been the most difficult place for Divine Descent Nation to break into. But now, after all this time, it was finally about to become part of their kingdom, and the divine embryo was on the verge of awakening. As the bus rushed toward the city, one follower turned to the bishop and pointed out that Lingshui County lay just ahead. This was the very place where the divine fetus had been planted by the archbishop 4 years earlier. The archbishop had sacrificed so much for the church, yet in the end he had been struck down by the ignorant people of Dragon Sparrow. He had not even lived long enough to witness the divine fetus he had nurtured with such devotion reach maturity. Another assistant sighed that the world was cruel and merciless, saying the archbishop had been a man of firm faith, filled with compassion and kindness, but had been left without even his bones remaining. The bishop answered that this was precisely why the archbishop's sacrifice could not be allowed to go to waste. They could not let the world continue sinking into ruin under the hands of the ignorant, or this place would become another sinful realm. Then he ordered everyone to prepare for the arrival of the godchildren, declaring that this was liberation and that they were saving humanity. The puppets around him moved like wandering ghosts, raising their hands one after another as they chanted the same words again and again. God descends to earth, heaven on earth, fight for God. Yet above all those rising voices, the moon carried the most grotesque image of all, a freakish grin with hollow eyes staring down at the world below. On the following night, the bishop witnessed the mountain of bodies stretching toward the moon once again. He removed his cap and murmured in excitement that this was truly thrilling, because throughout the entire history of the church, only 2 divine fetuses had ever succeeded. A foolish, almost intoxicated smile slowly spread across the bishop's face. With visible delight, he said that now his own name would be written into the history of the church. Suddenly, a violent volcanic eruption burst from the mountain. The bishop remembered that the first hatchling of heaven had brought worldwide climate anomalies, monstrous tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and endless disasters. Hundreds of millions had been killed, wounded, or displaced, and all of that destruction had come from only 1 minute of God's activity. Massive clouds rolled across the sky with a thunderous roar. The bishop continued recalling the second descendant, which had been born on the Australian continent. Fog and black currents had swallowed the surrounding seas, sealing off the entire region. After that, the whole continent fell silent. All contact was lost, and satellite scans showed nothing but a pitch-black void covering the area, the clearest sign of an ultimate catastrophe. The bishop made a small cut across his arm and let a single drop of blood fall as he spoke of the enormous losses suffered by the allied forces of every nation. From that point onward, the Dark Forest Sea had been classified as an S-rank forbidden zone, a place no one was ever permitted to enter again. Before the falling drop of blood could touch the ground, it crystallized in midair, lifted and held in place by a surge of dark energy.
The bishop raised his voice and declared that here, the church would welcome the arrival of the third god. Around him, the congregation began chanting their spells, and blood flowed from their bodies to nourish the forming crystal.
The bishop walked across the piled corpses of the biospecimens, each step sinking into dead flesh beneath him. With both hands soaked in blood and lifted toward the moon, he continued chanting in absolute devotion. When he arrived before the celestial gate, the bishop pressed his bloodied palm against one of the bodies and prayed for the God above to accept his blood. At once, the gate opened and blinding light poured out from within. From beyond that radiance, a commanding voice echoed outward, ordering him to step forward. The bishop stepped ahead carefully, his gaze fixed on what waited inside, and finally saw the platinum coffin. It was the vessel prepared by a former archbishop to hold the divine fetus. After feeding on the life force of Lingshui County's people for 4 long years, the divine fetus within was already close to full maturity. Down on the ritual ground, the bishop's followers continued moving in circles around the crimson crystal, their footsteps steady and their voices rising together in a low, relentless chant. As their dark spells thickened around the glowing stone, Bishop Lin Chi looked down from far above and raised his voice, declaring that the long-awaited moment had finally come, the time to welcome their God into this world. The children slowly lifted their heads, and the instant they saw Bishop Lin Chi descending from the sky with the divine coffin held in his arms, shock flashed across their faces. Their wide, trembling eyes locked onto him for only a moment before recognition set in, and immediately they bowed themselves down in total obedience, answering with unwavering devotion as they called him Father Bishop. Bishop Lin Chi brought the coffin all the way to the foot of the glowing red crystal, then carefully placed it beneath that sinister crimson light. Around him, the cult spellcasters stretched out their arms one after another, unleashing waves of pitch-black magic that crashed into the crystal, pouring even more darkness into the ritual. Then Bishop Lin Chi raised a single hand toward the night sky, his face twisting with a kind of crazed, worshipful ecstasy. In a loud, reverent cry, he called out to the great moon demon, god Basmuth of the dreamscape, proclaiming himself the god's most faithful servant and pleading for permission to speak that sacred, terrifying divine name. But the very next second, something changed. It was as though Basmuth's unseen presence trembled through the air itself, and then a sharp alarm suddenly exploded across the ritual site, blaring with such violent force that its deafening sound swallowed the entire ground. From the faces of the biospecimen humans, a strange mist began seeping out. It streamed from their open mouths in thick, unnatural currents, while they cried out in agony, their bodies jerking and convulsing as if something buried deep inside them was being ripped out by force. Under the cold moonlight, corpse after corpse piled together in a horrifying stack, their lifeless bodies tilted upward at unnatural angles. From their mouths, foul and grotesque fluids spilled into the air, making the whole scene look less like a holy ritual and more like a nightmare tearing itself open. Then, without the slightest warning, an ear-splitting shriek ripped through the night. The cry echoed far into the distance, carrying for miles, and the once clear mist suddenly grew heavy, twisting in the air as its color deepened into an ominous dark blue haze. One of the spellcasters went completely still, frozen by the impossible sight unfolding in front of him. His voice shook as disbelief overtook him, because the pure white spirit before his eyes was being stained from the inside out, its sacred radiance devoured by that unnatural blue corruption. He could not hold back the terror building in his chest and blurted out his fear. How could something like this happen? That roar from earlier, had it truly polluted the divine spirit? No, that made no sense. A spirit connected to the divine embryo should never be contaminated by some unknown cry. So then, who or what had dared to interfere with their ritual? The dark blue mist surged forward like a living tide, rushing straight toward the coffin resting beneath the crimson crystal. The moment it reached the heart of the ritual, it began fusing with the thick black energy already coiling and pulsing around the divine coffin. When the spellcaster saw that corrupted mist forcing its way in, panic twisted across his face. In that instant, he understood that the ritual had already slipped beyond anyone's control. The tainted spirits were not merely gathering anymore. They were actively trying to invade and corrupt the divine embryo itself. And then, from the darkness behind him, Yi He finally stepped into view. His voice came out cold, steady, and almost too calm as he offered a chilling apology, saying he was sorry for keeping them waiting for so long. The spellcaster's entire body jolted as if he had been struck. He whipped around in panic, staring at the figure who had appeared behind him, and shouted in terror, demanding to know exactly who Yi He was. Yi He's eyes stayed sharp and unwavering, with not even the faintest trace of fear in them. Facing the spellcaster's frantic question, he answered with biting defiance, asking how the man could still fail to recognize him after everything that had already happened. In the very next breath, Yi He activated all three of his life-saving magical artifacts at the same time. His figure blurred out of sight, and his blade flashed through the darkness with terrifying speed, slicing forward like a streak of cold silver light. Before the spellcaster even had the chance to understand what was happening, Yi He's attack had already reached him. The blade cut cleanly across his body, tearing through him as easily as if it were passing through soft butter, leaving him no time to defend or escape. Blood burst from the wound and splattered heavily across the ground. Yi He stood tall before him, his face completely unmoved, and with a voice filled with finality, he declared that the one standing there was the demon. The bells began ringing even louder, each heavy clang crashing through the air like a death sentence being hammered into place. The spellcaster could no longer endure it, and blood started pouring from every part of his body as his remaining strength rapidly collapsed. His eyes stretched wide with horror as he stared toward Basmuth's moonlit presence, which was now completely drenched in red blood. That final, impossible sight seemed to break him entirely, and a moment later his body dropped lifelessly to the ground. He lowered his gaze to the fallen spellcaster, his expression filled with cold contempt. Even after depending on three life-saving magical artifacts, the man had still been cut down so easily, and Yi He only remarked with disdain that he was simply far too weak. But just when the air around the ritual ground seemed like it might finally calm down, an unbelievable wave of power suddenly rose from below. The pressure swelled with terrifying intensity, shifting the entire atmosphere in an instant. He snapped his head toward the source and saw another figure walking forward through the chaos. This time, it was the true bishop himself. Bishop Lin Chi looked at Yi He with an unsettling calm in his eyes and asked whether he would be willing to join the divine church. He stared at him without saying a word as the man slowly revealed his face. With a composed and almost graceful expression, he introduced himself as Lin Chi, the current highest leader of the Jie Kingdom God religion. Bishop Lin Chi then calmly explained that the man Yi He had just killed was only his deputy bishop, since members of the church lived surrounded by danger every single day. Allowing a subordinate to impersonate him from time to time was in his view, nothing more than a practical precaution. He glanced back toward the deputy bishop's corpse, and the truth finally settled into place. The man he had killed had been a decoy from the beginning, and for a brief moment, His thoughts sharpened with irritation as he realized he had been tricked. But He refused to waste even one more second thinking about it. His body suddenly shot forward, and he launched himself straight toward the real Bishop Lin Chi without hesitation. He sprang through the air and closed the distance almost instantly. But Bishop Lin Chi simply extended one hand with chilling calm. A vile, disgusting fluid spread outward from his palm as he declared that this place was sacred ground meant for welcoming the divine, and that no one was allowed to come and go here as they pleased. At that same moment, several writhing tentacles burst out from the foul energy. They lashed through the air and wrapped around He in midair, locking his body firmly in place before his attack could land.
He clenched his teeth, his face twisting with disgust as the slimy force tightened around him from every direction. Feeling the pressure clamp down over his limbs, he growled under his breath, wondering if this bizarre power was some kind of telekinesis.
Without a moment of hesitation, He summoned Zawarudo. His strongest minion appeared behind him like a massive shadow rising out of the darkness, and the instant it manifested, the tentacles binding He began to loosen, unravel, and fall away. Bishop Lin Chi's eyes widened right where he stood. The calm confidence he had worn only moments earlier cracked across his face as he stared at the monstrous figure behind He, unable to hide his shock. He muttered in disbelief, his gaze fixed tightly on the enormous shadow looming over his back. Then, with suspicion and astonishment mixing in his voice, he demanded to know whether He had also cultivated divine arts. He did not bother giving him a direct answer. Instead, he slowly lifted one hand, and crackling lightning began gathering around it, twisting together in bright, violent sparks until the shape of a weapon started forming within the storm. He scoffed at Bishop Lin Chi's question, making it clear that so-called divine arts meant nothing to him. The only reason he had tried to move away earlier was because he did not want to fight too close to the curse coffin. Lightning roared around He's arm as the weapon continued growing larger and larger, gradually taking on the massive outline of a giant dragon. He smirked, showing that fear had never been part of the equation. Then the colossal lightning dragon opened its jaws wide and lunged forward, crashing toward Bishop Lin Chi with devastating force. Bishop Lin Chi raised his hand in open defiance, refusing to retreat even a single step. He insisted that something so wild and uncontrolled could never truly hurt him. He braced himself and attempted to block the dragon head-on, but the overwhelming pressure struck him instantly and made his entire body tremble. The sheer force smashed through his resistance, shaking him violently before blasting him backward. The lightning dragon drove Bishop Lin Chi straight into the ground, throwing up an enormous cloud of smoke, dust, and shattered debris. The impact was so fierce that his body was dragged across the county's homes, ripping through multiple buildings before finally grinding to a stop. When the dust finally began to thin, Bishop Lin Chi was left lying there covered in blood. His body looked broken and torn, riddled with wounds from the impact, and fresh blood poured from almost every part of him. Then, purple energy suddenly surged through his ruined frame. The shattered ends of his arm began reconnecting. Torn muscles knitted themselves back together, and his battered body started restoring itself at a speed that looked completely impossible. A cruel smile slowly spread across Bishop Lin Chi's face as he rose to his feet once again. With arrogant confidence, he declared that He could not hurt him, claiming he was favored by the gods, while his body finished healing right in front of He's eyes. He watched the entire recovery unfold. But instead of fear, only disappointment appeared on his face. Bishop Lin Chi's arrogance was already annoying enough, but that terrifying healing ability could become a serious problem if the battle dragged on for too long. At that moment, someone began walking across the blood-soaked ground, their voice hollow and fanatical as they repeated the chant again and again. God descends upon the world, heaven on earth. He shifted his gaze and immediately realized that he had been surrounded. Cult spellcasters were closing in from every direction, their eyes empty, feverish, and completely consumed by madness. He muttered that he had almost forgotten about these lunatics. The cultists began pulling out bloody daggers one after another, shouting that they were all justice. Then, without the slightest hesitation or fear, they drove the blades straight into their own hearts. Blood sprayed out in thick bursts, splashing across the ground as their bodies buckled from the wounds. One after another, the cultists collapsed where they stood, staining the ritual site an even deeper, darker red. He stared at the fallen bodies and let out a cold scoff, calling the whole thing nothing more than mass suicide. No matter how he looked at it, these maniacs were completely impossible to understand. But then the corpses began to tremble. His eyes narrowed immediately, and his body tensed as he prepared himself for whatever twisted trick they were about to unleash next. Suddenly, a thick wave of black mana slammed into Yi Hei with a chilling force. A cold shiver ran through his body, and he could clearly feel that slimy spiritual energy crawling through the air all around him. From the corpses scattered across the blood-soaked ground, something suddenly tore its way out from within. Monstrous hands ripped through the dead flesh, their fingers stretched long and crooked, each nail sharpened like a blade as they clawed upward, as if inhuman things had been hiding inside those bodies the entire time. One after another, enormous demons dragged themselves free from the ruined corpses. Their heads looked like warped sheep skulls, twisted and horrifying, with 3 dreadful eyes staring out from each face, while their massive deformed bodies rose above the ritual ground like nightmares finally given flesh. He watched the scene unfold in front of him, and instead of fear, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. After all that disgusting flesh warping, all those screams, and all that insane ritual madness, the thing standing before him was still, in the end, just another demon. Even he had to acknowledge one thing. The cultists' devotion was terrifying in its own way. An ordinary person would never throw away their life so completely. Yet these fanatics had offered up their own bodies without even pausing to think. Their flesh continued twisting and swelling into towering demonic beasts, each malformed body packed with frightening power. By using themselves as living conduits, they had forced demons into the world, but Yi only felt a wave of disappointment, because to him, this so-called miracle looked like nothing more than a crude mass summoning. He did not bother wasting any more time, and immediately called forth his own giant minions. In flashes of crackling light, huge figures appeared behind him one after another, towering over the lesser demons with overwhelming presence. He coldly said it was a shame for them, because he could summon troops too, and the lizard men he had resurrected had not been brought back for nothing. They were perfect vessels for these humanoid bodies. The demons threw their distorted heads back and let out outrageous, savage roars. Then they charged straight toward Yi Hei, their heavy steps shaking the ground as their claws and twisted limbs tore violently through the air. But their charge barely even began before it was cut short. In the very next instant, before those massive bodies could reach Yi Hei, they were split apart by a single clean strike. Yi's troops crushed them completely. The giant minions loomed over the battlefield like living siege weapons, firing blast after blast of energy down from above, smashing the demons at range until the summoned monsters were eliminated one by one. The deputy bishop stared at the chaos before him, visibly shaken by how quickly everything had spiraled out of control. One of his fellow bishops had been killed for no clear reason, and now countless giants had appeared from nowhere, leaving his mind racing as he wondered who these enemies really were. Pressing a finger firmly against his forehead, the deputy bishop activated his ability and forced his sharpened senses across the battlefield. In that moment, he finally realized that the one commanding these terrifying enemies was actually a young man. He quickly opened his spirit sight, and the discovery made his heart sink. He was already standing right beside the coffin. In an instant, the deputy bishop understood that Yi's real target was the divine embryo, and he knew he had to stop him right away. But just as the deputy bishop was about to move, one of Yi's companions suddenly appeared above him. Looking down from the air, that companion made it clear that they were the enemies he truly needed to deal with first. The deputy bishop clenched his teeth as the realization struck him. These people had obviously come fully prepared. Were they Dragon Sparrow operatives who had already seen through the cult's plan? From the first sudden beheading to the demon horde being blocked by an army of giants, every move had been calculated. And now, with escape nearly impossible, the cult's mission this time was starting to feel. Before that thought could even finish forming, the focus shifted back to Yi Hei, who stood silently in front of the coffin, studying it with narrowed eyes. The closer he got, the colder the air around him became, a piercing chill spreading outward as if even the soil beneath his feet might freeze solid. He guessed that whatever was sealed inside the coffin must be directing an intense hostility toward him. Then he let out a mocking scoff, thinking that it was not surprising at all, after all. He was the one who had dared to steal from that so-called deity in the most humiliating way possible. Just then, the system notification rang out inside Yi's mind. Its voice announced that a new template had been obtained and that the host had gained both special energy and divinity. The system continued its explanation, revealing that during the God Descent Rite, the heavens had spent 40 long years gathering faith power to solidify a divine body, but half of that accumulated power had been polluted by Yi. That corrupted faith had been absorbed by the demon embryo, helping it create a vessel for the moon demon to move through the human world, while the cursed portion of that gloomy force had been stolen by Yi at the exact moment of Basmath's birth.
He understood the situation perfectly. From the start, he had never truly considered those god-descent fighters to be his real concern. His true enemy had always been the deity connected to the moon in dreams. Even if he had stolen part of the divine power, and even if the being inside the coffin was nothing more than a malnourished premature infant, it should have awakened by now.
He tore open the coffin lid and coldly demanded why this so-called god was still hiding inside. But the instant he lowered his gaze into the coffin, his expression shifted, because there was absolutely nothing inside. For a short moment, he froze where he stood, confusion flickering through his eyes. He narrowed his gaze into the empty coffin, unable to understand what had happened, or why the divine embryo had disappeared. Then he spoke again, his voice turning strange and mocking. He sneered at the absent deity, saying that it called itself a god, yet still chose to hide in a place like this, and honestly, that suited him just fine. His weapon appeared in his hand as He felt how unnervingly silent everything had become. He frowned, realizing that the roars from the giants and demons clashing had vanished at some point. Even the battle between his companions and the deputy bishop had disappeared. It was as if the entire world had been wiped away, leaving only him standing there in the silence. Then he suddenly sensed a presence behind him. He turned sharply, his eyes locking onto the figure standing in that dead silence, and asked whether it was who he thought it was. His gaze landed on Bishop Lin Chi, who stood there with an eerie calm that did not match the situation at all. Instead of answering He directly, Lin Chi asked whether He had forgotten his true self, then spoke those chilling words, "The moon was only an illusion." He was stunned on the spot. His face went pale, cold sweat slipping down his temple as panic flashed through his eyes. He asked frantically when it had happened, repeating the question again and again as if he could force the truth out of the silence. Bishop Lin Chi's eyes glowed even brighter as he continued chanting his spell. Then, with a strange laugh curling through his voice, he answered that it must have happened the moment He fell into the dream.
Meanwhile, near the quiet houses, a giant beast suddenly collided with Liu Qingzhu in a violent clash. She struck back with blazing blue flames, forcing the monster to stagger, while Chuzhou fought fiercely from the ground, launching attack after attack so the creature had no chance to recover its breath.
The deputy bishop grew furious as he watched the battle unfold. He realized that even with a grand spell holding the field together, they were only barely managing to stall these enemies. Once again, the deputy bishop drew upon his mind energy. He pushed his senses outward with force, trying to probe what Bishop Lin Chi was doing at the very center of the ritual. His attention quickly locked onto He, and almost immediately he sensed a strange energy radiating from him. Something was terribly wrong. Even worse, the deputy bishop could no longer detect Bishop Lin Chi's spirit power at all. A dreadful possibility rose in his mind, and fear told him that it might already be true. But before the deputy bishop could fully put that suspicion into words, one fact became painfully clear. No matter what had happened, he had to reach the divine embryo before it was too late. He raised the Xuanmu divine needle, a vicious weapon that became truly terrifying the moment it pierced an enemy's body. Once inside, it would sprout blood thorns from within the victim, spreading outward until the flesh was shredded apart into pulp. Gripping the Xuanmu divine needle, the deputy bishop charged straight toward He. As he rushed forward, he declared that sinful souls would be punished by the gods, and filthy flesh would be executed by his own hand. Chuzhou immediately noticed the deputy bishop breaking away from the fight. His eyes sharpened as he saw the man rushing directly toward He, with killing intent locked firmly onto him. Without hesitating for even a second, Chuzhou shifted into his berserk state. He shouted for Liu Qingzhu to go save He, while he stayed behind alone to hold the monster back. Then Chuzhou unleashed the forbidden art, Ignite Blood. A colossal ice demon formed from his power and surged forward, instantly freezing the raging beast in place. That attack drained nearly all the martial chi from Chuzhou's body, but even weakened, he still shouted at Liu Qingzhu not to hesitate. He reminded her that compared to He, their lives were worth far less. Liu Qingzhu leapt into the air without turning back, her expression firm and filled with determination. She answered that she understood, but before she left, she still called out to Chuzhou and told him not to die. Suddenly, the frozen demon began melting away. Flames burst through the collapsing ice, and the creature emerged again as a blazing monster wrapped in fire. Chuzhou's expression tightened as he realized he could no longer keep it sealed. The beast slashed across Chuzhou's arm, shattering the remaining ice into flying fragments. It roared as Chuzhou dug his fingers hard into the ground to steady himself. Then the monster brought its massive arm crashing down on him, triggering a thunderous explosion, while Chuzhou growled that death could not take him yet, not before he completed his revenge. The six-eyed demon started to turn away, but before it could go any farther,
Countless sharp crystals suddenly rained down from above. They stabbed into its body one after another, pinning it beneath a brutal storm of frozen spikes. The demon screamed in agony as blood poured from its wounds. Through the pain and chaos, it saw the berserk Chuzhou standing tall, his aura surging around him as he proclaimed that the bloodline power of the Huadu branch flowed within his veins. Then, without warning, strange shapes began forming from black energy around Chuzhou. Scales, twisted shadows, and jagged forms wrapped across his body, making him look less like a human and more like a beast taking shape. His arm and shoulders warped into fierce, jagged, fang-like shapes as Chuzhou declared that he had no other choice. He would use the running blood secret technique, together with a bloodline breakthrough, even though he knew it would double the rate at which his life force was being consumed. Chuzhou raised his head while violent winds whipped around him, tearing across the battlefield. His voice remained steady as he said that if this was what it took to send the demon back to hell, then paying that price was worth it. The raging winds condensed into an enormous blade several meters tall. Chuzhou poured every remaining bit of strength he had into it, then swung the massive blade down with all his might. The demon was struck head-on by the secret technique born from Chuzhou's bloodline. The towering blade smashed into its body, and the entire area erupted with a deafening boom as thick smoke swallowed the battlefield. A moment later, flames burst out from deep within the smoke. The blazing heat surged wildly in every direction, spreading through the haze as if the demon's power still refused to be extinguished. Chuzhou began to sweat as he stared into the roaring flames, stunned by the terrifying force radiating from the demon. Its power was far beyond his own, and the pressure alone made the gap between them painfully clear. To Chuzhou's utter shock, the demon had conjured a defense unlike anything he had anticipated, an almost divine barrier shimmering around its massive form. He swung his storm chi sword with every ounce of his remaining strength, but the beast met the attack head-on. Flames erupted from its body, scorching the blade, and the force of the clash shattered Chuzhou's strike into countless glowing fragments that scattered across the battlefield like sparks in a storm. After expending all his energy in that desperate strike, Chuzhou's body finally betrayed him. He felt hollowed out, as if his very life force had been siphoned dry. His martial chi teetered on the brink of exhaustion, leaving him utterly incapable of mounting another attack, his limbs heavy and unresponsive. Then, in the midst of his weakness, a sudden red missile streaked across the battlefield with a sharp, piercing whistle. It cut through the air like a slash of blood-red lightning, a single streak of death arcing toward the demon with lethal precision. The missile struck true, piercing directly through the monster's skull before detonating from within. The explosion ripped through its massive body, tearing it violently apart, scattering chunks of flesh and bone as though the creature had been undone by a single perfect strike. Chuzhou, utterly spent, collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. As he struggled to lift his head, disbelief washed over him. Had another warrior just appeared? And more importantly, was this mysterious savior truly on their side, or was there some hidden agenda at work? His gaze shifted forward, landing on a gun still aimed steadily at the demon. Holding the weapon was the mad doctor, smoke curling lazily from the barrel, his posture calm and precise despite the chaos surrounding them. The mad doctor explained in a measured, almost casual tone that his lord had prepared an armor-piercing round infused with martial energy in advance. Thanks to that foresight, he had been able to fire at the exact right moment, landing the decisive blow that turned the tide of the battle. He admitted that he had once underestimated Chuzhou, believing him the weakest member of Yi Hei's team, but seeing him now, unleashing that hidden trump card, he realized his judgment had been far too hasty. Reflecting on the martial hierarchy from martial disciple to martial warrior, martial instructor, and even toward the nascent tiers, he understood that Chuzhou was already on the cusp of surpassing the martial disciple stage. Liu Qingzhu, too, had clearly inherited extraordinary potential, as anyone close to Lord Yi Hei would. Above them, drones hovered in precise formation, ready to assist in restoring Chuzhou's energy. Once he regained even a fraction of his strength, bringing down the great demon would no longer be an impossible feat. Meanwhile, the deputy bishop's fury boiled over. He could not comprehend the origin of these opponents, each younger than the last, yet radiating an energy that grew stranger and more unsettling with every passing moment. Chuzhou strode forward calmly, holding the severed head of the demon beast as evidence of his strike. Liu Qingzhu hovered with commanding presence above the deputy bishop, and Chuzhou's voice was cool and unflinching as he declared that their attackers were nothing special, merely ordinary freshmen from Huadu University. The deputy bishop's face twisted into a sly, mocking grin. With a sudden gesture, he summoned multiple coffins from the sky, and one by one they crashed around him, forming a grim, unyielding barrier of defense that surrounded him like a fortress. Then, with heavy thuds, the coffin doors slammed open. From inside, the same martial team they had thought destroyed emerged, now transformed into undead minions fully under the deputy bishop's control. Lu Qingju's eyes widened in shock as recognition struck her. These were the missing sophomore squad from Huadu University, and among them 3 figures were unmistakably familiar, the one in the center being a member of the trio they had faced before. The deputy bishop laughed, a twisted, triumphant sound that rang across the battlefield. He claimed divine favor, as if this horrific resurrection was proof that the gods themselves were smiling upon him. From a distance, the mad doctor watched intently. He noted that the girl Lord Yi he had specifically instructed him to protect was now facing 6 undead warriors with the aura of martial instructors. By any conventional measure, she should be doomed. Earlier, he had withheld sending the giants to support Liu Qingju and Chu Zhou because their strength and intelligence were insufficient, and sending them prematurely would have disrupted the fight. But now, the situation demanded immediate intervention. Support had to be deployed at once. The mad doctor knew that failing Lord Yi He's command, even 100 deaths would not suffice as punishment. It was a debt he would accept without complaint. So the mad doctor lowered his weapon and gave the command. In the next instant, giant minions appeared behind Liu Qingju, positioning themselves directly between her and the 6 undead martial instructors, ready to hold the line. Liu Qingju immediately understood the significance of the reinforcements. These giants were friendly troops sent to stall the corpses, buying her a precious window to act. She had to seize this opportunity and reach Yi He without hesitation. As Liu Qingju soared past the towering monsters, the deputy bishop bellowed from below, commanding his undead to stop her from reaching the divine seal at any cost. One of the undead fired a searing laser, then vaulted into the air, leaping over the titans with terrifying speed in pursuit of Liu Qingju. The first wave of attacks was intercepted by the titans, several undead dragged back into their grasp. Liu Qingju exploited the fleeting gap, her eyes fixed firmly on Yi He, still standing motionless behind the coffin. She called out to him, but before reaching him, a green dagger suddenly sliced through the air, striking her arm. Pain shot through her body, yet she refused to falter. Blood streamed down her injured limb, but she gritted her teeth, forced herself forward, and in that precious moment reached Yi He from behind. Wrapping her arms tightly around him, she leapt upward, finally proclaiming she had him. As she carried Yi He through the air, her mind was singularly focused. They had to escape this deadly battlefield before the enemy could close in again. The blood-thorn wound on her arm throbbed sharply, pain intensifying with every beat. Liu Qingju sensed the corruption attempting to spread and used her purple flame to suppress it, ensuring the blood-thorns would not slow their escape. When she glanced downward, her heart tightened. The giants who had just assisted them were now being ruthlessly torn apart by the 6 undead martial instructors below. Liu Qingju realized the 6 corpses still moved with a semblance of life, and she could not linger any longer. Their gaze was locked on Yi He, and if they leapt after them, escape would become nearly impossible. Then, without warning, a voice rang in her mind, instructing her to let go of Yi He, a shocking command she could scarcely believe. Her eyes widened as she instinctively tightened her hold on Yi He. She demanded to know the source of the voice, scanning the empty air around them. The mysterious figure answered calmly, eerily, telling her she had already done enough. It even claimed it would no longer hold her accountable. Framed against the pale moon, the figure looked down at Liu Qingju and quietly urged her to release Yi He. Liu Qingju spat back defiantly, her voice fierce despite her injuries. No matter what, she would never hand Yi He over. She glared at the figure, shouting for it to get lost, refusing to yield even an inch as she clutched Yi He tighter to her chest. Suddenly, something invisible struck her mind. Her body stiffened instantly as she realized a psychic attack had been launched against her. A searing pain tore through her skull as multiple spells pressed toward her memories, attempting to invade and shatter her mental defenses. Mocking laughter echoed incessantly in her ears, growing louder and louder until she cried out in pain, unable to block it out. Before losing consciousness entirely, one final thought forced its way through her agony. She could not allow Yi He to be harmed. Then her strength failed, and her body began to fall. On the ground below, the 6 undead lifted their heads, eyes empty yet predatory, watching the 2 falling figures with chilling attention. Their necks twisted unnaturally, cracking upward as their bodies shifted in eerie unison toward the sky. In the next instant, they shot upward with terrifying speed. Their heads sharpened into lethal points as they propelled themselves toward Liu Qingju and Yi He with relentless aggression. Suddenly, a voice rang out across the chaos, calling forth Za Warudo. Liu Qingju's eyes fluttered open faintly. She saw that Yi He had finally regained consciousness, holding her securely in midair. His voice was soft, apologetic, saying he had woken a little late. Relief washed over her before darkness could fully claim her. A faint, exhausted smile curved her lips as she realized, thankfully, Yi He had not awakened too late. Yeah, he held her firmly as he hovered in the air, telling her to rest. From this point forward, whatever came next would be his responsibility alone. Below them, the deputy bishop glared upward in frustration, unable to comprehend how Yi He had broken free from the god's illusion. Even so, he still believed that facing 6 moon god apostles simultaneously was beyond the young man's capacity. The 6 undead leapt together, unleashing deadly strikes while the deputy bishop cast his own spell. He believed that no enemy could possibly withstand 7 martial artists attacking in perfect unison.
He calmly sent Lu Qingju to safety, his eyes never leaving the enemies below. He scanned the ruined battlefield, noting that even his minion had been neutralized.
Just as the deputy bishop readied the order to kill Yi He, his voice caught in his throat. He looked up in sheer shock, seeing a gigantic foot looming directly above them, blotting out the sky like a descending mountain. The immense foot slammed down with crushing force, threatening to pulverize everything below. Red energy burst outward as a thick cloud of smoke and dust exploded across the battlefield. Through the haze, Yi He's voice rang cold and mocking as he peered down, asking what kind of noise those dogs were making. Even Bishop Lin Qi, standing across the battlefield, trembled now. Fear finally etched across his face, leaving him shaken as he realized the scope of what was unfolding. The head bishop was drenched in cold sweat, panic etching deep lines across his face. His trembling hands shook as he frantically denied everything, stammering that his only goal had been to halt the suffering, to end the torment before it could spiral even further out of control. Each word quivered, betraying the terror clawing at his mind. Yet, no matter how much he tried to convince himself, the illusion he had designed for Yi He now felt like a trap of his own making. He couldn't comprehend how Yi He had been able to tear through it so effortlessly, slaughtering him again and again. Each time Yi He ripped him apart, the agony was unbearably vivid, as if every nerve, every fiber of his body and soul were being shredded in perfect synchrony. It was only then that the horrifying truth sank in. While trapped inside the illusion, Yi He had been far from powerless. He had confronted the head bishop directly, striking with relentless, brutal force, killing him over and over without hesitation. The other bishops, watching helplessly, were thrown into a state of utter disarray, unable to determine whether Yi He had broken free from the dream or had never been ensnared at all. The only conclusion the head bishop could draw, shivering in terror, was undeniable. The man before him was no ordinary enemy. He was a demon god incarnate, a being so untouchable that even divine punishment could not reach him. Finally, the head bishop's resolve crumbled entirely. His voice broke as he cried out for forgiveness from the moon god, confessing that he had no choice but to shut down the dream and force Yi He out before everything collapsed into utter chaos. But the moon god's reply was cold, unyielding. It commanded him to lie down inside the divine coffin. Fear crawled through every nerve of his body as his limbs shook uncontrollably. His voice cracked and quivered as he stared ahead, whispering desperately, "Moon God, Master."
The moon god's words were merciless. He declared that the vessel could only be completed using the head bishop's frail mortal body as the final piece, forcing the man into the ultimate, inescapable role.
Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Yi, his colossal titans, had already finished their rampage. Every single undead instructor lay crushed, torn apart, utterly obliterated. There was not a single one left standing. Yi, he surveyed the battlefield with cold detachment. Even after witnessing the monstrous power of the undead and the ritual, he felt nothing but indifference. To him, these creatures were simply corpses, piles of remains. The cultists of this heretical sect had been completely annihilated, leaving behind only the silence of ruin and decay. Yet, just as the battlefield seemed to settle into calm, a new presence descended from above, slicing through the air with silent authority. Yi, his eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering across his gaze. After all that devastation, he had not expected a single soul to remain. His gaze traced the descending figure, a being draped in pure white radiance spilling from every fold of its robes. It was a presence so unreal it seemed to have stepped directly from the heavens themselves. Studying it closer, Yi He noted the figure's white hair, the eyes glowing with a strange, almost sacred light, and a deadly aura that made the air itself feel heavy. This presence was unlike anything he had faced before. It was far more threatening than any prior enemy. A faint, mocking smirk curled across Yi's lips. Whether this being was the moon demon or the moon god itself, he showed no fear. He even scoffed audibly, calling it a bastard, remarking that the true heavy hitter had finally decided to reveal itself. This was the god who had toyed with countless lives from the shadows, the vessel of the moon god incarnate, standing at last before Yi He in the flesh. In the next instant, invisible steps formed beneath the god's feet, allowing him to walk across the empty void toward Yi-Hei. A pale lunar glow trailed his every step like a spotlight following a performer, and moonlight wrapped around him as if it were a radiant cloak. When Yi-Hei blinked, the city around them had vanished completely, replaced by an endless, silent void. Beneath Yi-Hei's feet, the ground was gray-white, jagged and scarred by countless craters, resembling the barren surface of the moon itself. Yet, he immediately knew this was no actual moon. There was no freezing cold, no vacuum, no oppressive absence of air. This was a domain, a constructed space akin to Gong Qi's killing intent field, but unlike a mere illusion, a domain could alter reality itself. Every strike, every injury taken here would be entirely real. Even Yi-Hei's golden, near-invincible body held no special advantage in this lunar world. He observed cautiously as Basmuth descended from the void, stopping roughly 20 meters from Yi-Hei's towering form. Of course, at their levels, that distance was negligible. Basmuth spoke fluently in Yi-Hei's own language, with an unexpected hint of admiration in his tone. He praised Yi-Hei as an extraordinary human, the only one bold enough to steal a fragment of his divine power and survive. He continued, stating that their compatibility had reached over 96%. To Basmuth, Yi-Hei was the perfect vessel, the ideal body to complete his human incarnation. Yi-Hei remained silent, but his mind raced behind that still facade. Yi-Hei's plan to seize Basmuth's vessel had already succeeded. Now, all that remained was to buy enough time to finalize it. Basmuth spoke on, calm and persuasive, promising Yi-Hei that surrendering his body would preserve his consciousness. Together they could transcend mortal limits, journey to realms beyond Blue Star, into hidden dimensions and the sinful realm. Everything Yi-Hei had seen, Basmuth claimed, was but a fraction of true existence. He invited Yi-Hei to ascend, to rise to the moon and beyond the heavens themselves. Any ordinary human might tremble before such a proposition, but Yi-Hei was not one to bow easily, even before a god. A booming laugh erupted from Yi-Hei's massive frame. He raised his middle finger at Basmuth and scoffed, saying, "Save the act. Gods may play mysterious and untouchable, but in the end, you're just another form of intelligent life, no higher, no nobler than humans." He knew well that Basmuth's incomplete form posed no true threat. At best, he was piecing together scraps of power, and he had no intention of becoming one of those scraps. Basmuth tried everything: threats, promises, temptations, bribes, but it was all akin to a desperate human pleading when cornered. Yi-Hei laughed sharply, mocking him, asking if that was truly all a god could offer. His words cut, dripping with contempt, but Basmuth's face remained flawless, calm and untouchable by insult. To Basmuth, Yi-Hei's defiance was irrelevant. Even an imperfect vessel, even one with only 20% compatibility, was more than enough to crush a mere human. Yi-Hei was not an opponent. He was prey, waiting to be devoured. The earlier offer had been no more than courtesy, a small token before the inevitable. Slowly, Basmuth lifted one pale hand and clenched his fingers with terrifying precision. In an instant, an invisible force gripped Yi-Hei's enormous body. The pressure was monstrous. Flesh tore, bones shattered, and his massive form crumpled as if pierced by a needle into a swollen balloon. With a single ruthless movement, Basmuth tore open what remained of Yi-Hei's colossal body. A beam of piercing moonlight shot through the wreckage like a spear, pinning Yi-Hei immobile, freezing him completely in place. Yi-Hei's limbs refused to obey, locked tight by lunar power. Yet Basmuth, out of a grudging respect, spared Yi-Hei's consciousness, allowing it to survive, albeit as part of his divine vessel. Basmuth's glowing hand stretched toward Yi-Hei's forehead, ready to consume him entirely. Then, suddenly, Basmuth froze. A flicker of confusion broke through his otherwise flawless composure. He could not detect Yi-Hei's soul. He tried again and again, but there was absolutely nothing. Yi-Hei's laughter echoed through the void, mocking Basmuth. The god could destroy his body as much as he liked, but his soul was already untouchable, far beyond Basmuth's reach. Then Yi-Hei revealed the truth. His system panel had accounted for exactly this scenario. Knowing Basmuth could overpower his physical body, Yi-Hei had relied on the extreme regeneration of his vampire Rakud template. Before the battle began, Yi-Hei had split his body vertically, entrusting one half to the Mad Doctor. The moment this half was destroyed, his consciousness would awaken in the other, ensuring survival. Basmuth stared ahead, speechless, the revelation striking him dumb. By the time he fully grasped the situation, it was already too late. The heavens above split open in a colossal rift. From that tear in the sky, a massive sword came crashing down, slicing straight through the void and cleaving the lunar domain in two. Moonlight fractured in every direction. and the entire domain shattered like glass under the sword's overwhelming force. Amid the chaos, a figure hovered in midair, his body wrapped in white bandages. Dark green hair whipped around his face, eyes burning with unwavering resolve. This was Qinglong, Grand Master of the Longqi First Division, protector of the Xia Nation, and guardian of humanity. He had not come merely to rescue anyone. His target was the divine power Basmuth had brought into the mortal world. As soon as the divine power was secured, the Mad Doctor, who had orchestrated the plan from the beginning, transmitted the information to the Daxia Federation. They fully understood the danger of anything connected to demon hatchlings. And now, with the trap laid bare, the real battle was only just beginning. Basmuth looked up at the man hovering above him, silver eyes glinting faintly like fractured moonlight. A spark of curiosity passed over his face. Could this truly be human? He studied Qinglong carefully, reassessing humanity's potential, realizing perhaps it had been gravely underestimated. For long moments, the two simply stared at each other, silent and calculating. Finally, Qinglong spoke, his voice skeptical and measured. He questioned whether this being could truly be Basmuth, the infamous abomination. The body before him felt impure, corrupted, and contaminated. His words were not speculation. He had faced such a creature before, standing among grandmasters during the first descent of the abomination. That battle had taught him the true meaning of annihilation. Compared to that, the silver-haired figure now seemed insignificant. For the first time, Basmuth's flawless composure faltered. His defiance had failed to disturb him, but being looked down on by a human ignited a rare, burning irritation. Qinglong was right. Using Lin Shui's weak vessel to complete his divine form was humiliation itself, filth, contamination, and unworthy of the god he aspired to be. With a sharp flick of his hand, Basmuth sent Yi He flying. His unconscious body was flung aside, soaring through the air like a weightless feather, landing far from the battlefield. Qinglong blinked in momentary surprise, muttering in disbelief that he had not expected the abomination to display such concern for the boy. Qinglong frowned slightly, his gaze following the direction Yi He's body had been thrown. For a brief moment it looked as if he might go after him right away. But then he only gave a loose, almost careless shrug and pushed the thought aside. It did not matter for now. Once this battle was finished, he could always track the kid down again. Under his breath, Qinglong quietly repeated the name he had heard, as if carving it into memory. Yi He? The moment Qinglong's thoughts settled, he raised both arms, and the air around him erupted with a violent roar. High above his head, the true form of the azure dragon began to take shape, vast, majestic, and overwhelming, as divine energy poured down from the heavens and shook the empty void. Basmuth did not retreat even half a step. His own aura surged outward in response, monstrous and godlike, warping the space around his body until the two terrifying forces collided head-on. Dragon and god crashed together, and the impact tore through the sky itself. Far away from that world-shaking battlefield, deep within a fog-covered mountain forest, His body finally gave a faint stir. Pain throbbed through him in heavy waves. As his blurred vision slowly began to clear, around him, damp forest air pressed coldly against his skin, and the chill helped drag his mind back into focus. He pushed himself upright with some effort, and swept his eyes carefully over the surrounding forest. A wave of dizziness rolled through him, but he steadied his breathing, circulated his qi, and stretched his life magnetic field as far as he possibly could. Still, there was nothing. He could not sense Lingshui County anywhere. That left only one explanation. Basmuth had intentionally thrown him to this place. The moon god must have realized that once his battle with Qinglong truly broke out, everything near the battlefield would be wiped away. Throwing Yi He far from the impact zone might have been Basmuth's twisted form of sparing him. Yi He slowly exhaled, a trace of relief passing through his thoughts. Fortunately, he had already ordered the Mad Doctor to evacuate Chuzhou and Liu Qingzhu. Otherwise, by now, those two would have been reduced to dust. Even so, the thought of Basmuth being able to teleport instantly left He feeling deeply unsettled. If that god ever truly set his sights on chasing him down, then simply running away would become nearly impossible. A cold shiver crept down Yi He's spine as he glanced toward his system panel. For one absurd moment, he felt as though some obsessive celestial pervert had marked him from the shadows and was secretly watching every move he made. The thought alone made even Yi He feel uncomfortable. He sighed softly to himself, realizing that even someone like him had to stay alert about whatever might be lurking behind his back. Now that he had finally escaped the chaos and was no longer standing in the middle of a divine-level battlefield, He could turn his attention to the thing that mattered most, the divinity he had stolen. After all the danger, all the calculations, and all the risks he had taken, that stolen power had better be worth the trouble. He opened the system panel and selected the entry labeled Divinity. As the details unfolded before him, his gaze sharpened, and he finally began to understand exactly what kind of power he had taken. According to the system, divinity could only be born in two ways. One path came from relentless cultivation, when a being pushed beyond mortal limits and approached true transcendence. The other came from birthright, belonging to high-dimensional races whose very existence gave them absolute authority over certain domains. Put simply, divinity was an innate core essence, a supreme power that could not be replaced within its own field. Different origins and different roads, but in the end, they all led to the same terrifying authority. At that moment, he finally understood why Basmuth had lost control after having a piece of his divinity stolen. Once a god's divinity was taken, it could never truly be recovered. Even for an existence as vast as Basmuth's real body, that fragment was gone forever. It might have seemed small from the outside, but to a god, it was an unbearable and unforgivable loss. Realizing that made Yi He grow even more cautious. The divinity in his hands was not only a prize, it was also a target painted directly onto his back. Still, as Yi He stared at the glowing system panel, excitement began to rise in his chest. The data showed a total of 5 divinity points, all tied to the powers of the moon, dreams, and illusions. If those divinity points were applied to a compatible template, they could evolve that template completely within the same field. Even if they were used on a template that did not match perfectly, there was still a chance for it to absorb and adapt to those divine traits. The system even gave him a hint. The moon and illusion attributes were most compatible with his vampire Rakud template. Yi He had not expected divinity to be this absurdly powerful. It did not simply increase raw strength, it refined the foundation of a template and raised the ceiling of what that template could eventually become. Up until now, Yi He had mostly used the vampire Rakud template by instinct, relying on its racial abilities without truly developing its full potential. But if divinity was infused into it, that template could finally break past its original limit and evolve into something much greater, merging its vampiric nature with the authority of the moon and illusions. His other templates were not suitable for this. Demora was already undergoing its own mutation, and Yi He did not dare interfere with that natural transformation. The colossal humanoid template was incredibly powerful, but it had no real connection to divinity at all. Its main purpose was to strengthen Demora's template, not to grow independently. But Vampire Rakud was different. Its command over time made it unbelievably adaptable. Aside from his main combat form, it was his strongest hidden card. After weighing the situation carefully, Yi He made his choice. He selected the Vampire Rakud template and designated it as the target for the divine upgrade. In an instant, brilliant streams of text poured across the system interface. The once B+ ranked template began to surge upward, its energy rising like a tide bursting through a dam. The transformation had officially started. The Vampire Rakud template, once merely a blood-hunting predator bloodline, was evolving into something entirely new. Its rank climbed from B+ into A tier, and its lineage transformed into the Moon Demon bloodline. One terrifying trait after another appeared on the panel. Bloodline power. Moon Banquet Carnage. Beneath the night sky, the host's strength, regeneration, and martial energy would increase by 100%. Under direct moonlight, that boost would rise to 150%. During a full moon, a special awakening would activate Moon Nightmare, unlocking the double moon world domain. Then another entry flickered into view, Blood Nightmare. The host's blood would become hallucinogenic and violently aggressive, turning wounds into weapons and every drop of blood into a source of madness. Yi He stared at the final lines, his eyes brightening. This was not just an upgrade, this was rebirth. Under moonlight, he was no longer simply a man using a system, he was becoming something far more dangerous. The system continued unfolding, revealing even more terrifying effects. The weak who touched his blood would be enslaved almost instantly, their bodies corroded and their wills erased. Stronger enemies would suffer differently, their spirits would wither, and their minds would be dragged into illusions born from the blood itself. The more of his blood entered their bodies, the deeper they would sink into hallucination, until dream and reality became impossible to separate. And beneath moonlight, that nightmare would only grow stronger.
Then another crimson line appeared on the panel. Blood control. The user could accelerate blood flow to temporarily enhance physical performance, or compress blood and launch it as high-pressure blood arrows. The temperature of that blood could drop dozens of degrees below zero, freezing whatever it touched. But right after that came the ability that truly made a thrill run through Yi He, Moon's Darkness. Under ordinary conditions, it tripled the host's strength and speed. Under moonlight, that boost rose to 5 times. Under a full moon, it reached 8 times. Even more importantly, it also granted the special ability Time Stop. Under moonlight, the cooldown would be reduced, and during a full moon, the duration of Time Stop would double.
Yi's breathing quickened as his eyes stayed fixed on the glowing system panel. He had expected the upgrade to be powerful, but he had never imagined it would become this overwhelming. True, many of its strongest effects depended on night or moonlight, but once those conditions were met, the boosts would stack one after another like an unstoppable chain reaction, pushing his power into an explosive surge. This was not just strong, it was monstrous. The Moon Demon bloodline gave him power, control, recovery, and survivability all at once, turning the Vampire Rakud template into a top-tier functional form. He smirked to himself. The rougher the storm, the greater the reward. Investigating the Linksway County anomaly had been insanely dangerous, nearly suicidal, but now it was clear the trip had been worth it. Still, his thoughts briefly drifted to his classmates. Chu Zhou and Liu Qingju had also risked their lives under Imperial University's mission grading system. This incident easily qualified as a Level 4 mission, and the real danger had already reached Level 5 territory. According to the Academy's rules, that meant one thing: top-tier rewards. He rose to his feet in one smooth motion. Above him, the forest canopy spread wide beneath the cold silver glow of the night sky. With a light leap, he landed effortlessly on the top of a tree, balancing there as the night wind moved through the branches around him like a quiet whisper. Moonlight poured down over Yihe's body, sinking into his skin, veins, and bones. Every cell inside him seemed to hum with fresh energy as the power of the Moon Demon bloodline awakened, pulsing through him like a second heartbeat. He slowly clenched both fists, feeling that newly awakened strength gather inside him, coil through his muscles, and surge into his arms. Then, with a sharp whoosh, Yi unleashed a rapid storm of punches into the empty air. His fists moved so fast that the atmosphere crackled around them, and visible shockwaves rippled outward from his arms, slightly warping the space in front of him. Even without using any martial energy and relying only on raw physical strength, the result was already devastating. After loosening his body and adjusting to the power flooding through his moonlight-enhanced physique, Yi spread both arms wide. His silhouette stretched across the night like a bat as he shot through the forest, weaving between the trees at incredible speed. He had to leave this place as quickly as possible. His communication device had been destroyed during the chaos, so Yi needed to reach a human settlement as soon as possible and contact Imperial University. The Daxia Federation would definitely want answers about the Moon Nightmare incident, but he could not afford to face official questioning without preparation. He had far too many secrets that would never survive a serious interrogation. Under the scrutiny of professional truth readers, any lie would unravel almost instantly. So his first move was obvious: reconnect with his old backer, Imperial University. Before the gods, the Federation, or anyone else could make their next move, Yi needed protection and leverage. That was exactly why powerful connections and university backing existed for situations like this, when one person alone could not safely weather the storm. A supersonic fighter jet sliced through the clouds, escorted on both sides by 4 smaller aircraft. Inside the aircraft were the 3 key figures returning to Imperial University. Among them, Yi was the only one conscious. Chu Zhou and Liu Qingju lay quietly inside life support capsules, their conditions stable for the moment, though still fragile after everything they had endured. When the aircraft finally landed, the cabin hatch opened with a soft hiss. The ramp lowered with a metallic hum, and Yi stepped out, blinking faintly beneath the bright hangar lights. For a moment, Yi simply stood there in a slight daze, feeling solid ground beneath his boots again after the nightmare he had just survived. Then his gaze fell on an elderly man waiting at the bottom of the ramp. The man wore a perfectly fitted dark Zhongshan suit and stood with calm precision, carrying the refined air of old-world craftsmanship. Yet beneath that sharp, disciplined presence, there was also a gentle warmth about him, like soft spring sunlight filtering through leaves. Those two impressions should have contradicted each other, but on him they blended naturally, as if authority and grace had always belonged together. The elderly man smiled and stepped forward, offering Yi his hand. He introduced himself as Shi Jingwen, president of Hua University. Yi immediately straightened his posture and shook his hand, his usual composure briefly replaced by awe and disbelief. Even his voice became a little reserved as he said it was an honor to meet him. Yi added that President Shi Jingwen was practically a legend among Hua University students. President Shi chuckled warmly, his laughter deep yet kind, and told him there was no need to act so formal. Yi had just come back from a battlefield, so the first thing he should do was relax. President Shi then reminded him that this was not an exam. Hearing that, Yi finally let out a small laugh and breathed out, allowing the tension in his shoulders to loosen as he stretched his arms and eased his stiff muscles. Then Yi could no longer hold back his curiosity. He asked directly whether President Shi had come to question him about what happened in Linksway County. But the old man simply shook his head, making it clear that was not the case. With a knowing glint in his eyes, President Shi told him that his team's mission, the Linksway County anomaly, had already been marked as successfully completed. Yi did not need to worry about the aftermath. Yi frowned slightly, unable to accept that answer so easily. After everything that had happened, an evil cult, the descent of the moon god and the collapse of an entire incident zone, should there not at least be a full investigation? President Xi's tone softened as he told Yi He to leave those matters to the higher authorities. What Yi He needed most right now was rest. He asked Yi He to trust the cooperation between Imperial University and Hua University, because the Linkshui County situation was already being handled by people far above their current level. Yi He stared at him for a long moment. The old man's voice was calm, but his presence carried such weight that even gods seemed a little less untouchable. Then President Xi added that Yi He did not need to worry. His personal secrets would remain his own, because the university respected privacy. In the official mission briefing, the anomaly would be reported anonymously, and only the achievement itself would carry the team's name. After a brief pause, President Xi continued. For official records, Yi He and his team would receive credit for completing a Level 4 mission. Level 5 credits were normally reserved for professor-led operations, and giving such a rank directly to first-year students would attract far too many questions. Yi He slowly nodded, still processing the decision. Then President Xi's expression brightened as he added that when it came to the actual rewards, the university would treat the mission as Level 5. For a moment, He wondered if he had misheard. That kind of recognition meant resources, status, and mission points most students could only dream about. It felt unreal, almost like he had not fully escaped the illusion. He glanced at President Xi Jinping again. The old man's peaceful smile looked genuinely gentle, but beneath it lingered a pressure so immense that even Basmuth's divine presence seemed lighter by comparison. A cold thought crept into Yi He's mind. Did President Xi already know about the system? The next morning, Yi He was summoned to the president's office for a private briefing. When he entered, the mad doctor had already arrived and was setting up a projection. The screen flickered on, replaying post-battle footage from Linkshui County. As the room dimmed and the video began, the atmosphere grew heavy once again. The aftermath of the moon nightmare was about to be revealed. Yi He scrolled through the report file on his phone, and then his fingers suddenly froze. What Yi He saw made absolutely no sense. Linkshui County had originally been a mountainous region full of forests, ridges, and wide plateaus, but now all of that was gone. What remained was a colossal crater. The entire county had collapsed into a massive basin, as though a meteor had smashed into the earth and carved out an abyss large enough to swallow everything. The city, the rivers, and the land itself had all vanished. He exhaled sharply as tension tightened in his chest. This world of martial transcendence was far too terrifying. Even with all his recent upgrades, even after evolving the vampire Rakud template into the moon demon bloodline, he still did not feel safe. Every time he thought of Basmuth, that godlike existence, a sharp ache pulsed behind his eyes. The lunar gaze, the mark left behind by Basmuth's divine sight, was still clinging to his soul. The day before, Yi He had already reported the problem to President Xi Jinping. The old fox had listened quietly, his expression unreadable, before answering in a calm voice that there was no need to worry. Qinglong would handle it, because he knew how to seal the lunar gaze. So Yi He waited. Now seated inside the quiet guest reception hall of Imperial University, he kept his senses sharp as the door opened with a faint click.
Yi! He immediately lifted his head. Standing in the doorway was the man he had been waiting for. Qinglong, the second-ranked martial artist in the entire Daxia Federation, and one of the few beings standing at the very peak of Blue Star's power hierarchy. But the Qinglong before him looked different from before.
Qinglong wore a thick black fur cloak over heavy winter clothing. His complexion was pale, and his aura flickered faintly, unstable, like a dying flame struggling against the wind. It was as if he had just returned from some frozen battlefield, still carrying the chill of another world on his body. Yi He understood immediately that these were the after-effects of Qinglong's battle with Basmuth. Qinglong noticed the concern in Yi He's eyes. Although his expression remained calm and his tone stayed steady, the pride of a warrior seemed to push him into explaining himself. He said he was fine, only that he had caught a bit of cold from that cunning moon demon. After a short pause, his voice grew firmer as he added that he had still won. After 100 exchanges, Basmuth's vessel had already begun to collapse. Qinglong continued, saying that if Basmuth had not possessed so many escape techniques, he would have killed him then and there. If that had happened, He would not have needed to wait for Qinglong to come seal the mark at all.
He could not help letting a slight smirk appear. He had never imagined that Qinglong, the legendary and aloof grandmaster, would actually bother justifying himself like this. It made him feel oddly human and, in a strange way, almost endearing.
Still, He did not say anything aloud. He simply remained quiet and watched as Qinglong began removing his heavy outer coat. The thick fur cloak slipped to the side, revealing Qinglong's powerful bandaged frame underneath. Every muscle looked tense and disciplined, and faint battle marks still clung to his body like traces of the brutal fight he had only just survived. Before they began, Qinglong rolled his shoulders and said there was something Yi He needed to understand first. Then he adjusted his stance and looked directly into Yi He's eyes. President Xi Jingwen was skilled at reading fate, and he had already told Qinglong about Yi He's special nature. Because of that, Qinglong was willing to share certain truths that most people would never be allowed to hear. His gaze sharpened slightly as he asked Yi He whether he had ever considered that the monsters humans hunted and killed without hesitation might once have been intelligent beings just like them. Yi He's entire body went rigid. His pupils slowly spread wider, and for a brief second, even the air around him seemed to stop moving. Qinglong's words finally reached the deepest part of his mind, and the terrible meaning behind them began to settle in like ice. Qinglong gave a slow, grave nod, almost as if he were confirming the fear that had just taken shape inside Yi He's heart. When he spoke again, his voice was much heavier, carrying a kind of age and weariness that ordinary people could never understand. He began to uncover a piece of history that had been buried for far too long, a story where gods, humans, monsters, and so-called heroes all seemed to overlap until the lines between them became impossible to separate. And with that story, the hidden truth behind Blue Star's demons finally started to rise to the surface. According to Qinglong, it all began several decades ago, back when even he was only a Xuanhua-level martial artist. In those days, Qinglong had entered a newly discovered ruin together with his master and 5 senior disciples. That ruin had been buried deep inside a dangerous secret realm, hidden away from the eyes of the world. At first, the task sounded straightforward enough. Go in, investigate the site, and bring back whatever traces or clues they could uncover. But the instant their group stepped into that forgotten place, the mission changed into something far worse than anyone had imagined. By the time that nightmare finally came to an end, Qinglong was the only one who escaped with his life. His master had vanished. His senior brothers and sisters were gone as well. Every last one of them had been devoured by whatever ancient horror slept inside those ruins. And even Qinglong's survival was not clean. He had paid a brutal price. Something entered his body like a curse sinking into his blood. It crawled through his veins, twisted his flesh, corroded his mind, and dragged him little by little towards something no longer human. His skin grew rough, his bones warped out of shape, and even his consciousness began to slip away, piece by piece, as madness slowly pulled him down. Qinglong could clearly feel himself being pulled toward the fate of a beast. The best doctors in the Federation examined him, and even specialists from other countries were brought in, but none of them could do anything. Medicine had no effect. Martial techniques could not hold it back. Even spiritual purification failed to stop the transformation from spreading through him. So in the end, Qinglong made the only choice he believed was still left to him. He chose exile. He would not allow himself to turn into a mindless monster on the land of his own homeland, and he refused to become the exact kind of creature he had spent his life cutting down. With no one beside him, Qinglong set out for an S-level secret realm in the Great Atlantic, a forbidden stretch of ocean so lethal that even elite teams often disappeared there without ever returning. He had not gone there for treasure, reputation, or some grand opportunity. His reason was much simpler and much darker. He had gone there to die, but fate would not let him vanish that easily. A violent storm suddenly broke across the sea, swallowing his ship beneath towering waves that rose like dark mountains. The raging ocean tossed him around like a leaf, throwing him through the storm again and again until he was eventually washed onto the shore of a strange island. An island Qinglong said no human being had ever set foot on before. At that point in the story, Qinglong suddenly fell silent. His face tightened, and the guarded look in his eyes made it obvious that what came next was not something he could casually share. In a low, restrained voice, he said the rest was top secret, connected to the strategic fate of the entire Sea Nation, and he could not reveal any more. His curiosity burned even stronger after hearing that, but Qinglong's tone made one thing clear: asking would change nothing. Still, after a brief pause, Qinglong continued, his voice lowering slightly. There had been people on that island. They were the ones who saved him. They stopped the beast inside his body from completely swallowing the last remaining pieces of his mind. As Qinglong spoke, his hands slowly moved toward the bandages wrapped around his torso. Then, layer by layer, he began to unwind them. In the stillness of the room, the soft rasp of fabric peeling away sounded strangely heavy, as if every strip being removed carried a piece of that forbidden secret with it. Underneath the layers of bandages, Qinglong's skin was covered with deep black runes. Those markings looked less like ink and more like wounds carved directly into his flesh. They pulsed faintly, beating with a rhythm that seemed alive, but at the same time they felt completely unlike anything that should belong to a living creature. The very moment Yi He's eyes landed on those black runes, a sharp pain pierced straight into his vision. It felt as though countless needles had stabbed through his pupils at once, burning deep into the back of his eyes and tearing through everything he could see. He recoiled immediately, one hand flying up to cover his face as several drops of blood slipped through his fingers. For 2 short but agonizing breaths, his eyes burned with unbearable heat before his regeneration quickly repaired the damage. Even after the pain faded, he still did not dare look at those markings again. That single glance had been enough to make him feel as if he were falling forever into a bottomless void, dragged down by a darkness that was not only pulling at his body, but clawing at his soul itself.
Qinglong observed Yi He with quiet interest. After a short silence, he commented that Yi He had handled it impressively well. In the past, even a grand martial master had fainted after only one glance at those runes. Weaker warriors might have their minds shatter on the spot, and some would never wake up again. A faint smile touched the corner of Qinglong's mouth, but Yi He had only bled a little from the eyes. That result was exactly what Qinglong had expected. President Shi Jingwen had been right after all. Yi He was not normal, he was an anomaly, and perhaps this young man really did have the potential to shift the balance of their collapsing world.
"Don't resist," Qinglong said in a calm, steady voice. "I'm going to imprint 2 of these runes into your sea of consciousness. Once they take root there, the moon demon's gaze will no longer be able to track you. After that, you should finally be able to sleep without that thing staring at you from the darkness." Yi He did not answer with words. He simply gave a quiet nod, accepting what was about to happen.
Qinglong raised his hand and gently pressed one index finger against the center of Yi He's forehead. From the tip of that finger, black runes slowly began to seep out. They were thick and viscous, almost like living ink crawling free from beneath Qinglong's skin. The runes writhed as they sank into Yi He's flesh, twisting and curling like dark worms burrowing deeper into his consciousness. The instant they touched his soul, Yi He's vision wavered, and on his system panel, the faint line showing the lunar gaze mark as active suddenly flickered violently, as if it had become unstable. Then in the very next blink, that mark disappeared completely. It was erased so cleanly that it felt like the system itself had corrected an error, wiping it away without leaving even the faintest trace behind. The seal was complete. Qinglong slowly wrapped the nanomaterial bandages around his body again, covering those mysterious black runes beneath layer after layer of fabric. With a soft rustle, he put on his heavy black mink coat once more, and the unstable pressure around him gradually settled down. The suffocating cold that had filled the room began to fade, and even the air seemed to warm slightly. The moon demon's gaze had finally been sealed away. For the first time since Lingshui County was destroyed, Yi He felt as if he could truly breathe again. But then, without any warning, Qinglong suddenly asked, "Tell me, Yi He, is your teacher Gong Ke?" The question struck Yi He like a bolt of thunder. Yi He froze where he stood, his eyes widening before he could control his reaction. In that instant, his teacher's warning flashed clearly through his mind. If anyone asked, he was absolutely not supposed to admit that he was Gong Ke's student, and the reason was embarrassingly troublesome. Back when Gong Ke was at Imperial University, her name had been infamous. She had not simply been a powerful martial artist. She had been the terrifying elder sister figure who practically ruled over half the male students on campus. She had bullied so many of them that, decades later, those same victims had grown into influential and terrifying figures themselves. Just imagining himself running into one of those people now made Yi He's scalp go numb. A thin bead of sweat slid down the side of his temple. Naturally, Qinglong caught Yi He's reaction right away. With a lifetime spent on battlefields, reading the expression of a young man like him was almost too easy. A faint smirk pulled at the corner of Qinglong's mouth. "Relax," he said, his voice carrying a trace of amusement. "I don't have any grudge against her." Then, after that light remark, his tone softened slightly. "I only asked because before her mental injury, Gong Ke was one of the rare martial artists who truly had a chance to step into Grandmaster through the path of slaughter. What happened to her was a real pity." Qinglong paused there, his eyes narrowing with a flicker of curiosity as he looked Yi He over more carefully. Then he stated his intention directly. "So, I want to spar with you. I want to see how much of her slaughter legacy is still in your hands, and just how pure it has become." Yi He blinked, clearly caught off guard by the sudden proposal. A spar, right now? But after thinking about it for a moment, he realized it actually was not that strange. The stronger a martial artist became, the more they wanted to test strength against strength. For someone like Qinglong, that impulse was probably no different from instinct. He gave a faint, helpless smile, then lowered his head respectfully. "Understood, Senior." Qinglong shifted his gaze toward the moonlight spilling through the window, then made a calm gesture toward it. Then, "Let's do it under that light." For one brief moment, Qinglong closed his eyes.
His expression grew a little darker. As if that pale moonlight had stirred up old memories, he would rather keep buried distant illusions that still left a bitter shadow behind them.
Not long afterward, the two of them arrived at the fourth panoramic arena, a private martial platform reserved for the top martial masters of Imperial University. The arena's open roof allowed moonlight to pour down from above like flowing silver rivers, covering the entire space in a cold, dreamlike glow. Qinglong stood calmly at the center of the platform with both hands folded behind his back. "Use your full strength," he said evenly. "I'll defend with one hand, and I'll rely only on physical power. You may attack first. If you can make me move even half a step, then you win." Qinglong paused for a moment, and his tone became slightly lighter. "If you win, I'll owe you one favor, anything within my power." A faint curve appeared on his lips. "And you'll also receive direct admission into the first division of Dragon Sparrow, along with every right and privilege that comes with it." The reward was shockingly generous, but Yi-Hei could still hear the certainty hidden underneath Qinglong's words.
Qinglong did not believe Yi-Hei could actually do it. Even so, Yi-Hei only bowed slightly, his expression steady and serious. "Then please guide me, senior."
As Yi-Hei straightened back up, the cold moonlight fell across his shoulders and wrapped around his figure. It looked sharp and pale, almost like frost gathering along the edge of a drawn blade. In that instant, crackling energy erupted from Yi-Hei's body, and the air around him trembled as though the entire arena had taken one deep breath. He drew the Starfall cleaver and raised it high above his head. The weapon hummed in his grip as he activated the Moon of Carnage. Overhead, the pale moonlight began to darken, its silver glow transforming into deep, blood-red radiance that poured across the arena like drifting mist. The air grew thick and suffocating as that crimson moonlight fused with Yi-Hei's killing intent. The silver blade in his hands was swallowed by red, its metallic shine turning into a crimson so dense it almost seemed alive. Martial energy and blood power surged through him at the same time, rushing into the weapon until the blade's shadow stretched outward and formed a 45-meter arc of scarlet light. Qinglong's pupils contracted sharply, and for one brief moment, even his aura flared in instinctive response. What Qinglong sensed from Yi-Hei in that moment did not feel like something human. It felt almost divine. The pressure carried an eerie resemblance to the moon demon's aura, but it did not contain the filthy corruption that should have accompanied it. No, this power was pure. It seemed to share the same origin as the moon itself. Qinglong wanted to ask how such a thing could be possible. How had this student suddenly awakened a force like this? Yi-Hei's past records had never shown even the slightest connection to the lunar domain. But before Qinglong could say a word, Yi-Hei moved. The blade came crashing down in a thunderous strike, and the Moon of Massacre burst forward like a massive blood-red crescent ripping through the night. The arena shook beneath its force, as if the attack had split open the darkness itself. Crimson light swallowed the entire battlefield, staining the ground and barriers in a bloody haze. Killing intent, thick enough to suffocate the mind, erupted outward like a tidal wave and swept across the whole Imperial University campus. Even Qinglong's brows twitched slightly. Yi-Hei's murderous aura had already reached the level of a battlefield massacre. Qinglong's fist slowly tightened. Then, with terrifying calm, he took a step forward and threw a casual punch straight toward the falling blood moon / At the very same time, deep beneath the Imperial University Research Institute, inside the high-security confinement wing, Gong Qi was lying lazily on a couch, half asleep, when her entire body suddenly went tense. Her instincts screamed a warning through every nerve. That killing intent was unmistakable. Her expression turned hard in an instant. That was Yi-Hei. But how could that be possible? He had only been gone for 3 days. How could her disciple already release such a terrifying, murderous force? Had he lost control? Was he about to unleash that killing intent across the entire city? A cold sense of dread crept into Gong Qi's chest, and she was not the only one who felt it. Across the campus, martial arts instructors and students with sharpened perception all sensed that same wave of murderous pressure crashing through their minds. The more sensitive ones immediately broke out in cold sweat. Some weaker students, whose mental fortitude could not withstand it, collapsed where they stood, hallucinating blades pressed tightly against their throats. And even beyond the university grounds, people began to react. In a luxury hotel not far from the campus, Shi Jingwen, dressed only in a bathrobe, suddenly froze in the middle of his movement. He sat upright at once, his gaze snapping sharply toward the direction of the university's martial arena. Behind him, a pair of soft arms slipped around his shoulders, and a woman's teasing voice drifted close to his ear. "What's wrong? Did you find something more exciting than me?" Shi Jingwen let out a distracted chuckle, though his attention never left the distance. "Nothing serious. It's just that is one terrifying killing intent." His eyes sharpened even more as he stared in the arena's direction. For that aura to reach this far, whoever was fighting there had to be creating an extraordinary scene. Back inside the panoramic duel arena,
The crimson crescent continued tearing through the air with unstoppable force, crashing downward as though it intended to crush the entire platform beneath its weight. But Qinglong did not dodge. Unlike Gong Kei, who would have searched for weaknesses and dismantled her opponent's momentum with flawless precision, Qinglong chose to face the strike head-on. He clenched his right hand into a fist, his muscles tightening like tempered steel, and met the blood-red slash with nothing but pure, unfiltered violence. The two forces collided directly. The blood-colored moon and the martial fist smashed together, detonating into a storm of violent energy. Blade winds ripped across the arena, tearing through barriers and scattering fragments of light like broken stars. And yet, in the middle of all that chaos, Qinglong remained exactly where he had been standing. He did not sway. He did not bend. He was as still and unshakable as a mountain rooted into the earth. His attack was monstrous, but even that terrifying blow failed to push him back by so much as half a step. That was the gap between them. The difference between one of the Federation's top martial masters and a prodigy who was still climbing upward. Even so, Qinglong's eyes widened slightly. For someone so young to unleash this level of destructive power, he was clearly no ordinary talent. Then Qinglong's aura suddenly flared. "Good attack," he murmured. "But now, it's my turn." He stepped forward and threw out a punch. The air detonated around him. A shockwave like a falling meteor tore through the arena. He's blood moon shattered instantly, breaking apart into a storm of crimson mist that flooded the space with heavy, raw pressure. He's body was hurled backward, and blood sprayed from his lips. His energy reserves had been completely drained. Both his life force and martial chi had burned all the way to their limits, leaving him staggering unsteadily, almost unable to keep himself standing. Qinglong's expression softened at once. The sharp, battle-ready instincts on his face faded, replaced by genuine concern for the young man in front of him. In the next instant, Qinglong appeared beside Yi and reached out with one arm, ready to catch him before he collapsed onto the ground. But just as his hand moved forward, his pupils suddenly narrowed. Something was wrong. The energy around Yi was flickering in a strange way. Far too calm, far too controlled, and far too deliberate for someone who had truly been forced to the brink. Qinglong froze as realization hit him. He had been deceived. Yi had tricked him, standing there with a strange grin on his face. Yi looked nowhere near as helpless as he had seemed only a moment earlier. Then he pointed out the result. Qinglong had moved. It was only half a step, but half a step was still enough. That meant the match belonged to Yi. Under normal circumstances, someone at Yi's level never should have been able to fool Qinglong, the Azure Dragon. But this time, the crimson mist Qinglong had inhaled had given Yi the opening he needed. Its hallucinogenic effect blurred Qinglong's razor-sharp senses for one brief instant. Combined with the lingering Nightmare Moon curse silently draining his stamina, Yi had managed to accomplish something that should have been impossible. Qinglong let out a long, deep sigh. His voice remained calm, but there was clear acknowledgement in it as he praised Yi not only for the terrifying strength behind his attack, but also for the quick thinking and bold strategy he had shown in the middle of combat. Then, as one of the strongest warriors on all of Blue Star, Qinglong asked Yi what he wanted as his reward. To call a promise from the Azure Dragon priceless would still be an understatement. He understood the true weight of that favor very well, so instead of using it on the spot, he chose to keep it for the future. Qinglong nodded with approval, clearly satisfied by Yi's foresight. But just then, the situation took an unexpected turn. Qinglong revealed that he wanted to take Yi as his disciple. Originally, he had planned to wait until this mischievous kid lost the match before bringing it up. But since fate had moved in a different direction, he decided there was no need to hide his intentions any longer. He admitted that Gong Kei's teaching was not bad. His killing intent and battle instincts were both extremely sharp, but in Qinglong's eyes they still lacked real depth. Killing intent alone, he explained, could not support a martial artist forever. Without a stronger body to carry and sustain it, even the most terrifying killing aura would eventually be nothing more than an illusion. In other words, Qinglong wanted Yi to place true focus on strengthening his physique. He nodded, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He found Qinglong's advice a little amusing, because the man had not yet seen what his real body was actually capable of. Qinglong continued, stressing that the key was not only how Yi trained, but also who guided him along that path. With a foundation as solid as Yi's, Qinglong said he absolutely could not afford to step onto the wrong road. The right teacher would make all the difference in deciding how far he could eventually go. He agreed with complete seriousness and said that he would visit the dean of the Body Cultivation Academy the very next day to begin proper training. Qinglong was left speechless. He had been hinting so openly that he himself wanted to become his teacher, yet this brat had somehow missed the meaning entirely. How could someone so sharp and cunning in battle be this dense outside of a fight? From Yehi's point of view, however, his answer made perfect sense. Qinglong's position was far too high for Yehi to casually imagine such a thing. This was the Azure Dragon, a man whose every moment was usually occupied by affairs that could affect entire regions, and Yehi had never once heard even the faintest rumor that he accepted disciples. So, from Yehi's point of view, how could he possibly guess that a legendary figure like Qinglong had suddenly taken an interest in personally teaching him? In the end, Qinglong simply looked at him for a moment and chose not to push the subject any further. Instead, before he left, Qinglong handed Yehi an incredibly rare body-strengthening technique. It was the kind of precious method that ordinary students might never be qualified to even glance at in their lifetime, let alone study. Qinglong had obtained it long ago after defeating a powerful Western warrior, and the technique itself was said to be a national treasure from that faraway land. His expression stayed calm as he passed it over, but his words carried weight as he told Yehi to train properly, study every part of it with care, and one day fully master it. Yehi was immediately delighted. He bowed deeply, his gratitude completely sincere, without realizing that Qinglong's generosity had a small scheme hidden beneath it. In truth, the Azure Dragon was not planning to make the road too smooth for him. The technique he had given Yehi was famous for its brutal difficulty, so complicated that almost no one could master it, without an experienced teacher guiding them through each stage. Qinglong knew very well that sooner or later, Yehi would hit a wall and come to him for advice. And when that time came, Qinglong would naturally become his teacher in practice, even if the title was not official yet. Once the opportunity matured, turning that relationship into a formal master-disciple bond would be easy. After parting from Qinglong, Yehi finally made his way back to his dormitory. The moment he stepped inside, the room felt oddly unfamiliar, as if it belonged to someone else. Thinking about it carefully, he had already been enrolled at Imperial University for more than half a year, but most of that time had been spent underground, training under Gong Kei's strict instruction. The dorm room that should have been his most familiar place on campus now felt distant and strangely empty. Yai? He stood quietly in the room, the martial arts badge resting in the center of his palm. He turned it lightly between his fingers, feeling its cool surface, while a thought rose in his mind. Perhaps he should use the sleep cultivation method right away and begin studying the body-strengthening technique Qinglong had just given him. But before Yehi could fully make up his mind, the doorbell suddenly rang. His gaze shifted toward the entrance, calm but alert, and he smoothly slipped the badge into his space ring. Only after putting it away did he walk over and open the door. The moment the door opened, Yehi paused slightly. Standing outside his dorm was someone he had not expected to see at all, Ouyang-Zhe. Ouyang-Zhe put on a polite, almost careful expression, and his usual confidence seemed strangely restrained. With unusual courtesy, he asked, "Do you mind if I come in and have a quick chat?" He felt a little puzzled by the sudden visit, but he still moved aside and let Ouyang-Zhe enter. The only explanation he could think of was that Ouyang-Zhe had come to persuade him again about joining the Dragonblood Society, but before the two of them could even properly reach the lounge, Ouyang-Zhe's entire attitude changed without warning. In the next instant, Ouyang-Zhe threw away every bit of dignity he had been holding onto and dropped straight to his knees. He froze on the spot, genuinely stunned by the sight in front of him. Then, Ouyang-Zhe began pleading at the top of his lungs, his desperate voice bouncing through the room. Apparently, there had been too many people around earlier, so he had no choice but to keep up appearances. But now that they were alone, he did not care about pride anymore. "Please, I'm begging you," he cried, grabbing Yehi's leg like it was the only thing keeping him alive. "Become the president of the Dragon Blood Society." He lowered his eyes and stared at him in complete silence. This was the same Ouyang-Zhe who once spoke grandly about controlling half of the Imperial City student body. Yet now that same person was lying on the floor, clinging to Yehi's leg like a man pushed to absolute desperation. What on earth had happened to make him fall this far? Yehi frowned slightly, then asked how Ouyang-Zhe had even known he was back at the dorm. Ouyang-Zhe gave an embarrassed little smile, clearly aware that his answer would sound bad. With an awkward expression, he admitted that one of the Dragon Blood Society members had noticed Yehi's return through the surveillance cameras. The moment Yehi heard that, his expression cooled noticeably. His eyes sharpened as he repeated the key word. "Cameras?" he asked, his voice turning colder. "So you've been spying on me?" Ouyang-Zhe hurriedly waved his hands and tried to explain that the cameras were only placed in the corridor, not in any private area. But before he could finish defending himself, Yehi had already grabbed him. Without giving him a chance to continue making excuses, Yehi dragged him straight toward the training room for a lesson he would not forget anytime soon. 20 minutes later, Ouyang-Zhe was sprawled across the training room floor, gasping heavily, his body limp as if he had just crawled out of the deepest layer of hell. He stood over him with a calm expression, then looked down and asked, "Now then, care to explain why you're so desperate to make me president?" Ouyang-ze's face was swollen so badly that it was almost impossible to recognize his original features. He tried to speak, but every sound that came out was muffled, warped, and completely unclear. He listened for a moment, but he could not understand even a single proper sentence. He let out a small sigh, then casually tossed a few blood-replenishing pills down to him. "Here, take these first," he said in a flat voice. "You can explain after your mouth starts working again." The pills took effect almost instantly. In just a few seconds, the swelling on Ouyang-ze's face faded, his injuries rapidly disappeared, and healthy color returned to his cheeks. Once his mouth finally worked properly again, Ouyang-ze took a breath and began telling Yi Hei the truth. The Dragon Blood Society was already standing right on the edge of collapse, and in Ouyang-ze's eyes, he was the only person capable of dragging it back from disaster. At Hua University, students were free to establish their own clubs and organizations, but unless a group produced truly outstanding results, the university would not give them any funding. When the Dragon Blood Society was first founded, it had appeared at exactly the right time, allowing it to expand quickly and gather both resources and influence. For a while, that momentum created a perfect cycle. The more the society grew, the more resources it attracted, and those resources then pushed the society to grow even faster. But the brighter their rise became, the more jealousy and hostility began gathering around them in the shadows. As the Dragon Blood Society continued expanding, it inevitably started clashing with the Student Union, an organization mostly controlled by local students from Imperial City. Under the pressure of their leader, Xue Jingwen, the Dragon Blood Society's once stable position began to crack little by little. Ouyang-ze did not try to pretend the situation was not serious. However, he quickly explained that things were more complicated than they seemed on the surface. In theory, the Dragon Blood Society could ask senior students to step in and help. But on campus, there was an unspoken rule. Disputes between students of the same year had to be settled by that same year. If the Dragon Blood Society violated that rule and brought in older students first, Xue Jingwen would immediately have the perfect excuse to summon senior-level locals from Imperial City. And once that happened, the Dragon Blood Society would be crushed so thoroughly that it might disappear completely. That meant he was the only person who could truly shift the situation. Among the first-year students, he was the only one with enough strength to stand across from Xue Jingwen on equal footing. He lowered his gaze and silently thought it through for a moment. Then, without forcing Ouyang-ze to keep begging, he gave a slight nod and agreed to help. Ouyang-ze reacted instantly. He practically sprang up from the floor, excitement lighting up his face, as if he was ready to announce Yi Hei as the new president of the Dragon Blood Society right then and there. But before he could get too carried away, Yi Hei stopped him. "Hold on, Yi," he said calmly. "I never said I would be president. Treat me as a consultant. I'll help protect the club's assets, but that's where it ends."
Even so, He was still curious about what Ouyang-ze planned to do next. He looked at him closely and asked what kind of strategy he had in mind.
That was when Ouyang-ze mentioned something called the Daxia Recovery Plan. Since the matter was not classified as top secret, he did not need to hide much, and was able to explain it to Yi Hei without too much hesitation. According to Ouyang-ze, the Daxia Recovery Plan was a nationwide operation designed to gather martial artists from all across the country and reclaim 12 major cities along with their surrounding territories that had already fallen completely into the hands of monsters. Every university in Daxia was expected to participate. Imperial University's senior students would be responsible for leading the dangerous frontline assaults, while the freshmen would not be sent directly into those death zones. Instead, their job would be to secure the outer regions around the fallen cities, areas that were still dangerous, but not so deadly that survival was impossible. Because of this, the final exams for the year and the selection of new grade leaders would all be carried out within the recovery plan itself.
Ouyang-ze leaned forward slightly, his expression turning much more serious as he laid out his idea. During the operation, he wanted Yi Hei to command the entire Dragon Blood Society, lead the club through the mission, and help them achieve the best possible results once the plan came to an end.
Yi's eyes narrowed faintly, and he did not agree immediately. In a calm, measured voice, he said, "We'll talk about that plan later. But before that, there's something else you need to handle first." A bead of cold sweat slid down the side of Ouyang-ze's face. He did not need Yi Hei to explain. He understood exactly what Yi Hei was referring to, the surveillance cameras. Under Yi's silent, steady stare, Ouyang-ze obediently went to dismantle every single piece of equipment. He removed the cameras, packed away the devices, and did not dare let out even the smallest complaint. Only after the final wire had been pulled out and the corridor was completely cleared, did Yi Hei finally allow Ouyang-ze to leave.
As Wu Yangze's figure disappeared down the hallway, he could not help but let a faint smirk appear on his face. Wu Yangze had no idea how much help he had actually given him. This recovery plan was not just another mission. For Yi He, it was a rare and valuable opportunity. Every major achievement he completed could give him another chance to draw a new template, and the greater the achievement, the higher the possibility of obtaining something truly top tier. On top of that, Wu Yangze's talent for business and organization was genuinely impressive. If Yi He used that talent properly, cleared away the obstacles in their path, and rebuilt the Dragon Blood Society's influence, they might be able to turn it into the #1 organization in all of Hua University. And once that happened, the reward template Yi He earned could very likely surpass even the templates he had gained from the Zodiac City incident and the college entrance exam. With that thought in mind, his next goal became clear. He had to master his existing templates and martial arts completely, down to perfection.
The next day, inside the Dragon Blood Society's meeting hall, the atmosphere was already thick with tension, pressing down on everyone in the room. All 12 core members had gathered there, and among them were several familiar faces who had once appeared during the Zodiac City incident. Xin Chen lounged lazily at the table with one leg crossed over the other, a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. Smoke curled around his smirking face as he glanced at the clock with obvious impatience, every small movement showing how irritated he was. "Where's Wu Yangze?" he scoffed, blowing out a thin stream of smoke. "The so-called president is really making us sit here and wait like servants?" Xiang Jianzhuang immediately shot him a sharp look, his displeasure barely restrained. He remembered very clearly how Xin Chen had behaved when the Dragon Blood Society was still at its peak, humble, respectful, and always calling Wu Yangze president without hesitation. But now, Xin Chen did not even bother hiding his contempt. He called Wu Yangze by name, mocked his authority, and deliberately stirred up trouble right in front of everyone. Xiang Jianzhuang forced himself to stay still, but his patience was already wearing dangerously thin. "The vice president went to pick up our real president," Xiang Jianzhuang said in a controlled voice, keeping his tone as steady as possible. "They should arrive soon, so waiting a little longer won't hurt." The entire meeting hall went silent at once. Everyone looked at one another with uncertain expressions, and, for a moment, the pressure in the room became even heavier. Xin Chen's smirk faltered so subtly that it was almost hard to notice, while Lan Yusi and several others froze in disbelief. After all, Wu Yangze had always called himself the vice president. Whenever he spoke in public, he made one thing clear: the position of president had always been reserved for Yi He. The instant Yi's name entered the conversation, the color drained from Xin Chen and Lan Yusi's faces. Both of them immediately remembered that terrifying freshman, the one who had once made them feel as helpless as insects caught beneath a storm. Since childhood, they had been praised as prodigies and admired for their talent and strength. But in front of Yi He, all that pride had been meaningless. Compared to him, they had felt like nothing more than buzzing flies standing before a predator. Xin Chen quickly opened his mouth, his voice sharp with irritation. He refused to believe that putting their hopes on Yi he was a smart choice. Among the first years, he argued, no one could possibly match Xue Jingwen's strength. There was no way the Dragon Blood Society could reverse its decline now. The wisest move was to let go before the whole thing collapsed completely. Lan Yusi nodded along immediately. "Exactly. Wu Yangze has already gained plenty from the Dragon Blood Society. Why keep clinging to a sinking ship? A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch on. Depending on an outsider now will only drag all of us down with him." Xiang Jianzhuang's expression darkened at once. He could see through their act completely. These two were not speaking for the good of the Dragon Blood Society. They were simply preparing an excuse for their own escape. Xin Chen leaned forward with a confident look and finally revealed the card he had been hiding. The eldest son of the Zhou family from the imperial capital had already contacted them. Everyone in the room knew that name: Zhou Kai, the heir of a true Daxia martial arts family. Zhou Kai had promised to give them a stable place under his banner. Xin Chen grinned, the cigarette between his fingers burning nearly to the filter. "Tell me, isn't following him better than sitting here waiting for Xue Jingwen to crush us? At least under Zhou Kai, we still have a future." Then his sneering gaze swept across the room. "Can any of you really trust Yi He? He's been missing for half a year. When the imperial capital students mocked him in public, he didn't even respond. And you still think someone like that will come back and save you?" Ignoring Xiang Jianzhuang's murderous glare, Xin Chen slammed his palm hard against the table. "Enough talking. It's time to choose sides." As if they had been waiting for that exact signal, several voices that were clearly arranged in advance began chiming in one after another. Those who had already been bribed nodded along, pretending to hesitate and weigh their options before finally siding with Xin Chen. Their fake hesitation disappeared quickly. Their loyalty shifted just as fast, and in the blink of an eye, 8 of the 12 core members stood on Xin Chen's side. In their hearts, they immediately found reasons to justify the betrayal. They had already done enough for the Dragon Blood Society. The club was doomed anyway. Why should they sink with it? But Xiang Jianzhuang could barely hold back his rage. 8 defectors, 8 traitors, and they were not ordinary members either. They were the backbone of the entire organization, each one managing important business channels, controlling vital resources, and commanding followers of their own. If they truly left, the society's secrets would be completely exposed. Entire branches could collapse overnight. By the time Yi He returned, he would not be stepping into a powerful organization. He would be facing nothing more than an empty shell. Just as Xiang Jianzhuang was about to step forward, the conference room door suddenly exploded open, kicked clean off its hinges with a loud crash. A young man swaggered in with exaggerated confidence, his afro bouncing with every step he took. Gold and silver jewelry hung from his neck and wrists, while his flashy, gaudy outfit practically screamed for everyone to look at him. "Xin Chen," he called out impatiently, his tone full of arrogance. "What's taking so long? I was getting bored waiting downstairs." The entire room fell into a dead silence. Xin Chen and Lan Yusi instantly changed their expressions, their earlier smugness vanishing as they turned into obedient flatterers. They bent slightly, practiced smiles spreading across their faces. "Everything is ready, young Master Zhou," Xin Chen said quickly. "We were just about to leave." Zhang Juanzhuang's patience finally snapped. His aura surged outward, and martial energy rippled through the air around him like a blade being drawn from its sheath. "Zhou Kai," he growled, his eyes burning with fury. "How did you get into the Dragon Blood Society's headquarters?" Zhou Kai burst out laughing, arrogant and completely unconcerned by Xiang Jianzhuang's anger. "How else? I fought my way in." He gave a careless shrug, as if that answer should have been obvious. "Don't worry, though. I'll compensate your injured men with money and cultivation resources. Honestly, they should be thanking me. If they knew how many years' worth of resources they were getting in exchange for one beating, they might actually enjoy it." Xiang Jianzhuang's fury finally boiled over. As a fierce sword cultivator, he could not tolerate such open humiliation. In the next flash, his blade tore through the air, cutting straight toward Zhou Kai. But before Xiang Jianzhuang's blade could even get close to Zhou Kai, a black shadow suddenly flashed across the room. A woman in black stepped into motion, silent and perfectly composed with a deadly calmness in every movement. In just a few swift steps, she slipped directly into the path of the sword and blocked Xiang Jianzhuang from the front. Their clash lasted only a heartbeat, but the force behind that instant collision shook the entire conference room. Xiang Jianzhuang's eyes widened, disbelief flashing across his face. His fingers clenched even tighter around the hilt of his sword, but the truth was already painfully obvious. In that brief exchange, he had not gained the upper hand at all. He was being suppressed. Zhou Kai let out a sneer, his voice dripping with contempt, as he looked at Xiang Jianzhuang like he was staring at something beneath his shoes. "Pathetic. You can't even handle my bodyguard, and you still dare call yourself a cultivator?" Then he raised one hand lazily and waved toward the others. "Xin Chen, Lan Yusi, and the rest of you who plan to follow me, show me your loyalty, beat him until he can't stand anymore. Send him to the hospital if that's what it takes." The defectors stiffened where they stood, their faces going pale almost at the same time. They had agreed to abandon the Dragon Blood Society because they wanted a safer path and a brighter future. But raising their hands against an old comrade was another matter entirely. This was no longer just picking a better side. This was betrayal with blood on it. Zhou Kai's smile faded little by little, and whatever warmth had been in his eyes disappeared along with it. "What's wrong?" he hissed, his tone suddenly cold and cruel. "You think you can follow me while still clinging to that useless conscience of yours?" A heavy violet aura erupted from his body, spreading through the room like a suffocating fog. "If you won't obey my orders, then what value do you have? Did you really think I would accept just any dog? A dog that refuses to listen doesn't deserve to stay at its master's side." Then, with a violent boom, a terrifying pressure suddenly exploded through the entire conference room. Zhou Kai and the black-clad bodyguard both widened their eyes at once, as if an invisible hammer had slammed directly into their minds. They clutched their heads and groaned in pain, while everyone else in the room instinctively snapped their gazes toward the doorway. Standing there was Yi He, one hand resting casually on top of Zhou Kai's flashy afro, pressing him down as effortlessly as if he were swatting a fly. His voice was calm, almost too calm for the scene in front of him. "Ouyangze," Yi He said slowly, "what kind of mess did you leave for me to clean up?" I could hear this clown from the second floor. Behind him, Ouyangze scratched his head with an awkward smile. "My bad. Looks like it's time for a full purge of the club." Even after being pinned down in such a humiliating position, Zhou Kai still seemed convinced that he was the one in control. Typical of him. The afro-wearing show-off was actually furious that someone had dared to touch his precious hair, and he opened his mouth, clearly ready to shout the usual arrogant nonsense about his identity and family background. But before Zhou Kai could even finish speaking, Yi had grabbed him and hurled him straight out the window. With a sharp crash, Joe Kai and his lackey disappeared from the room together, their bodies flying through the air before vanishing somewhere outside. The silence that followed came so suddenly that it almost felt refreshing. "Yi!" he slowly exhaled, his expression unchanged. His voice stayed calm, but there was a cold edge hidden beneath it. Finally, it's quiet again. Then Yi He turned his gaze toward Jin Chen and Lan Yusi, the two traitors who had stirred this whole situation into chaos. He did not bother giving them a speech or wasting even a single extra word. With one casual flick of his wrist, the two of them followed Joe Kai and his dog straight out the same window. 4 bags of trash thrown out in one clean sweep. Yi, he lightly dusted off his hands as if he had only finished cleaning up a minor mess. Then he turned toward the remaining cadres who had been quietly inching toward the exit while hoping no one noticed. His calm gaze landed on them, but the pressure behind it felt crushing. "Something you'd like to say?" They froze instantly, cold sweat pouring down their faces like rain. When Yi-Hei moved just now, his speed had been so terrifying that none of them had seen it clearly, not even with enhanced dynamic vision. Only at that moment did the truth finally hit them. The stories about Yi-Hei's performance during the Zodiac City exam had not been exaggerated rumors spread by Ouyang-zi. They were real, every terrifying word of them. The first person to recover hurriedly lowered his head and apologized. "President Yi, I was blinded by greed. I listened to Xin Chen's nonsense and made a terrible mistake." He adapted quickly, clever enough to understand the situation he was now in. After offending Shokai, there was no way for him to return to the imperial capital's inner circle anymore. His only hope was to cling tightly to the Dragon Blood Society and beg for forgiveness. One after another, the other cadres followed his example, lowering their heads and admitting their fault. Yi-Hei did not respond to them directly. He only glanced sideways at Ouyang-zi, silently telling him to handle it. Their roles were already clear. The Dragon Blood Society's internal management was not something Yi-Hei intended to waste his energy on. He had far more important things waiting for him. Ouyang-zi straightened his back and faced the room with a cold expression. "None of you will be expelled," he said flatly. "But your cadre positions will be placed under review. If you fail to meet the required standards, you'll be removed from those posts. And for now, every one of you is suspended from all Dragon Blood Society activities for 1 week." His voice was firm, leaving no space for bargaining. "Do you accept your punishment?" Silence filled the conference room. A few of them looked like they wanted to argue, but before they could open their mouths, they felt it. Yi-Hei's aura swept across the room like a rising tidal wave, crushing the last scraps of defiance still hiding in their hearts. His voice was quiet, but the chill in it made their blood seem to stop flowing. He asked you a question. Do you accept? For a moment, it felt as if an invisible hand had wrapped around each of their hearts and squeezed so tightly that even breathing became difficult. Finally, as though their bodies had answered before their minds could resist, they shouted together in perfect unison, "We accept!" Only then did Yi-Hei withdraw his killing intent. Ouyang-zi watched them leave, his sharp eyes following their backs one by one. He knew most of them were basically finished. Their leadership roles were already as good as gone, but for the time being, he could not afford to throw them all out at once. The Dragon Blood Society had already suffered too much internal damage, and one more heavy blow might break it completely. After the last wavering cadre walked out, only Ouyang-zi's most trusted members remained in the conference room. This time, Ouyang-zi did not hesitate or pretend to be modest. He walked directly to the main seat and sat down. There was no more uncertainty and no more acting humble for appearances. From this moment forward, he occupied that seat as the true vice president of the Dragon Blood Society. As everyone settled in, Yi-Hei turned toward him and spoke in a steady, direct tone. "You already understand the situation. The Dragon Blood Society's decline comes down to one thing: money, no funding, no investment, and no influence." Yi-Hei leaned back slightly in his chair. "That's why next month's Daxia recovery plan is our best chance to attract attention again." Ouyang-zi nodded, clearly agreeing. But Yi-Hei was not done yet. His eyes sharpened, and a faint smirk slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Still, that's too slow. I have a faster way." The room immediately quieted down. "Ever since I came back to Imperial University," Yi-Hei continued, "I've heard one name over and over again, Xue Jingwen. He's the reason the club's reputation fell apart. So instead of waiting for the Daxia plan, why don't we deal with the problem directly?" His smile deepened just a little. "I'll challenge him, beat him, and end this whole mess with one strike." Everyone stared at Yi-Hei in stunned silence. The idea sounded reckless, almost insane, like something no normal person would casually suggest in a meeting. But because those words came from Yi-Hei, no one could dismiss them outright. After all, out of everyone in that room, he was the one person with enough strength to make such an outrageous plan sound possible. Unfortunately, Ouyang-zi quickly pointed out the flaw in the idea. That might be difficult right now, he said with a complicated expression. Xue Jingwen announced this morning that he's entering seclusion to break through to the martial master realm. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Seclusion? Ouyang Zi sighed and nodded. Yeah, and apparently, it's because of you. He explained that Xue Jingwen had been provoked by the terrifying murderous aura Yihei released the night before. The arrogant prodigy could not endure the feeling of being surpassed, so he shut himself away to force his limits and break through as quickly as possible. He gave a small chuckle. So he ran off to power up, huh? What a shame. I was actually looking forward to teaching him some manners.
Then his expression changed as a new idea formed in his mind. If we want to attract sponsors, he said, it doesn't have to be through that guy alone. The point is to build momentum, right? Then instead of only targeting freshmen, I'll challenge everyone, all the strongest fighters in the school. Ouyang Ze's eyes widened at once. You're serious? Yihei smirked without hesitation. Of course, a proper display of strength always draws investors. Then ambition flickered in his eyes as he added, besides, Qinglong promised to list me as part of the first division of Dragon Sparrow. I can use that title as leverage. A little prestige goes a long way when you're trying to market something.
The instant Dragon Sparrow was mentioned, Xiang Jianzhuang's attention snapped toward Yihei. His eyes lit up with visible admiration. The great Jia Dragon Sparrow is the strongest warrior organization in all of Daxia, he said, his voice filled with genuine respect. And the First Division is their top combat force, the elite standing above the elites, Xiang Jianzhuang continued, his tone almost reverent now. Every other division is made up of Dragon Sparrow specialists. But the First Division is different. Those people are the aces. Even here at Imperial University, fewer than 3 graduates in an entire year can ever qualify for it. It's basically the dream of almost every warrior on campus. He nodded slowly as the gears in his mind kept turning. Exactly. That's why we'll use it.
He rose from his seat, his eyes bright with clear determination.
Before we do anything else, get the club's media team ready. If the Dragon Blood Society is going to rise again, then we'll make sure the entire university watches every step of it. At that moment, Yi had made his announcement. Starting now, he declared, as president of the Dragon Blood Society and ace specialist of the First Division of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, I officially challenge every warrior in Imperial University whose cultivation is below the Grand Martial Master level. His voice was calm, but the confidence behind it shook everyone in the room. Then he leaned back casually and looked around at them. So, what do you all think? Is that enough hype to attract the biggest investors on campus? The conference room fell into absolute silence. Not a single person spoke. For one long moment, it almost felt like no one even dared to breathe. There was simply too much to take in at once. The scale of Yihe's challenge, his claim of being an ace of the First Division, and the casual way he said it all, as if none of it were worth making a fuss over. Xiang Jianzhuang, however, could not focus on anything except that one phrase, specialist of the First Division. That should have been impossible. Completely impossible. He understood the great Xia Dragon Sparrow well enough to know how terrifying its standards were. It was the strongest warrior organization in all of Daxia, and even qualifying for its entrance exam required a person to be a graduate. A student could not even apply, much less be admitted. So how could Yihei, a mere freshman, already possess such a title? Yet Yihei himself seemed totally unaware of how shocking this was. In fact, he did not even know the great Xia Dragon Sparrow had an entrance exam in the first place. He had never taken one. He had been personally recruited. Of course, that was not something he could openly explain. Ouyang Zi blinked several times, looking as if he needed to make sure he had heard correctly. Please tell me you're joking. That kind of claim isn't something you can say casually. But Yihei simply shook his head. No joke. It's official. I accepted the position just last night, and the paperwork should be processed within a few days. The room sank back into stunned silence. Then Yihei added casually, as if returning to the main topic, now back to the challenge. Xiang Jianzhuang's jaw nearly dropped. You mean you're really planning to challenge everyone at Hua University below the Grand Martial Master level? He nodded as naturally as if he were discussing the weather. Based on my estimate, he said, ordinary martial artists can't touch me. I can crush them head on. The gifted ones may take a little more effort, but the result won't change. He paused for a moment, tapping his fingers lightly against the table in thought. If I wanted to target the truly powerful ones, I'd have to use my trump card, freezing time. But that move depends on surprise. Wasting it just for a public performance would be foolish. So for now, I'll keep it hidden. He said it in such a calm, matter-of-fact tone, yet with every word, the air in the room seemed to grow heavier. Ouyang Zi looked at Yihei carefully, measuring the madness of the plan against the person proposing it. If anyone else had said something like this, it would have sounded completely insane. But this was Yi Hei, the same person who had broken records in Zodiac City, the same person who could make even monsters feel fear. If anyone could turn such an outrageous idea into reality, it was him. At last, Ouyang-zhe nodded. Understood. Leave the rest to me. Ouyang-zhe immediately picked up his communicator and ordered the media team to start working overtime. Then he began contacting potential sponsors, preparing to turn Yi Hei's challenge into a spectacle powerful enough to shake the entire university. As for you, Ouyang-zhe said, glancing at Yi Hei with a grin, there's only one thing you need to do: crush every single challenger. Within hours, Imperial University was thrown into chaos. A massive headline exploded across the campus forum and news wall. The top freshman who had vanished for half a year had returned as an ace of the first division of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, and he had publicly challenged the entire university. The story spread like wildfire. Students everywhere buzzed with disbelief, excitement, and suspicion. Some mocked him for being arrogant enough to challenge the whole school. Others had never even heard of him and insisted that this year's true top freshman was Yue Jingwen of the Imperial Capital's Yue family. But those who had actually seen Yi Hei fight, those who remembered Zodiac City, began speaking up. As their stories spread, the campus was swept into a storm of rumors, arguments, and anticipation. Before long, Yi Hei's identity was known everywhere. He was not some random freshman trying to make noise. He was the top scorer of the entrance exams after the nationwide reform. Back then, Yi Hei had caused such a huge sensation that several college deans personally came to observe his test results, each one eager to recruit him into their own academy. But after that brief burst of attention, he disappeared without leaving any trace behind. 6 full months passed with no news, no appearances, and no sign of him anywhere on campus. So now that he had returned with a challenge bold enough to shake the entire university, everyone naturally wanted to talk about it. Some questioned whether he had lost his mind. Others were simply curious about one thing. How had he entered the first division of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow? After all, the latest graduates who had taken the first division entrance exam had all said the same thing. It was brutally difficult. Almost everyone failed, and only 1% of applicants ever passed. So when the rumor spread that Yi Hei had not even taken the exam and had instead been directly admitted through special recruitment, disbelief rippled across the entire campus. Direct entry? Seriously? Some students scoffed. Did he bribe someone at the top, or did he just smile his way in? But the more people questioned him, the louder the buzz became. Within a single day, Yi Hei's name was dominating nearly every conversation on campus. He was no longer being treated as just another freshman. He had become the biggest topic of the entire semester. Meanwhile, over at the Imperial University Hospital, Chu Zhou and Qinglong were resting in their beds when the news appeared on their feeds. Qinglong looked at the screen and groaned, clearly exasperated. This guy, can't he ever sit still for even a moment? From the side, Chu Zhou gave a weak laugh. You should know Yi Hei by now. If he's making a move this big, then someone is definitely about to get wrecked. On Ouyang-zhe's side, everything was moving at a frightening pace. His efficiency was truly unmatched. In only a few hours, the publicity team had built an enormous wave of attention. The story exploded across campus, rushed beyond the university walls, hit the internet, and went viral almost immediately. But very quickly, the entire debate centered on one major question. Was Yi Hei really an ace of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow's first division? Countless online users doubted it. Many accused him of using that title simply to grab attention and attract sponsors. Then, in a move that shocked everyone, an official representative of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow stepped forward with a public statement, confirming that Yi Hei was indeed a special recruit who had been admitted without taking the entrance exam. The news detonated across the internet. Yet, instead of calming the chaos, that official confirmation only made the situation even more explosive. Some people praised Yi Hei immediately, taking it as proof that his talent was truly extraordinary. Others mocked him even harder, insisting that he must have used connections, pulled strings, or relied on some hidden backdoor deal. Critics sneered online, asking how long Yi he could keep up this act when the matches would be broadcast live for everyone to see. One commenter wrote that if he was really that strong, he should prove it in front of the whole world. Another added that no amount of hype would save him once the fighting actually began. But beneath all that noise, a different kind of anticipation started to rise. Many people were tired of arguing and simply wanted to witness the truth with their own eyes. If Yi Hei was a fraud, they said everyone would know soon enough. But if he dared to challenge the entire university and livestream the fights, then they wanted to see who would still be laughing once the battle started. Ouyang-zhe, ever the strategist, seized that opportunity perfectly. He unleashed the media team to stir up every side, the people supporting Yi Hei, the people mocking him, and even those pretending to stay neutral. Every debate only fed the flames higher. In the end, no matter which side people chose, all their attention pointed toward the same place. Every eye, every screen, and every voice locked onto Yi Hei's livestream. The stage had been set, all of Imperial University, and soon a large part of Daxia was watching. With open promotion and hidden publicity working together, Yi-hei's livestream exploded in popularity. His viewer count kept climbing without pause, and before long, even the biggest streaming platforms were lining up to negotiate exclusive broadcasting rights. As the spotlight grew brighter, advertisers rushed in as well, throwing money around just to connect themselves to the Dragon Blood Society. Of course, this had been Yi-hei's plan from the very beginning. In just one day, the Dragon Blood Society, which had been struggling on the edge of collapse, was flooded with cash and pulled back to life. But while the hype around Yi climbed higher and higher, attention quietly shifted toward another place, Imperial University Hospital. Inside a quiet hospital ward, Zhou Kai sat upright on his bed, scrolling through the flood of news about Yi-hei. A bitter laugh slipped from his lips. That brat had thrown him out like a piece of garbage. Not only had Zhou Kai's martial energy been sealed, but some strange hidden force had nearly crippled him as well. The memory burned in his mind, humiliating and impossible to swallow. And now, before Zhou Kai had even found a chance to take revenge, Yi-hei actually dared to organize a school-wide challenge. Zhou Kai's eyes turned cold and sharp, and the smile on his face twisted with venom. He knew the rules of martial arts duels very well. Accidents happened in the arena. If someone accidentally died during a match, no one could make too much noise about it. If Yi-hei was so eager to walk toward death, then who was Zhou Kai to stop him? 2 days later, the long-awaited day finally arrived. The only thing that left many people confused was the chosen time. The match had been scheduled at night. For the event, the Dragon Blood Society had rented the largest dueling arena in the region, a massive structure so grand that it looked almost like Earth's Bird's Nest Stadium. Fireworks burst across the night sky. Drums thundered in deep rolling beats, and the excitement of the crowd seemed to set the entire arena on fire. The school-wide tournament had officially begun. Inside the Imperial Arena, the stands were packed with students shouting at the tops of their lungs and waving glowing sticks through the darkness. On the live stream, comments exploded non-stop and the viewer count surged past 30 million. High above the arena, a helicopter hovered among the clouds like a hawk circling its target, specially rented for Yi-hei's grand entrance. The moment the host gave the signal, Yi-hei leapt straight out of the helicopter without wearing any safety gear at all. In that same instant, the atomic energy inside his body surged violently, doubling his speed while he was still falling through the air. He transformed into a streak of blue light slicing through the clouds, like a living meteor descending under the eyes of tens of millions of viewers. He tore through the sky, dragging waves of sonic booms behind him, before smashing down with a deafening crash that echoed through the entire arena. As the dust slowly rolled away, Yi-hei's figure appeared beneath the moonlight, standing tall and completely unshaken. His silhouette looked sharp as steel, glowing with an almost divine presence, like a god descending onto the earth in front of everyone. The livestream chat went completely wild, with comments flooding in so fast that no one could read them clearly. In that one moment, everyone watching understood at least one thing. Yi-hei's true strength was still a mystery, but when it came to making a dramatic entrance, he was absolutely unmatched. Just his swagger alone had already crushed the atmosphere. Just from the way Yi-hei stood there under the moonlight, it felt as though anyone who stepped into the arena against him had already lost before the fight even began. At this point, it no longer seemed like Yi-hei was the one challenging the school. It felt more like the entire school had gathered there to challenge Yi-hei. The entire arena felt as if it had been thrown straight into flames. The second he completed that grand entrance, the crowd completely lost itself, waves of cheers rising one after another until the stands seemed to tremble beneath the roar of excitement. Among the roaring spectators, Long Dao stood off to one side, watching the scene unfold from the sidelines. As a sophomore, he did not shout along with the others. His face stayed mostly controlled, but the tension around his eyes and the stiffness in his jaw made it clear that he was not pleased at all. His friend noticed that look right away and lightly nudged him with an elbow, asking whether he was thinking of stepping into the arena himself. Long Dao's lips curved into a faint smirk, and he made no attempt to deny it. With this much attention gathered in one place, only an idiot would let such a perfect opportunity slip through his fingers. As it turned out, Long Dao was not just some random student hiding among the crowd. He was a small internet celebrity, someone who understood very well how to take public attention and turn it into personal momentum. And tonight, with all of Imperial University watching and the online audience boiling with excitement, the timing could not have been more perfect. His plan was simple. He would be the first one to challenge Yi-hei. If he somehow won, his name would explode across the internet overnight. And even if he lost, he could still claim that he had exhausted Yi-hei a little for the next challenger. Either way, he would walk away with views, discussion, and clout. With that calculation burning brightly in his mind, Long Dao lifted his chin and strode into the arena with complete confidence. The crowd erupted again as Long Dao stepped forward and declared himself in a loud, proud voice. Long Dao, a second-level martial artist, officially issued his challenge to Yi He. Behind him, crimson smoke and violent energy burst upward, surging nearly 5 meters high like a blazing banner raised for battle. The display was flashy, arrogant, and clearly designed to impress the audience. Yi He simply looked back at him with that same calm, familiar arrogance, then introduced himself without even a flicker in his expression as an 8th-level warrior of the Dragon Blood Society. Across the world, tens of millions of viewers seemed to fall strangely silent at once, as if everyone had chosen to hold their breath at the same time. Even the audience inside the arena froze in place, waiting to see exactly how Yi He would answer this challenge. Long Dao, convinced that his higher realm gave him the advantage, did not bother testing the waters. From the very beginning, he gathered all his strength and poured it into his strongest attack, determined to end the match quickly and preserve at least some dignity even if things later turned against him. But what happened in the very next moment stunned everyone. The match had barely begun, and before most people could even blink, Long Dao was already on his way down. Yi He's body flashed forward like a streak of lightning, and with one brutal kick, he sent Long Dao flying across the arena before the man could even fully register that the fight had started. A sharp gasp swept through the stands as the self-proclaimed rising star crashed hard onto the floor and lay there unconscious. All of his dreams of becoming famous overnight shattered in a single instant, scattered across the cold arena stone beneath him. He did not spare even a heartbeat for him. His voice rolled outward, amplified by martial energy until it echoed into every corner of the arena. Next challenger. Those two simple words struck like thunder, vibrating through the stands and shaking the hearts of everyone who heard them. The next person to step forward was Yao Ling, a 5th-level warrior known for wielding a massive Guangong broadsword. Her cultivation level might not sound shocking at first, but her battle record was anything but ordinary. She had once defeated 3 7th-level martial artists all by herself. The moment the match began, Yao Ling seized the initiative. She raised that enormous blade, launched herself high into the air, and brought it crashing down with a huge wave of energy roaring behind the strike. He neither retreated nor flinched. Blue atomic energy gathered around his clenched fist, compressing into a fierce glow that radiated terrifying force. He raised his eyes toward her descending blade and spoke in a calm tone that almost sounded disappointed. "Your blade is far too impure." In the very next instant, Yi He punched upward. His fist collided head-on with the broadsword, and the massive weapon exploded into countless flying fragments. Before Yao Ling could even react to the destruction of her blade, that same fist drove straight into her abdomen. Blood burst from her mouth as her body was launched out of the arena like a broken doll, leaving the entire crowd stunned into silence. 2 fights. 2 instant defeats. And Yi He still stood alone at the center of the arena, without even the slightest trace of fatigue on his face. After that second victory, he seemed to lose interest altogether. His gaze swept across the remaining challengers. Then he raised one hand lazily and said, "Don't waste time. All of you, come at me together." That single sentence ignited the arena all over again. Just a few moments earlier, the senior students had treated Yi He's challenge like a ridiculous performance, something they could laugh at from above. But now, their pride had been dragged directly into the fire. His words were an open slap across their faces, and none of them could simply stand there and swallow it. The remaining 9 warriors glared at him with cold contempt before charging forward together, their auras erupting outward like a storm of fire, lightning and crushing pressure. He still did not flinch. What happened next could barely be called a fight at all. It was a one-sided crushing. Every step, every strike, and every counter from Yi He landed with ruthless precision, breaking through his opponents one after another before the audience could even fully keep up with what they were seeing. By the time the scoreboard updated, it displayed 11 consecutive victories, including the strongest fighter from the 2nd year and 3 elite masters from the 3rd year. Yi had fought continuously without stopping once, not even pausing long enough to catch his breath. The first 2 matches had ended in less than a second each, and even the 3rd battle had failed to last a full minute. The crowd completely lost control. At the same time, the live stream chat exploded across the screen, flooding with screams, shock, and disbelief, while the roaring inside the arena surged higher and higher like a tidal wave crashing through the stands. Meanwhile, far away inside Imperial University Hospital, the glow of the livestream reflected in Joe Kai's furious eyes. Lying there in his hospital bed, he watched Yi He flatten one opponent after another, and with every victory, his expression twisted even further with rage. Zhou Kai clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles trembled, grinding his teeth as if they might crack under the pressure. "Damn it," he muttered, his voice shaking with both anger and disbelief. How was he supposed to get revenge on someone like that? Anyone he sent would probably end up exactly like him, lying flat on a hospital bed. But then a single name suddenly flashed through his mind. There was one person, only one, who might truly stand a chance. His elder brother, Zhou Yanting, the first son of the current generation of the Zhou family. A man whose strength had long surpassed that of ordinary martial masters. The problem was that Zhou Kai knew his brother too well. Zhou Yanting was disciplined, rational, and uncompromising to the core. He would never lower himself to help with something as petty as personal revenge. Unless... Slowly, Zhou Kai's lips curled into a sinister grin as a dangerous idea began forming in his mind. Back in the arena, Yi He still stood tall beneath the focus of countless eyes, his posture calm and unmoving, like a pillar holding up the sky itself. Around the arena, the students clenched their fists in silent frustration, but no one dared to step forward anymore. Even among the second and third-year students, there was no one left who could match Yi He's power. The truly gifted senior elites and the near-graduation monsters had already crossed into the realm of grand martial masters, while those who remained simply did not possess the strength to challenge him. And the irony was impossible to ignore. Yi had not fought a single opponent weaker than himself. Every challenger had stood above him in rank, yet every single one of them had fallen. By now, the upper division students of Imperial University had lost all dignity. They were no longer being remembered as elites. They had become Yi He's stepping stones, their names practically carved into the university's pillar of shame. But just as the atmosphere seemed ready to settle, and just when it looked like no one else had the courage to rise, a new aura surged into the arena. Vast, heavy, and oppressive, like a storm front rolling in from the distant horizon. The crowd turned almost as one as a figure walked in. His footsteps were calm and measured, but the pressure radiating from him was terrifying. It was Zhou Yanting, and after rebuilding his cultivation to perfection, he was no ordinary ninth-level martial master. Zhou Yanting was someone capable of defeating grand martial masters themselves. The entire arena fell silent in an instant. For the first time that night, Yi He's overwhelming dominance seemed ready to face a true test. Zhou Yanting was not just another opponent. He carried the Sunblaze bloodline, the pride of the Zhou family, a power so pure and overwhelming that very few people throughout the family's long history had ever managed to control it. The energy within that bloodline was so fierce that it could burn an ordinary person from the inside out. To keep it restrained, he wore the Zhou family's custom-built nano battlesuit, designed specifically to regulate and suppress his body temperature. Together with years of calming discipline, calligraphy, painting, and heart sutra meditation, Zhou Yanting had forged a perfect balance between destruction and restraint. To many watching him enter, he was not merely strong, he was frightening, and as he stepped into the arena, the entire atmosphere shifted. Light glinted across his silver battlesuit, and even the air around him seemed to tighten. Tens of millions of viewers fell silent, almost convinced that Yi He was finally about to pay the price for his arrogance. But the next thing that happened was nothing like what anyone expected. Zhou Yanting pressed his palms together and gave Yi He a slight bow. "On behalf of my brother," he said calmly, "I apologize. Any losses your Dragon Blood Society suffered will be compensated by me personally at double the amount." The arena immediately buzzed with confusion and whispers. So the rumors were true. Zhou Kai and Zhou Yanting really were brothers. But Yi He did not believe that this was all there was to it. His voice cut through the surrounding noise, sharp and direct. "You don't look like someone who came here just to take revenge. So tell me, why are you really standing here?" Zhou Yanting slowly straightened his posture, and the calmness in his tone chilled over into something colder. "For the reputation of the Zhou family," he replied, "my brother was in the wrong." Zhou Yanting continued, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at Yi He. "But you dragged our family's name through the mud." In that moment, the truth became obvious. Zhou Kai had twisted the entire story before handing it to his elder brother. Even so, Yi He had no interest in explaining himself. To him, wasting breath on excuses was meaningless. With Longqi, one of the peerless powers, standing behind him, he had no reason to fear the Zhou family or anyone else who wanted to step forward and cause trouble. Then Zhou Yanting stated his demand. "Kneel," he said firmly. "Apologize to the Zhou family in front of the entire university." Yi He's answer came instantly, sharp enough to cut through the air. "Stick that where the sun doesn't shine." The tension between the two of them snapped tight in an instant. Both men locked eyes without speaking, each one silently measuring the strength, intent, and danger of the other. The referee had barely managed to announce the start before both fighters moved. Like two gunfighters in an old Western duel, they closed the distance almost at the exact same time. Then both fists shot forward simultaneously. The instant they collided, a massive shockwave blasted outward, rattling the entire arena from wall to wall. It was an even clash. pure strength, smashing directly against pure strength with no tricks between them. Both of them pulled back at once, but neither hesitated for even a fraction of a second. In the next breath, they surged forward again. In a heartbeat, the stillness shattered into chaos, and their fight became a blur moving far too quickly for ordinary eyes to follow. Their fists struck like rolling thunder, fast, merciless, and packed with enough force to leave afterimages streaking through the air. The space between them rippled like water caught in a violent storm, bursting again and again with sonic booms and shockwaves that shook the audience to their core. With every exchange, their auras climbed higher. It was like watching two storms collide head-on, each one growing stronger by crashing into the other. Then, behind both fighters, pillars of blood and energy erupted into the sky, revealing the raw manifestation of their martial essence. Every punch now roared like thunder. Every collision made the ground beneath their feet tremble. And as the battle continued to intensify, the heat around them began to take visible shape. Silver nano armor wrapped around Zhou Yanting's arms began glowing red under the rising temperature. Piece by piece, the armor started to crack, break apart, and disintegrate into fragments. The moment Zhou Yanting's bare skin was exposed to the open air, the temperature around him spiked sharply. The next stage of the battle was about to begin. The heat radiating from Zhou Yanting surged in an instant. Waves of scorching air rolled off his body, causing the space around his arms to shimmer and distort. Beneath his skin, his meridians glowed deep crimson, pulsing like veins of molten magma flowing through flesh. This was the true form of the Sunblaze bloodline finally revealing itself. The audience stared in awe, barely daring to breathe as they watched. This no longer looked like two ordinary humans fighting in an arena. It was more like watching two monsters wearing human skin. Every strike they exchanged carried the weight of a collapsing mountain, and every impact made the arena tremble beneath their feet. From the stands, the spectators could barely make out their bodies anymore. All they could see were flashes of blue lightning and crimson fire, twisting together inside a storm of blood-red energy. Online, the comments spiraled completely out of control. Zhou Yanting's strength is unreal. He's a demon. How is he still standing? Even so, many people had to admit that for Zhou Yanting to hold his ground for even several rounds against Yi He, who was now feared as the Demon King of Imperial University, was already an incredible achievement. Back inside the arena, the duel continued to rage. But then, for one brief instant, Zhou Yanting's focus wavered. He sensed something strange rolling off Yi He's body, a raw, savage energy that felt far too wild, the kind of aura that should only belong to demon beasts. That tiny distraction was all it took to cost him dearly. Yi He caught the opening immediately. "Eyes on me, Yi," he said coldly. A flash of blue light tore through the air. Yi's right hook came crashing in like a hammer. Before Zhou Yanting could recover his focus, his body was already flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth as he slammed hard into the ground. Up in the stands, a young boy clutched his action figure tightly in both hands and shouted with everything he had, "Come on! You can do it! Take down the Demon King!" Zhou Yanting wiped the blood from his cheek and looked up at Yi He, disbelief flickering deep in his eyes. "So this is the kind of fighter the great Xia Dragon Sparrow recruits," he muttered under his breath. "Barbaric." But then Zhou Yanting suddenly felt that something was wrong. At first he thought it might be nothing more than exhaustion dulling his senses, or perhaps the crushing heat and pressure around them had twisted what he was seeing. Yet as the seconds dragged on, that strange feeling only became clearer and heavier, until Zhou Yanting finally understood that this was not an illusion at all.
He was growing. Just a few moments earlier, the two of them had been standing at the same height, staring directly into each other's eyes. But now, Zhou Yanting had to slowly lift his head just to meet Yi He's gaze. In truth, this was not some simple transformation. Yi He was evolving right in the middle of the fight. Rather than unleashing the giant anthropomorphic template's power all at once in a single violent burst, he was pulling it out from deep within himself and blending it with his vampire-like command over blood and flesh. Because of that, he gained both advantages at the same time, the speed and precision of a merciless predator and the overwhelming crushing strength of a giant. With every second that passed, Yi He's power kept climbing higher. His muscles tightened and bulged like forged steel, his bones became harder and denser, and even the sharpness of his movements grew more terrifying. Before long, Zhou Yanting barely came up to Yi He's waist. As he looked up at that towering figure covered in black scales, with blue light burning coldly in his eyes, Zhou Yanting could no longer see him as a human being. What stood in front of him was a monster. Yi's next punch descended with the force of an entire mountain collapsing from the sky. Zhou Yanting's knees buckled instantly under the impact, and the stone beneath his feet split apart as both of his legs sank deeper into the shattered arena floor. Zhou Yanting's bones screamed beneath the pressure,
and his entire body trembled under that suffocating weight. In that crushing moment, he finally understood why Yi He had dared to challenge the entire school alone. No ordinary human could ever possess such terrifying physical power. Zhou Yanting had always believed his Sunblaze bloodline was nearly unmatched, but compared to Yi He, that pride suddenly felt hollow and meaningless. The being in front of him was not merely a prodigy, he was like a high-level humanoid monster, something far beyond normal human understanding. Sharp cracking sounds rang out from Zhou Yanting's body as he desperately fought to stay upright, but his struggle was useless. Yi He's power was too overwhelming, and his presence felt too absolute. Zhou Yanting could no longer withstand him. His body was breaking down piece by piece. The martial body he had spent years tempering and perfecting was now beginning to fracture beneath the pressure. Every muscle shook, every bone howled in pain. If this continued, the foundation he had rebuilt with so much effort would collapse completely, forcing him to start his cultivation over from the beginning. Using the brief pause in Yi He's relentless assault, Zhou Yanting gathered the last strength he could muster and shot straight into the sky. Flames burst from the soles of his feet, launching him high above the arena like a blazing rocket. Suspended in midair, he drew in a deep breath and steadied himself. If he could not overpower Yi He with raw strength, then he would defeat him with speed. At least, that was what Zhou Yanting believed. But before Zhou Yanting could even adjust his position in the air, something happened that completely shattered his confidence. He had underestimated Yi He far too much, and now that mistake was about to be exposed in front of everyone. Anyone who had carefully studied Yi He's previous battles would already have known what was coming next. But Zhou Yanting had walked into this fight almost blind, too proud and too confident in himself to bother doing any real homework on his opponent.
Down below, Yi He's entire body began to glow with a dangerous blue light. The air around him crackled under terrifying pressure as violent atomic energy gathered deep inside his throat. The moment Zhou Yanting sensed that power building, every instinct in his body screamed for him to move.
Zhou Yanting darted sideways just in time to see a blinding beam of energy rip through the exact space where he had been floating only a heartbeat earlier. But Yi He did not stop after one shot. He unleashed beam after beam, each blast tearing across the sky like heavy artillery fire, forcing Zhou Yanting to weave, dive, and twist through the air like a desperate bird trapped beneath a relentless bombardment. The crowd gasped as those beams carved through the night sky, leaving bright blue streaks behind them like burning scars stretched above the arena. Pinned down in midair, Zhou Yanting's expression turned hard. There was no longer any room for hesitation. Resolve burned in his eyes as he finally made his decision. If he could not match Yi He's power directly, then he would burn through everything he had left and force out a victory. "Don't blame me for not warning you," he muttered under his breath. Zhou Yanting activated his earthly evil martial art, the flaming sun demon hand. The nano battlesuit wrapped around Zhou Yanting's body began glowing red-hot, and the built-in suppressors started melting beneath the terrifying intensity of his bloodline energy. Then everything erupted at once. The Sunblaze bloodline inside him exploded like a volcano, sending flames roaring from his body as the air around him warped violently. His right hand stretched forward, turning red and translucent like molten iron. Every ounce of power in his blood surged into his palm, guided and compressed by his martial energy. Within seconds, his arm looked as if it had become a miniature sun, radiating blinding light and unbearable heat. The crimson glow overwhelmed the stadium floodlights. The air twisted. Even the reinforced arena floor began to melt beneath the scorching pressure. The crowd went wild, their screams, cheers, and disbelief crashing together into one deafening roar. This was the climax of the duel. Zhou Yanting hurled the blazing orb downward, and the flaming sun demon hand descended like divine judgment from above. But Yi He did not retreat. Instead, a wild and fearless grin spread across his face, while the blue light in his eyes burned even brighter with fighting spirit. Finally, he said, his voice filled with excitement, "Something worth my time." If Zhou Yanting thought he was the only one capable of unleashing a devastating energy attack, then Yi He was about to prove him completely wrong. Yi He raised his palm, and an intense concentration of atomic energy began forming in his hand, twisting, pulsing, and threatening to explode at any moment. Even with martial energy holding it together, the power remained dangerously unstable. One tiny mistake could make it detonate right in his face, but Yi He was not done. Calling upon Crimson Calamity, his pure spiritual energy body, he fused the two forces together. The unstable atomic energy suddenly steadied, then expanded with terrifying force. In Yi He's palm, a new martial art, one he had only just perfected, finally came alive. He named it Demora's Qigong Cannon. The air screamed as the energy sphere compressed into a blinding beam. Then Yi He thrust his hand forward, and a massive atomic blast erupted from his palm, tearing through the sky before slamming head-on into Zhou Yanting's flaming sun demon hand. Two ultimate powers collided in mid-air, sunfire against atomic light. The entire night seemed to explode in overwhelming brilliance. The compressed atomic sphere burst open and transformed into a colossal blue beam, nearly 20 meters wide. It roared forward like a living beast, swallowing Zhou Yanting whole inside a tidal wave of destruction that devoured everything in its path. Under that searing blue-white radiance, Zhou Yanting's blazing sun suddenly looked pitiful, like a tiny flame struggling at the edge of extinction. For the first time in his life, Zhou Yanting froze. As that torrent of energy closed in on him, he felt it with terrifying clarity, the primal, suffocating certainty of death. Then a thunderous boom ripped through the sky, so loud it felt as if the heavens themselves had split apart. The beam tore across the night, like a river of molten blue lava, engulfing Zhou Yanting completely. The shock waves slammed into the arena and sent violent tremors rolling through the ground. When the light finally faded, silence fell over everything. Zhou Yanting was gone. Gasps spread through the stands, and even the live-stream chat went completely still. And then a calm and familiar voice cut through the suffocating tension. "Yi, don't you think you were a bit too reckless?" At once, everyone turned their heads toward the source of that voice. He scratched the back of his neck and flashed a sheepish grin, looking almost harmless compared to the terrifying figure he had been moments earlier. "Ah ha ha, I knew Principal Shi Jingwen was nearby," he said. "That's why I didn't hold back." From the sky above, a figure in a sharp Zhongshan suit slowly descended, holding a badly shaken but very much alive Zhou Yanting by the collar. Principal Shi Jingwen floated down beside Yi He, letting out a tired sigh as he arrived. Shi Jingwen had originally only come to see what all the commotion was about, since this tournament had drawn attention from across the empire. But instead of quietly watching from the sidelines, he had somehow been dragged directly into the spotlight. By now, it was obvious that this had been Yi He's plan from the very beginning. "I'm sorry, Principal," Yi He admitted, bowing slightly with an awkward smile on his face. "I needed your presence to give this event a little more prestige. Please help me out, just this once." Shi Jingwen gently dropped the unconscious Zhou Yanting onto the arena floor. His expression carried a mix of exasperation and reluctant amusement. "Your teacher, Gongke," he said, shaking his head, "always tells me her student is dull and clueless, but now I can see it clearly. You've just been fooling her." He chuckled softly, then straightened as his expression became more formal. "Fine. Since I'm already here, I'll lend you my support, just this once." His voice spread through the arena, amplified by martial energy, until everyone in Imperial University could hear it clearly. "Now then," Shi Jingwen called out, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena, "who among you still wishes to challenge Yi He?" Silence was the only answer he received. The senior students, hiding among the shadows, exchanged uneasy glances, but not a single one of them dared to move. Every person there still remembered that blinding blue beam, the attack that had torn through the sky and nearly vaporized Zhou Yanting, one of the strongest fighters among them. Facing something like that again would be no different from suicide. So they hesitated, pushing one another forward only with their eyes and subtle expressions, but in the end, no one had the courage to step out. Shi Jingwen looked across the trembling students and let out a quiet sigh. "In that case," he declared, "I hereby announce that Yi He, a freshman who is still only a martial artist, has defeated every martial master in Imperial University." Those words struck the crowd like a thunderclap. "This achievement will be recorded in history," Shi Jingwen continued. "It is unprecedented, and it will never be repeated." The stands erupted into chaos, filled with disbelief, awe, and thunderous applause, and in that moment, everyone present understood one thing clearly. Yi He's name would be carved forever into the legend of Imperial University, the freshman who stood alone and conquered them all. The moment Shi Jingwen announced Yi He's victory, Yi He's name exploded across Huadu University, and then spread rapidly throughout the entire country. In city, pride filled the air. People could not stop smiling whenever his name came up. On the hot search rankings, every top spot was connected to Yi He, from his shocking one-on-one duels to the principal personally declaring him a new legend. The entire internet was burning with his name. Countless users rushed online, each claiming they knew Yi He personally just so they could ride the wave of his sudden fame. But beneath all that excitement, the nation itself was standing on unstable ground. The martial saint was gravely injured, the Grand Master's whereabouts remained unknown, and several cities had already fallen. In such desperate times, Yi He's rise felt almost divine, like a brilliant beacon of hope appearing exactly when the people needed it most. At Encity's #1 high school, where Yi He had once studied, his old homeroom teacher organized a live broadcast of the battle so the entire school could watch together. The halls echoed with cheers as students proudly shouted Yi He's name again and again. The teacher smiled with quiet pride, feeling that his instincts about that boy had never been wrong, but not everyone was celebrating. In a quiet corner, Huang Tongtong, the same student who had once bullied Yi He, watched with clenched fists, unable to hide the resentment twisting across his face. Online, more and more questions began swirling around Yi He. Why had Principal Shi Jingwen personally announced his victory? What kind of connection did the two of them have? Was there some powerful force secretly supporting Yi He from the shadows? The speculations spread at frightening speed, drawing the attention of countless organizations. After all, according to public records, Yi He was supposed to be nothing more than an orphan. Then Dragon Sparrow stepped forward and released an official statement. Yi, his identity was classified as top secret special information. All parties were ordered to immediately stop speculating and spreading false rumors, and anyone who violated the order would be dealt with severely. Over at the Dragon Blood Society, the atmosphere was no different from a grand celebration. Yi, his victory had brought them enormous honor and had completely silenced every rival who once mocked them. No one was happier than Xiang Jianzhuang and Ouyang Ze. To them, Yi He was not merely a member of the society. He was the spark that could bring the entire Dragon Blood Society back to life. But amid all the laughter and celebration, they suddenly realized that Yi He himself was nowhere to be found. Xiang Jianzhuang frowned slightly as he thought back for a moment. He said he had urgent business to take care of, he recalled. Meanwhile, inside dorm room 42FA3, while the entire outside world was chanting his name, Yi He remained unusually calm. Sitting alone in the quiet room, Yi He opened a 3D communication screen and contacted the Mad Doctor. The golden gene bottle, the doctor reported. I retrieved it from the hiding spot in City. Yi He leaned forward slightly, his eyes focusing on the screen. Can it be activated? The Mad Doctor nodded slowly, his expression turning serious. It can. I was part of the original engineering team behind the Golden Gene project. But there's one problem, the Mad Doctor continued. The vial has a built-in tracking transmitter. The moment it's opened, Laserbird will detect it instantly.
Yi He's voice lowered as he asked, "Is there any way to block the signal?" The Mad Doctor replied, "I'm working on it. I've already started purchasing the materials needed to build a shielding room. It'll take about half a month to finish construction, and another half month to decrypt the vial's security lock." Yi, he gave a short, steady nod. "Good. Safety comes first. Speed comes second."
With that, the call came to an end. The 3D screen slowly dimmed, leaving Yi He alone once more in the quiet dorm room. Outside, the world could not stop talking about him, but inside that room he sat in perfect calm, his thoughts gradually sinking deeper and deeper. The Mad Doctor's words echoed through Yi He's mind, pulling up fragments of memory and the buried truth hidden in Prometheus's past. At last he understood. Prometheus had once worked secretly with the god-descent Heavenly Kingdom. Back then, using its immense technological power, Prometheus had helped them cultivate a demon embryo. But just as that fiend was about to be born, the god-descent Heavenly Kingdom betrayed them and launched a sudden attack. What the god-descent Heavenly Kingdom never realized was that during the embryo's growth, Prometheus's scientists had already tampered with it, weakening the creature from the inside. Because of that hidden sabotage, Prometheus ultimately managed to capture the world's first living fiend. They dissected it, divided up its remains, and turned every part of its body into experimental material. With that fiend in their possession, a being that surpassed every known form of life on Blue Star, Prometheus, pushed biological research into terrifying new territory. From that madness came a series of astonishing results, and the most famous among them was known as the Eden Project. The goal of the Eden Project was breathtakingly ambitious. Prometheus wanted to create an artificial god, a supreme intelligence capable of uniting all of humanity. It was meant to protect Blue Star from threats beyond this world, erase the borders between nations, and govern everything through perfectly fair distribution, transforming the entire planet into a man-made paradise. But Prometheus's hidden truths went far beyond what Yi had already uncovered. Buried underneath those earlier schemes was an even more horrifying plan called the Fireseed Initiative, a proposal designed to tamper directly with the very foundation of human genetics and force mankind toward what its creators called a higher stage of existence. As time passed, that dangerous concept did not disappear. Instead, it slowly evolved into the Golden Gene Project, and eventually that forbidden inheritance fell into the hands of the Laserbird organization. Yi, he sat back against the sofa, his body sinking slightly into the cushions, while his eyes stayed locked on the dim, hazy light ahead of him. The deeper he dug into Prometheus, the more clearly he understood that the powers connected to it were not simple at all. In the past, people had accused him of being involved with them, and after seeing just how tangled and far-reaching this entire network was, he could no longer deny it with absolute confidence. Somewhere deep in his mind, a quiet but sharp instinct kept warning him that sooner or later this storm would find its way to him. It was at that quiet moment that Yi He suddenly remembered the long key badge. It had been a gift from a senior, but because he had been caught up in everything involving Ouyang-zhe, he had never gotten the chance to properly study it. Now that he finally had a brief window of peace, he decided not to waste it. He carefully slipped the badge beneath his pillow, settled himself into a cross-legged position, slowly closed his eyes, and let his breathing sink into a steady, meditative rhythm as he prepared to cultivate through sleep. Before much time had passed, Yi He felt his awareness begin to loosen from the room around him, as if his consciousness were being pulled somewhere far away. Then, when his eyes opened again, everything familiar had disappeared. The room, the sofa, the pillow, all of it was gone. In its place, cold rain struck his face again and again, each drop jolting him awake inside a completely unfamiliar world. He slowly pushed himself up from the ground, and only then did he realize his body was covered in battered knight's armor. The metal plates were dented, scratched, and stained as though they had already survived a brutal battle. All around him stretched a bleak battlefield littered with corpses in every direction, while the thick, choking smell of blood, smoke, and wet earth pressed heavily through the rain-soaked air. The battlefield looked as though the land itself had been ripped open and burned from the inside. Blackened soil spread endlessly beneath the dark sky, and even with rain pouring down without mercy, stubborn tongues of flame still flickered across the ruins, clinging to the broken ground as if they refused to be extinguished. He crouched beside one of the fallen soldiers and examined the corpse carefully. His fingers brushed across the damaged armor, stopping at several deep claw marks that had torn straight through the metal. These were not wounds left by swords, spears, or any ordinary human weapon. Nearby, enormous footprints were pressed deep into the mud, each one heavy enough to prove that something huge had trampled through this battlefield. Even as the rain continued to fall from the dark clouds above, the craters scattered across the battlefield still held faint, stubborn embers. They glowed weakly beneath the storm, giving the ruined land a strange dying heat, as though the cold rain and the lingering fire were fighting over the remains of the battlefield. When the rain finally eased a little, Yi He reached for the straps of the heavy armor covering his body and began loosening them one after another. The damaged metal plates slipped free and dropped into the mud with dull, heavy clangs. Feeling the weight leave his shoulders, he could not help wondering how the soldiers of this western kingdom were supposed to fight effectively while carrying such exhausting armor into battle. He searched through the ruined battlefield for some time before finally finding a greatsword that had not been completely destroyed. He lifted the massive blade, tested its balance in his hand, and quietly muttered, "So this is the martial fate realm. My own strength is being suppressed here, so for now I'll have to depend on weapons from this world." His gaze then swept across the desolate plain. If this place truly operated like some kind of hidden trial realm, then its master should appear sooner or later and point him toward the next step. Almost as if the realm had answered his thoughts, the muffled thunder of hooves suddenly rolled through the distant mist. From the far edge of the horizon, 2 black horses charged into view, pulling an elegant carriage etched with silver patterns. They rushed straight toward Yi He before stopping sharply in front of him, while the tall coachman sat silently above, his face hidden behind a mask as he tightened the reins without uttering a single word. The curtain of the carriage slowly lifted, revealing an old man seated inside. His expression was severe. His short hair had already turned gray, and a black hat cast a deep shadow over one of his eyes. He stared at Yi He in silence as the rain began falling once again. But after studying him for only a moment, the old man let out a cold, contemptuous snort and immediately pulled the curtain shut, as if Yi He was not worth another glance. The coachman cracked the whip, and the 2 black horses lunged forward, dragging the carriage away, as though Yi He were nothing but dirt on the roadside. Yi He stood there for a second, blinking in mild surprise as he watched them leave without even offering a word. Then he called out after them, "Hey, you're really just leaving like that?"
Yi.
His voice rang out behind them, but just as the carriage began to gain speed, it suddenly jerked to a complete stop. The powerful black horses strained with everything they had, their muscles tightening and their hooves digging deep into the mud, yet no matter how hard they pulled, the carriage refused to move even a single inch forward. Behind the carriage, Yi He stood there as calm as ever, one hand gripping the frame as if he were holding back a child's toy instead of a horse-drawn carriage. The horses pulled with all their strength, but the entire carriage remained rooted in place. With a faint smile tugging at his lips, Yi He said, "Old master, are you really planning to run away that quickly? Aren't you supposed to give me a mission first?" The carriage curtain snapped open again, and this time the old man's one visible eye widened with genuine shock. "This brat can actually stop my carriage." He barked in disbelief, but that surprise lasted only a breath before his expression turned cold and hostile again. His voice dropped sharp with anger as he said, "I have nothing to say to a thief like you." Ye, he raised an eyebrow the moment he heard that. A thief? What made the situation even stranger was that their languages should not have matched at all, yet their words reached each other clearly through some kind of spiritual resonance. The old man's anger only grew hotter at Yehe's reaction, and soon he began pouring out the reason behind his hatred. Years ago, the old man said, his voice thick with long-buried resentment, a blue-haired warrior forced his way into my family estate and stole our inheritance. My descendants could do nothing but watch as he took it from us. Because of that disgrace, I sealed myself inside this martial fate realm to protect what little honor we had left. And now you have appeared here too, another intruder, another outsider, reaching for something that never belonged to you. He could only release a helpless sigh after hearing that. Old man, I'm really not interested in your grudges from the past. But since you're obviously the guide assigned to this place, you're supposed to give me the quest, not turn around and run away from it. Yet, when the old man continued to ignore him completely, Yehe's already limited patience finally began to run out. In one smooth motion, Yehe drew the greatsword, the edge flashing coldly through the rain. Then, with two clean and decisive swings, he cut straight through one of the carriage wheels. The heavy frame immediately lurched out of balance, tilted hard to one side, and slammed down into the mud with a messy crash. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The old man shouted from inside the damaged carriage. The proud, disdainful look he had worn earlier cracked in an instant, and a flash of panic crossed his face as the carriage sank crookedly into the mud. He simply gave him a faint, almost harmless smile while resting the greatsword at his side. "Sorry, old master," he said in a calm voice, "but I can't let the guide run away before the mission is even started." In the end, he still managed to drag the unwilling old man along with him. As they moved forward together, the old man kept muttering angrily about his ruined carriage, his face dark and full of resentment. Yehe, on the other hand, apologized in an almost polite and composed tone, saying, "Since you're the master of this martial fate space, you're the only one who can guide me through it." Those words at least seemed to ease the old man's temper by a small amount. After silently comparing Yehe to the blue-haired invader from all those years ago, the old man grumbled under his breath. "At least you're more polite than that thief." The two continued down the road, passing the remains of strange creatures scattered across the ground, scorched fragments, broken bones, and ancient battle scars left behind by conflicts from another era. At last, the old man spoke again. "Follow the blood spatter. That trail will lead you to the trial." Before long, the rough, uneven terrain began to level out beneath their feet. Up ahead, a pale mountain range rose through the mist, standing cold and silent against the horizon. But when he lowered his eyes to follow the blood marks on the ground, he suddenly realized that the trail had vanished completely. His brows tightened slightly as an uneasy feeling settled in. Something about this path was clearly wrong. The old man quietly hid a smirk, keeping his expression carefully calm, so he would not notice anything unusual. Inside, however, he was already sneering with satisfaction. Naive boy, he thought to himself, once you lose your direction inside this martial fate space, you'll be trapped wandering here forever. But at that very moment, Yehe's instincts suddenly stirred. He lifted his head and narrowed his eyes toward the sky above. The sunlight had dimmed without warning, as though something enormous had drifted across the heavens and swallowed the light. Through the thinning mist, the vast shadow of a gigantic bird swept over the mountain range. Yehe's gaze sharpened instantly as he followed its movement across the sky. "So that's how it is," he muttered under his breath. "The real trial was never on the ground. It's up there in the sky?" The old man had been chuckling quietly to himself, fully convinced that he had succeeded in leading Yehe away from the proper route. But the moment he saw Yehe stop, look upward, and stare into the sky with that calm, focused expression, the smile on his face disappeared. In only a few moments, this young man had already seen through the truth of the trial. The old man's confidence cracked on the spot. He found it that fast? Yehe's logic was simple, but it was impossible to refute. Flying beasts would naturally build their nests on the highest peaks, so as long as they followed the rising terrain upward, they would eventually reach the lair. The old man stared at Yehe in silence, a complicated feeling twisting in his chest. For the first time, he actually found himself regretting that this sharp young man was not one of his own descendants. He turned back toward the old man with a faint grin already forming on his face. "Old master, would you mind lending me your horse again?" The old man instantly froze where he stood, and the color seemed to drain from his expression. His voice trembled as he stammered, "Again?" A short while later, Yi was already riding hard across the frozen plain, while the helpless old man was dragged along behind him with no power to resist. The snowfields stretched endlessly in front of them, bright and empty beneath the cold sky, until they finally reached the base of a towering mountain buried beneath thick layers of ice. The warhorse thundered across the frozen ground, each hoofbeat striking the ice like rolling drums, while the violent wind screamed past them and cut against their faces. Then, without warning, the horse's eyes widened in absolute terror. Its pupils shrank sharply, as if it had suddenly sensed some monstrous presence waiting ahead of them. The warhorse reared up violently, letting out a frightened neigh that echoed across the ice. At almost the same instant, the frozen ground beneath its hooves cracked apart and shattered, throwing both riders backward into the air. He twisted his body in midair and landed smoothly on his feet, his balance steady and controlled as though the fall meant nothing to him. The old man, however, was nowhere near as graceful. He slammed face first into the ground with a painful grunt. But Yi had already caught the warning in the horse's reaction, and his instincts flared sharply. Danger was close. A deep, ancient roar suddenly tore across the sky. From the summit of the mountain, a colossal creature burst into view, its three long serpentine necks unfurling as a pair of massive wings spread wide enough to blot out the sun. The air around it seemed to tremble under the weight of its terrifying presence, as though the entire mountain had awakened. His eyes widened as he stared up at the monster looming above him. That's for a brief moment. Even he struggled to believe what he was seeing. The creature looked exactly like the legendary enemy of Godzilla, that star-devouring calamity said to exist only for destruction and disaster. One of the dragon's three heads suddenly swooped downward, its golden eyes blazing like molten suns. A blast of scorching, violent air rushed from its nostrils and slammed into Yi like a hurricane, forcing him to brace himself against the overwhelming pressure. Before Yi or the old man had any chance to react, the dragon opened its enormous jaws. In the next instant, a roaring torrent of fire surged out, crashing straight toward them with terrifying speed. The flames swallowed everything almost instantly. The snow covering the ground vanished as though it had never existed, melting away beneath the unbearable heat. The entire world was drowned in blinding golden light, and when the raging blaze finally faded, there was nothing left where Yi had been standing, not even the faintest trace of ash. Only the old man remained in that scorched wasteland, his clothes burned black and his body trembling as he leaned heavily on his staff for support. He drew in a long, ragged breath, then muttered in a low voice, "We found the right place." But a mortal like him was always destined to perish before the trial's flame. "I am the master of this space, so I cannot die." The old man slowly adjusted the black hat on his head, and a mocking smile crept across his wrinkled face. That kid was far too inexperienced. He looked toward the smoking mountain and began speaking as if lecturing the ghost of the young man who had just vanished. "The trial was never about killing the white dragon," he said coldly. "The true task was to find the spirit beast hidden inside this mountain, then earn the dragon's approval through reverence, not combat. Only after that could someone receive the inheritance." His gaze darkened as memories from long ago surged back into his mind. That blue-haired martialist had also passed this trial once, but he had not sought the dragon's recognition in the proper way. Instead, he had relied on overwhelming brute force, killed the white dragon directly, and stolen the inheritance by violence. The old man clenched his fist tightly, his eyes burning with both rage and guilt. But just then, a strange sound cut through the drifting smoke, making his entire body freeze. The old man turned sharply toward the sound. Through the thick, rolling smoke, a figure slowly stepped forward. It was Yi. His clothes had been burned away, his skin looked scorched, and the great sword in his hand had melted down into useless slag. Yet despite all of that, his body still radiated a terrifying strength, and beneath the burns he was completely unharmed. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, you should have been reduced to ash. But now he could clearly feel it. Something extraordinary was pulsing from inside Yi. This boy's body was not normal. It was as though some ancient, divine force was shielding him from destruction itself. And for the first time in centuries, the old man felt a sensation he had nearly forgotten: fear. Black-green scales began spreading across Yi's skin, gleaming with an eerie, verdant light that pulsed through the gaps like living energy. He lowered his gaze and looked calmly at his own hands, studying the strange power emerging from within him. His voice remained steady as he said, "When I first entered this space, the archetype power rejected me. It wasn't compatible with my body." His fingers slowly curled inward. "But now the synchronization rate has risen. It's beginning to fuse with my soul and manifest on its own." He clenched his fist, and the air around him trembled faintly. "Once this power fully merges with me, I won't need weapons anymore. My body itself will become the weapon." Yi raised his head and fixed his gaze on the massive white dragon looming within the storm. His voice sank lower, carrying a firm, fearless edge. "Let me show you what real power looks like, something far beyond anything my old sword could ever release." The old man could barely breathe as he stared at Yi He. His hands shook uncontrollably, and the horror on his face only grew stronger with every passing second. "You're not human," he gasped, his voice trembling. "You're a monster." A thunderous roar erupted from Yi He's throat, so savage and primal that it no longer sounded like anything a human could produce. In the next instant, his body began expanding violently, his bones cracking and reshaping as the ground beneath his feet split apart. He transformed into a colossal black beast, covered in hard scales like divine steel, with jagged spines along his back, glowing with eerie green light. Yi He had entered his complete Godzilla form, and his archetype power had reached 71% compatibility. His human shape was swallowed entirely by the transformation, replaced by a living superweapon born from divine cells and human will. The earth shook beneath each step he took, and every breath from his body burned like nuclear fire, even though this terrifying form could only last for 2.5 minutes. Yi He's low growl rolled through the air like distant thunder, heavy enough to shake the battlefield around him. That's more than enough. The instant Yi He's aura changed, the three-headed white dragon felt it. Its enormous body froze for one brief moment in the storm, as if even that ancient beast had been startled by the pressure now pouring out of him. Then its rage exploded. The dragon threw back its three heads and roared, beating its massive wings with violent force as it ripped through the swirling snow. He did not give it even a second to recover. He charged straight in, his gigantic claws snapping shut around all three of the dragon's necks at the same time. The white dragon screamed in agony, its wings flailing and slashing through the storm as it tried desperately to pull away. But Yi Hei's strength forced every head downward. This was no longer some ordinary trial laid out for a challenger. This had become a head-on declaration of war between two monstrous beings. Yi Hei's roar shook the frozen sky as he bellowed, "Godzilla versus the Devourer of Stars." Their collision made the entire mountain tremble beneath them. The old man was blasted off his feet and slammed hard onto the ground. His eyes stretched wide as he stared upward in complete disbelief. Above him, it almost looked as if the sky itself were being torn apart by the shock of their power. My God," he whispered, his voice shaking. Yi He's monstrous frame was still swelling with force, and each step he took sent violent tremors rolling through the frozen world. All around them, massive boulders burst apart, as though they were nothing more than thin panes of glass. The old man barely managed to move before another shockwave swept over him, lifting his body clean off the ground and hurling him through the air. He tumbled helplessly through the chaos like a dry leaf caught in a violent winter storm. The white dragon let out a furious howl, its claws carving deep, savage marks through the frozen ground beneath it. But even with all that power, it still could not stop Yi He from dragging its colossal body forward by force. In one brutal movement, Yi He slammed the dragon straight into the mountain wall. The impact cracked the stone open, and avalanches came crashing down in roaring waves of snow, shattered rock, and choking dust. "Yi!" he roared again, gripping the dragon's three necks with both hands and twisting with terrifying strength, refusing to let it wrench itself free. Around them, lightning and flames burst wildly through the storm as the two titanic creatures fought for control. The dragon's breath set the surrounding air ablaze, and its power raged outward like a furious tempest trying to tear the mountain apart. When the white dragon realized it could not beat Yi He in a contest of strength on the ground, it spread its wings and beat them with everything it had, desperately trying to lift itself into the sky. But Yi He's thunderous voice rolled after it through the snow. "Trying to run? Don't think I can't fight you in the air?" He raised his enormous head, and the jagged dorsal spines running along his back began to shine with a fiercer, more violent glow. Streaks of blue radiance pulsed upward from his tail, traveling along his spine one section at a time until the light reached the crown of his monstrous head. Raw atomic power surged through his body like a living reactor awakening. The entire martial fate space started to quake beneath the pressure of Yi's released power. He drew in a deep breath, and even that single inhale sounded like a hurricane tearing through the void, dragging the surrounding air violently toward his open jaws. Inside Yi's mouth, a blinding blue light began to gather. It grew brighter with every second, condensing tighter and tighter until the glow formed a dense core of destructive energy ready to erupt. The white dragon did not back down. All three of its heads opened their jaws together, and terrifying power surged from within them. Flame and thunder twisted together into a violent torrent, churning like a blazing storm gathering for one final clash. Then both monsters unleashed their attacks at the same time. Yi's nuclear breath tore across the sky and collided head-on with the white dragon's storm of fire and thunder. The impact exploded with catastrophic force, twisting into a red-black sphere of pure energy that expanded faster and faster, warping the space around it as it grew. A moment later, the sphere detonated, swallowing the entire mountain range in a blinding eruption of light and sound. Shockwaves ripped through the air, and the sky itself seemed to shudder as the two devastating powers crushed against each other. His complete Godzilla transformation was already placing a terrifying burden on his body, and after unleashing that atomic breath, it became obvious that he did not have much time left. He muttered under his breath, realizing this was not just some harmless clash of beams. Then, without warning, monstrous bone spines erupted from Godzilla's back as another mighty roar split the air. His transformation forced itself even further, pushing him into the form of Meteor Godzilla. Nuclear energy crackled around him and burst outward in every direction. The newly formed spines shot forward like deadly spears and pierced straight into the three-headed white dragon, which had been too focused on resisting the massive energy wave to react in time. Its enormous body staggered in midair, suddenly exposed and defenseless. Blood and broken scales rained down from above, staining the sky as the dragon's column of thunderfire collapsed and scattered. The white dragon hung in the air, torn apart so badly that the majesty it once carried was almost impossible to see. Its three heads were still connected to its body, but only barely, each one clinging to life by the thinnest thread. His mind moved quickly as he counted those heads, and the sight immediately reminded him of the legendary three-headed dragon from ancient myths. He cut off the flow of energy without hesitation. Then he launched himself forward, closing the distance in an instant before the white dragon had any chance to regain control of its body. His kick sliced through the air with terrifying speed. For the dragon, there was only a sharp flash of blue crossing its vision for one split second, the only warning before he brought his fury crashing down at close range. Atomic power gathered once again deep inside His throat. With a savage roar, he fired the blast directly into one of the dragon's open mouths from point-blank range. His voice boomed through the chaos, declaring that those freakish heads were about to be burned and cooked from the inside out. The explosion tore through the dragon from within. The blast thundered through its gigantic body, ripping open flesh, scales, and muscle as blood sprayed violently across the frozen air in every direction. When the smoke finally began to clear, He stood tall in the center of the destruction. In both of his massive hands, he was still holding the dragon's burning red heart, its heat pulsing against his claws. Dust, ash, and shattered snow swirled around His feet as he stood in the ruined battlefield. His Godzilla form radiated absolute dominance, like a living disaster that had just crushed another legend beneath its power. Down below, the old man was frozen in place, unable to move even a step. His eyes were wide with disbelief, and his voice caught in his throat until he could barely speak. He had just watched one man destroy a multi-headed dragon with nothing but raw, overwhelming force. Every trace of color drained from the old man's face. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if all the strength had been pulled out of him at once by sheer terror. He casually tossed the massive dragon heart down from his hands. The heavy organ slammed into the ground so close to the old man that the impact nearly knocked him backward. With a confident smirk still on his face, he declared that he had already found the inheritance on his own. Since that was the case, there was no longer any need for someone else to guide him, support him, or point the way. As he stepped toward the burning heart, the old man suddenly snapped out of his shock and screamed for him to stop. But he only grinned even wider, completely unmoved by the desperate warning. Without the slightest hesitation, he thrust both hands straight into the still-burning dragon heart. Dragon blood burst outward like liquid fire, splashing across Yi's arms while waves of scorching heat rolled off the heart. Through clenched teeth, he muttered that it burned, but his hands did not stop for even a moment. He kept digging deeper and deeper, relentless and almost crazed, as if nothing in the world could make him pull back now. At last, Yi's fingers brushed against something hard and solid buried deep inside the dragon heart. With a triumphant roar, he tightened his grip around it and ripped the strange artifact free. The old man's panic could no longer be hidden. Dark tendrils suddenly lashed out from the artifact, wrapping around Yi's body as if they had found their chosen host. Yi understood what it was almost instantly. This was the legendary dragon armor, the body-tempering inheritance known as the Earth Fiend inheritance. Thin strands of power, like dark veins come alive, crawled out from the artifact. They slid across Yi's skin, then burrowed into him like living threads, connecting themselves directly to his capillaries. The armor began to soften, melt, and sink into Yi's body, fusing with him piece by piece. Before long, it transformed completely, becoming the abyssal dragon armor. Nearby, the old man stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with shock at what he was witnessing. The old man understood better than anyone how impossible this should have been. Ordinary bodies were far too fragile to withstand an artifact like this. The blood it carried, the power it consumed, and the burden it forced onto the flesh were all terrifying beyond imagination. Even the azure-haired martial artist from the past, the one who had fought his way into seizing 90% of the inheritance, had only barely managed to control it. But this boy, this impossible young man, had become the first person in 1,000 years to receive the armor's complete approval. Yi He stood atop the Dragonheart as casually as if he had only slipped on an ordinary coat, then turned his eyes toward the old man with an easy, relaxed expression.
What's so difficult about this?
Yi He asked, his grin spreading wider across his face, as if the impossible trial had barely troubled him at all. The old man clenched both fists tightly at his sides. His whole body shook, not just from anger, but from a helpless frustration he could not swallow down. In the end, the old man could only lower his voice and mutter through his resentment. Since the ancestors had accepted Yi He, then at the very least, the inheritance had landed in the hands of someone who would not bring shame to their name.
He did not stop there. Still wearing that same grin, he pushed the matter even further and asked whether there might be any additional inheritance hidden somewhere else inside this martial fate space.
The old man nearly choked on his own anger. His eyes flared with outrage as he snapped, "What? This impatient brat is even planning to rob my family's treasure now?" Yi He's grin remained completely unchanged. "The abyssal dragon armor is too extreme," he said in a calm, steady voice. "It only strengthens the body. But if the user doesn't have an internal method of the same level to support it, they won't be able to last long. Without that balance, the organs will collapse, the bones will snap, and the armor will drain every last drop of blood." He leaned in slightly, his voice lowering but carrying absolute certainty. Only by combining internal and external forging can the technique truly become complete. A method like that would reach the heavenly gang level, and there's no way I'm letting an opportunity like this slip through my fingers. Just then, Yi He's phone suddenly buzzed, slicing through the heavy atmosphere and pulling him out of that tense moment. The call was from Lu Qingzhu. "Yi," he answered with a sleepy mumble, his voice sounding as if he had only barely opened his eyes. "These past few days, I've basically done nothing except rest and train in my dreams," he muttered lazily. "The abyssal dragon armor shoved a mountain of information into my head. I still need more time inside the martial rhythm space to slowly digest all of it." On the other end of the call, Lu Qingzhu let out a soft laugh before replying. "Well, Chuzhou and I were discharged yesterday. We were told to head to the University Activity Center and pick up our mission rewards. The director also asked me to remind you that your reward has to be personally issued by Principal Shi in his office." Yi He was still half asleep, even drooling a little as he mumbled back, "Do I really have to go to the principal's office?"
Do you think Principal Shi wants to have another private conversation with me? Yi He murmured, still sounding groggy and a little suspicious as the thought crossed his mind.
When Yi He finally arrived at Huadu University, the sleepiness had not completely left him. His eyelids still looked heavy, his steps carried a lazy drag, and his whole body gave off the relaxed, half-awake feeling of someone who had been pulled out of rest before fully coming back to his senses. Before long, a woman wearing a red dress approached him with a polite smile. She introduced herself as Nua and said that they had already been waiting for his arrival. Principal Shi was upstairs, and with a graceful gesture of her hand, she invited Yi He to follow her. He nodded and followed. But a faint flicker of suspicion quietly passed through his mind. He could not sense even the slightest trace of martial aura from Nua, yet something about her presence felt strangely unusual. For one brief moment, he even wondered whether the woman standing in front of him was truly human at all. The two of them stepped into the elevator together. As the doors closed, Yi He could not help sneaking a few extra glances at Nua. Her figure was simply too eye-catching, and the more he looked, the more his thoughts became distracted and thrown into a quiet mess. Nua noticed his gaze almost immediately. Without any embarrassment at all, she looked at him and asked directly, "Are you curious about my body?" Yi He nearly choked on his own breath, instantly flustered as he rushed to explain himself. No, I just wanted to study the advanced technology," he stammered. Nua's calm voice cut straight through Yi He's panic. "That is not really the main point," she said evenly. Then, without the slightest hesitation, she began unbuttoning her shirt. His eyes widened at once, and a wave of alarm rushed through him as his composure nearly collapsed. But what appeared beneath Nua's clothing was not anything sensual at all. Instead, her body opened up like an astonishing piece of precision engineering, revealing layer after layer of complex mechanical parts packed tightly beneath her outer shell. Aside from the head, which had been carefully designed to resemble a human face, the rest of her form was entirely artificial. "I'm a mass-produced model," she explained in a flat, composed voice, as if she were simply stating a technical specification. "I'm completely different from a human woman." Yi He slowly let out the breath he had been holding, then muttered under his breath, Huadu University's technology is seriously insane. The elevator continued humming as it climbed higher and higher through the tower, carrying them upward for what felt like an absurdly long time. At last, the doors slowed, the lights shifted, and the elevator came to a smooth stop on the 667th floor. Nuwa turned toward Yi He with the same precise, graceful movement as before. "The principal is waiting inside," she said calmly. Yi He gave her a small nod of thanks and stepped out, walking forward without thinking too much of it. But the instant he crossed the threshold, his entire body locked in place. A violent shockwave slammed through Yi He's body without warning. In the next second, countless flashing images flooded his mind all at once, crashing into his consciousness like a storm. The sudden assault threw his senses into chaos, and the power inside him began spiraling wildly out of control. He staggered backward, his vision spinning and his balance slipping away. But before he could collapse, a sofa somehow slid into position behind him at just the right moment, catching his body and gently lowering him down as though the room itself had moved to support him. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself seated directly across from Principal Shi. The principal looked at him calmly and asked whether he had rested enough, and if he had already studied the martial arts manual Qinglong had entrusted to him. Still dazed from what had just happened, Yi He blinked in confusion and muttered under his breath, "How the hell did I end up right in front of you?" Principal Shi only smiled faintly, then raised a hand and gestured toward a teacup on the table. "This is my office," he said, gently pushing the cup toward Yi He. "The tea comes from a secret realm, and our research institute has enhanced it." Yi He hesitated for a moment, his mind still cloudy from the sudden mental impact, before he cautiously asked, "That power I just felt, was it spatial?" Principal Shi nodded without hiding it. "Yes, within a limited range, I can manipulate space." Yi He's thoughts immediately began racing. Without the ability to warp space, Principal Shi could never have saved Zhou Yanting back then. A power that could bend space itself was just as terrifying as freezing time, a level of force beyond ordinary understanding. Then Principal Shi continued in the same calm tone. "Also, your grade points and resource cards from Imperial University have already been transferred into your account." Yi's eyes widened slightly at the news, surprise flashing across his face. But before he could fully react, Principal Shi continued speaking, making it clear that the reward was not finished yet. As the main contributor to a level 5 mission, Principal Shi said, his voice steady and official, "You have the right to choose 2 sets of Earth Fiend martial arts. In addition, you will receive 1 opportunity to forge an advanced weapon." He did not answer immediately. He sat there for a moment, silently weighing the offer in his mind. Earth Fiend martial arts and an advanced weapon were both extremely valuable, but right now, neither new techniques nor new equipment were what he needed most. After thinking it through, he looked up and made his request directly. "I want access to the gene lock records and permission to investigate Prometheus. That's all." Principal Shi nodded almost the moment the words left his mouth, approving the request so quickly that Yi He had barely finished speaking. That immediate approval caught Yi He off guard, and a faint flush crept across his face. The principal had agreed far too smoothly, so smoothly that Yi He could not help wondering whether Principal Shi had somehow seen through what he was thinking from the very beginning. Once Principal Shi finished his tea, he rose from his seat with unhurried calm. "Let's go to the archive room," he said. He glanced at his own untouched cup, and a small flicker of unease crossed his eyes at the thought of leaving it there. But Principal Shi had already turned away and was walking toward a massive, imposing door. "We can look through the records first," Principal Shi added without turning back. His tone relaxed. "As for the tea, we can drink it later. There's no need to rush." He followed behind him, curiosity growing stronger with every step. But when the huge door finally swung open, the sight inside made his breath catch in his throat. His voice trembled as he stared ahead and whispered, "What kind of monster has a brain that's only half intact?" In front of him stood a colossal test tube-like column, sealed under layers of high-level security. Suspended inside, it was a bizarre half-formed brain, wrapped and tangled in countless writhing tentacles that moved like something still horribly alive. Principal Shi looked at the strange object with complete composure and explained, "That is Nuwa's central processor, the true body behind the artificial assistant you just met." Yi's heart jolted violently in his chest. So Nuwa had also been constructed through AI. Principal Shi confirmed his thought at once. Yes, decades ago, this half-brain originally belonged to Prometheus. The moment that name was spoken, Yi's lips trembled slightly. Prometheus, the deity that Ascension had once planned to bring forth from another world. This half-brain had once been part of the first ancient aberration ever captured alive, but Prometheus, driven by madness and overwhelming power, had torn it apart. From there, he launched the Eden Garden Project, slaughtered gods, and tried to gather all of humanity under his own vision. His ambition had been so vast that it seemed to reach beyond the limits of sanity itself. Principal Shi walked over to a nearby console and activated Nuwa's system. Almost instantly, the AI responded, her voice calm, clean, and precise. With a simple nod from Principal Shi, the data export began, and a series of rhythmic clicks echoed from the machine, confirming that the process had finished only moments later. Principal Shi removed a USB drive from the port and turned back toward Yi He, holding it out to him as if he were handing over something perfectly ordinary. "This contains a portion of Nuwa's data," Principal Shi said calmly. "You may ask anything you want." Sweat slowly formed across Yi He's forehead as he felt something deep inside him begin to stir, almost as though it were waking up. Nuwa's processor contained countless secrets tied to Huadu and Daxia University, and now part of that knowledge had been placed directly in his hands. The amount of trust behind it felt almost unreal, and Yi He could not shake the feeling that Principal Shi had a deeper reason for giving him access. Seeing Yi He standing there in a daze, Principal Shi pressed the USB drive firmly into his hand and gave him a light pat. "Stop zoning out," he said in a firm voice. "Even I'm breaking the rules by bringing a student into this place. We need to keep moving." He blinked in stunned silence. He was literally being led by the principal himself to break school regulations. From the next room, Jinju's voice suddenly boomed out, loud and full of pride. He sounded as if his chest were puffed out with confidence, laughing heartily like someone who had just conquered the entire world. His laughter filled the room as he boasted that in just a single freshman term, he had already advanced by more than an entire year's worth of progress. He went on declaring that geniuses came in all kinds of forms, but among them all, he stood firmly at the absolute peak. But that arrogant laughter suddenly caught in his throat the instant he noticed Yi He standing only a few steps away. Yi He's expression did not change at all. He simply looked at him with calm eyes and asked, "Are you done?" Jianzhu was already itching to try out his newly gained strength. He curled his lip in contempt, staring at Yi He like he had finally found a worthy target. "So you're the one Yang Zhou warned me about, huh?" he sneered. "You think you can just walk into my path like this?" He barely reacted to the provocation. His face still carried that familiar bored expression, as if Jianzhu's anger was nothing more than background noise. "If you have a problem with the Dragon Blood Club, go find Yang Zhe," he said flatly. "Right now, I need the training room." Jianzhu's temper exploded at once. His aura burst outward around him as he glared at Yi He, accusing him of acting arrogant just because of his reputation. "I'm Jianzhu," he shouted. "I stomped Yang Zhe and nearly destroyed the Dragon Blood Club in our freshman year." Before Jianzhu could even finish his threat, Yi He's hand moved. A sharp slap cracked through the hallway, cutting the sentence off instantly. The final syllable disappeared in his throat as his face twisted from the impact. Jianzhu collapsed to the floor in stunned silence, unable to force out another word. Yi He gave a faint sigh, stepped over him without hesitation, and spoke in a cold, dismissive tone. "I already said I need the training room. Don't block the door." Jianzhu's vision sank into darkness, and by the time he finally woke up again, a full week had already passed. Inside the exclusive advanced cultivation chamber, He felt a deep rush of satisfaction spread through him. For once, no one was standing in his way, no one was interrupting, and no one was blocking the door. Deep within him, the king of monsters stirred restlessly, hungry, greedy, and impossible to satisfy. Spirit stones of every color began pouring down from above like a glittering rain. Yi raised both hands and caught them eagerly, clearly savoring the sight of so many resources gathered before him. Everything he had accumulated, monster cores, rare materials, and all the supplements from Huadu, was about to be poured into one massive transformative surge. Using so many cores at once would push his compatibility to a height he had never reached before, but it also meant he would soon fall into a deep, crystal-like slumber while releasing an energy wave on the level of nuclear power. Feeling pleased, Yi addressed Nuwa, the little electronic maid who had already become a key part of his system. Her mechanical voice answered in its usual emotionless tone as she powered on the cultivation room's systems. Ever since Nuwa had been integrated into his operations, Huadu had almost turned into his personal playground. There were no procedures to slow him down, no restrictions to hold him back. Everything responded directly to his command. Excitement was obvious in Yi's voice as he enjoyed the privileges now at his fingertips. He ordered Nuwa to activate the energy shield around the cultivation chamber so he could begin immediately. But the next report from her brought his momentum to an abrupt stop. "The room's energy level has not reached the required threshold," Nuwa reported in her flat mechanical voice. He began tossing monster cores into the system one after another, expecting the warning to disappear, but the result never changed. Again and again, the response was the same: insufficient energy. Confusion washed over him like a sudden cold wave. The requirements were rising far too quickly. As Yi He's compatibility increased, each breakthrough became harder than the last, demanding both a higher number and a higher quality of monster cores. This was the curse of high-tier templates, slow growth, long development cycles, and a terrifying hunger for resources that crushed efficiency. Yi He once again realized that if he wanted to keep up, he had to continue mastering martial waves alongside his extraordinary system. Suddenly, a warning flashed across the interface. A powerful energy fluctuation had been detected. The system immediately cut off the incoming data that Pharaoh had attempted to send and redirected all available power into maximum defense. He let out a dry laugh as he watched it happen. If someone's trying to hack my system, they should at least do it properly, he said. They're doomed to fail anyway.
The wall clock continued ticking silently, and its display showed the exact time, 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 44 seconds.
He's body was now sealed inside a massive blue crystal, its surface covered in sharp, jagged spines. The crystal shell was thick and heavy, but his silhouette could still be faintly seen inside, suspended within what looked like a pitch-black void. He sank deeper and deeper into the transformation process, waiting for the moment when the crystal coffin would finally crack apart and the monster king hidden within him would emerge once again. Above Huadu City, Huadu University launched a full-scale counteroffensive to reclaim territory that had been stolen by monsters. Enormous warships hovered in the sky like floating nuclear bombs, their massive shadows stretching across the city below. Since dawn, Principal Shi had been standing high above the city, personally overseeing the entire operation from the sky. His formidable aura spread outward as he formally declared the beginning of the Great Summer Recovery Plan. 70% of the nation's martial fighters had been mobilized for this campaign. Principal Shi's sharp gaze swept over the assembled forces as he laid out their mission with absolute clarity. Huadu University would reclaim 12 fallen cities. Below him, the students stood in strict formation, their postures straight and their expressions serious. Each of them carried a clear sense of duty, and their goal was simple but enormous: to free the nation from the monster's grip. Principal Shi's voice rang out across the battlefield, steady, commanding, and impossible to ignore, as he ordered them to ignite the blood-smoke banners. A thunderous shout erupted from the students in response, and powerful energy surged into the sky, tearing through the air above them. Principal Shi continued pressing their fighting spirit higher, explaining that their bloodlines would merge together in the sky, then crash down upon the enemy with overwhelming force. Only by unleashing that tremendous power could they begin reclaiming the homeland that had been taken from them. This was the unwavering resolve of Huadu University and the nation's martial fighters. Even if it meant putting their lives on the line, they were determined to restore their school, reclaim their cities, and take their country back from the monsters. Suddenly, high above the battlefield, the floating city erupted with a blazing pillar of crimson light. It surged outward into the sky, spreading wider and wider like a burning war banner unfurling over the heavens, casting its fierce red glow across every soldier and every inch of the battlefield below. Principal Shi opened both arms toward the gathered students, his figure standing firm against the wind as his voice carried across the ranks. He reminded them of the mission that lay ahead, telling them to step onto the coming battlefield without fear, even if death itself was waiting for them on the road. But more than anything, Principal Shi told them they had to survive and return alive. As long as they lived, hope would not be extinguished, and as long as they carried their strength into the future, they could become the belief that later generations would look up to and follow. The entire hall sank into a heavy silence, every word weighing deeply on the hearts of the students. Principal Shi promised them that no matter how far they marched from campus, and no matter how cruel or bloody the battlefield became, Huadu University would always remain their home. It would stand behind them, waiting for the day they returned. His declaration thundered across the land, no longer sounding like the voice of just one principal, but like a solemn vow carrying the will of the entire nation. They would reclaim what had been lost, and they would take everything back with their own hands. Principal Shi raised one arm high, and in that instant, a powerful wave of momentum burst outward from him. "There is no fear among us," he declared, his voice steady, vast, and heavy, as though it carried the resolve of 100 generations behind it. At his call, every fighter from Huadu University rose together. Their movements were perfectly united, their spirits blazing in response, as if the entire student body had become a single force answering the same unshakable will. Meanwhile, deep inside the crystal, his eyes had turned completely pitch black. His body remained motionless, sealed like a statue inside the cocoon, yet the power swelling within him kept rising and pressing against the crystal shell. It felt as though the entire structure might snap apart at any moment, releasing a terrifying new form powerful enough to shake the world. At the same time, the scene shifted away from the battlefield and into another hidden section of the facility, where something far darker was already being set into motion. Yu Yan, once a level 2 researcher under Prometheus and now a senior manager within Laserbird, walked past 2 guards standing rigidly at attention. The moment she approached, both guards greeted her with deep respect, and she entered the area without slowing her steps. Yu Yan's expression was dark as she reviewed the situation in her mind. The Golden Gene had been stolen, one of their important bases had been breached, and an elite squad had vanished without leaving even a trace behind. Throughout the year, Laserbird had suffered blow after blow, her eyes narrowed coldly. The higher-ups all suspected that one person was behind everything, someone clearly determined to tear the company apart, but they still had no solid evidence. Black Lion had already wiped away every trace of the Jinshan Temple base, yet Longqi continued trying to pin the blame on Laserbird. Yu Yan's jaw tightened as her frustration deepened. If Great Jaya's Longqi had not been so occupied with reclaiming the fallen cities right now, Laserbird might already have been crushed flat beneath their retaliation. She stopped for a moment and looked up at the strange creature hovering above her. With the nation's attention drawn elsewhere, Laserbird had finally gained a narrow chance to breathe, and they were using that opening to release the monster. The thing floated ominously overhead, its tentacles shifting and curling like something dragged out of a nightmare. "This is the failed product of the first Golden Gene experiment," Yu Yan said, "a Pandora's box that could destroy humanity if handled carelessly. Even though it failed, it still carries the Golden Gene and can sense others like it. It often loses control, but it is the only hound capable of tracking the stolen Golden Gene." Yu Yan came to a stop in front of a massive secret chamber. The walls around it were packed with advanced equipment, layered security devices, and hidden defenses, making the entire entrance feel like the sealed mouth of a forbidden vault. She reached into her coat and pulled out a heavy ring of metal keys. The cold steel clinked softly in her hand, each key carrying the weight of the chamber's many locks. With practiced calm, Yu Yan inserted the keys one after another. Her movements were precise and steady, as if she had repeated this process countless times, each lock turning beneath her hand without a wasted motion. A few moments later, the reinforced door began to rumble. Heavy mechanisms shifted inside the walls, and the massive door slowly ground open beneath the weight of its own layered security. Inside the chamber, a gigantic bronze face gradually emerged from the darkness. Its twisted features loomed over the room like the face of some ancient idol that had been buried underground and unearthed only for forbidden rituals. Thick red cables dangled from the ceiling and plunged directly into the statue's head, as though they were feeding power or blood to something hidden deep inside it. Yu Yan walked straight into the center of the chamber, her shadow stretching across the floor beneath the eerie glow. She took out a fistful of pills and shoved them into her mouth, swallowing them like candy. Her teeth crushed down violently and tiny fragments scattered from her lips onto the floor. As the chemicals slammed through her body, her face twisted in pain, warping into something fierce and almost inhuman. This was the moment she had been waiting for, the moment humanity would finally face the nightmare sealed inside that creature. Then, somewhere else, a strange spacecraft tore into existence, appearing as though it had slipped through a crack in space itself and forced its way into reality. Inside the cold metal hull, a restrained hound lay locked in place, its body surrounded by rows of raw blood packs. 2 scientist handlers stood nearby, watching it closely with nervous eyes, as if one wrong movement could cost them their lives. The hound stretched its jaws open, exposing layer after layer of needle-like fangs. Then it growled at the handlers, ordering them to keep the ship moving straight toward the direction it had chosen. A new squad of enhanced soldiers arrived inside the aircraft, and a female scientist stepped forward to speak to their leader as captain. She pointed toward the route ahead, her voice tense as she asked whether the location marked by the hound was truly West City. The captain gave a calm nod, showing no surprise at all. "Yes," he replied, "that West City. The fallen city Longqi has been preparing to reclaim." Another scientist tried to ease the fear pressing down on everyone, reassuring them that there was nothing to worry about. Unless the thief who had stolen the Golden Gene was a Grand Master, even a profound-level martial artist would be easy prey for their entire squad. The girl agreed, adding that under the captain's command, they had never failed a mission before, and as long as they did not run into Longqi 1st Division, they would make it out alive. The captain opened his mic and gave his order in a steady voice, telling Eve to block the aircraft's signal and hack its systems into autopilot. Eve answered with complete confidence, saying she would take care of it. Almost immediately, the entire ship lurched violently. The hull shook from end to end as the autopilot seized control, throwing the cabin into sudden chaos. The scientists stumbled hard and grabbed for the railings to keep themselves from falling. The girl's face went pale as panic took over, and she shouted that the aircraft was going completely out of control. Then, before anyone could fully understand what was happening, the captain moved. His fist blurred through the air with brutal speed, and in a single savage strike, he tore a male scientist's head clean off. The body dropped to the floor with a lifeless thud. The girl screamed in horror, her voice cracking as she demanded to know when the captain had become a traitor, while everyone else froze in place with terror flooding their faces. The captain looked down at them with cold detachment. A traitor? No, that word was wrong. He had never belonged to Laserbird in the first place, so there was no betrayal to speak of. He told them they could curse him all they wanted once they reached hell, but for now they had to die first. The soldiers begged him to stop, but their pleas meant nothing. The captain moved through them like a reaper cutting through wheat, slaughtering them one after another until the cabin floor was soaked in blood. The Hound watched the massacre unfold and let out a delighted laugh, clearly thrilled by the carnage around it. Its maw stretched open wider, and hunger gleamed in its eyes as it stared at the blood spreading across the cabin. Then it asked if it could taste it. The captain bent down among the bodies and reached into one of the fallen corpses, tearing out a still warm heart with his bare hand. He shoved the heart straight into the Hound's mouth, telling it that every person here had been a grand martial master, so their hearts were worth savoring. Then, without any hesitation, he added that the creature was free now. The Hound dragged its long lizard-like tongue across its face, but the taste only seemed to make its hunger worse. Still unsatisfied, it demanded more, craving every last drop of blood left inside the cabin. The captain did not flinch at the creature's greed. He muttered that as a Northern Bryden's secret agent, he had somehow ended up feeding a dog. Then he asked the beast what it expected him to do next. His gaze moved across the cabin, taking in the mangled corpses scattered across the floor. Blood had already spread beneath them in a thick red layer, turning the cold metal interior into a slaughterhouse. Then the captain opened the hatch and stepped toward the roaring wind outside. He said the Hound did not need any complicated orders. It only needed to unleash everything inside it, right here, on the land of Daxia. Great Jia had begun reclaiming its lost cities, and that resurgence was exactly what Northern Bryden intended to crush. The captain added that he had to leave as well, because once the Hound truly broke free, even he would be torn apart. Before leaving, he told the creature that the corpses of those grand martial masters would serve as a fitting first feast after escaping its prison. With that, the captain stepped out through the open hatch and dropped into the empty air. Flames trailed behind him as he plunged away from the ship, disappearing into the storm outside. The moment he vanished, a vicious red aura erupted from the Hound's body. Every blood tube connected to its restraints snapped apart like fragile threads. The creature laughed, saying that it had once been treated as nothing more than a hunting dog, forced to fetch whatever humans ordered it to chase. But now the leash was gone, and at last it was free to sink its fangs into anything it desired. Humans had underestimated it for far too long. Now it wanted to tear everything apart and devour it whole. The final knots binding the Hound began to loosen as its power surged violently through the chamber, the air around it trembling beneath the force of its awakening. With one more brutal pulse of power, every metal nail pinning the creature down popped free, snapping out of place as if the restraints had become meaningless. The heavy chains wrapped around it shattered almost without resistance, breaking apart under the overwhelming force now pouring from its body. Smoke rolled around the beast in thick waves as the alien biomass Hound slowly rose from its restraints, finally standing completely unbound. Up close, its split-open skull and eyeless face barely looked like a living creature at all. It was more like a nightmare shaped into flesh. The Hound muttered that it needed to finish absorbing the golden gene, complete its true transformation, and ascend as a god. Then it wanted to see who would ever dare treat it like a dog again. The focus suddenly snapped to West City. Sirens screamed across the sky as hovering ships blared urgent warnings for all units to withdraw from the bombardment zone. A heavy strike was about to begin, using overwhelming firepower to force the sealed beast out of hiding. The entire ruined city looked less like a battlefield and more like a waking horror. The alarms echoed like the signal for a dagger squad operation, the kind where weaker factions sent a martial master deep into enemy territory to strike at the core and decapitate the overlord. Above the ruins, 2B-2 bombers swept across the sky, their shadows sliding over the shattered streets as they carpeted the broken city with explosions. Beneath one of the bombers, as it descended through the smoke-filled sky, the ruined ground suddenly burst apart. A towering monster erupted from the wreckage below, its enormous body rising like a living mountain and blotting out the fiery haze hanging over West City. In a single devastating motion, the creature drove its claws straight into the bomber's hull. Metal screamed under the force, sparks exploded in every direction, and within seconds, the aircraft was torn open as if its armored shell were nothing more than paper. But right as the monster lifted its head and roared in triumph, something slammed down from above with terrifying speed. The beast's massive body jerked violently backward, completely stunned by the impact. Perched on top of its enormous head was the hound, the same six-eyed nightmare from before, laughing with wild delight, like chaos itself had taken shape.
"I want to taste something different this time," the hound said, its voice dripping with cruel amusement as it looked down at the monster beneath it.
From its twisted, writhing body, dark tendrils suddenly shot outward. They pierced into the giant eagle's flesh like spears made from living shadow, sinking deep before the creature could tear itself free. Thin, thread-like fibers began crawling around the creature's leg, coiling tighter and tighter with every struggling movement it made. Soon, those fibers spread across its entire body. They wrapped around every limb, every muscle, and every bone, tightening their grip until the giant eagle could no longer break loose. In only a few moments, the eagle vanished completely beneath a writhing cocoon of tentacles. Its original shape disappeared from sight, swallowed by the hound's grotesque, living mass. Then, from inside that nightmare-like cocoon, a new form began to take shape. The hound had not simply absorbed the monster, it was copying it, remaking itself as a terrifying and unnatural fusion. The creature stepped forward again, but now its body carried massive wings and razor-sharp claws. The features of the fallen eagle had blended seamlessly into its warped flesh, creating a twisted hybrid monster even more horrifying than before. The six-eyed fiend threw back its head and roared, marveling at this unbelievable genetic battlefield. Even the injuries on its body were regenerating completely inside this zone. With a manic laugh, it declared that this place was the greatest feast it had ever encountered, reveling like a demon finally set loose. Later, West City was reduced to a scene of complete ruin. Broken stone, drifting ash, and burning debris were all that remained, and the identity of the one who had caused the destruction was no longer in doubt. The final B. Two bombers spiraled downward in flames, their damaged bodies twisting through the smoke before crashing into the city below. The impact erupted with a thunderous explosion, sending thick columns of black smoke curling high into the sky. A squad of soldiers rushed into the wreckage, boots pounding over broken metal and scorched concrete. One of them shouted to his partner Louis, warning that a plane had been destroyed by monsters and that they had to move quickly before anyone trapped inside died. Louis stayed calmer than the rest, telling him not to rush blindly. The monster that had crushed the aircraft might still be lurking nearby. But Zhang immediately snapped back that Louis was a grand martial master, and this was only the outskirts of West City. No monster in this area should be strong enough to threaten her. Their third teammate nodded in agreement, and Zhang added that if they could not even search the outer zone, they would have no chance of reaching the city's core. Louis finally gave in, allowing them to move forward, but she warned everyone to stay sharp. Then, without warning, they spotted a figure crouched beside the enormous carcass of a monster. It was casually chewing on the flesh, treating the dead beast like nothing more than a snack picked up along the road. Zhang froze where he stood, disbelief spreading across his face. Every demonic beast drawn in by the crash had already been wiped out by this single figure. Louis's first thought was that it had to be some crazed martial artist who had slipped into West City during the chaos. But when the creature slowly turned its head toward them, all three soldiers went rigid with horror. Whatever stood before them was definitely not human. It was the hound, now mutated into a demonic humanoid shape, with 6 eyes staring from a nightmarishly twisted face. It watched them with eerie calm, then said that its prey had finally taken the bait. Before anyone could react, blood-red tendrils shot out from its body, whipping toward them with lethal speed. Zhang moved on pure instinct. He drew his sword in one sharp motion and unleashed a powerful chi wind slash, sending the attack cutting straight toward the incoming tendrils. His blade struck one of the hound's blood vessels, but halfway through the cut, the attack suddenly slowed. The sword sank into the creature's flesh as if it were being dragged through thick mud. For just one heartbeat, Zhang hesitated, thrown off by the strange resistance, and that single moment of hesitation became the end of him. A massive, grotesque mouth split open along the wound, its jagged teeth snapping shut in an instant. With one horrible bite, it swallowed Zhang from the waist up. His scream never even made it out of his throat. The hound's body twisted and stretched unnaturally, lengthening into a grotesque living tube as it devoured him. The remaining 3 teammates felt their courage shatter on the spot. Jin Zhuang screamed in terror, his voice cracking as he shouted that Zhang had just been eaten alive. Lu Qingzhu shot forward like a streak of lightning fury blazing in her eyes. She cursed the creature under her breath and brought her attack down with everything she had, determined to cut the monster apart. But the hound's arm suddenly warped, reshaping into a sharp blade-like limb. In the next instant, it released a chi wind slash of its own. Lu froze for a split second, shock flashing across her face. That technique was unmistakable. It was Zhang's move. The slash came crashing toward her with brutal force, tearing through the air as if nothing could stop it.
Luo barely managed to roll aside in time as the attack ripped through the ground where she had been standing. She stared at the mutated creature in horror, unable to understand how it could reproduce Zhang's fighting style so perfectly after devouring him. Then a trembling voice whispered her name from behind. Lu spun around instantly, and the moment she saw what was there, her heart sank. A mass of tentacles twisted together, forming several distorted faces from its writhing flesh. Each one cried out in a haunting, broken chorus. But among those warped faces, one was impossible to mistake. It was Zhang's real face, twisted in agony. Tears streamed down his distorted features as he begged Liu to save him, his suffering clearly worse than death itself. Lui went rigid, trapped in helpless shock as she stared at Zhang's tortured expression. For one brief moment, Lu Jingzhu felt like she could not breathe. Then instinct seized control, forcing the only command she could manage from her throat: run. While Louis remained fixated on Zhang's agonized cries, the hound slipped behind her like a shadow. Its blade-shaped arm swept out in one merciless strike, slicing through her before she could turn around. Louis collapsed without a sound. The creature absorbed her next, its flesh rippling as her body vanished into its mass. The hound muttered that although this one was older, the meat was still firm. Then its 6 eyes shifted toward the west, sensing the golden gene calling from that direction. A twisted grin spread across the hound's distorted face. It whispered that it would infiltrate another martial artist squad, pretend to be friendly, and then eat them one by one. Their terrified expressions would be delicious to savor. Across the battlefield, it could sense countless powerful life forces, grandmasters, elite warriors, and monstrous demonic beasts all gathered in one place. If it consumed enough high-level genes, the hound wondered who would still dare order it around like a dog. With that thought, it shot westward in a blur, declaring that it had broken every chain and risen as a demon, its laughter echoing across the battlefield like something born from hell itself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, an even larger demonic beast was tearing the remaining ships apart. Alarms screamed through the chaos. Soldiers panicked, and one of them shouted that a lower-level beast had broken through their rear line. A thunderous hoof suddenly slammed into the ground, the impact shaking the battlefield like a war drum. A rider charged forward atop a heavily armored warhorse, shouting for the soldiers to stay calm. A spear gleamed in his hand, and his entire presence radiated pure killing intent, as if he alone could split the battlefield in two. And in the very next heartbeat, he proved that presence was not empty intimidation. His spear descended in a streak of green light, burning through the monster's flesh and reducing it to ash before striking the ground. Yet against the endless tide of beasts, even humanity's proudest firepower seemed fragile, like a flickering candle facing a tsunami, always one moment away from being swallowed. The rider was Chen Tianyu, Dean of Hua University's Grandmaster Academy and captain of the elite operation to reclaim West City. He explained that only fast, powerful individual martial artists could eliminate the high-level beasts hidden within the monster tide. By weakening the tide from within, they could force the Overlord to reveal itself. That was the mission given to their 5-man dagger team sent from Hua University. One team member stepped forward and addressed him as teacher, praising Tianyu's choice of route. This path led straight toward the Overlord's nest, and it had already been scouted by Longqiu's vanguard. The speaker was Dai Qiming, president of Hua University's student union and one of the members of the Dagger Squad. Tianyu explained that the stronger a martial artist became, the sharper their spiritual vision would grow. Some warriors could even glimpse signs of their own deaths through dreams. That was why, he told Dai Qiming, true fighters had to learn to trust their instincts. Then Tianyu stretched out both arms, signaling the team to stop moving and stay alert. Every member froze in place, muscles tense and senses sharpened, ready for whatever storm was about to break over them. Dai Qiming responded with a crisp, decisive nod, then raised 2 fingers and pressed them firmly against the center of his forehead as if focusing every bit of his perception. At the same moment, Chen Tianyu pushed his energy outward, letting that invisible force spread far across the distant battlefield like a silent scout sweeping the ruins for any hidden danger. Only a heartbeat passed before Chen Tianyu's eyes flew open. The change on his face was immediate and unmistakable, because he had sensed something dreadful tearing through the distance and rushing straight toward them at a terrifying speed. What came hurtling through the air was a grotesque lump of twisted, jagged claws, ripping forward with brutal momentum like a living bullet that had locked directly onto their position. Its half-melted head streaked past them in a violent blur, missing by the narrowest margin before crashing into the ground behind them. The impact detonated with a thunderous blast, throwing up dust and shockwaves, and the 2 of them only escaped because they dodged away at the very last instant. Yet, the creature showed no sign of being hurt by that horrifying crash at all.
It simply stood there as though the impact had been nothing, folding its arms across its body while glaring at them in open irritation, then grumbling that it had prepared a grand surprise for them just ahead. So why, it demanded, had they suddenly stopped moving? Chen Tianyu's entire posture sharpened in an instant, every muscle in his body shifting into battle-ready tension. His voice dropped into a cold, commanding tone as he identified the enemy before them. West City's overlord, the Earth Demon, had finally shown itself. Without wasting a breath, he ordered every nearby troop to assemble and form ranks immediately. Far deeper inside the West City war zone, the scene had already become a nightmare of destruction. Nearly every building in sight had been smashed into piles of broken stone and twisted metal, while the final structure still standing leaned at a crooked angle like a dying beast, half collapsed and ready to fall at any moment. And in the center of that ruined wasteland stood the monsters responsible for grinding the city down into dust. Chen Tianyu stormed into the battlefield atop his mount, his spear wrapped in violent arcs of crackling lightning. With fierce momentum, he drove the attack straight toward the towering beetle-like monster, aiming for it with everything he had. But the Earth Demon did not even bother to flinch. It only sneered down at him, mocking humans as fragile and ignorant for thinking such cheap tricks could ever harm an overlord like itself. The beast slowly clenched its fist, crushing the air around its knuckles until the atmosphere seemed to tremble with murderous pressure. Then it swung forward, unleashing a counterblow so heavy it looked capable of pulverizing anything unfortunate enough to stand in its path. That monstrous strike roared toward Chen Tianyu's lightning spear, and for an instant it seemed the two forces were about to collide head-on. But right before impact, the Earth Demon's attack suddenly broke apart directly in front of its own face. The power behind the blow drained away in a strange, unnatural way, and only then did everyone notice the odd figure clinging tightly to the creature's arm. It was greedily devouring the energy pouring through the limb, and in the very next breath, that figure launched a counterattack with an earthy martial technique, the secret move, water droplets piercing stone hand. In the next instant, a relentless storm of attacks rained down on the beetle from every direction. Lightning lashed across its hardened shell again and again, striking with such savage force that even its thick armor looked as if it was on the verge of cracking apart. The monster released a furious shriek as the truth finally clicked into place. These cunning humans had not rushed in blindly at all. They had studied its weaknesses ahead of time, then assembled an entire tactical squad designed specifically to restrain and counter it. Rage surged through the Earth Demon like a detonation. It slammed its fist into the ground, trying to paralyze the entire group with a single brutal move, and snarled that it would start by crushing that troublesome old geezer first. Someone shouted for Elder Mu to get back. The old man reacted without the slightest delay, his figure vanishing from the spot just before the beetle's strike came crashing down exactly where he had been standing. But instead of letting the blow continue unchecked, Wu Hong charged forward like a living fortress. He raised his dragon-faced shield and took the monster's full strike head-on, and the collision landed with such terrifying weight that the ground under his feet shattered outward like brittle glass. In that tiny opening created by Wu Hong's defense, the other two warriors moved at nearly the same time and activated their formation. One of them called out for Quan to take the lead, and Quan stepped in without a moment of hesitation, immediately demanding a buff as he entered the formation. Black and white yin-yang symbols began to spiral together in midair, twisting and circling until they formed a powerful array. The pattern pulsed with gathering force as if the entire formation was drawing breath before unleashing its strength. Dai Qiming shot forward and drove his fist straight into the technique, pouring momentum into the array. The impact launched the formation across the battlefield, sending it sweeping around the beetle-like monster until the entire pattern wrapped tightly around its body and locked it in place. The overlord froze where it stood. For one terrifying moment, it felt as though command over its own body had been torn away, leaving it trapped inside its flesh and unable to move freely. Then the earth beneath everyone's feet began to glow with a deep brick-red light. The color spread outward across the battlefield, expanding wider and wider as the humans completed a full-scale domain expansion around the trapped monster. One after another, warriors emerged from the crimson ground surrounding the immobilized creature, stepping into view as if the battlefield itself had called them forth. The beetle's eyes widened, and only then did it fully realize that it had been pulled into a genuine human domain expansion. With a furious roar, the Earth Demon forced its body forward, fighting against the restraint through sheer brutality. It began carving a bloody path through the warriors standing in its way, slaughtering anything that tried to block its advance. But high above the creature, an enormous face formed from pure mana appeared in the sky. It loomed over the battlefield with crackling blue lightning glowing around it, like some divine punishment preparing to descend from the heavens. The beetle lifted its gaze toward the terrifying formation overhead, and despite its arrogance, its body trembled against its will. Through clenched teeth, it admitted that the human cultivation system truly did have value and deserved some recognition. Then, without any warning, the creature's wings snapped open. From within them, something razor-sharp and impossibly fast was released into the air, cutting through the space around it before anyone could react. The beetle muttered in a low voice, almost as if speaking only to itself, that perhaps the Emperor had been correct all along. Studying humans, learning from their methods, might actually be a wise path after all. And in the very next instant, it launched itself upward with explosive force. Its body shot into the sky like a cannonball and rammed straight into the monstrous formation suspended overhead. The collision erupted into a blinding explosion that swallowed the sky in light and violence. Within only a few short seconds, the human's celestial diabolic energy array was completely obliterated, erased by the force of the impact. The guards stared into the rolling smoke, their faces tight with uncertainty as they tried to understand what had just happened. One of them whispered that there was no way it could have ended so easily, while another murmured that even seriously injuring a monster of that level would already count as a massive victory. But when the haze finally began to thin, the truth hit them with the cold weight of ice. Half of the beetle's body had been shattered apart, yet the creature was still alive, still breathing, and still standing. It snarled that humans were indeed impressive, and that any ordinary overlord would have been killed by that attack. Unfortunately for them, overlords had ranks of their own, and it stood far above the common ones. The entire squad stiffened in shock, their expressions turning grim at the same time. A terrifying thought flashed through their minds all at once. Could this creature actually be a metamorphic type? The answer revealed itself almost immediately. The beetle's damaged flesh began to twist, fold, and reshape in grotesque waves, its body transforming rapidly until it became a golden-horned insect entering its second molting stage. Its speed instantly surged to a completely different level. The creature moved so quickly that its passing presence alone felt dangerous, as if a person's soul might be ripped away simply from being brushed by its shadow. The golden-horned insect pointed directly at the group and declared that the troublesome old man would be the first one to die. The warriors immediately rushed to protect Elder Mu, knowing he was the crucial support keeping their formation alive, but their reactions were nowhere near fast enough to keep up. With nothing more than a casual flick of its fingers, the golden-horned insect released a burst of hellfire. The attack shot out in an instant, carrying a heat and force that left no room for anyone to properly defend. The three martial artists were blasted away, like helpless dolls caught in a storm. Elder Mu was left barely hanging on to life. His body burned so severely that he looked almost scorched down to the bone, and everyone froze in horror, unable to comprehend how any creature could move with such impossible speed. Behind the golden-horned insect, Wu Hong and Chen Tianyu launched another attack together. Gritting their teeth and cursing under their breath, they drove their power forward and unleashed the Dragon Thunder Spear. But by then, the creature had already become little more than a blur. With one arm, it swatted Wu Hong away as if brushing aside an obstacle, and with the other, it caught Chen Tianyu's spear in mid-strike, handling the attack as easily as plucking a falling leaf from the air. Chen Tianyu immediately shouted toward Wu Hong, his voice cutting sharply through the chaos with desperate urgency. There was no time for explanation, only a warning forced out as fast as he could speak. He yelled for Wu Hong to move, but the warning came a fraction too late. Wu Hong's mount was struck with such horrifying force that it died instantly, and the impact sent Wu Hong himself crashing violently across the battlefield. The golden-horned insect then reached out with chilling ease and clamped its fingers around Chen Tianyu's throat. Its grip tightened so brutally that Chen Tianyu's vision began to blur, the battlefield around him swimming at the edges. The creature mocked him with cruel amusement, asking how they possibly expected to deal with the other overlords hidden within West City if they could not even handle a single monster like this one. Chen Tianyu went rigid as the meaning of those words sank into him. The threat was not over at all. There were still more overlords waiting somewhere deeper inside West City. Meanwhile, over in West City's East War Zone, a colossal space warhead appeared above the battlefield. It was so enormous that it looked almost like a city in its own right, casting an overwhelming presence over the ruined ground below. Inside the command ship, a pilot reported in a strained, shaken voice that a Level 1 warning had just been triggered. A massive bioenergy signature was rising from 1,000 meters underground, and it was rapidly forcing its way toward the surface. Then the Earth itself split open. Several octopus-like tentacles erupted violently from beneath the ground, each one thicker than a cluster of buildings, towering into the air and smashing through everything nearby as though the city's structures were nothing more than paper toys. The pilot trembled as he spoke, his voice cracking while he reported that the computers had confirmed the creature had already reached Overlord level. With no grandmasters left to protect the ground forces, a strategic retreat was the only reasonable option. He could not understand how this could be happening. The only overlord in West City had already engaged Dean Shen's Blade Squad, so why was another one awakening beneath them now? The commander did not waste even a second on panic. He barked immediate orders for the crew to warn all ground troops to retreat, lift the entire battleship off the surface, and ascend without delay. At the same time, they were to prepare the bunker buster nukes for deployment at once. But before the launch sequence could even properly begin, a colossal tentacle surged upward from below. It rose over the battleship like a nightmare made of flesh, blotting out the space above them with its sheer size. The crew shouted in alarm as the massive tentacle came crashing down toward them. This was not some random movement or blind thrashing. The tentacle was clearly aiming for the battleship itself, targeting them directly. The battleship's weapon module reacted before the crew could even finish shouting, unfolding from the hull with mechanical speed. In the next instant, a scorching laser beam tore through the air, burning a straight path across the sky before slicing cleanly through that enormous tentacle and cutting it in two. The severed tentacle immediately lost all power. Its massive chunk of flesh dropping from the air like a collapsing tower. It crashed hard into the ruins below, smashing into the broken streets as thick blood sprayed across the shattered city blocks. But the wound did not remain open for even a single breath. From the raw, freshly cut surface, new flesh began to squirm outward, twisting and writhing, as if the monster's body refused to accept that it had been injured at all. In just a few short seconds, the tentacle had completely grown back, whole again as though the laser had never touched it. Then it lashed toward the battleship for a second time, and the crew cried out in horror as they realized the limb had already regenerated. The captain's expression turned grim and hard as he roared that there was no longer any time to hesitate. If they wanted even the smallest chance of surviving this monster, they had to release the bunker buster nukes right now. The crew lunged for the launch controls, gripping the handles and yanking the nozzles downward with all their strength. The system was forced into activation, and the nuclear strike sequence began to engage. The tentacles came hammering down from above, thrashing wildly as they tried to smash the battleship before it could fire. But the bunker buster nukes shot out first, streaking past the writhing limbs and plunging deep beneath the earth. 3 colossal nuclear eruptions detonated across the battlefield, one after another, shaking the sky as though the heavens themselves had been struck. Towering waves of smoke and fire surged upward, swallowing the ruined war zone in blinding heat and destruction. The captain adjusted the brim of his cap with tense fingers, his eyes locked on the smoke rising in the distance. He muttered about the terrifying force of 3 nuclear warheads, while silently hoping the warriors on the ground had managed to retreat before the blast consumed them. Then one of the female pilots suddenly turned pale, her face losing all color as she stared at the readings. Her voice tightened with dread as she reported that the Overlord's life signal had not disappeared. Instead of weakening under the nuclear fire, the tentacles were growing even more violent. They thrashed madly in the heart of the inferno, tearing through the smoke and flames, as if the explosions had only enraged them further. The captain stared at the screen in total disbelief, his pupils trembling as the impossible data kept flashing in front of him. How could any living creature take 3 nuclear strikes head-on and still remain alive? For one dreadful moment, that question seemed to crush everyone inside the command room. A cold realization settled over them. Was the entire West City recovery operation about to collapse right here? Suddenly, alarms screamed throughout the battleship, filling every corner with piercing warnings. The system announced that Central Authority had been seized, then repeated the message with chilling finality. Complete takeover confirmed. The commander's face shifted at once as he wondered whether Nuwa was the one behind it. But then a strange voice echoed from every speaker on the ship, calm, steady, and terrifyingly confident. It thanked every warrior in the West City war zone for their blood-soaked efforts, then told them to leave everything that came next to Yi Hei. The commander froze in place, unable to hide the shock on his face. Who was this person speaking through their system, and what kind of confidence did he have to refer to himself with such absolute authority? Before anyone could process what was happening, the pilot shouted another warning. An intercontinental ballistic missile had just launched and was flying directly toward their position. The captain stared at the trajectory glowing on the screen, and in an instant he recognized it for what it was, an ICBM. A heartbeat later, the missile ripped across the sky, dragging a thunderous shockwave behind it. It roared straight toward the battlefield at a speed so extreme that no ordinary living thing should have been able to survive anywhere near its surface. Commander George dropped back into his seat, his eyes stretched wide as the system flagged something even more impossible. The readings were showing a life signature riding directly on top of the missile. And there, clinging to that enormous warhead, nearly as massive as their own battleship, stood one small figure against the screaming wind. He was not falling. He was not being ripped apart by the speed. He stood there firmly as the missile shrieked through the air, and the captain could barely breathe as he realized that someone was actually standing on a projectile moving at sonic speed. That figure, wrapped in a blazing hot combat suit, was none other than Yi Hei. The captain finally understood that there really was a human riding on top of the missile, but even with the proof right before his eyes, he still could not make sense of how such a thing was possible. A few minutes earlier, back at Hwadu University, a pillar of light had burst straight into the sky. It was not an attack descending from above, but the brilliant radiance pouring out from the place where Yi Hei was being powered up. Nuwa, the fully autonomous combat intelligence, was enhancing him with cold machine precision. Every adjustment, every motion, and every flow of power was controlled with flawless accuracy. She calmly informed Yi Hei that his breakthrough had been completed, her voice steady and composed. Then, as the final adjustment settled into place, she offered him a warm congratulations. After that, Nuwa fastened a new device onto his arm. It was a custom nanosuit created specifically for him by Longqui's engineers, designed to match his body and power. The suit spread over him like living metal, flowing across his body until jet-black armor wrapped him completely. Glowing blue eyes lit up across his chest, giving him an aura that felt both elegant and deadly, majestic and dangerous at the same time. He looked toward Nuwa and asked how long the West City unit had already been gone. Nuwa answered with perfect calm, without even the slightest pause. The West City unit had already been away for 5 full hours. 5 hours. The moment Yi Hei heard that number, his expression changed. Without hesitating, he ordered Nuwa to prepare a supersonic fighter jet, but almost immediately rejected the idea himself, saying even that would be far too slow. What he needed was an intercontinental ballistic missile. At that speed, at least, he could arrive fast enough. Nuwa accepted the command without question.
He had 2 missions waiting for him in West City. First, he needed to meet the Mad Doctor and recover the Golden Gene. Second, he had to kill the Overlord, seize an Overlord-ranked demon core, and use it to complete the final step of his evolution. His Emperor General template synchronization had already climbed past 90%, and at this level, every demon core below Overlord rank had become useless to him. Even Lord-ranked cores could only push the number forward by tiny fractions. He had already forced the synchronization all the way to 99% by burning through an absurd amount of resources, devouring dozens of Lord-ranked cores, and nearly draining Hwadu University's entire market dry. But, no matter what he consumed, that final 1% refused to move. Only a higher-tier gene, an Overlord-level essence could finish the process. With that resolve burning inside him, Yi Hei finally made his move.
Without the slightest hesitation, he launched himself upward. His body shot into the sky like a weapon fired from the earth, tearing toward the heavens with explosive force. Back in the present, he fixed his gaze on the Overlord below. 3 nuclear warheads had failed to silence the monster's soul, which meant that the final missing 1% now depended entirely on this creature. A surge of excitement rushed through him as he studied the target beneath the smoke. According to the database, this monster was classified as the Earth Demon, though to Yi Hei the name sounded disappointingly ordinary. He figured the creature would probably be furious if it knew what he was thinking. But honestly, Yi Hei did not care in the slightest. Then Yi Hei opened both arms wide, spreading them against the violent wind as the missile continued roaring forward beneath him. In an instant, frost bloomed across his limbs. Ice crawled outward and grew into dagger-like shards, every edge gleaming with a sharpness beyond anything human hands could ever forge. His arms stretched and transformed, expanding into enormous crystalline wings. They glittered with a cold, deadly brilliance, turning his silhouette into something both beautiful and terrifying. Then, with one clean motion, Yi Hei leapt off the supersonic missile. His body dropped through the air and dove straight toward the swirling mass of tentacles below. The massive blades of living ice spread outward around him, ready to carve through every monstrous limb that reached up from the battlefield to claim him. The moment Yi Hei landed, pure chaos erupted across the battlefield, but not against him. Under his assault, every tentacle belonging to the Overlord was forced downward, slamming helplessly into the ground as the entire area shook violently. The captain and pilots stared down in stunned relief, barely able to understand the impossible scene unfolding beneath the battleship. The captain wondered aloud whether Hwadu University had actually sent them a Grandmaster-level reinforcement. His fist tightened with genuine excitement as hope finally returned to his face. For the first time since the battle began, victory no longer felt completely impossible. He continued carving through the storm of monstrous limbs, his icy wings sweeping like giant weapons. Frozen arcs of destruction flashed through the battlefield as he cut a direct path toward the Overlord's core. He could tell the Overlord had hidden itself carefully, buried deep beneath that mass of flesh. But even with all those layers protecting it, it had not hidden well enough to escape him. A grin filled with excitement spread across Yihei's face as he declared that he would finish the creature in a single breath. In that instant, his movements changed completely, shifting from elegant and controlled to savage, direct, and unstoppable. He plunged straight into the core area, and the moment he reached it, his body erupted into a blinding flash of white lightning. Then he unleashed Emperor Mora's secret arc, nuclear sky kick, driving that terrifying technique directly into the heart of the battlefield. The impact tore through the entire region, ripping the battlefield apart with overwhelming force. But even after that first wave of destruction, the devastation still did not end. High above the clouds, a massive blue beam suddenly shot downward from the sky. It was so enormous that its width rivaled an entire building, turning the heavens themselves into a weapon. People miles away froze where they stood, staring up at the sky in disbelief. The light was so overwhelming, so unnatural, that everyone reached the same terrifying conclusion: an overlord had to be involved. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield where the terrifying Hornet Overlord still dominated everything around it, the carnage had not stopped for even a moment. Half of Wu Hong's body had already been obliterated. He crumpled to the ground, his chest rising and falling violently as he fought to pull air back into his lungs. Behind him, Chen Tianyu, battered and soaked in blood, staggered unsteadily through the wreckage, coughing so hard his whole body shook under the pressure of the non-stop assault. The monstrous Hornet Overlord slowly advanced on them, its mandibles clicking with cruel amusement. It sneered at Wu Hong, the so-called tank, mocking how a warrior trained entirely for defense had still turned out to be as flimsy as paper, pierced through with one effortless strike. Then its body shifted in a grotesque ripple, 4 new arms bursting outward from its frame, and Chen Tianyu's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Another form revealed itself before them, and Tianyu could feel the burning limit of his life-burning secret art pressing against his body. He understood perfectly that even if he somehow won this battle, the price would be brutal, cutting away a massive portion of whatever lifespan he had left. But at this point, that no longer mattered, survival had already been pushed aside by sheer resolve. A luminous blue circle suddenly flared to life beneath Tianyu's feet as he activated his technique once again. As a grandmaster, he would not retreat, and he would not collapse quietly. Even if it took every last drop of his remaining life, he would fight until his final breath and bring this monster down. The Wasp Overlord answered him with smug, condescending confidence, as if it were watching a child struggle, martial intent locking onto a target, forced attacks, flashy techniques. Yes, they were impressive tricks in their own way, but against its absolute and immovable power, they were ultimately meaningless. With a roar that seemed to shake the entire battlefield, Tianyu unleashed the Earth Fiend martial art, 1,000-fathom Thunderstake. A storm of mana-forged spears formed around him and hurtled forward, tearing through the air as they aimed straight for the creature's enormous skull. The Hornet Overlord did not dodge. It simply lifted one hand and caught every one of Tianyu's spears with terrifying ease, brushing the entire assault aside, as casually as if it were clearing dust from the air. Then it spoke in a cold, almost ceremonial tone, declaring that the Emperor had already perfected the ancient civilization conversion experiment. Once Tianyu died, it said, it would personally recommend his corpse for rebirth as an even stronger existence, and in the Overlord's mind that was supposed to be an honor. Tianyu's anger flared until it burned like an inferno in his eyes. Through that rage, he swore that even if he could not kill the creature outright, he would wound it so deeply that it would never again be able to interfere with the West City recovery operation. Gathering every fragment of strength left inside him, Tianyu drove his spear straight into the remains of his previous attack. The added force doubled the destructive power and triggered a devastating explosion that rippled across the broken battlefield. But even with all that power unleashed at once, the effort still seemed painfully futile. When the smoke and dust finally rolled away, the Wasp remained standing exactly where it had been, completely unharmed. Its arms were folded, its expression almost bored, as it remarked that Tianyu's life-burning technique was certainly annoying, but nowhere near enough to kill it. The Overlord even noted casually that the explosion should have been the thing to end Tianyu instead. And just as it said, Tianyu's body began to break apart. His form disintegrated into ash, scattering into the wind, while the remaining warriors trembled in place, barely able to keep themselves standing after witnessing his end. The Hornet mocked them without mercy, declaring that even after burning their own life force just to prolong the fight, they were still destined to die meaningless deaths. It admitted that it had held back earlier only because it wanted to preserve Tianyu's body for rebirth, but the rest of the warriors would receive no such consideration. They would simply be crushed until nothing remained. Then, against all reason, Wu Hong's body regenerated. He rose back to his feet fully restored, casually brushing himself off as though he had only taken a rough fall. In a dry tone, he commented on how lively the battlefield had become, adding that he could feel the chaos spreading even from the outskirts of the city. Old Gu stared at him with his mouth nearly frozen open, disbelief written across his face. After everything that had happened, how could Wu possibly still be alive? But Wu's gaze soon dropped toward his dead horse, and the moment he looked at it, a cold chill crawled down his spine. Something about the scene was horribly wrong, so wrong that it instantly set every instinct in his body on edge. The eyes staring back from the horse were not Wu's at all. They belonged to something else, some hound-like creature capable of mimicking whatever it devoured. Using Wu's voice warped into something unnatural and chilling, it asked Elder Mu whether he had died, then burst into a maniacal laugh that echoed across the battlefield. Scales tore open along its back in jagged lines, and the nearby warriors recoiled in horror. None of them could fully understand what kind of abomination was standing before them. Wu's stolen flesh, bent and twisted in a grotesque, unnatural shape. Then the creature dropped onto the corpse of the horse and began devouring it bone by bone, each sickening crunch ringing out through the ruined battlefield. When it turned its attention back toward the warriors, they saw multiple distorted versions of Wu's face pushing out from a single neck, all whispering together in eerie unison. They murmured about the incredible taste, saying that even a Grandmaster's mount was exquisite, and that eating a Grandmaster next would surely be even more delightful. As for the remaining warriors, it mused, they would probably be quite appetizing as well. Before the mimic could move any farther, the horned overlord struck with brutal speed and smashed its head clean off in a single blow. The wasp grimaced with visible disgust, muttering that the creature carried the corrupted aura of a Darkway Star aberrant. If monsters like this were allowed to wander freely, then perhaps it really would be better for its own species to dominate the planet. But even after losing its head, the mimic was nowhere close to dead. From the severed stump of its neck, a mass of crimson tentacles suddenly burst outward. They writhed violently in the air, twisting and lashing like living nerves exposed to the world. At last, its true form began to emerge. It laughed with wild, broken madness, the sound so unhinged that it sent a cold shiver through everyone still standing nearby. With a savage grin stretched across its monstrous face, it turned toward the hornet and introduced itself as -1. Without even a hint of hesitation, it proudly announced that it intended to consume the alien overlord. The wasp remained completely unimpressed, dismissing the declaration as nothing more than reckless overconfidence. The instant -1 entered the fight, it whipped one raised leg across the distance in a curved, devastating kick, aiming the strike directly at the hornet. The kick looked effortless, but the counterforce was overwhelming. -1 was sent spinning through the air like a toy, his body twisting wildly as though he had been caught inside a violent storm. Before he could even crash properly into the ground, a second strike slammed into him. The blow hurled him into the remains of a shattered building a few meters away, and the impact rang out with a heavy, resounding crash. Yet -1 only laughed harder, his voice filled with twisted delight as he taunted Yi He to hit harder. To him, death meant nothing at all. What he wanted was far worse than a simple fight. He intended to burrow into Yi He's mind and live there like an endless nightmare that could never be shaken off. His flesh softened, then burst outward violently, scattering foul, dark red chunks that hissed and sizzled as they dissolved through the air. In the next instant, his entire body melted into a massive crimson tide, surging forward until it swallowed the ruined building whole. Atomic energy gathered in Yi He's palm, condensing into a blazing sphere that swelled with dangerous light. He watched his opponent sink deeper into madness, laughing all the while. Facing someone even more arrogant and unhinged than himself was a first, but in Yi He's eyes, that frenzy was nothing more than a tactical mistake. After all, the larger the target became, the easier it was to erase. Calling upon Diora's secret technique, Yi He unleashed the Imperial Atomic Blast, pouring the gathered power forward in one decisive attack. A brilliant pillar of azure energy tore across the battlefield, lighting up the sky over West City with overwhelming intensity. The force of it made the entire war zone tremble, as if the air itself had been split apart. From far away, Dai Qiming watched in stunned silence, struggling to process the impossible scale of what he was seeing. The Grandmaster's speed and raw power shattered every limit Dai Qiming thought he understood, and even elite experts would surely falter before this kind of force. Even so, none of them could identify the strange fluctuations within that azure energy. But despite the mystery, a faint sense of relief spread through the warriors. Whoever this mysterious figure truly was, he had chosen to stand on their side, and with a force like that leading West City's recovery, they could finally breathe a little easier. Back on the battlefield, The blue atomic torrent carved forward in a straight and merciless line, vaporizing every structure it touched. It swallowed -1 completely in its path, or at least that was how it looked at first. But through the fading glare, the grotesque figure appeared once again, mocking Yi Hei's attack as useless. No matter how destructive the blast was, it insisted it could not be killed. It could divide without end. The nuclear force surging through its body only fueled it further, causing its cells to split faster than the atomic energy could scatter them. Laughing like a mad thing, -1 fractured into multiple faces, each one grinning as if to prove its terrifying claim.
He felt a deep wave of disgust rise inside him. Thanks to his peak compatibility with Diora, his chi and blood granted him extraordinary awareness. He could not inspect every single cell like a microscope, but he could still sense the greater pattern unfolding before him.
-1 was evolving in real time, reshaping itself specifically to resist atomic energy. As it hovered before him, laughing and taunting without restraint, Yi Hei's suspicion hardened into certainty. This was a being designed for endless evolution, a creature built to outgrow whatever attacked it. No matter how overwhelming Yi Hei's power appeared, -1 believed its victory was inevitable. It would close the distance and devour him whole. -1 could sense the terrifying genes hidden within Yi Hei's body. Compared to the supreme genes of the overlord-level beings it had consumed before, those old prizes now seemed pale and weak. What it could not understand was why it still remained beneath Yi Hei. It had always been the ultimate devourer, consuming countless life forms and refining more perfect genes and bloodlines each time. Yet the man before it completely shattered its expectations. By every rule it understood, it should have already surpassed anything alive. And yet Yi Hei stood there, defying the natural order, as if the rules simply did not apply to him. The truth became painfully clear: this opponent had cheated the very laws of existence. That irritation twisted into a hunger burning deep inside -1. -1 decided it would swallow Yi Hei alive. Its dark crimson cells multiplied explosively, merging and swelling into a colossal oscillating mass that looked as if it were breaking the laws of physics with every movement. The mass surged upward, folding into a monstrous crimson tsunami that rolled across the battlefield as though the world itself had tilted. The wave smashed forward with violent force, staining the sky in its wake and devouring everything in its path as it rushed straight toward Yi Hei. At the very crest of that crimson wave, an enormous mouth split open like a blood-filled abyss. Inside, layers of flesh writhed and ground together like some grotesque machine built only to chew living things apart. From a distance, the vanguard squad watched in helpless horror as a ruined building slid directly into that gaping maw and vanished, crushed into dust in an instant. Dai Qiming stared at the apocalyptic monster with unease churning through his chest. How could this mysterious expert possibly stop something like that? -1's regeneration and adaptability were absurd, and even a nuclear strike might not be enough to slow it down. Yet, while Dai Qiming trembled from afar, Yi Hei stood, facing the crimson tsunami, without the slightest trace of fear. If anything, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. After all that boasting and madness, -1 was still nothing more than a ravenous, predictable beast. He raised one arm, and at his command, the abyssal dragon armor flowed across his limb like living metal. It layered over him with the smooth precision of a nanosuit, and with a single-armed liberation of the armor, he began drawing in his strength. His armored fist glowed a deep blood red, pulsing with atomic energy and murderous intent. As that power surged through the gauntlet, Yi Hei unleashed his technique without hesitation. With one mighty punch, Yi Hei split the sea itself. Above the ruined battlefield, a gigantic azure fist suddenly took shape, hanging in the air with a crushing pressure so heavy it seemed to suffocate everything beneath it. Its presence was powerful enough to rival the devouring crimson wave head-on, and when it came crashing down, the impact roared across the ruins, tearing straight through the red tsunami while warping the air around it as if even space itself was shaking under the force of that strike. The dark, writhing flood could not withstand it for even a moment. The instant the blue energy detonated from within, the entire mass ruptured violently, bursting apart as explosive force tore through every layer of its monstrous body. A massive portion of -1's body was erased in that single devastating blow. The grotesque red membranes convulsed wildly, twisting, shrinking, and tearing themselves into fragments before desperately struggling to knit back together into a mangled, writhing heap. For the first time, that seemingly endless expansion had been forcibly stopped. -1 ripped itself out of the wreckage, its distorted features twisting with disbelief. Every warped face and twitching fold of flesh seemed unable to accept what had just happened. It could not understand how Yi Hei's power had suddenly surged to such an unimaginable level in a single instant, and now the one doing the mocking was Yi Hei. With calm, deliberate certainty, he declared that his strength would always stand above the so-called ultimate devourer. Those words struck deeper than any blade, and for -1, who was used to provoking others without restraint, being ridiculed in return, was almost unbearable. Rage twisted across -1's monstrous face as it triggered a stolen gene ability, drawing out a power it had plundered from some other devoured beast. Within a 100-meter radius, the surrounding air began to boil violently, rolling and distorting like molten magma. It was the unmistakable sign that unrestrained atmospheric fury had been awakened. Violent shockwaves burst outward in every direction, ripping through the space around them like countless invisible blades. The very atmosphere seemed to be shredded apart under that wild pressure. Ground convulsed beneath the rolling tremors, while pockets of air erupted one after another like chained vacuum bombs. The detonations were so dense and suffocating that even breathing felt impossible inside the chaos. Then, a final, catastrophic explosion spread outward, sending shockwaves rolling across miles of ruined land, but at the very center of it all, a golden sphere wrapped around Yi He, leaving him completely untouched, while every speck of dust and flying debris vanished before it could even reach him. He stood motionless in the middle of the devastation, calm to the point of seeming almost bored. Then, slowly and deliberately, he brushed at his shoulder as if removing some imaginary speck of dirt, making it clear that the attack had not affected him at all. When his eyes settled on -1's scattered, writhing form, there was nothing in his gaze but cold contempt. A faint smile touched his lips as he asked, with razor-sharp precision, whether that little display was truly supposed to be the peak of the creature's power. Far across the battlefield, the fragmented remains of -1's crimson mass rose over the ruins like some grotesque monument. It loomed above the shattered ground, its broken body still pulsing with monstrous life. Then, as though fury had snapped it fully awake, -1 surged forward again. Its entire body launched into motion, unleashing a relentless storm of attacks toward Yi He. Acid-coated elbows sliced through the air, molten strikes crashed down with the weight of burning mountains, and lightning whips lashed out in a violent five-fold barrage, filling the battlefield with overlapping flashes of destruction. But Yi He did not even flinch. Every single strike landed against his body and bounced away harmlessly. He made no attempt to dodge, no attempt to block. He simply accepted the attacks head-on, standing there immovable and completely unshaken. Disbelief flooded -1's mind. It had devoured endlessly, refined its form again and again, and believed itself to be approaching perfection. So how could a single human stand above it so firmly, eclipsing everything it had built? Desperation finally erupted from within it. -1 unleashed another technique, pouring out its reserves through an ultrasonic roar that exploded into the battlefield, forming a colossal screaming maelstrom that shredded everything around it. Yet even inside that raging chaos, He remained relaxed, almost as though he were standing in a gentle breeze. His calm voice cut straight through the storm as he asked whether -1 truly thought these attacks were anything more than a ridiculous joke. The irony was suffocating. The very claim -1 had once made was now turning against it. No matter how it attacked, the man in front of it could not be killed. With his Shikigami fully fused and his physical attributes raised beyond any normal understanding, the gap between them had become absurd. Attacks that might have torn through an ordinary body now felt as if they were striking nothing at all. To put it plainly, he could stand in place and let -1 attack him for an entire day, and even then, the creature still would not be able to break through his defense. The taunts that followed were cold, precise, and merciless. Each word struck directly at the confidence -1 had built through countless cycles of evolution, peeling it apart, piece by piece. It had always believed that endless growth and perfected genes would eventually guarantee absolute supremacy. But now, that belief was cracking. For the first time in its existence, the ultimate devourer felt the instinct to retreat, and its body trembled with a vulnerability it had never known before. In a cold and measured voice, -1 admitted the truth that had become impossible to deny. Their levels of strength no longer existed on the same plane, and the gap between them was so vast that trying to close it would be completely meaningless. From -1's perspective, Yi had become a towering mountain that swallowed the horizon, and even though -1 was still evolving compared to that overwhelming height, it had been reduced to nothing more than drifting dust. With clear reluctance, -1 was forced to acknowledge that reality. It insisted that given enough time, enough stronger beings to consume, and enough opportunities to perfect its bloodline, it would one day surpass Yi He. But even as it said those words, its voice trembled, weakened by the truth it could not escape. It understood that the opportunity had already slipped through its grasp. Regret and fury churned together inside it, as it remembered the collapse of the golden gene aura. If that refinement had not been interrupted, It could have faced Yi He from a superior state and avoided this humiliation entirely. Realizing that continuing the fight would only lead to pointless destruction, -1 conceded that it had found no way to kill Yi He. With obvious reluctance, it acknowledged Yi He as a perfect being of equal principle, and since neither of them could eliminate the other, it proposed an alliance instead. -1 claimed it would give up all claims on West City, and even the entire nation, redirecting its ambitions toward faraway lands such as the Northern Barton Federation. That kind of expansion, it argued, would conveniently shift the balance of global power in Yi He's favor. It then described a grand division of the world, speaking as if the Blue Star could simply be split between them. -1 would rule the northern continent, while Yi He would command the eastern and western lands. It even offered assistance, promising that if Yi He gave it just a single drop of blood from the world's strongest, it could engineer a toxin capable of wiping out all of Yi He's enemies. As the Devourer kept rambling, talking as though world domination had already been settled, Yi He gave no answer at all. He remained silent, but his gaze sharpened with unmistakable irritation. Then Yi He raised a single finger. The gesture was simple, almost casual, but it sent an immediate jolt of unease through -1. -1's voice tightened with suspicion as it demanded to know what that gesture was supposed to mean. A second finger rose beside the first, and the meaning became clear at once. 10 minutes. If -1 could survive those 10 minutes, He would hand over his own name and live beneath the creature as its subordinate, a hound bound completely to its will. The implication cut through -1 like a blade. The moment it realized Yi was openly mocking it, the creature erupted into a furious roar, while Yi remained utterly indifferent.
He calmly counted down the minutes, as if nothing else in the world mattered, letting each passing second weigh heavily in the air. -1 leaned backward and spread its arms wide, its face twisting into a grotesque grin, as it mocked the very idea of death, a concept it believed had nothing to do with it. Every cell in its body pushed toward further evolution. But before it could fully revel in that boast, Yi appeared beside it without warning. The sudden closeness made -1 jolt, and Yi leaned in, murmuring that he simply wanted to test that claim.
Without waiting for any response, Yi wrapped one arm around -1's massive body. His grip locked in like iron, trapping the creature in a crushing embrace. In the next instant, both of them blasted upward into the sky, tearing through the air like a meteor ripping straight through the heavens. High above the ground, -1's body slammed into a building and scraped violently along its walls as they continued rising. Its torn flesh regenerated almost as quickly as it was damaged, and manic laughter spilled from its mouth. It insisted again and again that these strikes were meaningless, that nothing Yi did could truly harm it. But its arrogance had come far too early. He dragged it higher and higher, punching through layer after layer of cloud as the air grew thinner and the cold grew sharper. A flicker of panic slipped into -1's voice as it demanded to know whether Yi intended to throw it off the planet. Even then, it stubbornly argued that absolute zero and cosmic radiation could not kill it. Instead, it claimed, those forces would only accelerate its evolution, and once it reached that new state, it swore it would erase every trace of life from Blue Star. At a staggering altitude, with the planet stretched far below them and endless space spreading in every direction, Yi seized -1 by the head. Their figures looked tiny against the void, standing in a battlefield with no witnesses, far away from West City so the city would not suffer any more destruction. Leaning close, Yi whispered a truth, cold enough to shatter -1's confidence. It had already lost contact with all of its countless derivative life forms scattered across Earth. In an instant, the immortal arrogance on -1's face broke apart. Its body trembled violently as it demanded to know how Yi had discovered something like that. The truth was that -1's real body had never been as invincible as it pretended. If it truly were impossible to kill, it would never have been captured and sealed away by Laserbird in the first place. It was certainly difficult to destroy, but every regeneration consumed its life energy, and with every revival, weakness crept closer. In its clash with Yi alone, -1 had already burned through nearly 30% of its life reserves. Even though the energy stored inside it rivaled that of several ordinary Overlord beasts, it was still finite. Its real advantage was not endless resurrection, but the scattered fragments of its body spread across different places. From the head that had been shattered by the Overlord Goldenhorn beetle to the countless tissues blasted apart during its fight with Yi, every severed piece still retained life. Those detached fragments did not simply die after separation. They continued to function on their own, slipping into a dormant state and waiting rather than truly disappearing. The moment -1's main body exhausted its life energy, the backup consciousness hidden inside those scattered fragments would awaken and trigger its resurrection. But that method carried one fatal flaw: distance. Its divided consciousness could only operate within a limited range. The Negative One demanded to know how Yi he had seen through its hidden secret. Yi he gave only the simplest answer, because he was superior. In reality, he had already used his life magnetic field to trace the faint invisible links stretching between each severed fragment and the main body. By observing how those connections strained across the battlefield and calculating the subtle shifts in their range, he had quietly figured out the exact limits of Negative One's resurrection. And right now, that meant Negative One had only one life remaining. If its main body died here, there would be no backup consciousness waking up, no hidden fragment returning, and no second chance to crawl back from death. In an instant, the color seemed to drain from Negative One's distorted face. Its warped features stiffened with shock, as though the truth had struck it harder than any physical blow. Terror froze every part of its body in place as the full meaning sank in. For the first time, death was no longer a temporary inconvenience. This time, it truly could not afford to die. Death now meant eternal darkness. Driven to the edge by sheer desperation, Negative One abandoned all restraint and detonated its own body outward, tearing itself apart into countless flying fragments. This was its final insurance, a desperate gamble that Yi He could never catch every single piece, and that as long as even one scrap managed to return within range, it would still have a chance to survive. Yi, he calmly watched the fragments scatter across the void, his expression unchanged. Then he asked, almost casually, whether this was what Negative One looked like when it finally feared death. A thunderous shockwave answered before the creature could react, before Negative One even understood what had shifted. Yi Hei's body expanded violently, swelling into a towering 10-meter giant. Beneath those enormous hands, the fleeing fragments looked no different from specks of dust drifting through the air, and Negative One cursed in disbelief, stunned that Yi He could even enlarge his body at will. In that gigantic form, Yi He had no need to chase every tiny fragment one by one. All he had to do was bring his massive palms together, and the scattered pieces were instantly trapped between them. Negative One screamed in panic, demanding to know what Yi he was planning to do. But those giant hands pressed inward without the slightest hesitation, grinding slowly and deliberately as they crushed every fragment caught between them. The pieces of flesh were compressed under that relentless pressure, squeezed tighter and tighter until their scattered forms lost all separation. In the end, everything was forced into a single writhing mass. Yi he gave no answer to Negative One's frantic questioning. Only when the creature finally realized what was about to happen did its panic sharpen into furious alarm. Negative One called Yi He a fool, warning that swallowing it would only invite destruction from inside his own body. But that warning could not change Yi Hei's decision. Yi, he opened his mouth and swallowed the compressed mass in one clean, decisive motion, taking Negative One directly into himself. A burst of laughter echoed from within him as Negative One thought it had escaped annihilation by slipping inside. But it was completely wrong. Devouring the creature was only Yi He's first step, and what came next was the Flame Sovereign. Yi, he turned his colossal body into a sealed furnace, igniting a refining fire meant to burn Negative One apart within that vast internal space. His aura changed in an instant, and a violent crimson flare erupted from him like a newborn sun, dyeing the surrounding void in a deep blood-red glow. Inside Yi He's giant body, the temperature spiked from 3,000 degrees Celsius to 5,000 in the blink of an eye, and even then it kept climbing without slowing, rising within moments to a level comparable to the surface of the sun. Trapped inside that star-like inferno, Negative One shrieked with genuine panic. It had never imagined facing a being capable of unleashing heat like a sun, and among all the genes it had devoured, not a single one could adapt to an environment this extreme. Terror stripped away every trace of its arrogance. Negative One screamed and begged Yi He to stop, its voice twisting with desperation as it asked whether he truly planned to refine it into some kind of pill. Agony struck it from every direction. Its body burned, twisted, regenerated, and burned again as it tried to force rapid evolution, desperately producing new cells that might survive inside the furnace. But each attempt collapsed almost the moment it began. Negative One raved that it was a perfect existence, destined to ascend if only it had enough time. But those declarations soon broke apart into fading cries, and before long, even its screams were swallowed by silence. At that instant, Yi He released a blazing red lotus shockwave that rippled outward through space for hundreds of kilometers. If that power had erupted above West City, the Flame Sovereign alone would have erased the entire metropolis and left the nation's climate scarred beyond repair. 10 minutes earlier, back among the ruins of West City, Dai Qiming had watched Yi He carry Bid One straight into the sky and immediately sent a report to Mission Control. Headquarters answered that they were already tracking the situation and that the monstrous presence connected to the West City war zone had disappeared and was now being successfully eliminated. Another confirmation followed soon after. Every overlord in the area had been killed. Relief settled over Dai Qiming as the crushing pressure of the battle finally lifted from his shoulders. But curiosity quickly took its place. That mysterious powerhouse had turned an impossible campaign into victory. Without his intervention, retaking West City would have been little more than fantasy. So Dai Qiming requested the savior's identity, hoping that if secrecy allowed it, he could thank him in person. The answer left him stunned. The person was currently residing at Huadu University. Dai Qiming immediately assumed it had to be a dean or perhaps some hidden professor, so he pressed for clarification, certain that he would recognize the name. Instead, he learned the truth. The powerhouse was a student. As the student council president, Dai Qiming took pride in knowing the university's elite talents, yet he had never seen anyone wield such brilliant and destructive azure energy. He also knew that no one in his own year had entered the Grandmaster realm ahead of him. Then the final detail struck him like a physical blow. The student was 3 years younger, a first-year freshman. At that exact moment, the sky erupted with a terrifying wave of heat, a brutal sign of the destruction caused by Yi Hei's Red Lotus. The view snapped back to space just as Yi He began diving straight downward. He tore through the atmosphere at monstrous speed, his body blazing like a comet as he plummeted toward Blue Star. As he fell, Yi He grumbled that Negative One's form had been disgusting, and the taste had somehow been even worse. To make things even more irritating, the heat from the Flame Sovereign had burned his nano-battle armor completely to nothing. With his patience already worn thin, Yi He decided there was no point wasting time. He would draw directly on Negative One's abilities and make use of what he had just consumed. Yea. He opened his mouth wide, and in an instant, living tendrils slithered out from within him. They multiplied at a frightening speed, wrapping around his body layer by layer until he was completely sealed inside them. Apparently, the fusion of his advanced vampire lineage with the God Template's evolutionary power had allowed him to absorb and refine Negative One's genetic traits. The dark red biomass he gained could mimic clothing while also repairing the damage his body had suffered in the Flame Sovereign state. Calling it a simple repair almost felt wrong. What Yi he sensed was closer to a full-body upgrade, as though he could now reshape himself at will, editing his own form like he was adjusting a character creation interface. Once the dark red biomass fully merged with him, Yi Hei's physique underwent a complete transformation. His heat resistance, his ability to store and channel energy, even his bones and nervous system all advanced far beyond anything he had experienced before. From the outside, he looked almost the same, but at the microscopic level, the change was nothing short of revolutionary. A deep wave of satisfaction surged through Yi Hei, so intense that ordinary words could barely describe it. In his own judgment, this new power was strong enough to rival a high-tier template. Meanwhile, the view shifted far away from West City, arriving at the military command center of the Northern Bryden Federation. Inside the base, General Dueler of the Northern Bryden Union Army visibly trembled as the satellite footage displayed a blinding red shockwave erupting without warning. He demanded an explanation at once, and the federal supercomputer, Eve, reported a violent high-energy reaction at the boundary between the stratosphere and thermosphere above West City in Daxia. The blast had spread across 600 kilometers, carrying a force comparable to a nuclear detonation measured in tens of millions of tons of TNT. General Dueler swore under his breath, unable to understand why such chaos was happening during Daxia's recovery operation. Then a technician announced that Eve had detected a life signature at the very center of the explosion. Shock hardened General Dueler's face. He insisted that a blast on that scale should have reduced even a Grandmaster to dust. Then ordered the satellite image enlarged so he could see exactly what absurd stunt Daxia was pulling. As the image sharpened on the screen, a young man dressed in dark leather came into view. He was suspended calmly in midair, while his aura surged around him like a living storm. The moment General Dueler realized that the figure looked like he might still be a teenager, he was left completely stunned, his mind struggling to accept what he was seeing. Then the young man's eyes suddenly snapped upward. His piercing gaze locked onto them across an impossible distance, meeting the satellite far beyond the planet itself. In a voice filled with authority, Yi Hei demanded to know if they were spying on him. The view widened, revealing the full expanse of the Northern Bryden Federal Military Command Base, a cold, fortified center packed with surveillance systems, military hardware, and countless screens watching the world from afar. Then the view snapped back inside the command center just in time to see Yi Hei brazenly flip off the entire base. But General Dueler barely reacted to the insult. His mind was locked on a far more disturbing question. How had this young man detected them when their satellites were stationed in outer orbit? He immediately barked an order for Eve to identify him. General Duller already suspected that the mighty nation of Daxia had produced a fourth national Grand Master. But before anyone in the command center could respond, Yi had changed again. Yi, his eyes ignited with a vivid azure glow, and panic instantly rippled through General Duller and his staff. As Duller muttered about what the boy intended to do, a subordinate urgently shouted that their satellite was registering an energy spike rising at a terrifying speed. On the live feed, a blinding azure beam tore upward, punching through layer after layer of Earth's atmosphere. It slammed straight into the satellite and erased it in a single flash. After annihilating the device, he sneered coldly at the cowardly spies in the north. With their eye in the sky reduced to debris, he noted with satisfaction that Demora's template was finally operating at full capacity. The reach of his life magnetic field had expanded into a colossal domain large enough to envelop the entire planet. Even more astonishing, it could now perceive not only the auras of carbon-based lifeforms, but also machine signals and countless unusual frequencies. With West City's western district secured, a new thought surfaced in Yi-hei's mind. He wondered whether his current life level was now enough to enter the level 11 forbidden zones of life, and whether attempting it would truly be worthwhile. Yi-hei had never been the type to back away from a possibility like that, especially when his curiosity burned this fiercely. He released his life magnetic field and looked down upon the world as though he were peering into endless space. An invisible wave of perception radiated outward from his body, spreading across the planet below. In a single heartbeat, the field blanketed an entire province and continued expanding at an astonishing rate. Data poured into Yi-hei's mind like a raging flood, but -1's dark red biomass filtered the torrent automatically, keeping only what mattered and assembling a detailed three-dimensional map of the globe within his awareness. Through that vast perception, Yi-hei observed the cities and infrastructure of Great Jia with crystal clarity. Every reclaimed district, every restored area, and every major structure lay exposed before him. Then Yi-hei's eyes narrowed, locking onto a distant point. His dark red biomass stretched its awareness toward the fallen city of Guanshan, which had already transformed into an S-grade secret realm. The failure of the recovery effort there did not surprise him. In his perception, Guanshan looked like a perfect black void, a place where even humanity's strongest martial artists seemed powerless before the S-grade anomaly. If that fallen city could resist every attempt at probing, he could not help wondering how the other forbidden zones would respond. Even after that terrifying strength began surging through his body, Yi-hei understood better than anyone that he was still far from standing at the true summit of martial power on planet Blue Star. At best, by relying on Demora's legendary authority and overwhelming might, he had merely forced 1 foot across the threshold into humanity's highest echelon. For the moment, he set Guanshan aside, and his life magnetic field continued expanding without slowing at all. His perception swept over the entirety of Great Daxia, then pushed even farther into the eastern region of the Azure continent. It passed across the vast Great Eastern Ocean, rolled over the northern Bryden continent, crossed the frozen seas to the north, and then, in an instant, his attention came to a halt above Little East Island, right where the broken Sun Palace loomed ominously on the peak of Mount Fuji. Within the Sun Palace, the main hall shone with dazzling gold, and crystallized incense cast a sacred, glassy radiance through the air. But no amount of holiness or luxury could cover the heavy, suffocating reek of rot that lingered beneath it all. Behind a thin music curtain which hid an enormous 20-meter dragon bed from view, a skeletal giant suddenly erupted into a harsh, violent cough. The 3 maids waiting close by reacted instantly, lowering their heads and bowing deeply, their bodies stiff with reverence and fear. From behind that ornate veil, a gigantic arm slowly extended outward. It was so massive that even its thickness surpassed the bodies of the maids attending nearby. Yet the flesh covering it was shriveled and rotten, like ancient dead wood left to decay, with necrotic scars spreading across it in ugly patches. After another dry, painful cough tore from the bed, the hidden figure rasped for medicine. Only when the maids hurried away in panic did the being behind the curtain mutter in disbelief that a force of perception had actually reached into the south-central territory of the nation. The enormous figure hidden behind the curtain fell into grim thought, trying to guess what kind of powerhouse could possess a perception range that terrifying. Was it that cunning old fox, Shi Jingwen, from the Great Sea? Or could it be Charles from the western continent? Had someone, after nearly 100 years of his isolation, finally detected his existence? In a low, bitter voice, he murmured that the refinement of the divine artifact had to be accelerated. Once he stepped into the legendary realm, he believed that the day he rose again would also be the day he began ruling the entire planet, Blue Star. At that same moment, far away on the western continent, in the holy capital of the divine descent theocracy, the 1,000-meter statue towering over the city suddenly displayed an ominous change. Below it, Countless worshippers dropped to their knees in rippling waves, crying out that the true God had manifested at last, that the ancient prophecy had finally been proven, and begging for mercy upon their severely ill loved ones. And in that exact instant, a figure appeared before the monument, as if stepping calmly out of empty air, asking in an even voice whether that arrogant gaze had disturbed the Supreme Being from its sleep. The brow of the colossal statue twitched ever so slightly, and an unusual fragrance began drifting through the holy city. Then a crack opened across its forehead, and fresh blood slowly trickled out from within. At the same time, the statue's mouth stretched wider and wider, curling into a grotesque, unnatural grin that transformed the sacred monument into something horrifyingly alive. Yet the young man showed not even a trace of panic. He lifted a piece of goatskin covered in sacred scripture and pressed it firmly against the upright gray-yellow eye on the statue's forehead. Beneath the ancient text, that eye trembled once, as if struggling for one brief moment. Then, in the very next breath, the entire 1,000-meter statue fell completely still again. The young man was dressed in the supreme robes of the divine descent theocracy, while a strip of white silk covered his eyes from view. After sealing the strange disturbance, he turned away without hesitation or lingering curiosity. Under his breath, he murmured a soft apology, gently urging the deity to remain asleep in peace. The scene then moved to the turbulent waters along the edge of the azure continent. There, across the frozen sea, a massive icebreaker advanced in silence, its heavy hull carving a steady path through thick layers of ice like a blade cutting through bone. Inside the wheelhouse, the helmsman suddenly felt a presence descend from somewhere far above. His hands paused on the controls for just a moment as he wondered whether that distant gaze could belong to Yi Hei. The man guiding the ship had silver hair and his cold pupils curved like crescent moons. He was none other than the moon nightmare himself, Basmuth. As a parasitic higher intelligence, Basmuth quietly examined that sensation with genuine astonishment. He had never imagined that Yi Hei could evolve at such a terrifying speed in such a short span of time. That explosive growth had already gone far beyond every projection, calculation, and expectation he had once made. Basmuth lowered his eyes toward his own pale hand, where the surface was fractured like a piece of shattered porcelain. In silence, he cursed Qinglong for that devastating strike, the blow that had crippled this vessel of his and forced his recovery to drag on far longer than it ever should have. Even so, Basmuth's decision had already been made. The moment he left this region behind, he would go and find Yi Hei. With both hands steady on the controls, he guided the icebreaker into the dense gray fog covering the icy Oceania. That mist had been born from a chaotic era, and beyond it waited the continent ruled by the second ancient demon, a terrifying existence that had never moved from the day it first appeared. From Yi Hei's elevated point of perception, his life magnetic field extended across the planet and revealed at least a dozen places similar to Guanshan City. Each of those regions appeared within his senses like a bottomless abyss, swallowing his perception the instant it approached. And in several of those dark depths, certain hidden presences even attempted to follow his signature back, trying to lock onto his true location. A faint smile slowly appeared on Yi Hei's lips. Only at that moment did he truly feel just how unfathomably deep planet Blue Star was. Beneath its surface calm, it hid not only ancient masters, but also strange, monstrous entities far beyond anything ordinary people could understand. Just as Yi Hei prepared to draw back his awareness, a weak and fragmented current of thought suddenly pierced into his senses from the summit of Kunlun Mountain. The signal was faint, broken, and barely holding together, but Yi Hei recognized the voice almost immediately. It belonged to Principal Shi Jingwen. Through that shattered mental transmission came an urgent warning, telling Yi Hei to be careful of Fu Hongsheng. Along with those broken words came a heavy sense of trust, as Shi Jingwen entrusted him with the responsibility of protecting Great Daxia. That message sent a cold chill straight through Yi Hei's heart. Instead of pulling back his magnetic field, he kept it fully active and focused even more intensely, chasing after every fragile flicker left behind by that fading signal. There was no mistake about where the signal had originated. Its source was the very peak of Kunlun Mountain. Yai! He could not understand why Principal Shi Jingwen would specifically warn him about Fu Hongsheng. Fu Hongsheng was a national warrior, a man everyone believed had gone into seclusion to recover from severe injuries. If that was the truth, then what kind of disaster had taken place on Kunlun Peak? Without wasting even a single second, Yi Hei immediately summoned Nuwa and ordered it to trace Shi Jingwen's signal. After carrying out a full and exhaustive sweep, Nuwa reported that it could not locate any active signal from Shi Jingwen. Yi Hei's jaw tightened, and his expression grew darker. He then asked for Qinglong's current status within Great Daxia's Dragon Sparrow system, but Qinglong's signal had vanished as well. Nuwa continued digging through the last available records and revealed that Qinglong's final recorded destination was Death Valley on Kunlun Peak, though the reason for that trip had never been made public. The moment he heard those words, a heavy, ominous unease sank deep into his chest. He quickly arrived at the most disturbing conclusion. Shi Jingwen and Qinglong were very likely in the same location, and this crisis had erupted at the most critical stage of Daxia's recovery plan. At this moment, the three national grandmasters who were supposed to defend Great Daxia could no longer be relied upon. One had disappeared in Guanshan, while the other two had vanished on Kunlun Mountain. Cold, dreadful tension tightened around Yi Hei's heart. If Fu Hongsheng had truly betrayed them, then the entire situation was already standing on the edge of collapse. Atomic energy ignited beneath Yi Hei's feet, and his body blasted forward at an astonishing speed. As he tore through the sky, one grim possibility after another flashed rapidly through his mind. If Shi Jingwen and Qinglong were truly gone, and if Fu Hongsheng had really defected, then the strongest pillars supporting Great Daxia's combat power had essentially been swept away in a single strike. At the same time, the enormous recovery campaign was still underway. Taking back the fallen cities would inevitably consume the Daxia kingdom's strength and bring about terrible casualties. If the Daxia dynasty weakened during this process, every suppressed nation around it would rush forward like starving wolves smelling blood. Without supreme combat power to hold them back, Daxia had already entered its most dangerous era. One wrong move could lead to encirclement, invasion, and the nation being divided up by hostile forces from every direction. Death Valley on Kunlun Peak was a warped forbidden zone, a place that could suppress both martial artists and magical beasts. It constantly gave birth to secret realms, tempting those brave enough to enter with enormous rewards, but every chance hidden there was wrapped in deadly danger. However, battles between grandmasters were powerful enough to shatter mountains and churn entire oceans. If Principal Shi Jingwen and Qinglong had truly joined hands to fight Fu Hongsheng, Kunlun Peak should have already been smashed into a devastated basin. Yet from everything Yi could sense, there was not even the slightest sign of large-scale destruction. His expression tightened even further under the weight of that unease. The only remaining path was to locate Fu Hongsheng himself. But if Fu Hongsheng had truly become an enemy, then revealing himself too early would be dangerously reckless. He cursed under his breath, frustrated by the simple fact that complicated schemes and careful strategy had never been his strength. What he was truly good at had always been fighting. As he streaked past the distorted entrances of scattered secret realms below. His thoughts kept circling back to one unavoidable answer. Getting stronger was the only solution that actually made sense. His 3 current templates had already been pushed to their limits, and with his accomplishments as the top student in his grade, along with the recapture of West City, he had earned enough credit to unlock 2 additional templates. And beyond that, there was still the Golden Gene. It was an incredibly rare strand of power, carrying dormant potential for mutation and evolution that surpassed ordinary limits. By this point, the Mad Doctor should have already uncovered its secrets. If Great Daxia no longer had protectors powerful enough to stand at the very top, then Yi would simply have to climb higher himself. He would become the supreme guardian that the Daxia kingdom needed. Yi's next destination was a shattered commercial complex located deep within the western district of West City. He descended from above and stepped into the ruined structure, while dark red tendrils swayed slowly behind him like living shadows drifting in the air. After entering the broken building, he looked around the devastated interior and remarked in a cool, detached tone that the place was an absolute mess. He swept his senses through the area, then relied on his bloodline connection to confirm that his target was still hidden somewhere inside. Whoever it was had concealed themselves with extreme caution, as if desperately trying to avoid being found. Without warning, the upper levels of the commercial complex exploded outward. A colossal azure beam ripped through the already ruined structure from within, blasting chunks of debris into the air and tearing the building open with brutal force. A heartbeat later, Yi followed the blast downward like a falling meteor. His body slammed into the ground with overwhelming force, sending dust surging up around him in a thick, rolling cloud. As the haze gradually settled, and Yi steadied his stance, a grotesque figure towered in front of him. It resembled an enormous worm, with a cavernous mouth packed full of dense gray teeth, while short, swollen arms writhed hideously around its jaws. But against his current level of power, this monster felt like nothing more than a piece of trash standing in his way. He lifted one hand, and blue light flared brightly around his fingers. His eyes became cold and glacial as his gaze locked firmly onto the abomination before him. The killing technique, known as mental/descended, in one silent stroke. Before the creature could even begin to react, its massive body was torn apart and split into jagged halves. Green blood burst outward in a violent spray. The amount was sickening, spilling across the floor in thick, surging waves that quickly flooded the space around the corpse. Then, from within that sticky pool of gore, something suddenly began to move. A slime-covered shape slowly forced itself upright, and in that instant Yi He finally understood why his target had been so difficult to track. The Mad Doctor had been hiding inside the beast's body, covered from head to toe in sticky green filth. He crawled out of the corpse in an utterly miserable state. The moment the Mad Doctor staggered closer, he began waving his arms in panic, frantically begging Yi He not to come any nearer. When he noticed the confusion in Yi He's eyes, he rushed to explain that he was filthy, stinking, and terrified that his disgusting condition might offend his lord. Only then did Yi He's senses catch up, and the foul stench hit him all at once. He immediately covered his nose and instinctively stepped backward, then demanded an explanation, asking who exactly had been chasing the Mad Doctor. Still trembling, the Mad Doctor confessed that he had hidden both the golden gene and his own aura by burrowing into the worm's body. Laserbird had sent a hunting monstrosity to seize the gene, an ultimate life form capable of devouring every living creature in the city. The Mad Doctor anxiously urged Yi He to retreat right away, but the instant Yi He heard that description, recognition flashed through his mind. He shaped a mass of dark red biomass into the likeness of -1, then calmly asked whether this was the creature the Mad Doctor meant. The Mad Doctor's face instantly drained of all color. In a shaky voice, he confirmed it, then stared at Yi He in stunned disbelief as he realized his lord must have already consumed the monster. Yi He merely stated that he had handled it and refined that ugly thing. Deep down, he refused to accept crude words like eat or devour. Refined sounded much more appropriate. The Mad Doctor instantly threw himself flat against the ground, pressing his entire body down in a complete prostration, like an old loyal minister kneeling before his emperor. He was clearly caught off guard by the overly formal display, and he cut him off immediately, scolding him in a sharp tone for acting so ridiculously old-fashioned. Then, without bothering to waste another sentence, Yi He ordered him to hand over the golden gene, since he had no interest whatsoever in touching that filthy mess himself, and even less patience for the disgusting process of digging it out. He simply summoned his Shikigami and let it retrieve the gene neatly on his behalf. The moment the golden gene was brought before him, Yi He felt his mouth begin to water uncontrollably. A fierce, primitive hunger rose from deep inside his body, sharp enough to make his instincts scream. For one dangerous instant, every part of him seemed to urge him to swallow that thing right then and there. He clenched down on that terrifying craving and forced it back under control. His expression hardened, and instead of surrendering to the hunger in his body, he carefully sealed the golden gene back inside its containment case. The Mad Doctor stared at him in confusion, and could not help asking why he would hold back at a moment like this. He answered him in a calm, flat voice. If he absorbed the golden gene now, it would force him into a deep metamorphic sleep, and with West City still trapped in the middle of a raging battle, he could not allow himself to lose consciousness for even a single moment. Then, without any warning at all, Yi He's tone suddenly changed. He praised the Mad Doctor, saying he had completed the task perfectly, but almost in the same breath, Yi He's hand shot forward and pierced straight into the man's chest. Red-black strands of matter flowed out from Yi He's body and sank into the Mad Doctor, spreading through him like living veins to protect this rare and valuable asset. The Mad Doctor stood completely frozen, his body trembling in confusion and fear, yet his eyes still filled with awe and reverence as that strange substance coursed through him. He explained in a cold, matter-of-fact voice that the Mad Doctor's current strength was simply far too pathetic, and that was exactly why he always had to run the moment real danger appeared. The red-black biomass created from -1 would reinforce his brain and grant him a kind of power that approached something almost impossible to comprehend. After saying this, Yi withdrew his hand and spread Demora's dorsal plates from his back. The radiant structures unfolded behind him one by one, shining with an eerie, living brilliance that made them look both divine and monstrous. Without even a flicker of hesitation, Yi reached back toward himself, seized one of those glowing blue structures, and tore it directly from his own body. His face remained blank and unreadable, as if ripping away part of himself meant nothing at all. He placed the severed piece into the Mad Doctor's trembling hands and told him that it was his crystal spine. As for how much power could be extracted from it, Yi made it perfectly clear that the result would depend entirely on the Mad Doctor's own skill. Cold sweat poured down the Mad Doctor's face as he lowered his gaze to the precious object resting in his hands. His entire body shook uncontrollably, as though the weight of this gift was far heavier than anything he could physically hold. Overwhelmed by gratitude, the Mad Doctor could no longer hold back his emotions. His voice caught in his throat, tears ran down his face, and he sobbed as he swore that he would repay this gift by building an empire worthy of Yi He's trust. Yi He paused slightly, looking almost mildly surprised, as if he had only just realized the Mad Doctor was actually capable of being this sentimental. He turned away and ordered him to return to his work. The Mad Doctor hurriedly wiped the tears from his face, swallowed down the storm of emotion in his chest, and accepted the command with a solemn, determined expression. When Yi He's sharp features and that familiar sly smile returned to view, his gaze shifted outward toward the rest of West City. The monsters still crawling through the city were far too wild and unruly, and in his eyes, the time for a complete citywide purge had already arrived. On the eastern front of West City, the martial warriors were beginning to reach an astonishing conclusion. The Overlord beast had already been killed, and without the terrifying ruler that once commanded it, the feral tide had completely lost its structure, collapsing into chaos all across the battlefield. With both sovereign-class beasts now eliminated, the Lord-level creatures beneath them started spiraling into madness. They turned on one another, tearing, biting, and ripping flesh apart until the battlefield became a brutal slaughterhouse of claws, fangs, and blood. At the same time, the martial forces advanced from every direction, shouting to one another as they pushed forward to finish off the remaining monsters. But even in the middle of that carnage, scattered beasts still managed to slip away, vanishing into the dark and narrow alleys of the ruined city. Just as the warriors prepared themselves for a brutal round of close-quarters fighting, Nuwa's cold voice suddenly cut through every communication channel, demanding that the inner city be handed over to Yi He. The entire formation seemed to hesitate at once. A female warrior recognized the name, sucked in a sharp breath, and realized that the being mentioned by the super AI Nuwa was the same overwhelming force who had personally slain both Overlord beasts. The young commander wasted no time at all and immediately issued the order for a full retreat. Beneath the quiet crescent moon, a streak of bluish-purple light tore across the night sky. It carried such an impossible presence that no one on the battlefield could ignore it as it plunged toward the chaos consuming the city. Every Lord-level monster below snapped its head upward and roared at the blazing omen descending straight toward them. In the next instant, that meteor-like streak twisted, distorted, and unraveled into a storm of dark red energy. It smashed into the battlefield like a nuclear blast, releasing a shockwave so violent that everything in its path was crushed flat. He immediately released his life magnetic field across the area. An invisible yet suffocating pressure spread over the entirety of West City, bearing down on every monster at the same time and stripping away any chance they had to resist, flee, or break free. From Yi He's body, dark red biomass erupted in a surging wave. It split apart into countless tendrils that swept across the battlefield, gathering up the scattered weapons lying among the ruins as if the entire war zone had become part of his own body. That living mass quickly compressed itself into an enormous sphere, drawing power from the controlled nuclear reactions burning inside Yi He's body. Glowing veins pulsed across its surface like surging lifeblood, making the entire thing look grotesque, alive, and terrifying. Then the outer layer of the sphere split open and hundreds of writhing gun barrels burst out from within. Atomic energy flowed through every channel, giving each barrel the destructive force to tear through almost anything that stood in its way. He narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed through them. In a voice edged with icy confidence, he declared that these monsters were about to witness the true power of his creation, the divine angel gun. In the very next heartbeat, countless bioprojectiles formed from Yi He's own flesh and blood, hardening instantly before firing together in perfect unison. Each one carried devastating atomic kinetic force, leaving brilliant blue trails across the ruined night as Yi He's life magnetic field guided every shot with flawless precision. Every single round adjusted its path while flying, correcting its angle midair with terrifying accuracy before piercing straight through the core of its target without missing by even the slightest margin. After only the first volley, monsters across the battlefield began collapsing in waves. One massive body after another crashed to the ground, turning the streets into a rolling field of falling beasts. Their dying screams rose into the night sky, sharp and desperate, only to be swallowed almost instantly by the relentless storm of destruction pouring down over them. He stood there alone, yet the amount of firepower under his control rivaled an entire artillery division. And for the monsters, the worst part was that every round seemed to hunt its prey with merciless precision. This level of slaughter had already broken completely beyond the limits of ordinary warfare. From the command post, the Supreme Commander watched the scene in frozen disbelief. One thought overwhelmed everything else in his mind. The young man fighting below could no longer be measured by normal human standards. He was a monster who had stepped beyond humanity and brushed against the realm of gods. If He had claimed he came from somewhere beyond this planet, the commander would have believed him without the slightest hesitation. At the observation station, every remaining doubt about how a mere freshman could crush two overlord beasts and their lord-class hordes vanished completely. In that moment, Yi He alone possessed the destructive output of an entire heavy artillery legion. The efficiency of his massacre had already surpassed the Supreme Commander's own military force, leaving him wondering what kind of training could possibly create someone like Yi He. But that thought was cut off abruptly when a subordinate rushed in with an urgent report saying that Yi He's assault had suddenly stopped. The hovering biofortress was now suspended motionless in the air, its massive body hanging above the battlefield, while thick white smoke vented continuously from its surface after that devastating first discharge. It was the heat dissipation system releasing pressure through a porous cooling network formed by the black-red biomass. The weakness had now become clear. The weapon array had overheated, and the atomic energy surging inside Yi He had climbed to a dangerous level. Even with his adaptive biological structure, he still needed a few precious seconds to stabilize everything again. The Supreme Commander reacted without a second of delay. He ordered every mobile energy cannon to rotate into full coverage and lock onto the enemy targets. No matter what it took, they had to buy enough time for Yi He's arsenal to cool down and recover. As the command rang out, the combat aircraft all powered up at once. Across the sky, their weapon arrays unfolded one after another, lining up their barrels toward the battlefield below. What came next was a merciless downpour of munitions. Explosions hammered into the battlefield like divine judgment, blasting towering clouds of dust, flame, and shattered stone high into the air. The barrage continued without stopping, and the surviving Lord-level beasts finally began to panic. Human firepower had never truly frightened them before, but now their rage was mixed with real dread as they realized these weapons had advanced far beyond what they had expected. The airborne fleet was clearly coordinating with the gun sphere below. If that sphere was not destroyed, then returning alive to the abyss would be impossible. One gargling Lord Beast tried to shove the danger onto the others, snarling that someone should charge first while the rest followed behind. But its suggestion was met only with a heavy, suffocating silence. Every monster understood that the sphere fortress had a weakness, yet none of them wanted to become the first sacrifice thrown into its jaws. While the Lord-level monsters hesitated, argued, and glared bitterly at one another, Yi He's second volley was already sliding quietly into position. In just a few more seconds, the next ignition would begin. Then the sky above West City erupted once again. Explosions rolled across the night like thunder, while streaks of fire cut through the darkness and hung above the beasts like a blade about to drop. The moment the bombardment resumed, the monsters' screams tore through the air. The weaker creatures were annihilated instantly, unable to endure that storm for even a single breath. Yi He had no time to care about how West City would be rebuilt afterward. As a martial warrior, he understood one thing very clearly: without overwhelming force, countless soldiers would be dragged into savage street battles and die one after another. That was why the Lord-level strongholds became his first priority. Those intelligent, panicked beasts had to be wiped out quickly if the entire monster hive was going to collapse. The assault pressed on without mercy, and even the underground nests were pierced by earth-burrowing missiles, leaving the enemy with nowhere left to hide. Then, just as abruptly as before, the gun sphere fell silent again. After 2 devastating purges, the streets of West City were already carpeted with torn monster carcasses. Thick white smoke continued to spill from the biosphere as it struggled to cool itself down. At last, one of the Lord-level beasts could not hold back any longer. It let out a furious roar and charged forward, its intention painfully obvious. It wanted to destroy the weapon sphere during this brief reconfiguration window. If they did not act now, none of the remaining beasts would leave West City alive. That realization shattered the stalemate in an instant. Every beast surged forward at the same time. At the monitoring station, a technician immediately shouted that extreme high-level energy fluctuations were spiking throughout the city. On the display screen, more than 20 Lord-level creatures had clustered together. Howling in unison, they launched a desperate, suicidal charge straight toward the sphere fortress. Down on the battlefield, the martial warriors felt their blood run cold as the entire Lord-class force stormed forward all at once. The squad captain understood the danger immediately and barked out an order to reinforce the gun sphere. They absolutely could not allow those beasts to break through. Their only goal now was to stall the enemy long enough for the fortress to fire again. Swearing that they would hold the line even if it cost them their lives, the captain rushed forward first, and his team followed him without hesitation. They knew they were completely outmatched, but they still clenched their teeth and threw themselves toward the charging monsters. At that critical moment, a sharp metallic crack suddenly split through the air as Yi He's biofortress opened from within. Before anyone could even understand what was happening, a blinding azure flash erupted from deep inside the fortress. A colossal atomic beam, hundreds of meters long and as thick as a pillar of light, blasted straight through the charging Lord-level beasts. In one sweeping strike, it erased them from the battlefield, their massive bodies disintegrating the instant the light touched them. The martial warriors had not even finished launching their first attack before the entire clash was already over. The squad captain, who had been ready to throw his life away in a suicidal charge, froze with one foot still half raised. His eyes widened in complete shock, unable to process how the slaughter had ended so suddenly. In a single, overwhelming strike, the entire battlefield had fallen silent. High above the ruined city, Yi He hovered in place, his icy gaze sweeping calmly over the aftermath below. His voice cut through the still air as he questioned whether those foolish beasts had really thought he would just stay rooted in place, mindlessly firing into the chaos. With that decisive sweep, the reclamation of West City was finally sealed. At the same time, his arms fused seamlessly with the dark red biomass surrounding him, spreading outward into enormous, imposing wings that stretched across the skyline like a shadow over the city. With a grave, unwavering expression on his face, he looked over the devastated battlefield and declared that after this night, not a single demonic beast would be left alive in West City. Several long hours slipped by. At last, dawn slowly crept over the shattered city, peeling away the last layers of night and casting a pale, muted light across the broken ruins. After confirming that every remaining monster had been completely exterminated, Yi He finally allowed the faintest hint of a smile to appear. Soon afterward, the official reports announced that the recovery campaign had been completed and West City had been dragged back from the edge of chaos. At that exact moment, Yi He's silent system interface suddenly flickered to life, displaying a brand new notification. It recognized him as the savior of West City and rewarded him with a template draw. Because his contribution had exceeded the requirement for a major large-scale event, an achievement fusion option was unlocked as well, allowing him to combine multiple accomplishments into a premium pool that guaranteed at least an A-rank result. He was already familiar with this kind of system mechanic, and he let out a quiet, knowing laugh as it reminded him of the gacha systems from his previous life. Even so, the possibility of obtaining a brand new monster template stirred a level of anticipation that ordinary rewards could never match. Low-ranked draws no longer had any real value to him, so merging all his achievements into one high-tier attempt was clearly the most reasonable choice. If he could secure an A-rank entity on the same level as Demora, that would be the best possible outcome, and just imagining that possibility sent a thrill through him. News of West City's victory spread across the nation like wildfire, becoming a powerful opening signal for the entire recovery campaign. In just one single day, 3 cities had been reclaimed from the grip of devastation. The first city to return to Allied control was Union City, where Dragon Sparrow's 1st Division led the assault from the front and crushed through the enemy with ruthless efficiency. After that came Blue City, where a skilled martial artist from the former evil metropolis took command of the operation, guiding each attack with calm precision and coordinated force. Finally, West City itself was officially restored under Dean Chen Tianyu's command. On the surface, it looked as though the victory belonged entirely to him. His involvement, however, was sealed away as a top-level secret. The Supreme Commander publicly credited only Chen Tianyu and his Dagger Squad, deliberately burying the astonishing truth that a freshman with peak Grandmaster cultivation had single-handedly crushed SEC Master-level threats. If that information had been exposed, it would have shaken the entire Azure planet. Not far away, Lu Qingju quietly read through the reports, her brows tightening as doubt spread across her face. She was almost certain that the person who had truly reclaimed West City was not Dean Chen Tianyu. The strict confidentiality agreements signed by every participant were already enough for her to understand that there was something hidden behind the official story. And she was not the only one who saw through the surface-level explanation. Lu Qingju immediately recognized the unmistakable signature of that azure beam of light. That kind of power belonged to one person and one person only, Yi He. Meanwhile, inside Daxia's recovery plan General Command Headquarters, the National Security Commander and his staff were working non-stop to erase every trace of He's overwhelming role in West City. Their orders were absolute: seal every channel, classify all intelligence at the highest possible level, and let nothing leak. The truth was simply too explosive. If foreign powers learned what had really happened, the consequences could spiral far beyond anyone's control. At that moment, Yi He himself returned to headquarters and approached the National Security Commander with a composed but serious expression. The instant he opened his mouth and addressed the man as "Sir," the commander visibly shuddered, goosebumps rising across his arms. This high-ranking official, a man who held enormous authority in Daxia, was now bowing with deep respect before a mere freshman. He paid no attention to the formalities and went straight to the point. He demanded that Huazhong University immediately confirm his title as freshman valedictorian. The commander froze on the spot, cold sweat instantly forming along his back. He simply could not understand why someone who had already surpassed even the dean would still care about a freshman honor. To anyone else, that kind of title should have been nothing more than a small detail, but to Yi He, it clearly mattered. After forcing himself to regain composure, the chubby commander hurriedly explained that the normal validation process required approval from the student council, and under ordinary circumstances, that procedure would take roughly a month. But the moment he noticed the faint displeasure on Yi He's face, the commander scrambled desperately for a faster answer. He quickly blurted out that Yi He's situation was obviously exceptional, that no freshman would dare challenge his claim to the honor, and fortunately, the student council president happened to be present and could verify it immediately. By the time he finished speaking, sweat was pouring down his face as if he had just sprinted a marathon. He remained calm and simply asked where the student council president was.
Almost as if responding to that question, the door suddenly swung open. The student council president entered the room, and the instant he saw Yi Hei's young yet resolute face, he drew in a sharp breath. Before he could even ask what was going on, Yi Hei's presence seemed to pull him forward, compelling him to approach at once.
At close range, He quietly examined the student council president with a blank, unreadable gaze. That calm stare alone was enough to leave the man visibly shaken, his posture stiffening under the pressure. But only a heartbeat later, the man's expression changed completely, turning into open reverence. Joy and relief spread across his face, even stronger than the thrill of personally killing a monster. With solemn sincerity, he thanked Yi He on behalf of his master, expressing deep gratitude for the life-saving grace they had received. Faced with that overwhelming enthusiasm, Yi He could only offer a restrained and slightly awkward smile. He said that anyone in his position would have done the same, and that there was no need for thanks. Then, noticing that the council president seemed older than him, he added that calling him senior felt a little inappropriate. The man rejected that idea without hesitation, explaining that in martial arts, hierarchy was decided by strength. Whoever was stronger was naturally the senior. He merely gave a small nod, quietly accepting that explanation without arguing any further. A moment later, his system chimed again, congratulating him on successfully securing Huadu University's valedictorian title. As a reward, he received another template draw. Once the necessary formalities at General Command Headquarters were finished, Yi He shifted his full attention back to the system. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Yi He steadied his breathing, focused his mind, and pressed the draw button as anticipation tightened every muscle in his body. A dark purple vortex suddenly erupted before him, spinning violently as the familiar howls of mythical beasts echoed from within its depths. The vortex gradually formed into the shape of a massive eye. At its center was a bottomless black void, while swirling violet currents circled around it, shimmering with a brilliance so intense it was almost blinding. He instinctively raised one hand in front of his face, shielding his eyes from that raw, dazzling light. From within the vortex, a colossal entity slowly emerged. It was an enormous floating eye, surrounded by writhing tentacles that grew out from a grotesque mass of dark, living flesh. The system identified it as a B+ rank Hellstar sample. The dark flesh split open like a pair of massive eyelids, revealing a hazy pink-white glow hidden inside, while the smaller tentacles around it trembled delicately like lashes. Then the enormous eye opened completely, and its crimson pupil fixed itself on Yi He with an unblinking, almost suffocating focus. Streams of data poured into Yi He's awareness as the system began explaining the Hellstar's lineage and abilities. It was known as Solar Frenzy Star, capable of sensing cosmic radiation and photonic energy. It also possessed celestial light manipulation, a power that allowed it to control energy flows within the vast dark heaven and devour everything in its path. But despite the terrifying description, the compatibility rate registered at only 1%. He observed the information calmly, quickly determining that this template was more of a skill-based specimen rather than a simple physical enhancement. He began considering whether the Hellstar's light energy could be merged with his own nuclear power, realizing that if such a fusion succeeded, the potential it unlocked might be beyond imagination. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Qingshun, a city now trapped under siege. The leading martial guild alliance had launched a full-scale assault, but after an entire day of brutal casualties and rapidly dwindling ammunition, despair had begun spreading through the troops. The reason their advance had become so difficult was the Overlord execution squad. Even the strongest guild leaders still could not locate Qingshun City's overlord. Frustrated voices burst across the radio channels, complaining that after a whole day of fighting, they had only managed to reclaim 2 counties. The elite assassination teams had all returned empty-handed. The rat-like beast army infesting Qingshun had turned every step forward into a nightmare, and their dense underground tunnel network made the bombardment and baiting strategies that had worked in West City completely useless here. Above ground, Qingshun's city looked strangely quiet, with no obvious defenses in sight. One guild leader clenched his jaw as realization set in. The enemy was deliberately tempting them deeper, trying to lure them straight into the heart of the city. A younger leader immediately spoke up, pointing out that the enemy's real goal was to drag them into brutal close-quarters combat, forcing them to fight in terrain where the rat horde held the advantage. At that moment, the female leader of the Chengde martial arts group glanced down at her device. Her expression shifted slightly as she announced that Union City, Blue City, and West City had all been fully reclaimed. The moment he heard that news, Wu Sen, the leader of the Silver Wolf Guild, exploded in frustration. He slammed his fist hard into the wall, his teeth grinding together as fury surged across his face. Wu Sen understood perfectly that Qingshun's overlord was hidden somewhere far below their feet. To reach it, they would have to carve a path through endless tunnels packed with rat beasts, suffocating, twisting underground mazes designed to swallow intruders alive. It was almost impossible to solve, maddening precisely because they had enough strength to fight, yet no workable path to victory. Elsewhere that night in Qing City, a frozen and pitch-black alley lay silent under the darkness. Through the narrow passage, soft and steady footsteps echoed one after another. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was Yi He. Wrapped in darkness, he moved through the city without making a sound. A dark leather jacket clung tightly to his frame, and every subtle shift of muscle beneath it looked controlled, precise, and deliberate. His face was hidden behind a silver crystal mask carved with swirling vortex patterns. Secrecy was absolutely essential. There could be no visible connection between him and the recapture of Qingshun City. Right now, the 3 National Guardian Grandmasters of Great Daxia had vanished without a trace, and Yi He was the only one who knew the truth. The mastermind behind this upheaval was very likely Fu Hongsheng, Daxia's foremost martial artist. What unsettled Yi He the most was the question of why Fu Hongsheng had chosen to move against his own nation's elite defenders. At the height of his power and reputation, Fu Hongsheng should have been destined to leave his name in history. Yet by eliminating Daxia's top experts, his actions clearly pointed toward one goal, weakening the nation itself. With his own strength growing so rapidly, Yi He knew that it was only a matter of time before he also became a target. A confrontation with Fu Hongsheng was unavoidable. If he wanted to stand against that martial saint, then he had to gather power at a much faster pace. At the same time, He had to keep himself hidden and make his move before Fu Hongsheng had any chance to react. His greatest advantage was information asymmetry. Fu Hongsheng had no idea that Yi He had already received Principal Shi Jingwen's message. Every step of Yi He's plan would be built around that invisible edge, while his explosive growth continued to be fueled by the infinite monster template. As long as he had enough time, Yi He knew he would eventually reach a height where no enemy could make him feel fear. Qingshun City was the perfect environment for that kind of development. The instant he stepped into the city, he activated his life magnetic field and began sweeping the surrounding area in careful detail. As his life magnetic field spread outward through Qingtian City, an enormous storm of biological signals surged back into his senses. Beneath the surface, millions upon millions of life presences writhed together in a dense, chaotic mass. The number was so overwhelming that even his perception was flooded by the noise, making it extremely difficult to separate the dominant entity from the countless lesser beasts hidden underground. That single fact was enough to explain why the Martial Guild Alliance had been unable to take the city back. With so many signals tangled together below the ground, even he found it troublesome to lock onto the Overlord's exact location. The enemy's concealment was nearly perfect, and that level of cunning immediately reminded Yi He of the blood-crazed black ape of Aining, a high-level magical beast infamous for its brutal intelligence and love of slaughter. But this time, the hidden Overlord was not facing an ordinary opponent. Yi He had far too many strange and varied abilities for it to counter in any normal way. Somewhere within his arsenal, he knew there had to be a perfect answer to this tangled situation. Without any warning, the ground beneath he suddenly split apart with violent force. In the next instant, dark red biomass erupted from below like a rushing tide breaking through the earth. Within only a few seconds, that surging mass swallowed an entire street. It poured across the broken pavement and seeped into every crack, fissure, and opening that led down into the underground maze. The dark red substance flowed downward with terrifying ease, slipping into the deepest tunnels and invading places where light had never reached. Like a living flood, it probed through every shadowed corridor and hidden passage beneath the city. The rat army reacted almost immediately, sensing that an intruder had invaded the territory they had treated as their own domain. One after another, the rat beasts bared their razor-sharp fangs and raised their claws, their muscular bodies tightening as they prepared to tear the invader apart limb by limb. But they never even managed to reach him. From within the rapidly spreading biomass, countless filaments as thin as spider silk whipped outward. They interwove through the tunnels in an instant, forming a deadly net that sealed off the surrounding space. Before those muscular rats could scream, pounce, or even fully swing their claws, the threads snapped tight around them. Their bodies were crushed mercilessly, then dragged inward toward the dark red mass swirling through the tunnels. Their frantic cries echoed through the underground labyrinth, bouncing off the cramped walls. But no amount of panic could save them from that relentless force. The harder they struggled, the faster death closed in around them. As the strands tightened further, the devouring process accelerated. In only a few moments, entire clusters of rat beasts disappeared completely into the biomass, erased so thoroughly that not even scraps were left behind. The rat beasts had always depended on two advantages: endless numbers and flawless concealment. But against Yi, his consuming biomass, both of those advantages collapsed almost instantly. Yi, he watched the silent annihilation with a detached kind of interest. While the slaughter continued beneath his feet, he casually pulled out his phone as if looking for something to pass the time.
Below the surface, the massacre continued where no one could see it. Hundreds of millions of rats were drawn into the spinning abyss of biomass. The same terrifying swarm that had halted the Martial Guild Alliance was now being dismantled with cold, effortless precision. After a short while, Yi had judged that the rat infestation throughout the city had already been almost completely wiped out. His biomass had burrowed hundreds of meters underground by then, leaving the Overlord with fewer and fewer places to hide. Once the dark red tide reached roughly 100 meters beneath the surface, even that cunning creature could no longer keep itself concealed. A few alleys away from the place where Yi had entered, the biomass suddenly began convulsing violently, twisting and churning as though something powerful was pushing it to its limit. In the next instant, the ground shook with brutal force and a massive shockwave blasted outward, hurling the biomass aside. A thunderous crash followed immediately after. A grotesquely deformed rat paw slammed down onto the pavement, smashing the street apart and sending jagged shards of stone flying in every direction. The Overlord finally revealed itself. It was a colossal white rat, enormous enough to rival a cargo truck, and its distorted face was made from writhing smaller rat heads packed together in a horrifying mass. Those heads shrieked in unison, releasing destructive sonic waves that rattled the surrounding buildings and sent nearby structures toppling. The monster twisted its hideous head toward the masked figure in the dark leather coat, its voice filled with disbelief that a single human had managed to reach this far. It demanded to know whether others were hiding nearby. The infamous Rat King had clearly expected a coordinated ambush from a full squad, not one lone intruder standing before it. Then the Rat King burst into mocking laughter, sneering at the dark red biomass spreading around them. It admitted that Yi had power, but arrogantly claimed that its sonic roar could override that ability. In its eyes, Yi had not found victory, he had simply walked straight into death. Yi's response was pure boredom. His gaze stayed distant and detached as he asked why the Rat King had assumed he only relied on a single trick. Then he raised one hand with a casual, almost lazy motion, as if calling down judgment required no effort at all. The sky answered him immediately. High above the city, the clouds began to churn, turning into a brilliant yet ghastly purple that spread outward in every direction. That unnatural storm expanded relentlessly, smothering the entire city beneath an oppressive gloom. Faced with such an overwhelming display, the Rat King's arrogance finally began to crack. For the first time, the confidence in its monstrous eyes started to waver. Pinned beneath the pressure descending from above, the Rat King trembled and demanded to know what kind of energy it was facing. But the purple storm did not stop at Qingqian City. It continued stretching across the eastern hemisphere, its iron-dark clouds merging into a vast celestial maelstrom so immense that even the moon looked like nothing more than a tiny speck beyond it. At Yi, his silent command, a blinding beam ignited at the heart of the storm. It pierced downward like a spear cast from the heavens, linking sky and earth as it locked onto one single point in Qingqian. The Rat King instantly sensed death approaching. Its earlier bravado vanished, replaced by raw panic as its thoughts raced wildly. It cursed the intruder and demanded to know who he was, even as its body had already begun turning to flee. He watched it with no emotion in his eyes. In a cold, unyielding voice, he asked where it thought it could possibly run and why it believed it could outrun light itself. The purple beam struck the Rat King instantly, landing with perfect precision and leaving it no chance to dodge. An agonized scream tore through Qingqian City, raw and echoing as it shook the empty streets. When the light finally faded, the Rat King's lower body had been cleanly severed at the waist. Blood and shredded flesh splattered across the shattered pavement.
Yet even in that mutilated state, the grotesque beast still forced out a defiant claim, insisting that it was much harder to kill than it looked.
He did not bother replying. He simply raised his hand again, his fingertips aligning calmly with the violet sky above.
This time, several beams descended at once, tearing down from the storm and streaking toward the Overlord at cosmic speed. They landed before the Rat King could react. Against that speed, evasion was completely impossible. The Rat King let out one final agonized wail as the barrage slammed into its body, hammering the earth beneath it into a deep crater. Its massive form was shredded in an instant, reduced to fragments that dissolved inside the blinding purple radiance. As the dust and smoke gradually settled, a crimson sphere glowed at the very center of the crater like a lump of molten fire. He recognized it immediately as the Overlord's demonic core. The host body had been completely annihilated, but the core itself had somehow remained intact. He reached out to claim it, but before his hand could close around the sphere, a sharp, piercing screech erupted from deep inside it. The surface of the crimson sphere began flickering violently, swelling and pulsing with unstable energy. He paused, and suspicion sharpened in his eyes. This core was clearly abnormal, completely different from any demonic core he had encountered before. Then, without warning, it detonated. Instead of simple energy, it burst open into a torrent of living rats, which poured outward in every direction, shrieking as they scattered in frantic waves. His expression barely changed as he watched the chaos unfold. In a dry, mocking tone, he wondered whether the creature was trying to imitate Muzan. From behind him, dark red tentacles surged outward immediately. They swept through the escaping swarm with brutal, methodical efficiency, crushing clusters of rats one after another. But what happened next was completely unexpected. Every rat struck by the biomass did not simply die. Instead, each one split apart and regenerated. The broken fragments rapidly swelled into new, smaller individuals, then darted away with unnatural speed, so fast that even Yihei's tentacles struggled to catch them all. Their smaller size only made them harder to intercept. Each regenerated rat became more agile, amplifying its ability to evade capture and turning the swarm into an even more chaotic, unpredictable force. He gave a faint click of his tongue, his gaze turning icy as he launched his assault. In his eyes, this so-called overlord had never possessed any strength worthy of real respect. All it had were slippery ways to escape, and a stubborn animal instinct to survive at any cost, no matter how much power it had swallowed, no matter how large it had become. A rat was still only a rat, forever bound by its own timid, crawling nature. This time, he had no intention of giving it even the smallest opening to flee. He summoned his Shikigami at once and released Zawarudo's power to freeze time itself. Behind him, a dark, ominous figure slowly emerged, spreading both arms wide as an eerie pressure rolled outward, spreading across the battlefield like a silent wave no one could see. In the next instant, a colorless domain slammed into place around the entire battlefield. The surrounding space was sealed off so suddenly, it felt as if the world had been locked inside a glass prison. And the moment that strange invisible field fully settled, time itself came to a complete halt. Zawarudo's temporal stasis had already evolved far beyond what it used to be. It could now reach into that frozen moment and sense the vital cores hidden inside living beings. As long as Yihei destroyed every core caught within that stopped instant, the Rat King would lose the ability to split itself apart forever. But one question still remained. If the fleeing swarm was nothing more than a decoy meant to protect the demonic core, then the Overlord's true core had to be hidden somewhere else entirely. Clearly, this creature still had one final method prepared to cheat death. Yihei could not help but feel the faintest, coldest trace of admiration for the Rat King's will to survive. Even so, his judgment of it did not change at all. Among every Overlord he had faced so far, this one was without question the weakest. Its craftiness was real, and Yihei would not deny that. But its ending had already been decided. After the slaughter it had brought upon the city, Yihei had no desire whatsoever to use his progenitor power and turn such a thing into his subordinate. He threw that idea away completely, leaving only one cold thought behind, that in its next life this creature might be reborn as a human and finally understand the weight of everything it had destroyed. A brilliant light began gathering in Yihei's palm, growing brighter with every passing second until it seemed ready to pierce through the darkness. Then the scene shifted, plunging far below the surface and down into the hidden underground palace where the Rat King had kept its final secret. Deep within the cavern, countless rats were packed together so densely that the ground itself seemed alive. Millions upon millions of bodies twisted, crawled, and piled over each other in a filthy, writhing sea, moving like some grotesque ritual being performed in the darkness. Around that entire swarm stood a massive transparent cocoon, sealing every rat inside as if they had all been prepared as sacrifices, and at the very center of it, a demonic core lay curled into the shape of a rat. When the stored energy finally reached its breaking point, that core suddenly stirred awake. The cocoon began to throb violently, pulsing again and again like a living heart buried underground. Then, without warning, it started devouring the swarm surrounding it, swallowing every rat within reach and converting each struggling body into pure nourishment. Once the final rat had been consumed, the cocoon split open from the inside. Out of the shattered shell crawled an enormous, hairless rat, its body slick and newly formed. And almost immediately, the memory of its near death surged back into its mind like a nightmare it could not escape. White fur rapidly spread across its bare skin, covering it from head to tail while fear tightened around its thoughts. Qin Shan's outpost was no longer something it could defend. If it wanted to live, it had to abandon the battlefield immediately and escape back to the sinful realm. Grinding its teeth in hatred, the Rat King cursed the Emperor's command that had forced demonic core beasts in human territory into this meaningless war. Its original plan had been simple: remain hidden inside the underground palace and hold the battlefield for one more month, confident that the human grandmasters would never dare come near it. But the arrival of that masked figure had destroyed every part of that plan. That human could release a substance that devoured demon beasts, control the power of the stars, and somehow erase all of its clones in a single instant. Even now, the Rat King could not understand how something so impossible had happened. The only thing giving it comfort was the final escape method it had prepared in advance, a golden cicada shedding its shell at the edge of death. Believing that Yihei, that reckless human monster, had only destroyed a disposable clone, the Rat King gradually slowed as it neared the secret realm rift. But instead of throwing itself straight into the swirling light, it stopped just before the entrance. A smug, triumphant grin slowly spread across its face as the suffocating weight of death finally began to loosen around its body. As long as it crossed that rift, it would return safely to the sinful realm. The nightmare of being hunted down inside human territory would finally be over, and that terrifying human would be left behind. Inwardly, the Rat King praised itself for surviving such a disaster. It also admitted with rare honesty that remaining in the human world any longer was simply far too dangerous. Running away now was not cowardice. At this point, retreat was the only rational choice left. But the very instant it lunged toward the rift, another beam of light came crashing down from the sky. Blinding violet radiance poured over its white fur, swallowing its body in a terrifying glow. The Rat King let out a roar filled with shock and fear, completely unable to understand how it had been discovered again. On the outskirts of Qin Shan, the third beam struck the ground and detonated with horrifying force. The blast shook the entire city, sending violent tremors through the earth as if the heavens themselves had dropped judgment from above. The leaders of the Martial Guild Alliance stared at the spectacle before them, frozen in pure disbelief. Wu Wan, just as shaken as everyone else, muttered that it looked almost like some kind of space-based energy weapon because any other explanation felt too absurd to accept. But if it truly was that kind of weapon, why had no one warned the Allied forces stationed inside the city? With no answer they could trust, they pushed the speculation aside and quickly advanced deeper into Qin Shan to investigate. When they reached the city's core, what greeted them was not chaos, but an eerie, suffocating silence. The rat infestation that had once swallowed every street had vanished completely, leaving behind not even the smallest trace of its presence. After carefully searching through the empty urban ruins, they found only a massive crater still glowing with molten magma and scattered shards of crystal that had been vitrified by extreme heat. The broad-built guild leader frowned deeply, unable to sense even the faintest remnant of the rat swarm. It was as if every single one of those creatures had been erased from existence. Wu Wan soon confirmed the same result. Either the swarm had escaped through some hidden secret realm, or the purple strikes from above had annihilated them all. Wu San slowly raised his eyes toward the sky, his expression growing heavier with unease. No matter how long he stared upward, he still could not understand who in the world could possess such terrifying power. Before long, the news of Qin Shan's recovery swept across the entire nation. A week had already passed since Union City, Blue City, and West City were reclaimed, and now Qin Shan had become the fourth stronghold to be liberated. Celebrations broke out everywhere, while media outlets rushed to promise continuous coverage of Great Daxia's sweeping campaign to take back every fallen city. But in another location, the atmosphere was nothing like the joy spreading among the public. Senior executives of the Great Daxia Allied forces stood gathered before a giant screen showing the victory. Yet while the people outside celebrated, their expressions remained tense, guarded, and deeply unsettled. Their focus was fixed on one unresolved problem that none of them could afford to ignore. They still had no idea who the unknown figure was, the mysterious person who had secretly intervened during the battle for Qin Shan. No one could say who this person truly was. No one knew what he wanted, what his purpose might be, or whether he was genuinely an ally of Great Daxia or a hidden enemy waiting for the right moment. Just like the chaos that had unfolded in West City, disaster after disaster had piled up until that same mysterious figure appeared and crushed every obstacle in his way. Qin Shan had been no different, except this time his attacks had changed in a deeply unsettling way, blazing with that unmistakable purple light. At the very least, one thing could no longer be denied, for now this unknown powerhouse was fighting on the side of the Great Daxia Alliance. Under normal circumstances, the sudden appearance of someone capable of changing entire battlefields within Daxia would have forced Great Daxia's Dragon Sparrow to launch an immediate investigation. Yet when the Alliance reached out to them, even Dragon Sparrow answered with vague silence, indirectly admitting that they knew just as little about his identity. Whoever this person was, the Alliance had no time to hesitate. The remaining cities had to be reclaimed as quickly as possible, or the entire Allied force would look weak, useless, and completely dependent on an outsider. While the armies were still trapped in debate over what to do next, the man standing at the center of every unanswered question had already left Qin Shan far behind and was heading toward his next destination. Leaving aside Guanshan City and the S-Class Forbidden Zone, there were still 3 fallen cities that had yet to be recovered. 2 of them were already under attack by Great Daxia's Dragon Sparrow and the forces from Huadu University, and both fronts were reportedly close to victory. That meant only one final city remained, a place that had almost been pushed out of everyone's attention. Once he made up his mind, he moved without the slightest hesitation. His figure shot forward through the air, and red flames tore across the sky behind him, carving a blazing scar through the clouds as he sped toward the battlefield. As he flew, he glanced down at his phone and remembered the daily battle reports coming from that city. Every report said almost the same thing: endless stalemates, repeated clashes, and barely any real progress. His previous methods, especially the Hellstar template and its glaring purple light, had already become far too recognizable. If he wanted to keep moving in secret without exposing himself, then he needed to appear in a completely different form. In the very next moment, black and crimson tentacles suddenly burst out from Yihei's mouth. They spiraled around him like living threads, wrapping over his body layer by layer as his entire form began to twist, shift, and reshape. His hair rapidly lengthened, flowing down until it reached his waist. At the same time, its color drained away into a ghostly white, the long strands whipping wildly through the rushing wind around him. A red mask then sealed itself over his face, covering his features completely. In an instant, every trace of Yihei's original appearance disappeared beneath that new, unsettling disguise. For this operation, Yihei made a clear decision. This time, he would not rely on the same overwhelming display as before. He would fight with a weapon. He pulled the Starfall cleaver from his spatial ring, adjusted his grip around the handle, and slowly lifted the heavy blade toward the dark sky overhead. The weapon caught the light as it rose, looking even more menacing in his transformed hands. Almost immediately, strands of black and crimson tendrils began crawling along the weapon. They wrapped around the body of the cleaver, twisting over the blade in a motion that looked grotesque, yet strangely graceful at the same time. When the disguise finally settled fully into place, Yihei gave the new form a simple test by swinging the weapon once. Feeling how smoothly his body and the blade moved together, he allowed himself a brief, quiet moment of satisfaction. Under this new persona, Yihei intended to rely entirely on killing arts and pure martial skill. Only Gong Ke and Qinglong knew the unique signature of his killing force techniques, which meant almost no one else would be able to connect this identity back to him. He ordered Nuwa to play a specific track, and the moment the music reached his ears, his body shot forward again with blistering speed, slicing through the air like a shadow wrapped in sound. In the span of a single breath, Yihei arrived at Wave City, a place buried beneath thick fog so heavy it seemed to choke out even the sunlight. The instant he reached the area, he activated a concealment ability, wiping away his presence completely as he slipped soundlessly into the Allied camp. But the moment Yihei saw what was waiting for him inside the camp, his instincts tightened at once. Everyone around him was moving as though trapped inside the same shared illusion. They laughed, chatted, and carried on with their routines as if the battlefield outside did not matter, and as if nothing at all was wrong. Yet the longer Yihei watched them, the stronger that crawling sense of wrongness became. It crept deeper beneath his skin, with every passing second, making the entire camp feel less like a military base and more like something pretending to be alive. Wave City's overlord had created something far more subtle and disturbing than a simple massacre. All around Yihei, coalition soldiers continued laughing, talking, and repeating meaningless daily routines. As he observed them, he quietly approached one woman from behind and struck the back of her neck with precise, almost surgical force. Her skin split open beneath the blow, revealing flesh that had already decayed beyond recognition. In that instant, the brutal truth struck Yi He like a blade. The entire coalition force had been wiped out long ago. Every last person here was already dead, and yet none of them had realized it. Their organs had rotted away long before, but their bodies still held the shapes, movements, and habits they had possessed in life. They were trapped in an endless loop, repeating the final day before their deaths over and over again, unknowingly deceiving themselves, while also deceiving the entire Daxia kingdom. Behind the red mask, Yi Hei's expression turned frighteningly cold. Grief and rage hardened together in his eyes, freezing into something sharp and merciless. To him, twisting life into this kind of grotesque imitation was an unforgivable sin. Yi, he raised his hand, and a dark red tentacle shot out in an instant. It drove straight into the mouth of a nearby female warrior, cutting off her scream before it could fully escape. After a swift, exact probe, Yi withdrew the tentacle from her mouth and instantly understood what had been binding her mind. It was blood nightmare art, a vile psychological hypnosis technique that had wrapped itself around her consciousness and buried the truth deep inside. As a faint spark of awareness slowly returned to the woman's cloudy eyes, Yi He leaned closer and lowered his voice into a rough, hoarse rasp, telling her the merciless truth she had been forced to forget. She was already dead. The moment those words reached her, they struck like a heavy hammer smashing through glass. The haze that had locked away her memories shattered all at once, and everything she had forgotten came flooding back in a brutal rush. Her entire body went rigid, then a scream tore violently from her throat. Terror twisted across her face as she gasped through broken breaths, finally understanding that it was all true. She had already died on the battlefield. Shaking uncontrollably, she revealed that Wave City's overlord was a monster who had slaughtered the guild leaders and then turned their corpses into undead servants. She grabbed her head with both hands, her fingers digging into her scalp as she let out a howl filled with unbearable pain. Her voice cracked and trembled while her body began falling apart right in front of Yi He. Her skin rotted, split open, and peeled away in pieces, and with the last strength she had left, she cried out that only a Grand Master could possibly have any chance of standing against that creature. The instant she fully accepted the reality of her own death, the darkness lingering in her hollow eyes began to fade away. For one short moment, a deep crimson glow ignited inside them, burning like the final ember of a dying flame. Then even that last trace of light vanished, and her body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. He lowered his gaze toward the fallen woman, his eyes cold, calm, and unshaken. In that brief moment, he arrived at a grim realization. The second these undead beings became aware of the truth, that they were already dead, the strange force holding their corpses together would begin to collapse on its own. He knelt down beside her body and, with a rare gentleness in his movements, reached out to close her eyes with his fingers. In a low, quiet voice, Yi He gave her a final farewell, telling her that now, at last, she could rest. Then, in silence, Yi He made a vow that this cruelty would be repaid in blood. Rage surged through his body like a dark tide, and his aura pulsed outward as he lifted his gaze toward the city swallowed by fog. With his killing intent fully awakened, he declared that the extermination would begin. Wave City still lay buried beneath a thick, oppressive blanket of fog, so dense it seemed to press down on every street and rooftop. The air carried a nauseating stench of rot, and every alley looked as though it was crawling with demonic creatures. Yet no matter where one looked, there was not even the faintest sign of living humanity left anywhere in the city. He spread his life magnetic field outward, allowing it to sweep across the entire city like an invisible net. It passed through streets, buildings, ruined corners, and hidden spaces, searching every possible place the Overlord might be concealed. But no matter how carefully he scanned, he could not detect the Overlord's life signature at all, and that total absence felt even more disturbing than a direct ambush. By comparison, the monsters scattered throughout the city all released almost identical fluctuations, just like the dead coalition soldiers he had already seen. Their presences felt as if they had been carved from the same empty mold. Unlike the Rat King, who naturally relied on the underground to hide, this overlord had erased his own existence so completely that he almost seemed to have blended into nothing. His patience finally reached its limit. If the creature wanted to keep hiding in the dark like a coward, then there was no reason for him to continue searching with restraint. Instead of politely looking for it, he would simply tear the city open and drag it out by force. Just as he had done back in Qinshan, dark red biomass suddenly erupted from beneath Yi Hei's feet. It spread outward in a violent surge, flooding across the nearby roads and alleys like a living tide that devoured everything in its path. The brutal wave of biomass rushed across the ground without slowing for even a second. It spread over the surface, drowning the city in moments as fog and darkness seemed to merge into one. Every road, every structure, and every hidden corner was swallowed into a pitch-black silence. At that stage, he could have erased the entire city with a single thought if he truly wished to. The remaining feral beasts were consumed without the slightest ability to resist, but the outcome only left him feeling disappointed. Just like the undead humans, these creatures had nothing valuable left inside them. The demonic creatures were nothing more than hollow shells. Their bodies still moved, but whatever had once given them real value had already been emptied out completely. And even after all of this destruction, even after the city had been swallowed beneath Yihei's power, Wave City's overlord still refused to show himself. He kept his life magnetic field fully active and pushed the search even deeper than before. For a long while, the sweep moved silently through the ruined city, checking every remaining trace. Then, at last, a faint result finally surfaced. His eyes sharpened the moment he sensed it. A probing technique so faint, it was almost impossible to notice brushing lightly against his field. Its aura had been blended perfectly among those empty shells, hidden so well that he would never have caught it if he had not cleared the creatures away first. Yihei immediately locked onto the source and turned sharply, his gaze landing in the direction of a nearby mountain. That was where the Undead Alliance army had gathered. At the edge of the mountain cliff stood the strongest pillar of the coalition, Li Chongzhen, a Grand Master at the Butterfly Metamorphosis stage and the leader of the Hongwu sect. In Great Daxia's martial world, his name carried enormous weight. He was recognized as the second greatest physical powerhouse after Qinglong and ranked among the top 10 of the 36 Grandmasters. Li Chongzhen's roar thundered across the mountain range, rolling through the air like an explosion. Standing before the assembled warriors, he commanded every person there to follow his orders without hesitation. Tens of thousands of warriors responded at the same time, their voices crashing together into a massive wave of sound. The unified shout was so powerful that even the cliff beneath their feet seemed to tremble. Veins bulged across Li Chongzhen's face as a savage aura erupted from his body, making him feel less like a human and more like some ancient beast waking from a long sleep. He declared that Wave City's overlord was right ahead of them and completely alone. Together they would crush that monster and free the entire city from demonic control. His words instantly set the entire army ablaze with fighting spirit. The warriors surged forward with roaring battle cries, their footsteps kicking up spirals of dust while their shouts of liberation echoed through the valley. Watching the madness he had stirred into motion, the puppet-like Li Chongzhen slowly curled his lips into a crooked grin. A low, malicious chuckle escaped from his throat as the army charged forward, completely unaware that they were rushing toward doom. Without the slightest warning, the heavy clouds hanging above the mountain began twisting violently. Then, in the depths of that churning sky, brilliant purple light suddenly flared. Fierce winds howled across the heavens, coiling into a gigantic vortex that seemed ready to swallow everything overhead. Panic spread through the ranks like a shockwave. One warrior after another snapped their heads upward, staring at the unnatural storm gathering above them. For one fleeting moment, some of them even wondered whether reinforcements had finally arrived. Then, at the very heart of the swirling vortex, a human silhouette slowly began to form, emerging from the purple light like something descending from another world. The figure hovered high above the army, suspended within the storm. From below, he looked like a dark god hanging in the heavens, silently descending upon the battlefield. Behind the demonic mask, Yihei's cold eyes swept over the chaos beneath him without a flicker of emotion. His farewell to the poor souls below was simple and merciful in its own ruthless way. They should finally be allowed to rest. A blinding purple beam ripped through the sky and slammed directly into the coalition forces like a divine bombardment. Before the first explosion could even fade, another beam followed, then another. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky began raining down a relentless storm of destructive light. Screams erupted across the battlefield as the beams fell like meteors, blasting into the warriors below and tearing through their ranks. Shock spread among the army when they realized the figure above was attacking them, and that shock quickly twisted into fear, confusion, and suspicion. Some even began to believe he might be a champion from a rival nation who had chosen to side with the monsters. A captain shouted for an immediate retreat, warning that they were nothing but helpless targets beneath that shadow, then ordered the air forces to deploy at once. But the reply that came back chilled everyone who heard it. Every fighter jet and missile in their arsenal had vanished without a trace. It made absolutely no sense. This was supposed to be their first campaign, which meant none of that firepower should have been spent yet. The logistics unit should have inspected every weapon and piece of equipment before they departed, so the captain was certain their supplies had been intact. But that certainty slowly twisted into dread as a horrifying question rose inside his mind. When had they actually set out, and when had they supposedly used up their entire arsenal? The empty gap in his memory left his thoughts cold and hollow. As panic continued spreading through the army, the impostor hiding behind a massive boulder clenched his teeth in frustration. His expression darkened, turning ugly as he realized the situation was slipping out of his control. This development had completely destroyed his plan. He had intended to quietly slip into the human ranks and remain unnoticed, blending in until no one questioned his presence. But now suspicion was closing in from every direction. Had the masked man above already seen through the entire deception? The answer arrived almost immediately. A towering pillar of purple light screamed down from the sky, tearing through the clouds as it aimed straight for the place where he was hiding. Faced with that overwhelming attack, Li Chongjin showed not even the slightest trace of fear. He clenched his enormous fist, lowered his stance, and gathered a terrifying surge of power throughout his body. Then he unleashed the Hongwu sect's secret earthly fiend martial art. The ground beneath him burst apart with a deep, thunderous crack as Li Chongzhen launched himself upward. His fist smashed head-on into the descending beam, tearing through the purple energy and shattering it into countless glittering fragments. The collision erupted with a deafening roar. Violent shockwaves ripped outward through the air, shaking the sky itself until the entire mountain seemed to tremble beneath the force. From the ground below, Li Chongzhen lifted his gaze and locked eyes with the masked figure hovering above him. In that stare, fierce killing intent burned like a raging fire. A twisted excitement spread across his face as he laughed aloud, declaring that encountering an opponent like this was truly thrilling. To him, the bodies of elite humans were works of art, and martial arts were the ultimate expression of that physical perfection. He gave no response. Instead, behind him, clusters of radiant purple spheres began blooming one after another. They swelled with dangerous light until their glow washed across the battlefield, and then they dropped in a furious barrage. The explosions swallowed Li Chongzhen completely, drowning his figure beneath the storm of purple light. But through sheer physical strength, he endured it. His body withstood the bombardment with terrifying resilience, taking only minimal damage from the attacks. In the very next instant, Li Chongzhen shot upward like a beast lunging for prey. A warped grin stretched across his face as he rushed straight toward Yi He without hesitation. Even Yi He felt a brief flicker of surprise when he sensed Li Chongzhen's power suddenly spike far beyond what it had been a moment earlier. Then a massive fist, carrying terrifying speed and brutal force, slammed directly into Yi He's mask. The impact shattered it instantly, sending twisted fragments flying outward through the air. Blood spilled from Yi He's nose and mouth as the force of the blow folded his body forward. Each breath that escaped him became rough and ragged, carrying the weight of the impact. But Li Chongzhen had no intention of giving him even a single moment to recover. A relentless chain of punches crashed into Yi He's face again and again, while Li Chongzhen raved about turning him into his next puppet. In that frenzy, Li Chongzhen savored the illusion that the opponent before him had already been crushed beneath absolute physical power. At last, Li Chongzhen gathered everything he had into one final strike. Golden light swelled around his fist, growing brighter and heavier with each passing second before he drove it straight through Yi He's body and tore him apart. For a single fleeting moment, Li Chongzhen genuinely believed everything was over. His body had been torn apart right in front of him, and with that brutal sight before his eyes, victory seemed close enough for him to seize in his hand. But the very next second, the scene in front of him began to distort in an unnatural way. The broken figure, its face pale, its eyes wide open and blood still spilling from its mouth, started to blur around the edges. Then, little by little, it dissolved into drifting smoke. That had never been His true body at all. It was only a false apparition placed there to mislead him. The realization hit Li Chongzhen like a heavy blow to the skull, and white-hot rage surged up immediately behind it. Yet before that fury could fully erupt, the world around him suddenly warped with violent force, dragging him into a nightmare he had never expected. High above him, a colossal blood-red moon hung in the sky, so enormous it felt as though it could swallow the heavens and make his entire existence seem insignificant. Li Chongzhen had been pulled into Yi's killing domain, the lunar slaughter realm. From that crimson moon, a suffocating pressure poured downward, sinking into his bones and pressing against his very soul. Li Chongzhen stared up at the blood moon, his expression growing tighter as the truth finally settled over him. Through clenched teeth he muttered with bitter anger that he had walked straight into Yi's trap. Then the moon of carnage suddenly erupted with light. A violent radiance burst from behind it, tearing through the crimson clouds as if something monstrous was forcing its way into reality. From within that ripped open fracture in the sky, a massive blade slowly pushed its way out. The weapon carried such a heavy, terrifying presence that the surrounding air seemed to buckle and collapse beneath it. The enormous blade came down and split the blood moon cleanly in two. A thunderous shockwave exploded from the strike and tore straight toward Li Chongzhen. The force swept across the mountain below, flattening it in one overwhelming blow and erasing stone, soil, and everything trapped beneath its path. Through the drifting crimson haze, Yi He stepped forward with his heavy polearm resting across his shoulder. His voice was cold as he said that a counterfeit would always reveal itself sooner or later. No imitation could truly deceive the instincts of a real martial master. Even with layers of illusion hiding him, the impostor still failed to separate reality from falsehood, and worse for him, the puppet army he had prepared had already been buried and wiped out beneath the shattered ground. Then, from under the broken earth, a blood-soaked arm suddenly burst upward. Its fingers clawed through rubble and debris, dragging itself back toward the surface.
Li Chongzhen pulled himself back into view and dropped heavily to one knee. A savage wound had been carved from his chest all the way down to his abdomen, leaving him drenched in blood. He admitted that this human vessel was far tougher than most overlords, yet even so, a single strike from Yi He had injured him this badly. That alone proved Yi He possessed a top-tier body on the same level as his own.
But that realization did not frighten him in the slightest. Instead, it only made his obsession burn even deeper. In Li Chongzhen's eyes, Yi He's body was the perfect upgrade, a vessel he had to seize, no matter what price he paid. To obtain it, he was willing to gamble everything he had. Golden rings suddenly blazed into existence around Li Chongzhen's body. Under that radiant light, his muscles swelled in a grotesque, unnatural way, and his power multiplied several times over in a single instant. With a violent explosion of force, Li Chongzhen launched himself straight at Yi He like a comet falling from the heavens. The ground where he had just been kneeling cracked and burst apart behind him, shattered by the raw power of his takeoff. An overlord hiding inside a human shell was already a rare and disgusting abomination. But Yi He had made his decision. This parasite would die right here. He shifted his stance, tightened his grip on the polearm, raised the weapon in both hands, and met Li Chongzhen's charge head-on. The two of them collided in a violent burst of light and force, shaking the air around them like an explosion. But Yi He's strike slid across the golden rings surrounding Li Chongzhen, unable to bite through that strange protective barrier. Li Chongzhen's lips curled into a look of pure contempt. In his mind, that brief clash had already proven everything. No matter how fiercely Yi He attacked, those golden rings would never shatter. He mocked Yi He openly, telling him to hand over his body obediently and spare himself the humiliation of being beaten down. With a sharp twist of his body, Li Chongzhen knocked Yi He's pole arm aside and sent him flying backward through the air, forcing distance between them in a single brutal motion. He steadied himself in midair, then sneered coldly in return. He said it was a disgrace for an overlord to occupy the body of a supreme martial artist and still be unable to use that body properly. Then Yi He vowed to show him the true gap that existed between them. Murderous red energy began to seep across the silver blade of his polearm, crawling along its edge like blood-colored flame. As martial power fused with killing intent, the weapon's blade became terrifyingly lethal. In the span of a single heartbeat, a dense storm of slashes engulfed Li Chongzhen. Each cut came faster, sharper, and more vicious than the one before it, pressing in from every direction until there seemed to be nowhere left to dodge. The battle shifted sharply in Yi He's favor. As his polearm carved through the air, he dissected Li Chongzhen's movements with cold, precise judgment, mocking each flaw the moment it appeared. His forehand had no bite. His backhand lacked stability. His reactions were too slow, and his movements were full of openings. If this was the level he intended to rely on, then he might as well keep dreaming, because what stood before Yi He was not mastery at all, it was incompetence exposed in full. Under that relentless barrage, a flicker of fear finally appeared in Li Chongzhen's eyes. The pressure around him tightened with every strike, closing in like a net he could no longer break through. Yi He's slashes only grew sharper, faster, and harder to predict. Even with the reflexes of a butterfly metamorphosis grandmaster, Li Chongzhen could no longer fully read the attacks flashing toward him. Meanwhile, Yi He saw through every single movement. Even worse for the parasite, it felt as though Yi He was staring straight through the disguise itself. The overlord had twisted its life magnetic field to hide its presence, but its true essence was still leaking out from within the mask. Yi He locked onto the exact point where the intruder was hiding inside Li Chongzhen's body. In a blur of motion, Yi He slipped behind Li Chongzhen, summoned his Shikigami, and froze time itself. Trapped inside that sudden stillness, the parasite could not understand how even a Grandmaster-level body could be restrained like this, its arrogance shattered in an instant, replaced by panic. Its instincts screamed for retreat, urging it to abandon this vessel, seize a stronger puppet, and return another day. But then, even those thoughts suddenly stalled. Li Chongzhen's eyes widened as confusion swallowed the parasite completely, and it realized it could no longer understand what was happening. Its entire body locked in place, as if bound by an invisible hand, and no matter how violently it struggled inside, not a single muscle would obey. For a parasitic overlord, the most terrifying thing was not simply being defeated by a stronger opponent. The true horror was realizing that every possible path of escape had been sealed off. Facing unavoidable death, the creature shrieked in terror and begged desperately for mercy. But a towering pillar of murderous energy had already descended, striking the exact spot where it was hiding inside Li Chongzhen's body. The impact erased the parasite in a single instant, leaving not even the faintest trace behind. Right after that, the system's voice rang out in Yi He's mind. It announced that he had completed the achievement of reclaiming more than half of the occupied territory. With that condition now fulfilled, he had earned a template draw, and the result was guaranteed to be no lower than A grade. He did not hesitate for even a moment. The instant the reward became available, he immediately began the pull. The familiar dark purple vortex unfolded in front of him once again. It churned and roared with a deep ancient sound as though countless mythical beasts were echoing from somewhere far inside its depths. But this time, a sharp sense of intuition tightened inside Yi Hei's chest. Something about this draw felt different from the others, and when the result finally appeared, his eyes widened slightly. He had drawn a template only 2 tiers below the ultimate S+ rank. The new template shimmered with a strange, almost hypnotic brilliance. According to the system, it was an S-grade template known as the 10-tailed world tree. Its bloodline could gather natural energy from the planet itself and generate 7 different elemental forces. As part of the sacred tree lineage, it also granted access to divine selves and the power to command the very essence of the world tree. Beyond that, it carried the eye of cause and effect, giving the karma eye the possibility to awaken. However, its current advanced form had not yet been developed, and Yi Hei's compatibility with it was still only at 1%. Even with that limitation, the meaning of this draw struck Yi Hei immediately. Without any doubt, this was the luckiest template pull he had ever received. Obtaining an S-tier template meant he had officially stepped into a level of power usually reserved for truly extraordinary systems, a class far beyond ordinary rewards. In terms of pure destructive force, this template might not be able to match Hellstar or Demora directly, but the sheer range of abilities it offered gave Yi Hei a far broader arsenal to work with. When it came to versatility, it could surpass both of them. In that sense, the 10-tailed world tree stood alongside the vampire template as a top-tier foundation for his future growth. As Yi Hei absorbed the significance of the new template, the system issued another notification. It had detected a homologous template that could be fused. The 10-tailed world tree could be integrated into the plant mutation branch of the Mad Emperor Demora template, and the system asked him to confirm the operation. Then came the warning. Because the divine tree was ranked so highly, merging it could cause unpredictable changes in the final mutation state of Star Emperor Demora. His expression hardened slightly as the weight of that gamble settled over him, forcing him to consider the risk behind the tempting opportunity. He quickly understood the connection between the two powers. The 10-tailed world tree and Star Emperor Demora both carried plant-aligned attributes, which meant templates were not completely separate, isolated powers. Under the right conditions, they could interlock and evolve together, almost like a fusion system in a strategy game. But this was not some harmless game mechanic. This merger would have real consequences. Combining 2 templates with limitless potential and an unknown final result was a calculated risk. If it succeeded, Yi Hei could gain a unified super template, easing the burden of future upgrades while greatly amplifying its overall strength. If the fusion failed, the foundation of both templates was still strong enough that they would not simply collapse into uselessness. Even if the final results suffered a downgrade, it would likely retain respectable power. The real danger was not immediate ruin, but losing long-term growth potential and possibly lowering the template's final rating. While Yi weighed that uncertainty, the system presented a decisive variable. He possessed an advanced fusion catalyst called the Golden Gene, a special material capable of refining bloodline structures and guiding genetic fusion toward a more favorable result. The implication became obvious almost instantly. This coincidence was far too precise to ignore. The one resource capable of stabilizing such a dangerous merger had already fallen into Yi Hei's hands. For a brief moment, it almost felt as if every step had been arranged by some unseen intelligence, quietly leading him to this exact point. But no matter where that arrangement had come from, refusing was no longer an option. If Yi He wanted to face Fu Hongsheng in the future, then he needed power that could surpass his current limits by an overwhelming margin. With that decision firmly made, he gave the system the command to begin the fusion. Inside the vial, the golden gene suddenly began to tremble. Its brilliant golden color shifted violently, darkening as it dissolved away and was absorbed into the system. Another notification followed immediately after. The Star Emperor Damora's state could not fully assimilate the genes of the 10-tailed world tree, which triggered additional mutations. The golden gene was injected as an optimizing agent, and the two templates entered an unstable, volatile stage of fusion. Before the system could deliver its final result, Yi He's attention shifted back to Li Chongzhen. The once mighty Grandmaster now looked completely withered, his flesh shriveled tight against his bones, making him resemble a dried corpse lying among the ruins. Weakly sprawled on the ground, Li Chongzhen gathered the tiny bit of strength he still had left. His voice came out faint and exhausted as he asked Yi He whether the parasite inside his body had truly been destroyed. Yi, he answered Li Chongzhen with a simple confirmation. His tone did not soften, and he did not dress the truth in comforting words. He gave him only the fact itself, clean and direct. When Li Chongzhen struggled to ask what would happen to the warriors from Wave City's coalition, Yi He told him plainly that they too would soon be erased. Their bodies would be released from that twisted state, no longer forced to keep moving like hollow puppets after death. A bitter smile forced its way onto Li Chongzhen's withered face. With the last strength in his voice, he thanked Yi He quietly. At the very least, the remains of those warriors would no longer be desecrated and controlled like tools in someone else's hands. Even so, a question still lingered in Yi He's mind. That parasite acting alone should never have been capable of defeating a martial master on Li Chongzhen's level in a direct fight. Behind the massacre in Wave City, there had to be some other force hidden in the shadows, quietly pulling the strings. Li Chongzhen's breathing grew weaker with every passing second, but he still forced himself to speak. With what little strength remained, he warned Yi He to stay alert and never lower his guard. The overlord they were dealing with called itself one of the 4 Emperor's envoys, and its strength had already gone beyond a butterfly metamorphosis grandmaster. Even worse, the creature could use martial techniques with terrifying precision, and it had already mastered a grandmaster's domain. According to Li Chongzhen, its next target was not some ordinary battlefield, it was the imperial capital itself. The moment he heard that warning, his focus sharpened instantly. Every stray thought disappeared, and his mind tightened around the danger now aimed at the heart of Great Daxia. Great Daxia had 36 grandmasters in total, and under normal conditions, at least 20 of them would be stationed inside the imperial capital. But the campaign to reclaim the 12 fallen cities had drawn away almost every elite fighter with real combat power. On top of that, Dragon Sparrow had sent its strongest warriors to the borders to guard against foreign attacks. The result was brutally obvious. The imperial capital had been stripped of its strongest defenders and left dangerously exposed. The scene then shifted away from Wave City and moved to the imperial capital, landing at the garrison hidden inside the secret territory of the Jiulong River, beneath the calm, clear surface of the river. Dragon Sparrow had built a hidden base known only to insiders. Over the past 5 years, the beasts living inside this secret realm had been reduced to weak remnants, and its danger level had fallen all the way from B-class down to D-class. Inside the camp, vigilance had long since been replaced by complete complacency. A noisy barbecue was underway, filling the air with smoke, laughter, and the greasy aroma of roasted meat, while the guards treated their post less like a duty and more like a private vacation. One of the guards laughed and said there was no better assignment than this. While martial artists elsewhere were bleeding and dying on the front lines, they got to stay behind, eat good food, and collect their pay in comfort, even though they were only collateral branches of the imperial capital's 9 great families. Without real political authority or vast wealth, their lives were still far easier than most people could imagine. The chatter around the barbecue grew louder and more reckless, and one man shouted for the music to keep playing, the food to keep coming, and the drinks to flow until everyone collapsed. Just then, the guard responsible for radar duty walked over with irritation written all over his face. When the others asked why he had left his post, he snapped that someone had to stay sober and watch the perimeter while they drank, as if this were their last night alive. Then he scoffed that the party might at least feel worth it if there were women around to make the mood better. To him, guarding a crumbling, low-level secret realm like this had been pointless from the very beginning. There was no danger here worth taking seriously. About a kilometer away from the garrison, an ash-gray bare foot slowly lowered onto a patch of bright, blooming flowers. The instant that foot touched the ground, The blossoms withered violently and collapsed into foul, rotten sludge. With every silent step the figure took, the life around it seemed to drain away, as though the land itself was being poisoned by its presence. A straight trail of decay stretched across the terrain behind it. The soil it passed over became porous, dead, and emptied of vitality, while the creature continued forward without making a single sound. One of its twisted faces slowly came into view, wearing a cruel grin of amusement. It murmured to its brother that the humans up ahead were still busy feasting, completely unaware that death was already walking toward them. The other face answered in a colder, harsher voice. It said they would crush and butcher every human in the garrison and force mankind to recognize the overwhelming might of their emperor. Then the central head finally revealed itself. Its expression darkened at once, and it snapped at both of them to shut their mouths. Creature's full form emerged from the haze, a towering body nearly 3 meters tall, with muscles bulging like forged iron and cold steel. Across its massive shoulders, overlapping flesh had twisted itself into 2 grotesque demon faces. This monster was Asura, one of the 4 emperor's envoys, serving the emperor of the sinful realm. When the main head spoke again, its voice carried the weight of absolute authority. The emperor had sent them to slaughter key powerhouses and destroy as much of humanity's strength as possible. Humanity's greatest martial master, Fu Hongsheng, had already provided a list marking exactly where those targets could be found. Since their purpose was slaughter, efficiency mattered more than anything else. Wasting time on inferior humans was beneath them and not worth even the smallest delay. Their mission was painfully simple, so simple there was no need for debate or hesitation. They would march forward and deliver planet Blue Star into the mercy of their emperor. Seconds later, the view returned to the garrison camp. The laughter, music, and drunken noise were gone. Every martial guard inside had already been erased the moment Asura arrived, leaving piles of rotting corpses scattered across the ground in a gruesome scene that only seemed to amuse him. These inferior humans had died in a pathetic way, unable to withstand even the suffocating stench of decay pouring from Asura's body. They had not even been worthy of a real battle. Asura strode toward the spatial rift without the slightest hesitation. His massive body moved forward steadily, as if he were merely stepping across the threshold of an open doorway. The instant his ash-gray foot touched the surface of the rift, space splintered like cracked crystal. The broken force immediately began eating into his immortal flesh, but even as the damage spread through his foot, Asura did not flinch. This violent rejection was exactly what he had expected. Beings at his level always faced tremendous resistance when crossing spatial rifts. If that barrier had not existed, his emperor would have conquered the world beyond it long ago. Asura took out a grotesque relic shaped like a swollen pink cube of flesh. Its surface pulsed and writhed like living tissue in his palm. Looking at it, he remarked that crossing the rift required relying on what the otherworldly demons had left behind. Disgust twisted across Asura's face as he stared down at the thing in his hand. The relic clearly repulsed him, but for this crossing, there was no other option available. Suppressing that revulsion, Asura raised the obscene flesh cube and slammed it directly into the spatial rift. The reaction came instantly, and it was nightmarish to behold. The air around the rift warped and twisted violently as though reality itself had begun to melt. Pink flesh bubbles burst outward from the impact point and multiplied at terrifying speed. They swelled larger and larger, piling over one another until they completely smothered the trembling rift. When Asura pushed his corroded foot back inside, the rift's surface hissed violently. A moment later, he pulled it out again, and the flesh bubbles clinging to his limb began to writhe, tighten, and condense. The bubbles knitted together like living threads, reshaping the damaged flesh bit by bit. In only a short moment, a flawless new foot formed where the corroded one had been eaten away. Without the slightest hesitation, Asura grabbed the pulsating mass with both of his massive arms and began forcing it apart. A flicker of irritation crossed his face as resistance pushed back against him. A low, strained grunt escaped from his throat, but his grip only tightened. The rift resisted with crushing force, yet Asura continued to push until he finally tore open a gap large enough for his towering body. The moment the opening widened, a roaring torrent of river water from the other side exploded through it, flooding the ground around his feet. Asura stepped through the opening and emerged, remarking that planet Blue Star felt no farther away than a neighboring courtyard. Then, without turning back, he crossed through completely. At the same time, deep within the imperial capital, the 9 great clans had gathered for an emergency assembly. Dragon Sparrow Division headquarters had received an encrypted warning from Nuwa, carrying an urgent command for every Grandmaster-level expert to return to the capital immediately. It was the first order of its kind in more than a century. The clan patriarchs, ancient figures who burned enormous resources every year just to keep their failing bodies alive, had assembled once again. Under normal circumstances, many of them might never have stood together in the same hall again before death finally came for them. The patriarch of the Ju clan broke the tense silence first, demanding that they stop wasting time on meaningless reminiscence and face the crisis before them. He pressed the others for an explanation, asking why Fu Hongsheng still had not emerged from seclusion while the imperial capital stood on the edge of danger. At a time like this, staying hidden was no longer acceptable. Shi Jingwen and Qinglong were also missing, and no one knew where either of them had gone. The patriarch of the Sima clan spoke in a low and grave voice, confirming that both Shi Jingwen and Qinglong had vanished without leaving a trace. As for Fu Hongsheng, messengers had already been sent to summon him. But halfway through, his voice faltered. The patriarch of the Lai clan immediately leaned forward and demanded that he finish what he had started. The answer that followed was bleak. There had been no response at all. Another patriarch joined the discussion, his expression heavy with unease. Either Fu Hongsheng had reached some critical point in his cultivation and could not tolerate even the slightest disturbance, or he was deliberately choosing silence while the imperial capital stood in danger. The patriarch of the Zhou clan finally lost his temper. His fists clenched hard as anger spilled out of him without restraint. He spat that Fu Hongsheng was nothing more than a soldier, yet he dared to covet the core authority of Great Daxia, and even dreamed of overthrowing the 9 great families of the imperial capital. Then he repeated the warning he had insisted on for years: martial artists had to be suppressed in both status and privilege. If they were not kept under control, their ambitions would only continue to swell until they threatened the entire order of the capital. The patriarch of the Ju clan answered in a colder and quieter voice, cutting through the situation with ruthless clarity. Were the 9 families truly expected to face the great enemy Nuwa had warned them about all by themselves? If they charged in alone, they would be walking straight into Fu Hongsheng's trap. The elites their families had cultivated at staggering expense existed to restrain domestic martial forces, and those experts were the pillars of their clans. If they were wasted here, then even victory would lose its meaning. The 9 families would decay from within and collapse. Someone then cautiously suggested a temporary withdrawal. They could retreat first, wait for the scattered powerhouses across the nation to regroup, and only then decide what move to make next. The entire hall fell into a suffocating silence. Every patriarch understood exactly what that suggestion truly meant, but not one of them wanted to be the person who said it out loud. Far away at the Julong River, the once calm surface suddenly exploded without the slightest warning. A towering column of water blasted dozens of meters into the sky, as if something deep beneath the riverbed had detonated and ripped the entire surface apart from below. The couples relaxing along the riverside froze where they stood, their faces draining pale with terror. Right before their eyes, the clear, peaceful river darkened rapidly, turning into a pitch-black current that looked polluted by death itself. Countless fish began floating to the surface, their lifeless bodies rolling over one after another as their pale bellies bobbed in the blackened water. Panic swept through the crowd as everyone tried to understand what they were seeing. Some shouted that an explosion must have happened, while others whispered in fear that a hidden secret realm rift had torn open beneath the river. Then, high above them, a colossal, dark gray figure came plummeting down from the sky. Its descent carried the terrifying weight of a mountain falling straight toward the earth. Asura crashed into the ground beside the terrified couples with a thunderous impact. The shockwave burst outward instantly, swallowing them before they could even scream, erasing their bodies on the spot and scattering them into blood, ash, and broken remains. The demon face on Asura's right twisted into a cruel grin, sneering at how weak and fragile humans truly were. The face on the left echoed that same contempt, mocking them for being unable to survive even a single step before crumbling into dust. Asura then released the suffocating death aura sealed within his body. It surged outward in every direction like an invisible tide of decay, rolling across the area and poisoning everything it touched. Inside the Dragon Sparrow Command Center, every staff member stared in horror at the towering monitoring screen. Their eyes were locked on the disaster unfolding right in the heart of the capital, and no one could look away. An Overlord-class beast had appeared inside the Imperial capital without any warning at all. The code-red alarm screamed through the command center, and even the operators at the control panels could not stop their hands from trembling under the pressure. A moment later, the surveillance feed began flickering violently. The image shook, distorted, and then disappeared completely, plunging the massive screen into darkness and cutting off their view of the monster. Director Wang Zhiting clenched his jaw so hard it looked like his teeth might crack, then cursed under his breath. Longqi 1st Division's top specialists were still stationed at the border, while Section Chief Qinglong and Principal Shi Jingwen were both absent from Huadu. The capital had been left dangerously exposed, and everyone in the room understood what that meant. Their only choice was to delay the monster at any cost until the National Guardian warrior finally emerged from seclusion. Wang Jiting's voice turned iron-hard as he ordered every Dragon Sparrow agent in the capital to mobilize immediately. Back on the battlefield, 4 leaders from the imperial capital's most prestigious martial arts schools stepped out to confront Asura. Li Tingxiang of Huadu Rixing, Lin Hong of Huadu Jinghong, Wu Makun of Huadu Hongwu, and Zhu Shunrong of Huadu Jingkai stood together in formation, each formally announcing his name and presence. Asura answered them with a low snort filled with contempt. To him, the sight was almost laughable. These men were nothing more than ants pretending to be warriors, so weak they barely deserved even a passing glance. Asura had crossed between realms to hunt down true powerhouses, not to waste his time on old relics whose potential had already dried up. Even if these men somehow survived, they would never be able to interfere with his emperor's grand design. He told them to disappear while he was still in a merciful mood. But the 4 masters misunderstood his indifference as a possible opening. Believing Dragon Sparrow reinforcements would arrive within 3 minutes, they convinced themselves that all they had to do was hold out until then. To keep the imperial capital from being trampled under his rampage, they chose to stand their ground. In perfect unison, the 4 masters ignited their lifeblood. They squeezed every remaining ounce of strength from their aging bodies, forcing their power outward to suppress the death aura spreading from Asura. But to Asura, their desperate struggle was nothing more than a dull and tiresome flicker. Their resistance did not move him, and it certainly did not earn his respect. It only made him feel annoyed. At last, Asura's patience snapped. Since they were so determined to throw away their lives, he decided he might as well grant them that wish. In his eyes, courage without strength could only lead to a miserable and meaningless death. In a single instant, Asura's arm moved. The motion looked casual, almost lazy. But before 3 of the masters could even understand that an attack had begun, their bodies burst apart into clouds of blood. Lin Hong of Huadu Jinghong remained frozen in shock, his mind unable to process how the strike had happened so fast. But that stunned pause lasted only a heartbeat. A moment later, he too followed the others into death. Above the battlefield, anti-aircraft batteries swung into position and locked onto Asura. At the same time, low-altitude bombers roared through the smoke-filled sky, closing in on their target. The order to fire rang out. A dozen interceptor missiles screamed forward at once, tearing through the air and streaking straight toward Asura's towering body. Asura did not even bother to dodge. He simply stood there with his arms crossed, releasing the full weight of his death domain. Corrosion spread out around him like a living storm, thick and unstoppable. Every incoming shell and missile began to rust, rot, and crumble apart in midair. Before any of them could reach his body, they disintegrated into useless fragments and vanished inside the decaying field. An urgent report from the observation center confirmed the nightmare unfolding before them. Long-range weapons could not pierce through Asura's defensive field at all. The missiles detonated uselessly in the air, their explosions swallowed by the rotting aura before they could inflict even the slightest damage. Firepower had become meaningless. From that point on, only martial warriors had any chance of slowing him down. The forces immediately reorganized, with the 2nd and 3rd section chiefs preparing for direct combat, while the 4th and 5th sections shifted into restraint and support, bracing themselves for a battle that could determine the fate of the capital. At that moment, the demon face on Asura's right locked onto several warriors below and hissed with satisfaction, finally sensing prey that seemed worth hunting. The left face stretched into a savage grin, muttering again and again about slaughtering them and crushing every bone in their bodies. 2 warriors burst forward at the same time. They burned everything they had in one desperate charge, trying with all their strength to hold Asura back even for a moment. Minutes later, grim reports slammed into Wang Jiting one after another like hammer blows. The 2nd and 3rd section chiefs had fallen in battle. The 4th section chief was severely injured. Dragon Sparrow forces had already suffered dozens of casualties, and the remaining units were being forced to retreat under unbearable pressure. The 5th section chief had also been killed. Even the presidents of the Li Fengyan Hai and Lishan martial arts associations, who had rushed in as reinforcements, were being steadily pushed back. Asura continued advancing toward the city center, and every new report tightened the vice around Wang Jiting's chest as the casualty count kept rising. Wang Jiting could not understand how a single overlord beast, acting completely alone, was tearing through the heart of Great Daxia as if nothing in the capital could stop it. Even transcendent stage grandmasters had already died against him. A chill ran through Wang Jiting's limbs, and his strength seemed to drain from his body. He slumped back into his chair, trembling despite his best effort to keep himself composed. After forcing himself to breathe, Wang Jiting rasped out a demand, asking whether anyone had managed to contact Fu Hongsheng, Section Chief Qinglong, or Principal Shi Jingwen. The answer came back exactly the same as before, no contact. His attention then snapped toward Huadu's 9 families. According to the reports, they had sent only a token force of Grandmaster fighters and a few high-level martial artists to help with the interception. The elder powerhouses who were supposed to guard Huadu had disappeared from coordination entirely. Wang Jiting could not make sense of it. At a moment like this, there was no acceptable reason for the 9 great families to cut off communication with Dragon Sparrow Division. On the massive surveillance screen, Asura's arm came down once again. Another warrior was crushed beneath the blow, his body reduced to a grotesque smear of blood, shattered flesh, and broken bone. The image was horrific, but Wang Jiting almost failed to register it anymore. His thoughts were already racing ahead to the worst possible outcome. If this pace continued, Huadu would fall, and once Huadu fell, Great Daxia itself might follow. Then one final answer surfaced in his mind. The special-ranked warriors, releasing them would be like detonating the last safeguard, with consequences no one could fully predict. But by now, every other option had already collapsed. With no path left, Wang Jiting gave the order to release them from confinement. His staff immediately protested, warning that those warriors might spiral out of control the moment they were freed. But Wang Jiting cut them off with a furious roar. Control no longer mattered. This was a battle for Huadu's survival. He declared that he would bear every consequence himself and ordered the release to proceed at once. There was no more room for hesitation. Asura wandered through the ruined streets, his death aura spilling outward without restraint. Buildings, pavement, and everything close to him decayed in his wake, crumbling apart as he passed by. A lone fighter, either fearless or completely unable to understand the gap in power, lunged at Asura from behind and demanded to know where the monster thought he was going. To Asura, the man was nothing more than an irritating insect buzzing too close to his ear. With a lazy swipe of his hand, he erased him completely and continued walking without slowing even a step. Asura's foot smashed through a fire hydrant, sending water bursting upward in a violent spray. With a bored sneer on his face, he placed his hands beneath the torrent and rinsed away the blood, muttering about how irritating it was to dirty himself with the blood of worthless martial artists. Then a voice suddenly cut through the air behind him, mocking him with a sharp question. Since when did monsters start caring about staying clean? Asura turned and saw 3 special-ranked warriors standing amid the devastation. They looked almost disappointed by what surrounded them. Huadu had released them to confront this creature, but even they had not expected the imperial capital to be reduced to such a miserable state. The destruction was staggering, yet in their eyes it only confirmed one thing: Asura's fate had already been sealed. The demon face on Asura's right seemed amused by their defiance, its expression curling with interest. The face on the left, however, bristled with murderous fury, already eager to tear them apart. Then Asura's main head suddenly went still. His attention shifted away from the 3 warriors standing before him, as if something far more important had caught his senses. His gaze lifted toward the sky, toward the floating city suspended high above Huadu. The 3 warriors in front of him were worthy prey, but the presence waiting overhead was far more valuable. Asura decided he would dispose of these obstacles quickly. His true hunt was not here on the broken streets below, it was above. Both demon faces stiffened in surprise, their expressions freezing for a brief instant as they sensed the change in their elder brother. Their elder brother had opened his eyes in earnest. The 2 faces wondered what kind of celestial warrior could possibly command that much attention from him. The 3 released convicts, meanwhile, were stunned by Asura's casual dismissal. The bandaged warrior stepped forward first, scoffing at the monster's arrogance. He declared that Asura was only another overlord beast and boasted that he had slaughtered plenty of creatures at that rank before. Then he promised to crush that grotesque 3-layered face with his own hands. Asura did not bother giving him a proper answer. Instead, the main head began chanting in a low, ancient cadence, while the 2 demon faces on his shoulders slowly sealed their eyes shut. From Asura's broad shoulders, 4 additional arms suddenly tore their way out, each new limb stained with its own eerie, unnatural color. They unfolded with a wet, bone-cracking sound, spreading open as if his entire body had been designed for butchery from the moment he was born. 2 of his hands moved slowly across his chest, crossing together as a terrifying pressure began to gather around him, while the other 4 lifted into the toxic haze overhead, making his already monstrous silhouette look even more like a god of slaughter. The halo suspended above Asura's head suddenly flared, bursting with a radiance so intense it seemed to bleach the darkness around him. At the same time, the eyes on his main face snapped open, cold, empty, and merciless. Then, from his mouth, he spoke a single phrase, and the words carried the weight of execution rather than technique. Domain expansion. The three special-ranked warriors froze in place, their bodies going rigid as the confidence on their faces collapsed into disbelief. After surviving countless battles and seeing every kind of horror on the front lines, they had still never imagined something like this could exist. An overlord beast using a martial arts domain completely overturned everything they thought they knew about monsters, combat, and the limits of power. Before any of the three could even move their hands or raise a proper defense, the space around them was swallowed whole by darkness. A pitch-black sphere expanded outward in a blink, engulfing the warriors and sealing them inside Asura's personal battlefield. Even from far away, across the shattered remains of the city, that dome was impossible to miss, hanging in the air like a hollow void carved straight out of reality itself. Across the surface of the black sphere, thin fractures slowly began to appear. They crawled outward in crooked, jagged lines, spreading like cracked glass straining under a force far beyond what it could endure. Then, with a sharp and sudden burst, the entire sphere shattered apart. Countless dark fragments scattered through the air like broken crystal, glittered for a brief instant, and then faded away as though the domain itself had never existed. The three warriors were gone without a trace. There were no bodies on the ground, no splashes of blood, not even a lingering mark to prove they had ever stood on that battlefield. Asura stared into the empty space with undisguised contempt, sneering that the elite force humanity took such pride in was nothing more than a joke. Erasing them had been easier than walking through the rubble beneath his feet. The demon face on his right side muttered that humans were simply too fragile, and the presence his brother had sensed in the sky had better offer at least a little entertainment. The face on the left growled in agreement, its expression twisting with open irritation. To that face, cutting down weak prey like this brought no satisfaction whatsoever. It was not thrilling, not worthy, not even amusing, only dull enough to be insulting. For a creature like Asura, slaughter alone was meaningless. Only an opponent strong enough to fight back, someone who could resist, struggle, and threaten him in return, could make the hunt feel truly worthwhile. Asura bent his massive body slightly, lowering his center of gravity as power compressed through his legs. In the next instant he launched himself upward with explosive force, and the ground beneath him detonated into rubble as he shot into the clouds like a living missile. His destination had been clear from the very beginning. Asura was heading straight for Huadu University's floating city, and the moment that terrifying presence came rushing toward it, every defense system within the city screamed awake in alarm. The energy magnetic shield reacted instantly, surging to maximum output the moment it detected Asura's approach. Layers of force flared around the floating city, trying to brace against the incoming impact.
Asura responded with nothing but a disdainful scoff. He did not slow down, hesitate, or change direction. Instead, he smashed into the barrier head-on and punched straight through it as if the shield were nothing more than a fragile pane of glass.
The sky immediately filled with missiles. They streaked toward him from every direction, trails of smoke cutting through the air as wave after desperate wave rushed in to intercept the monster. The demon face on Asura's right side burst into mocking laughter, clearly entertained by the sight. To it, the fact that humanity still believed weapons like guns and missiles could threaten them was almost too ridiculous to take seriously. The face on the left, however, did not laugh. It snarled with pure annoyance, already disgusted by the repetition of the same useless attacks and sick of watching humans throw their pitiful weapons again and again. Then their eyes ignited with a deep crimson glow. In the very next moment, twin beams tore through the air, sweeping across the sky in a brutal arc and vaporizing the incoming missiles before they could even reach him. But just then, the presence Asura had been tracking suddenly disappeared. The abrupt vanishing made him pause for the briefest moment, his eyes narrowing with suspicion as he wondered whether his prey had sensed the danger and fled before the battle could begin. A voice answered from behind him. A figure had already appeared at his back, a dagger descending with deadly precision, and Gong Qi's cold voice cut through the air as she told him that if anyone should be running, it was a monster like Asura. After all, he was the one who had willingly stepped straight into hell. In the next instant, Gong Qi's blade flashed across the nape of Asura's main head. The edge sliced through his flesh cleanly, ripping open the back of his neck and sending dark crimson blood spraying into the air. A sly smile tugged at the corner of Gong Qi's lips as she saw the wound open. But Asura showed no panic at all. There was not even a flicker of concern on his face, as if the cut across his neck meant absolutely nothing. All 6 of Asura's hands locked together at once. A violent gust filled with corrosive energy exploded outward from his body, and a storm of death, decay, and rotten pressure wrapped around him like a living cocoon. Gong Qi was forced to pull back, her expression twisting with visible disgust. To Gong Qi, that aura was beyond foul. It felt like choking filth spreading through the very air, a filthy corruption that clung to everything it touched and stained the space around him with rot. The demon face on the right silently sent a thought toward the one on the left. If their brother's head had truly been severed, then even with the magic core still intact, survival would not have been certain. But beneath that warning, excitement was already beginning to rise. At long last they had found a warrior who might actually be worth hunting. The left face did not share that thrill at all. Instead, rage burned across its twisted features, furious that they had actually been injured by the blade of a human. Pink bubbles of flesh began to surge over Asura's injury, crawling rapidly across the torn wound. Right before Gong Qi's eyes, the damaged skin and muscle sealed shut as if the cut had never been there. Asura looked at her with renewed interest and praised the attack, calling it silent, pure, and deadly in its precision. In that moment, Gong Qi was no longer just another human standing in his way. To Asura, she had instantly become the most valuable prey he had encountered since stepping onto the battlefield. Gong Qi simply brushed off his praise, treating his reaction as far more dramatic than it needed to be. If Asura thought a small cut like that was impressive, then she would gladly show him what real skill looked like. Her killing intent erupted around her, sharp and chilling. Like a blade sliding free from its sheath behind Gong Qi, two enormous phantom eyes slowly opened, and a blood-red vision began to pour outward from her body, spreading through the space around them. A sticky sea of fresh blood spread beneath Asura's feet. It pooled thick and wet across the ground, and the unsettling squelch of it echoed through the sudden silence like the battlefield itself had begun to bleed. Asura quickly realized that Gong Qi had drawn him into a personal domain, one that seemed to be visible only to him. The buildings around them were still standing exactly as before, untouched and unchanged, which meant she had not created a sealed-off space. Instead, she had layered her domain directly over reality. But rather than feeling fear or caution, Asura's eyes flickered with curiosity. He wanted to see what this strange domain could truly do.
Gong Qi declared with open pride that her power stood far above his disgusting aura of decay. Her voice carried complete confidence, as if she had already judged his corruption and found it beneath her.
Asura had no interest in continuing the exchange of words. His body blurred out of sight and reappeared behind Gong Qi in an instant, all 6 fists already swinging as his earthly fiend martial technique erupted into motion. The sunset hammer came crashing down with overwhelming force. A storm of crushing blows descended at once, each strike carrying enough power to smash Gong Qi's body into pulp in a single brutal instant. The entire floating city shook under the impact of that technique. Blazing golden light tore violently through the crimson phantom world surrounding them, ripping across the blood-red vision like a blazing wound. Then Asura realized something was wrong. His attacks had struck nothing. Gong Qi had completely disappeared, and where she should have been, there was only a chaotic swirl of blood churning through the air. For the first time, confusion entered Asura's thoughts. Had his fists actually landed, or had she evaded him completely? Before he could answer that, Gong Qi's voice rang out nearby, filled with genuine surprise. She admitted that even she had never expected to see a magical beast capable of using martial arts. Then she laughed and said he would never believe her when she told him about this. While Gong Qi spoke, Asura's mind remained fixed on a single question. He still could not understand how she had slipped behind him so cleanly. In the span of an instant, he ran through every possibility: teleportation, illusion, or perhaps some strange technique that distorted his perception itself. Gong Qi gave him no answer. Her expression sharpened, and the playful edge in her voice disappeared. Playtime was over. She raised 2 slender fingers, and with a calm but deadly motion, she activated her genetic technique, death by 1,000 cuts. Blood slaughter. All around Asura, tens of thousands of droplets of blood rose slowly into the air. They floated like weightless crimson bubbles, drifting into place as they surrounded him from every possible direction. Asura narrowed his eyes as he studied the suspended droplets. The demon face on the right was the first to notice the hidden structure between them, and a knowing grin gradually spread across its mouth. Between each floating droplet stretched an almost invisible filament. Fine threads of blood connected one bead to the next, so thin they could barely be seen unless the light caught them just right. Together, those crimson threads formed a mesh so dense and complete that not even the smallest insect would have been able to squeeze through it. Every gap had been sealed, every possible route blocked. Gong Qi calmly announced that Asura was already trapped. There was no path left for him to escape. At her command, the droplets hardened and pulled inward, weaving themselves into a silken sphere of blood that wrapped tightly around him and locked his body in place. Floating above him, Gong Qi struck a lightly playful pose, almost as if the battle had become a performance. Then, with chilling ease, she announced that the slicing was about to begin. For the briefest fraction of a second, Asura's main head could only let out a stunned sound. The sudden shift had caught even him off guard, freezing his reaction for one tiny instant. Then the storm came down. Blades erupted from every angle at once, countless slashes falling like a merciless rain of steel. They struck the same points over and over, carving into Asura's body with terrifying precision. His iron-like flesh, strong enough to withstand a Grandmaster's full power attack, finally began to buckle under the concentrated assault. Pink particles of flesh surged wildly to repair the damage, sealing torn skin and shredded muscle. But every wound that closed was immediately ripped open again by the next wave. Inside that endless barrage of cuts, one truth became completely clear to Asura. This opponent was nothing like the humans he had crushed so easily before. Instead of exploding with anger, Asura suddenly burst into wild, exhilarated laughter. The pain did not scare him at all. If anything, it sharpened his excitement, because this was finally the kind of battle worthy of his strength. Even so, Gong Kei's attack was still not enough to stop him completely. Asura tried to take a step forward, but the moment he moved, he felt a heavy resistance dragging at his body. His legs had somehow become impossibly heavy, as if the blood itself had turned into a weight pulling him down. When Asura finally lowered his gaze, he saw exactly what was holding him in place. Blood-red human figures were clamped all over his massive body, crawling across his legs and arms in writhing groups. Their crimson hands dug into him and dragged downward, clinging like resentful spirits trying to pull a monster into the grave. Then Asura slowly lifted his eyes again, and for one brief moment, even his expression went completely still. What stood in front of him was an enormous mountain of corpses, stacked so high it looked less like a battlefield remnant and more like a hideous monument built entirely from death. At the very top, 3 massive skulls sat like a warped crown, and the entire pile released a suffocating pressure so foul and oppressive that the surrounding air seemed to turn heavy, rotten, and hard to breathe. Pink bubbles of flesh surged once more across Asura's torn body, rapidly filling in every wound Gong Qi had carved into him. Even while his body was knitting itself back together, he calmly praised her talent for slaughter, saying her instincts for killing were truly outstanding. If those psychological scars had not slowed her growth, then she might have become a serious obstacle standing in the way of his emperor's ambitions. The longer Asura talked, the more irritation twisted across Gong Qi's face. She pressed both hands firmly over her ears and began muttering under her breath, clearly trying to shut him out completely, as if she refused to let even one more word of his endless speech crawl into her head. Asura kept speaking anyway, paying no attention to her reaction at all. He said he had already wasted far too much time in this place, and that somewhere else, stronger prey was still waiting for him. Since that was the case, he decided there was no reason to drag this out any longer. Asura then began unfolding his domain once again. But before Asura could fully complete it, Gong Qi cut him off. Her voice sharpened like a blade as she declared that he was not the only one who knew how to expand a martial arts space. Then, with an almost ridiculous level of confidence, Gong Qi casually pulled a phone out of her pocket and began recording. She even announced that she would show the footage to Yi He later, using it as proof of just how powerful she had become. Gong Qi raised her hand, and as if answering her command, her own domain began to stir and respond. Boundless severing head. High above the battlefield, a colossal phantom guillotine slowly appeared, its enormous blade suspended overhead like the embodiment of judgment itself. Its scale was so overwhelming that even the pressure of Asura's forming domain seemed to shrink beneath its shadow. The moment the guillotine fixed its target on Asura, thick iron chains burst out of empty space. They snapped around his neck, wrapped tight, and then yanked him downward with brutal strength, forcing his huge body beneath the hanging blade. At that exact same moment, Asura's own domain also activated. Gong Kei instantly felt that terrifying erasing force crawl over her body, the same dreadful power that had swallowed the 3 special-ranked warriors and wiped them from existence earlier. Asura believed the result had already been decided. In a calm, almost respectful voice, he bid Gong Kei farewell and even thanked her for giving him the rare pleasure of a battle that had genuinely been worth fighting. But Gong Kei had completely lost patience with his constant talking. Whether her body was about to disappear or not, she had no intention of letting Asura end this exchange on his own terms. So before his words could linger any longer, she gave the command. The guillotine dropped. The gigantic blade came crashing down with a deafening impact, slicing straight through Asura's neck with horrifying force and tearing into him as if judgment itself had fallen from the sky. That single strike severed Asura's connection to his active domain. The erasing space around Gong-Kei shattered like splintering glass, freeing her from the force that had been trying to wipe her away. For one violent instant, their powers smashed against each other and canceled out in a brutal deadlock. The backlash hit Gong-Kei almost immediately. She collapsed onto all fours, gasping heavily as her lungs burned for air. Just moments before, she had felt parts of her own body starting to fade into nothing, while her martial realms strained under such crushing pressure that they had nearly fallen apart. From the wreckage, Asura rose again, clearly damaged, but nowhere close to being defeated. He admitted that Gong-Ki had surpassed Li Chongzhen, and if he truly wanted to kill her now, he could no longer afford to hold back. Human martial techniques would not be enough anymore. A piercing roar ripped from Asura's throat. At the same time, 6 sharp bony spikes violently erupted from the muscles of his back, tearing outward through flesh. Asura reached back with his hands, grabbed those spikes one by one and ripped them free. Flesh and fluid stretched between the bones before snapping apart, and in only a few moments, the 6 jagged spikes had become 6 savage blades gripped in all of his hands. He announced that Gong-Ki had earned his full attention. Every trace of borrowed human style vanished from his movements, leaving only raw instinct, like a predator finally revealing its true form. The playfulness on Gong-Ki's face disappeared. For the first time, a shadow passed over her expression. As someone who had mastered slaughter herself, she could clearly feel Asura's killing intent rising, pressing down on her like an invisible physical weight. Ever since her illness began, Gong-Ki had possessed an unusually sharp sensitivity toward death. She could judge the odds of killing or being killed just by feeling the pressure behind an opponent's murderous intent, and right now, the number she sensed from Asura was climbing rapidly, moving in a direction that was definitely not favorable to her. Earlier, when Asura had still been relying on that unstable domain, Gong-Kei had measured his killing intent at roughly 6 out of 10. Under those conditions, even in a direct confrontation, she had still been able to stand her ground. But the moment Asura threw away restraint and exposed his true nature, that murderous pressure surged to an entirely different level. In Gong-Ki's mind, the outcome appeared with cruel clarity. She saw herself crushed beneath that suffocating aura of death, her body torn apart by a future that felt almost impossible to avoid. The image of her own death flashed before her eyes, and the color drained from her face. Only grandmasters who had reached the butterfly metamorphosis stage, warriors with terrifying spiritual strength, could glimpse their own end in such a way. Gong-Ki accepted the vision as fate. If this was truly where she had to fall, then dying to protect Wadu would not be a disgrace. She even pictured a statue of herself one day standing proudly on the campus, a heroic monument that future students would look up at with admiration. Even so, a trace of reluctance still pulled at her heart. After living for more than a century, there were still new games she had not played, new anime she had not watched, new stories she had not read, and that troublesome disciple she had not finished guiding. Deep down, she silently said farewell to Yihei and wished him well. With those final thoughts settled in her heart, Gong-Ki lunged straight toward Asura. And in that very instant, the sky above them suddenly exploded with color. Behind Gong-Kei, the heavy clouds began twisting into an enormous vortex of dazzling purple light. Wild winds howled across the battlefield as the spiral expanded wider and wider until it looked as though the entire sky over Huadu had been swallowed by that purple storm. Gong-Ki came to a sudden stop and turned around, her expression stunned as she sensed another overwhelming presence arriving on the battlefield. Within the raging storm, a figure slowly emerged, his coat whipping fiercely in the gale. A rough hooded cloth mask covered his face, and he hovered in the air with the calm, imposing posture of a god descending from above. His voice cut clearly through the chaos as he declared that he had come to help Gong-Ki rewrite her destiny. Far below, inside Dragon Sparrow headquarters, Wang Ziting and his staff stared at their instruments in total confusion. The magnetic field surrounding Huadu University had suddenly gone berserk, wiping out their visual feed and leaving them nearly blind to what was happening above. Wang Ziting cursed under his breath, his eyes fixed tightly on the chaotic readings in front of him. He could not tell whether that sudden surge of power meant reinforcements had finally arrived, or whether an even more dangerous existence had entered the battlefield. Across the city, crowds began gathering in the streets, all of them looking up at the enormous purple vortex in the sky. A child nervously tugged on his mother's sleeve and asked if that strange light meant the monster was finally going to be destroyed. Back on the battlefield, the masked newcomer hovered across from Asura, while Gong-Ki remained suspended between the two terrifying presences. Asura lifted one of his crimson flesh blades and pointed it straight at the stranger, demanding to know who he was. Beneath the mask, the newcomer's eyes sharpened with an icy glint. He answered with only one word, monster. But that reply explained nothing at all, because the masked figure floating there in the sky was unmistakably human. Without even a moment of hesitation, Yi He created a fake identity on the spot. He announced that he belonged to something called the Monster Organization and told them they could simply call him Demon Eye. Asura found that claim deeply disturbing. Fu Hongsheng's intelligence had recorded every notable powerhouse, yet there had been no mention of any monster organization and no fighter named Demon Eye either. That meant either the information was incomplete or Fu Hongsheng had intentionally hidden something from them. The uncertainty irritated Asura, but in his mind the answer was simple. He would erase this unknown variable at once. Asura shot upward explosively, all 6 crimson flesh blades ripping through the air as he unleashed his original martial art, the Black Slaughter Annihilation Slash. The terrifying attack sliced cleanly through Yi Hei's body, but the figure made no attempt to block or resist. Instead, his body simply scattered like mist, dissolving apart, as if it had never been solid to begin with. Asura's instincts instantly screamed that something was wrong. The sensation from the cut was completely hollow, with no real flesh, no bones, and no living body behind it. Before Asura could adjust, the phantom suddenly ignited. A catastrophic explosion erupted from the point of impact, revealing that the illusion had been hiding a deadly charge all along. In the next instant, the blast swallowed the sky. There was no space left to dodge. Asura's expression tightened as the shockwave tore outward. Huadu University's floating city lurched violently under the force of the blast. The air itself seemed to crack apart. Buildings splintered and broke, and countless fragments of debris were hurled upward through a rising wall of smoke. From a higher position in the sky, the real Yi He watched the destruction unfold without a trace of emotion on his face. His synchronization with the Xuanmu template was still immature, and he had not yet drawn out its full potential, but even in this unfinished state, it was already enough to deal with a monster like Asura. His Demora had evolved, and that one change was enough to shift the balance of the entire battle. He gazed calmly into the thick smoke rolling across the battlefield, his expression unchanged as though the result had been obvious from the start. In a steady voice, he told Asura to stop pretending, because a creature on his level would never be taken down by a single explosion so easily. From deep inside the crater, a harsh, guttural laugh rumbled out in response. Then Asura slowly rose through the drifting smoke, his body scorched black in several places from the blast, but still standing upright, still whole enough to fight, and very clearly still alive. Suddenly, a pillar of golden energy burst upward beneath Asura's feet. The force launched him into the sky like a cannon blast, sending his massive body ripping through the air at supersonic speed as he charged directly toward Yi He, his face twisted with almost manic excitement. But to Yi He, that terrifying rush did not look fast at all. In his eyes, Asura's charge unfolded piece by piece, almost like individual frames being laid out before him. Ever since he gained the Xuanmu template's passive ability, the eye of cause and effect, the entire world seemed to slow down into clear, readable moments. Asura's furious ascent, which should have been overwhelming, now appeared almost sluggish from Yi Hei's point of view, as if the monster's speed had lost its ability to threaten him. And since Asura was the first real opponent Yi Hei had faced after unlocking an S-tier template, he was the perfect test subject for this new power.
He activated cell refining.
In the very next instant, Yi Hei's body split apart with impossible smoothness, dividing into 2 identical figures that hovered side by side in the air. That sudden duplication forced Asura to halt his charge halfway through the sky, breaking his momentum before he could strike. Asura stared at the 2 figures with visible shock, his eyes darting back and forth between them. He could not tell which one was the real Yi Hei, which one was the copy, or how such a bizarre technique could even exist in the first place. Then the situation became even more absurd. Yi Hei continued to divide again and again, his body multiplying at a terrifying pace until the air around Asura began filling with identical figures. In less than a heartbeat, Asura found himself completely surrounded. Countless versions of Yi Hei occupied the sky around him, forming a tightening cage with no clear escape route. And these were not hollow illusions meant only to trick the eye. Every clone had been created from sacred tree cell essence and reinforced by black-red biomatter. Because of that, each copy carried power that was almost equal to Yi Hei's true body, making every single one a genuine threat rather than a simple distraction. Their only weakness was stability. If they kept releasing high-intensity power for too long, their cellular structure would begin to break down and collapse under the strain. But even with that flaw, being surrounded from every direction by an army of near-equal bodies was still a nightmare made real. He pressed the trap even further. Hellstar's energy amplification flared through the entire formation at once, boosting the nuclear output of every body in the sky at the same time. The original Yi He and all of his countless copies opened their mouths in perfect unison. Deep in their throats, atomic light began to gather, glowing brighter and brighter as the formation prepared to fire. For the first time since the battle began, fear visibly cracked through Asura's expression. Before he could make a move, a time freeze effect clamped down over his body, locking him in place as if the air itself had turned into chains. The entire setup closed around him like the jaws of some enormous machine. Yi He gave the formation its name without any unnecessary flourish: Nuclear Immortal Slaying Formation. The atomic barrage detonated all at once. Blinding azure light erupted from every direction and fused together, forming a miniature sun above Huadu. Down inside Dragon Sparrow headquarters, panic exploded across the room as frantic reports flooded every console faster than anyone could even process them. A second sun had appeared above Huadu University. Radiation readings spiked violently, alarms screamed across the systems, and the external temperature around the battlefield began climbing at a terrifying speed. Within just a single second, the destructive force had already surpassed the explosion that came before it. By the 15th second, shockwaves had rippled across entire districts, blasting outward with enough force to shatter nearly every pane of glass in their path. By the 23rd second, the surface of the Jiawulong River began to boil. Thick clouds of steam rolled upward from the water like great sheets of white smoke rising into the air. The clones continued channeling that overwhelming power without pause, refusing to stop, even as the strain pushed their fragile bodies closer and closer to the breaking point. Around the 40th second, their cells could no longer endure it. One after another, the cloned bodies began to rupture, disintegrating as the power burned through them from the inside out. The imperial capital itself was nearly driven to the edge of its radiation tolerance. Then, just as abruptly as the disaster had erupted, the blinding light began to fade. The temperature started falling back toward normal, and the radiation levels plunged from their dangerous peak. Wang Zetting slumped back into his chair, his teeth still chattering as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. His first instinct was to blame Gong Qi, assuming she must have unleashed some reckless technique beyond imagination. Above the ruined battlefield, the smoke still churned in heavy waves, and the air remained warped and twisted by the aftermath of that terrifying blast. Yi, he hovered silently in the sky, his aura steady and unmoved, looking down over the destruction below without the slightest ripple in his expression. And at the very center of that devastation, Asura was still standing. Somehow, even after all of that, he had survived. Layers of pink flesh bubbles wrapped around Asura's mangled body, which had been burned and twisted into a grotesque shape that barely resembled his previous form. He had been reduced almost to a blackened skeleton, with faint heat still glowing beneath his charred ribs. Yi, he was not surprised. A being ranked among the Emperor of the Sinful Realm's 4 envoys was never supposed to die easily, and that title clearly carried real weight. Even so, Yi He still found it interesting that Asura had managed to endure the nuclear immortal slaying formation at all. -1 had once failed to survive the core output for more than a few dozen seconds, its evolved cells vaporizing beneath that force. Yet Asura was still right there in front of him. Asura rose again in fury. His ruined voice scraping out like broken metal dragged across stone, he commanded the pink flesh bubbles to rebuild him, and at once regeneration surged across his charred frame. Yi, he allowed the recovery to continue, watching quietly from above, without rushing in to interrupt the process. Then, in a sudden instant, Yi had closed the distance between them, seized Asura by the skull, and dragged him away from the city. The imperial capital could not withstand another artificial sun erupting above it, and Yi, he had no intention of letting the battlefield remain there. Asura suddenly spoke in a strangely calm voice, despite the ruined state of his body. He admitted that this was the first time since his birth that he had ever been injured so severely. Yi, he was strong, Asura said, but still not strong enough to kill him, and certainly not strong enough to kill the other envoys. Even so, Asura said Yi, his achievement was worthy of pride. Then his tone shifted, and his words turned into open temptation. The Emperor had already perfected the old civilization's transformation ritual. If Yi He gave up his humanity, he could become part of a superior race. With Yi He's talent, Asura claimed he would not remain ordinary for long. In just a few decades, he could rise high enough to become the 5th envoy. Yi He answered with a thin, mocking sneer. After all that praise, the reward Asura was offering him was only to stand 5th in line, and even that would require waiting decades for the privilege. Yi, he let out a mocking sigh, then released his grip without warning. Asura barely had time to process the sudden change before a brutal kick slammed into him with crushing force. The impact sent Asura flying into a distant mountain.
His body smashed into the stone, and the entire crash site erupted into a storm of dust, broken rock, and collapsing debris. A column of atomic light followed immediately after him, blasting straight into the crater where Asura had landed. Asura understood that strike perfectly. It was Yi Hei's final answer. He acknowledged the refusal, and then, in a cold voice, filled with killing intent, declared that he would grant Yi Hei death. Now that the battlefield had moved far beyond Huadu's outskirts, there was no longer any reason for Yi Hei to keep concealing his strength. Yi, he responded by unveiling his supernuclear light battle body. In an instant, blinding power surged outward from him, flaring across the mountainside like a brilliant, radiant storm.
Watching Yi He transform, Asura finally realized the truth. The battle back inside the city had been fought under restraint. What he had seen before had not been Yi Hei's full strength at all.
A cold question slowly crept into Asura's mind. If one member of this so-called monster organization possessed power like this, then what kind of strength did the rest of the organization command? If even a small portion of that power was common among them, then the Emperor's grand design might be standing on dangerously unstable ground. Asura tightened his grip around the 6 crimson flesh blades, his expression turning grim, vicious, and deadly serious. In that moment, he declared that the monster organization had to be exterminated.
Yi, he answered, without even the slightest pause. If Asura was already that wary of the so-called monster organization, then Yi He would simply borrow that organization's name and use it to erase him right here, right now.
Yi, he drew the Starfall cleaver, and the cold edge of the blade flashed sharply in his hand. In the very next breath, both he and Asura shot forward at the same time, closing the distance in an instant before colliding head-on. Steel met crimson flesh blades in a blinding arc of force. The impact screamed through the air, and the shock of their clash sliced outward, carving a deep line straight across a nearby mountain. The mountain split open as if it had been cleaved by the heavens themselves. Massive slabs of stone broke loose and tumbled down, while shock waves rolled across the wasteland in heavy waves. Yet neither Yi, Hei, nor Asura backed down even half a step. With every exchange, the battlefield around them was torn apart, and one peak after another shattered beneath the force of their attacks. When the two rushed in and clashed again, Yi Hei taunted Asura in a cold voice, telling him that if he was truly a top envoy of the sinful realm, then he had better prove he deserved that title. Asura snapped back that arrogance did not suit a mere human, even though he had already lost his original body, and even though his speed and strength had fallen from their true peak. He still insisted that the gap between them remained far beyond Yi Hei's reach. In Asura's mind, the monster organization had already become a danger to his emperor's plans. And because of that, there was only one acceptable outcome. Every last member of that organization had to be wiped out. Another savage collision sent Yi Hei flying backward through the air, but he quickly steadied his body and refused to fall. Then he answered with a sneer, saying that a 6-armed skeleton struggling against just one opponent sounded far more arrogant when talking about exterminating anyone. Asura landed heavily on the broken ground and immediately pushed forward again. His focus was locked completely on Yi Hei, and he did not even bother to glance down at the terrain beneath his feet. His foot stepped onto something soft, faintly blue, and so subtle against the ruined ground that it was almost impossible to notice at first glance. Asura's eyes flicked downward, but by the time he noticed what was beneath him, he was already a fraction of a second too late. The surface under his foot suddenly detonated. A dense cloud of microscopic spores burst upward and swallowed Asura's body before he had any chance to pull himself away. From above, Yi Hei explained in a calm, almost instructional voice that those spores had been created by fusing Star Emperor Demora's judgment cells with Xuanmu's cellular structure. The product of that fusion was a hybrid cell he had named the Y cell, and now Asura was about to experience the effects of those Y cells firsthand. The spores began expanding at a frightening speed, like compressed matter suddenly released from its restraints and allowed to spread without limit. In the blink of an eye, the strange growth had coated Asura's entire skeletal frame. Panic ripped out of his throat as he demanded to know what Yi Hei had done to him and why his own body had suddenly stopped obeying his commands. With only his skull still clearly visible through the spreading mass, Asura felt control slipping farther and farther from him. His arms and legs no longer felt as if they belonged to him at all. Despair cracked through his voice as he shouted that he had not yet completed his emperor's mission. Demora's cosmic cells had originally been designed to overwrite entire ecosystems. They could seep through the atmosphere, spread across the land, invade the oceans, and gradually pull every living organism into assimilation. But when a higher-order strain infected a target like Asura, the process did not stop at simple contamination. It escalated far beyond that, forcing a complete reconstruction at the cellular level. The result was not ordinary death.
It was conversion into an avatar. As the restructuring reached completion, Asura's skeleton was no longer bare. New organs began pulsing into existence, blood vessels threaded themselves through fresh muscle, and layer after layer of flesh sealed over the exposed bone. Asura reformed in his original shape, but now Damora's traits had been woven into every cell of his body. The newly born avatar straightened himself, then immediately turned to Yihei and addressed him as his lord. Yai, he tested him without wasting a single extra word. He simply ordered the avatar to squat and jump. The massive body obeyed instantly, moving without the slightest hesitation, delay, or sign of resistance. Asura dropped into a crouch, compressing his huge frame, then launched upward with explosive force before falling back down into another perfect crouch. The speed, obedience, and precision of the response clearly satisfied Yihei. He bent down and picked up a loose rock from the broken rubble scattered nearby. The moment Asura noticed the stone in his lord's hand, his eyes lit up with eager anticipation, almost like an animal waiting for a game to begin. Yihei told him to bark, and Asura immediately obeyed, letting out a loud, clear sound with complete submission. When Yihei tossed the rock high into the sky, Asura shot after it at once, chasing it with unrestrained enthusiasm and absolute obedience. The control was absolute. The Y cells were functioning exactly as Yihei had intended, and the irony was not lost on him, because the blueprint for this entire system had come from the parasite Asura himself had once implanted inside Li Chongzhen. Back in the imperial capital, inside Dragon Sparrow headquarters, a staff officer rushed forward with a new report analyzing the strange sky anomaly above Huadu University. Wang Jiting immediately demanded an explanation. The officer reported that the phenomenon had been caused by a masked individual. This man had first appeared only a week earlier, yet he had already been active across several fallen cities. He changed masks between operations, avoided working with the Warrior Alliance, and seemed focused only on hunting and exterminating territorial overlords. Every time he appeared, the clouds turned purple. Satellite scans also detected traces of cosmic light, which meant the masked man was directly manipulating atmospheric cosmic energy. Wang Jiting stared at the surveillance image of the masked figure, his brows pulling together in a tight frown. The man looked almost unreal, like a stylized shadow lifted straight out of a legend, and Wang Jiting wondered if he might actually be helping Great Jia reclaim its lost territory. His secretary immediately cut off that line of thought before it could go any further. According to Nuwa's psychological assessment, the masked man was not acting out of patriotic loyalty at all. His behavior matched a pure predator pattern, systematically hunting overlords and nothing more. That implication left Wang Jiting briefly speechless. His eyes stayed fixed on the screen, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the command room seemed to grow colder around him. Before he could fully process the report, an urgent remote transmission suddenly flashed across the main screen. The signal was coming from the special-ranked warrior Gong Ke. The connection opened, revealing Gong Ke crouched among the ruins near Huadu University. She gripped her phone tightly in one hand, as if it were the only stable thing left in the shattered battlefield around her. She reported that the masked man belonged to an organization called Monster Organization, and that his code name was Demon Eye. Silence spread through the command room. Wang Jiting and his secretary repeated the name under their breath, trying to connect it to anything in their memory, but the same question hung over everyone present. What exactly was this monster organization? Gong Qi repeated the information she had gathered, and the moment those words reached headquarters, Wang Jiting and everyone in the Dragon Sparrow division fell deathly quiet. It was as if the entire room had been muted at once. Their faces paled almost simultaneously because it had become painfully obvious that not a single person there had ever heard of this mysterious martial arts faction. Even judging from the name alone, it did not sound like any official organization Great Jia had ever registered or recognized. If it really were a legitimate faction, then how could Wang Jiting, the director of a special intelligence agency, have no memory of it at all? And more importantly, if every member of this group was as terrifying as Demon Eye, why had they chosen this exact turning point in Great Jia's recovery plan to finally reveal their strength? While Wang Jiting kept turning those questions over in his mind, trying to guess what this hidden faction could possibly be planning, his secretary suddenly snapped him back to attention. She pointed toward the massive surveillance screen, where live footage showed dazzling light erupting from the ground inside Huadu University's perimeter, shooting straight into the night sky and swelling into something like a gigantic glowing sphere. The feed zoomed in, and Asura came into view. He looked newly reinforced and far more refined than before, his physique now strikingly powerful, while his presence felt even more oppressive. The staff could only stare in stunned fear until someone finally blurted out whether that was really Asura. His appearance had changed slightly, but his massive size and overwhelming aura were unmistakably the same. Had Asura evolved, the instant that question hung in the air, the tension inside the command room sharpened all at once. Then Wang Zhiting noticed something else, and his eyes narrowed. Someone was standing on Asura's right shoulder. That person was none other than Yi He, or rather, Demon Eye. He said nothing at all. He simply stared back through the screen, meeting their gaze head-on with an unblinking look. That fixed glow terrified Wang Zhiting so badly that he nearly lost control of himself. He had been completely unprepared for what he was seeing, and none of it made sense. Demon Eye and Asura were together, standing side by side like inseparable partners. One of them was supposedly determined to wipe out every powerful martial artist in Great Xia, while the other had been hunting down overlord-level magical beasts. So how in the world had they ended up standing together now? Demon Eye looked at the horrified and bewildered faces inside the command room, especially Wang Zhiting's pale expression, and then let out a mocking laugh that explained absolutely nothing. Immediately after that, the live feed cut out without warning. Although the surveillance signal had clearly been severed by some kind of special jamming method, Dragon Sparrow Division's life-sensing system was still operating. And according to those readings, Demon Eye had already taken Asura far away from the imperial capital, as though the two of them were leaving for good. Wang Zhiting could only clench his teeth, helpless fury bearing down on him so heavily that his jaw almost trembled. Great Xia had once stood as the most powerful nation on Blue Star, yet now it had been reduced to such a humiliating state that when an invading monster stormed directly into the imperial capital, they did not have a single powerhouse strong enough to stop it. In the end, all they could do was place their hopes on someone from a mysterious organization, relying on an outsider just to hold back one overlord beast. In only a few short hours, 4 section chiefs had already fallen in battle, and most of their elite troops had either been severely injured or completely wiped out. The weight of that failure pressed on Wang Zhiting until he felt as though he had truly failed the people of Great Xia. But beneath that guilt, an even hotter anger burned toward the 9 families of the imperial capital. Those rotten old clans had chosen self-preservation and abandoned Huadu the moment danger appeared. Wang Zhiting swore in his heart that their so-called graceful retreat would not be quietly covered up, decorated, or rewritten as if nothing had happened. After the incident, the media exploded almost immediately. Every outlet was packed with dense speculation about what had really happened in the imperial capital, but a large number of netizens still refused to believe the reports at all. After all, Huadu was home to countless powerful figures across Great Xia. In the minds of ordinary people who would be foolish enough to launch such a reckless attack in a place like that, yet no matter how loudly disbelief spread, the same clips, summaries, and rumors kept flooding every platform. The news that Huadu had barely survived Asura's assault shot straight onto the trending lists while countless people insisted it had to be fake, angrily cursing whoever they believed was spreading such vicious rumors. Across forums, both large and small, netizens tore into one another in fierce arguments, their opinions clashing non-stop. Even so, most of them still insisted this had to be the work of hostile forces trying to sabotage Great Xia's recovery plan, using panic and fear to shake public confidence. Before long, more and more voices joined the uproar, demanding that whoever started the rumors be found and arrested immediately. Meanwhile, at Dai Qiming's side, a female student who seemed to be assisting him hurried in with a pale face. She looked terrified and completely shaken by the news spreading everywhere, blurting out one question after another as if desperately hoping someone would tell her it was all false. But Dai Qiming answered with grim certainty that the reports were true, because he had already received inside information. Dai Qiming turned slightly toward her and lowered his voice, his expression heavier than ever. 3 Martial Arts Association presidents who had remained in Huadu, together with the 4 section chiefs of Great Xia's Dragon Sparrow Division, 7 Grand Masters in total, had all been wiped out. There were even rumors that Dragon Sparrow had sent out special ranked forces, and yet in the end only 1 survivor had been left behind. That answer made the assistant's terror show clearly across her face. She immediately pressed Dai Qiming about the nation's national Grand Masters, those legendary figures said to stand at the absolute peak of martial arts on Blue Star. Dai Qiming answered calmly, naming the 2 most important people at once, Principal Shi and Section Chief Qinglong. According to Dai Qiming, even from Great Xia's border, Principals Shi and Qinglong should have been able to reach Huadu within minutes if support had truly been needed. Yet neither of them appeared, and not even one expert on that level showed up at all. Apparently, every single one of them had gone missing. Dai Qiming added that the severity of the current situation had already surpassed the Secret Realm invasion that once led to the 12 fallen cities in Xia Nation. As his gaze hardened with a rare resolve, each word seemed to carry the weight of an omen, as though Great Xia was being pushed into an entirely new era. At that same time, far away on Liuli Island, a vast and remote island under Great Jia's control, the Kai family, the island's most prestigious clan, was secretly receiving an important guest from the North Barton Federation. The Kai family patriarch, an elderly man in the most traditional sense, personally stepped forward to welcome the distinguished visitor who had crossed the ocean. Deep wrinkles were carved across his face, and a silver beard framed his aged yet dignified expression, giving him the solemn air of someone used to carrying an entire clan's weight. Although the two nations shared a long and bitter history filled with conflict, business still had to be discussed when interests happened to align. In the old patriarch's eyes, this meeting was, at the very least, serious enough that it deserved proper respect and formal treatment. The foreign guest, however, simply waved away the ceremony and told him there was no time to waste on formalities. If the intelligence was accurate, then Great Zia's remaining 2 national grandmasters, along with every martial artist at the national defense level, had all been confirmed missing, and that meant North Barton was far from the only side preparing to make a move. The focus then shifted back to Yi He, who was riding atop Asura's head with almost casual ease. As they traveled, Yi He calmly handed down a decision to his newly subdued overlord dog, speaking as if the matter had already been settled from the beginning. From that moment onward, Asura would officially join the monster organization under the codename Hook. Asura, who no longer had any real say in the matter, accepted the name immediately without the faintest hint of resistance. Yi had kept that same relaxed, nonchalant attitude and continued as though he were granting Asura a great honor, telling him he should feel proud because he was now the very first member of this newly formed monster organization. In a world where personal strength and influence decided almost everything, having a force of one's own could solve many problems that could not be handled by one person alone. With the situation across the world becoming more chaotic by the day, Yi He had already made up his mind to build power under his own banner. And the first step was to put Asura in contact with the Mad Doctor. While he was at it, he could also take the opportunity to visit the Mad Doctor's secret base. But just then, another thought crossed his mind. Rumors were already spreading everywhere that the monster organization was connected to Asura, the mysterious overlord who had attacked the imperial capital. With that in mind, Yi He realized that openly traveling together like this looked far too suspicious. If he wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble, he could not keep appearing side by side with Asura in public. After thinking it over for a moment, Yi He activated his Hellstar light manipulation ability and turned both himself and Asura invisible. Not long afterward, the two of them arrived at the destination they had been heading toward. But the place waiting in front of them turned out to be a dense tropical forest. The moment Yi He saw the thick trees and tangled greenery, his eyes narrowed slightly. Something about that forest felt wrong. The longer he stared into the heavy green shadows, the more an uneasy, ominous feeling scraped against his instincts, as if the entire place was quietly watching him. Then He's blood nearly ran cold. Embedded directly in the trunk of a tree in front of him was something that looked exactly like an eye. That eye suddenly snapped open, sweeping across the area as though it were searching for a target. When the eye finally locked onto him, He immediately lost his composure, convinced he was staring at some kind of demon tree. Before the supposed tree demon could even say a word, he had already lunged forward with his fist raised to strike. His punch stopped only a hair's breadth away when the Mad Doctor hurriedly shouted that it was him. Only then did Yi begin to understand what was happening, though it still took him a moment to process the sight. Not only could this tree talk and grow a freakishly enormous eye, it actually had several eyes, along with several mouths to match. The Mad Doctor quickly apologized for failing to warn his lord ahead of time. The Mad Doctor then explained that the entire forest was actually a network of biological monitors he had synthesized through biotechnology. He praised the setup as incredible and even called the Mad Doctor a genius, but deep down he was still extremely creeped out by what he was looking at. Because no matter how useful the system might be, this forest looked like something dragged straight out of a horrifying nightmare. As the Mad Doctor urged his lord to enter, a massive passageway slowly opened before them. He apologized again for how shabby everything appeared, explaining that the base had only been under development for a little more than half a month. He immediately questioned how a secret base could possibly be built in such a short amount of time. And beyond the construction itself, he could not help wondering whether the research progress here was moving far too quickly as well. The Mad Doctor answered as if none of it had been particularly difficult. The facility and the research funding had both been solved quite easily because there were always wealthy people in the world who were either dying young or suffering from serious illnesses. So the Mad Doctor had simply extracted a self-healing factor from his own blood, and those rich people had rushed to hand him money in exchange for it. The Mad Doctor also explained that he was searching for suitable candidates who could assist Yi He after undergoing vampire transformation. The social influence carried by those candidates would be extremely useful for building Yi Hei's organization. Even so, the Mad Doctor made it clear that he would only begin the conversion process if his lord approved. Unexpectedly, Yi Hei showed little interest in controlling every detail. He told the Mad Doctor to use his own judgment, saying he could decide for himself as long as he did not force anyone into buying or selling, and as long as he did not follow the same insane methods once used by Laserbird. Besides, Yi Hei added, the Mad Doctor should be smart enough by now to understand his preferences. Dr. Feng acknowledged this immediately, then moved on to the next matter, briefing Yi Hei on the latest scientific research results. But before that, he emphasized the most important point. Thanks to the black-red biomatter provided by his lord, that biological cell with infinite possibilities had proven almost too perfect. It was something the Mad Doctor had genuinely never encountered before. He also explained that he knew the whereabouts of certain experts and scholars from the past, people connected to Prometheus and Laserbird, and that he had already converted them into his own family before gathering them into a research team that would serve Yi Hei. He sincerely hoped Yi Hei had no objections to that arrangement either. With that, they stepped into an elevator, and the platform began dropping rapidly, carrying them deeper and deeper underground before finally stopping at a level marked F. When the doors slowly opened, a completely different atmosphere appeared in front of them. The entire floor was filled with a sleek, modern sense of advanced technology, and the enormous space was packed with research doctors working nonstop. Not a single one of them seemed to notice Yi Hei's arrival, which immediately stirred his curiosity. These researchers carried out their duties like soulless biomechanical machines, their movements so precise, quiet, and lifeless that they looked more like living robots than ordinary people. And the reason was not difficult to spot. Each researcher had a central device fixed to their head, covering their eyes completely. The Mad Doctor explained that they were cyborgs and that their brains had already undergone modification. With that answer given, he moved on. He pointed towards several giant test tubes filled with the remains of monsters and demanded to know what they were being used for. But before anyone could answer, the drone beside he suddenly scrambled away, reacting as a figure approached from behind and greeted him with formal respect. He turned slightly, and the person he saw was immediately recognizable as the Mad Doctor. Except his appearance was completely different now. He asked about this new form, and Dr. Madman calmly explained that what stood before him was only a cyborg vessel. He gave a small nod, but his curiosity still lingered, so he asked where the Mad Doctor's real body actually was. Dr. Madman, eager to provide his lord with the greatest scientific support possible, explained that he had used the black-red biomatter to fully transform his own body into nothing but a brain. He had discarded every unnecessary organ and tissue so that he would not waste precious brain power controlling a physical form. For daily activity, he only needed to implant a small portion of his consciousness into a vessel like a control chip, allowing him to move around, operate equipment, and act freely whenever he wished. After hearing that, Yi Hei half-jokingly asked whether the Mad Doctor was planning to go on some kind of cybernetic blind date with Nuwa, or maybe even marry a ship. In the end, though, Yi Hei could only sigh and come to a resigned conclusion. As long as it did not interfere with the work, Yi Hei could tolerate whatever strange direction the Mad Doctor wanted to take himself in. Then Yi Hei brought up the giant mechanical bee stationed in the forest outside, explaining that it was his external embodiment and that his will could transfer into it at any time. For now, he planned to leave it in the Mad Doctor's care, but he made one point extremely clear. The Mad Doctor was absolutely not allowed to conduct random research on it. Dr. Madman immediately straightened up, reacting as though he had just received a sacred command from above. Dr. Madman vowed at once that he would treat it exactly as he treated his lord, and that he would arrange for his cyborgs to provide it with comprehensive physical care every single day. Yi had closed his eyes for a brief moment in pure exasperation before telling him there was absolutely no need for that, even though he knew perfectly well the man would probably do it anyway. After that, the Mad Doctor led Yi Hei to a massive aquarium. Yi Hei gave it one brief look and asked whether something was hidden inside. But of course, the cyborg doctor turned it into a grand reveal, praising his lord's sharp insight before placing his hand on a rectangular device and activating what he called his most important research and development project, Project Artificial Demora. Inside a long cylindrical tube, a living creature slowly began to take shape. Yet, despite clearly being alive, its complete stillness made it feel less like a creature and more like a specimen sealed away for careful observation. With solemn pride in his voice, the Mad Doctor invited his lord to witness the result he had nurtured for so long. This being had been created by extracting the original genes from the dorsal fin of the sacred object Yi Hei had entrusted to him,
After that, the Mad Doctor used the black-red biomatter to run calculations, then pushed the material through a long series of bioengineering experiments until the creature was finally complete. According to Dr. Madman, through that dorsal fin, the creature had inherited Yi He's racial talent for controlled nuclear fusion, while also carrying the black-red biomatter's ability to adapt and evolve in response to any environment. The Mad Doctor declared that this creature was the absolute pinnacle of everything he had ever created, and now he was presenting it to his great lord.
Yi He remained standing in place, not saying a single word as his eyes slowly moved over the massive creature before him. The longer he observed its body, its presence, and the terrifying sense of life radiating from it, the more convinced he became that this thing was almost indistinguishable from a true juvenile Demora. And with a life form of that enormous scale, especially one carrying such powerful counteracting traits, Yi He could not shake the concern that if it was allowed to grow or act freely, it might bring a disaster far too great for a small place like Little East Island to withstand. Even with that concern in mind, Yi Hei's tone still carried unmistakable satisfaction as he looked over what had been completed. He did not hold back his praise for the Mad Doctor at all, openly acknowledging that the man had truly delivered something remarkable. Since the task had been carried out so well, Yi He decided that a proper reward was only fair. He handed over the newly developed Y cells, while also making his expectations clear. This was not the end. He wanted the Mad Doctor to keep going, and in the future, he hoped the man would bring him even greater surprises. The Mad Doctor reacted so quickly, it was almost comical, immediately throwing himself into a wild performance of loyalty and gratitude. His face twisted with overwhelming emotion, and every gesture became bigger and more dramatic than the last. For a moment, it honestly looked as though he might drop straight to the floor and kiss the ground beneath Yi He's feet, just to show how deeply thankful he was.
Yi He was once again left speechless by the Mad Doctor's over-the-top behavior, and he quickly cut him off, telling him to stop making such an ridiculous scene. Now that the matter he had entrusted to the Mad Doctor had finally been finished, there was no real reason for him to stay here any longer. With the work concluded, it was time for Yi He to leave this place behind and return to Huadu. Meanwhile, back in the imperial capital, several days of relentless effort had finally produced the result everyone had been waiting for. With the quiet help of a mysterious master working from the shadows, the plan to reclaim the 12 fallen cities had succeeded at last. As news of the victory spread throughout Great Zaya, the entire nation erupted into celebration, with people everywhere caught up in relief and joy. But that happiness did not last for long. Soon after the excitement swept across the country, an unexpected change occurred, and ordinary citizens everywhere began to feel confused, anxious, and uneasy. From that point forward, a strict curfew was officially enforced across the nation. Great Izia entered a full wartime state, and nearly every major method of transportation was locked down. Aircraft were grounded, ships were restricted, and all important routes that allowed people to move in and out were sealed under tight control. At the same time, communication with the outside world was abruptly cut off. Special police officers began appearing on city streets in regular patrols, while drones swept overhead every so often, scanning the skies and roads below. Even basic daily necessities were placed under purchase limits, making the change in atmosphere impossible to ignore. The tension had risen so sharply that even the most oblivious person could sense that a crisis was pressing closer. For the moment, every strange theory spreading across the internet was quickly suppressed, while the official explanation claimed these measures were necessary to prevent social chaos and stop foreign forces from manipulating public opinion. Great Jia had entered a level of strain and alertness unlike anything the country had ever faced before. By the time he finally arrived in Huadu, he could not help but turn his head from side to side, staring at the streets around him with a faint look of disbelief. For a brief moment, the scene in front of him felt so different that he almost wondered whether this city was really still the Huadu he remembered. But after taking a closer look, Yi He could only let out a quiet sigh at the imperial capital's incredible reputation. Huadu truly deserved to be called the most technologically advanced city in all of Great Xia. During the previous battle, countless streets, buildings, and districts had clearly suffered heavy destruction. Yet somehow, in less than a single day, nearly everything had already been repaired and restored to an almost complete state. He took out his phone, opened the navigation system, and calmly entered the Dragon Sparrow Division headquarters as his destination. Almost immediately, the electronic voice responded in its usual steady tone, calculating the fastest route for him before guiding him straight toward the command center. Before long, Yi He arrived before a tall and imposing building that rose over the street like a fortified tower. At the very top of the structure, the emblem of the Dragon Sparrow Division was mounted in a place where everyone could see it clearly. Yi He lifted his gaze toward the symbol, then muttered softly to himself that this was his very first day as an intern. With his expression calm and a faint trace of curiosity in his eyes, Yi He walked into the building without rushing.
He moved straight toward the elevator, stepped inside, and rode it upward toward the workspace of the First Division, the very place where Dragon Sparrow's legendary ace warriors were said to gather. Then, as the elevator doors slowly slid open, Yi He maintained his calm expression and stepped out as if nothing unusual could possibly surprise him. But the moment he looked forward, even he paused slightly. The entire office was silent, empty, and strangely still, as if everyone had vanished at once. It was so quiet that even the faint click-clack of a keyboard from somewhere deeper inside the room sounded unusually sharp. At that moment, Lin Ju was the only person sitting inside the division office. When Yi He greeted her, she finally turned slightly in his direction, her gaze landing on him for a brief second. Almost immediately, she recognized him as the specially admitted student personally recommended by Section Chief Qinglong. He introduced himself in a polite tone and respectfully addressed Lin Ju as his senior. But the moment Lin Ju answered, she made the situation clear. She said she was only a staff member and would not dare call herself anyone's senior, especially not in front of a special admission student like him. Then she pointed toward a nearby desk and told him that would be his workstation. All the required documents had already been prepared there, and since she was currently buried in work, she warned him not to disturb her unless something important came up. He looked around the wide, empty office, then cautiously asked whether Lin Ju was truly the only person currently present in the First Division workspace. Lin Ju let out a weary sigh, her face showing both helplessness and exhaustion, before saying that the current situation could only be described as both unfortunate and fortunate at the same time. When Dragon Sparrow had been attacked in Huadu, most members of the First Division had happened to be stationed along the border. Because of that, their ace agents had suffered almost no losses, allowing the division to preserve nearly all of its core strength. But now, things were different. Many elite specialists from the 2nd through 5th divisions had either died in battle or sacrificed themselves, and with foreign nations becoming greedier and more watchful by the day, almost all of the pressure had fallen onto the 1st Division. Lin Zu admitted that she knew she had no right to complain during a time like this, but after more than 30 hours without sleep, trapped in endless high-pressure document review, her body and mind had already been pushed close to their limit. Seeing Lin Ju in such a worn-out and pitiful state, Yi He decided that he could not simply stand there and watch without doing anything. Without drawing attention to himself, he quietly chose to lend her a hand. Without making a scene, He secretly produced a substance secreted from his black-red biomatter. The substance was harmless to humans, but it had the ability to improve brain efficiency while easing mental stress and fatigue. Wanting to help Lin Ju push through her exhaustion, he quietly mixed it into a cup of coffee and then handed the drink to her as naturally as possible. Lin Ju was slightly surprised. Yi He did not behave like the arrogant special admission students she had imagined. Instead, he seemed considerate, polite, and tactful, the kind of person who knew how to read the room. Because of that, she did not refuse the coffee. She accepted it and took a large sip, but just as the warmth of the drink spread through her body, a piercing emergency alarm suddenly shattered the quiet office. Riots had suddenly broken out across several border cities near the Southeast Triangle region, although 4 top agents had already been dispatched to investigate and suppress the unrest. The situation was still serious enough that at least one more agent needed to be sent out immediately. Lin Ju shot up from her chair at once, muttering in frustration that the emergency just had to happen at the exact moment she was finally about to eat. But even with that complaint, she did not hesitate for a second. She immediately decided that she would personally go out and handle the riots, leaving the remaining office work to the newly arrived special admissions student. But before Lin Ju could even take her first step forward, Yi He gently placed a hand on her shoulder and stopped her. His voice remained calm and low as he reassured her, telling her not to worry because he would take care of this matter himself. Lin Ju hesitated, and from the look in her eyes, it was obvious she was quickly weighing the danger. Even if Yi He had been personally recommended by Section Chief Qinglong, that only proved he had extraordinary potential in the future. It did not guarantee that he already possessed the strength needed for a mission this dangerous. So she warned him in a serious tone that emergency assignments were always extremely risky, and as a freshman, he had no reason to rush into something so reckless. But he showed no sign of backing down. His gaze stayed steady, and rather than arguing with Lin Zu or trying to explain himself in detail, he calmly turned the question back on her. He asked whether she truly believed he would be unable to resolve the situation. Lin Ju froze for a moment, staring at him as if her mind had not fully caught up with what he had just said. Then, in the next instant, a strangely familiar fragrance drifted quietly into her senses. The moment that scent reached her, Lin Ju's eyes widened as realization struck her all at once. But before she could react, resist, or even open her mouth, her consciousness was suddenly seized. The world in front of her dimmed, and everything dropped into darkness. Then, almost as quickly as it had disappeared, Lin Zu's awareness returned. But when she came back to herself, she was no longer standing in the office at all. Instead, she was already sitting in the cafeteria, and placed right in front of her was a tray piled high with food, every single dish on it, one of her personal favorites. The sight and smell of the meal were so tempting that Lin Zhu nearly started drooling on the spot before she caught herself. She hurriedly forced her expression back under control, trying to look composed, but her eyes still kept drifting toward the tray with clear and obvious hunger. In front of a meal like that, Lin Zhu had absolutely no intention of putting on a polite act or pretending she was not interested. Even so, she had to admit one thing in her heart. Although Yi He belonged to the younger generation, he was far more impressive than she had first expected. No, perhaps the better word was formidable, as Lin Zhu wondered aloud whether Yi He might be some kind of master illusionist. The man himself suddenly appeared behind her and answered in a calm voice that he was not. He simply explained that she had looked far too exhausted, so he had used the chance to help her get some rest and make sure she ate something. After all, Dragon Sparrow's top specialists had all undergone special training meant to strengthen their resistance against illusions. Even if their minds became blurred or their focus weakened, they were not people who could be hypnotized so easily. Only illusions that were both extremely pure and overwhelmingly powerful could break past those defenses and invade their consciousness. And yet Yi He had not only hypnotized Lin Zhu and guided her all the way downstairs to the cafeteria, he had even managed to make her list out her favorite dishes along the way. That single fact alone proved that his illusion ability had already reached a level far beyond what ordinary divine warriors could resist. He simply took a sip of his drink, his expression remaining completely calm from beginning to end. In his mind, that small demonstration was already enough. It proved that he had more than enough ability to take on the mission himself. He was just about to leave, but Lin Zhu still refused to gamble with his safety so easily. She insisted that he was a rare genius and should focus on cultivating his talent properly. If anything happened to him during this mission, she said, then no matter what the reason was, she would never be able to shoulder that responsibility. Lin Zhu continued speaking, so focused on warning him and trying to make him understand the danger that she did not even notice Yi had already left while she was still talking. Only when she finally turned her head back toward the spot where she believed he was standing, did Lin Zhu realize that the space beside her was completely empty. In the end, Lin Zhu could only think to herself that Yi He really was just like a typical special admission student after all, bold, confident, and impossible to hold back. Then her gaze fell on the note he had left behind. Written on it were Yi He's blunt words, saying that she was too weak and that the bottle of medicine he had left with the note would help her recover. Lin Zhu picked up the bottle, and a smile slowly appeared on her face. For some reason, the young recruit's blunt honesty, his quiet confidence, and the surprisingly thoughtful way he acted struck her directly in the heart. Before she even realized it, she found herself completely drawn to him, because Yi He was exactly the type of person she liked. The scene then shifted to the frontier area between Great Jia and the Southeast Triangle region. Inside, a battered and worn-down bus rattling along a dusty, crowded road filled with people and vehicles, He had already changed his appearance. Now disguised as an ordinary middle-aged man, he blended quietly into the crowd, using the cover to investigate in secret and trace the real force hiding behind the riots. Inside the cramped bus, a sudden wave of foul stench slammed into Yi He's nose. He could not help but mock it sarcastically as clean and hygienic, though fortunately for him, he had a way to deal with it. He could seal off his respiratory system and form a protective film over the surface of his skin. Otherwise, he would have been forced to endure that nauseating smell directly the entire way. As the old bus jolted and rattled forward, Yi He silently reviewed the intelligence Dragon Sparrow had already gathered. Because the situation was urgent and the workload had become overwhelming, the other 3 ace agents had rushed to different border cities and quickly eliminated the terrorists who were stirring up the riots, but those people were only mouthpieces being used by foreign forces. Cut down one, and another could be pushed to the front at any time. It was nothing more than treating the visible symptoms while leaving the true disease untouched. Now that the identities of those 3 top agents had already been exposed, Yi He understood exactly what role he needed to play. He had to stay hidden in the shadows, follow the unrest back to its source, and remove the root cause before it could spread any further. After the rattling old bus finally reached a more open stretch of road, a smaller bus suddenly swerved in from the side and blocked its path. The driver was forced to slam on the brakes, then angrily leaned out the window and shouted at the other driver to watch where he was going. A blond, middle-aged man then climbed out of the smaller vehicle. His body was covered with tattoos, and his cold eyes swept across the crowded bus with an intimidating stare. Without wasting words, he ordered the driver to open the door. The bus driver's face instantly drained of color as fear took over. He did not dare argue or hesitate, and quickly obeyed by pulling the door open. A moment later, the blond man stepped aboard, followed closely by a black-haired lackey behind him. He remained silent through the whole thing, with no intention of stepping forward directly just yet. Great Xia had once been known as the safest country on earth, a place where even near the borders, criminals rarely dared to act so openly. For scum like this to behave with such arrogance now, there had to be some powerful force supporting them from behind.
The black-haired lackey stepped forward, wearing a smile that looked unsettling no matter how one looked at it. Then he raised his voice so everyone on the bus could hear him clearly, declaring that they were not bad people at all. In fact, according to him, they were good people who had come here for an honest and proper purpose. After introducing the blond man as his boss, the lackey shamelessly continued his performance. He insisted that their leader had not come to hurt anyone or steal even a single coin from them. According to him, all they wanted was something very simple, for everyone on the bus to cooperate with their work. By this point, the passengers on the bus were already terrified to the point of losing all composure. One after another, they stumbled backward in panic, scrambling toward the rear of the bus as quickly as the cramped aisle would allow. Soon, they were packed tightly together, shoulder to shoulder, pressing themselves into that narrow space, as if even a few extra steps of distance from the intruders might be enough to keep them alive. And without meaning to, that terrified retreat ended up creating a very awkward problem for Yi He. With so many people suddenly crushed around him from every side, the air became even more unbearable, and even his ability to seal off his breathing was nearly pushed to the point of being useless. When the black-haired man noticed the passengers shrinking away from him like frightened animals, irritation immediately twisted across his face. He snapped at them, asking why they were backing away when he had already told them they were good people. Did they really need to be that afraid of him? But in the next second, his temper exploded completely, and he roared that if anyone dared to move again, he would chop them into pieces on the spot. Right after that vicious threat rang through the bus, 2 more men climbed aboard. Both of them were tall, broad, and powerfully built, with thick shoulders and the kind of heavy presence that made the narrow aisle feel even more crowded. At first glance, they looked almost like copies of each other, with only their different hairstyles, making them easy to tell apart. The black-haired lackey then introduced the 2 burly newcomers with obvious pride, claiming they were professional tattoo artists. With a crooked, unsettling grin on his face, he announced that soon enough, every single passenger on this bus would receive the same tattoo he had men, women, old people, children, and even babies still being held in their mother's arms. As if he wanted to make the threat impossible to misunderstand, he grabbed the bottom of his shirt and yanked it up in one sharp motion. Beneath the fabric was a thin, bony chest, and right in the middle of his skin was a bright red tattoo, a heart wrapped in thorns, pierced straight through by a sharp arrow. He stayed quiet and continued watching from the crowd. But thanks to the intelligence Dragon Sparrow had collected, he recognized that symbol immediately. That tattoo was the mark of the gang, and seeing them force it onto civilians like this made their cruelty even more obvious. These heartless bastards had already begun dragging ordinary people into their scheme against their will. Inside the bus, the atmosphere grew heavier and more suffocating, with fear pressing down on everyone like a weight. At the very back, an elderly man finally could not endure the gang's arrogance any longer. He angrily called them traitors, demanding to know how they could still face their own parents after doing such things, whether they had no fear of retribution, and how they could bring such shame upon their ancestors. The old man had barely finished speaking before the scrawny black-haired lackey completely lost his temper. In one swift motion, he drew a short sword and cursed at the old man, asking whether the geezer was tired of living. Since he seemed so eager to die, the lackey said, he could watch himself get hacked apart right there. But in the very next instant, blood suddenly splattered through the air. Everyone froze in shock, and even the black-haired lackey himself looked confused, because the blade had not landed on the old man at all. Instead, it had slashed toward his own boss. Luckily, the blonde leader reacted fast enough, raising his arm in time and blocking the attack with ease. His face instantly turned cold as he stared at the lackey and accused him of trying to rebel. The black-haired lackey's face drained until it was deathly pale. His voice trembled badly as he stammered over and over that he had not meant to do it, desperately insisting that his hand had suddenly moved on its own, completely outside of his control. The blonde boss had clearly run out of patience. With an icy expression, he gestured toward the 2 muscular men behind him, ordering them to handle the situation. The black-haired lackey kept crying out that he was innocent, but the enforcers still advanced to subdue him. Yet, after only a few heavy punches and kicks, the outcome was completely reversed. The 2 burly men were the ones who collapsed onto the floor, knocked unconscious. That result left everyone on the bus, stunned, silent, including the scrawny, black-haired lackey himself. He stood there frozen in place, staring in disbelief, completely unable to understand how his own body had somehow beaten down those two powerful enforcers. Even the blonde boss, though clearly unwilling to admit it, could not help acknowledging that he had never known his lackey possessed that kind of skill. But his surprise only lasted for a heartbeat. Then he barked at the rest of his men, who were already rushing forward with weapons raised, ordering them to charge in and kill the black-haired man. In an instant, the cramped bus exploded into chaos. Screams, curses, and groans of pain tangled together as the narrow aisle turned into a brutal brawl. But what happened next shocked everyone even more. The so-called reinforcements were hurled out through the bus windows, one after another, like limp rag dolls. When the view returned inside, every gang member had already been dealt with, leaving only the terrified passengers frozen in place as blood sprayed and smeared across the bus. The blonde leader, now visibly shaken, demanded to know who this black-haired guy really was, but no answer came in words. The black-haired man's hand shot forward like lightning, clamped over the blonde boss's face, and dragged him straight off the bus while the man screamed to be released, raging that no one had the right to grab his head like that. Even then, the scrawny black-haired man was still shouting that it was not him. His voice was filled with panic as he insisted that his body was no longer listening to him at all, and that everything happening right now was just one huge misunderstanding. The two of them got into the smaller vehicle and sped away, leaving the passengers on the bus staring after them in stunned silence. No one could make sense of what they had just witnessed. After a long pause, someone finally guessed that maybe it had been an internal conflict. After all, a group of thugs had charged in demanding tattoos, only to suddenly start attacking one another without even properly arguing first. It was absurdly strange, and honestly, it had barely looked like a fight at all. It was more like a one-sided beating. A van tore down the road at a reckless speed, its engine roaring loudly as it swerved along the rough path, kicking up dust behind it. Behind the wheel, the driver already looked half dead, almost like a corpse forced to keep moving. His face had gone stiff, his entire body kept shaking violently, and his voice trembled as he begged for help again and again, while the infection slowly swallowed him from the inside. From the back seat, the green-haired man watched the driver's violent trembling with narrowed, suspicious eyes. After studying him for a moment, he came to a grim conclusion. The man had to be under some kind of control. Otherwise, there was no possible way someone in that condition could still display such terrifying combat strength. Then the green-haired man turned toward the person seated behind him and addressed him with careful respect, calling him a big shot. Desperate to preserve his own life, he quickly offered a deal, saying he could provide valuable information in exchange for being allowed to leave alive. The boss, whose calm presence carried the pressure of an Asian gigachad, did not waste even a second on nonsense. He went straight into questioning, asking who was funding their group and where their people usually gathered. The moment the green-haired man heard those questions, panic surged through him. His thoughts began spinning wildly as he wondered whether the person sitting in front of him might actually be a special envoy sent by Great Ja's dragon sparrow. All at once, the green-haired man felt as though every path around him had been sealed. If he told the truth, he would be finished. But if he lied, disaster would still come for him. If he exposed everything, the people backing him would hunt him down, and even if he somehow survived that, he would be dragged into endless re-education, a fate he absolutely refused to accept. So, in that instant, he made the choice he thought was safest: kill the man he suspected of being a special agent. He opened his mouth and began boasting, acting as though he still held the upper hand. But without even the slightest warning, the van suddenly barreled straight toward the edge of a cliff. The supposed agent merely looked at him with calm, unreadable eyes, showing no panic at all. Then, in a flat and almost casual voice, he remarked that it was time to send him off. At that exact moment, red tentacles surged forward in a terrifying rush, and the green-haired man completely lost his composure. He screamed in fear, shouting that he had already given up information as he desperately tried to talk his way out of death. But Yi Hei only answered in a casual tone, saying the information had sounded fake anyway. He even admitted that he had basically been daydreaming during the whole exchange. To him, directly reading someone's memories was far easier and far more reliable. Besides, watching liars panic and struggle was much more entertaining. The red tentacles plunged into the unfortunate man as his terrified screams filled the van. He cried out that Yi Hei had to be an envoy from Dragon Sparrow, then insisted that even if he was guilty, he should be sent to prison, not executed on the spot. He only gave a faint smirk and corrected him, saying that he was not some tiger warrior named Yenba. He was the unruly demon king instead. In the next moment, the red tentacles swarmed together in a violent blur, slicing through the small man and cutting him apart. 7 steps later, Yi Hei appeared again as though nothing unusual had happened at all. He casually breathed in the open air and remarked that it felt fresh,
while his body seemed lighter than it had before. Behind him, the tentacles twisted and coiled together, forming a grotesque, pulsing mass of flesh. Then lightning flashed across the shape, and the entire horrifying mass transformed into a sleek supercar. He opened the car door, slid into the driver's seat, and placed both hands on the steering wheel just as the system announced that female mode had been activated. Muttering to himself, he noted that by digging through their minds, he had already located the next rat nest. Unfortunately, the bald man's rank had been too low to lead him any further up the chain, so He ordered Nuwa to guide him to Changshang and create a new identity for him as the spoiled heir of a merchant guild. The car immediately began moving as the system acknowledged the command. It sped toward another cliff where a helipad was waiting, but instead of stopping, the vehicle suddenly launched straight into the sky. At the same time, the scene shifted to the southeast triangle region, where 3 figures had gathered inside a vast chamber.
One of the men spoke with clear excitement in his voice, declaring that the attack on Huadu City was a historic opportunity for them. He swore that he would use this chance to make the name of Bloodthorn known, then added that several regional leaders had already suggested cooperation, which proved they had been watching Great Zia with greedy eyes for a long time.
Another man, however, pointed out the issue in a much calmer tone. The chaos along the border could indeed be used to their advantage, but their own people were far more united than the people of Great Zia. Because of that, trying to stir up small-scale internal unrest would not create much of an effect. The first man admitted that if they wanted to create anything truly meaningful, they would have to reach out to people who actually held power. But Dragon Sparrow had already placed the entire nation under wartime lockdown, and with security tightened everywhere, any attempt to infiltrate Great Zia had become almost impossible. After a brief silence, the only woman among the 3 finally spoke. Her voice remained calm as she pointed out what she considered a golden opportunity. Young Master Yi, a mainland tycoon who held extravagant parties every single night, throwing money around so wildly that his wealth and flamboyant lifestyle drew in countless socialites. And more importantly, his background was even more intimidating than his spending habits. As the youngest son of a global finance chairman, young Master Yi possessed such enormous influence that he was almost impossible for any ambitious force to ignore. Her companion immediately frowned, clearly not convinced. He voiced his doubts, saying that a foolish, rich young master who appeared at exactly the right time and looked this perfect as a target felt far too much like bait deliberately placed in front of them. The woman nodded, showing that she understood and even agreed with that concern. But she insisted that there were moments when even something that looked like a trap still had to be stepped into. She then revealed that their best agents had already investigated young Master Yi in detail, and every result had come back completely flawless. According to the reports, young Master Yi matched every stereotype of a spoiled rich heir almost perfectly. In fact, even the infamous deviant Shashmi had personally admitted that when it came to outrageous tastes and absurd indulgence, young Master Yi was even worse than him. The woman added that true experts in depravity could usually recognize a fake the instant they saw one. Yet young Master Yi had passed every test they placed in front of him without revealing the slightest flaw or raising even a hint of suspicion. After hearing all of that, the well-dressed man no longer argued. He simply turned around and walked away, deciding that the best move was to travel personally to Chinchong and meet this infamous young master face to face. The scene then shifted to Chinchong, where a man was carefully studying files on 3 different operatives. The first was Jeff, once a senior agent of the North Barton Bureau, who had betrayed his own federation and joined Bloodthorn during its early days. The second was Kenny, a fighter who had killed a warlord on the Black Continent when he was young, fled afterward, and later relied on his terrifying personal strength to climb into Bloodthorn's core ranks. As another man read through the documents, he muttered that Bloodthorn really was a terrible name. With a dry sense of humor, he joked that at that point, they might as well just rename the whole organization Liangshan Marsh. Nearby, Yi sat casually atop a stone statue, looking completely relaxed, as if everything was already under control. One of his subordinates approached him and reported that the 3 targets were expected to arrive in the city later that very same day. Without even bothering to stand up from the statue, he calmly ordered that as soon as those 3 appeared, they were to be brought directly to him. After that, he remarked that Bloodthorn daring to make a move only proved the SEA nation had become weaker. Now every random fool seemed bold enough to come poke at it. To him, the situation was like lighting a lamp on top of a septic tank, an action that could only invite disaster. Back in the city, a car pulled away from the roadside and slowly rolled past the gate, slipping into motion as it headed toward its destination. Inside the vehicle, a man gripping a gun confirmed that the meeting location had already been set, the cathedral in the suburbs of Tianqing. His companion gave a nod, then explained that the cathedral served as their organization's stronghold within Tianqing. From the back seat, the girl leaned into the cushion with an almost lazy composure, her eyes drifting toward the city streets sliding past the window. In a tone that sounded more like casual small talk than a serious question, she asked the others what they thought of the city they had just entered. One of the men responded with nothing more than a dismissive shrug, clearly showing he was not impressed in the slightest. In his eyes, Qinchong was just a backward little town, the kind of ordinary place where no martial arts master with any real reputation would ever choose to stay. It was so insignificant, he said, that even Dragon Sparrow had barely bothered to station guards there. Even so, he could not completely ignore the uneasy feeling crawling under his skin. From the very moment their car entered the city, he had sensed a strange, invisible pressure locking onto them. It did not seem to come from just one hidden corner either. It felt as if even the ordinary pedestrians along the roadside were quietly watching them. He went on to explain that the people outside had stared at them in a way that felt almost unnatural, like they were characters trapped inside the matrix, moving through the city with hollow precision. What made it even stranger was their heartbeats. Every single rhythm he sensed was steady, calm, and unnervingly controlled, far beyond what normal people could maintain all the time. The moment that realization fully sank in, both men's expressions changed. Their earlier confidence faded, replaced by a visible tension around their eyes and jaws. Without wasting another second, they quickly decided that staying any longer was too risky, so they turned the car around and chose immediate retreat. As their vehicle sped away from the city, two distant figures stood hidden in the shadows, quietly watching them leave. Their mouths curved into eerie, knowing smiles, and in the dim light, their eyes shimmered with a faint red glow. As sunset crept closer, the fading light stretched across the streets like a silent warning. The rulers of the night were about to awaken, and far behind the retreating car, several shadowy silhouettes began moving one after another, slipping forward without making a sound. Inside the speeding car, one of the men glanced back toward the long road they had already left behind. He muttered that being cautious was understandable, but after driving more than 30 miles away from Qinchong, he could not help wondering whether they were starting to act a little too paranoid. The other man turned his attention toward the girl, his voice low and filled with doubt. If there really was an organization powerful enough to control all of Qinchong, he argued, then there was no way they should have remained completely unaware of such a terrifying presence until this moment. The girl slowly let out a breath, and for the first time, the sharpness in her expression softened with a trace of exhaustion. She admitted that perhaps she had been too tense, then revealed that the reason went back to last year when she had failed in her attempt to break through to the Grandmaster level. During that failed attempt to step into a higher martial arts realm, she had briefly glimpsed something that felt like both her destiny and her death. In that vision, she saw herself lying beside a corpse soaked in red gore, and ever since then, she had believed that she and one of them would die together during the same mission. The two men immediately erupted in anger the moment they heard this. Their faces tightened as they demanded to know why she had never told them something so important before. One of them even cursed outright, saying that if he had known she was carrying such a terrifying omen, he never would have agreed to go on a mission with her in the first place. The girl, however, stayed calm. She said fate was not something anyone could truly stop once it had begun moving. But perhaps it would not happen today. After all, the place she had seen in that vision was a dark and threatening forest, while the land around them right now was open and bare, with not a single tree in sight. Even after hearing that, the two men still refused to accept it. They insisted that even if destiny truly existed, they would fight against it with everything they had. Their lives belonged in their own hands, not in some vague vision of the future. But at that exact moment, a crimson, decaying cloud suddenly formed out of thin air. The road ahead seemed to darken. The air warped around them, and from within that strange red haze, Yi He slowly revealed himself. With calm and deliberate movements, Yi He shaped his fingers as he began to explain his power. His cells could now grow independently into human forms while still carrying his consciousness. By combining Sultana's ability with the plant cells of Demora, he had obtained a force he called Heaven's Universe, a power that could wipe out anything standing in its path. Overhead, the full moon suddenly glowed with a cold and ominous light. In the next instant, a dark forest descended around them like a nightmare becoming real. A sphere of red energy dropped from the sky, spreading countless tendrils that writhed and swayed like living vines before slowly gathering into the shape of an eagle's face. Floating high above the terrifying scene, Yi He looked down with complete calm and declared that fate could indeed be rewritten. But if destiny was going to change, then he alone would be the one to decide how it changed. Behind him, the massive silhouette of a demonic dragon slowly began taking form, looming like a shadow over the world. Below him, the car had already been crushed into twisted scrap metal, its frame barely recognizable after the impact. Only the girl was still alive among the wreckage. Yi He lowered his gaze toward her and asked in a chillingly calm voice whether this moment resembled the destined death she had once seen in her vision. The girl turned back in horror, and the sight waiting for her made her blood run cold. Her companions were trapped inside the ruined car, their bodies drenched in blood, their limbs pinned and mangled by the wreckage. One of them was still gasping desperately, begging in a broken voice for someone to save him. Her lips trembled as she whispered that Jeff was already dead, while another of her friends lay nearby, twisted and shattered beyond saving. Then her voice cracked completely, rising into a desperate scream as she declared that no one could escape the ending fate had prepared for them. Even in that miserable condition, one of the injured men still forced himself to raise his middle finger in defiance. But that final act of resistance lasted only a brief moment before another merciless strike came crashing down and brutally ended him. The girl went completely still, shock swallowing the last bit of strength in her face. She murmured that fate truly could not be changed, then slowly lifted her gaze toward Yi He, who was now sitting calmly upon the face of the demonic dragon, staring down at her as if everything had happened exactly as he had expected. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, almost as though she had finally surrendered to whatever was about to happen next. But when she opened them again, she suddenly noticed something strange in the air around her. A rich, intoxicating aroma had spread through the space, thick enough to make her senses stir. A single drop of blood slid down from Yi He's fingertip as he held it in front of her. His voice remained steady and emotionless as he reminded her that her fate was now completely in his hands. After letting the silence linger for a moment, he finally offered her a choice: die as a human, or sell both her body and soul to him in exchange for a chance to survive. Without even a moment of hesitation, the girl reached out and grabbed Yi He's hand. Then, driven by pure desperation, she pulled his blood-stained finger straight into her mouth. Her voice trembled as she declared that she wanted to live, and that surviving was the only path she could choose. Yi He watched her desperate reaction with a faint look of amusement, then casually remarked that perhaps there had been no need to ask the question in the first place. The girl stiffened on the spot, clearly shaken by his response. She had just made a life-or-death decision with everything she had, yet Yi He answered her desperation with the same cold indifference he had shown from the beginning. But in the very next moment, a violent tremor suddenly tore down her spine. Her entire body convulsed uncontrollably, and a cry of raw agony burst from her throat. A glossy blue substance began leaking from her body, thick and sticky like glue as it spread across her skin. He looked down at the sight without much surprise, then calmly commented on just how greedy she had been. He explained that his original plan had only been to grant her a basic bloodline, just enough to turn her into a useful pawn within Bloodthorn. But she had swallowed far more of his blood than he had intended to give. If she somehow endured that overwhelming power without destroying herself, then Yi He would have no choice but to use his black-red biomatter to reshape her into an entirely new version of herself. Before long, scales began emerging across her skin, first spreading over her arms before crawling rapidly across the rest of her body. In only moments, she stood wrapped in newly formed armor, while a faint yet formidable aura radiated from her transformed figure. He quietly observed the final result, and a slight trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. She had adapted to the change far better than he had expected, and after looking her over, he admitted that this outcome was not bad at all. After that, he raised his hand and lightly tapped a finger against her forehead, using that brief contact to examine the true nature of the organization known as Bloodthorn. Through that single touch, Yi He quickly discovered that Bloodthorn's leader was hiding inside a submarine deep beneath the sea. That arrangement alone showed just how cautious the enemy truly was. He also realized that the matter was directly connected to the Southeast Triangle region, where several minor landowners had been secretly plotting a rebellion. Thinking aloud, he wondered whether, if the situation continued developing in this direction, he might eventually lose interest in continuing to play the role of a landlord himself. The girl then lowered her head, her posture subdued, and quietly acknowledged that her former superior no longer held any authority over her. She dropped to her knees before Yi He, her voice carrying complete surrender as she pledged absolute loyalty. From this moment onward, she declared Yi He alone was her master. He accepted her devotion without hesitation. He rubbed his palms together and red spheres began falling to the ground one after another. In front of the stunned crew, multiple replicas of his body appeared, standing in silence like living weapons awaiting orders. He then instructed her to take these 15 A-Fei units and wipe out every Bloodthorn stronghold across Great Jia, along with the leaders behind the riots she had helped cultivate.
His tone grew colder as he told her that once she returned from the Southeast Triangle region, he never wanted to hear that kind of nonsense again.
Sultana gave a silent nod in response, then became completely still. A hollow calm slowly settled into her eyes, as if everything inside her had gone quiet. When Sultana finally lifted her head again and tried to speak, she suddenly realized that there was no one left beside her. Over the next 2 weeks, the riots along Great Jia's southern border disappeared completely. Public order stabilized to a level almost comparable to the kingdom's golden age, and the crime rate kept falling until it was nearly reduced to 0. Only the police truly understood what had been unfolding behind the scenes. Somewhere in the shadows, a mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful martial artist had been quietly hunting down rioters and foreign spies one after another. At the police community contact boxes, officers began receiving anonymous letters every single day. Each letter calmly pointed them toward a specific location, and when they followed the directions, fresh bodies would already be waiting there for them to collect. The scene then shifted far out across the open sea, where he floated alone above the endless stretch of water, suspended against the vast horizon. Pressing one finger to his temple, He raised his hand forward and released a pulse of energy across the ocean. His life magnetic field still could not sense anything resembling a submarine, but he did not seem surprised. After all, even Great Xia's coastal defense forces had failed to detect it. The enemy, he remarked, really was skilled at hiding like rats. Yet, since he had arrived, countless Demora trainees had already moved through the shadows, exterminating swarm after swarm of those vermin without mercy. Then, with a sudden thunderous burst of speed, He shot toward the ocean below and declared that this hidden target would not be escaping either. The power of Demora's ultimate form erupted through the air as He's body transformed into a colossal dragon. With terrifying force, that massive form plunged downward, crashing through the surface of the sea and diving straight into the dark depths below. Inside that monstrous dragon form, he scanned the abyss in every direction, searching through the deep darkness around him. After a moment, he released Y cells, letting them scatter outward like countless tiny scouts vanishing into the depths of the sea. Before long, the Y cells scattered through the deep sea began sending back results. Like countless invisible scouts sweeping silently through the black water, they spread through the depths, searched every hidden corner, and finally locked on to the submarine's exact location far beneath the ocean's surface. From a distance, he stared through the dark seawater and studied the vessel's outline. Its shape was impossible to mistake. It looked like a gigantic butcher's knife cutting through the deep. This submarine had once belonged to the Snow Country Alliance, but after that alliance collapsed, Bloodthorn seized it and transformed it into their hidden mobile headquarters beneath the sea. Inside the submarine, a crew member suddenly rushed into the command area with urgent news for the captain. Sonar had detected an enormous object, over 120 meters long, charging toward them from 8,000 meters away. The captain's brow tightened slightly, and he wondered aloud whether it might just be a whale passing through the area. But the young officer immediately shook his head, his expression tense as he rejected that possibility. He explained that this stretch of ocean was nowhere near any known whale migration route, so the chance of it being an ordinary whale was almost impossible. The bearded captain reacted at once, ordering the crew to release sound waves and drive the creature away before it got any closer. But only moments later, the junior officer reported back with a strained face, saying the sonic repulsion had done absolutely nothing. The massive object was already only 5,000 meters away and still closing in at a terrifying speed. If it kept moving like this, it would reach the submarine in less than a minute. Swallowing hard, the officer could only guess that it might be some kind of sea monster, because no normal creature could possibly move that fast underwater. The instant the captain heard that report, his expression sharpened with danger. Without wasting even a second, he gave a cold, decisive order for the crew to launch the Trident torpedoes. Moments later, 2 sonic missiles tore through the darkness of the deep sea, slicing straight toward He's monstrous form. The next instant, they detonated violently, unleashing a massive underwater explosion that shook the surrounding water. But when the violent shockwave finally dispersed, He remained completely unharmed within the churning sea. From the disturbed water, enormous thorn-like appendages slowly emerged, followed by glowing, lethal eyes that stared through the darkness. Soon, the crew confirmed with growing dread that even the powerful Trident torpedoes had failed to leave so much as a wound on the creature. Inside the command center of the Butcher's Knife submarine, the shaking grew more violent with every passing second. Flames spread through parts of the vessel, alarms screamed through the narrow corridors, and panic began rushing through the crew like a wave they could no longer hold back. One soldier rushed forward and reported that the Trident torpedoes had failed to stop the creature.
Another man stared at the map in horror, only to realize the monster was still advancing, and worse than that, it had actually accelerated. At most, they had 30 seconds left before that thing reached the submarine. Then one of the men spoke in a trembling voice, barely able to keep himself steady as he said the monster had already arrived. Almost at that exact same moment, a massive thud slammed into the submarine's hull, shaking the entire vessel from the outside. His colossal body crashed into the side of the submarine like a roaring steam engine smashing through steel. The impact sent a brutal shockwave ripping through the entire vessel, hurling everyone inside off their feet and throwing them hard onto the floor. The crew struggled in terror, unable to fully understand what kind of force was tearing through the submarine and shaking it apart, but the captain forced himself to react, barking out an order for every remaining Trident torpedo to be launched immediately without delay. One after another, the missiles fired into the deep and rushed toward his enormous form. Explosions burst around him in flashes of light and rolling shockwaves, briefly illuminating the pitch-black seawater with violent bursts of destruction. Yet in the next instant, a gigantic blade swept forward through the water. It sliced through the submarine with frightening ease, as if the entire vessel were nothing more than a vegetable laid out on a cutting board. Inside, guards and soldiers were burned alive by the overwhelming heat, and panic exploded through every corner of the doomed craft. From within the chaos and ruin, a single figure finally stepped out of the shadows. It was Great, the leader of Bloodthorn, an S-rank powerhouse who had reached the Grandmaster level. Standing amid the wreckage of his collapsing base, Great looked over the devastation with a grim and heavy expression. He had imagined many possible endings for Bloodthorn before defeat, revenge, or even one day being destroyed by the power of a great nation. But never once had he imagined that his entire organization would be brought down because of a wandering monster from the sea. From the ruined submarine, Great pulled out a nuclear battery with his own hands. Fury twisted across his face as he growled that he could never accept such humiliation, not after everything Bloodthorn had built. Realizing that the submarine could no longer be saved and that the nuclear battery would soon explode anyway, Great charged straight toward Yi-Hei in a final burst of desperate rage. With all his fury behind it, he hurled the device at the monstrous creature while shouting a vicious curse. He reacted without even a trace of hesitation. His massive jaws opened wide in the dark water, and with one terrifying bite, he swallowed the nuclear battery whole. Greet immediately burst into wild laughter, mocking the creature as a brainless, warm-blooded monster that was too stupid to avoid such an obvious trap. He admitted that he had been forced to rely on this desperate gamble because every external weapon had already proven useless. In his mind, no superhuman being could possibly survive an explosion that detonated from inside its own body. A moment later, a colossal detonation erupted inside the monster's head. Yi had let out a violent roar as waves of bubbles surged from his mouth, and the nuclear battery vanished completely inside that terrifying burst of destructive force. Greet stared at the scene in complete disbelief, his confidence cracking apart in an instant. He simply could not understand how the creature before him had absorbed such terrifying power and still remained standing as if the explosion had failed to destroy it. At that moment, Yi released a thunderous bellow that shook the water around them, declaring that it was time to bring this to an end. A deadly sonic force burst from him and crashed straight into Great's mind. Greet struggled to process what was happening, unable to comprehend how this beast could possess intelligence, let alone speak in his own language. Before he could fully react, he found himself face to face with the towering creature. Gritting his teeth, Great cursed his own arrogance and declared that he was also an S-rank martial artist, fully capable of fighting even under the sea. Greet spread his arms wide, and dark tentacles erupted from his back in a horrifying burst. They unfurled behind him like monstrous limbs, twisting through the deep water as if he were preparing to fight to the death. But right at that moment, strange particles began appearing in front of him. They drifted through the water like pale fragments, light and silent, floating toward him in a way that immediately felt wrong. Greet's eyes narrowed as confusion flashed across his face. He stared at those strange particles moving through the water and questioned what they could possibly be. Then panic struck him all at once. His body suddenly refused to move, as if every muscle had been locked in place. The cotton-like fragments clung tightly to him and began draining away his martial energy, stripping the strength from his body bit by bit until every ounce of power was pulled away. Desperate, weakened, and completely trapped, Gret shouted into the surrounding water, demanding to know who his opponent truly was. But despair soon swallowed whatever courage he had left. Any trace of hope Great had been holding on to faded into nothing as the deep sea closed silently around him. Sometime later, the ocean returned to an eerie calm, as if the battle had never happened at all. Then, from beneath the surface, a form as massive as a mountain slowly rose from the depths, breaking through the water with Yi standing firmly on its summit. Gazing toward the distant horizon,
Yi He remained calm and steady. Then he announced that the Southeast Triangle region would be the next place to face him. The scene then shifted to the Philippines within the Southeast Triangle region, where everything on the surface still looked peaceful, ordinary, and completely unaware of the disaster approaching from the sea. An armed sentry stood on watch, raising his binoculars as he stared toward the shoreline. After a moment, he muttered in confusion that the tide seemed to be receding, even though the forecast had never mentioned anything like that happening. His companion told him to stop obsessing over the ocean and pay attention to the news instead. New American equipment had just been delivered, and soon it could be used against Great Sia. The man holding the binoculars hesitated, wondering aloud whether their forces could really challenge the Grandmaster experts of that great kingdom. After all, even when many nations had once formed a coalition, they had barely managed to gather 5 fighters at that level. His companion brushed off that concern, explaining that things were different now. With support from the North Barton Federation and backing from powerful figures in the Eastern Island nations, they had far more confidence than before. According to him, the Northern Kingdom and its allies were currently occupied by invasions from Western powers, leaving Great Sia effectively isolated. And since the North Barton Federation was openly encouraging this operation, it likely meant they believed Great Sia's strongest fighters had already been removed from the board. In his view, that meant this was the perfect chance to strike Great Jaya quickly. That was exactly why their side had become bold enough to act now. Hearing that explanation, the sentry holding the binoculars grew visibly excited, his imagination clearly stirred by the possibility. But before either of them could continue, both men suddenly paused as they noticed a strange disturbance forming along the distant horizon. At first, it looked almost like a landmass was slowly rising out of the sea. But as it kept moving closer, one of the men stared in disbelief and muttered that it looked as if the island itself was swimming toward them. At first, the men on the watchtower laughed nervously, joking that maybe it was witchcraft or some bizarre invasion trick meant to scare them. But their expressions quickly turned grim when they realized the so-called island was truly rushing toward them, and a cold, unavoidable sense of death began creeping into their minds. They quickly signaled the ships approaching in the distance, feeling a brief surge of relief as they assumed the destroyers had arrived to rescue them from the approaching nightmare. The warships advanced across the water, cutting through the waves as they headed directly toward the moving landmass. Meanwhile, Yi He calmly spoke to the monster beneath him, informing it that they had reached their destination. Then, without a trace of emotion, he told it that the annihilation should now continue. In the next moment, a nuclear black hole erupted outward with terrifying force. Within seconds, the mighty battleships were torn apart as easily as fragile toys caught in the middle of a storm. Towering walls of seawater surged high above the watchtower, blocking out the sky like a collapsing mountain. The soldiers looked up in horror and screamed that a tsunami was about to crash down on them. Far away at the Philippine naval port, a soldier rushed in to report to his captain. An extremely high-ranked monstrous beast had entered their territorial waters, had already sunk 2 warships, and was now preparing to make landfall. The captain immediately ordered the newly obtained American equipment to be activated. He commanded the crew to snipe the war creature while making sure it never had the chance to lock onto a target. Then he ordered the full fleet to mobilize and told the communications team to send distress signals across the entire Southeast Triangle region, requesting air support along with advanced weapon systems. With bold confidence, the captain declared that the combined strength of their allies would surely repel any invader threatening the Philippines. Filled with fierce determination, he proclaimed that victory in this battle would bring worldwide fame and raise his homeland to an unprecedented height. But suddenly, the operator seated at the communication console froze in shock. His face turned pale as he reported that the monster's signal had completely disappeared. The captain stood frozen in place, stunned so badly that for a moment he could not even speak. His eyes stayed fixed on the screen in front of him, but no matter how intensely he stared at the empty signal field, he could not understand how a monster that enormous had suddenly vanished from their detection as if it had never existed. Far below the surface of the ocean, bubbles rose slowly through the dark water while Yi He sank in silence toward the abyss. As he descended deeper, he calmly calculated the scale of what came next. If he wanted to wipe out every armed force spread across the Southeast Triangle region, this would not be something he could finish in a few quick moments. It was going to take quite a bit of time. From deep beneath the fleet, Yi He launched spiked spheres upward through the water, each one connected by heavy chains that cut through the sea with terrifying force. Looking up from the darkness below, he stared at the enormous formation of warships spread across the surface, the final defensive line the Philippines had gathered against him. At that moment, he made his decision without the slightest hesitation. Since all of them had already gathered in one place, then there was no need to chase them down one by one. He would simply erase them completely, right here and right now. He unleashed Domora Ultimate.
In an instant, the ocean around him began to churn violently, as if the entire sea had been awakened by his power. A massive pulse of energy exploded outward from the depths, rushing upward toward the sky with terrifying speed and an unstoppable force that seemed ready to split the sea apart. Warships were flung into the air like pieces of driftwood caught in a storm, and soldiers screamed in terror as death closed in from every side. Some shouted in disbelief, asking why an overlord-level monster had suddenly appeared in the ocean, while others cursed their radar systems for failing to give even the faintest warning. Panic ripped through the fleet as the crews tried to understand how such a monstrous beast had crossed an entire minefield without setting off even one explosion. Frantic orders crackled through the radios, commanding every ship to scatter and retreat, but by the time those commands went out, countless vessels had already been torn apart. In the end, only the command ship was still barely afloat amid the destruction. Its captain stood there in stunned disbelief, staring out at the disaster spreading before him, and with a hollow expression he declared that this creature had doomed the Philippines. Even with Yi He's monstrous form looming directly in front of him like a living nightmare, the captain still forced himself to give the order for another attack. But the explosions that followed once again failed completely, bursting against the beast without leaving even the smallest visible wound. The commander then shouted that nothing mattered anymore. His voice rang through the chaos as he demanded that every remaining bomb be loaded immediately, ordering all available firepower to be poured onto the monster without holding anything back. He warned the crew that if this creature survived the next attack, then not one of them would ever return to shore alive. The Philippine Navy itself would be reduced to nothing more than a forgotten line in history. The fleet obeyed his command, unleashing a relentless barrage as massive explosions swallowed Yi Hei's monstrous body in fire, smoke, and rolling shockwaves. But when the haze finally cleared, those piercing eyes were still there, staring straight into them as if looking directly through their souls. The commander understood then that the situation was completely hopeless. His last trace of confidence shattered, and he immediately prepared to flee, ordering the surviving ships to scatter in every direction. But by that point, their final chance to escape had already slipped through their fingers.
Yi, he answered with a devastating explosive laser, and in a single strike, he nearly erased the warship from existence. Later, those who survived long enough to tell the story would say that the mysterious monster known as Demora had clashed with the fleet and in only 3 minutes completely destroyed the entire Philippine Navy.
Soon after that, Demora stepped onto the Philippine coastline. Martial artists from across the country rushed forward in desperate attempts to stop him, but not a single one of them could halt his advance. The demonic entity stormed through the Philippine capital, then left the nation behind and continued toward the neighboring countries of the Southeast Triangle region. The highest levels of the Philippine government, along with large portions of its air force, army, and military command structure, were nearly wiped out, throwing the entire country into a massive turmoil that threatened to tear it apart from within. And yet, Demora showed no sign of slowing down. Analysts who were tracking his path quickly came to a terrifying prediction. At his current speed, he would reach Indonesia in roughly 40 minutes. On a distant mountain peak, a man sat in a calm, meditative yoga posture, his body still and his expression filled with absolute confidence. In a firm voice, he declared that as the greatest expert in East Asia, he would never allow some inferior war creature to set foot on his homeland. A blinding surge of overwhelming aura erupted from his body, sweeping across the mountain peak like a wave of pure pressure and making the air around him tremble. But only 20 minutes later, the entire nation of Indonesia had already been paralyzed. Demora had rampaged through the country, crushed its defenses, and then moved on once again, this time heading straight toward Myanmar and the Southern Kingdom. Myanmar, meanwhile, had already been swallowed by internal conflict long before Demora arrived. Warlords and drug lords were battling one another for control, and with no unified leadership holding the region together, the entire area was trapped in chaos. A large, heavily built man rushed onto an aircraft and shouted for immediate takeoff, cursing Demora's unstoppable advance under his breath. The monster had already reached the Southern Kingdom. As he hurried inside, the man muttered bitterly that the corrupt officials there were probably fleeing even faster than he was. Judging by Demora's speed, he estimated that within 20 minutes, the entire Southern Kingdom would be crushed before the monster pushed onward into Myanmar.
As the aircraft rose into the sky, the man looked back with a bitter expression, knowing full well that the fate of an entire nation was collapsing behind him. But once the plane was safely airborne, he finally released a long breath of relief. For the moment at least, he convinced himself that he had escaped and could regroup somewhere in another country.
That fragile sense of comfort disappeared in an instant. He suddenly noticed something horrifying pressed against the aircraft window. A grotesque, blood-soaked face staring directly at him from outside the plane, as if it had come to greet him in mid-air. His body trembled violently,
and he cursed under his breath, unable to understand what kind of terrifying thing had managed to find him even here. The aircraft continued flying over Myanmar while on one side of the distant horizon thick columns of smoke rose into the sky like dark pillars marking the destruction below. The man and his subordinates stared out through the windows in shock. Their faces stiffened with fear as they struggled to understand what kind of terrifying scene was unfolding beneath them. But their fear only deepened when they noticed a blood-colored cloud slowly shaping itself into a twisted face, drifting steadily toward the aircraft. One of them nervously wondered aloud whether it was some kind of monster, asking when it had attached itself to the plane. Then, the crimson cloud introduced itself as Jushu Wook and calmly announced that it was about to come inside. As that strange voice echoed through the cabin, red liquid began seeping through the edges of the aircraft window. Everyone froze in disbelief, as the blood cloud somehow slipped through an impossibly tiny opening, forcing its way inside the plane bit by bit. Once it entered the cabin, the blood gathered together in midair, the crimson liquid twisted, swelled, and slowly reshaped itself into a grotesque, monstrous face floating before them. One large thug immediately shouted for everyone to attack. Several guards rushed forward at once, loudly boasting that the creature was nothing more than a simple slime. One of them even declared with pride that he had trained at the East Tribal District boxing camp, insisting that he could withstand several strikes from something this weak without any problem. Filled with confidence, the guard threw a punch straight into the mass of blood. But the creature did not move at all. It did not flinch, ripple, or even shift by the slightest amount. In the very next instant, a tentacle lashed out from the blood mass and shot directly into the man's mouth. Within seconds, his body went limp, as his energy was rapidly drained away. His limbs twisted helplessly, and in absolute terror, he screamed that the thing had crawled all the way down into his stomach. Another goon tried to counterattack with a cutting technique, even making an exaggerated expression as he prepared to unleash the strike. But before he could actually do anything, the tentacles surged forward first, piercing straight through him and his boss at the same time. Both bodies collapsed lifelessly onto the cabin floor, all strength sucked out of them until not even a trace of resistance remained. In their final moments, they attempted to use a desperate technique known as the 10-headed Yeno. It was a power that merged the abilities of the Hell Tower with a vampire template, allowing it to drain an enemy's life force and martial energy the instant the target was pierced. Strange eyes suddenly opened across the corpses of the fallen men as Jusho Y laughed with cruel amusement. It explained that its lord planned to enjoy himself with the North Barton soldiers, while it had only been sent here to clean up this pathetic group. Then it declared that the elite Afei army should now activate and eliminate the remaining armed forces across the Southeast Triangle region. Mocking the entire encounter as dull and meaningless, it remarked that fighting these people felt no different from crushing insects. Before long, the entire aircraft was filled with piercing tentacles bursting through its structure, and every single person aboard was dead. Jusho Yai then spoke with excited anticipation, saying that even if witnessing the Lord's true battlefield ended up getting it killed afterward, the spectacle alone would make that price completely worthwhile. The scene shifted to the southern kingdom, where chaos had already spread across the land. Desperate cries for help echoed through the streets, and panic swallowed the cities like a rising tide. Yi, his monstrous Demora form stepped forward, planting one enormous foot onto the ground with crushing weight. The blazing core in his chest radiated overwhelming pressure, making the very air feel heavy, hot, and dangerous. A surge of exhilaration rushed through him as he proclaimed that in this very moment he had become the ultimate destroyer, a living embodiment of death whose legend would haunt the world for thousands of years. The terrifying myth of Demora began spreading rapidly across the Southeast Triangle region. Survivors of the devastation would remember forever the towering shadow of that dark behemoth. Demora stood above the city and watched everything collapse beneath his colossal presence, while the scars left by his rampage carved permanent marks across the land. Not far from the destruction, another floating entity watched the unfolding devastation with open outrage, unable to hide its anger at what it was seeing. Beside it, a quiet, pink-haired observer remained calm as he looked over the scene and remarked that in just a single morning, 3 entire countries had already fallen. A hovering craft in front of him mentioned a notorious dark magic wizard from the western continent known as the Ice Demon King. It wondered aloud whether Pavli, the sorcerer who had once frozen an entire mountain range with a single gesture, would find this crisis just as troublesome. The pink-haired figure quietly reflected that Pavli had always been famous for collecting frozen statues made from rare and powerful magical beasts. Imagining that possibility, he mused about how incredible it would be if Demora could be tamed and turned into an ice sculpture. A prize like that would become the greatest treasure in Pavli's entire collection. As the pink-haired figure studied the map with careful attention, he considered that the northern forces likely wanted Pavli to lure this monstrous behemoth toward Great Jaya. In a calm tone, he reminded them that once the task was completed, they would need to honor their agreement because Pavli did not appreciate being left with unpaid favors. The system responded in a steady, emotionless voice, assuring him that everything would be handled exactly as promised. On the Western continent, there existed a special kind of woman who carried terrifying energy within her body from the moment she was born. This power allowed her to sense the forces of heaven and earth and even manipulate certain natural elements according to her will. Across the Western continent, women born with this power were known as witches. Only one witch appeared in each century, and every one of them eventually brought devastating calamity once she reached adulthood. History had recorded several disasters caused by them, including the fall of ancient Atlantis, which sank into the deep abyss of the sea after the Witch of the Ocean and Storms unleashed her power. Another catastrophe took place in the 6th century before the Common Era, when the Magma and Earth Witch triggered a volcanic eruption so destructive that it buried the once thriving kingdom of Pompeii beneath rivers of lava and clouds of ash. Centuries later, during the 14th century, a catastrophic plague swept across the Western continent and wiped out half of its population. That nightmare was attributed to the Black Witch, who became remembered as one of the most malevolent figures in all of history. Because catastrophes, as horrifying as this had once shaken the world, the papacy and the kings who ruled across the Western continent had spent generation after generation carrying out merciless witch hunts. Anyone even rumored to possess that forbidden power was chased down without pity, and in the process, countless innocent women were dragged before execution grounds for sins they had never committed. After the Black Witch threw the entire world into chaos for 5 long centuries, the Western powers became even more extreme in their methods. Their forces tightened the net around every suspected witch, hunting them relentlessly and making sure that no one carrying that dangerous bloodline would ever be allowed to grow safely into adulthood. And yet, even after hundreds of years of brutal suppression and endless purges, the witch who had been foretold to appear in the 21st century still managed to escape their grasp. Somehow, she slipped through every investigation, every sweep, and every coordinated effort made by the continent's most powerful factions. The truth behind that mystery finally came crashing into the open when someone suddenly shouted that a woman had appeared. In that instant, a fact no one had ever imagined was exposed. The witch of the modern era had never been a single person at all, but a pair of conjoined twins concealed within the same body. Then, without even the slightest warning, the bright sky above was swallowed by thick, sinister storm clouds. The shift was so sudden that he sensed it right away. The air became heavy, the temperature dropped sharply, and the entire battlefield seemed to sink into a gloomy, bone-chilling darkness. At the same time, he also noticed that several experts had already seized the confusion and fled. But after witnessing the power he had unleashed, he doubted those people would ever dare to stand in front of him again. Just then, Pavli's snowflakes began drifting down from the dark sky, sparse and gentle at first, before quickly growing denser, swirling through the air like the opening breath of a blizzard. High above the battlefield, the black clouds twisted together into a gigantic vortex, with Pavli floating at its center like the calm eye of a storm. Far below him, Demora's monstrous body stood amid the shattered ground, and just as Pavli intended, the creature's attention had now been fully drawn toward the witch. Suspended in the air, Pavli looked down with an almost effortless composure. His gaze rested on Demora as if the terrifying monster beneath him was nothing more than a simple, mindless beast waiting to be guided by his hand. He silently watched as Demora began rapidly compressing an enormous sphere of nuclear energy deep inside his body. In less than 15 seconds, blinding light and violent tremors flooded the surrounding area, making it feel as though a world-ending blast could erupt at any moment. But Pavli merely frowned in obvious contempt, seeing Demora as nothing more than a crude savage who only knew how to rely on brute strength. In the very next instant, that gigantic sphere of energy burst straight out of Demora's mouth. It tore through the air at terrifying speed, roaring forward as an overwhelming surge of brilliant azure light. Even when facing an attack strong enough to wipe a small city off the map, Pavli showed no hint of panic. He simply lifted one hand with casual confidence and released a supreme spell known as the Ice Mirror of Divine Reversal. In a flash, a massive wall of ice, hundreds of meters wide, appeared before him. It stood between Pavli and the incoming blast like an enormous frozen shield towering across the sky. The surface of that ice was impossibly smooth, gleaming like a flawless mirror carved from pure frost. And just as the spell's name suggested, it did not merely deflect the incoming nuclear sphere, it perfectly replicated the attack, creating an identical destructive force that rushed forward and smashed directly into the original. The two powers collided head-on, canceled each other out, and exploded into a blinding burst of light that roared across the sky like a miniature sun. Even after the explosion faded, he was briefly stunned to see Pavli still standing there completely unharmed. Judging from the man's appearance, aura, and unfamiliar fighting style, he quickly realized that this mage was not from the East. More likely, he was a powerful figure from the western side of the world. But instead of becoming wary of this unexpected opponent, his interest only grew sharper. After all, chances like this were rare. He finally had an opportunity to see just how powerful the top fighters from other regions could truly be. Thinking back to their first exchange, he decided to test Pavli a little more seriously. Demora opened his mouth and fired several nuclear beams one after another, each beam cutting through the air with terrifying force. Yet Pavli dodged them with ease, slipping past each attack while continuing to mock him from a distance. At first, he suspected Pavli might be using clones or illusions to mislead him, but that guess soon collapsed. The mage kept disappearing and reappearing in different positions, launching sharp ice shards from unexpected angles and striking with a chain of sudden sneak attacks. A faint trace of disappointment rose inside him when Pavli suddenly flashed behind him and released only a small cluster of icicles. The move looked impressive on the surface, but when it came to actual destructive force, it was not even close to matching Chuzhou's attacks. That made one thing very clear. Pavli was still holding back, and the more carefully the mage restrained himself, the more Demora wanted to force out his true strength. So Demora responded by unleashing another devastating breath of nuclear energy. This time, the blast struck its target directly, and for one brief moment, it seemed as though Pavli had been completely vaporized. But Demora could still sense the mage's aura blinking in and out, vanishing and reappearing whenever he pleased. That alone made it obvious that Pavli was still only playing around with him. With the help of his life magnetic field, he could perceive Pavli's movements with exceptional clarity. He could tell that the opponent's combination of martial power and magic was far from ordinary, and because of that, Pavli's refusal to fight him head-on became even more suspicious. At first, he thought the mage might be trying to lure him into some hidden trap, but after enduring one taunt after another, along with a string of shallow sneak attacks that barely threatened him, he gradually understood what was really going on. Pavli genuinely believed Demora was nothing but a brainless beast, a monster driven purely by instinct and hatred toward humans. Once he realized that, Demora decided to keep playing the role a little longer, using the act to uncover Pavli's true objective. Before long, Pavli's intention became obvious. He was clearly trying to guide Demora into attacking the people of Great Jia, turning him into a weapon against the very humans he had been trying to protect. The idea almost made Demora laugh, because everything he had done so far had been for the exact opposite purpose. Now that he had seen through the trick, there was no reason to keep cooperating with the performance. So instead of continuing to charge forward like a beast chasing prey, Demora stopped his advance completely and began firing energy beams from a distance. Pavli continued dodging as if the entire fight were just a game, weaving around the blasts like he was playing hide-and-seek with the massive creature below. As the battle continued to drag on, Pavli gradually noticed that something was off. Demora's movements were starting to slow, and the fierce pressure that had once poured from the monster's attacks no longer felt as aggressive as before. For a moment, it almost looked as if Demora was simply losing interest in the fight. But soon, another possibility crossed Pavli's mind. Perhaps the beast had used up too much energy and was now quietly recovering its strength. Whatever the real reason was, Pavli had no intention of letting the battle's rhythm slip out of his control. He wanted everything to continue according to his own pace. But then his eyes widened slightly as he realized Demora had not moved for nearly half a minute. The creature's enormous body stood completely still, as though it had lost all desire to keep fighting. That sudden lack of response only made Pavli even more irritated. With a cold movement, he condensed a massive shard of ice in midair, clearly intending to punish what he saw as an unruly beast. After throwing out a mocking remark, he launched the shard straight at Demora. It struck perfectly, yet Demora did not react at all, not even with the smallest twitch. Pavli's annoyance deepened, and he tried again, commenting that if a single shard was not enough, then perhaps an entire storm of them would do the job. He even seemed curious to see just how long the creature could endure. But even after wave of ice shards rained down, the result never changed. Demora remained frozen in place, completely unresponsive to every attempt at provocation. At that moment, Pavli's lips slowly curved into a faint, icy smile. A look of contempt slipped across his face as he finally arrived at his own conclusion. North Barton's attempt to turn Demora into a living weapon had failed completely, not because the beast had broken free from control, but because it seemed to have exhausted its strength and slipped into something like a dormant, standby state. At the same time, the terrifying aura of death that had once surged from Demora's body had disappeared without a trace. His huge form still cast an enormous shadow over the ruined battlefield, but Pavli could no longer hide the disappointment gathering in his eyes. He had truly expected something far more terrifying from Demora. In his mind, this creature should have been a world-shaking monster, something capable of making even the strongest experts feel fear in their bones. But the reality standing before him was far below that expectation. No matter how savage, violent, and ferocious Demora had appeared earlier, the final result proved one simple truth to Pavli. In the end, he was still nothing more than a beast. With killing intent rising inside his chest, Pavli prepared to finish the matter once and for all. A blazing sphere of purple energy gathered in his palm as he declared that Demora should feel honored to become another rare specimen in his collection. But before Pavli could actually make his move, a thunderous azure beam suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance. It burned like a miniature sun as it shot straight toward him. Pavli's expression instantly stiffened, and the color drained from his face. In that split second, he understood that his earlier conclusion had been completely wrong. Demora had not entered dormancy at all. From the beginning, he had been deceiving him, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The situation reversed in an instant. Relying on his speed, Pavli vanished from his original position in a flash and reappeared somewhere else, narrowly avoiding the attack while mocking what he believed was Demora's failed attempt. But in reality, Demora had already gotten exactly what he wanted by provoking him. Without the slightest pause, another massive azure beam ripped across the sky toward Pavli, forcing him to dodge once more. This time, however, the overwhelming force threw off his balance. Pavli was sent spiraling downward, his body falling out of control. Watching this unfold, Demora confirmed what Pavli had only just begun to suspect. Everything up until this point had been deliberate. He had been playing along the entire time. If Demora had truly wanted to overwhelm him and catch him from the beginning, it would not have been difficult at all. His life force allowed him to track Pavli's position in real time, making escape meaningless even if the mage tried to flee beyond the sky itself. And now that the right moment had finally arrived, Demora slowly lifted his right hand. Then, with crushing force, he swung it down. A gigantic palm took shape in the air, filled with terrifying pressure. It descended toward Pavli like an entire mountain collapsing from above. The impact landed like a devastating slap. Pavli was blasted across the battlefield, sent crashing downward like a meteor falling from the heavens. For a brief moment, Pavli could not even understand what had just happened. He was stunned that a mere beast would actually dare to treat him with such humiliating disrespect. But that disbelief quickly hardened into cold, murderous rage. His attention shifted entirely toward killing Demora right there on the spot. Any concern for North Barton's plans was pushed aside, leaving only his desire to destroy the creature in front of him. He was so completely swallowed by that killing intent that he failed to notice another presence nearby, standing silently on the branch of a tree. Only when a voice casually called him conjoined twins and asked exactly who he planned to kill did Pavli snap back to awareness. He turned toward the newcomer, and the weight of that person's aura made even him pause for a moment. In that instant, he could not help wondering whether this man came from the east or perhaps from Great Jia. The man pointed directly at Pavli and continued without the slightest hesitation, asking how he could walk around with a woman attached to his body. Then he added that, with an appearance like that, no sensible woman would ever look his way. Those words struck Pavli's most sensitive nerve instantly. This stranger clearly knew about his twin sister, and the insult only poured fuel onto his rage, making Pavli wonder if the man was deliberately seeking death. But the man looked amused rather than afraid, as though Pavli should have already understood why he had shown up. In a calm and straightforward tone, he stated his reason plainly. He had come here to kill him. Without wasting even another second, the ability known as Dark Forest Descends activated once again. Behind him, a colossal entity rose into view, releasing a suffocating and ominous aura. Its towering body was covered in endlessly stretching branches, tangled roots twisted through its frame, and crimson leaves spread outward like a blood-red canopy as it loomed over Pavli with overwhelming pressure. Sensing the creature's nature, Pavli quickly judged that it had been born from dark, corrupted magic. It carried none of the vitality, harmony, or calm presence that a true forest-born creation should possess. Instead, everything radiating from it was pure aggression, violence, and bloodlust. Even so, when it came to the field of dark magic, that kind of power meant very little before Pavli, the Ice Demon King. In his eyes, this creature was not even worthy of serious recognition, and he immediately raised his power to cast a super-tier frost spell known as Iceberg. The spell surged across the battlefield like it was trying to lock the entire world beneath ice. Under the dragon-like entity, a massive pillar of frost erupted from the ground with violent force, expanding outward in a terrifying rush. One jagged spike after another burst up around it. stabbing through the earth and sealing the surrounding space inside an enormous frozen structure, as if Pavli meant to bury everything there beneath absolute cold. Pavli had no need to raise a staff, summon an artifact, or rely on any outside tool to draw out his magic. His own sister, whose body carried the blood of a witch, was already the perfect vessel for him. Through that shared existence, he could tap into a vast, almost endless reserve of magical power, enough for him to face any spell directly and crush it head-on. Under the crushing pressure of Pavli's frost magic, the dragon-like creature was slowly swallowed by layers of ice. Its enormous body stiffened bit by bit until it looked like a frozen statue trapped in the middle of movement. In only a few moments, everything within a 3-meter radius had turned completely solid. Pavli let out a low, contemptuous chuckle, dismissing the creature's ability as nothing but pathetic plant magic trying to challenge his ice. In his mind, even roaring flames and molten lava would still be frozen without exception under his control. But then, without any warning, thin cracks began crawling across the surface of the frozen mass. Sharp cracking sounds rang out one after another, growing faster and louder as the fractures spread into a dense web. At last, the ice could no longer hold. It exploded apart in a storm of glittering fragments, and from within, a brilliant golden light poured out, leaving Pavli frozen in shock. The creature had shed its outer shell inside the ice and emerged again in a radiant golden body carrying an almost sacred presence. And to Pavli, the most unbearable truth was painfully clear. In a direct contest of magic, he had just been overpowered. Before him stretched a vast frozen world, packed with towering crystal pillars that pierced upward like an entire forest made of ice. The air had grown so cold and heavy that simply standing within it felt suffocating. But before this frozen scene could even settle into stillness, the whole structure began shaking violently, as though something enormous was forcing its way out from deep inside. In the next instant, a dragon-like entity more than 100 meters long burst out from the jagged ice formations. It erupted with overwhelming force, ripping through the frozen pillars and shattering the immense ice forest into countless sparkling fragments that scattered through the air. Every sweep of its long golden roots carried terrifying destructive power, smashing through everything in its path as if clearing the battlefield were effortless. As Pavli watched it happen, a flash of irritation crossed his face. The insults and ridicule he had suffered earlier were still burning fiercely in his mind, striking a wound he could never bear to have touched. Buried deep inside him were years of humiliation caused by his deformed body. A painful past that had twisted into self-hatred and made him believe his own form was the source of every suffering he had ever endured. But everything changed the moment the witch blood inside his sister finally awakened. That power was not hers alone. It flowed through their shared body, through their connected existence, and gave Pavli access to an immense magical strength as well. From the moment that transformation began, Pavli convinced himself that all the pain of his past had never been meaningless. To him, it had been a trial, a cruel path meant to lead him toward this power. What others had once mocked as deformity, ugliness, and shame had now revealed itself as something far greater, the very key that allowed him to rise beyond ordinary human limits. In his eyes, it was no longer a burden, but the condition required to climb toward divine strength. And from that belief, his ambition only swelled further, making him certain that once he overcame this final trial, he would stand above everyone, worshipped and feared by all who looked up at him. Yet now, in the present moment, as those humiliating words echoed through his mind again, that same twisted pride was set ablaze and turned into raw, uncontrollable anger. Because a mere mortal had not only dared to ridicule his body, but had also suppressed him in battle right in front of his eyes. That was something Pavli could never accept. To erase such disgrace, only one answer remained in his mind. Yi had to die. Pavli raised both hands, and a violent surge of frost magic exploded outward around him. Massive currents of freezing power twisted together, spinning faster and faster until they formed colossal vortexes. Each vortex carried devastating force, tearing through the surroundings, ripping entire clusters of trees from the ground, and hurling them across the battlefield like broken debris. But even as that destruction spread wildly before him, Yi only gave a faint chuckle. His expression made it seem as though everything Pavli had just unleashed was nothing more than a minor little trick. In response, Yi activated his ultimate technique, using the art of image manipulation to call forth the towering image of Pangu. A massive statue-like figure appeared behind him, its expression fierce, its fangs bared, and its demonic posture radiating a terrifying pressure that made the air feel heavier. At the same time, the image of the candle dragon emerged as well. A dark, dragon-like entity stretched out across more than 100 meters, its enormous body covered in cold, wooden black scales that reflected the dim light with an unsettling sheen. The gigantic dragon then coiled tightly around the ominous colossus, winding its massive body around the giant figure. Together, they created a sight that felt both majestic and horrifying, like an ancient nightmare taking shape on the battlefield.
He stood calmly on top of the wooden giant, looking out over the raging ice storm with complete indifference. The towering colossus, the coiling black dragon, and Yi He himself all faced Pavli's storm without even the slightest sign of urgency, and in that quiet stillness, the advantage he had been holding all along became clear.
The Demora template had inherited the sensory abilities of the 10-headed Yeno, giving Yi He the power to perceive and manipulate natural energies around him. So no matter how the witch tried to command the elements, Yi He had the means to answer that control in kind. If Pavli wanted to summon freezing winds and smother the battlefield in cold, then Yi He would meet him with overwhelming fire. With calm, steady movements, he placed one hand against the wooden scales of the dark dragon beneath him. Then Yi He poured a vast stream of energy into the creature's body. Pure elemental flame surged through the dragon like a powerful pulse of life, racing across its massive frame as if awakening something ancient that had been sleeping deep within it. From the gaps between the dragon's black scales, faint embers first began to flicker. Those tiny sparks quickly intensified, turning into smoldering ash before erupting into roaring flames. Within moments, the dragon's enormous body was completely engulfed in fire, the blaze climbing higher and higher until it burned like an unstoppable inferno. But the transformation did not stop there. The Y cells inside the wooden dragon reacted instantly to the extreme heat, adapting at a frightening speed. Their structure shifted and produced a unique substance that did more than merely resist the flames. It absorbed and amplified their intensity, making the fire around the dragon burn even hotter and more violently. Then came Dark Blossom's bloom. Yi He had no intention of wasting the Black Tree Realm he had already summoned, so he gathered his strength again and drove the sinister flowers into a violent eruption. Each petal burst open like a massive jaw, as if eager to devour anything within reach. Under his command, the forest floor shook fiercely, and layer after layer of enormous deep crimson flowers surged upward. Their thick, sharpened petals spread without restraint, quickly overtaking the surrounding space and filling the battlefield with an aura that was beautiful, strange, and deeply unsettling all at once. Countless grains of pollen glowed a fiery red as they drifted through the air, floating like falling sparks and reflecting the nearby flames in a dreamlike shimmer. But beneath that dazzling beauty was an oppressive force so heavy that anyone trapped inside it would feel as if the very air had turned suffocating. At the same time, mixed in with the storm of crimson pollen, endless sparks and embers rained down from the blazing body of the black dragon. They scattered across the ground like a barrage of burning projectiles, each carrying enough heat to ignite whatever it touched. The battlefield began transforming into a spreading inferno, and in only moments, that overwhelming energy expanded outward at terrifying speed, covering thousands of meters. Everything within that range was swallowed by destructive force. The air itself compressed until breathing became difficult, as though space were warping beneath the sheer intensity. When the sea tree hell technique fully unfolded, the entire black forest was consumed by surging crimson flames. Waves of heat rolled outward with unstoppable momentum, wiping away the freezing cold that had dominated the area, melting ice that once looked unbreakable and turning the entire region into a blazing hellscape. Watching this unfold, Pavli could no longer hide the shock and disgust rising inside him. He thought back to his original plan, where he had intended to use forbidden magic to freeze this opponent completely. That spell required him to gather huge amounts of wind and water elements, then compress them into pure ice energy. Even with witch blood flowing through him, preparing it demanded an extraordinary amount of effort. But now, the overwhelming heat from the sea of flames had completely thrown the cold currents he had been gathering into chaos. Pavli was forced to understand that he might have lost yet another clash, not only in raw power, but in strategy as well. And while he was caught in that brief moment of distraction, the creature had already moved behind him. By the time Pavli sensed its presence at his back, it was already too late for him to react with his usual calm. Pavli was genuinely stunned. Even with such a massive body, the creature moved as though its enormous size did not slow it down or burden it in the slightest. Its speed and agility completely defied what Pavli had expected. A huge hand reached toward him, trying to restrain him, and Pavli barely slipped away from its grasp. He immediately covered his shock with mockery, declaring that no matter how fast it was, it could never compare to his flash steps. Then he shot upward into the dark, cloud-filled sky, using the storm as cover while shifting to a new plan. Hide within the clouds and release his forbidden magic in one decisive strike. But before Pavli could fully carry out that plan, while his thoughts were still racing, a gigantic hand filled with killing intent suddenly lunged out from the heart of the storm. It closed in on him without the slightest warning. In that instant, Pavli froze, unable to make sense of what had just happened. Before the anger rising inside him could even take shape, the demonic colossus moved first, bringing down a crushing strike from above. It was now unmistakably clear that Pavli had fallen into a dangerous position, trapped under the control of an opponent far more overwhelming than he had expected. Recognizing the gap between them, Pavli immediately gave up any thought of rushing in recklessly. He changed his approach at once, pulling back and trying to widen the distance. But even as he retreated, the demonic colossus tore through the storm-filled sky in pursuit. In that opening, a blazing fire dragon surged forward, slipping through the shattered clouds and lunging straight toward the ice mage with ferocious speed. Faced with a roaring inferno charging toward him, Pavli reacted without hesitation. He channeled his magic and instantly formed 3 massive ice dragons, sending them forward to intercept the burning creature head-on. But the moment the two sides collided, the difference in strength became painfully clear. Compared to the burning power of the dark wood-scaled dragon, the ice constructs looked fragile and brittle. They were pierced through, crushed apart, and completely destroyed beneath the overwhelming pressure of the flames. Fury surged through Pavli as he threw insults at Yi He, calling him a mindless fool, but underneath that anger, his mind remained cold and calculating. From the very beginning, those 3 ice dragons had never been meant to win. Their only purpose was to buy Pavli just enough time to escape. Now Pavli understood that he had underestimated his opponent and entered this battle without enough preparation. If he had brought along the powerful magical artifacts he had collected, the outcome might have been entirely different. With those tools in his hands, he even believed he might have been able to defeat Yi He. Although he was unwilling, Pavli accepted this temporary defeat and had already decided that he would return fully prepared to erase this humiliation. But Yi He had no intention of allowing an enemy to leave and come back for another chance. Without wasting even a breath, sparks gathered in his palm, rapidly expanding into a dense mass of energy. The crackling light looked like countless glowing serpents coiling together, pulsing as if ready to burst. Then, in the very next instant, Yi He released it without hesitation. Thunderous spears of energy ripped through the air at terrifying speed, flashing forward so quickly that the naked eye could barely follow their movement. Yet even against an attack like that, Pavli reacted immediately. He twisted his body midair with precise control, shifting just enough to avoid each strike. Every movement was sharp and efficient, clearly forged through countless battles fought on the edge of life and death. As he dodged the attack, Pavli let out a mocking laugh. His voice dripped with contempt as he ridiculed Yi his poor aim. Then, with complete confidence, he declared that once he returned fully prepared, he would personally take Yi his life. But the instant those words left his mouth, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly seized him. A chill shot through his entire body, and the air around him seemed to grow thick and heavy all at once. Dark purple-black clouds rapidly gathered overhead, twisting and swirling above the battlefield. In the next flash, lightning tore across the sky, revealing the terrifying truth. The intense heat rising from the hellish forest below had fused with Pavli's own storm, unknowingly creating the perfect conditions for Yi He's next attack. As the heavy clouds above churned violently, arcs of lightning surged through them like towering waves. Countless bolts converged toward one single point, condensing into a massive concentration of energy. Within that flickering brilliance, the power began shaping itself into the outline of a terrifying beast, one that radiated a violent and oppressive aura. At the very center of those dense storm clouds stood Pavli, so close to the colossal thunder entity that it felt almost within arm's reach. The sight alone made his expression stiffen, and disbelief washed across his face. A curse slipped out instinctively, exposing the panic he could no longer keep hidden. The moment the formation was complete, a vast net of lightning descended from every direction like divine judgment. It sealed off every escape route, leaving Pavli trapped with no space to dodge. Deafening thunder roared through the thick clouds, while streaks of purple lightning crashed down with overwhelming force, releasing destructive energy so intense that even the surrounding space seemed to tremble. In that instant, panic completely swallowed Pavli. He realized the situation had spiraled far beyond his control. His body trembled as he checked his own condition, only to discover that the electric charge surrounding him had disrupted his teleportation and cut off his only path of escape. Confusion and denial flooded his mind as he struggled to understand how he had been cornered so thoroughly. Before him, the enormous lightning beast surged forward at unimaginable speed. In that critical moment between life and death, Pavli found that he could not move, could not resist, and could only stare in helpless disbelief as the attack closed in. Then a deafening explosion erupted, swallowing him completely. He had no time to react before a final cry tore from his throat, and his form vanished inside the raging storm of lightning, but the force did not stop there. The attack carried through, hurling Pavli's body down from the sky and smashing him into the ground, triggering a catastrophic blast that spread outward in every direction, obliterating everything in its path and reducing the entire area to ruin. High above the ruined battlefield, the enormous demonic entity hovered in silence, its vast body blotting out part of the sky like a living mountain suspended in midair. Standing at the very top was Yihei, his eyes fixed on the devastation below. Even after that massive explosion, he did not let his guard drop, because he still could not tell whether the battle had truly ended, or whether this quiet pause was only the stillness before something even more terrifying opened its eyes. At the heart of the destruction, in a place where absolutely nothing should have remained intact, something was still buried deep beneath the broken earth. It was a coffin made from pure, transparent ice, untouched by the devastation around it. A faint, eerie, cold light glowed from within, while streams of chilling aura slowly spread outward from its surface. The moment he noticed that change, the entire atmosphere seemed to sink lower. The air around the battlefield turned darker and heavier, and a thick, overwhelming killing intent quickly flooded the area. It was as if something far more dangerous than Pavli was now awakening inside that frozen coffin, the true Ice Demon King. Inside the crystal-clear coffin, the figure sealed within slowly opened her eyes. A sharp azure light flashed through them, cold and piercing, as though that single gaze alone carried enough frost to freeze a person's soul. At the same time, the scene shifted far away to another location. The North Barton Federation. Inside their operation center, a massive display screen was covered with global meteorological data. In the marked Southeast Triangle region, a colossal dark vortex had already formed, and it was still expanding outward. One staff member hurriedly reported to his superior that an extremely dangerous anomaly had appeared at the center of the vortex, and that its strength was rising rapidly, growing more unstable with every passing second. Adler, the North Barton Federation's Director of Investigations, stood before the huge screen with his brows locked tightly together, his displeasure obvious on his face. A sharp voice cut through the tense control room as he questioned his subordinate in disbelief. As far as he understood, the Western Continent's wizard was supposed to be helping them deal with Great Zie. But instead, Pavli had abandoned that mission and was now fighting some unknown masked individual. To Adler, the situation made absolutely no sense. The subordinate quickly confirmed the report, his expression tense and his voice strained under pressure. Pavli had already lost control, and his current behavior was dangerously close to madness. Even worse, he was unleashing large-scale magic powerful enough to affect the climates of both the eastern and western continents. At the same time, all communication with him had been severed, leaving them with no way to contact him, restrain him, or interfere with what he was doing.
When Adler heard that, his frustration finally exploded. He cursed harshly, unable to hold back his anger any longer, especially because their own situation had already reached a critical point. Their military base in South Korea was on the verge of being completely destroyed by Demora, yet the person who was supposed to support them had run off and wasted his power in an unrelated battle.
After forcing himself to regain a little composure, Adler immediately demanded satellite surveillance, hoping they could at least obtain a clear image of the battlefield. But the answer brought him no relief at all. The entire sky above the southwest region had already been swallowed by dense clouds, making satellite observation completely useless and leaving them blind to everything happening below. Before that frustration could even fade, another report arrived, making the atmosphere inside the room even heavier. 3 of their stationed garrison bases in South Korea had already been completely wiped out, while the status of the remaining bases was still unknown. Adler's irritation surged again, and he cursed under his breath, utterly unable to understand what Pavli thought he was accomplishing by acting so irrationally and irresponsibly. His thoughts tangled together as more and more reports continued pouring in. Then, all at once, a major fluctuation appeared on the main display, showing that the enormous storm had begun to weaken. A staff member immediately announced the update, and Adler assumed the wizard had finally brought his pointless fight to an end. With open contempt in his voice, he ordered them to contact Pavli immediately and command him to lure Demora toward Great Zia. Then Adler sneered, saying that if the Federation's 2 strongest experts had not been away on an Antarctic expedition, they would never have needed to rely on someone so arrogant and unreliable. But the instant the live feed finally came back, the image on the screen froze everyone in the room. A massive bolt of purple lightning was crashing down directly onto Pavli. Adler was stunned where he stood, his composure breaking as he stammered in confusion, unable to understand what he was looking at. Beside him, one of the staff members hesitated before reporting that the situation seemed to be the complete opposite of what they had expected. The one being suppressed was not the mysterious masked opponent at all. It was the infamous Ice Wizard himself. Back on the battlefield, the atmosphere had become heavy and suffocating. The towering wooden colossus stood before the ice coffin, its gigantic shadow stretching across the shattered ground like a dark curtain. He did not hesitate and immediately gave the command to destroy it. The colossal entity opened its enormous maw and released a roar that seemed to rip through the sky itself, then activated the technique known as Chaos Falls. Above it, a huge wooden mass shaped like a gigantic rock condensed together and dropped like a meteor straight toward the ice coffin below, clearly aiming to crush it completely. But just as the massive meteor was about to hit, a pale hand suddenly broke through the coffin's surface. With a slow, deliberate movement, one finger stretched outward. The instant it touched the descending mass, the entire wooden meteor froze in midair as though time had stopped. Its terrifying momentum disappeared in a fraction of a second, and the whole structure was sealed in ice before shattering into countless fragments, dissolving so cleanly that it left no damage behind, almost as if it had never existed in the first place. Even so, Yi He caught every single detail. Although his face remained calm, a faint trace of astonishment could not be completely hidden. Such power might have been expected from someone called the Ice Queen, but seeing it with his own eyes confirmed one thing beyond doubt: the opponent now standing before him was far beyond his original estimate. As the figure fully emerged, the Ice Queen, Pavli's twin sister, revealed a presence that was both beautiful and deeply unsettling. Her appearance was striking, almost mesmerizing, but something about her felt distorted and wrong. Her eyes were hollow and empty, yet filled with a darkness so deep that it revealed nothing at all. She let out a light breath, then fixed that vacant gaze directly on Yi He. Then, in the very next moment, snow began to appear out of nowhere. The snow spread outward at terrifying speed, covering the entire battlefield almost instantly. Before the towering wooden colossus could react, it was swallowed by the rushing white storm. A surge of freezing energy flooded the surroundings, forcing Yi He to leap into the air to avoid being caught. At the same time, he immediately sensed that the cold she controlled far surpassed Pavli's, and he retracted his earlier judgment of her strength on the spot. Below him, the frozen wooden colossus began to crack apart. Fractures raced across its massive body, spreading faster and faster until the entire structure could no longer hold itself together. In only moments, it shattered completely into countless fragments, collapsing beneath the sheer force of that impossible cold. Far away inside the North Barton Federation, panic broke out among the staff as the Ice Queen's sudden appearance shook the entire operations center. Director Adler's expression changed sharply, and he raised his voice in disbelief, unable to accept that the warlock had actually been defeated. Because this result meant something far worse: the entity hidden beneath Pavli, the true embodiment of frost and storm in this era, had fully awakened. In truth, Pavli's male body had always restricted the true potential of the witch blood. It acted like a restraint, preventing that terrifying power from fully manifesting. Only his conjoined sister could completely embody the strength of that bloodline, and that was why she was the real Demon King. Even a small fragment of her power was already enough to release freezing currents capable of altering the climate across the entire Southeast Triangle region, and that single fact pointed toward a conclusion that was far more terrifying. If that power ever stabilized completely and reached its perfected state, the descent of a true witch could plunge the entire world into a miniature ice age. Faced with that possibility, Adler understood that there was only one choice left. She had to be eliminated before her awakening became complete. At that moment, Adler began considering whether to activate their ultimate space-based weapon system. It was a hidden trump card placed in orbit during the conflict with the Snow Kingdom, a weapon reserved only for the most extreme emergencies. But just as that thought formed in his mind, a staff member suddenly reported in an urgent voice that the mysterious masked man had already made his move, and had successfully subdued the witch. Adler flinched, his composure cracking for a moment as he let out a sharp cry of disbelief. Then the view returned to the battlefield. There, Yi He watched the Ice Queen with quiet, almost clinical fascination. He did not fully understand the nature of her sudden transformation, but her current form reminded him of something from his previous world. Compared to that memory, the being in front of him seemed crude, unstable, and almost completely lacking any true awareness. In the next instant, the Ice Queen raised her hand and made a simple motion. Massive shards of ice gathered rapidly above Yi He, fusing together into a towering mountain-like mass. Then it came crashing down with overwhelming force, shaking the land violently as the impact sent tremors rolling across the battlefield. Yet, after the attack landed, the Ice Queen only released faint, unclear sounds. Her hollow gaze drifted aimlessly across the battlefield, as if she were searching for something she could not understand. The target, who had been standing right in front of her, had vanished before the strike connected, and she seemed unable to comprehend what had just happened. At that same moment, black and crimson tendrils silently emerged behind her, curling closer without drawing her attention. From that previous attack, Yi He had already confirmed that the witch possessed no real intelligence. She was moving purely on instinct, and that realization made the encounter feel strangely dull to him. Even so, Yihei continued his assault. The tendrils suddenly shot forward, wrapping tightly around the Ice Queen's arms and upper body as they attempted to bind her completely. But in the next breath, her body broke apart into countless tiny snowflakes. She dispersed instantly, vanishing from where she stood, then reassembled moments later in a different location. It became clear that the tendrils had not captured a simple illusion or clone, but a body capable of completely disassembling and rebuilding itself. In other words, the Ice Queen could transform into elemental particles whenever she wished, a process that looked extremely similar to chi energy conversion. Seeing this, a new idea began forming in Yihei's mind. If he combined the properties of his dark red biomass with the absorption abilities inherited from the Ghost Demon Vine and Demora templates, then perhaps he could devour her completely. Without even a moment of hesitation, Yihei activated an ultimate technique, a trap designed to seal everything within its reach, a net stretching from heaven to earth. In an instant, countless black and crimson tendrils erupted from every direction. They rose, crossed, and wove together into a dense, unbreakable network that spread rapidly across the entire area. In the blink of an eye, the net condensed into a massive cage, completely cutting the Ice Queen off from the outside world. With escape seemingly impossible, Yihei's confidence sharpened. A faint smirk appeared on Yihei's face as he licked his lips, clearly anticipating what was about to happen next. Moments later, Pangu's net of heaven and earth fully activated, locking the witch inside a gigantic wooden cage with no visible path of escape. Trapped within that cage, the Ice Queen suddenly began screaming in sharp terror. Her vision twisted and distorted, and in front of her, she saw Pangu Yihei's summoned form, standing there like an unstoppable executioner, closing in as if to end her completely. In a desperate final struggle, the witch unleashed her frost power with everything she had left. Ice spread rapidly across the wooden cage, crawling over its surface in a last attempt to freeze it apart and break free. Watching from nearby Yi, he observed the scene unfold while the witch's piercing screams echoed from inside the cage. Her lack of intelligence made him question what kind of existence she truly was, yet the overwhelming primal force radiating from her remained undeniably terrifying. Just then, Yihei's eyes widened slightly as he suddenly sensed something changing from within the cage. Without warning, a colossal Pangu formed entirely from ice erupted out of the wooden cage, towering over the battlefield as the witch's power took shape in a terrifying new form. Nearby, Yihei stared at the enormous ice Pangu in disbelief, realizing that the witch had somehow begun copying his own power. Surrounded by raging flames, his glowing eyes sharpened. Calmly, he declared that he would try something new, and in that instant, his aura intensified as a dangerous change began stirring within his power. In the next moment, his body expanded into a colossal multi-armed giant. His power surged violently as he unleashed the Sunwheel Strike, charging forward to meet the towering Ice Pangu head-on. The two colossal forces finally collided, and the impact exploded into a devastating clash that shook the entire battlefield. The massive Ice Pangu stood motionless in the middle of the chaos, silently watching as Yihei approached. Its cold gaze remained locked onto him without even the slightest flicker of emotion. Inside the control room, Adler stood with his arms crossed, while 4 operators sat at their stations, watching every change in the system with tense, focused expressions. Adler's brows drew together tightly as he stared at the screen, unable to tear his eyes away from the masked man who had summoned a colossal structure hundreds of meters tall in the blink of an eye. The sheer size of that thing made him question whether such power could really come from a human being. As he replayed his Sunwheel Strike frame by frame, the same question kept pressing harder into his mind. How could someone this overwhelmingly powerful have no record at all inside the North Barton Federation's database? Just then, the surveillance system gave a new report. It stated that there were no direct database records matching this powerful figure, but related information from other sources might still be enough to identify him. Adler's expression changed immediately, a trace of surprise flashing across his face as he demanded to know what kind of records the system had found. A moment later, the surveillance system opened another window on the main screen. Footage from the past 3 Asura invasions of Great Zia appeared one after another, and in every clip, the same mysterious masked man could be seen stepping onto the battlefield, single-handedly driving back the invaders with terrifying strength. The surveillance system continued its analysis, explaining that based on intelligence gathered by spies, the giant figure was connected to an organization known as the Monster Organization and carried the name Demon Eye. Judging from the current similarities, the system calculated an 80% probability that the gigantic masked figure before them belonged to that very same group. Adler's eyes narrowed slightly as he sank into deep thought. He slowly raised one hand to his chin, his gaze still locked on the battle footage playing before him, and quietly muttered the name under his breath. Monster Organization. On the screen, the two colossal figures slammed into each other with earth-shaking force, and Adler could barely conceal the disbelief rising in his eyes. The North Barton Federation had always seen itself as an invincible force, yet now he was forced to wonder where this supernatural organization had suddenly come from, and why so many terrifying powers were emerging from such a small place all at once. The battle exploded with brutal intensity as Ice Pangu and Yi-Hei crashed together head-on. Their enormous bodies collided like two living mountains, sending violent shockwaves rolling across the battlefield. With one devastating strike, Yi-Hei smashed through Ice Pangu's defenses and blasted away half of its face. Frozen fragments burst outward, scattering through the air like shattered crystal. As half of Ice Pangu's face broke apart, the witch hidden deep inside its body was forced into view. She emerged from the shattered ice at last, completely exposed and left with no choice but to face Yi-Hei directly. The moment the witch appeared from within Ice Pangu, she let out a sharp cry. Almost immediately, she began gathering her power again, as if her instincts had already pushed her toward launching another attack. Watching her movements closely, Yi-Hei quickly realized this was not strategy. The witch had no real combat experience at all. She was only moving by instinct, blindly calling upon overwhelming elemental power like a reckless child throwing around terrifying forces without understanding how to properly control them. Yi-Hei had no intention of standing there and waiting for her next move. He immediately activated his Candle Dragon ability, and beside him, a blazing dragon of fire surged into existence with scorching force. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragon charged forward. Its flames tore through the air as it rushed straight toward Ice Pangu, aiming directly for the witch hidden within the frozen giant. As the fire dragon drew closer, the witch began chanting once more. She pulled at her freezing power, gathering the cold around her as she prepared to counter the incoming blaze. The moment the fire dragon entered range, the witch summoned countless shards of ice around her. They flashed like sharp crystals in the air before launching forward in a glittering storm, flying straight into the path of the blazing attack. Seeing the two powers clash, he instantly understood that his fire dragon alone would not be enough to fully overpower the witch's ice spikes. But that did not matter. As long as it kept her attention locked in place, it had already done its job. The real attack was never the dragon. It was Yi-Hei himself. Before the witch could properly react, Yi-Hei closed the distance in a flash. His gaze fixed firmly on her exposed form, and with cold certainty he declared that she belonged to him now, preparing to strike her down at close range. Just as Yi-Hei moved in to deliver the decisive blow, the witch released all of her power at once. With nowhere left to retreat, she threw out a desperate counterattack, pouring everything she had into that final burst. He stared straight at the incoming attack as it rushed toward him, and for one brief instant, even he was surprised by the force behind it. But by then, there was no turning back. His only choice was to keep moving forward and strike the witch down. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi-Hei forced his way through the pressure and unleashed his final strike. A devastating blow descended upon Ice Pangu with overwhelming power, smashing down with the force of judgment. The entire scene was swallowed by blinding light. Yi-Hei's power surged outward in a brilliant wave, drowning the battlefield in radiance so intense it was almost impossible to look at. The witch had nowhere left to run. Ice Pangu took the full force of the devastating attack in her place, its enormous frozen body becoming the shield that absorbed the impact. As the brilliance and shockwave of the attack slowly began to fade, cracks started spreading across Ice Pangu's massive body. The fractures carved through the frozen giant, splitting its surface apart under the crushing weight of the impact. Moments later, the entire ice giant finally collapsed. Its enormous frame shattered into countless pieces, breaking apart completely as frozen rubble drifted downward through the air. Only the witch remained behind, hovering alone in the empty space where Ice Pangu had once stood. With the giant gone, she was completely exposed, with nothing left to protect or hide her. Then she suddenly burst into manic laughter. Her mind was clearly spiraling out of control as she floated there, struggling in confusion to figure out what she should do next. While she hovered in place, laughing wildly, Yi-Hei wasted no time at all. He immediately activated Star-Devouring Refinement and consumed the witch in an instant. The moment the Ice Witch saw Yi-Hei unleash Star-Devouring Refinement against her, she finally sensed true danger. Panic broke through her madness, and a frightened cry escaped her mouth. As Yi-Hei's Star-Devouring Refinement fully activated, the devouring energy gathered and condensed into the shape of a spectral dragon. The dragon surged forward with terrifying speed and, in one clean motion, swallowed the Ice Witch whole. He raised his hand again without pause and immediately triggered the Candle Dragon's soaring fire ability. Its blazing power erupted at once, released without the slightest hesitation. Within seconds, the Candle Dragon's face burst into roaring flames. Fire raged violently across its jaws as it began refining the ice witch trapped inside its body. The flames around the Candle Dragon climbed higher and higher until its entire body was wrapped in a blazing inferno. He watched the process calmly, already understanding the core of the ice witch's strength. Her true power came from commanding the vast natural elements around her. Once she was cut off from the outside environment, that strength dropped sharply, leaving her far weaker than before. Inside the Candle Dragon's mouth, the ice witch remained trapped as the soaring flames refined her without mercy. Watching everything unfold, Yi spoke calmly, stating that under the raging fire inside the dragon's maw, her destruction was only a matter of time. As the ice witch continued to be refined inside the Candle Dragon, Yi slowly lifted his eyes toward the sky. He had already realized that someone had been secretly watching the entire battle through a satellite. With a cold murmur, he noted that he had been occupied with dealing with the ice witch before, but now it was the spy's turn. His tone carried clear mockery toward the hidden observer shamelessly peeking down from above. In the very next instant, Yi sent his power surging straight toward the sky. The satellite spying from space was struck and destroyed on the spot. He brushed his hands together as if dusting them clean, then quietly thought that the Emperor Demora he had sent toward the southeastern region of Great Xie should have already wiped out the entire Korean peninsula by now. With that done, Great Xie would finally have peace. He added coldly in his heart that those jackals hiding beneath tiger skins should wake up and understand who the true threat really was. He then raised one hand and activated the art of cloud manipulation. Instantly, the clouds above began to churn violently, swirling and condensing in the sky as they gathered over his outstretched palm. He glanced toward the blazing Candle Dragon and calmly noted that fully refining the ice witch would still require some time. Since the process had not ended yet, he decided there was no need to remain openly exposed and prepared to conceal his presence while the refinement continued. Meanwhile, far away at Dragon Sparrow headquarters, Wang Zhiting was secretly observing Yi battle through a satellite feed. Inside Dragon Sparrow headquarters, Wang Zhiting watched the AI intelligence feed of the battle with a grave expression. After studying the information displayed before him, he quietly murmured that he finally understood the truth about Nuwa. He then shifted his attention to the virtual map projected in front of him, and remarked that the wolfish ambitions of the vassal states in the southern triangle of Great Xia were already obvious to everyone, but their scattered forces alone could never truly shake the nation. The real danger came from the powerful backers secretly standing behind them. As Wang Zhiting examined the map, he understood the strategy hidden beneath all the chaos. If Great Xie concentrated its military forces in the southern region, then a certain nation across the ocean could seize the chance to intervene, sending troops under the banner of freedom and democracy to occupy the area. Wang Zhiting lowered his head in thought and muttered that once the situation truly erupted, Great Xia's old neighbor, the restless, venomous snake known as Little East Island, would certainly seize the opportunity to strike and carve into the region. Just imagining the chaos that would follow made him unwilling to keep thinking any further. Then he thought of the monster Emperor Demora, and a faint trace of relief entered his voice. He murmured that, fortunately, Demora had appeared out of nowhere and stepped in to handle the southeastern region for Great Xia. He continued thinking that although no one understood why the giant beast that rose from the sea had swept across the entire southeastern region, its rampage had unexpectedly solved a major problem for Great Xia. Most importantly, Wang Zhiting's thoughts turned toward the monster organization, which had begun moving once again. He remembered the mysterious and powerful figure wearing a stone demon mask, the one capable of summoning pitch-black trees and overpowering the ice witch of the 21st century, a threat that had once troubled the entire world. With a quiet sigh, Wang Zhiting murmured that these were truly turbulent times. Mysterious and powerful figures were appearing one after another, making the future more unpredictable than ever. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the Candle Dragon summoned by Yi finally completed the refinement of the ice witch. As the process reached its end, the dragon's roaring flames gradually weakened and began to fade. The Candle Dragon slowly opened its mouth, and from deep within its jaws, a blinding light suddenly burst outward. At that moment, an ice crystal emerged from the Candle Dragon's mouth. The instant Yi saw it, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he quietly recognized it as a golden legend. He reached forward and closed his fingers firmly around the ice crystal, holding it tight in his palm. The moment he felt the cold power sealed inside it, he quietly muttered that after going through all that trouble, he had finally managed to capture the ice witch. Then he lowered his eyes toward the devastated land beneath him,
Across a 100-mile radius, every trace of life had already been wiped away by the battle, leaving only broken earth, scorched silence, and empty ruins behind. Since there was nothing left for him to deal with here, he decided it was finally time to return to Great Jaya.
As his gaze moved across the ruined landscape around him, Yi He understood exactly why he had needed to step in personally. If he had allowed things to continue unchecked, this same nightmarish destruction would have fallen inside Great Jia, the land where he lived. That was why this threat had to be erased before it ever reached his home. Thinking about the state of this world, Yi He murmured that in an era where anyone could awaken as a warrior, even an ordinary civilian from an enemy nation might someday become a blade aimed at Great Jia. Because of that harsh reality, he believed only one path remained. The enemy nation's key cities had to be flattened. Some conflicts, he knew, could never be solved through kindness, mercy, or compromise. Dark energy began gathering around Yi He, and from that ominous aura, skeletal shapes rose like shadows of the dead surrounding him. Standing at the center of that chilling power, he declared that he was both the guardian protecting Great Jia's peace and the most ruthless tyrant in the world. Accepting the weight of countless lives onto his own shoulders, he added that whether now or far into the future, the millions who fell before him should carry no curses or resentment toward anyone else. He slowly looked down at his own hand, his expression quiet, unreadable, and heavy with resolve. Then, in a low voice, he stated that he would make no excuses. He would carry this blood debt for countless years to come, and his eyes filled with a cold, unwavering determination as he accepted that burden completely. In the next moment, Yi He shot into the sky and vanished from the battlefield. As he flew back toward Great Jia, he reflected that the external threats in the Southeast Triangle region had already been cleared away, but the internal problems were still waiting. During the Battle of Wadu University, the 9 families had fled to preserve themselves, and according to Nua's latest reports, Dragon Sparrow had suffered heavy losses while the nation's major martial arts guilds were also badly weakened during the Great Jia reconquest plan. Now, taking advantage of that opening, the 9 families of Wadu intended to seize the chance to reclaim the country's central authority. The thought of the 9 families made anger surge in Yi He's chest. With cold contempt in his voice, he muttered that those ancient relics should crawl back into their graves and stay buried there, instead of returning to the human world to spread their rotten influence again. Back in Great Jia, after the reconquest plan finally came to an end, the major martial arts academies began calling their teachers and students back one after another. Students who had survived the brutal battlefields gradually returned to the calmer, quieter rhythm of campus life. But after seeing the cruelty of real war, where even taking a single breath could feel like a luxury for the weak, those students returned as different people. Their eyes were sharper than before, carrying a determination that had been carved into them through blood and danger, and many threw themselves into training with even greater intensity. From this generation of Daxia's academies, countless future pillars were expected to rise. War was cruel, but it also had a way of awakening the hidden resilience and potential buried deep within people. Meanwhile, somewhere inside a training institute in Great Jia, a new scene quietly began to unfold. 3 sweat-soaked youths sat together after practice, still breathing hard as they talked about the newest rumors spreading around. One of them revealed that after Huadu defeated the Asura masked man, another masked figure had appeared in the Southeast Triangle region of Great Jia. The boy beside him immediately looked surprised, remembering that the magical beast Emperor Demora had already rampaged through that region, cutting down everything in its path. In his opinion, those forces had gotten exactly what they deserved. The third youth then added that before Demora arrived, several allied fleets had gathered in the southern waters under the excuse of military exercises, though everyone knew they were hiding wolfish ambitions. In the end, Demora's descent wiped them out completely. And to him, that was the most righteous punishment they could have received. The boy telling the news quickly told the others to stop interrupting and let him finish. Then he asked whether they had heard about the severe cold waves that had swept across southern Great Jia over the past 2 days, before revealing that the strange weather had actually been caused by human hands. He explained that he followed a well-known online blogger who often leaked insider information, and this time that blogger had posted several photos on Twitter, including a weather map of the Southeast Triangle region and other mysterious images. He went on, saying that the blogger had recently uploaded another shocking photo. This one showed a fused white man and woman, rumored to be a famous ice magic caster from the Western continent. According to the post, that bizarre figure was the one who had triggered the massive cold wave spreading across the entire eastern continent. The boy standing in front of him was stunned by the story. His eyes widened in amazement, and he muttered that it sounded unbelievable before quickly asking what happened after that. The storyteller then dropped the biggest shock of all, revealing that the ice wizard was already dead. The boy in front of him immediately burst out in disbelief, exclaiming that after such a terrifying setup, that so-called powerful figure had still ended up being taken down. The storyteller waved him off and told them not to get ahead of themselves. He explained that if he did not first describe just how terrifying the ice wizard had been, they would never understand how incredible the newly appeared masked man truly was. Then he pulled out his phone and held it up for the others to see, telling them to look carefully. On the screen was a masked figure whose body looked like a massive stone monster, giving off an imposing and mysterious pressure, even through a simple photo. Inside the training hall, several students continued discussing the latest news about the masked man and the terrifying summoned beast under his command. The information had not yet fully spread across Great Xia, but speculation about this mysterious masked figure had already exploded everywhere. The 3 trainees were shocked after hearing that almost everyone believed this newly appeared masked man belonged to the same organization as the Vortex masked man from the Battle of Hedwad. One slim trainee spoke up, saying that nobody could confirm the truth yet, but at the very least, one thing was certain: those masked figures were standing on Great Xia's side. Another arrogant young man responded that whether it was during the Battle of Huadu or the Southeast Triangle conflict, those masked men had always fought for their side. Because of that, he could not help wondering whether the people hidden beneath those masks were actually citizens of Great Xia, and perhaps even students living quietly among them. Right at that moment, he suddenly sensed someone entering the training hall. The students immediately lowered their heads respectfully and greeted the president. The person walking past them was none other than Yi He himself. When he casually returned their greeting, the trainees nearly went crazy from excitement. One guy proudly declared that he had always known their guild leader was destined for greatness. His friend immediately reminded him that he had once been thrown out of a window by the student council president, but the guy shamelessly insisted that even that experience was an honor. Meanwhile, He's mind was already focused on something much more serious. If they truly wanted to move against the 9 families in the capital, then the help of one particular person would be absolutely necessary. And the first person who came to He's mind was his closest friend, Chu Zhou. The scene then shifted toward the Dragon Blood Society training room. Inside the room, Chu Zhou sat quietly in meditation. Blue mana spread across his body like overlapping layers of scales, covering him from head to toe while his aura remained calm, steady, and controlled. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door while calling out Chu Zhou's name. Chu Zhou's eyes opened slightly, and he wondered whether the person outside might be Ouyang Ze. Chu Zhou asked Ouyang Ze what had happened, and from outside the door, Ouyang Ze answered that a certain guest had arrived and wanted to meet him. Chu Zhou's expression shifted with surprise, and he immediately asked whether Yi He had returned. But Ouyang Ze shook his head and explained that the visitor was an extremely important guest, someone he could not afford to offend. A little while later, Chu Zhou finally met the mysterious visitor face to face. The moment Chu Zhou stepped into the room, the guest spoke with visible impatience, asking why he had taken so long to arrive. That guest was none other than Chu Fengqi, the eldest son among the 9 families of Huadu. Chu Fengqi questioned whether Chu Zhou looked down on him so much that he had forgotten an eldest son of the Chu family had personally traveled all the way from ancient Nandu just to meet his half-brother. Chu Zhou remained calm, his expression barely changing as he asked whether Chu Fengqi had truly come from ancient Nandu. Then Chu Zhou followed with another question, asking whether those were not the same 9 families of Huadu who had willingly fled to ancient Nandu. Chu Fengqi calmly admitted that Chu Zhou was right, but warned him not to judge everything only by what appeared on the surface. He called him dear brother with a faintly mocking tone, as if deliberately testing his patience. By escaping to ancient Nandu, their families had managed to preserve their strength. Now that the Battle of Huadu had weakened Great Xia's Dragon Sparrow and severely damaged the major martial arts schools, the 9 families saw this moment as the perfect opportunity to restore the glory of their royal bloodlines. Chu Zhou responded coldly that he had no interest in listening to such nonsense. Then, without wasting another word, he directly asked Chu Fengqi why he had come to see him this time. Chu Fengqi finally rose from his seat and said that Chu Zhou had stayed away from the family for more than 10 years. In his eyes, it was finally time for him to return home. With that, Chu Fengqi stretched out his hand, inviting Chu Zhou to leave with him. Chu Zhou rejected him instantly, slapping Chu Fengqi's hand aside without even the slightest hesitation. Then Chu Zhou warned Chu Fengqi never to call him younger brother again. He said his surname no longer belonged to the Chu royal family of Huadu, because the name he carried now came from his mother. Chu Fengqi replied casually that Chu Zhou could call himself whatever he wanted if that made him happy. To be honest, he had never expected to bring Chu Zhou back so easily anyway. Then he shifted the topic, praising the Dragon Blood Society for developing extremely well and saying it already showed signs of surpassing Huadu University's student union. Chu Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the hidden meaning behind those words. His voice became colder as he asked what Chu Fengqi was truly trying to say. Chu Fengqi gave a faint smile before asking whether Chu Zhou wanted to become the president of the Dragon Blood Society and represent the students of Huadu University. The instant those words were spoken, Chu Zhou immediately remembered the terrifying figure standing in his path, and his eyes widened almost at once. Because of that, Chu Zhou simply turned away from him and called Chu Fengqi an idiot. Chu Fengqi smirked and asked where Chu Zhou thought he was going. With the family's support, proper management, and a leadership position inside a school organization, Chu Fengqi could not understand why Chu Zhou would refuse such an opportunity. Chu Zhou's voice turns ice cold as he answers, making it clear he has no desire to waste even one more breath arguing with idiots. If Fang had understood even the tiniest part of who Yi He really was, he would never have opened his mouth and said something that ridiculous. Then, standing his ground without the slightest hint of fear, Chu Zhou throws the challenge right back at him. If Fang is truly that confident, then he should go face Yi He himself. And when it still seems like Fang has not fully realized the massive wall standing in front of him, Chu Zhou's tone becomes even firmer. He reminds him directly that Yi He is not some ordinary student anymore. He is already the president of the Dragon Blood Society. It is only after those words leave Chu Zhou's mouth that Fang's expression finally changes. The meaning behind them seems to sink in all at once, and the truth of the situation strikes him with sudden, brutal clarity. Fang's face contorts with anger, his features tightening as rage flashes through his eyes. He spits out that Chu Zhou is nothing but an ungrateful wretch, and at last he admits the real reason the family is so determined to drag him back. It is because of Chu Zhou's high standing within the Dragon Blood Society, and because of that frightening talent of his, the kind of talent that makes him impossible to ignore. Chu Zhou suddenly comes to a halt. Behind him, Fang's entire body bursts with dark lightning, while dense black energy coils around him like a violent storm about to tear the room apart. Fang curses at him for ignoring his words over and over again, then sneers and asks whether Chu Zhou has begun to think far too highly of himself. With a cruel edge in his voice, he reminds Chu Zhou of the way he used to discipline him back when they were still children. Chu Zhou's heart drops as that crushing pressure rolls over him. The moment he feels it, he instantly recognizes the terrifying aura of a Xuanwu warrior, and the gap between them feels so vast it is almost impossible to imagine crossing. Clenching his teeth under the strain, Chu Zhou can only swallow the bitter truth: his current strength is still far from enough. Fang lets out a cold, mocking sneer, his contempt written all over his face. He says grandfather had been right from the very beginning. People born in low places, in his eyes, have to be made to suffer properly before they can ever learn what true reverence means. Chu Zhou is forced down hard onto the floor, his body shaking uncontrollably beneath the weight of Fang's overwhelming power. Trapped in that helpless position, unable to resist no matter how badly he wants to, the only thought burning through his mind is a desperate wish that he could possess strength like Yi He's. At that exact moment, a strange and mysterious voice echoes through the space, asking the young man whether he truly longs for power. Chu Zhou's eyes snap wide open in shock, because that voice is unfamiliar, distant, and unmistakably not from anyone he knows. In the blink of an eye, everything around him shifts. The room, the floor, and the world he knew all seem to vanish, swallowed completely by a terrifying sea of blood that stretches endlessly in every direction. Chu Zhou stands frozen, staring at the crimson world surrounding him as disbelief spreads across his face. He immediately demands to know who this stranger is and what is happening to him, his mind racing as he wonders whether everything before his eyes is just some twisted illusion. Then, without even the slightest warning, an enormous face rises before him from the blood-soaked world. Blood pours endlessly from its head, and its two glowing eyes fix directly on Chu Zhou, staring at him with a gaze so piercing it feels as though it can see straight through his soul. Faced with that horrifying thing, Chu Zhou's eyes widen in raw terror. His breath catches sharply in his throat, and for one terrifying instant the fear pressing down on him feels strong enough to tear his mind apart. A moment later, the nightmare shifts again, and an enormous monstrous dragon begins to take shape right in front of him. Its colossal body towers above everything, so massive that Chu Zhou looks no larger than a tiny insect standing beneath the shadow of a beast beyond imagination. Then, out of nowhere, a figure wearing a cone-shaped mask suddenly appears in the bloody space. Chu Zhou stares at him with alarm in his eyes, immediately asking whether he is the masked man everyone has been talking about on the news. Chu Zhou is shaken so badly that his thoughts can barely keep up. He cannot understand how this person managed to infiltrate the Huazhong University of Science and Technology, and what unsettles him even more is the fact that the masked man has chosen to reach out to him alone. The masked figure reveals a single glowing eye beneath the shadow of the mask, and his voice remains unnervingly calm as he speaks. He tells Chu Zhou that their organization is known as the Monster Organization, then asks him plainly whether he is willing to become one of them. Chu Zhou cannot make sense of the situation at all. Why would such a strange and mysterious organization come looking specifically for him? But the masked man does not offer a clear explanation. He only answers in that same calm, cryptic tone, saying that this is simply destiny. Chu Zhou remains kneeling on the ground, still trying to process everything, while the masked figure continues to speak. Their organization, he explains, accepts only those who are destined to become true monsters, and Chu Zhou, according to him, happens to possess exactly that kind of potential. Even with the scene unfolding right in front of him, Chu Zhou struggles to accept what he is hearing. Yet the masked man continues in a steady, almost tempting voice, telling him that if he joins them, the power he has been longing for will finally be close enough to grasp. Chu Zhou falls into silence, his expression heavy as his thoughts circle around that mysterious name, the Monster Organization. At the same time, the promise of unbelievable power hangs in the air, impossible for him to ignore. After a long pause, Chu Zhou slowly raises his gaze toward the masked figure. Then, with suspicion and hesitation mixing in his voice, he asks whether Yi Hei is also a member of this organization. The masked man suddenly bursts into loud laughter, as if Chu Zhou has just asked something painfully obvious. Once his laughter settles, he answers with casual confidence, confirming that Yi Hei is indeed one of them. Chu Zhou is completely stunned by that answer, his mind going blank for a brief moment. But the shock does not hold him for long. Almost immediately, his expression hardens with resolve, and he declares that he wants to join as well. Hearing Chu Zhou's decision, the masked figure lets out a low, deceptive laugh. The sound is quiet, but it carries a chilling kind of confidence, as though everything has unfolded exactly the way he expected. He tells Chu Zhou calmly that he will return tonight and meet him again. Then, at the tip of his finger, a tiny glowing sphere begins to form, shining with an unsettling light. With a gentle motion, he pushes it forward and says that before leaving, he should give Chu Zhou a little assistance. That small glowing sphere transforms in an instant. Before Chu Zhou can even react or understand what is happening, it becomes a lightning-fast strike, shooting straight toward him with terrifying speed. The attack pierces directly through Chu Zhou's heart. His entire body lurches and loses balance, as though every bit of strength has been yanked out of him in a single brutal moment. At the very same time, strange roots forcefully dig deep into his eyeball. Chu Zhou is left dazed, horrified, and completely unable to understand what has just been done to his body. Back in reality, Fang suddenly senses that something about Chu Zhou has changed completely. The aura surrounding him is no longer the same, and his momentum is rising at a frightening speed, growing stronger with every passing second. Fang's eyes widen even more when he realizes what has happened. Chu Zhou's bloodline has advanced right before his eyes. Shock and fury collide across his face as he curses under his breath, unable to understand how this bastard could suddenly break through at a time like this. Without the slightest hesitation, Fang rushes straight toward him and launches an attack. Even if Chu Zhou has advanced his bloodline, Fang shouts that he still cannot possibly be his opponent. As the older brother, Fang declares that he will personally teach this arrogant bastard a proper lesson. Chu Zhou does not answer him. He only stares back in silence, his gaze cold and focused. A horn slowly pushes out from his forehead, and his vision suddenly becomes sharper than ever, as though every movement in front of him has turned clear and precise. In the next instant, both of them swing their fists at the same time. Explosive flames and freezing energy crash together violently in midair, and the space between them trembles under the brutal force of the collision. Fang speaks in a cold voice, admitting that Chu Zhou has already done fairly well just by managing to block a single punch. Then he offers him one final chance, telling him that if he comes along obediently, Fang will personally help him become the president of the Dragon Blood Society. Before Fang can even finish speaking, Chu Zhou cuts him off without any hesitation. He says he will never join hands with a bunch of scoundrels who care only about scrambling for power, people who abandoned the entire city of Huadu just to save their own lives when it mattered most. Just then, Yi Hei suddenly appears as if he has stepped out of nowhere, and from the look of it, he has already heard the entire exchange. Near the doorway, another student is also standing there, completely frozen by the sudden and shocking turn of events. Chu Zhou lifts his head and stares in shock, almost unable to believe what he is seeing. Yi is standing right there in front of him, arriving at the exact moment when everything has reached its breaking point. Fang immediately says that he has already read through the Dragon Blood Society's records, so he recognizes Yi Hei as its leader. Then, with a mocking tone, he asks whether Yi Hei has come to stand up for his little brother.
His arrogance only grows as he claims that even if Yi had brought the entire Dragon Blood Society with him, none of them would have any chance against him. But before Fang can spit out another venomous word, he suddenly moves. He reaches out and grabs Fang directly by the face, cutting him off in the most humiliating and effortless way possible. Then he casually lifts Fang into the air with just one hand, as though the man weighs almost nothing. Fang's body trembles violently as panic finally overtakes him, his legs kicking helplessly while he struggles just to pull in a breath. Fang lashes out with his free hand, rage exploding through him as humiliation burns in his chest. In his mind, this lowly creature has actually dared to shame him like this, and for that alone, he must be asking for death. But the instant Fang tries to strike, an endless void suddenly opens between them. His attack is stopped before it can even come close to Yi Hei's body, as if an unreachable distance has appeared out of nowhere. He looks at Fang with a calm expression, completely unmoved by his struggle. Then, in an almost casual tone, he asks whether Fang has finally had enough fun. Fang's eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets, and thick veins throb across his face as disbelief twists his expression. He cannot comprehend what is happening. His attack carried the force of a dignified martial artist, yet it failed to move Yi Hei even a single inch. Fang's thoughts spin in panic. The Dragon Blood Society should be nothing more than a freshman organization, so how could a Mei freshman crush an expert like him so easily? But now the moment belongs to Yi Hei. Still gripping Fang by the face, Yi Hei swings him around as casually as if he were tossing a stone, leaving Fang feeling like the victim of some absurd international joke. Yu Yang nearly panics on the spot and quickly begs the president to calm down. He reminds Yi Hei that this man is an extremely important guest, and that there is really no need to throw him out through the window. Unfortunately for Fang, that warning comes just a little too late. He has already slammed Fang straight through the window, shattering the barrier between inside and outside as he sends him flying out of the room. Yu Yang instantly regrets, speaking only after everything is already over. With a bitter feeling sinking in, he realizes that every bit of effort he made to stop the disaster was completely meaningless. Chu Zhou stares at Yi Hei in complete disbelief, his eyes filled with shock as he calls him a true monster. Yi Hei, on the other hand, simply dusts off his hands as though he has only dealt with some minor inconvenience. Chu Zhou keeps staring at Yi Hei, the disbelief in his eyes still not fully fading after what he just witnessed. Then, almost under his breath, he asks the question that has been pressing on his chest: how can he become a monster too? He slowly turns his eyes toward him, and a faint, familiar smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. In that calm voice that Chu Zhou still remembers, he says it really has been a long time. Chu Zhou. The tension on Chu Zhou's face loosens just a little. He gives Yi Hei a small smile in return, as if the old familiarity is finally breaking through the shock, and answers that it really has been far too long since they last met. President Yi Hei. He does not let that polite distance stay between them for even a second. He steps forward and pulls Chu Zhou into a firm hug, closing the gap between them immediately. Then he reminds him that they are best friends, so there is no need to act so formal and distant, not like how Runtu and Zunji used to behave. The two of them head outside together, walking side by side as Yi Hei tells Chu Zhou that from now on he should just call him by name. He knows Chu Zhou must be carrying a whole pile of questions, so he suggests they find somewhere else and talk everything through properly. Meanwhile, Yu Yang can only tearfully accept his own tragic role. He is nothing more than the guild leader's tool, but if he has to be a tool, then he swears he will become the greatest tool in the entire world, and from that moment, the legend of Yu Yang the Toolman officially begins. Later, inside the Dragon Blood Society president's office, Yi Hei and Chu Zhou sit facing each other across the room. Yi Hei is the first to speak, calmly telling Chu Zhou that he should have already figured it out after last night. The person wearing the vortex mask was none other than Yi Hei himself. He leans back with an easy calmness, his posture relaxed as if he has no intention of hiding anything now. He tells Chu Zhou not to keep his doubts bottled up, and whatever questions he has, he can ask them directly. Chu Zhou does not hesitate or circle around the topic. He looks Yi Hei straight in the eyes and immediately asks when exactly he became part of the monster organization. He explains that after he came back from Lingshui County, Demon Eye had personally appeared before him. It was Demon Eye who reached out and invited him to join the organization.
He then adds that with Chu Zhou's instincts and the way he observes details so carefully, he should have already pieced together the truth. The mysterious powerhouse who stepped in and saved West City back then was actually Yi Hei himself.
A slightly smug look appears on Yi Hei's face as he says that, even at that time, his power had already surpassed the level of a Grand Master.
something so unbelievable that even he finds it hard to explain casually. But even after gaining that frightening strength, he proudly insists that 90% of it still came from his own hard work and natural talent. Chuzhou admits that the monster organization must have provided Yi He with some incredibly important help. Then he presses further, asking whether Yi He actually understands the organization's true purpose. He also wonders just how many terrifying experts are hidden inside that group, people on the level of Demon Eye and the Stone-Masked Man. Yi He admits that even he still does not fully know what the organization's final goal is, but there is one thing he can say for certain: they are not trying to destroy Great Xia. As Yi He continues explaining, even a thin layer of sweat gathers across his forehead, showing just how heavy the subject really is. Judging from the current situation, he says, there may be 5 other people within the organization whose strength can stand on the same level as his own. Chuzhou is instantly shaken by that number. 5 existences above the Grand Master level would already be enough to exceed the foundation of an entire great nation. If an organization with that kind of power truly decided to invade Great Xia, then there would be almost nothing capable of stopping them. He only smiles and tells Chuzhou not to let his thoughts run too far ahead. Demon Eye has most likely already promised to come and meet him again tonight, so for now, Chuzhou only needs to accept the arrangement calmly. At the very least, given the current situation, the monster organization is still standing on Great Xia's side. After taking in Yi He's words, Chuzhou slowly pushes himself up from his seat. His voice is quiet as he says that, for now, he should take his leave. He does not add anything else after that. Chuzhou simply turns around, walks out of the office, and closes the door behind him, leaving the room in silence. Once Chuzhou is gone, Yi He sits there without speaking. Chuzhou is his closest friend, so of course Yi He would never truly want to hurt him, but no matter how much he cares about him, the plan already set in motion absolutely requires Chuzhou to take part. Great Xia's history stretches across several thousand years, and within that long river of time, 9 dynasties once rose to power and ruled over the land. Yet strangely, whenever one dynasty collapsed, its royal bloodline was never completely erased. Instead, the rulers who came afterward chose to preserve those bloodlines, and after generation upon generation, they became the 9 major families that exist in the present day. He has never been able to understand why those royal clans were allowed to survive after their dynasties had already fallen. From his point of view, once an emperor was defeated, no newly crowned ruler should have tolerated the former royal family continuing to gather strength. The more he thinks about it, the more unreasonable the entire situation feels. Eventually, he finds the hidden answer buried deep within Nua's confidential documents, tucked away among secrets most people would never be allowed to see. There is a mysterious force known as the power of faith, or the power of will, something that naturally gathers from the countless ordinary people living throughout the nation. Back in Lingshui County, the demonic fetus created as Basmuth's vessel had absorbed exactly this kind of force. At first, Yi He had believed that only demons could create, gather, and control such strange and mysterious power. However, during the early founding period of the Great Xia dynasty, the sorcerers of the Second Dynasty actually succeeded in developing a way to absorb and use the power of will. Back then, they gave this power another name, Dragon Qi, also known simply as Fortune. But using Dragon Qi to shield the royal family was only its most basic and insignificant use. Its true purpose was far more dangerous: to tie the royal bloodline in Great Xia together like a massive hidden time bomb. Under the emperor's command, countless sorcerers and magicians poured Dragon Qi directly into the bloodline of the royal family. Once a royal family was pushed to the edge of total destruction, they could manipulate the power of destiny itself and unleash devastating natural disasters across all of Great Xia. By threatening to drag the very foundation of the entire nation down with them, those royal families shamelessly guaranteed their own survival and held on to enormous influence through every change of dynasty. Dynasties may have flowed past like water, but the royal families remained as unshakable as iron. Because of that, the hardest part of eliminating the 9 imperial families is not simply defeating the powerful people they have raised. The real problem is figuring out how to stop them from dragging the entire nation into ruin once they are cornered and decide to fight with everything they have left. In other words, Yi He's plan is to move before the enemy can and seize control of the Dragon Qi that they rely on with such absolute confidence. He already knows that the method must be recorded somewhere inside Nua's confidential files. So without wasting time, he takes out his phone and opens the documents, searching through them to confirm the exact details. Every 60 years, the 9 families take turns controlling Great Xia's Dragon Qi. The family chosen for that cycle sends out one selected member, known as the Chosen One, who must merge with the dragon vein and sacrifice their freedom for the rest of their life. To put it plainly, that person becomes a human-shaped vessel. a living pillar forced to hold everything together. Even he cannot help feeling that this system is cruel to an almost unbearable degree. Even so, his current plan is to let Chu-jo, who carries royal blood, temporarily absorb the dragon chi and stabilize the hidden time bomb before it can explode. Of course, deep inside, Yi-hei silently promises himself that once this is done, he will absolutely find a way to save Chu-jo afterward. In the vast great Xia dynasty, those towering figures who once seemed powerful enough to hold up the heavens have already vanished. And somehow, in what feels like the blink of an eye, this impossible responsibility has landed on Yi-hei's shoulders alone. Only after reaching this level does a person truly understand how merciless reality can be. Some sacrifices are impossible to avoid, and the only thing Yi-hei can do is continue growing stronger, so that whenever fate demands a sacrifice, the price will be a little smaller than before. He sits in deep meditation, his breathing steady and almost silent, while outside the window of his apartment, strange crows begin circling in the air, their dark shapes drifting ominously against the sky. The scene shifts again, and Yi-hei's masked form suddenly appears before the celestial dragon realm, standing there as if he has stepped into another world entirely. Chu-jo clearly did not expect him to arrive so soon. The moment he sees the masked figure appear, surprise flashes across his face before he can hide it. The vortex-masked man tells Chu-jo that during the daytime he forgot to remind him of something important. If Chu-jo wants to meet him in this place, then he must completely calm his mind, and that means he cannot keep his eyes open at all. The masked man says nothing more for the moment. He simply steps closer and stops directly in front of Chu-jo, standing there in silence as the pressure between them quietly builds. Then he lifts one finger and points it straight toward Chu-jo's forehead. Since too much time has already been wasted, he says their special training will begin immediately. After all, Chu-jo is still far too weak right now, and weak people cannot accomplish anything meaningful. Without giving Chu-jo any warning, the masked man suddenly strikes his face with sharp fingers. A small but piercing shock of power shoots directly through Chu-jo the instant the blow lands. Chu-jo immediately grabs at his eye, his body reacting to the sudden burst of pain. At the same time, the masked man claws at his own eyes as well, crying out in agony as though the pain running through Chu-jo is being shared by both of them. The vortex-masked figure sharply orders Chu-jo to keep his eyes closed, no matter what happens or how painful it becomes. He explains that he has infused Chu-jo's eyes with a power known as causal force, the essential foundation required to cultivate the eye of cause and effect. As his words fall, blue energy surges wildly through Chu-jo's entire body, spreading through him like a storm. The masked figure then declares that from this moment forward, Chu-jo is officially his disciple. Chu-jo will inherit the eye of cause and effect, a power that belongs only to this legacy, and the masked man hopes he can truly live up to those expectations by absorbing it properly. Chu-jo remains seated there without speaking, his eyes tightly shut and his body held completely still. He does not say a single word, as if all his focus is being poured into enduring what is happening inside him. A moment later, just as the masked figure turns and prepares to leave, Chu-jo finally opens his mouth. In a low but sincere voice, he thanks him and calls him master. Meanwhile, back in reality, Chu-jo is seated cross-legged on the bed inside his apartment. Directly in front of him, Yi-hei sits facing him, quietly guiding what is happening.
He tells him to wash away the blood by gathering tiny droplets from the moisture in the surrounding air, using the water around him instead of moving blindly.
By this point, Yi has already transferred the configured concept of cause and effect into Chu-jo's body, completing the crucial step needed for the power to take root. He understands that, within the spiritual realm, Chu-jo has already accepted the energy of causal force into himself. And, while the masked figure performed each step of the technique, Yi had been watching everything with perfect clarity, following the process from the very beginning all the way to the end. At the same time, the pure ice element begins seeping little by little into Chu-jo's bloodline, blending deeper into his body as the YH cells continue strengthening him from within. With this transformation taking root, Chu-jo should be able to mature at a frightening speed, and when the day comes for him to bear the dragon chi, that crushing burden should be much easier for him to withstand. He quietly thinks to himself that once every preparation has finally been put in place, he can truly stop worrying for a moment. Only then will he be able to turn his attention toward the 9 families who escaped to the ancient Nandu and begin making his move against them. The scene shifts away, moving toward the towering structure of the BGI Research Institute. The building rises cold and imposing against the skyline, its sharp outlines standing like a fortress of science above the city. Inside the institute, Yi, his teacher, Gong Kei, stands right in front of him, and the moment she sees his face again, her expression practically swells with anger. She immediately snaps at him, asking why this brat has suddenly remembered that he still has a master. Yi, he can already sense the storm coming before Gong Ki even fully starts. Knowing a fierce scolding is unavoidable, he stands there stiffly, keeping his posture careful and his mouth shut, barely daring to say even one careless word. Before Yi he can properly defend himself, Gong Ki almost explodes with rage on the spot. She scolds him for still having the nerve to show his face here, reminding him that as her favorite disciple, he once promised he would come visit often. Yet after he learned everything he wanted from her, he disappeared completely, without even making a single video call, leaving her all alone in this tiny room. She calls him utterly shameless, then angrily asks whether he even knows that she nearly died during the Battle of Huadu just 1 week ago. Yi, he quickly forces his expression into something calm and composed, trying to keep the situation from getting worse. He gently says that Master Gong Ki is clearly very emotional right now, but there is really no need for her to rush straight into anger so quickly. Then, with perfectly smooth timing, Yi, he brings out a gift. The moment he reveals the limited edition, gold-plated magical girl figure. Gong Ki freezes where she stands, her angry expression turning into pure shock as her eyes lock onto the surprise. In the very next instant, Gong Ki pulls the figure tightly against her chest, holding it like a precious treasure. Her anger melts away almost unbelievably fast, and she admits that since Yi he has finally shown such filial devotion, she will forgive him this time. Then, with her mood clearly softened, she asks what exactly brought him here today. Yi, he gets straight to the point and explains that he is about to break through into the Xuanwu warrior realm. Because of that, he has come to ask her for the second half of the Killer's Bodhi Heart Sutra. Gong Ki is almost left speechless by what she hears. She stares at Yihei in disbelief and asks if he has already reached the peak of the Grand Martial Master realm and is now preparing to step into the Xuanwu martial artist stage. Gong Ki looks at Yihei as though she is staring at something completely unreasonable, almost like a monster disguised as a student. Has this kid only been at Huadu University for a little over half a year? In barely 6 months, he has gone from a martial apprentice all the way to the threshold of becoming a Xuanwu martial artist. Even hormones should not be able to grow that ridiculously fast. Meanwhile, he himself does not feel that breaking through at this point is anything particularly shocking anymore. After all, he has already killed 2 of the strongest experts on the entire planet. At this stage, he simply wants to make full use of every bit of time he has. Since Huadu University is investing so many resources into him, he plans to advance into the martial arts Grandmaster realm as soon as possible and comprehend a martial domain that belongs only to him. Gong Ki finally has no choice but to admit that her disciple really does deserve recognition. In her eyes, Yi is only slightly less talented than she was back when she was in her own prime. Since her dear disciple is so eager to learn, Gong Ki eventually agrees with a satisfied air. Naturally, she says, she will pass down everything he needs to know without holding anything back. Inside Gong Kei's chamber, she begins the lesson by going back over the most important foundations from their earlier teachings. Before moving on to deeper material, she makes sure Yi understands every stage clearly and does not miss any key detail. From martial apprentice to martial artist, the main focus lies in gathering qi and blood, tempering the physical body, and laying down a strong foundation for overall vitality. After someone breaks through into the martial artist realm, they can awaken spiritual abilities and further strengthen themselves through inner observation of the meridians and acupuncture points. When advancing from martial artist to Xuanwu martial artist, the path changes again. At that stage, both the body and the spirit must be trained together, and once someone truly enters the Xuanwu warrior realm, their mind and body begin moving in complete harmony. Gong Ki explains that this stage is actually a form of preparation for stepping into the Grandmaster realm. Only when spirit and body are unified, and the boundary between the individual and the surrounding world begins to blur, can a spiritual domain take shape in reality. That is exactly why a martial domain is regarded as the defining symbol of a Grandmaster. Gong Ki says the Xuanwu martial artist realm is essentially just a bridge leading toward Grandmaster. Countless people stay trapped there forever because they can never achieve true unity between spirit and body. Yi cannot help wondering who created such an awkward system in the first place. Gong Kei then explains that failed grandmasters refused to place themselves among either juniors or seniors, so they teamed up with scholars and created the Xuanwu martial artist realm. Gong Ki remarks that just hearing the name should already be enough to tell how clumsy and mismatched this realm really sounds, as if it had been forced into the cultivation system after the fact. He immediately realizes that the normal martial cultivation path, martial apprentice, martial artist,
Martial Master, Grand Martial Master, and finally Grand Master sounds smooth and natural when spoken in order. But the Xuanwu warrior stage, awkwardly squeezed into the middle, has always felt out of place. As it turns out, that title was added later, and when academic circles are involved in naming things, it is probably better not to dig too deeply or ask unnecessary questions.
Noticing that Yi Hei's attention has started drifting elsewhere, Gong Kei nearly jabs her pointer right at his nose. She complains that she spent years preparing this teacher outfit, and now that it has finally become useful, her disciple still refuses to give his teacher proper respect. Yi Hei, meanwhile, remains distracted, silently wondering whether everything is going smoothly with his clone. The scene shifts to the Dragon Blood Society training chamber, where Chu Zhou is standing directly before the masked figure, the atmosphere around them tense and focused. The masked figure instructs Chu Zhou to gather all of his thoughts onto his eyes. He tells him to carefully guide the yin force flowing through his body and direct every trace of that power toward his pupils. Chu Zhou follows the instructions without any hesitation. He closes his eyes, steadies himself, and does his best to control the strange power moving through his body, carefully guiding it exactly where the masked figure told him to. The instant Chu Zhou opens his eyes again, his pupils are no longer normal. They have transformed completely, becoming deep, swirling vortexes that seem to pull the surrounding light into their depths. Those strange eyes begin shining with an intense, otherworldly glow. As the transformation continues to evolve, the vortexes in his pupils grow even more mysterious, changing with every passing second. At last, Chu Zhou's eyes settle into a truly supernatural appearance, no longer resembling the eyes of an ordinary person. Seeing this, the masked figure praises him and tells him he has successfully awakened his pupils. The vortex masked figure then tells Chu Zhou to test those newly awakened eyes for himself. He wants him to feel directly what kind of power is now hidden within his gaze. Chu Zhou focuses through his eyes, and in that instant, his field of vision expands to an astonishing degree. Everything around him suddenly becomes sharper, wider, and clearer than he ever imagined possible. The moment Chu Zhou fixes his gaze on the masked figure, his sight nearly pushes beyond the surface and into fragments of the man's memories, as if his eyes are trying to peer through time itself. Inside those fleeting memory fragments, Chu Zhou catches sight of a quiet and calm atmosphere. He sees someone moving forward casually, the scene unfolding in front of him like a faint but vivid echo. He can even make out a dragonfly within that memory, and what shocks him most is the detail. Every tiny part of its body appears with unbelievable clarity, as if it is right in front of his eyes.
Chu Zhou quickly realizes just how terrifying this vision is. His eyes can easily lock onto insects as small as a grain of rice from hundreds of meters away, and every tiny movement along their flight path appears crystal clear. With the overwhelming dynamic vision granted by these eyes, he can even predict where the insect will fly next.
Excitement flashes across Chu Zhou's face as he begins to understand how powerful these eyes would be in actual combat. They could expose every movement an opponent makes, and when combined with their analytical ability, they could quickly reveal the enemy's weaknesses. With this new power supporting him, Chu Zhou's confidence rises immediately. He declares that, using these eyes, he could settle the conflict he is currently facing in only 3 minutes.
The masked figure asks whether Chu Zhou is truly satisfied with such a tiny bit of progress. He has not even unlocked 1/10 of the eye's real potential. These eyes do not merely strengthen vision. They can construct illusions, cast hallucinations, and even manifest colossal divine projections through their abilities.
The masked figure then gives him a serious warning. If Chu Zhou overuses these eyes recklessly, they may eventually destroy his vision completely and leave him blind, unless he reaches their ultimate stage and gains full mastery over their power. Without warning, a terrifying pressure suddenly pours out from the masked leader and rushes straight into Chu Zhou's eyes. Blood instantly streams down from both of Chu Zhou's eyes as unbearable pain tears through them. The agony is so fierce that it feels as though his eyeballs might burst apart at any second. The masked figure explains that his own eyes are extremely special and his eye techniques are far superior. With Chu Zhou's current level, he cannot even withstand direct eye contact.
If Chu Zhou truly wants to catch up to that level, then the training waiting ahead of him will be unimaginably harsh, far beyond ordinary endurance.
Even with blood dripping from his eyes and pain twisting across his face, Chu Zhou clenches his teeth and refuses to back down. In a strained but determined voice, he declares that he does not want to wait any longer. Several hours later, smoke like mana rises from Chu Zhou's exhausted body as he struggles to catch his breath. Breathing heavily, he admits that he has never experienced such a brutal training method before, and right now, both his head and his eyes are throbbing with unbearable pain. Blood is still leaking from Chu Zhou's eyes, but even then, he stubbornly forces himself to stay upright. His body may be battered, yet he insists that it is still far too early for him to give up. The masked figure hands Chuzhou a briefcase and reminds him that cultivation can never be completed overnight. He warns Chuzhou not to push himself too far and to rest properly when he needs to, then tells him to open the case and see what is inside. Chuzhou slowly reaches forward with both hands, still recovering from the pain, and opens the suitcase placed in front of him. The moment the case opens, a strange glow bursts from within. The light spills out into the training chamber, immediately drawing Chuzhou's attention to what is hidden inside. Resting inside the suitcase is a bizarre little slime creature with a tiny face. And the moment it notices Chuzhou looking at it, the strange little thing immediately greets him as if meeting him for the first time. Chuzhou reacts almost on instinct, his body snapping backward as every muscle tightens for a fight. The moment that strange little creature appears in front of him, his first thought is that some unknown monster has just been released from the suitcase. Before Chuzhou can make a move, the masked figure quickly reaches out and pulls the slime-like creature into his arms. He stops Chuzhou from attacking and calmly explains that there is no need to panic because this thing is not a real monster at all. It is Jusho Wei, an artificial life form created by the monster organization. The little slime then bounces with cheerful energy and introduces itself as a fae. Chuzhou falls silent for a moment, staring at the slippery little creature with a complicated look in his eyes. For some reason he cannot quite explain, this strange slime gives him a faint feeling that somehow resembles Yi Hei. A fae wastes no time at all. Its soft body stretches forward and wraps itself around Chuzhou, clinging to him before he can fully react. The masked figure simply tells him in a calm voice not to resist and to accept what is happening. As the slime slowly reshapes itself around Chuzhou's body, he suddenly feels streams of pure life energy flowing into him. The exhaustion from training, the lingering soreness in his muscles, and the sharp pain still haunting him all begin fading at incredible speed. Even his damaged eyesight starts recovering so quickly that it almost feels unreal. The masked figure gives a satisfied nod as he watches Chuzhou's condition stabilize. He praises his performance, then immediately orders him to continue training and not waste the momentum he has just gained. The scene then shifts away from the training chamber and moves toward the imperial city, hidden deep within the ancient Nandu. At the very center of the imperial city stands the Chu royal family's ancestral estate. Its central hall feels solemn and oppressive, filled with the weight of generations and the silent authority of an ancient bloodline. Inside the hall, someone slams a hand down heavily against the armrest of a chair. The sharp impact echoes through the room as he angrily declares that this is nothing less than a direct provocation against the Chu royal family. An elderly man reports to the gathered royals with a grave expression, saying that Chu Fengqi, a dignified Xuanwu martial artist, went to Huadu University and is now still lying unconscious in the hospital. In his eyes, that can only mean a Grand Master-level expert must have interfered, and an act like that is practically a declaration of war against their royal family. A mustached elder then speaks up, pointing out that according to the public announcement released by the university, the person responsible was the president of the Dragon Blood Society. Even more absurdly, that president had personally admitted it. At that moment, Chu Chengming, the clan elder representing the radical faction, speaks with a cold and doubtful expression. He asks whether anyone here actually believes such nonsense. After all, the Dragon Blood Society is only an organization founded by freshmen, so how could Chu Fengqi possibly have been defeated there? The old man argues that the society's leader is nothing more than a grand martial master. Someone like Chu Fengqi should have been able to send him flying with a casual wave of his hand. Several others immediately voice their agreement, claiming that this so-called Dragon Blood Society is clearly just a cover created by Huadu University itself. To them, saying that a grand martial master put a Xuanwu martial artist in the hospital is nothing but a deliberate insult. Another elder, Chu Baozhen, steps into the discussion and states that the true power standing behind Huadu University must be the great Xia Dragon Sparrow. In his view, Dragon Sparrow has likely noticed the royal family's recent expansion of influence and is using this incident as a warning. Chu Chengming's irritation grows heavier with every word. He declares that since the great Xia Dragon Sparrow has already made its move, then the war has effectively begun. They can no longer sit still and wait to be destroyed, so he orders everyone to contact the other 8 royal families and prepare to launch an offensive toward the north. Chu Baozhen immediately objects, calling the plan unbelievably reckless. Great Xia is already surrounded by dangerous enemies and cannot endure another large-scale conflict right now. Their national strength has weakened badly after losing contact with the strongest combat forces and because of the recovery program. Great Xia cannot afford internal chaos in its current state. On top of that, the loyal families have no reason to send troops, and acting rashly would only turn the people against them. Even if they somehow won, the country would never truly return to peace afterward. Chu Chengming furiously calls that way of thinking completely foolish. He shouts that the enemy has already struck first, and if they failed to seize the initiative now, they will become nothing more than fish laid helplessly on a chopping board. As for the so-called will of the people, he finds it laughable. In his eyes, the royal family stands above all as the chosen rulers, so why should they care about ordinary commoners? Anyone who dares to rebel should simply be executed. The air between the two elders instantly turns razor-sharp, as if one more word could ignite the entire hall. Chu Chengming coldly declares that they can kill 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 people if that is what it takes to force absolute submission. Chu Baozhen snaps back in anger, asking what era he thinks they are living in and whether he truly plans to bury the future of the entire nation with his own hands. At that moment, the eldest figure seated among them finally opens his mouth. His voice cuts through the argument as he declares that enough is enough. This elder is Patriarch Chu Hongtang. He explains that although the great Xia Dragon Sparrow has indeed begun clashing with the royal family's forces recently, the time to raise an army has still not arrived. Elder Chu Baozhen is right. Great Xia needs time to recover. More importantly, in 2 months, the 9 royal families will hold the 60th year dragon vein succession ceremony, and that matter absolutely cannot be delayed. Everything else, he says, can wait until the ceremony is over. Chu Chengming can hardly believe what he has just heard. Rage surges through his mind in an instant, burning so fiercely that his expression nearly twists out of control. Deep in his heart, Chu Chengming secretly curses the old patriarch. To him, this old man has ruined the royal family's grand ambition to unify the world for generation after generation. Unless Patriarch Chu Hongtang is removed, the royal family will never truly rise again. In Chu Chengming's eyes, the old patriarch deserves to die. The scene shifts outside the towering walls of the imperial city. Under the night sky, the streets are completely empty, wrapped in a silence so deep it feels almost lifeless. Fa slowly crawls forward through the darkness, grumbling to itself as it senses the invisible barrier surrounding the city. The barrier rejects any creature without royal blood, making it impossible for Fa to sneak inside. Since infiltration has failed, it has no choice but to report everything back to its lord, and it can only hope Yi He will not look down on it for being unable to complete the mission. Then Fa closes its eyes, and another thought immediately echoes through its mind, calling it an idiot. If entering the city requires royal blood, then the answer is obvious. It simply needs to obtain royal blood. Since Fa already has the ability to clone living organisms, this is clearly the perfect time for Mad Doctor to upgrade its brain. Otherwise, Fa feels it will never be able to handle even slightly complicated missions. It quickly encourages itself, insisting that it must succeed no matter what. Finding royal family members in ancient Nandu should not be hard anyway, because the richest heirs and second-generation elites always gather at the biggest entertainment venues in the city. After thinking it over, Fa decides it might as well go there personally. The scene shifts to the Jinma Club, where luxury supercars line the entrance beneath flashing lights. Wealthy elites drift in and out casually, enjoying the nightlife as music and excess spill into the street. A provocatively dressed woman walks into the club beside a man, her steps confident and unhurried. In the next moment, the noisy atmosphere swallows them both as they disappear into the crowd. Nearby, a small pole dancing performance is already underway. Several men watch with delighted expressions, completely absorbed in the indulgent mood of the club and the flashy spectacle in front of them. Inside the supervisor's office, a thick stack of cash sits plainly on the table, making the quiet room feel even more suspicious. Someone named Shao Qi is told that if he wants to climb higher in his career, he needs to learn how to be more sensible. A huge overweight woman sits in front of him, her presence heavy and oppressive as she lectures him from across the room. The employee answers nervously, admitting that he still does not understand what she truly means. The fat woman asks if he really cannot understand, then decides she will teach him personally. As she reaches out and grabs his tie, Fei suddenly appears from behind the curtain and politely apologizes for interrupting them. Both the woman and the employee freeze on the spot, their eyes snapping toward Fei in shock. They stare at the unexpected intruder and immediately demand to know who he is and how he managed to enter the room without either of them noticing. Fei remains completely calm as he activates his eye technique. He tells them not to be so nervous, because he is only here for a secret visit and has no need to make things noisy. Almost instantly, both the woman and the manager sink under Fei's illusion. With them under control, Fei calmly explains that as the club manager, Zhao Qi should have a list of every high-level VIP who came and went tonight. He orders him to hand over the personal information and room numbers of the highest-ranking royal family members. Then Fei turns toward the madam and says that she must know plenty of rumors and secrets about the royal family, so she should reveal everything she knows as well. The scene moves deeper inside the club, where a man walks beside young Master Lu with an eager, flattering smile. He loudly welcomes him and immediately orders everyone nearby to stop standing around and clear a path for the young master. Young Master Lu slowly sweeps his gaze across the room, his eyes cold and sharp as they pass over everyone nearby. The people around him instinctively lower their heads, not daring to meet his stare. He can sense it clearly, the madness, the resentment, and the hidden hatred buried inside the people around him. All of it is quietly aimed in his direction, even if none of them dare show it openly. Nearby, several people whisper among themselves that ever since the royal heirs from Wadu arrived, the young masters of the local Nandu families have been forced to flatter them like obedient grandsons. Another man quickly tells them to stop complaining, reminding them that the southern capital cannot possibly compare to the imperial families. Once the current situation passes, this entire region will belong to them anyway. Later, young Master Lu settles down onto a sofa and casually comments that the upbringing of the prominent families in ancient Nandu seems fairly respectable. In his opinion, traditional values are still far better than those in Huadu, a place that developed too quickly and gradually forgot the proper rules until no one even remembers who is supposed to be the master and who should remain the servant. The two men nearby immediately fall silent, each hiding his own thoughts behind a careful expression. One silently remembers hearing from the elders that the conflict between the great Azia Dragon Sparrow and the royal family has grown more intense ever since the Battle of Huadu pushed tensions to a breaking point. The other inwardly agrees, thinking that although everyone will eventually have to choose a side, his elders warned him not to speak too soon. They told him to watch how the conflict develops, because a century-old enterprise involving countless lives cannot be gambled away recklessly. Young Master Lu then asks casually what kind of interesting entertainment can be found here in the ancient Nandu, as if he is simply looking for something to pass the time. One servant immediately steps forward with a flattering smile and answers that although ancient Nandu cannot compare with the bustling metropolis of Huadu, the women here are exceptionally beautiful. He even offers to arrange things later so young Master Liu can personally enjoy the sights. Young Master Liu suddenly narrows his eyes and asks whether that talented young martial artist from the southern capital is actually a woman. He then remembers that her name is Tan Ya and mentions hearing that she recently graduated from Imperial Capital University before officially joining the great Azia Dragon Sparrow. Someone nearby teases him, asking whether young Master Liu has taken an interest in her. Liu responds coldly by asking what they think, then orders them to bring Tan Ya over immediately. One servant nervously explains that none of them dares to provoke members of the great Azia Dragon Sparrow. The servant then adds in a cautious voice that everyone's families are still waiting and watching, trying to decide which side they should ultimately support. A blond man nearby cannot hold back his confusion and asks young Master Liu why everyone keeps talking about choosing sides. He wonders aloud what sides even exist in the first place. Young Master Liu's expression instantly darkens with irritation. He grabs a wine bottle from the table and yells at the blond man to stop pretending he does not understand what is going on. Without even a moment of hesitation, young Master Liu swings the bottle down and smashes it directly against the blond man's head. The glass shatters violently on impact, sending the room into a stunned silence. As the blond man collapses to the floor, blood pouring from the wound on his head, young Master Liu looks coldly at everyone present. He warns them to remember this lesson well, making sure no one in the room dares to forget what happens when someone tests him. Young Master Liu's voice turns icy as he declares that Great Zhe belongs to the royal family, not to the Great Zhe Dragon Sparrow, and absolutely not to commoners like the people standing before him. The families of ancient Nandu are already the ones closest to the royal bloodline, yet they still dare to sit back and watch from the sidelines without making a choice. His gaze sharpens as he asks whether they truly are not afraid of having their entire clans dragged out and executed together. Then young Master Liu steps forward and plants his foot directly on the blond man's head, crushing him down against the floor in front of everyone. Looking down at him like he is nothing more than filth, Liu orders him to crawl back home and tell his family that the royal family expects their answer by tomorrow. After throwing out that command, young Master Liu turns away as if the matter is already settled. As he walks off, he mocks them under his breath, sneering that people from small places really are ignorant disappointments who never know how to read the situation. But just as young Master Liu is about to leave, a bold, heavily built guard suddenly steps out in front of him. The man blocks his path directly, his broad frame cutting off Liu's exit. The guard looks around with a frown, questioning what exactly is going on here and who allowed bodyguards to enter this area in the first place. But the longer he stands there, the more something feels wrong, and a trace of unease begins to rise in his mind as he wonders whether some unexpected trouble has appeared. Without the slightest warning, the guard's body suddenly tears open from the inside. Flesh splits apart grotesquely, and a strange slime-like substance spreads outward through the ripped body. From that horrifying mixture of blood, flesh, and slime, a face slowly reshapes itself into Yi Hei's appearance. Then it raises its head, its gaze settling directly on young Master Lu's face. Young Master Lu is instantly horrified, and the arrogance on his face shatters in a single moment. His expression twists with shock as he shouts that a monster has somehow broken into the club. One of the nearby guards reacts immediately, panic taking over as he rushes desperately toward the alarm system. Before anyone else can even move, he is already trying to warn the entire club. But before the guard can take even one more meaningful step, a Fey calmly lifts a finger in his direction. With that small motion, a strange technique is activated. Sharp sand suddenly bursts up from the floor beneath the guard. In the next instant, one vicious spike shoots straight upward and pierces directly through his face. The man's face begins swelling in a horrifying and grotesque way. His features twist out of shape until he barely resembles a human being anymore. A heartbeat later, his head violently explodes. Blood and chunks of flesh spray across the room, splattering the people nearby before they can even scream. The remaining guards are drenched in blood, their bodies shaking so badly they can barely keep themselves standing. Some cry out in pain and terror, while others collapse into desperate begging, pleading with Fei to spare their lives. Fei only smiles at them with an unsettling calm, as if their panic means nothing at all. He tells them not to lose control so quickly. Shattered stone fragments scatter across the floor, and every person standing in front of Fei collapses helplessly, one after another. In the entire room, only young Master Liu remains upright, left alone amid the wreckage. Young Master Liu still refuses to show fear. He stares straight at Fei and demands to know who he really is and what he wants. Then, lifting his identity like a shield, he proudly announces that he is the third young Master Lu of the Imperial Lu clan and insists this matter can still be resolved peacefully. Fei does not answer with words. He slowly raises one hand and his fingers begin to shift, stretching and sharpening until they transform into pointed blades. Young Master Lu instantly erupts in fury, shouting at Fei and demanding whether he truly dares to kill him. His voice rises with arrogance as he asks if this fool even understands what kind of person he is standing before. But before young Master Lu can finish threatening him or boasting about the power of the Imperial Lu clan, a streak of crimson energy suddenly shoots forward. It pierces straight through Lu's forehead and kills him on the spot. Young Master Lu's body goes limp and collapses to the floor, all of his arrogance disappearing with him. Fei coldly calls him an idiot because young Master Lu was the exact target he came here to eliminate, and yet the fool had practically delivered himself right into Fei's hands. But then something unexpected begins to happen. Young Master Lu does not truly die. Instead, from deep inside his body, a strange and sinister dark energy starts to awaken. Pitch-black tentacles twist wildly out from him, writhing through the air like living shadows. They lash and curl around his body, making the room feel even more monstrous. At the same time, disgusting veins spread uncontrollably across young Master Lu's entire face. His features become more twisted and terrifying, making him look far less human than before. The wealthy heirs watching from nearby completely lose their composure. Their bodies tremble with fear as they stare at the nightmare unfolding right before their eyes. They immediately realize that some kind of parasitic, symbiotic creature has taken over young Master Lu's body. One after another, they drop to their knees in terror, screaming that a monster has crawled inside him. Terrified that they will be killed next, the people nearby begin quietly crawling away. They lower their bodies close to the floor, trying to escape without drawing Fei's attention. Fei's slime body shifts once more, its shape smoothing and adjusting until it fully takes on the exact appearance of Yi Hei. By now, young Master Liu has been reduced to nothing more than a puppet. He kneels obediently before Fei, while the creature controlling his body reports that all of Liu's memories have already been extracted. Fei notices that blood is still leaking from the wound on young Master Lu's forehead. Without any emotion in his voice, he immediately orders the puppet to seal it. The puppet lowers its head in apology, then quickly obeys the command. In moments, the injury is repaired, and the wound on its forehead closes shut. Meanwhile, Fei turns away, leaving the remaining thugs for the puppet to handle. Their heads are to be severed before the seeding plan officially begins. Fei silently thinks that the people of ancient Nandu have already been carrying a swarm of parasites on their backs for far too long. Wiping them out like this has only dirtied his own hands. While He sits in meditation, his thoughts move calmly through the situation. He has finally planted a piece inside the imperial city, and with that, the sealing plan has taken its first real step. Still, infecting every member of the imperial clans with decapitation cells and turning them into his kin will be anything but simple. Yea, he understands very clearly that for now this method only works effectively on the weak. With only trace amounts of decapitation Y cells available, trying to infect high-ranking martial artists is still impossible. Dragon Chi is an extraordinary application of Vow Force. But leaving such a force in the hands of the 9 imperial clans is no different from sitting beside a ticking bomb. Binding those clans to Great Xia would be an unimaginable waste. Then Yi Hei's thoughts drift toward Chuzhou. Even though he wants to save him, once the Dragon Chi fully settles inside Chuzhou and transforms into Great Xia's dragon vein, Yi Hei will have no choice but to move directly against the Dragon Chi itself. Sitting there in silence, Yi Hei admits to himself that he still cannot completely understand this faith-based power. For the moment, he can only rely on what he learned during the Lingshui County missions, and slowly feel his way forward. Even if he makes no progress in controlling the Dragon Chi, he can still infect most members of the imperial clans and gradually corrode their strength from the inside. Then Yi Hei takes out a crimson crystalline structure, the strange object he obtained after devouring that mysterious face. He remarks that whether he masters the imperial clan's secret techniques for cutting down resistance or simply destroys that resistance outright, both paths leave the advantage in his hands. Everything is already prepared now. All that remains is waiting for Chuzhou to mature before they make their move. But before that day arrives, Yi Hei himself must break through into the Xuanwu warrior realm, and reaching that stage requires his spirit and body to reach equal perfection. The problem is that Yi Hei's physical body has already grown far too powerful. To restore balance between flesh and spirit, he has to pour every available resource into strengthening his spiritual side. At the moment, the only method Yi Hei has left for raising his spiritual rank is through the eye art, a path that uses spiritual energy itself as fuel. Yi Hei's thoughts drift to the image of Lu Qingju standing before the pool of blood, that scene quietly resurfacing in his mind. While eating, Yi Hei explains that advancing the eye art requires powerful negative emotions as a trigger, because negative feelings convert into energy with the greatest efficiency. But Yi Hei has no intention of forcing himself through that kind of suffering, and he refuses to let anyone around him be harmed for the sake of powering his cultivation. A strange, stone-like figure covered with countless faces suddenly appears, and Yi Hei explains that the 10-headed Yeno currently in his possession is the root origin of the Yin Force eye art. Once enough resources have been gathered and synchronization reaches the required level, the eye will open instantly. Then Yi Hei observes a bizarre cell and explains that he has also been actively guiding the mutation of his eye art. Throughout its incubation, he has been channeling the spiritual power of Za Warudo directly into his eye. A vortex suddenly begins pulling in the surrounding air as Yi Hei's eyes start to transform. Quietly, he wonders whether the eye art he is about to awaken may somehow be connected to himself. 2 months later, the masked figure is still staying beside Chuzhou, continuing to watch over his progress and oversee his training. The masked figure tells Chuzhou to step forward and show him the results of his training. After 2 full months of effort, those efforts had better not have been wasted. If Chuzhou can truly impress him, he will pass down the advanced methods of the Yin Force eye art. Chuzhou exhales calmly, steadying himself before slowly opening his eyes. His pupils have now transformed into a monstrous shade of blue, and with quiet focus he asks his teacher to continue instructing him. Without warning, the space above the floor begins to twist and distort. At the same time, the air around them suddenly turns unbearably heavy, pressing down like an invisible weight. Chuzhou's entire body began to swell with power, as if every bit of strength hidden deep inside him was being forced out at once and pushed straight to its absolute limit. At the very same moment, a pale, bone-chilling frost started to bloom from the empty air around him, spreading silently like winter itself had answered his call. With nothing more than a steady, controlled movement of his hands, Chuzhou seized control of the freezing air around him. The cold obeyed him completely, and the spreading ice bent to his will as naturally as if that frozen power had become another limb of his own body. The ice continued to expand without slowing down, swelling higher and wider until it finally rose into the shape of a colossal glacier. Its surface bristled with countless jagged ridges, each one stabbing upward like a frozen blade, pointing straight into the sky with terrifying sharpness.
At the highest point of that towering glacier, directly above the masked man's head, Chu-jo stood with his back straight and his presence overwhelming. A dark, almost sinister expression slowly spread across his face as he declared that his Warcraft true form had awakened and that the chilling aura sealed within him had finally been released in full. The masked man did not rush to react. He simply watched Chu-jo in silence, carefully measuring the change taking place before him. In terms of raw power, Chu-jo was still nowhere near that wizard's level, but when it came to purity, precision, and mastery over his own strength, he had already gone beyond him. For a so-called genius to reach that stage was genuinely terrifying. Then, without another word, the masked man finally took action. Vortexes of energy began swirling to life around his body, and high above him, an enormous glowing sphere slowly condensed into existence, shining with the ominous and oppressive force known as Hellstar power. From that massive cluster of light, smaller spheres began peeling away one after another. They formed rapidly in the air, gathering around the masked man like a field of blazing stars, each one radiating a dangerous heat and pressure of its own. The masked man calmly named the technique photonic traction. As soon as his words faded, those glowing spheres started to drift into motion, moving slowly at first, but with a strange and perfectly coordinated rhythm that made their path feel impossible to read. But in the very next instant, the blazing spheres exploded into terrifying speed. They ripped across the battlefield while spinning violently, leaving streaks of light in their wake before slamming straight into the frozen glacier with a force that shook the entire scene. Chu-jo immediately grasped what kind of technique he was dealing with. This was an absolute defense built from revolving energy spheres, but his evolved pupils locked onto their rotations at once, tracing every movement and predicting each orbit with frightening accuracy.
Those energy orbs were not simply floating around the masked man at a fixed speed, nor were they following some basic circular path. They were actively guarding him, which meant every orbit had been arranged to crush or intercept anything that dared to force its way into his range.
Chu-jo soon realized that the defense might have a weakness if he attacked from several directions at the same time. The 5 energy spheres quickly divided, forming 2 separate rotating groups of 2 and 3, but even after splitting apart, the protective formation they created was still unbelievably difficult to pierce. Even so, Chu-jo sensed the tiniest possible opening. If he launched a feint at exactly the right moment, he could delay or shift the sphere's movement by just 0.01 seconds. His eye technique would be able to capture that microscopic gap, and with that single chance in mind, he threw his entire body into the assault. At the same time, Chu-jo awakened the power of his ice dragon bloodline and compressed it into the shape of dragon scales. That frozen bloodline energy wrapped over his body like a layer of living armor, covering him in cold, gleaming protection. Then the ice dragon released a razor-sharp frozen glacier, launching it forward with brutal force. The massive ice attack roared through the air, charging straight toward the masked man with unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, Chu-jo firmly believed that as long as his plan unfolded exactly as intended, the energy spheres would have no choice but to split their focus. Each one would be dragged away and restrained by the ice dragons attacking from different angles. In that moment, the blazing spheres began to spin even more violently. Their fiery trails twisted and crossed through the air, while the icy restraints closed in from every side, tightening the pressure around them little by little. Chu-jo's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. From what he could see, it looked as though the opening he had been waiting for had finally been forced wide enough for him to take advantage of. Without wasting even a single heartbeat, Chu-jo launched himself forward at blinding speed. His figure flashed through the battlefield, slipping past the spinning spheres and cutting directly through the gap in their defense. But the instant the masked man saw Chu-jo rushing toward him, he did not panic at all. Instead, a faint smile appeared beneath his mask, and he calmly said that Chu-jo's way of thinking was far too simple. That sphere had never been merely an ordinary ball of gathered energy. Without any warning, it began to tremble violently, shaking as if some unstable force hidden deep inside it had finally been set off. A heartbeat later, the sphere erupted outward. It detonated with devastating force, unleashing a brutal shockwave that flooded across the battlefield and swallowed everything around it in explosive light and pressure. Chu-jo's expression shifted instantly with shock. He had never expected that after he lured the sphere into his trap, the masked man would still be able to make the sphere itself explode. From inside the blast, countless laser beams shot out like razor-sharp threads of light. They tore straight toward Chu-jo's body, leaving him suspended helplessly in midair with no clear path to escape. The beams slashed across his face, cut along his neck, and struck every exposed part of his body. One after another, they pierced through him without the slightest hesitation or mercy. Then a thick cloud of smoke burst across the battlefield, covering the scene in chaos and confusion. And from within that haze, Chu-jo suddenly revealed that he had been hiding another technique all along. For the first time,
A clear look of surprise flashed across the masked man's face. He had not expected to see Chuzhou appear again from within the aftermath of that attack. Chuzhou had never been defenseless against those laser beams in the first place. Instead, he had summoned an even more dangerous serpent dragon to shield himself, and he coldly reminded the masked man that he had already said this was a trap. While the masked man's attention had been pulled in the opposite direction, Chuzhou shot upward from the dragon's body, charging straight toward him. By then, Chuzhou was only a few meters away from the masked man, close enough to unleash his finishing strike. Vortex Mask Eye immediately saw through the method behind it. Chuzhou had used illusions created through manipulation, along with clones formed from his mastery of the ice attribute. He had sent out a false attack to pull attention away while hiding his real body in a blind spot and waiting for the perfect instant to strike. For a brief moment, Vortex Mask Eye wondered whether he was truly hearing faint whispers around him, or whether Chuzhou's thoughts were somehow being transmitted directly into his mind. Even so, he could still distinguish the aura of a clone from the aura of the real body in an instant. But despite seeing through the trick, he could not help admiring Chuzhou's incredible battle intelligence, so he intentionally allowed him to draw even closer. Chuzhou's anger surged as he realized just how dangerous the situation had become. His deception had already been exposed, yet this was still most likely his only opportunity to close the distance and completely turn the battle around. Fueled by both rage and unshakable determination, Chuzhou shouted out that he had a reason. It was a reason so important that he absolutely had to become stronger, no matter what stood in his way. He thrust his hand forward, and the moment he moved, countless sharp ice crystals erupted in front of him. They surged violently through the air, glittering with lethal cold as they rushed toward his enemy. But those crystals were not ordinary shards of ice. In the blink of an eye, they rapidly transformed into a gigantic glacier that came crashing down toward Vortex Mask Eye, carrying the full force of the earthly fiend martial skill known as Frost Dragon's Lone Shadow.